My name is Li Jiuyue, a student about to participate in the national sacrificial ceremony, yet I became someone else's sacrificial target. At the sacrificial ceremony of Tianming Academy, Principal Bai Hong announced the commencement. One by one, people stepped onto the sacrificial altar, offering items, lifespans, or organs in exchange for a chance to change professions and receive divine blessings. Zhang San sacrificed 10 years of his lifespan and successfully obtained the D-grade profession of boxer. Then, Xia Bingyao stepped onto the sacrificial platform. As she performed the sacrifice, the sky abruptly shifted from azure to a deep gray, and a dazzling golden pillar of light shot down, tearing apart half the heavens. Principal Bai Hong was ecstatic because the golden light signified at least an S-rank profession. The professional ranks are divided into SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F, with S rank being gold and A rank being red. Not only did Xia Bingyao summon the golden light, but she also triggered celestial phenomena, indicating she had received divine blessings. Her future was destined to be extraordinary. Finally, the screen displayed, Xia Bingyao, sacrifice successful, obtained S-class profession, Divine Shadow Assassin. Bai Hong immediately decided to grant Xia Bingyao the highest level treatment to prevent her from being poached by other schools. Next, I took a deep breath and stepped onto the sacrificial altar. I had prepared thoroughly for this day and should have been brimming with confidence, yet something uncanny occurred. Before I could even speak, the screen displayed blood-red words, Li Jiuyue, you have become the target of sacrifice, you cannot perform the offering. I was stunned and looked angrily at the top of the screen, Xia Bingyao, sacrifice target, Li Jiuyue. What? I was actually sacrificed by someone else? I was furious and roared at Xia Bingyao, are you out of your mind? Why would you do such a thing? She snorted coldly and said indifferently, the rules didn't specify this isn't allowed. What? Are you questioning the gods? Unwilling to be surpassed by me time and again, she finally seized her opportunity. Principal Bai Hong stepped forward, frowning, and said, I understand how you feel, but what's done cannot be undone. The academy will arrange a job for you, let's just forget about this matter. Seeing Bai Hong favoring Xia Bingyao, my pent-up emotions erupted instantly, why should I? My words caused an uproar across the entire venue. At this moment, the screen began to flicker, the sky turned from azure to dark gray, thunder rumbled, and oppressive dark clouds loomed overhead. A terrifying powerful aura enveloped the entire academy, as if doomsday had arrived. Celestial phenomena anomaly? Bai Hong leaped up from his seat in excitement, he had never witnessed such horrifying celestial phenomena before. This terrifying aura continuously spreads outward, bringing oppression and fear wherever it reaches. If the golden light during Xia Bingyao's job transition was a dazzling star, then the phenomenon I triggered would be an unfathomable starry sky. A teacher questioned in confusion, but, Li Jiuyue shouldn't be able to perform sacrifices anymore. Bai Hong clenched his fists tightly and exclaimed excitedly, look! It's the Divine King. The Divine King has bestowed his blessing upon Li Jiuyue. Have you all forgotten? Li Jiuyue's compatibility with the divine sacrifice reached a staggering 99%. How could such a prodigy be buried here? The students were stunned speechless, with some even fleeing in terror. Everyone speculated that this terrifying phenomenon must signify an S-rank profession, perhaps even a hidden class. Xia Bingyao's face turned extremely grim. Clenching her fists, she felt a trace of fear but kept telling herself it was just an illusion. The phenomenon persisted for 5 minutes without showing any signs of fading. Bai Hong feared Li Jiuyue might be poached by other academies and swiftly ordered, activate the protective shield immediately, report this matter at once, make it quick. In the conference hall of Xia Nation, the leader gazed at the lingering phenomenon and exclaimed ecstatically, the gods truly bless our great Xia Nation. This must be an SS-rank professional. He immediately mobilized the army to seal off the perimeter of Destiny Academy and prepared for war with other nations to prevent them from poaching talents. Around the Destiny Academy, several lightning-like figures landed simultaneously. They were among Xia Kingdom's top-ranked powerhouses, the Sword God, Ice Master, Mechanist, and others. The phenomenon persisted for half an hour before finally showing signs of weakening. However, an unexpected change occurred. The swirling dark clouds dissipated, and a massive ethereal figure hovered above the academy, pristine white with 6 wings, as if a deity had descended upon the world. That is a legendary deity. Bai Hong let out a scream, and the crowd immediately knelt on one knee, paying their respects. The sword god frowned tightly, a massive sword appearing in his hand. Even deities have shown up. It seems those guys can't hold back any longer. Sure enough, no fewer than a dozen figures appeared above the academy. All were S-ranked, hailing from other nations, with one singular goal, to either capture Li Jiuyue or prevent her from remaining in Xia country by any means necessary. At the moment when tensions were at their highest, the deity in the sky tapped its right hand, sending a powerful white beam of light onto the electronic screen before Li Jiuyue. All eyes turned toward him, curious about which profession he had reincarnated into. Blood-red text appeared on the screen, Li Jiuyue, the sacrifice was successful, but you have been cursed by the 6-winged Divine King. From this day forward, you shall forever bear the indelible mark of a divine curse. Occupation, cursed child. Occupation effects, unable to gain experience, unable to equip gear, unable to receive divine protection. Chapter 3, Infinite Plunder? The moment the bold characters fully appeared on the screen, the deity's phantom vanished instantly. In an instant, every pair of eyes in the room fixated on those bold characters. Some even thought they had misread it, repeatedly wiping their eyes. Ultimately, they confirmed one thing: it was real. This meant Li Jiuyue's life was ruined forever. Not only his reputation, but the prestige of Xia Nation itself had been tarnished. It took a long while for the teachers of the Heavens Will Academy to recover from their shock. Bai Hong's eyes were fixed on the words on the screen, feeling as if the sky had fallen. How could this happen? In all his years, he had never encountered such a profession. No, this was nothing short of a curse, a divine curse upon the Xia Nation. Such a curse appearing at the Heavens Will Academy could lead to the entire institution being shut down, and it could even affect the nation's destiny. Seeing the bold characters on the screen, a powerful figure from another nation couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Oh my, you Xia people sure do make a grand spectacle of yourselves. Mobilizing so many people for a worthless fool, even resorting to war? If word gets out, it'll be laughable. An accursed child at that? Xia Kingdom is truly blessed. He deliberately emphasized the word blessed. What a waste of this old man's time. I came all this way just to see a worthless piece of trash. After spewing a few curses, the man departed. S-rank warriors from other nations likewise hurled a few taunts before departing Xia territory. After all, their reckless entry into another nation had already violated the treaty prohibitions. This outcome is truly. Sword God gritted his teeth, forced to depart in fury. This time, we've truly made a complete fool of ourselves. The crowd sighed in lamentation and dispersed from the Heavens Will Academy. News of the incident swiftly reached the ears of the sovereign and his entourage. What? Are you absolutely certain you didn't misread it? The man nodded emphatically, daring not to conceal anything. Yes, that youth has changed his class to become the cursed child. This can't be possible. I've never even heard of such a profession before. As the sovereign, he'd seen hundreds if not thousands of professions, yet never once heard of such a worthless one. The phantom of a deity appeared, and it was all a scam? Damn it! And a curse at that. This could drag the entire Xia Kingdom into ruin. The ruler trembled with rage, his face drained of color. Finally, gritting his teeth, he issued his command. All Imperial forces stationed outside the Mandate Academy return immediately to your posts. Seal off all communication channels nationwide. This must not leak out. The messenger hesitated before speaking up. Your Majesty, it might be too late now. Those bastards already know. What? Hearing this, the sovereign paced furiously back and forth. Finally, he uttered one last command before storming out of the conference room. Let Bai Hong handle it himself. Tianming Academy. Once the celestial phenomena had completely dissipated and everything settled, the next moment, waves of maniacal laughter filled the entire academy. Ha, this is hilarious. What celestial phenomena? What deities? Turns out it was all just a bluff. What an embarrassment. Now even other nations know about it. This is a disgrace to our Xia Kingdom. Seeing this outcome, Xia Bingyao finally exhaled deeply, her tightly clenched fist slowly uncurling. Li Jiuyue, it seems the gods have not favored you after all. From heaven to hell, from genius to failure, how truly pitiful you are. On the second floor platform. Dean, there's an order from above. Bai Hong asked. What? The higher-ups have stated. At this moment, Li Jiuyue didn't feel discouraged by everyone's mockery. Instead, he began to carefully examine his system panel. Name, Li Jiuyue. Class, Cursed Child. Red name. Strength, 40. Speed, 51. Defense, 32. Mental power, 5. Hidden talent, Infinite Plunder upgradable. Infinite Plunder, you may plunder attributes, talents, and skills from any target through touch. Acquired skills and talents can be stacked, evolved, and fused. Note, humans whose talents are plundered will suffer permanent, irreparable damage to those talents. Infinite Plunder? There's actually a hidden talent like this. Li Jiuyue was overjoyed. Moreover, he understood exactly what this talent signified. If a profession determines one's ceiling, then talents determine one's floor. A class-bound individual could only learn skills corresponding to their specific class. For instance, an assassin could only master assassin-specific skills. Attempting to learn others would cause not only physical backlash but also render all acquired skills useless. But Li Jiuyue, possessing unlimited plunder, faced no such limitations. Not only could he wield multiple talents, he could even master skills from other professions. This was a terrifying prospect. With this limitless plunder, I can grow infinitely. Li Jiuyue clenched his fists, his heart surging with excitement. Yet, Bai Hong's next words instantly extinguished his fervor, replacing it with anger. Bai Hong's expression turned grave as he declared in a solemn voice, Li Jiuyue, I regret to inform you of something. You have caused irreparable damage to the Academy's reputation. As the Dean, I hereby declare that from this moment onward, you are no longer a student of Destiny Academy. Whoosh! The moment Bai Hong spoke, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Holy crap, Dean Bai Hong actually expelled Li Jiuyue. It's no surprise he got expelled. That guy brought such disgrace upon our academy. Expulsion is actually a pretty light punishment, you know. Exactly. What's the point of keeping a useless loser like him around? It's embarrassing, really. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Li Jiuyue remained expressionless, though inside he couldn't help but snort coldly. Expulsion, huh? Just as I thought. Nothing matters more than the academy's reputation. Li Jiuyue, you may leave now. Bai Hong urged, frowning. Exactly. You're no longer a student of Tianming Academy. What are you still clinging to this place for? Get out of the academy now. The angry shouts of the crowd stirred no emotion within Li Jiuyue. If anything, she felt a slight urge to laugh. Staying here offered no future. Besides, with this talent to plunder endlessly, why should he worry about growing stronger? But before leaving, there was one thing he absolutely had to do. With that thought, he lifted his head to look at Bai Hong. I can leave the academy, but I have one request. Bai Hong gave him a deep look, a vague sense of foreboding stirring within him. What is it? As long as it's not too unreasonable, I'll consider it. Li Jiuyue's gaze turned cold as he looked at Xia Bingyao beside him, yet the words that followed sent shockwaves through the crowd. I demand a duel with her. Chapter 4, so what if she's S-rank? I'll still take her down. The moment the words left his mouth, students supporting Xia Bingyao immediately sneered in mockery. Li Jiuyue, have you suddenly turned into a fool? Exactly. Our goddess Bingyao is a bona fide S-rank professional now. And you? You don't even have a class. Do you even deserve to challenge her? Hearing the crowd's jeers, Bai Hong not only failed to intervene but instead handed the decision over to Xia Bingyao herself. Bingyao, you decide this matter yourself. It seemed he didn't believe Li Jiuyue had any chance of winning. It would only be an invitation to humiliation. Principal, doing this won't cause trouble, will it? A teacher asked with concern. After all, Li Jiuyue was an all-around prodigy excelling in every academy discipline, a true prodigal son whose physical prowess and combat skills far surpassed everyone else. Bai Hong, however, waved it off with utter indifference. Accursed good for nothing. What kind of waves could he possibly make? What's there to fear? He's no longer a student of our academy. Seeing Bai Hong dismiss it so casually, the other teachers felt awkward to say anything and could only silently watch the scene unfold. At that moment, Li Jiuyue pointed a single finger at Xia Bingyao with extreme arrogance. Well, are you brave enough? Xia Bingyao merely shot him a disdainful glance before slowly striding toward the duel platform. The crowd hurriedly stepped back, clearing a space for the duel. On the arena, Xia Bingyao stated coolly, if you can last 3 moves against me, this duel is yours. Are all S-rank transferees as long-winded as you? All this nonsense. Li Jiuyue flexed his muscles and assumed a defensive stance. The system then issued a prompt. Target, Xia Bingyao. Gender, female. Class, God tier shadow assassin. Talent, Nightfall instant kill upgradable. Each attack has a 10% chance to deliver a one-hit kill. In darkness, this chance increases to 20%. Skill 1, S-rank ultimate terror, emits fear around oneself using one's killing intent. The stronger the killing intent, the larger the fear radius, and the fear effect continuously increases. Skill 2, S-rank night awakening. In night conditions, all attributes increase by 10%, speed increases by 20%, critical strike chance rises to 30%, and grants invisibility. Strength, 30. Speed, 50. Defense, 27. Mental power, 10. Upon hearing the system's description, Li Jiuyue couldn't help but marvel. It was actually an upgradable talent truly worthy of an S-rank. But I'm going to plunder your talents. Moreover, a rank practitioners start with only 1 skill, capped at a maximum of 6. S-rank practitioners are different, they start with 2 skills and can reach a maximum of 10. While Li Jiuyue was still reeling from the shock, Xia Bingyao launched her attack. But Li Jiuyue reacted swiftly, dodging the attack and countering with a strike to her back. In the next instant, he felt his body undergo a peculiar transformation. Plunder successful. Acquired Xia Bingyao's talent, Nightfall instant kill. The target's innate ability is permanently damaged, preventing any future enhancement. Hearing the system's notification, Li Jiuyue had no time for excitement. His priority was to strip Xia Bingyao of everything she possessed. Though Xia Bingyao's attacks were fierce and swift, not a single blow landed on Li Jiuyue. Because she was arrogant. She hadn't even considered Li Jiuyue a worthy opponent. She believed that dealing with such a worthless loser required no skills whatsoever. But it was precisely this arrogance that gave Li Jiuyue his opening. Li Jiuyue had made unimaginable efforts for today's sacrifice. Precisely because of this, even without any class, his base attributes far surpassed those of others. Seizing the moment when Xia Bingyao underestimated him, Li Jiuyue counterattacked swiftly, landing a punch on her arm. Xia Bingyao reacted swiftly and dodged, but Li Jiuyue still managed to graze her clothing. Plunder successful, acquired skill, S-rank ultimate horror. Upgradable. S-rank? Nothing to brag about. Li Jiuyue scoffed with a dismissive laugh.
Li Jiuyue, you've truly angered me. Xia Bingyao's face darkened as murderous intent surged within her. Her pride wouldn't allow her to be humiliated like this by a cursed. A worthless piece of trash, how dare he even be mentioned in the same breath as her. As this thought struck her, Xia Bingyao's overwhelming killing intent unleashed ultimate terror. The terrifying intent began to rage, spreading rapidly across her body like a tangible force. Even the spectators below the duel platform felt a bone-chilling coldness, instantly covered in goosebumps. What terrifying killing intent! Senior Bingyao is furious. That good-for-nothing Li Jiuyue is in for it now. Senior Bingyao was just warming up earlier, she's only getting serious now. I'll bet 50 grand Li Jiuyue won't last a single move. Me too. He's probably scared out of his wits by now. On the elevated platform. After sensing the murderous intent emanating from Xia Bingyao, Bai Hong rose from his seat. It's over. On the duel platform. Facing this overwhelming killing intent, Li Jiuyue felt not fear but excitement. Is this killing intent from a skill? But mine is stronger than yours. Li Jiuyue's expression darkened as he immediately unleashed the ultimate terror he had stolen from Xia Bingyao. Instead, Li Jiuyue's killing intent proved far more terrifying than Xia Bingyao's. It was infused with all his pent-up resentment and fury. That icy killing intent caused the surrounding temperature to plummet instantly. The aura around him underwent a terrifying transformation in that moment, and that killing intent actually enveloped the entire academy. Everyone was stunned by that terrifying killing intent. They all felt a tightness in their chests, as if something was crushing their breath, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. My God, Senior Bingyao's killing intent is terrifying. I feel like I'm suffocating. That Bingxiao can unleash such terrifying killing intent? Truly frightening. Bai Hong took a deep breath, making a monumental decision in his heart. No matter what it took, no matter the cost, he would cultivate this prodigy, Xia Bingyao. But what the others didn't know was that this killing intent didn't originate from Xia Bingyao herself, but from Li Jiuyue. Overwhelmed by the crushing fear of that intent, Xia Bingyao felt as if her body had been filled with lead, utterly unable to move. What did you do? In that very instant, Li Jiuyue had already appeared before her. S-class, huh? You like sacrificing others, huh? I'll make you sacrifice. Li Jiuyue spoke as he unleashed a barrage of punches upon Xia Bingyao, striking without mercy, his blows brutal and relentless. With each punch landing on Xia Bingyao, the plunder system relentlessly stripped away her possessions. Plunder successful, acquired skill, S-Rank Night Awakening. Plunder successful, gain strength +5, speed +7, defense +6, mental power +3. On the high platform, Bai Hong, who had witnessed the entire scene, trembled with rage. In a flash, he appeared on the duel platform. Stop! Seeing Bai Hong intervene, Li Jiuyue slowly halted her actions. After all, he had already plundered all of Xia Bingyao's innate talents and skills. Coupled with her innate deficiencies, she would have no room for improvement in the future. Still, Li Jiuyue seemed unsatisfied. He stomped viciously on Xia Bingyao's body before finally stepping down from the duel platform. Li Jiuyue, you're asking for death. Bai Hong's rage boiled over, and he lunged forward to attack. Li Jiuyue sneered coldly, replying indifferently, "This is the duel arena, Principal Bai Hong. Surely you haven't forgotten the rules of the arena? What? Are you seriously threatening to attack me by force, Principal Bai Hong?" Chapter 5, Goblin Forest. You. Bai Hong was rendered speechless, forced to suppress the rage boiling within him. As the headmaster of Destiny Academy, if word got out that he'd resorted to violence, the repercussions would be disastrous, potentially even affecting next year's admissions. Seeing Bai Hong's furious expression, Li Jiuyue felt immensely satisfied. She turned and left the academy. Watching Li Jiuyue's retreating figure, Xia Bingyao bit her lip tightly, utterly baffled. Why had she lost to such a worthless fool? Noticing her distress, Bai Hong hurriedly offered comfort. "Bingyao, there's no need to be upset. You've only recently transitioned to S-rank, you're still unfamiliar with your new professional skills. He's a worthless failure cursed by the gods, his life is already ruined. But you're different. You're an S-rank, one of the few in all of Xia Nation. Your future holds limitless possibilities. Why waste your energy on a failure like him?" Seeing this, the others also rushed to console Xia Bingyao. Exactly. Senior Bingyao, that guy must have used some underhanded trick to win. How despicable. Exactly. He only knows how to use dirty tricks. It's disgusting. Hearing Bai Hong and the others' words, Xia Bingyao's heart felt a little better. That's right, I'm the high and mighty darling of heaven. You're nothing but a cursed piece of trash, why should I care about you? Bingyao, go rest first. I'll handle this matter. Bai Hong said. Xia Bingyao nodded and left the dueling arena. The moment she was gone, a teacher immediately approached. "Principal, should we call in the academy's enforcement squad?" Bai Hong's face darkened as he nodded. "Tell him to lay into him hard, preferably cripple that brat for life." Understood. After leaving Destiny Academy, Li Jiuyue immediately checked his plunder panel. He could already feel the immense changes occurring within his body. Both his strength and agility had surged dramatically. Name, Li Jiuyue. Class, Cursed Child Red Name. Strength, 45. Speed, 58. Defense, 38. Mental power, 8. Hidden talent, Infinite Plunder upgradable. Talent, Nightfall Instant Kill upgradable. Skills, Ultimate Terror, Night Awakening. This Infinite Plunder talent is truly God tier. Li Jiuyue rejoiced. Xia Bingyao, I should be thanking you. If not for you, I wouldn't have gained such an outrageously powerful talent. But there's the matter of being expelled from the academy. The thought of being expelled from Destiny Academy made Li Jiuyue sigh. He had no idea how he'd face his parents back home. Li Jiuyue's family wasn't particularly wealthy at best, they were ordinary folk. Though his parents had successfully completed the sacrifice ritual, the professions they obtained lacked any offensive attributes. They could only run a small business, barely scraping by to cover their basic needs. Getting him into Destiny Academy had cost his parents a fortune. Now, less than a week in, he'd been expelled. And the tuition fees, they were enough to cover the family's expenses for years. The thought made Li Jiuyue's heart ache. But suddenly, something occurred to him, and his expression instantly brightened with delight. I remember there's an open instance nearby. An open instance meant it was accessible to everyone anyone could enter. Some went for training, others purely for profit. Though the beasts within were exceptionally ferocious, they still presented a viable path to wealth. The pelts, fangs, and even the coveted beast cores of certain creatures held immense value. These items can be exchanged for gold coins, often fetching a hefty price. This way, you can rapidly boost your strength while earning some cash, killing two birds with one stone. With this thought in mind, Li Jiuyue jogged all the way to the dungeon's location. Dungeons are open to everyone, simply select one matching your level to enter. Dungeons were divided into solo and group instances. Group dungeons offered greater difficulty but richer rewards. Li Jiuyue pondered briefly before stepping into a C-rank dungeon. Right now, the most important thing was to boost his strength. There was no need to push for a higher level dungeon. Upon entering the instance, a mechanical voice immediately announced. Successfully entered dungeon. Dungeon level, C rank. Dungeon name, Goblin Forest. Goblins? A classic C-rank dungeon. Within seconds of entering the instance, several goblins wielding wolf tooth clubs charged toward them. Goblin. Level, C rank. Strength, 3. Speed, 1. Defense, 3. Skill, Club Dance. Description, swings a wolf's tooth club to perform simple attacks, maximum damage per attack, 5 points. Perfect. You'll be my practice targets. Li Jiuyue charged swiftly towards several goblins. One goblin swung its wolf tooth club at him. After swiftly dispatching it, Li Jiuyue hurled the goblin's corpse like a weapon, smashing it into the remaining goblins. In one swift move, the goblins were wiped out instantly. Triggered talent, Nightfall Instant Kill 1. After triggering Nightfall Insta-Kill 10 times, the talent will upgrade. What incredible luck! That 10% chance should be pretty low, huh? Looks like I'm a real lucky charm. Talent upgraded. This meant that as long as he kept using Instant Kill, its success rate would steadily increase, eventually reaching a staggering 100%. 100% instant kill. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Li Jiuyue smiled and stepped forward to touch the goblin corpses. Looting successful. Gain strength +2, speed +2, defense +1. Looting successful. Acquired C-grade weapon, Wolf Fang Club 3-inch. Looting successful. Acquired C-grade skill, Club Dance 3. Skill has reached maximum, uses 3-1. Proceed with evolution? It can actually evolve. Li Jiuyue was overjoyed and quickly exclaimed, evolve. As soon as the words left his mouth, the looted skill began to evolve. Evolution complete. Acquired a grade skill, Club Dance. Skill range increased to 3 meters. Damage increased to 30 points. Hearing the system's announcement, Li Jiuyue was genuinely stunned. Skills from low-level creatures like goblins were usually the worst, yet this evolution brought such a massive boost. Perfect timing, I've got a wolf's tooth club right here. Let's test its power. With that, Li Jiuyue drew his wolf tooth club and charged toward the goblin horde before him. Though the wolf tooth club was a rather trash weapon, with the boost from the skill and talent, Li Jiuyue began slaughtering enemies left and right. Before long, he had wiped out the entire horde of goblins. Before he could loot the bodies, the wolf tooth club suffered severe damage. Wolf Fang Club damage level 199. Damn, it's got barely any durability left. Li Jiuyue didn't care much and tossed it aside casually. But just then, the system emitted an upgrade notification. Thunder or detected. Can be fused with Wolf Fang Club. Proceed with fusion? Li Jiuyue, Fusion. He picked up the wolf tooth club from the ground, then grabbed a piece of lightning ore lying nearby. This ore was fairly common, found in almost every dungeon. Because it was so ordinary, it didn't fetch much money, but it could release a faint lightning power. It can actually fuse with weapons? Let's try it. Fusion. As Li Jiuyue spoke, the two items began rapidly merging together.
In the next instant, a mace glowing with a brilliant blue light appeared before him. Not only had its form changed, but it now radiated a powerful thunderous energy, emitting a constant crackling hum.
Weapon name, Thunder Fong.
Description: forged from the fusion of a wolf's tooth club and thunderstone, its shaft is covered in lightning-like patterns, flickering with a blue-purple glow.
Grade, A class. Durability 1000.
Properties: absorbs thunderous energy and creates a thunderstorm zone upon use, paralyzing enemies within range. Skill: releases a powerful lightning strike as an attack, dealing up to 150 damage to the target.
Chapter 6, Skill Fusion? Holy crap! The fused wolf tooth club is terrifying. Li Jiuyue was genuinely stunned.
While the six-winged God King's curse prevented him from gaining experience or equipping gear to enhance his strength, it certainly didn't restrict him from using fused equipment. Moreover, this Thunder Fong is already on par with ordinary A-grade weapons, and with its thunder power, it could even reach A+. If it absorbs enough thunder energy in the future, it might even undergo a second evolution. At this thought, Li Jiuyue's grip on the Thunder Fong tightened with growing excitement.
If nothing else, the weapon's appearance alone was genuinely intimidating.
After stowing the weapon away, Li Jiuyue began systematically looting the goblin corpses scattered across the ground. However, due to the goblin's extremely low stats, the base attributes gained from looting were consistently just 1 or 2 points.
Looting successful. Gain strength +1, speed +1, defense +1.
Fortunately, the sheer number of goblins meant that the cumulative boost was substantial. Strength increased by 10 points total, speed increased by 10 points total, defense increased by 10 points total.
Looting successful. Acquired C-grade weapon, Wolf Fong Club X 30-inch. Dance of the Wolf's Fong Club 30. Skill has reached maximum, uses 30-10. Evolved now? Oh, it can actually evolve.
The previous skill had already evolved to a grade.
Could this one evolve? Evolution complete. S-rank skill, Club Dance maxed. Effect, increases attack power by 20% when wielding weapons like the Wolf Fong Club.
Skill description: skill range increased to 5 meters, damage boosted to 110 points.
Li Jiuyue rejoiced, it really is S-rank.
Combining these two items, he could dominate not just C-rank dungeons, but even S-rank goblin dungeons. He hadn't even encountered a dungeon boss yet, and his gains were already this substantial. What a steal. With that thought, Li Jiuyue wasted no time and sped deeper into the dungeon. He hadn't gone far when he encountered this instance's boss. Goblin Chieftain. Level, C-rank. Strength, 20. Speed, 18. Defense, 30. Skills, Goblin's Inspiration, Magic Totem. After hearing the system's description, Li Jiuyue noticed 2 goblins standing beside the Goblin Chieftain. These 2 goblins differed from the ones encountered earlier. They were twice the size of the previous goblins, adorned with feather headdresses resembling those used in rituals, and each held a wooden staff resembling a magic wand. Goblin Elder. Rank, C class. Strength, 30. Speed, 15. Defense, 10. Skill, Fireball. An elite mob? As Li Jiuyue hesitated, the Goblin Chieftain roared furiously. The 2 goblins beside him simultaneously raised their fire staffs high, launching 2 fireballs hurtling toward Li Jiuyue. Li Jiuyue dodged the fireballs without hesitation. Just as he prepared to counterattack, 2 more fireballs came hurtling toward him. I need to get in close. Ultimate Terror. Skill activated, Ultimate Terror. After using Ultimate Terror 10 times, the skill will undergo an enhancement to 10. Li Jiuyue unleashed a surge of killing intent, spreading terror that instantly engulfed the 3 goblins' feet. Paralyzed by fear, the goblins froze completely. Seizing this opening, Li Jiuyue charged forward with Thunderfong in hand. But just then, a bizarre totem suddenly appeared above the Goblin Chieftain's head, and the 2 goblins snapped back to their senses. Immediately, one of them aimed its staff at Li Jiuyue. The next second, a fireball shot out. So fast. Fortunately, after plundering so many base attributes, Li Jiuyue's speed had greatly increased. He dodged the attack and appeared right before the 3 goblins. At that moment, the totem above the goblin priest's head vanished, plunging the 2 goblins back into endless terror. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jiuyue swung the Thunder Fong fiercely at the 3 goblins. The Thunder Fong dealt 150 damage. Combined with the Goblin Dance skill, this single strike instantly obliterated all 3 goblins. Defeated boss, Goblin Chieftain. Dungeon cleared. Dungeon rewards, Goblin Horn, Goblin Beast Core. Goblin Horn, when equipped, allows control over goblins within a 300-meter radius. Goblin Beast Core, the core within a goblin's body, purple gold in color. Enhances weapon strength. Gazing at the palm-sized horn in his hand, Li Jiuyue sighed deeply. Cursed by the 6-winged God King, he couldn't equip any gear. Too bad. Though I can't equip this Goblin Horn, I'll keep it for now. What if something fuses with it? Immediately, the system alert sounded. Triggered talent, Nightfall Instant Kill 3. After triggering Nightfall Instant Kill 10 times, the talent will upgrade. 410. Li Jiuyue approached the leaders of the 2 Goblin Elders and touched their corpses.
Plunder successful. Gain strength +1, speed +3, defense +2. The speed boost is pretty significant, not bad at all. Plunder successful. Acquired C-grade weapon, Goblin Staff 2-inch. Looting successful. Acquired C-grade skill, Fireball. C-rank skill, Fireball. Skill description, summons a fireball with a brief casting animation. Even after acquiring the most basic C-rank skill, Li Jiuyue remained genuinely delighted. Because even the most useless C-rank skill could evolve into an S-rank skill if used enough times. Then, he approached the Goblin Chieftain once more. Plunder successful. Gain strength +4, speed +4, defense +4. No wonder it's a dungeon boss, it gives a decent boost to base stats. Plunder successful. Acquired C-rank skill, Goblin's Inspiration. Acquired C-rank skill, Magic Totem. C-rank skill, Goblin's Rally. Skill description, upon activation, all goblins within a 50-meter radius gain a +5 boost to all attributes. C-rank skill, Magic Totem. Skill description, grants immunity to all debuffs for 3 seconds. Effect expires after 3 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Upon hearing the description of the Magic Totem, Li Jiuyue finally understood. So that's why those two goblins broke free from my fear effect. Just then, the system issued another prompt. Goblin's Inspiration and Magic Totem exhibit mutual attraction and can be fused. Proceed with fusion? These two skills can fuse? Li Jiuyue was stunned. To him, the Magic Totem was a decent skill, but the Goblin's Inspiration was utterly useless. It could only be used on goblins, and he wasn't a goblin. Could it be? Li Jiuyue reached a conclusion. Even if they were different types of skills, items, or even talents, as long as they could attract each other, they could fuse. Holy crap, that's awesome. Let's try fusing them. He was dying to see what the fused skill would look like. Chapter 7, The Adventurer's Guild. Fusion. As Li Jiuyue uttered the command, the two skills began to merge. Fusion successful. Acquired a rank skill, Divine Blessing. Grade A skill, Divine Blessing. Skill description, upon using Holy Blessing, all attributes increase by 20%. Immune to all negative effects for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 4 hours. 3 minutes of immunity? Li Jiuyue could scarcely believe the duration. Skills that grant immunity to negative effects are already extremely rare, let alone ones with a 3-minute duration. Just think 3 whole minutes is more than enough time for him to take down over a dozen goblin chieftains. This dungeon run was a total jackpot. Dungeon progress, 99%. Leave dungeon? 99%? That's not right. The boss is already dead, the progress should be 100%. Could there be some area I haven't explored yet? With that thought, Li Jiuyue didn't rush to exit the dungeon. Instead, he continued exploring within it. Sure enough, after a few steps, he discovered a cave. Upon entering, he found a massive wooden chest inside. Hey, this must be the hidden reward. Opening the wooden chest, several items lay inside. Rewards obtained, 10 gold coins, 1 red bottle, 1 ice blue herb. Rage potion, upon consumption, temporarily boosts the user's strength by 50 for 3 minutes. After 3 uses, the user enters a weakened state. Frostgrass, when consumed, increases the user's ice attribute strength by 5%. The effect lasts for 5 minutes with no side effects. These gold coins are quite valuable. 10 gold coins are roughly equivalent to 10,000 yuan. The Berserk potion is worth about 5,000 yuan, the ice bluegrass is also around 5,000 yuan, and the goblin beast core is 3,000 yuan. This single dungeon run netted me 23,000. And this is just the reward from the most basic C-rank dungeon. Not bad. Gazing at the gold coins before him, a bold idea took root in his mind. I wonder if this will work. He placed his hand on the gold coins. Plunder successful, gained defense +5. Holy crap, it actually worked. Li Jiuyue was overjoyed and immediately touched the frostgrass and berserk potion. Plunder successful, gained cold resistance +3, attack power +2. I actually gained new attributes. Li Jiuyue hurriedly checked his system panel. Name, Li Jiuyue. Class, Cursed Child Red Name. Strength, 64. Speed, 77. Defense, 60. Mental Strength, 8. Cold Resistance, 3. Hidden Talent, Infinite Plunder upgradable 5800 proficiency points remaining for next upgrade. Talent, Nightfall Insta-Kill 410. Skills, Ultimate Terror 210, Night Awakening 010, Club Dance Maxed, Fireball 010, Divine Blessing 010. Note, talents and skills evolve after being used a certain number of times. Weapons, Wolf Tooth Club 33, Goblin Staff 2, Thunder Phone. Equipment, Goblin Horn Unwearable, Goblin Beast Core. Items, 10 gold coins, Berserk Potion, Frostgrass. After reviewing the stats panel, Li Jiuyue nodded in satisfaction. This plunder talent truly defied expectations. Just one C-rank dungeon yielded not only massive base stat increases but also 3 new skills. Alright, time to head out. Dungeon progress 100%, leave dungeon? Leave. As soon as the words left his mouth, a teleportation gate appeared before Li Jiuyue.
After exiting the instance, dusk had fallen, but Li Jiuyue didn't head straight home. Instead, he made his way to the nearest guild hall. It was less a guild and more a massive marketplace. Anything of value you obtained could be brought to the guild to exchange for money, or even barter for goods. The guild was called Adventurers. Its influence was vast, spanning nearly the entire Xia kingdom, and it operated the largest information network. For certain 4-player dungeons, if a party was short on members, they would first come to the guild. After negotiating compensation with others, they would then venture into the dungeon together. Additionally, the guild posts quests where completing tasks earns you guild rewards. Though it was late, the guild hall buzzed with people discussing the major events of recent days. Hey, have you heard? Something major happened at the sacrificial ceremony at the Heavenswell Academy today. A student from the academy triggered a cosmic phenomenon. Too bad I was stuck in a dungeon and missed it. I saw it with my own eyes. The scene was like the apocalypse itself. And guess what? That kid got cursed, turned into some cursed child, and became a total waste of space. Ha! Not only is he a failure, but he's a cursed failure. What a shame. I wonder what he looks like. I'd love to see this so-called cursed child for myself. Upon entering the guild, Li Jiuyue heard the surrounding chatter and let out a helpless chuckle. But he didn't dwell on it, instead heading straight to the guild counter. Hello, how may I assist you? A very polite guild attendant inquired. Li Jiuyue pulled out the 10 gold coins, along with the berserk potion and frostgrass. Check how much these are worth, cash them all out, he said, handing over his gold card. This gold card held his living expenses, but he no longer needed them. Certainly. While the guild attendant inspected the items, Li Jiuyue scanned the quest board on the wall. Group invites for dungeons were also posted there. A rank dungeon, Dark Night Forest. 4-player group. 1 spot open. Dark Night Forest. Li Jiuyue paused. Just then, the young lady jogged over to him, holding the gold card. Hello, the total for these items is 20,000. After deducting the service fee, the funds have been deposited into your card. Li Jiuyue took the card and pointed to the 4-player dungeon notice on the wall. Excuse me, has no one accepted this dungeon yet? The attendant nodded and explained carefully, yes, this instance has been up for 6 days. If no one takes it today, it will be forcibly cancelled. Li Jiuyue nodded and said calmly, I'll take this instance. Please arrange it for me. Hearing this, a hint of awe immediately flashed in the young woman's eyes. This was an A-rank mission, and the youth before her was actually an A-rank professional. Understood. Please report here at 8 a.m. tomorrow for the gathering. Li Jiuyue nodded and turned to leave the guild. But just 3 seconds after he departed, a hooded figure sitting in the corner turned and also walked out of the guild. Finally, you're here. Chapter 8, Hey, buddy, here to deliver the package? The Dark Forest, huh? Li Jiuyue smiled, already feeling excited. Since the Dark Night Forest instance was rated a tier, its danger level was extremely high, requiring a party to enter. But he didn't care about that. What mattered was that within the Dark Night Forest lay something that could enhance his strength. His 2S-rank skills hadn't yet evolved or fused, and the Dark Night Forest instance shared certain similarities with his abilities. Therefore, he was certain he would reap great rewards within the Dark Night Forest. But as he walked home, he suddenly sensed something and halted in his tracks. Come out. Haven't you been following me long enough? Aren't you tired? He turned and spoke calmly toward a shadowy spot. Yet, the silence remained unbroken. Still hiding? Li Jiuyue frowned. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black emerged from the dead silence. For a worthless piece of trash, his senses are surprisingly sharp. Li Jiuyue sized up the figure. Though cloaked in darkness, the aura emanating from him indicated he was at least AB rank. Who are you? Why are you following me? Even as a worthless piece of trash, you still talk tough. The cloaked figure sneered coldly. You've crossed someone you shouldn't have. Did Bai Hong send you? Li Jiuyue asked. He racked his brains and realized only the folks from Tianming Academy would resort to such petty tricks. So what if I know? Seeing this, the cloaked figure dropped the act, revealing his face. A gleaming gold enforcement squad badge hung from his chest. Upon seeing the man's true face, the system immediately issued a prompt. Target, Situ Nan. Gender, male. Occupation, level 25 B rank poison master. Innate talent, natural poison body, innately possesses extreme resistance to toxins, even absorbing poison to enhance personal strength. Skill 1, B rank shadow toxin. First strike guarantees 100% paralysis, second strike guarantees 100% poisoning. Poison and paralysis effects stack indefinitely. Skill 2, B rank venomous corrosion, releases highly corrosive venom capable of dissolving metal and flesh, utterly terrifying. Strength 35. Speed 40. Defense 22. Mental power 7. Stu Nan let out a cold laugh before pulling out a sharp dagger. The blade glinted silver in the darkness, looking rather unsettling. A single cut from this blade will allow the poison to slowly consume your entire body, or perhaps corrode your flesh and blood, letting you die in endless agony. Li Jiuyue's face darkened, his heart filled with intense displeasure.
He never imagined that old bastard Bai Hong would be so ruthless, completely without scruples, actually sending a B-rank poison master. Well, if that's the case, I won't hold back either. Truth be told, I noticed you back when we were at the guild. Heh, guess why I came here knowing full well someone was following me. Situnan paused, then sneered coldly in mockery. Ha, what are you trying to pull? You're just picking a nicer spot to meet your end. Li Jiuyue smiled as the thunder fong in his hand began to glow faintly with lightning. Wrong. This is Xia Nation's most intricate alleyway. Patrols never come here. Besides, at this hour, even if you die, no one will ever know. With that thought, Li Jiuyue immediately activated his S-rank skill, Night Awakening. In night mode, all his attributes received a massive boost and he gained invisibility. The next second, he vanished from his spot as if he'd evaporated into thin air. Damn it! That kid was right here a second ago. Where the hell did he go? Stunan cursed under his breath, about to set off in pursuit. He sensed a deadly aura rapidly closing in from behind. In that instant, he truly felt the Grim Reaper standing right behind him. No! He instinctively spun around, brandishing his dagger as a shield. Clang! The dagger struck something, sparks flying blue. Who's playing tricks here? Come out, he shouted into the darkness before him. But no sound came from the darkness. Could it be that kid? The thought barely crossed Stunan's mind when a lightning-fast strike lashed toward his face. Venom Corrosion. Situnan shifted his stance, a potent corrosive liquid suddenly appearing in his hand. He flung it violently toward the lightning bolt. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The lightning vanished. Thinking he'd landed a hit, Stunan rushed forward to inspect the damage. But upon closer inspection, he realized his skill hadn't struck the target at all, it had hit the ground. What? I missed? He tried to react, but it was too late. The lightning bolt reappeared. This time, the lightning struck him directly in the back. Stunan had no time to dodge and was struck. Gah! He coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, his body severely injured. Though the Poison Master possessed formidable offensive power, its defenses were extremely weak. Once struck by a heavy attack, there was virtually no chance of survival. At that very moment, the lightning bolt finally revealed its true form. Li Jiuyue, clutching the thunder fong, slowly emerged from the darkness. The moment he saw Li Jiuyue, Situnan looked as though he'd seen a ghost. It's you? Impossible. This can't be. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. The power this kid displayed was nothing like that of a newly promoted loser. How could this be? Li Jiuyue offered no reply, merely advancing expressionless toward him. Wait. You can't kill me. I'm part of the Tianming Academy Enforcement Squad. If you kill me, the Academy won't let you off the hook. Stunan cried out in terror. While pleading for mercy, his other hand secretly reached behind him and pulled out an object resembling a signal flare. But Li Jiuyue gave him no chance to continue his nonsense, instantly ending him with the thunder fong. He then proceeded to strip the items from Situnan's body. Plunder successful. Acquired B-rank talent, natural poison body. Plunder successful. Acquired B-rank skill, shadow toxin. Plunder successful. Acquired B-rank skill, venom corrosion. Plunder successful. Gain strength +3, speed +4, defense +1, and mental power +1. Not bad, a poison-based talent. Li Jiuyue smiled with satisfaction. Within a minute, Li Jiuyue had stripped every plunderable item from Situnan's body. He promptly cleaned up all traces of the battle before tossing Situnan's corpse toward the dungeon entrance. Since he had killed Situnan with the Wolf Tooth Club and covered all other traces, the enforcement squad would undoubtedly assume he had been killed by goblins within the dungeon. After tying up all loose ends, Li Jiuyue jogged back home. By the time he arrived, it was late. Zhang Yi and Li Wenbin had already retired for the night. Li Jiuyue tiptoed back to his room, checked his character panel, and went to bed early. The next morning, he arrived at the guild entrance before 8 o'clock. Sure enough, the instance entrance was swarming with people. Stunan's body had been taken away by the Xia Kingdom's enforcement squad. Ah, another unlucky soul. Exactly. He clearly wasn't strong enough but insisted on entering the dungeon. Now look. Upon seeing Situnan's body, one man's expression turned panicked and he immediately fled the crowd. Li Jiuyue observed the scene with remarkable composure. He wasn't worried about Bai Hong causing trouble. After all, there was no evidence to prove he was the killer. Besides, the task Bai Hong had assigned this man was never meant to be exposed. He then walked into the guild hall. Before long, a tall man entered the guild. Found someone for the dungeon run? Chapter 9, Entering the Dark Night Forest. Found someone for the dungeon run? The tall man asked impatiently. The guild mistress nodded and introduced Li Jiuyue. Hello, you're missing one person, right? I'm here to fill the spot. You? The tall man eyed Li Jiuyue up and down, a hint of contempt flickering in his eyes. No way. With those skinny arms and legs, you're not cut out for this. You're not just here to freeload off the rewards, are you? Just as he was thinking this, another man walked in. Gao Yu, heard you found someone for the dungeon run? Uxian walked up to Gao Yu with a smile, slapping him on the shoulder. Clearly, their relationship was anything but ordinary. But his attention was quickly drawn to Li Jiuyue. Bro, you. Yep, I'm here to fill the roster. Li Jiuyue smiled. Fine, just don't slow us down. Uxian said this on the surface, but secretly had his own agenda.
He and Gao Yu exchanged a knowing glance. Gao Yu, this kid probably just wants to coast through for the rewards. Looking at him, he doesn't seem like a professional with A-level skills. He better have the skills. If he thinks he can coast through the dungeon rewards, I'll make him walk in standing and come out lying down. Just as the two exchanged glances, a woman entered the guild. She sported fiery red hair, her brow radiating a heroic spirit. Slender eyebrows arched slightly upward, her skin as fair as jade, her nose straight and prominent, lips the color of cherry blossoms. Clear eyes held a sharp gleam. Now that we're all here, let's get moving. After the woman entered, all eyes instantly focused on him. Li Jiuyue glanced at her. What an overwhelming sense of pressure. She could feel the overwhelming aura emanating from this woman. At that moment, the system issued a prompt. Target, Ji Hanyue. Gender, female. Occupation, a class dragon knight. Talent, dragon scale protection, possesses skin as hard as a dragon's, capable of withstanding most magical attacks and physical damage. Innately attuned to dragon kin. Skill 1, a rank, dragon flame incineration spews a searing dragon breath that sweeps across the battlefield like a fiery tornado, incinerating all obstacles ahead. Causes sustained burning upon hitting targets. Skill 2, a rank, dragon soul roar erupts with a deafening dragon's bellow that directly assaults souls, plunging targets into brief terror and disorientation. Skill 3, a rank, dragon blood surge, ignites the dragon blood within, granting massive attribute boosts to the entire body for 10 minutes, followed by 10 minutes of weakness. Strength, 90. Speed, 45. Defense, 120. Mental power, 12. A dragon-type skill? Li Jiuyue was utterly shocked. No wonder I felt that oppressive aura emanating from her. And now she possesses 3 skills, each incredibly powerful. At that moment, the system began displaying information about the other 2 individuals. No need. I have no interest in knowing their information, Li Jiuyue thought indifferently. The 4 exited the guild, drawing considerable attention along the way, especially Ji Hanyue. People admired not only her beauty, but even more so her formidable strength. And so, the 4 entered the Dark Night Forest instance together. The Dark Night Forest was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint moonlight filtering through. Every corner was filled with an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Buzz. Suddenly, a humming sound filled the air, and simple class descriptions appeared above each player's head. Solo players entering the instance wouldn't receive such prompts. Only when 4 players entered together would each person's head display their class, level, and profession. Ji Hanyue, level 30A rank Dragon Knight. Gao Yu, level 28A rank Holy Swordsman. Uxian, level 26A rank Water Elementalist. The 3 were intensely curious about Li Jiuyue's class. They looked up. Li Jiuyue, Cursed Child red name level 1 cannot level up. Upon seeing Li Jiuyue's class, Gao Yu and Uxian nearly cursed in unison. Even Ji Hanyue's pretty face betrayed a hint of shock. Red names were extremely rare in dungeons, only those who violated certain rules would display them. Clearly, Li Jiuyue belonged to that category. Holy, red name? Cursed child? Damn it, you're the cursed child, not. Whether Gao Yu was furious or stunned, he was too flabbergasted to speak. Damn it, why didn't you tell us before? Uxian was equally speechless. Didn't that mean they dragged a useless burden into the dungeon? And he's ING level 1. Damn it, this kid really just wanted to tag along for the rewards. If that's the case, then our plan is. The thought made Uxian fume. No way. How could we bring such dead weight into the dungeon? Exactly. This A-rank dungeon is already tough enough without dragging this dead weight along. Gao Yu chimed in immediately. So what? Li Jiuyue frowned, his voice low and menacing. Gao Yu shouted, go farm rewards in other dungeons. Don't drag us down. I agree. Uxian raised his hand in support. Ji Hanyue, you don't want to bring dead weight into the dungeon either, right? But at that moment, Ji Hanyue made a move neither of them expected. Fine. Damn it, Ji Hanyue, have you lost your mind? Gao Yu looked utterly shocked. Ji Hanyue gave him a cold glance. Can you find anyone else to join the dungeon now? An A-rank dungeon was already extremely difficult, and with the dungeon closing in a day, finding someone now was simply too late. Gao Yu was momentarily speechless. Li Jiuyue calmly added, since it's a team dungeon, I'll contribute my share. You don't need to worry about me. No way. You still have the nerve to talk big? Like we'd actually rely on a useless piece of trash like you? Gao Yu grew angrier the more he thought about it. Forget it. Ignore him. Uxian said indifferently, pulling Gao Yu aside. The two of them whispered about something. Alright, it's settled. The two seemed to have reached an agreement.
They walked over and said, "For Ji Hongyue's sake, we'll let you join this time." Just then, the dungeon began spawning minions, and the surrounding trees seemed to come alive. And their numbers were staggering too many to even count. The moment they entered the instance, they were surrounded. Attack! Ji Hongyue charged forward first, wielding a blood-red greatsword as she hacked and slashed her way through the horde. Gao Yu and Uxin exchanged cold glances at Li Jiuyue before joining the fray. Dark Tray Ant. Level A. Strength 70. Speed 20. Defense 100. Skill Infinite Growth. Rank dungeons are terrifying after all, even these minions' stats are off the charts. Well then, I'm going all out too. Night Awakening. Activating Night Awakening, Li Jiuyue entered a state of invisibility. In this state, his combat prowess surged dramatically. Gripping the Thundertooth tree, he charged toward the Dark Tray Ant before him. Thud! This single strike sent the Tray Ant crashing into the ground. Thunder's Fong possessed 150 attack power, while these Tray Ants only had 100 defense, nearly a one-hit kill. Just as he reached out to extract the Tree Man's attributes, an unexpected twist occurred. Chapter 10, 2 with Hidden Agendas. Infinite Regeneration Treefolk exclusive. Skill description: as long as a sliver of its roots remains, it will rapidly regrow until its original form is fully restored. The Tray Ant, hammered down to a single arm, began slowly regenerating. Countless branches and fragments rapidly spread across its body. Recover? Li Jiuyue wouldn't give it a chance to heal. With the Thunder Fong in his hand, he delivered another decisive blow. This blow, amplified by the immense power of thunder, obliterated it completely, roots and all. No, I need to leave some roots intact, how else would I extract it? Swish! The moment the thought crossed his mind, over a dozen Tray Ants swarmed toward him. Fireball! Boom! Perhaps due to the low level of the fireball spell, the attack wasn't particularly powerful. Fortunately, fire held a natural advantage against Tray Ants, burning a large hole in its chest. Perfect! This will help me level up my fireball spell. Swish! Whoosh! Li Jiuyue unleashed a relentless barrage of fireballs. Fist-sized orbs of flame rained down on the tree men like a violent storm. Since he was casting the spell while invisible, the fireballs appeared like ghostly will-o'-the-wisps. However, the battle on Ji Hongyue's side was equally intense, so she didn't even notice this detail. Especially Ji Hongyue as a dragon knight, her mastery of fire was truly unparalleled. With a single dragon flame incineration, she cleared the field, instantly incinerating hundreds of Tray Ants. Moreover, the flames possessed the ability to sustain burning, so the Tray Ants were reduced to ashes before they could even respawn. Just as Ji Hongyue finished clearing the area, Li Jiuyue's battle also concluded. After relentlessly casting Fireball spell, the skill finally saw some improvement. Fireball skill has reached maximum level 2010. Complete evolution? Evolve! Li Jiuyue exclaimed impatiently. Evolution complete. A rank skill, Wrath of the Flame God 030. Skill description: summons the Flame God to possess the caster, enveloping the body in raging flames. Capable of unleashing powerful fire shockwaves. Duration: 5 minutes. Wrath of the Flame God, that name sounds epic. Too bad those Tray Ants were all burned to ashes, can't extract anything from them. By this time, Ji Hongyue and the others had already cleared all the Tray Ants ahead. However, having expended considerable stamina, Ji Hongyue was panting slightly, looking as though she'd just fought a battle. Yet Gao Wei and Uxin showed not a single tear in their clothes. Li Jiuyue glanced at the two and frowned. After dealing with the Tray Ants, Gao Yu volunteered to lead the way. This way. Uxin followed closely behind. Ji Hongyue hesitated for a moment but then followed without further thought. Li Jiuyue brought up the rear, keeping a close watch on Gao Yu and Uxin's every move. After walking for about 5 minutes, Gao Yu, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. Something's up. Ji Hongyue furrowed her delicate brows and gripped her greatsword tightly. Li Jiuyue edged closer to peer ahead and realized they had stumbled into a graveyard. A graveyard? Moonlight filtered through pale clouds, casting eerie shadows that made the surrounding black gravestones appear even more terrifying. A closer look revealed there were easily hundreds of tombstones here. Looks like another tough battle ahead. Just as Ji Hongyue thought this, movement stirred beneath the graveyard. Swish! In the next instant, a pair of skeletal hands slowly crawled out from the graves. Then a third pair, a fourth pair. In the blink of an eye, the once empty tomb was now filled with hundreds of skeletal soldiers. Some wielded battle blades, while others carried shields fashioned from bones. Undead Warrior. Rank A. Strength 120. Speed 52. Defense 180. Skills none. Boom! In the next instant, hordes of undead began charging toward Li Jiuyue and his 3 companions. Though not particularly formidable, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, more than double the previous wave of Tray Ants. Ji Hongyue wasted no time, immediately activating her skill, Dragon Blood Boil. Upon activating Dragon Blood Surge, all her attributes received a massive boost. However, she would enter a weakened state 10 minutes after activation, meaning she had to finish the battle within that time frame. Don't just stand there. Move.
Watching Ji Hongyue charge forward after activating Dragon Blood Boil, the two companions exchanged a glance and shared a cold smile. They charged forward with weapons drawn as well, but these two did not unleash any skills, relying solely on basic slashes. Moreover, they deliberately controlled the direction of the undead horde, attempting to lure it toward the central area. Ji Hongyue fought relentlessly, while Gao Yu and the other harbored ulterior motives, completely oblivious to Li Jiuyue lurking behind them. After dodging an undead warrior's attack, Li Jiuyue swiftly countered with a Thunderfang hammer strike. Crash! The blow shattered the skeleton warrior's bones to pieces, yet it still didn't fall. 180 defense points really make a difference.
How about this then? Dance of the Wolf's Fang.
After activating the skill, his attack power surged by 20%, and the skill's range expanded to 5 meters. Single target damage instantly transformed into area damage. Li Jiuyue, gripping the Thunderfang, leapt into the air and slammed it down hard right in the center of the undead warriors. Boom! With a 20% attack boost plus 110 damage, he instantly wiped out nearly 30 undead warriors. Though there's a pile of bones left, they should still be lootable. He reached out and touched the bones of one of the undead warriors.
Looting successful. Gain strength plus 5. Is it because my looting level isn't high enough that I only got this little strength?
After all, this undead warrior had 120 attack power.
Whatever. As long as it boosts my strength.
Just as he prepared to touch the bones of the remaining undead warriors, an unexpected incident occurred. These skeletons are such a pain, how could there be so many? Ji Hongyue gasped, her breath fragrant. The dragon blood's boiling effect would end in 2 minutes. If it were just one wave of undead warriors, it would be manageable. But if... The moment the thought crossed her mind, the worst-case scenario unfolded. Buzz. A buzzing sound filled the air, followed by waves of mournful wails echoing from the graveyard. In the next instant, hundreds more undead warriors crawled out from beneath the earth. This time was different. They were clad in armor made entirely of bones, wielding bone shields in their hands, and even their appearance had changed slightly. How could this be? Ji Hongyue gasped in shock. Boom! Before she could react, hordes of undead warriors charged toward them. They're all resurrected? Li Jiuyue exclaimed in confusion. At that moment, the system updated with new information. Undead warrior enhanced. Rank A. Strength 140. Speed 60. Defense 200. Skills none. They've been reborn and all of them have been enhanced. Surveying the enhanced undead warriors before him, Li Jiuyue scanned his surroundings. To his surprise, he couldn't spot Gao Yu and the others anywhere. In an instant, Li Jiuyue understood. No wonder Gao Yu had suddenly insisted on leading the way he'd been planning to double-cross them. So that's how it is. Those two bastards. What a clever scheme. But you picked the wrong target. Li Jiuyue gave a cold laugh and, in his Dark Knight Awakening state, sprinted swiftly toward Ji Hongyue. Chapter 11, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm showing my hand. He had already made up his mind about what to do next. Ji Hongyue was a decent person. If she died here, clearing the A-rank dungeon alone would become exponentially harder. As for Gao Yu and Uxin, they would be forever trapped within the Dark Knight Forest. Right in the center of the graveyard. Gao Yu, Uxin, my skill's duration is almost up, cover me. Before Ji Hongyue could finish her sentence, she turned to find Gao Yu and the others had vanished without a trace. Ji Hongyue, your dragon blood boil effect is about to wear off, isn't it? Hearing Gao Yu's laughter, Ji Hongyue glanced back and saw that the two had somehow escaped to the branches of a large tree. Gao Yu, Uxin, what are you doing? You. Seeing the sinister grins on their faces, Ji Hongyue instantly understood everything. These two deliberately led her astray, luring her to this place with only one purpose in mind. You're double-crossing me. This is how we make our living. Why bother with decency? Gao Yu said nonchalantly. Don't worry. Once you and that kid are dead, no one will ever know what happened here. As he spoke, Gao Yu glanced around for Li Jiuyue but found no trace of him. That kid sure can run fast. No big deal. He's just a useless piece of trash. We can deal with him after Ji Hongyue is dead. Uxin chuckled. With just the two of you, there's no way you'll make it through the entire A-rank dungeon. You're courting death too. Ji Hongyue's face darkened. She never imagined these two could be so scheming and vicious. You needn't worry about that. But... Gao Yu eyed Ji Hongyue up and down, a lecherous glint flashing in his eyes. He wondered what she would look like beneath that armor. Despite the armor, it couldn't conceal her exquisite, voluptuous figure. Combined with her coldly beautiful, peerless face, she was enough to drive countless men mad. Gao Yu licked his lips, then pulled a jet-black stone from his pocket. Ji Hongyue, I'll be honest with you, this is an A-grade artifact, the Netherworld Stone. As long as you stay within its protective range, the undead army won't attack. If you spend a few nights with me, I'll save you. How about it? He'd shelled out 300,000 on the black market for this thing. He had to recoup his investment somehow. You're dreaming. Absolutely not.
Ji Honyue's face flushed crimson, her eyes blazing with fury. If not for the end of her dragon blood's boiling phase, she would have made these shameless scoundrels pay dearly. Fine. Then let's see how you handle this 100-strong undead army. Gao Yu sneered coldly, folding his arms as he settled in for the show. As he spoke, hundreds of undead soldiers roared and charged toward Ji Honyue. Just then, the dragon blood boiling effect ended, plunging Ji Honyue into a state of extreme weakness. Damn it, I'll have to fight to the death. Yuxian smacked his lips with a hint of regret. She's so beautiful. It'd be a shame to just let her die like this. Gao Yu grinned lecherously, what's there to fear? We'll strike once she's utterly defenseless. You're the one who thinks ahead. Boom. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of undead soldiers charged forward, bellowing as they closed in on Ji Honyue. I have no choice but to fight. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a thunderous crack seemed to split the air behind her. Hiss. Boom. At that critical moment, a bolt of lightning streaked down from the sky, striking directly before Ji Honyue. Where the lightning struck, the surrounding undead army was instantly knocked back several meters, their bone shields shattered in an instant. It's you? As the lightning dissipated, Li Jiuyue's figure gradually came into Ji Honyue's view. What's wrong? Can't recognize me now? Li Jiuyue smiled faintly. You. Ji Honyue was too stunned to speak. Her pupils contracted sharply, her heart pounding wildly, leaving her dazed for a long moment. How could Li Jiuyue suddenly appear here? He was supposed to be. Moreover, he was clearly only at the first level. How could he possess such thunderous power? That force was terrifying. It had repelled the entire undead army with a single strike. While Ji Honyue reeled in shock, Gao Yu and Yu Hai, watching from their perch in the trees, were equally stunned. Where did this kid come from? I didn't even sense him. Yu Hai frowned, a thread of doubt rising in his mind. He was usually hyper-aware of his surroundings, yet before Li Jiuyue appeared, he hadn't sensed the slightest trace of the latter's presence. Witnessing this scene, Gao Yu was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure, letting out a cold, mocking laugh. If you want to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress, you should first gauge your own worth. In his mind, Li Jiuyue was nothing but a useless freeloader here for the rewards not even as good as the undead warrior standing before him. Gao Yu, this. Before Yuxian could finish, Gao Yu merely gave him a dismissive glance. Do you really think he could take on hundreds of undead soldiers alone? These undead have been enhanced. Even an A+ class professional wouldn't dare claim 100% chance of victory. What strength could a level 1 loser possibly have? We'll just watch this kid die and call it a day. Heh, true. Watching a loser's death throes should be entertaining. The two watched Li Jiuyue with mocking eyes, seemingly waiting for his performance. But what they witnessed next would haunt them for the rest of their lives, shattering every belief they'd held until that moment. You must run. You're no match for this undead horde. Ji Honyue cried out urgently. Though she was deeply grateful to Li Jiuyue for saving her in such a critical moment, this was an enhanced undead army. Even she knew she couldn't possibly handle it. Li Jiuyue, Thunder's Fang in hand, turned and strode toward the undead horde. Focus on recovering. Leave this to me. You. Ji Honyue tried to say more, but Li Jiuyue's figure vanished instantly from where he stood, moving so fast he left only an afterimage. Yet facing hundreds of undead soldiers, Li Jiuyue dared not let his guard down for even a moment. This wasn't dealing with goblins, this was a life or death struggle. One misstep, and he could die right here. However, the previous extractions had already granted him a massive boost to his attributes. Combined with the ability to enhance his strength skills, the result was Ultimate Horror. Club Dance. Divine Blessing. The moment the battle commenced, he unleashed 3 skills to amplify his might. Ultimate Terror temporarily incapacitated the undead horde. Club Dance boosted his attack power by 20% and increased damage by 110 points, while Divine Blessing granted a 20% increase to all attributes and immunity to all debuffs for 3 minutes. With a stack of offensive attributes piled onto him, Li Jiuyue felt power coursing through his entire body, an invincible sense of fearlessness. Swish! Facing the charging undead horde, Li Jiuyue channeled thunderous energy through his hands, accelerating to his absolute limit before crashing into the heart of the undead army like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Chapter 12, wait, you're level 1 against 2 enemies? Boom! Terrifying power instantly engulfed the entire graveyard, and a bolt of heavenly lightning struck the very center of the undead horde. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The immense assault uprooted nearby withered trees by their roots, and even the ground couldn't withstand the tremendous impact, caving in to form a massive crater. Triggered talent, Nightfall instant kill 1. Talent, Nightfall instant kill 710. When the thick smoke finally cleared, the scene before Gao Yu and his companion made their eyes widen in shock. Li Jiuyue had obliterated nearly 70 reinforced undead warriors with a single strike. Even he likely hadn't anticipated such devastating power from that strike. Gao Yu's face turned deathly pale. His facial muscles twitched as his mouth hung slightly open, frozen in shock for a long moment. Wait, what the hell just happened? How did this kid suddenly? For a moment, Gao Yu couldn't even tell if this was reality or a dream. A level 1 loser, and a red-named one at that, could possess such strength? You're telling me this is ING level 1? Damn it! Gao Yu's mind erupted with a barrage of curses. Uxin was so shocked he nearly fell out of the tree. What the hell? Did I just see that? That kid took out all those enhanced undead warriors in one move? No way, you gotta be kidding me? He'd already started fantasizing about claiming the dungeon rewards and popping champagne early, but now his mind went completely blank. He couldn't think straight. Of all things, it turned out the Joker was actually them. It wasn't just Gao Yu and the others who were stunned. Even Ji Hongyue, who was recovering her strength, was utterly shocked. She'd planned to assist Li Jiuyue against this undead horde once her strength recovered somewhat, but now it seemed there was absolutely no need for that. He's that powerful. But isn't he only level 1? How could he? While Ji Hongyue was still reeling from shock, Li Jiuyue showed no sign of letting his guard down. He swiftly darted through the remaining 30 undead soldiers. He had to finish this quickly after all, though Scum Gaoyue and Uxin were still lurking nearby. With that thought, Li Jiuyue punched one of the undead warriors, but the creature swiftly blocked the blow with its shield. Boom! But it was useless. The shield shattered instantly under the force of the punch. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Almost simultaneously, Li Jiuyue's hand, gripping the thunder fong, came crashing down on the undead warrior's head. With one strike, the undead warrior was instantly smashed to pieces. Li Jiuyue then repeated the process, launching a frenzied assault on the remaining undead horde. 5 minutes later, hundreds of undead troops were completely annihilated, leaving only piles upon piles of bones. Uxin, who witnessed the scene firsthand, couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, I completely miscalculated. How the hell is this kid so strong? Impossible. He's just a cursed waste of space, a level 1 waste of space. Gao Yu gritted his teeth, forcing himself to suppress the panic rising within. Enough bickering. That kid must have used some kind of strength-enhancing potion to get so powerful. We're genuine A rankers, what's there to fear? With that, he leaped down from the tree and strode directly toward Li Jiuyue. Uxin sneered coldly and followed suit, leaping down as well. True. He's just a worthless piece of trash. What have I got to fear? At that moment, Li Jiuyue, having dealt with the undead horde, also walked toward the two. Kid, I didn't expect you to have some skills after all. But after dealing with this undead horde, the potion boosting your strength should have worn off by now, right? Gao Yu sneered coldly. Li Jiuyue stared expressionlessly at the pair without responding, for at that moment, the system issued a prompt. Target, Gao Yu. Gender, male. Class, a rank holy swordsman. Talent, divine protection, grants a sacred shield enveloping the body, capable of blocking one lethal attack usable once per day. Skill 1, a rank, star-shattering slash. Concentrates power into the weapon and swings it with force, granting a 70% armor-piercing effect. Skill 2, a rank, blade storm spins rapidly while wielding dual swords, dealing 70 points of continuous damage to surrounding enemies. Attack power stacks upon consecutive hits capped at 150 points. Strength, 83. Speed, 39. Defense, 70. Mental power, 10. The ability to withstand one lethal blow. This talent is rather intriguing. Li Jiuyue murmured to himself. Immediately after, the system displayed Uxin's information. Target, Uxin. Gender, male. Class, Grade A water elementalist. Talent, formless water, can control surrounding water elements and create a water space to contain a certain amount of water elements. Skill 1, Grade A water prison, forms a cage from water to imprison enemies. Imprisoned targets suffer reduced attack power and may suffocate to death. Skill 2, Grade A water dragon roar, summons a water elemental creature in the form of a water dragon, possessing immense offensive and defensive power. The dragon's roar reverberates, inflicting a significant intimidation effect on targets. Strength, 70. Speed, 51. Defense, 66. Mental power, 13. Water element, 100 maxed out. To actually wield water elemental power, this is intriguing. After thoroughly analyzing the two opponents' information, Li Jiuyue began formulating a battle plan in his mind. Though these two were scum, they were still A rankers. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. These two are quite a handful, but thankfully the Dark Night Forest is perpetually shrouded in darkness that gives me an absolute advantage. With that thought, Li Jiuyue turned to ask Ji Hongyue behind him. How many more minutes do you need? 4 minutes. Just hold out for 4 minutes. I promise I'll make these scum pay. Ji Hongyue said earnestly. Got it. Li Jiuyue nodded. Watching the two converse, Gao Yu chuckled coldly. Oomph. Still have time for chit-chat at a moment like this? Li Jiuyue glanced at them, then slowly brushed the dust off his clothes. So what? While we still have time, you two might as well talk your fill. Once we're underground, you won't get another chance. Oomph, all you've got is that silver tongue. Seeing Gao Yu about to continue his taunts, Uxin quickly interjected. This kid's stalling for time. Move. Otherwise, once that woman Ji Honyue recovers, we'll be in trouble. Gao Yu's expression darkened as he nodded, charging forward first. Li Jiuyue refused to be outdone, gripping his weapon and charging forward as well. Kid, daring to clash head-on with me? You're asking for death. Star-shattering slash. Gao Yu wasted no time either. His grip tightened on the greatsword as he unleashed a powerful sword chi that shot straight toward Li Jiuyue. It seemed he intended to finish Li Jiuyue with a single strike. Die. But just as the sword energy was about to strike Li Jiuyue, he slipped into stealth mode, his form completely merging with the darkness until he vanished. Skill activated, Night Awakening. Night Awakening 310. Watching his sword energy strike empty air, Gao Tui froze in shock. What? Where'd that kid go? Gao Yu, watch your back. Uxin sensed something was wrong and quickly warned him. Zzzzz. At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked toward Gao Yu's back. But Gao Yu's speed was no slouch either. He immediately unleashed Blade Storm. Blade Storm. Powerful sword chi swirled around him. This wasn't just a formidable offensive skill, it could also be used defensively. Clang. 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 In an instant, the sword chi and lightning collided, sparking a torrent of sparks. Gao Yu had assumed he could easily suppress Li Jiuyue with his own strength, but after the actual collision, his expression changed drastically. This kid's only level 1, yet he possesses such immense power? Chapter 13, This is the Gap in Power. Gao Yu was utterly shocked. He couldn't fathom how a level 1 useless individual could possess such overwhelming power, while he himself felt an inexplicable sense of suppression. This can't be. Just as he prepared to unleash his full power, Li Jiuyue showed no interest in prolonging the fight. He swiftly retreated out of Gao Yu's skill range. As Li Jiuyue vanished, Gao Yu instantly lost his target. An eerie silence descended upon the surroundings. Could it be invisibility? This kid actually knows how to cloak himself. Usually, stealth skills have a time limit. Once his invisibility wears off, I'll finish him off immediately. With that thought, Gao Yu gripped his greatsword tightly, scrutinizing every movement around him. But what Gao Yu hadn't anticipated was that Li Jiuyue's invisibility not only had no time limit, but actually boosted his attack power while concealed. Seeing this, Uxin couldn't help but curse under his breath. This idiot, there's no need to waste time on this kid. Just capture Ji Honyue and he'll show himself before you know it. But what he could think of, Li Jiuyue could think of too. Trying to play dirty? The moment he made his move, Li Jiuyue, cloaked in invisibility, swiftly closed the distance behind him. This time, he didn't use Thunderfawn, he unleashed a new skill. Venom Corrosion 110. Thunderfawn's lightning would reveal his position, but Venom Corrosion wouldn't. Moreover, this skill possessed immense destructive power. A single hit could be fatal. Whoosh. Invisibly cloaked, Li Jiuyue gathered venom in his palm and flung it forward the instant Uxin lowered his guard. Sizzle. Just as the venom was about to strike Uxin, the latter seemed to sense something. He spun around abruptly, instinctively summoning a water elemental shield to block the attack. Seeing the corrosive venom repelled, Li Jiuyue felt a pang of surprise. His perception is that sharp? Looks like this kid's got something special on him. Splash. The corrosive venom collided with the water element. But the venom's corrosive power was immense, turning Uxin's water element black. Seeing the situation was dire, Uxin immediately amplified the water element, finally causing the venom to dissipate completely. Poison? What's going on? This kid actually knows how to use poison. How is that possible? Uxin's mind raced. If this kid used poison, could he be an invisible poison master? But he used lightning against the undead army. What on earth was going on? The more Uxin thought about it, the more confused he became, to the point where his composure was severely shaken. Uxin, stop ing spacing out. Move. Gao Yu's furious shout snapped Uxin back to reality. He quickly regained his composure, the water element in his hands growing stronger and stronger until it finally transformed into a water dragon. Water dragon roar. Go! Uxin swung his arms, and the water dragon, as if guided by some force, surged toward Ji Honyue. No! Li Jiuyue accelerated to Ji Honyue's side, just as he was about to unleash the wrath of the flame god, when he felt an overwhelming surge of fiery energy spreading behind him. Dragon blood boils. Dragon flame incinerates the heavens. Roar! In the next instant, a fiery dragon radiating scorching heat shot forward, colliding head-on with the water dragon in the sky. Boom! Uxin had believed his water dragon could stand against Ji Honyue's fire dragon, but the moment the water dragon touched the fire dragon, it vaporized instantly, leaving no chance for resistance whatsoever. What? Uxin's face paled as he scrambled backward. The fire dragon's momentum showed no sign of slowing, charging straight toward Uxin. After activating Dragon Blood Boil, Ji Honyue's entire body received a massive attribute boost, including her fire energy. With no other choice, Uxin was forced to unleash the water dragon chant once more. Boom! This time, Ji Honyue's fire dragon was finally shattered completely.
But the water element stored within his spatial realm had been depleted by more than half.
Damn it, this is trouble. That brat actually dragged it out long enough for Ji Hongwei to recover. Gao Yu, what the hell was that? You can't even handle this useless piece of trash? Now what do you suggest we do? Uxin cursed furiously. He planned to toy with Ji Hongwei after taking care of this kid, but now. At the mention of Li Jiuyue, Gao Yu's expression didn't look any better either, his face twisted in a grimace. Damn it, and you have the nerve to talk to me? That kid's weird as hell, I can't even see him. What the hell is going on? As the two argued, Ji Hongwei thanked the air before her. Thanks a lot. No problem. Leave Gao Yu to me. Your skill duration is short, make it quick. Li Jiuyue declared before charging straight at Gao Yu. Cut it out. I'll hold off Ji Hongwei. You take care of that kid. Uxin had barely finished speaking when Ji Hongwei was already upon him. Gao Yu cursed under his breath, every nerve taut, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. Damn it, this kid's too weird. Why isn't his invisibility ending yet? No wonder. His perception wasn't strong, and he had no means to counter the invisibility ability. He could only wait for Li Jiuyue's skill duration to end and reveal his true form. But Li Jiuyue had already anticipated his thoughts. Seizing the blind spot in Gao Yu's defenses, Li Jiuyue swung the Thunder Fong, striking him squarely in the back. Splat! The fatal blow to his back automatically triggered Gao Yu's innate ability. His shield shattered and the ability's effect vanished. With his passive gone, an enraged Gao Yue began wildly unleashing skills in all directions. Star Shatter Slash. Blade Storm. But without a target, his attacks were nothing but wild flailing. Unbeknownst to him, Li Jiuyue had already stepped out of his attack range and set a trap. He deliberately left the Thunder Fong on the ground while slipping back into stealth mode. Spotting the weapon radiating thunderous power on the ground, Gao Yue erupted in wild joy, convinced he had slain Li Jiuyue. Ha ha ha, you got what you deserved, kid. Damn it, wasting so much of my time. Uxin, I'll handle. But before he could finish his sentence, a venom-coated hand pierced straight through his chest. Plunder successful, acquired a grade talent, Divine Protection. The potent venom swiftly began corroding Gao Yu's body. He let out an agonized scream and turned in terror. When had it happened? Li Jiuyue, who had been dead, now stood behind him. Plunder successful, acquired a rank skill, Star Shattering Slash. Plunder successful, acquired a rank skill, Blade Storm. Plunder successful, gain strength plus 15, speed plus 9, defense plus 11, mental power plus 7. Plunder successful, acquired a rank artifact, Netherworld Stone. It's over. Time for you to go, Li Jiuyue said coldly. At that moment, Gao Yu's mind was filled with confusion, doubt, rage, and fear. He couldn't comprehend how a level 1 weakling could be so powerful. Wasn't he cursed? Why was he so terrifying? Ultimately, consumed by his unanswered questions, he collapsed to the ground. Venom swiftly corroded his corpse, leaving behind nothing but a skeleton in the graveyard. Witnessing Gao Yu's defeat at Li Jiuyue's hands, Uxin's body shuddered violently, goosebumps erupting across his skin as a chill ran down his spine. In that moment, Li Jiuyue appeared to Uxin like the Grim Reaper, capable of reaping human lives at will. It was utterly terrifying. Had he faced Li Jiuyue just now, he would likely already be a corpse. No, no, no. If this keeps up, I'll die. I'll die right here. Run. That single word echoed relentlessly in his mind. Chapter 14, Summoning the Dead, Forbidden Equipment. Damn it, this guy is like the Grim Reaper himself. No, I have to get out of here fast. If I stay any longer, I'll definitely die. The moment this thought struck him, Uxin's will to fight vanished instantly. He barely glanced back at Ji Hongwei before turning to flee this cursed place. But Ji Hongwei had already caught his little scheme. Trying to leave now? Too late. Facing this scoundrel who had once verbally harassed her, Ji Hongwei showed no mercy. She swung her greatsword with all her might, slamming it into Uxin's back. Though Uxin desperately tried to block it with water elemental energy, the greatsword's force was overwhelming. He was sent flying backward, his body sent hurtling through the air. Damn it, this has gone mad too, they're all gone mad. He let out 2 expletives in quick succession, just as he turned to flee. Then, a massive hand reached out from the darkness and pierced straight through his chest. Venom Corrosion. Trying to run? Too late. Plunder successful. Acquired a rank talent, Formless Water. Plunder successful. Acquired a rank skill, Water Prison Confinement. Plunder successful. Acquired a rank skill, Water Dragon's Roar. Plunder successful. Gain strength plus 10, speed plus 13, defense plus 8, and mental power plus 5. Acquired B rank artifact, Heart of Inspiration. Heart of Inspiration, equipping this item heightens your sensitivity to your surroundings and sharpens your mental clarity. Ha! Never expected such a bonus. Li Jiuyue was ecstatic. I knew it. How could that guy's perception be that sharp? Turns out he had a treasure on him. After Uxin's death, venom corroded his corpse, leaving only a pile of white bones scattered on the ground. Li Jiuyue sheathed his weapon and walked toward Ji Hongyue. That was a bit harsh, they didn't even leave the bodies behind. He pointed wryly at the two piles of bones nearby. Ji Hongyue shook her head, though curiosity burned fiercely within her. They deserved it. Dying in the dungeon was actually a mercy for them. This time, I truly owe you my thanks. Your strength, how could you? Clearly only level 1, yet she could hold her own against 2A rankers without faltering, even slaying them. Not only that, but you single-handedly took down hundreds of enhanced undead troops. Such prowess even some A+ professionals might not possess it. Seeing Ji Hongyue's puzzled expression, Li Jiuyue cleared his throat and quickly interjected. Ahem, none of that matters. Your skill cooldown is almost up. Let's rest a bit before moving forward. Ji Hongyue nodded and didn't press further. After all, everyone has their secrets, and it wouldn't be right to pry further. That's fine. But with these two dead, the dungeon's difficulty just went up. Originally a 4-person ranked dungeon, now it's just the two of us, the difficulty has more than doubled. No worries. We can still clear it without them. Li Jiuyue smiled. Ji Hongyue nodded with a smile as well, settling down to rest beneath a large tree. Li Jiuyue, however, wasn't idle. He began searching for the bones of the undead warriors he had defeated. These were valuable items for boosting his strength. However, perhaps due to the sheer terror of the lightning's power, most of the undead warriors' bones had been scorched into powder. Only a handful remained, which Li Jiuyue managed to find. Plunder successful. Gain strength plus 17, speed plus 8, defense plus 10, mental power plus 3. Not bad. This dungeon run was quite profitable, definitely worth the trip. Li Jiuyue couldn't help but smile at the array of attributes he'd gained. Just then, the system alerted him again. Detected mutual attraction between Goblin Horn and Netherworld Stone. Proceed with fusion? Li Jiuyue, huh? What? These two items can actually fuse? Goblin Horn, when equipped, allows control over goblins within a 300-meter radius. Netherstone, when activated, controls undead creatures within 5 meters of the user, preventing them from attacking. He was now intensely curious what could possibly be gained by fusing these two items. Fuse. As Li Jiuyue's words fell, the two items began to merge. Fusion successful. Equipment acquired. Arthas's scepter taboo. The staff glowed a deep purple-black, radiating a powerful aura of death. Countless mysterious runes were engraved upon its surface. Holy crap, this equipment. Li Jiuyue froze upon seeing the two characters inscribed beneath the item description. Other equipment displayed their tiers, but this one showed taboo? Could it be that the forbidden tier surpasses even S rank? With that thought, Li Jiuyue hurriedly checked the item's description. Weapon name, Arthas's scepter forbidden. Description, a staff forged from the fusion of goblin summoning and netherstone. Its surface radiates a deep, abyssal black, flickering with an ethereal purple glow. Weapon tier, forbidden. Durability, 0/0. If the wielder dies, the weapon will immediately vanish. Properties, undead in host. The stronger the host, the more powerful the summoned undead. As long as the host survives, the undead can be resurrected. If the host dies, the undead will vanish. Ability, summons undead within a 500-meter radius, which obey the host's commands. After reading the information on this black-purple staff before him, Li Jiuyue's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap! It's this powerful? Thank goodness I didn't trash that goblin summoning gear back then. Otherwise, equipment stronger than S rank? There probably aren't more than 5 such items in the entire Xia kingdom. This dungeon run was a total jackpot. Li Jiuyue grew increasingly excited as he thought about it, quickly checking his stats panel. View panel. Name, Li Jiuyue. Class, Cursed Child, red name. Strength, 114. Speed, 111. Defense, 90. Mental strength, 24. Cold resistance, 3. Hidden talent, infinite plunder, upgradable, 3000 proficiency points remaining for next upgrade. Talents, Nightfall, Instakill, 710, Natural Poison, Body 010, Divine Protection 010, Formless Water 010. Skills, Ultimate Terror 310, Night Awakening 310, Club Dance Maxed, Wrath of the Flame God 010, Divine Blessing 110, Shadow Toxin 010, Venom Corrosion 210, Star Shattering /010. Seeing the newly acquired skills listed later, Li Jiuyue rubbed his headache-inducing temples. Looks like I'm destined to become a jack of all trades, mastering a little bit of everything. But I'll save the high-level skills for later. The low-level ones can be dismantled. Earlier, when he checked the system interface, perhaps due to the sheer number of skills, an additional skill decomposition and shop function had appeared. But he was still in the dungeon now, so naturally, he had no interest in browsing the shop. Just then, Ji Hongyue had also finished recovering. Alright, let's go. But be warned, the boss in this rank dungeon is exceptionally powerful. We must proceed with caution. Li Jiuyue nodded firmly. With only the two of them now, they couldn't afford any missteps. Together, they proceeded cautiously, watching each other's backs. After about 5 or 6 minutes of walking forward, they finally arrived at a strange place. The atmosphere here was completely different from before.
The air was thick with the stench of death, suffocating and oppressive, even suppressing their own power.
Be careful, something's off here. Li Jiuyue warned, frowning.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a pair of skeletal hands emerged from beneath the earth.
Chapter 15, Lord of the Undead. No! Get back! Li Jiuyue cried out in alarm, scrambling backward. Ji Honyue's expression shifted slightly. Without hesitation, she retreated swiftly. Just as they took 2 steps back, the true dungeon boss finally appeared. Roar!
A thunderous roar echoed as a colossal undead general crawled out from beneath the earth. Standing roughly 50 meters tall, it bore peculiar black shoulder armor on both arms, with a massive bone shield adorning its chest. Its eyes were hollow sockets, yet they emitted an eerie green glow that was utterly unsettling. It truly evoked a sense of gigantophobia. If the undead skeletons encountered earlier were mere foot soldiers, then this was a general of immense power. The moment the dungeon boss appeared, the system promptly issued a notification. Lord of the Undead. Level, A+. Strength, 500. Speed, 313. Defense, 2000. Skills, Echo of the Undead, Summoning of the Nether, Blessing of the Fallen. This is the dungeon boss, the Lord of the Undead. It's actually A+ tier, and boasts 2000 defense. Li Jiuyue's expression darkened as immense pressure washed over him. This was the most formidable foe he'd ever faced. If this were a 4-player dungeon, it would be manageable. They could distract each other, spread aggro, and clear it smoothly. But now they were only 2. With fewer players to spread aggro, the difficulty skyrocketed. Be careful. This thing is incredibly powerful. Li Jiuyue warned in a low voice. Ji Honyue nodded firmly, her expression more grave than ever.
Uncertain of the Necrolord's attack patterns, they dared not act rashly. Instead, they waited silently, searching for an opening. Just then, the necromancer made his move. Roar!
With a furious roar, it charged toward them at breakneck speed. The undead lord's massive frame caused the earth to tremble violently with every step.
It's coming! Strike when you see an opening. After uttering these words, Li Jiuyue slipped into stealth mode. Got it!
Ji Honyue acknowledged before instantly shifting into combat readiness. This time, she didn't rush to activate Dragon Blood Boil. Instead, she intended to first figure out the Necrolord's attack patterns. While Dragon Blood Boil could grant her a massive power surge for a short time, if she failed to take down the Necromancer within 10 minutes, she would find herself at a disadvantage. Whoosh! She swung her crimson greatsword, launching the first strike. Clang! She poured every ounce of strength into that strike, yet it failed to scratch the Necromancer. Instead, the recoil sent a numbing shock through her arms. What formidable defense! Before she could recover from her shock, the Necromancer struck back, swinging a massive skeletal arm toward Ji Honyue. No! Ji Honyue cried out in alarm, swiftly raising her greatsword to block the blow before her. Boom! Despite her defense, the Lich Lord's immense power sent her flying several meters backward. Fortunately, her dragon scales provided protection, absorbing most of the damage. Even so, the sheer pressure felt overwhelming. What devastating power! Just as the Necromancer launched its attack, Li Jiuyue, cloaked in invisibility, had already slipped silently behind it. The Lich Lord's immense height forced Li Jiuyue to rely on sheer speed to scramble up a nearby tree trunk. From there, she aimed directly for the Lich Lord's head and slammed down with all her might. He poured 120% of his strength into this strike. Not only that, but he also infused it with Shadow Toxin. The first strike guaranteed 100% paralysis, while the second guaranteed 100% poisoning. Both effects could stack indefinitely. Thud! The hammer blow sent the Necromancer into a brief state of paralysis. Yet despite this, it only suffered superficial damage at most, losing over 200 defense points. Such formidable defense! Venom Corrosion! After a moment of astonishment, Li Jiuyue was about to launch another attack when he realized the Necromancer had already shaken off the paralysis. What? Time's up already? Just as he attempted to dodge back, the Necromancer's right palm slammed toward him. Star-shattering slash! Li Jiuyue dared not take it lightly. He channeled all his strength into his hands and clashed with the Necromancer's right palm. Star-shattering slash, an attack capable of inflicting 70% armor penetration. Boom! The collision of two immense forces sent even the undead lord's massive frame staggering back several steps. Yet the sheer power of the blow hurled Li Jiuyue flying backward. No wonder it's an A+ boss. Not only is its defense this strong, but its attack power is off the charts too. Li Jiuyue rubbed his numb arms. Seizing the moment, Ji Honyue unleashed her skill. Dragon Soul Roar. Dragon Soul Roar directly assaults the soul, plunging the target into a brief state of fear and confusion. A thunderous dragon's roar erupted, its terrifying shockwave instantly shattering the surrounding dead trees into splinters. But, though it seemed the Necromancer would be affected, at the very instant the dragon's roar was about to strike. Woo! The Necromancer opened his mouth wide, unleashing an even more intense sonic blast.
This powerful sonic blast carried the wails of countless deceased souls and the agonized screams of undead beings. The dragon's roar collided head-on with the wails of countless undead. The powerful sonic assault made Li Jiuyue's head buzz, his thoughts seeming to freeze in that instant. The excruciating headache left him unable to think clearly. When he finally recovered, he immediately shouted toward Ji Honyue nearby. Ji Honyue, cover your ears. Despite his warning, Ji Honyue was still affected by the sonic blast. The powerful mental assault plunged her into panic, and the excruciating headache forced her to stand frozen in place. This is bad. Water prison. Water dragon roar. Seeing Ji Honyue in danger, Li Jiuyue swiftly unleashed 2 water element skills. Water prison restrained the undead lord's body, followed by a roaring water dragon that slammed directly into it. These 2 skills drained every last bit of water element from his water space. Fortunately, the water dragon's attack proved effective, halting the necromancer's movements. Seizing the moment, Li Jiuyue hurled a glob of highly corrosive venom squarely onto the necromancer's head. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The potent corrosive power instantly devoured half of the necromancer's skull, plunging it into a state of poisoning. It was precisely this strike that pushed it into a state of utter rage. Roar! With an agonized roar, the necromancer unleashed a new ability. Clatter! The undead warriors that had been defeated moments ago now rose again, their numbers even greater than before. Dealing with just the Lich Lord alone was tough enough, and now there are so many more undead warriors. Li Jiuyue said with a grave expression. This was truly becoming a formidable challenge. At that moment, Ji Honyue also regained her composure amidst the chaos. Upon seeing the vast horde of undead before her, she was instantly overcome with despair. How could this happen? Even if her skills could eliminate these undead warriors, what about the undead lord? Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Li Jiuyue snapped out of stealth and asked urgently. Ji Honyue shook her head, her expression grave. This is getting complicated. What should we do? The Lich King has now entered a state of rage, and there are so many undead warriors. No. I don't think it's time to give up yet. Li Jiuyue smiled faintly, then drew forth a dark purple staff. Chapter 16, Undead vs. Undead. An undead army, huh? If this had happened earlier, he might have felt a bit overwhelmed. But now. He looked at the purple staff in his hand. The scepter of Arthas. You can summon an army of the undead, but so can I. Li Jiuyue, what should we do? The undead army is about to attack. It's fine. Someone will help us deal with them. Li Jiuyue gave a mysterious smile. Huh? What does that mean? Ji Honyue asked, utterly confused. Right now, they were the only 2 living souls in the entire dungeon, there was literally no one else. Li Jiuyue didn't respond. Instead, he took a deep breath and placed Arthas's staff before him. Skill, summons undead within a 500-meter radius, which obey the host's commands. The staff erupted with a powerful purple glow, and an eerie, mysterious, and formidable aura instantly enveloped the 2. In the next instant, the ground around them began to stir. The undead army, hearing Arthas's call, began to stir. Li Jiuyue, they're coming. Wait, how can there be so many? Ji Honyue's face paled as her greatsword readied itself. The undead horde had already spread to their very feet. And their numbers had surpassed 500. What does 500 reinforced undead troops even mean? Forget just the 2 of them, even if several more rank professionals showed up, they couldn't handle this many. This sheer number was utterly despair-inducing. Just as Ji Honyue prepared to fight to the death, she unexpectedly discovered that the undead horde hadn't launched an attack. Instead, they stood on their side. What's going on? Surrounded by the dark, overwhelming horde of undead, Li Jiuyue felt an unusual surge of excitement. Arthas's scepter was nothing short of a god-defying artifact. At that moment, he unexpectedly spotted 2 familiar figures. Gao Yu and Uxin. Only now, they had completely transformed into skeletons. If not for the weapons they carried, Li Jiuyue wouldn't have recognized them. They no longer possessed any self-awareness, obeying Li Jiuyue's commands without question. He actually summoned these 2 as well. Seeing Li Jiuyue remain so calm, Ji Honyue's eyes flashed with astonishment as she stared at him in disbelief. Li Jiuyue, you summoned all of them. Li Jiuyue smiled faintly, offering no direct reply. Leave the undead army to them. We're going after the undead lord. That bastard's head was hit by my corrosion spell, it's still poisoned. Aim for its head. You 2 go first and wear it down. Li Jiuyue ordered Gao Yue and the other. Facing Li Jiuyue's command, the 2 showed no hesitation. They raised their weapons and charged toward the Lich Lord. Ji Honyue, huh? Him? Them? It's fine. Let them take the first hit. Oh, no, let them go first. We'll strike when the time is right. As Gao Yue and the other launched their assault, the undead lord roared in fury and immediately counterattacked. Hundreds of undead troops surged toward Li Jiuyue and his companion. Charge! Li Jiuyue gave the command as well, and the surrounding undead army charged forward. Undead versus undead. Leave this to them. Let's go. Ji Honyue nodded, bypassing the battlefield to flank the undead lord. By then, Gao Yue and the others had already engaged the undead lord in combat. To Li Jiuyue's surprise, though they had become undead, they could still wield their skills and with even greater power than before. Especially Uxin. He had actually summoned an undead dragon, and its attack power was immeasurably stronger than before. Holy crap! Li Jiuyue exclaimed in awe. Roar! The undead lord roared in fury, punching the undead dragon. Boom! Though the blow shattered the undead dragon completely, it also inflicted irreparable damage on his right arm, causing his entire form to begin swaying. Now! Red Moon, move! With that, Li Jiuyue charged forward like lightning. What did you call me? Ji Honyue froze upon hearing his address. By the time she regained her senses, Li Jiuyue was already locked in combat with the undead lord. Ji Honyue flushed, then rushed forward without hesitation. Dragon blood boils. This time, both unleashed their full power, each strike landing precisely on the necromancer's head. With the support of High Leap and Uxin, the necromancer quickly found himself completely on the defensive, utterly unable to fight back. Just then, the undead lord, already on the verge of being beaten to pieces, actually attempted to use a skill. You still want to use a skill? But Li Jiuyue wouldn't give him that chance. A single heavy punch smashed right through the necromancer lord's skull. With the Lich Lord's demise, the remaining undead warriors instantly dissolved into a cloud of black smoke and vanished. At that moment, the notification for defeating the dungeon boss sounded. Boss defeated, Lord of the Undead. Cleared a ranked dungeon. Gazing at the fallen Lord of the Undead, Li Jiuyue exhaled deeply. Phew, finally over. This A-rank dungeon is on a whole different level compared to that C-rank one before. This also means I've gotten stronger, right? Li Jiuyue took a deep breath and glanced at his hands. With the Lord of the Undead's demise, he disbanded the undead army surrounding him. Ji Honyue, worried about Li Jiuyue's injuries, hurried over. How are you? You're not hurt, right? Li Jiuyue shook his head with a smile. Nope. That battle was absolutely hair-raising. Had he attempted to clear this A-rank dungeon alone, the outcome might have been drastically different. It seemed he still needed to grow stronger. Ji Honyue nodded, her gaze toward him now tinged with a newfound admiration. You're right. If you hadn't turned the tide, we'd be dead. Li Jiuyue, you're incredibly strong. Those words came straight from her heart. Ha, no need to flatter me. You're pretty impressive too. Li Jiuyue chuckled. Phew, well then, let's go check out the loot. He couldn't wait to see what kind of loot this necromancer lord would drop. Obtain dungeon rewards: Ring of the Dead, Breastplate of the Dead, Bracers of the Dead, Skeleton of the Undead, Blessing of the Undead Lord. Ring of the Dead creates an enormous storage space capable of holding any item. Chestplate of the Dead, armor worn on the chest that can withstand even the most powerful attacks, with a maximum defense of 1,500 points. Bracers of the Dead, armor for both arms. Equipping grants plus 150 attack and plus 200 defense. Bones of the Fallen, function unknown, but holds significant resale value. Lord of the Undead's Blessing, automatically granted to all players who clear the Dark Forest dungeon. This is an additional skill. Effect: after using this blessing, all skills will inflict a dazzle effect for the next 3 minutes. They actually gave out so much loot. This isn't what you'd expect from a C-rank dungeon. And we even got a powerful intimidation skill. Li Jiuyue was overjoyed. This raid run was an absolute steal. Since the Lord of the Undead's Blessing was granted to everyone, it was essentially like obtaining 4 pieces of gear. Perfect 2 pieces each. Ladies first, you pick first. Ji Honyue shook her head, declining the offer. No, I didn't contribute much this time. You go first. Even if you take them all, I won't mind. Chapter 17, Skill Fusion, Ultimate Terror. Ahem, I'm not that greedy. Alright then. With things having gone this far, Li Jiuyue couldn't refuse any longer. He took the Chestplate of the Dead and Bones of the Dead. The undead breastplate would significantly boost his defense, and as for these bones, their utility was immense. As for the dead man's ring, the system provided storage space was larger, so this piece of equipment wasn't particularly useful to him either. Then I'll take these too. Li Jiuyue took the 2 rewards. Why don't you just give me that skeleton instead? Ji Honyue suggested. Besides being more valuable, it doesn't actually enhance you in any way. With that, she handed over the bracer of the deceased she was holding. Chestplate of the Fallen and Armguard of the Fallen. These 2 pieces of gear combined clearly offered far greater enhancement than that undead skeleton. Li Jiuyue merely waved his hand dismissively, declining with a smile. To others, this undead skeleton was merely a valuable treasure good for nothing but selling for profit. But in his eyes, it was a rare treasure. Because he could extract the Lich Lord's attributes, even skills, from these bones. Besides, cursed as he was, he might not even be able to wear the equipment anyway. It's fine. You can keep that piece of gear. This thing is actually quite useful to me. This. Alright then. Ji Honyue nodded, bit her lip, and stowed the gear into the Ring of the Dead, feeling a warm glow in her heart. Dungeon progress 100%, leave dungeon? We can leave the dungeon now. Let's rest first. We'll leave once your dragon blood boiling skill cooldown resets. Li Jiuyue showed no hurry to exit, instead planning to linger in the dungeon for a while. After all, they had cleared an A-grade dungeon. Once outside, they were bound to encounter scoundrels like Jiuyue. Xia Nation's laws were strict, but there would always be those willing to take desperate risks, even murder, for a refund. Besides, there were still 15 minutes left before the dungeon ended, plenty of time. Alright. Ji Hongyue nodded and began waiting quietly for the dragon blood boils cooldown to end. But just as Li Jiuyue prepared to rest, the system's voice sounded. Ultimate horror and the blessing of the Lord of the Dead are mutually attracted and confuse. Proceed with fusion? Holy crap, it's finally happening. Hearing the system's words, Li Jiuyue nearly jumped up in excitement. Hadn't his original purpose for coming to the Dark Night Forest been to find something that attracted 2 S-rank skills? Now, he was even more eager to discover just how powerful these S-rank skills would become after merging. Fuse, he exclaimed. As soon as Li Jiuyue spoke, the 2 formidable skills began to merge. Fusion complete. Acquired S+ skill, Ultimate Terror. Ultimate Terror. Skill level, S+. Description: utilizes overwhelming killing intent or psychic power to impose soul suppression upon the target, inducing profound spiritual dread. Note, this skill is a psychic attack that ignores distance, is instantaneous, and cannot be defended against. Targets struck by this mental assault suffer permanent, irreparable psychological trauma. Target struck will enter a state of deep panic and fear suppression for 5 seconds. Upon hearing the system's description, Li Jiuyue couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Holy crap, it's actually a skill that directly attacks a target's psychic power. And it's an instant cast skill too. This fused skill was likely exponentially more powerful than any previous S-rank ability. Xia Bingyao, I really have to thank you. Meanwhile, at Destiny Academy. Staring at the corpse of Situnan on the ground, Bai Hongqi's body trembled violently, his face twisted in fury. Useless. All of them are useless. Where was his body found? A teacher hurriedly replied, it was found at the entrance to the dungeon. The instance? Bai Hong exclaimed in shock. I sent him to deal with a worthless fool. What the hell was he doing in the dungeon? Principal, could this be? Before the teacher could finish, Bai Hong immediately dismissed the suggestion. Impossible. That kid is nothing but a worthless failure cursed by the gods. Forget it. He's just a good for nothing. He won't amount to anything in the future. What about Bingyao? The teacher reported, Principal, Bingyao is currently training in the school's dungeon. Her strength seems to have increased dramatically again. Even the most senior A-rank teachers in the school can't match her. Bai Hong nodded with satisfaction, looking as if it were only natural. Needless to say, Bingyao is a once-in-a-lifetime genius. How could her growth potential possibly compare to those A-rankers? It's time to show those 2 academies what true genius looks like. Within the Dark Night Forest instance, Li Jiuyue set his sights on the skeleton of the Lich Lord. Skeleton of the Undying? Come on, let me see what skills the Lich King possesses. He took a deep breath and touched the skeleton with his right hand. The moment his right hand made contact, the system immediately issued a prompt. Plunder successful, Echoes of the Undead. Looting successful, Summon of the Nether. Looting successful, Blessing of the Dead. 3 skills? Let's check them out. Echo of the Undead harnesses the wails and resentment of the undead to unleash agonized howls, inflicting mental damage upon the target. Summon of the Nether summons an army of undead to serve you, limited to the Dark Forest, maximum 200 units. Blessing of the Dead designates 1 undead, boosting all attributes by 25% for 3 minutes. So these are the 3 skills of the Necromancer. But these 3 skills offer him little enhancement right now. With Ultimate Terror now in his arsenal, the Undead Echo offers little additional utility. Moreover, with Arthas's scepter in hand, the summoning of the Nether offers him little gain either. Moreover, this skill can only be used within the Dark Forest, far too restrictive. The only useful one is this Blessing of the Dead. In that case, let's decompose these 2 skills. System, decompose Undead Echo and Summon of the Nether. Decomposition successful. Obtained 40 skill fragments. Fragments can be exchanged in the shop. View shop. Li Jiuyue opened the shop, but since his plunder level was only level 1, the shop was also level 1. Even so, the items in this level 1 shop were already dazzling to him. Holy crap, so many things. Restoration Potion instantly heals all injuries upon consumption. Treasure Fragment X 15-inch. Demon Claw A+ grade, a weapon forged from demonic claws, entirely jet black in color. The aura it emits can disturb one's mind. Durability, 2000. Properties, upon hitting a target, randomly inflicts a debuff such as defense reduction, armor penetration, curse, etc. Skill, absorbs up to 1000 points of weapon damage from opponents and converts it into demon hand attack power, dealing 278 damage to the target. Scalable. Required weapon fragments, 280. This weapon's even more powerful than Thunder Fong. Might be worth swapping it out later. The shop offered a dazzling array of exchangeable items, leaving Li Jiuyue feeling overwhelmed. However, he only had skill fragments at the moment, limiting his options. Just then, Ji Hongyue had also recovered. I'm back on my feet. We can head out now. Alright, let's go. It's about time we left. Li Jiuyue nodded. Chapter 18, Tianqing Academy. Once Ji Hongyue had fully recovered, the two of them left the Dark Night Forest instance together. After leaving the Nightfall instance, the sun had set in the west and it was now afternoon. Ji Hongyue halted, turning to face Li Jiuyue. Her eyes brimmed with gratitude, even a hint of something else. Thank you so much for everything this time. Li Jiuyue scratched his head and replied with a smile, don't thank me all by yourself. Without your help, we wouldn't have made it this smoothly. Ji Hongyue smiled faintly, her cheeks flushing slightly. But suddenly, something occurred to her, and she asked, by the way, what are your plans lately? The word plans left him momentarily at a loss for words. Well, I haven't really thought about it yet. Ji Hongyue said, I have a place to recommend to you. Would you like to consider it? What? Li Jiuyue asked in surprise. Tianqing Academy. Ji Hongyue said earnestly. Tianqing Academy, one of the 4 great academies? Tianqing Academy was one of the 4 prestigious academies, on par with Tianming Academy. Its founding standards were no less impressive than Tianming Academy's. However, in recent years, its situation had indeed deteriorated, and it now occupied the bottom position among the 4 academies. The reason was that the other 3 academies consistently produced practitioners at the B rank level or higher each year, even higher tiers. Take Xia Bingyao, for instance. Her S rank class change instantly propelled Destiny Academy to the top of the 4 academies in both reputation and potential. As for Star Academy, with fewer fresh talents joining in recent years, it has gradually begun its decline. Noticing Li Jiuyue's slightly shocked expression, Ji Hongyue continued. Seems you've heard about it too. So, what do you say? Considering it? Li Jiuyue sighed deeply, his heart filled with unspoken bitterness. Now that he was the infamous cursed child, would Tianqing Academy really dare to take him in? Someone like me? Tianqing Academy probably wouldn't take me in. As if understanding Li Jiuyue's inner worries, Ji Hongyue smiled faintly before pulling a round, crimson badge from her pocket. The badge was exquisitely crafted, featuring a fiery dragon engraved at its center. This is for you. With that, Ji Hongyue pressed the badge into Li Jiuyue's hand. This is? Before Li Jiuyue could ask, Ji Hongyue left after saying just 2 sentences. You'll find out when you get to Tianqing Academy. We'll meet again. You have to come, okay? Bye. Staring at the crimson badge in her hand, Li Jiuyue murmured to herself. Tianqing Academy, huh? Well, I suppose I could give it a shot. Since she'd already accepted the badge, she figured she might as well check out Starry Sky Academy. After stowing the badge away, Li Jiuyue returned home. Once home, he told Jiang Yi and Li Wenbin about his expulsion from Destiny Academy. Though they felt helpless, what overwhelmed them more was heartache. After a good night's rest, Li Jiuyue arrived at the gates of Tianqing Academy at 8 o'clock the next morning. He didn't want to burden his family, so he still made his way to the academy's entrance. He had to at least try. So this is Tianqing Academy? Looks pretty decent. Judging solely by the architecture and decor outside the gates, Tianqing Academy didn't seem to be any worse than Tianming Academy. Never mind. Let's go inside and take a look. Just as he started to move forward, he was stopped by 2 members of the enforcement squad at the entrance. Every academy had its own enforcement squad, and Tianqing Academy was no exception. Halt! What are you doing here? Huh, you look familiar. One of them scrutinized Li Jiuyue from head to toe, a hint of suspicion creeping into his mind. I'm here to see Ji Hongyue. Li Jiuyue said politely. Since Ji Hongyue had instructed him to find her at Tianqing Academy, she must be a student here too. Just as Li Jiuyue was thinking this, the words that came out of one of them nearly made his jaw drop. You actually know Senior Ji? Li Jiuyue nodded and produced the red medal Ji Hongyue had given him. The moment they saw the red medal, the expressions of the 2 enforcement officers shifted instantly from suspicion to shock and finally to respect. Our sincerest apologies. Please proceed. With that, they quickly stepped aside to make way. This badge actually carries such immense authority? Li Jiuyue marveled. But he didn't dwell on it. After pinning the badge to his chest, he walked into Tianqing Academy. Coincidentally, today was the day of the Academy's monthly duel arena competition. Seeing the Academy packed with people, Li Jiuyue felt puzzled. Why are there so many people today? Logically, everyone should be in class for theory lessons at this hour. Still, he didn't join the commotion, continuing to walk deeper into the school grounds. Even though he didn't want to draw attention, sharp-eyed students still spotted him. Their focus wasn't on him, but on the red badge pinned to his chest. Holy crap, look what that kid's wearing on his chest. Holy crap, a red moon badge? The crowd gasped in shock. Those who possessed this badge held more authority within the school than some teachers, commanding even greater respect. At Tianqing Academy, fewer than 5 people possess this badge. Though made of the same material, the engraved patterns on each badge were entirely unique. Bearers could customize their badges according to personal style. And engraved on Ji Hongyue's badge was a fiery dragon. Instantly, all eyes converged on Li Jiuyue. Some narrowed their eyes, scrutinizing the badge intently. Until they saw the crimson dragon engraved within the emblem. Holy crap, Red Dragon, how come this kid's wearing Senior Red Moon's badge? No way, let me see. Holy crap, it really is. How did Senior Hongyue's badge end up on him? What's going on here?
The commotion drew the attention of a tall man passing by.
What are you all discussing?
The man approached with a stern expression. The moment he approached, the murmurs abruptly ceased. Everyone seemed visibly afraid of him. One person remained silent, his eyes darting nervously as he pointed toward Li Jiuyue nearby.
Following the direction of the finger, the man's expression darkened instantly. This kid doesn't look like a student from the academy.
Wait, how could he possibly have?
At that moment, Li Jiuyue was still struggling to find his way. Damn, I didn't realize Tianqing Academy was this huge. Looks like I'll have to ask someone for directions otherwise, how long will this take?
Just as he was about to approach someone at random, the tall man stepped in front of him.
Excuse me, could you tell me?
Before he could finish, the man's gaze locked onto the red dragon emblem pinned to his chest.
Kid, you're not one of our academy students, are you? Li Jiuyue didn't hide anything and answered honestly, no.
Hearing this, the man's eyes narrowed, flashing a savage glint like a predator's.
Hand over your badge.
Then get down on the ground and wait for the enforcement squad to arrive.
The man's aura suddenly surged, exerting pressure on Li Jiuyue. However, this level of intimidation posed no threat to Li Jiuyue.
Instead, it only annoyed him.
Seriously, what's wrong with this guy?
Besides, this badge was given to him by Ji Hongyue.
No matter what, it had to be returned to its rightful owner. What if I say no? Then I'll beat you until you're crawling on the ground. Swish.
As he spoke, the man threw a punch.
Just as Li Jiuyue was about to retaliate, a familiar voice rang out. I gave him this badge. What's the problem? Chapter 19, you want to fight? I'll give you a match.
Just as tensions reached a boiling point and the two were about to clash, Ji Hongyue hurriedly stepped out from the crowd.
Hongyue, what did you say?
Lu Hao could scarcely believe his ears.
Didn't you hear me? I gave him that badge. Got a problem with that? Ji Hongyue's delicate brows furrowed. The crowd erupted into chaos upon hearing her words. Holy crap, Senior Hongyue just handed that badge to this kid? Wait, I want to know who he is?
Feels like I've seen him somewhere before, but I just can't place it.
In an instant, the crowd began buzzing with speculation about Li Jiuyue's identity.
While the matter of the cursed child was common knowledge, this knowledge was confined solely within the walls of Destiny Academy. They had witnessed the sacrifice ceremony firsthand and knew Li Jiuyue personally. As for everyone else, they'd only heard rumors and never laid eyes on the cursed child himself. After all, this wasn't a dungeon instance. Li Jiuyue's red name wasn't displayed.
As the others discussed, Ji Hongyue approached Li Jiuyue, a hint of surprise in her eyes. You really came.
Li Jiuyue gave an awkward chuckle and removed the metal pin to his chest.
What can I say?
I took your badge, so I figured I should give it back.
It's fine, keep it for now. No need to rush to return it. But, Li Jiuyue gave a wry smile. He could clearly sense over a dozen extremely hostile gazes fixed on him. Looks like Ji Hongyue must be the campus beauty of Tianqing Academy. No way I only exchanged a few words with the campus beauty and now I've earned this much hatred? Come on, I'll take you to see the dean.
Ji Hongyue said cheerfully, her voice brimming with excitement and joy. Though Lu Hao hadn't caught their conversation, seeing Ji Hongyue's cheerful expression ignited an inexplicable surge of jealousy within him. Within Tianqing Academy, Ji Hongyue was universally regarded as a goddess and she was the very girl he pursued. But now, Ji Hongyue was actually chatting with this unremarkable kid? It made him incredibly annoyed. With that thought, Lu Hao stepped in front of them.
Hold on. Kid, you're not enrolled here. Trespassing on Tianqing Academy grounds is strictly forbidden. As a member of the Academy's enforcement squad, I absolutely cannot allow this.
Lu Hao was deliberately looking for trouble, and Ji Hongyue was not pleased.
Lu Hao, you.
Before she could speak up to stop him, Li Jiuyue waved her hand and asked.
So then, how do you intend to resolve this?
Seeing Li Jiuyue fall into his trap, Lu Hao sneered inwardly before pointing a single finger toward the nearby dual platform.
Get on the dual platform and fight me. If you win, you can do whatever you want. But if you lose, you'll crawl out of this academy. So, you got the guts to take me on?
Though Lu Hao's voice wasn't particularly loud, the onlookers gathered around heard every word clearly.
Holy crap, Lu Hao just challenged that kid to a duel. Lu Hao's the deputy captain of the enforcement squad that kid's in for a world of hurt.
I'll bet 10 celestial star coins that kid won't last 3 moves against Lu Hao. I'll bet 20 that he won't even dare accept this wager.
Celestial star coins were a currency unique to Celestial Star Academy. Star coins play a huge role within the academy.
Not only can they be used to exchange for skills in the academy's skill repository, but they're also required to unlock certain high-level dungeons. Exchanging items, redeeming rewards all require celestial star coins. Facing Lu Hao's wager, Li Jiuyue responded calmly.
What's there to be afraid of? See you in the arena. He was eager to establish some authority within the academy anyway.
His identity as the cursed child would be discovered sooner or later. Since that was the case, he might as well give them a surprise.
Fine, you've got guts. I'll be waiting at the arena. With that, Lu Hao strode arrogantly toward the dueling platform.
Ji Hongyue voiced her concern. That guy's a martial arts maniac.
Be careful. No worries. Perfect for warming up.
Li Jiuyue stretched his limbs and walked calmly toward the duel platform.
At that moment in the dueling arena, numerous instructors sat on the elevated platform observing the match.
Below, 2 trainees sparred while the rest of the students watched from the spectator stands.
3 minutes later, the sparring concluded. Lu Hao then strolled onto the duel platform at a leisurely pace. At that moment, the large screen displayed Lu Hao's ranking on the Academy's strongest list. Lu Hao ranked 32nd.
The Academy's strongest rankings, those who made the list received a fixed amount of celestial star coins from the school each month. The higher ones rank, the more celestial star coins they receive.
Holy crap, even Lu Hao's here. Wonder who he's challenging? Seeing Lu Hao take the stage, the previously calm atmosphere of the arena instantly heated up.
Once on the duel field, one could designate an opponent to challenge. The targeted individual could choose to accept or decline the challenge.
If declined, their spot on the strongest rankings would be taken by another challenger.
Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation about who Lu Hao would challenge, Li Jiuyue emerged from the crowd and strolled on hurriedly onto the stage.
Ha! Wait, who is this guy? I've never seen him before. Me neither. He's a new face. Doesn't seem like he's on the rankings.
On the elevated platform, numerous teachers noticed Li Jiuyue's unfamiliar face and were filled with suspicion.
Dean, this youth doesn't seem to be affiliated with the academy. Might this?
Judging by his demeanor, he doesn't appear to be here to cause trouble.
Let's observe for now,
the dean replied calmly. Meanwhile, the spectators weren't idle either, placing bets with their celestial star coins. I'm betting 30 Tianqing coins on Lu Hao to win.
I'm betting 70. I'm betting 70.
The crowd placed their bets, with 99% staking their Tianqing coins on Lu Hao's victory.
Except for Ji Hongyue. I'm betting 500 on Li Jiuyue, she stated calmly.
Seeing this, Ji Hongyue's best friend Su Yingying grew anxious.
Hongyue, you're crazy. 500 credits? That's Lu Hao over there. You actually believe that kid can win? I believe in him. Ji Hongyue smiled. I don't. I'm betting on Lu Hao.
Su Yingying rolled her eyes and promptly placed 100 Tianqing coins on Lu Hao's side.
The dueling arena. As Li Jiuyue stepped onto the arena, the duel officially commenced.
The moment either combatant stepped onto the arena, their profession level and class would appear above their heads.
Name, Lu Hao. Class level, level 18. Class, a rank berserker.
Lu Hao was a regular at the arena, and his class was well known to everyone present. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Li Jiuyue. They were dying to know what class this challenger to Lu Hao could possibly be.
Name, Li Jiuyue.
Class level, level 1 cannot level up.
Class, child of curse. Red name.
The moment Li Jiuyue's class appeared above his head, the crowd gasped in shock.
Curse? Child? What? The cursed child? Chapter 20, the 2.5-minute duel. Holy crap, am I seeing this right? The cursed child? This kid is the cursed child? Holy crap, it's real. I'm outta here. This kid must be a clown. With that level of strength, he actually dares to challenge Lu Hao.
The moment the 4 characters above Li Jiuyue's head appeared, the crowd erupted into a chaotic buzz of whispers.
The cursed child. This title was now known to every soul in Xia Nation. And now, the man bearing that very title stood before them. How could they not be stunned?
Even the teachers watching from the elevated platform sucked in a sharp breath, their faces frozen in astonishment.
He's actually that cursed one. It can't be wrong. Titles don't lie, and besides, he's a red name. Dean, won't this lead to trouble? One teacher asked anxiously. Compared to the chaos unfolding in the arena, he was far more concerned about Li Jiuyue's safety.
Once they stepped onto the dueling grounds, everything was governed by its rules. Even they, the teachers, couldn't intervene lightly. Unless one party's life was threatened, or an exceptional circumstance arose.
And right now, this was precisely one of those exceptional circumstances.
The dean narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Li Jiuyue atop the duel platform.
Moments later, his furrowed brow finally relaxed. No need. Proceed with the duel as normal. He could discern something else in Li Jiuyue's gaze. It was confidence. An unparalleled confidence. He was curious, how could a worthless cursed by the gods and forever unable to level up possess such overwhelming confidence in his eyes? It seemed this duel was about to get interesting.
Seeing the dean speak thus, the other teachers could say no more and could only nod in agreement.
Alright then, since you say so, we won't interfere.
We'll only stop the duel if that kid's life is in danger. After all, they certainly didn't want the cursed child to die within the academy grounds. That would be an ill omen.
On the dueling grounds, Lu Hao, upon seeing Li Jiuyue's title, wore an expression as if he'd seen a ghost. So you're the cursed one, huh?
If you leave Tianqing Academy right now, I'll let you off the hook.
Deal? Li Jiuyue didn't respond, instead staring intently ahead. Because the system had now displayed Lu Hao's information. Target, Lu Hao. Gender, male. Class, a rank level 18 berserker. Talent, berserker bloodline. When health falls below a certain threshold, this bloodline activates automatically.
Upon activation, all attributes increase by 35% and the user becomes immune to pain. Duration, 4 minutes. Skill 1, a rank, cross slash, swings weapon to deliver a cross-shaped slash at the enemy, forming a cross-shaped blade aura. Upon hitting the enemy, causes them to enter a state of severe bleeding. Skill 2, a rank, berserker charge, completely abandons defense for absolute offense, channeling all power forward to enhance attack power by 100 points.
If misses target, defense drops by 90%. Strength, 57. Speed, 33. Defense, 61. Mental power, 3.
After reviewing Lu Hao's entire profile, Li Jiuyue shook her head in utter disappointment. Sigh, I thought this guy might surprise me, but his skills are no good either. Both his skill and innate talent carry negative effects. They're nowhere near as good as his current skills. Still, I might as well loot it first and then exchange it for skill fragments. With that thought, Li Jiuyue curled her finger, adopting a highly provocative expression.
Enough with the nonsense. Provoked by Li Jiuyue, Lu Hao couldn't sit still any longer.
Wielding his blood-stained sword, he charged forward.
Arrogant brat, I'll make you crawl out of this academy.
Li Jiuyue shook his head helplessly.
I'm in a hurry. Let's get this over with quickly.
After emerging from the A-rank instance, his strength had undergone a terrifying surge.
Strength, 114. Speed, 111. With stats like these, even A-rank professionals in their 30s and above would likely be no match for him.
Seeing Li Jiuyue standing there without making any defensive moves, Lu Hao's rage boiled over.
Looking for death. Cross slash. Swish.
He swiftly swung the blood-stained sword in his hand, instantly forming two crisscrossing sword chi.
The crowd below the stage erupted in a roar of astonishment.
Holy crap, cross-blood slash.
Lu Hao unleashed his signature move so quickly, looks like he wants to finish this fast. It's over, it's over. This hasn't even been a minute yet?
Su Ying pumped her fist triumphantly in front of Ji Hongyue.
Hongyue, see?
I told you that kid was unreliable, but you wouldn't listen. Ji Hongyue merely smiled without responding. Just as everyone thought the duel was about to end, Li Jiuyue casually held up two fingers. Just as the two crisscrossing sword energies were about to strike him, his fingers flickered lightly.
Bang! In the blink of an eye, Li Jiuyue had scattered those two cross-shaped sword energies into thin air.
It truly took but the flick of a finger.
The entire arena fell silent in that instant. What? What did he do? How did Lu Hao's attack vanish?
I think I saw him touch Lu Hao's sword energy with two fingers, and then it vanished.
No way, you're talking nonsense. 2 fingers? Are you kidding me?
No, I must be seeing things.
Look again, look again.
It wasn't just the spectators who were stunned. Even Li Jiuyue on the duel field hadn't expected this. Holy crap, I was just testing it out, never expected my attack power to be this strong. He'd only intended to test the limits of his 114 attack power, never expecting it to be this terrifying.
What? Lu Hao was stunned. This can't be possible. What did you do?
His prideful attack had been effortlessly deflected.
I don't believe it. Cross-blood slash.
Lu Hao refused to accept the reality before him, unleashing the cross-blood slash once more. This time, he unleashed 6 consecutive strikes. Swish, swish, swish. What good is quantity when your attacks are too weak? Li Jiuyue shook his head helplessly before unleashing the same technique once more.
Bang, 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 bang.
In the blink of an eye, he effortlessly deflected Lu Hao's attacks. Everyone witnessed this scene clearly.
What? Wait, what the hell just happened? While everyone was still dumbfounded and confused, Li Jiuyue moved. My turn. Swish. His figure vanished from the spot like lightning, moving so fast it left behind only an afterimage. And this was without using any skill boosts. What? That fast?
Lu Hao's face paled. He tried to activate a skill, but it was already too late. Furious charge. Thud. Before he could finish the last syllable, Li Jiuyue's fist slammed into his midsection.
Wah! Even holding back slightly, Li Jiuyue's punch sent shockwaves through his opponent. Lu Hao instantly felt excruciating pain in his abdomen.
He coughed up a mouthful of blood, rolled his eyes back, and collapsed unconscious on the ground without even activating his innate ability. The instant his fist made contact with Lu Hao's body, the system immediately issued a notification.
Plunder successful. Acquired grade A talent, Berserker Bloodline. The entire crowd fell deathly silent, eyes wide with shock. What? Wait, Lu Hao, he lost already? It hasn't even been 2.5 minutes. Chapter 21, I'll take on 10. Holy crap, Lu Hao lost? This can't be real? Lu Hao is in A rank. How could he lose to someone cursed by the gods? Wait, if Lu Hao loses, my 60 Daystar coins are gone. You only bet 60? I bet 300. In an instant, wails and cries of despair echoed throughout the outer perimeter of the duel arena. Even some average students had bet their entire fortunes on Lu Hao, hoping to make a killing. Instead of profiting, they lost everything. One guy bet on that kid and made a killing. Who? It seems to be Senior Hongyu. Holy crap, Senior Hongyu bet 500. Meanwhile, on another section of the spectator stands, Lu Hao actually lost? Unbelievable. Seeing Lu Hao collapse on the duel platform, Su Yingying looked utterly stunned. While she didn't care about losing those Tianqing coins, Lu Hao getting taken out in one move was hard for her to accept. After all, Lu Hao was the deputy captain of the school's enforcement squad. If word got out about this, Hongyue, you have to explain this. Ji Hongyue smiled faintly. Exactly as expected. On the elevated platform of the second floor, none of the academy's teachers had anticipated this turn of events. Lu Hao actually lost? That kid only used one move? That's a bit unexpected. It's more than just surprising, I don't think he even used his full strength. But what I'm more curious about is how someone cursed by a divine entity could possess such power. Ignoring the murmurs of the surrounding teachers, the dean's eyes flickered with surprise before a faint smile touched his lips. This kid, he's rather interesting. On the duel platform, Li Jiuyue crouched down, pretending to place his finger between Lu Hao's nostrils to check his breath. In truth, he was attempting to plunder his skills. Skill acquisition successful, obtained grade A skill, // Plunder successful, acquired a rank skill, Berserker Charge. Successful plunder, gained strength +10, speed +7, defense +3, mental power +4. After plundering everything from Lu Hao, Li Jiuyue stood up. Everyone, the show's over. Just as he was about to leave, a furious roar erupted from the crowd. Halt! Hearing the roar, Li Jiuyue turned to look. At that moment, a youth wearing the same team uniform as Lu Hao stepped onto the duel platform. Who are you? I'm Wu Luan. Lu Hao is my deputy captain. So what? Li Jiuyue shrugged. He hadn't even killed anyone. Why was someone coming to seek revenge? I challenge you. Do you dare accept? Wu Luan pointed a single finger at Li Jiuyue, his attitude brimming with arrogance. Lu Hao was the deputy captain of the enforcement squad. His defeat meant a loss of face for the entire squad. If someone else from the academy had one, that would be one thing. But it absolutely couldn't be someone from outside the academy, especially the so-called useless cursed child. Why wouldn't I? Li Jiuyue smiled. Someone offering up their talent and skills for free? That's a blessing. And so, Li Jiuyue commenced his second duel on the arena. His opponent was Wu Luan from the enforcement squad, also a close friend of Lu Hao. His ranking on the strongest list was 35th. Wu Luan, ranked 35th. I don't care what tricks you used to beat brother, how they won't work on me. With that, Wu Luan unleashed his skill. Restricted domain. This dueling arena is my domain. Target, Wu Luan. Gender, male. Occupation, a rank level 17 domain master. Talent, domain deployment, can deploy a domain spanning 80 meters. Enemy skills and attacks are weakened by 80%. After weakening enemy attributes, they are transferred to oneself. Skill 1, a rank, gravity field requirement, must be activated within the domain. Dramatically increases gravity within the domain, compressing enemies or objects inside, immobilizing them and inflicting massive damage. Strength, 50. Speed, 29. Defense, 57. Mental power, 5. I only have one skill, but it's more than enough to deal with you. Seeing Wu Luan's message, Li Jiuyue's expression flickered with surprise. This skill is rather interesting. Domain deployed, gravity field. Swish. Wu Luan wasted no words, immediately activating his domain. Li Jiuyue clenched his fists. Under the domain's influence, he could indeed feel his movements restricted. But, so what? Divine blessing. Water dragon. Roar. As the two clashed, the crowd below the stage grew restless once more. They eagerly placed their celestial star coins on Wu Luan's side, while Li Jiuyue still had only Ji Hongyue supporting her. Hongyue, why are you still betting on him? Su Yingying asked, her voice tinged with irritation. He only beat Lu Hao last round because he got lucky. What's your problem? Ji Hongyue had only one response. I believe in him. But to everyone's surprise, just as they returned to the arena after placing their bets, the match had already ended. Inside the arena, Wu Luan was sent flying out of bounds, leaving behind a massive crater on the ground, still radiating traces of powerful water elemental energy. Plunder successful. Acquired. Not bad. This talent and skill will net us quite a few fragments. Li Jiuyue chuckled. With sacred blessing granting immunity to debuffs and water dragon's roar delivering devastating attacks, Wuluan's defeat was inevitable. Well, looks like even the Tianqing Academy enforcement squad isn't up to par. Li Jiuyue's offhand remark became the spark that ignited the crowd's fury. Damn it, this kid's so arrogant. I'll take him on. He's got some nerve. How dare he look down on our star academy. I'm going.
In an instant, the crowd surged with fury, all ready to punish Li Jiuyue.
But then, Li Jiuyue made a move that caught everyone completely off guard. Anyone got a problem? Bring it on. I'll take you all on. Damn, he's too cocky.
Blinded by rage, the crowd momentarily forgot the rules of the dueling arena and surged onto the platform.
Seeing this unfold, several teachers on the platform feared the situation would escalate further. Dean, if we let these kids keep this up, trouble is bound to happen. I think this duel should.
The dean smiled, unexpectedly choosing to observe.
No need. I'm actually growing more and more interested in this little guy. In an instant, the dueling arena was filled with 10 students. Come at me all together. I'll take on 10 of you. Bring it on. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you.
After all, if they became students of Tianqing Academy, they'd be classmates someday.
If they went too hard today, wouldn't it be awkward to see each other later? Damn, he's too cocky. Let's all go at once. I don't believe he can handle all of us. Go! Chapter 22, Pre-Admission Trials.
Come on then, let me see what you Star Academy students are really made of. Li Jiuyue grinned, radiating a sense of boldness, then gripped the thunder fong in his hand.
Crackle, crackle, crackle.
The formidable thunderous energy emanating from the thunder fong caused the crowd's expressions to shift slightly. While its attack power wasn't exceptionally high, the weapon's sheer appearance was intimidating enough. Anyone hit squarely by it would likely end up with 7 or 8 holes in their body.
Come on, all of you at once.
He gripped the thunder fong, flicking his fingers at the group before him with utter arrogance.
Too cocky. We'll take him on together.
The group encouraged each other, then charged headlong at Li Jiuyue. Still, they were students of Tianqing Academy after all, possessing some degree of skill. Among them were friends who knew each other well, capable of executing powerful skill combinations.
Interesting.
Li Jiuyue chuckled, his expression turning serious. At that moment, he activated the captured equipment, the Inspiration Heart. Heart of Inspiration. Equipping this item heightens one's sensitivity to the surrounding environment and sharpens mental clarity. With the Inspiration Heart equipped, he dodged their skills with pinpoint accuracy and seized opportunities to strike back. Shadow Toxin. He didn't strike hard, though. At most, he gave them a taste of their own medicine, sending them into a state of paralysis.
What the hell is going on? Why can't I move? Damn it, mine too. I feel completely stiff.
While the others were still puzzling over this, Li Jiuyue had already begun kicking them one by one off the duel platform.
Go! Ouch! Go! You! Wait! Can you not hit me in the face?
The man bared his teeth in a grin, trying to salvage what little dignity he had left.
Sure thing.
Li Jiuyue nodded with a smile, then delivered a kick straight to the man's backside.
Damn it!
Among these 10 people, only 3 were B rank, the rest were all C rank. Li Jiuyue decomposed all the skills he had plundered.
Not bad. Another decent boost.
Keep this up, and I'll be able to exchange for skills and treasures from the shop soon. He chuckled to himself, feeling incredibly pleased. However, he had only plundered their skills, not their innate talents. Glancing at the 10 individuals kicked out of the arena, Li Jiuyue brushed the dust off his clothes. Now no one should stop me from going to see the dean. But just as he was about to step down from the duel platform, a sturdy figure suddenly appeared behind him.
Wait! Hearing the voice, Li Jiuyue turned his head. He hadn't sensed this person's presence at all.
This man, such a powerful aura.
Who are you? I am Bai Zhe, captain of the Academy Enforcement Squad, the muscular youth declared in a deep voice.
Seeing that the person before him was actually the captain of the enforcement squad, Li Jiuyue couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. The captain of Tianqing Academy's enforcement squad was this young.
The captain of the enforcement squad.
His fists clenched tightly, he was ready to fight at any moment. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, the dean standing on the second floor rose to his feet and cleared his throat twice.
Alright, today's duel ends here. Yes, Dean. At the dean's words, the onlookers reluctantly dispersed. Ah, what a pity. I was eager to see whether this kid or Bai Zhe was the stronger one. What are you thinking? Bai Zhe, of course. Hongyue, let's go. Why are we still standing here?
Su Yingying urged.
Yingying, you go ahead. I've got something to take care of. Alright then.
Without further thought, she turned and left. Once Su Yingying was gone, Hongyue hurried over to the duel platform.
Bai Zhe said coldly, next time, you won't be so lucky.
Maybe, Li Jiuyue replied calmly with a faint smile. Bai Zhe gave him a piercing look before turning away, carrying the unconscious Lu Hao with him. By then, the principal had arrived at the duel platform with several teachers.
Heh, you're quite an interesting little fellow, aren't you? This is Dean Ji Yong of Tianqing Academy, a teacher explained with a smile. Upon seeing the dean of Tianqing Academy, Li Jiuyue promptly greeted him with utmost respect. Greetings, Dean. But inwardly, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Damn it, so you were all watching my duel from up there. Phew, thank goodness I held back earlier. Otherwise. Seeing Ji Yong suddenly appear, Ji Honyue felt a bit surprised. Dad, weren't you in your office? Li Jiuyue, Dad? Ji Yong cleared his throat twice. Yue, don't interrupt. Li Jiuyue, Yue? Only now did Li Jiuyue grasp the truth. The dean of Tianqing Academy was actually Ji Honyue's father. Holy crap, this is quite the surprise. Without further pleasantries, Li Jiuyue proceeded to explain the purpose of her visit to Tianqing Academy. Several teachers couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. Good grief, this is the first time I've seen someone enroll like this. You're quite the exception, kid. Li Jiuyue could only scratch his head awkwardly in response. Of course, everything must follow the academy's rules and regulations. We'll handle it as required. Alright, but we need to discuss this first. Ji Yong didn't agree immediately, instead gathering the school's teachers aside. As for what they were discussing, Li Jiuyue could probably guess. Probably because of his status as the cursed child. Dad. Ji Honyue hurried over. She whispered something in Ji Yong's ear. Oh, so that's what this is about. A flash of surprise crossed Ji Yong's eyes. After 5 minutes of heated discussion, they reached a consensus. Ji Yong then approached Li Jiuyue. Jiuyue, we have no objection to you joining Tianqing Academy. However, we need to assess your physical abilities. This is also part of the class placement test. Based on your performance in the tests, we'll place you in the appropriate class. Of course, if you fail the tests, we won't be able to keep you here. No problem, let's begin the tests. Li Jiuyue nodded. These are all standard procedures. Every student joining the academy must undergo testing. Alright, follow us to the testing facility. And so, they led Li Jiuyue to the testing facility. Inside the testing facility, Li Jiuyue looked around curiously. The hall was enormous, filled with all kinds of testing equipment that dazzled the eye. Numerous trainees were present, each engaged in different assessments. Normally, one could also come here to enhance their abilities. At that moment, a female instructor named Ning explained, our testing consists of 4 components. Strength, speed, defense, and theory. The maximum score for all 4 is 400 points. A total score of 200 is considered passing. Got it. Li Jiuyue nodded. Go for it. Ji Honyue pumped her fist in encouragement. I'll do my best. Li Jiuyue smiled. After adjusting his mindset, he approached the strength testing machine. It will display your score based on your strength, the instructor explained. Remember, you must exert your full strength, no holding back. We need the most accurate data possible. Also, no skill enhancements allowed, got it? Got it. Li Jiuyue clenched his right fist. He too wanted to know just how powerful his full strength strike could be. Chapter 23, you're supposed to test it, and you blow the machine up? Just as Li Jiuyue was warming up, several spectators who loved a good show stopped their own training. Holy crap, the Dean and Senior Red Moon are here? I swear, the Dean seems to have brought that kid with him. A strength test, huh? Look at his scrawny frame, I bet his strength won't even hit 100. I remember the highest strength test score is still held by Senior Hongyu. No one's broken it yet. Amidst the chatter, Li Jiuyue, having finished his warm-up, approached the testing machine. He took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his right fist, then delivered a punch. This punch contained 10% of his maximum strength, without any skill buffs, pure physical power. Boom! The punch landed, but instead of displaying any numbers, the testing machine emitted a crackling sound of electricity. In the next instant, the testing machine exploded from the sheer force of the impact. Boom! Fragments of the machine scattered across the floor, narrowly missing the faces of the onlookers. Everyone. What? What? No way, he shattered the machine with one punch? At that moment, everyone was stunned. What kind of strength does it take to smash a testing machine with one punch? This has never happened in the history of Tianqing Academy. Holy crap, this has to be a record breaker. Wait, this testing machine is public property, we'll have to pay for it. Erected with one punch, how are we supposed to test now? It wasn't just the crowd who were stunned. Even Li Jiuyue, the one who caused the incident, hadn't anticipated this outcome. I don't think we need to pay for this, right? He tentatively asked. No need. The testing instructor, who had witnessed the entire incident, swallowed hard. He'd been at Tianqing Academy for several years now, having seen hundreds if not thousands of talented students, but he'd never encountered one who could destroy a machine with a single punch. The test machine didn't display a number. I didn't get 0 points, did I? Li Jiuyue immediately began scratching his head and pulling at his ears. Well. Seeing this, the testing instructor was momentarily at a loss, casting a pleading glance toward Ji Yong. Well, counted as full marks. Ji Yong hadn't anticipated such a situation either. It exceeded the machine's testing capacity, it was already a perfect score. Phew, that'll do.
After achieving a perfect score on the strength test, Li Jiuyue moved on to the speed testing area. At this point, the instructor stepped in to explain, once you enter, the machine will release wind blades.
Of course, these blades cause no actual harm, but they will leave marks on your body.
Once you accumulate 10 wind blades on your body, the machine will automatically stop.
We'll calculate your score based on how long you lasted. Got it. Li Jiuyue nodded, ready at any moment.
As the instructor pressed the start button, a wind blade instantly struck.
So fast.
After a moment of astonishment, Li Jiuyue dared not let her guard down, pushing her speed to the absolute limit.
Swish, swish. Time ticked by second by second. As the wind blades accelerated, Li Jiuyue pushed his speed to its absolute limit.
Yet, to everyone's astonishment, even after 5 minutes had passed, not a single trace of the wind blades attacks could be seen on his body.
Witnessing this, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Some trainees even began to turn red with embarrassment. Wait, did this kid max out his evasion skill? Could the machine be malfunctioning? How come it hasn't hit him yet? Could there be some kind of underhanded deal going on here?
Li Jiuyue, immersed in the test, remained oblivious to the murmurs around him, focusing solely on dodging the relentless barrage of wind blades before him. There was another reason he could dodge them so precisely every time.
That was because of the inspiration heart. The moment an attack approached, it would instantly alert Li Jiuyue. 12 minutes later, Li Jiuyue was numb from dodging nonstop in the testing area. Wait, aren't these wind blades supposed to stop? Outside the testing ground. Dean, something's definitely off here.
Typically, by around the 10-minute mark, the trainee's body would be covered in wind blade scars, and the testing machine would automatically shut down. But now, the machine shows absolutely no sign of stopping.
This kid keeps surprising us. Let's see what happens next. Ji Young chuckled, making no move to intervene.
15 minutes, 20 minutes passed, still no sign of the machine stopping.
It wasn't until the 22nd minute that the wind blades suddenly slowed down. Finally, it couldn't even fire a single blade anymore. What's going on? If I know. It's been over 20 minutes that kid's got stamina.
Not me, bro. You're the one who started this.
Mind your own business.
Seconds later, everyone heard that familiar crackling sound coming from the machine again. The machine crashed. This time it wasn't completely destroyed, but wisps of black smoke began to rise from it. After such prolonged, high-intensity operation, even a machine couldn't withstand it. 100 wind blades per minute, 20 minutes, that's 2,000 blades already. With the machine before him finally giving out, Li Jiuyue finally got a chance to catch his breath.
Damn, finally a chance to rest.
When he saw the machine spewing black smoke, his lips twitched involuntarily.
Why is it smoking again? Did this machine break down again?
The teacher's lips twitched slightly. I suppose.
I suppose it malfunctioned. Does that mean my score is invalid? Well. The teacher glanced at Ji Young behind him. Well, let's just give him full marks for now. We'll retest once the machine is fixed.
Ji Young said bitterly.
Sigh, I wonder if admitting this kid to the academy was a good idea or not.
He's already wrecked 2 of my machines in less than an hour.
This kid. That's fantastic. Li Jiuyue exclaimed joyfully.
After scoring perfect marks on both tests, he moved on to the strength test. This time, however, the strength test was different from the usual one. I'll conduct this test myself, declared a burly instructor as he stepped before the testing apparatus.
Holy crap, Teacher Wu conducting the test himself? That's giving him major face. What do you know? This is just ramping up the intensity for that kid. You haven't felt the power of Teacher Wu's fists yet.
At this mention, many students felt a chill run down their spines, goosebumps rising on their skin. But Teacher Wu's thoughts at that moment were entirely different from theirs.
This kid's got some skills, better not let him wreck my testing machine.
I'll conduct this test myself.
No objections, right?
No problem, but please go easy on me, teacher.
Li Jiuyue forced a wry smile.
Even the teacher was stepping in, personally sacrificing the pawn to save the king.
Alright, kid. If you can take 1 punch from me, you get full marks.
I'll use only 70% power for this punch. Teacher Wu flexed his fist, poised and ready. Li Jiuyue raised his hand in a defensive stance. Alright, bring it on.
Chapter 24, The Frost Ruins. You better watch out, kid.
Without further ado, Master Wu concentrated his power into his right hand, gathering all his strength before unleashing a punch toward Li Jiuyue. Holy crap, Master Wu's going all out, that's some serious power.
That kid won't get knocked out with 1 punch, will he? His attack and speed might be top-notch, but that doesn't mean his defense is strong. Here it comes.
Feeling the overwhelming aura and impact bearing down on him, Li Jiuyue wasted no time, immediately thrusting both hands forward.
The next second. Thud.
Master Wu's fist slammed heavily onto his arm, the immense force generating a powerful whirlwind. Seeing this, Ji Hanyue cried out in alarm.
Li Jiuyue.
She knew Teacher Wu's strength all too well. Even the top 10 experts on the strength ranking would struggle to block a single punch from him. Taking the full force of Master Wu's punch, Li Jiuyue felt a numbing sensation spread through his arms, accompanied by a dull ache. What incredible striking power! Fortunately, his defensive capabilities had significantly improved. Had this been before, he likely wouldn't have been able to block that punch. Thank you for holding back, teacher. Li Jiuyue shook her numb arms. Seeing the kid unscathed, Master Wu was somewhat surprised. Hey, you've got some real skill, kid. He'd put in 7/10 of his strength, yet hadn't budged the kid an inch. Alright, full marks. Thank you, Master. Li Jiuyue replied. With that, he had achieved perfect scores in all 3 practical tests. Only the theory exam remained. Just then, Ji Yong walked over with a smile. No rush with the theory test. Tell me which tier class do you want to join? Well, Li Jiuyue pondered. To be honest, he hadn't really thought about it. Just then, Ji Hongyue circled around to his right and gently nudged his arm. Li Jiuyue frowned in confusion. Huh? What is it? Nothing. Ji Hongyue suddenly realized her behavior seemed a bit odd. Her face flushed, and she lowered her head, falling silent. Seeing her blush, Li Jiuyue instantly understood. I guess I could manage to get into the A class if it's just a matter of scraping by. Upon hearing that Li Jiuyue wanted to join Class A, the teachers couldn't help but let out a wave of sarcastic remarks. Hey, kid, you've got some nerve aiming for Class A. You've only just taken the basic fitness test and you're already so confident. A young bull fearing no tigers. Ji Yong chuckled. There are 8 A-level classes. Which one do you want to join? Li Jiuyue scratched his head. Just then, Ji Hongyue nudged his arm again and held up a hand with 7 fingers. Li Jiuyue instantly understood. Then Class 7 it is. I like the number 7. Ji Yong nodded and began explaining. A-level classes are different from other classes. Classes below a level can be entered directly by passing the physical fitness test. But to enter an A-level class, you must pass the dungeon trial. And the dungeon itself is also rated a level. Now, do you still stand by your choice? Absolutely. Li Jiuyue nodded emphatically, his eyes burning with resolve. Alright, then let's proceed with the dungeon trial. 5 minutes later, the group arrived at the teleportation portal for the Academy's Class A dungeon trial. You cannot challenge this solo. Only you can enter. With that, Ji Yong handed Li Jiuyue one of the Academy's badges. This is the Academy's teleportation badge. If you find yourself in mortal danger, just crush it and you'll be teleported out immediately. Of course, shattering this badge means you've failed the test. Got it? Taking the badge, Li Jiuyue nodded firmly. Understood. Ji Hongyue stepped forward and said earnestly. This instance dungeon had only Li Jiuyue participating, so she had no choice but to trust him. Be careful. I'll wait for you to come out. Don't worry. Li Jiuyue smiled, then turned and stepped into the instance. You have entered the A-rank instance, Frost Ruins. Meanwhile, within a massive guild headquarters, a burly figure with a dragon-shaped tattoo on his arm stood before them. This man was none other than the leader of the Black Dragon Guild. He also held another identity, Gao Yu's older brother, Gao Xiong. Have you found out who killed my brother Gao Yu? Guildmaster, we've identified the person, but... A subordinate hesitated. But what? Spit it out. Gao Xiong frowned. The man swallowed hard and began to recount the findings of his investigation with a trembling voice. We found out that 3 people entered the dungeon with Gao Yu that day. Uxian died inside the instance. Only Ji Yong's daughter and a kid named Li Jiuyue made it out. And rumors are spreading that Li Jiuyue is supposedly the cursed child. At the words cursed child, Gao Xiong, already seething with rage, lost all control. He slammed his fist down on the table, smashing it to pieces. Ji Yong's daughter, the cursed child. Damn it, they're just 2 useless pieces of trash. The man continued, according to reliable sources, that kid Li Jiuyue is currently at Tianqing Academy and has even joined the dungeon trial. Cao Sheng's eyes nearly shot flames with rage, but he seemed to recall something and blurted out urgently. That bastard is at Starry Sky Academy, isn't he? Yes, President. Gao Xiong let out a cold laugh, his smile tinged with malice. Tell him I don't want to see that brat come out alive. As for Ji Yong's daughter, I'll handle her myself. Understood. The man nodded and walked out of the guild. Inside the Frost Ruins instance. The moment they entered the instance, the bone-chilling cold instantly sobered Li Jiuyue. Everything here was a frozen wasteland, yet strangely, he saw no signs of ruins. All he could see around him was frost. Solo A-rank dungeons and Group A-rank dungeons were vastly different. The difficulty gap between them was enormous. The Dark Night Forest was a prime example. As Li Jiuyue surveyed his surroundings, a sudden wolf howl echoed through the air. Woo! That's Frost Wolf. Rank A. Strength 65. Speed 40. Defense 80. Skill RIP. Icefield Wolf, an ice-type beast. Interesting. At that moment, packs of lightning-fast Icefield wolves charged toward him. Li Jiuyue dared not take it lightly, gripping the Thunder Fang as he prepared for battle.
Perhaps influenced by the surrounding environment, his hands felt unaccustomed and stiff, while the icefield wolves remained completely unaffected. Roar! An A-rank dungeon is indeed challenging. Well then, I'll just... Li Jiuyue took a deep breath and unleashed his A-rank skill. A-rank skill, Wrath of the Flame God 130. Whoosh! After activating the skill, Li Jiuyue felt his entire body grow scorching hot, as if he could spit fire from his mouth. He distinctly sensed a colossal surge of fiery energy coursing through his veins. Before he could react, flames had engulfed his entire body, as if he'd received the flame god's blessing. Of course, these flames were summoned by him, so they posed no harm to his physical form. Ha! No more cold now. Facing the pack of ice wolves closing in, Li Jiuyue swept his arm wide. The flames on his body instantly coalesced into a powerful shockwave, radiating outward in all directions. Whoosh! The intense flames engulfed the ice wolves, their terrifying heat instantly melting them away completely. Damn it, no! They're all burned. How am I supposed to extract anything now? Li Jiuyue's heart sank as he stared at the charred remains of the ice wolves. But just then, the system alert sounded. Talent, Nightfall Instant Kill Skill has reached maximum level 1010. Evolve? Chapter 25, Fierce Battle Against the Ice Wolf King. Talent, Nightfall Instant Kill Skill has reached its maximum level 1010. Evolve? Holy crap, finally able to evolve. Li Jiuyue was ecstatic. This was an S-rank talent. He couldn't wait to discover just how powerful it would become after evolving. Evolve. Evolution complete. Acquired S+ talent, Infinite Instant Kill. Skill description, each attack has a 30% chance to deal a one-hit kill. During night mode, this chance increases to 50%. Trait, each target killed with instant kill increases attack power by 5%, no upper limit. Only up to 30%? Li Jiuyue felt a bit disappointed. He had expected this upgrade to directly surpass 50%, though 30% was still a significant improvement over before. Besides, Infinite Instant Kill still had room for improvement. Once it reached the next tier, the probability would increase further. Infinite Instant Kill, 0:30 remaining until next evolution. Alright, since that's the case, let's keep slaying. Li Jiuyue stretched his limbs and, while the duration of the flame god's wrath was still active, pressed deeper into the dungeon. With every step he took, a dozen or so ice wolves would burst forth. These ice wolves, fearless of death, launched a frenzied assault on Li Jiuyue. However, Li Jiuyue was now in the state of the flame god's wrath. These ice wolves posed no threat to him whatsoever. Yet, due to the overwhelming intensity of the flames, the wolves were reduced to ashes, leaving him unable to extract anything. Nevertheless, his infinite instant kill ability continued to strengthen. Infinite Instant Kill, 3:30 remaining until next evolution. It's improving at a pretty fast pace. It won't be long before Infinite Instant Kill completes its second evolution. Roar! Just as Li Jiuyue was feeling pleased about this, a massive wolf howl from ahead successfully caught his attention. Roar! Looks like the real battle has only just begun. Li Jiuyue frowned and looked ahead, where an enormous ice wolf stood. This ice wolf was entirely different from any he'd encountered before. Its form was tall and imposing, its fur a deep, icy blue, and its eyes flashed with a cold glint that sent a chill down one's spine. Arctic Wolf King. Rank, A+. Strength, 300. Speed, 400. Defense, 525. Skills, Blizzard, Frozen Wasteland, Call of the Wolf King. A+ rank? Looks like we're in for a fight. Just then, the effect of Flame God's wrath faded, and the flames enveloping Li Jiuyue gradually dissipated. Seizing the opportunity, the Icefield Wolf King launched its attack. Swish! So fast! Li Jiuyue gasped in shock. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of the Icefield Wolf King's movements. Yet, with his spirit-inspired heart, he could still sense the killing intent drawing nearer. He instinctively raised Thunderfawn to shield his chest. By the time he finished, the Icefield Wolf King's claws had already struck. This single strike caused Thunderfang's durability to plummet by 70 points. Even with all his previous usage, the durability had never depleted this rapidly. This attack, interesting. Water Prison. Though momentarily startled by the Ice Wolf King's assault, Li Jiuyue immediately launched a counterattack. He intended to temporarily restrain the Ice Wolf King with a water prison cage, but its speed proved astonishingly swift. In the split second before the water prison could solidify, it vanished with a flash. The next instant, the Ice Wolf King unleashed its skill. A powerful surge of frigid energy roared from its jaws, coalescing into a biting gale of ice. The icy wind pierced his bones. The immense force sent Li Jiuyue staggering backward repeatedly. By the time he managed to block it, his body was already encrusted with frost, and his feet had long since gone numb. If not for his decent physical constitution, he would likely have been frozen solid into an ice sculpture by now. Divine Blessing. His body frozen stiff, Li Jiuyue immediately activated the skill to dispel the negative status. In this one-on-one battle, there was absolutely no room for error. After activating the skill, Li Jiuyue's all attributes increased by 20%, granting immunity to any debuffs for 3 minutes. Venom Corrosion. Empowered by his attribute skill, Li Jiuyue unleashed Venom Corrosion relentlessly. Corrosive orbs flew from his hands like they were free, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the Icefield Wolf King. The relentless barrage forced the Ice Wolf King to abandon its attacks, leaving it no choice but to dodge and defend. 20 seconds later, the Ice Wolf King, preoccupied with evasion, finally stepped into the trap Li Jiuyue had set. Here we go. Water Prison Cage. Swish. The instant the Ice Wolf King's right paw touched down, a water prison cage instantly rose from the ice. The Ice Wolf King was trapped inside, unable to move. Seizing the chance, Li Jiuyue was about to unleash the Water Dragon chant when he suddenly felt the surrounding coldness surge violently. Never mind. Water Dragon chant. Go! A mighty water dragon surged straight toward the Ice Wolf King. Water Dragon chant alone might not defeat the Ice Wolf King, but if it can break its defenses, I have a plan. Just as the Water Dragon chant was about to strike the Icefield Wolf King, the situation changed once more. Roar! The Icefield Wolf King roared in fury, unleashing its skill once more. Only this time, it was overwhelmingly powerful. A terrifying chill erupted from the Ice Wolf King's body, freezing everything in its path. The water prison cage froze solid into ice, and even the water dragon itself froze mid-air, transforming into an ice dragon. Even more terrifying, the chill continued to spread, closing in on Li Jiuyue. No! He shouted in alarm and scrambled backward. Venom Corrosion. Venom Corrosion skill has reached maximum level 2010. Complete evolution? Evolve! Li Jiuyue exclaimed ecstatically, his voice urgent. Evolving at this moment was like a godsend. Evolution complete. Acquired grade A skill, Corrosive Rain. Skill description, alters surrounding weather conditions, unleashing a toxic rain from the sky. This corrosive rain deals devastating damage to enemies upon impact, inflicting 700 points of damage. Note 1, corrosive rain lasts for 5 minutes with a 72-hour cooldown. Note 2, corrosive rain does not harm the caster, but it reduces the caster's defense. Note 3, the skill has a casting animation, taking approximately 10 seconds. Holy crap, this is exactly what I needed. Now I have a way out. Li Jiuyue, overcome with joy, retreated while unleashing corrosive rain. The cold spread rapidly, almost closing in on him, leaving Li Jiuyue no chance to catch his breath. But this time, Li Jiuyue pushed his speed to the absolute limit, focusing solely on evasion while his hands remained constantly in motion. As the distance widened, the cold air spread slowed, and the surrounding air temperature gradually began to rise. Yet by then, the Wolf King had already broken free from the water prison's bonds and began charging toward Li Jiuyue. Almost there, just a little more. 7, 6, 5. Roar! Just as the corrosive rain was about to complete its release, the Icefield Wolf King had already closed in. Chapter 26, Crisis. The Evolved Icefield Wolf King. What? It's moving that fast? Damn it! With only 5 seconds left before the corrosive rain could be unleashed, the Ice Wolf King's claw slammed viciously into Li Jiuyue's chest. Thud! The immense force hurled him backward, the impact shredding his chestplate to shreds. Damn it, this beast packs such devastating power. Thank goodness I'm wearing this armor. Otherwise, a single hit like that would have been unbearable. Chestplate of the Fallen, armor that can be equipped on the chest, capable of withstanding even extremely powerful attacks. Maximum defense, 1,500 points. Bone breastplate, max stats 300-1500. For adventurers battling beasts, combat experience is one thing, timing skill releases is another, but a piece of quality gear is what truly gives you confidence. He was cursed, unable to equip items, but gear obtained from dungeons seemed to be an exception. Alright, your turn ends. Mine begins. 2, 1. Corrosive Rain. Outside the instance, in a room with a large screen, everyone who witnessed this unfold stared in utter disbelief. After Li Jiuyue entered the instance, they had gathered in a room equipped with real-time monitoring capabilities. Although Ji Yong had previously given Li Jiuyue the Academy's protective command token, he simply couldn't contain his curiosity. He wanted to know what kind of abilities Li Jiuyue possessed that even his own daughter spoke up for him at every turn. Seeing Li Jiuyue's performance against the Ice Wolf earlier, everything became clear. How can this kid be so incredibly strong? This kid definitely has some tricks up his sleeve. The Ice Wolf King is roughly level 35 in human terms. This kid is clearly only level 1, yet he fought the level 35 Ice Wolf King to a standstill, even managing to suppress it at one point. Whoa, this kid's been hiding his true strength, the instructors couldn't help but praise. At this rate, even in a ranked dungeon won't be able to hold him back. As Li Jiuyue's hands moved in rapid succession, the sky began to transform. The azure expanse was swallowed by dark clouds, shrouding the heavens and casting an eerie, terrifying gloom. Soon after, highly corrosive acid rain began falling from the sky, drop by drop. Its pace quickened, its intensity grew. While the corrosive rain posed no threat to its caster, the Ice Wolf King trapped within its reach was far less fortunate. Sizzle! Sizzle! Roar!
Countless droplets of corrosive rain struck the Ice Wolf King, its potent corrosive power instantly melting away the thick, hard fur covering its body. Even as it unleashed skills to defend itself, it was like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. It could hold off the attack for a moment, but not forever. Even the surrounding air became contaminated, carrying potent corrosive properties, let alone the frigid cold. It wouldn't be long before the powerful corrosive acid rain completely dissolved it, leaving nothing but a pool of blood. In just 2.5 minutes, the Ice Wolf King's fur had completely melted away. Its flesh was now mangled and torn, its skeletal frame clearly visible beneath. This beast's hide is surprisingly tough. It still hasn't died. Just as Li Jiuyue couldn't help but mutter under his breath, the Ice Wolf let out a wretched, furious howl. A wolf's howl. Could this beast still have a hidden trick up its sleeve? Li Jiuyue's expression darkened. At that moment, the situation shifted once more. Following the Ice Wolf King's furious roar, packs of ice wolves appeared from all directions. These wolves charged toward the king with reckless abandon, as if they had nothing left to lose. Even though most of them were melted by the corrosive rain along the way, some still managed to reach the king's side. Roar! With another furious roar from the Ice Wolf King, the pack formed a defensive wall of wolves, encircling their leader. Oomph! Do you truly believe this will withstand the corrosive rain? You're being far too naive. The corrosive rain would last 5 minutes, and barely 3 minutes had passed. As the corrosive rain fell relentlessly, the pack surrounding the Ice Wolf King rapidly dwindled, gradually dissolving into pools of blood. But just as the corrosive rain reached the 4-minute mark, an unexpected turn occurred. The ice wolves surrounding the Ice Wolf King seemed to be drained dry, instantly becoming skin and bones as even their blood began to be sucked away. What the hell is going on? Li Jiuyue stared in disbelief at the scene. This wasn't an effect of the corrosive rain. Could it be? The moment the thought crossed his mind, an immense surge of energy erupted from the Ice Wolf King's body. The energy shot straight into the sky, tearing open a gap in the black clouds that had been obscuring the heavens. What? Li Jiuyue gasped, a wave of unease washing over him. That beast. As the 5 minutes concluded, the corrosive rain dissipated, and everything around them gradually returned to normal. Now, all the ice wolves around them lay as piles of white bones. Yet the Wolf King at their head had completed its evolution. The Wolf King had evolved into a werewolf. Human, you forced my evolution. Now you can die. Seeing the Arctic Wolf King before him actually speak human words, Li Jiuyue was stunned. Holy crap, this is insane. How can this werewolf speak? This thing, it actually used the wolf pack to achieve a second evolution. Off screen. Seeing the evolved Icefield Wolf King, everyone's expressions changed drastically. They knew the Frost Forest dungeon inside out, yet had never heard of the Icefield Wolf King undergoing a second evolution. Dean, what's going on? This has never happened before. Exactly. Logically, defeating the Icefield Wolf King should have ended the dungeon run, but this. Ji Yong was also momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. Let's observe for now. Ji Hongwei gripped her fists tightly, her eyes glued to the screen. Frost Forest. At this moment, the Icefield Wolf King had completed its evolution. Frost Wolf evolved. Level, A+ evolution complete. Strength, 450. Speed, 600. Defense, 500. Skills, Blessing of the Moon Goddess, Blizzard Storm, 10,000 miles of frozen wastes, Call of the Wolf King. This is getting troublesome. Li Jiuyue frowned deeply. After its second evolution, this beast's speed had surged to a staggering 600. Restricting its movements would be even harder now unless. Human, let me send you on your way. Swish. In the split second Li Jiuyue hesitated, the Icefield werewolf let out a howl and launched its attack. Frost Storm. Powerful icy energy instantly coated the Arctic wolf's claws. Star-shattering slash. Li Jiuyue dared not let his guard down, swinging the Thunderfang in his hand with all his might to meet the blow. Boom! In an instant, the forces of thunder and ice collided. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In that single instant of collision, Li Jiuyue felt the terrifying might of the icy force. Frost had already begun to form on his body. If this continued much longer, he would be frozen solid like an ice sculpture. What terrifying ice power! Fortunately, the thunderous energy surrounding him provided protection, so he needn't worry too much. Powerful lightning energy swirled around Li Jiuyue, helping him resist the encroaching cold. Not only that, but the paralyzing effect generated by the thunder energy continued to affect the iceplane werewolf. Human, you've fallen into my trap. 10,000 miles of frozen wastes. Chapter 27, The Ultimate Terror. 10,000 miles of frozen wastes. Buzz. With the ice warlock's furious roar, the frigid power around it surged violently. The overwhelming chill froze Thunderfang into an ice sculpture in mere moments, and the energy continued to spread until it completely engulfed Li Jiuyue. Human, you can die now. Oh no. The Icefield Wolf King's power has skyrocketed after evolving. That kid is in serious trouble. He's got the badge the dean gave him, why hasn't he crushed it yet? Seeing Li Jiuyue gradually losing ground, everyone grew frantic. Dean, should we forcibly intervene?
Forcibly intervening in a dungeon instance was a measure of last resort. While it could extract Li Jiuyue from the instance, the forced intervention would inflict physical damage on him, though it would save his life. Ji Young's expression grew unusually grave, yet he did not choose to forcibly intervene. Wait a little longer. I believe in him. He won't fall here.
Ji Hongyue stared at the screen with unwavering resolve.
A mere icefield werewolf couldn't stop his advance. What the others didn't know was that it wasn't that Li Jiuyue didn't want to use the badge Ji Yong had given him. The icefield werewolf's freezing power was simply too terrifying, having already turned the metal into an ice sculpture. You're not qualified to freeze me. Seeing the icefield wolf king fall for the trap, Li Jiuyue let out a wicked smile. Ultimate terror. Li Jiuyue unleashed an utterly bizarre energy from his eyes. This energy showed no tangible form and revealed no trace of overwhelming power. Yet precisely because of this, it instilled a profound dread deep within the Ice Wolf King's soul. The skill was nearly instantaneous, and with the Ice Wolf so close, it had no chance to dodge before being struck. Within the Ice Wolf's mental realm, the suddenly invading, bizarre energy instantly enveloped the Ice Wolf's entire mental realm. Even after completing its evolution, it remained utterly defenseless against this bizarre psychic attack skill. After its mental world was invaded, the Ice Wolfman froze, all movement ceasing. Fear consumed its gaze. Opportunity. Seizing the moment, Li Jiuyue unleashed a barrage of heavy punches aimed squarely at the Ice Wolfman's head. With the ultimate fear skill's duration down to its final second, Li Jiuyue delivered a vicious kick to the Ice Wolf's midsection. The blow sent it flying dozens of meters away, finally crashing into and shattering a frost tree before coming to a halt. 5 seconds. The ultimate fear effect ended. After breaking free from the fear, the Ice Wolfman was still alive. Though not dead, it was crippled beyond repair. Its body was covered in wounds, and even its head had been torn off, revealing the stark white bone beneath. That wolf hide is thick indeed, it still hasn't died. Human, you invaded my mental world, the Icefield werewolf demanded in terror. I didn't expect you to be quite so clever. Li Jiuyue chuckled, offering no denial. The Icefield werewolf was now a spent force, its combat power reduced to less than a tenth. Eliminating it would be a mere instant. Human, you forced my hand. To make me unleash this move, you truly are formidable. Blessing of the Moon Goddess. Swish. The Ice Wolf knelt on both knees, arms outstretched, praying fervently to the heavens. In the next instant, the sky darkened as night descended, revealing a blood-red full moon hovering above the Iceplane werewolf. That beast still had a hidden card up its sleeve. You really can't let your guard down for a single moment. Li Jiuyue cursed silently. As the crimson moon descended, the ice werewolf radiated a blood-red glow, as if blessed by some mysterious force. Instantly, its size doubled, and the wounds covering its body began to slowly heal. Its wounds are healing? Li Jiuyue exclaimed in surprise. It seemed this beast's abilities were no joke, but all the better. Human, die. The Arctic werewolf, restored to peak condition, accelerated to its absolute limit. Within just 2 or 3 breaths, it closed in on Li Jiuyue. Its speed was terrifying to the core. Faced with such peril, anyone else would have lost all will to fight by now. Die. Night Awakening. Just a split second before the Icefield werewolf's attack landed, Li Jiuyue urgently activated Night Awakening. He slipped into invisibility, leaving the Ice Wolf's attack to strike empty air. Where did that human go? In Night Awakening mode, Li Jiuyue's all attributes increased by 10% and his speed increased by 20%. While the Icefield werewolf frantically searched for Li Jiuyue, the latter used his stealth to slip behind it. Wolf Fong Club Dance. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Sensing the killing intent behind him, the Arctic werewolf spun violently, thrusting both claws forward. You think you can block? I'll let you block. Li Jiuyue unleashed a sudden burst of power, shattering the claws on the Arctic werewolf's body one by one with overwhelming thunderous force. Die. The thunderous force slammed down hard on the Icefield werewolf's head. This strike unexpectedly triggered the Nightfall Awakening's execution effect. The Icefield werewolf was instantly slain, its head severed clean off and tumbling to the ground. Boss defeated, Icefield werewolf evolved. Successfully cleared a rank dungeon. With the Icefield werewolf slain, this fierce battle finally concluded in Li Jiuyue's victory. Phew, finally got rid of that beast. Li Jiuyue exhaled deeply, plopping down onto the ground. Though the fight had been a bit hairy, the thought of extracting the Icefield werewolf's skills filled him with excitement. Off-screen. Seeing the Icefield werewolf slain, the crowd's hearts finally settled. Damn, we really underestimated this kid. The tactics he pulled off were unheard of, never seen before. I told you keeping him around was the right call. You all argued before, but now what? Still got any complaints? Ji Young declared triumphantly, his voice trembling with unchecked excitement. This kid's performance today was downright insane. Such potential probably not even 3 people in the entire Tianqing Academy could match it. The others exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Nothing more to say. Your insight, Dean, is truly sharp. The potential this kid has shown is already on par with other academies A rankers. If nurtured properly, he might just become another top-tier powerhouse someday. Exactly. With him, we'll have a fighting chance against other academies in the future. As the group buzzed with excited discussion, Li Jiuyue had already begun collecting the loot from this dungeon run. This intense battle had taken a heavy toll on Thunderclaw's durability. It probably only had a little over 100 points of durability left now. Weapon, Thunder Fong. Durability 150-1000. Damn, it's down to 150 durability. Li Jiuyue grimaced. Looks like I'll have to find a way to repair this weapon. Though Thunder Fong's attack power wasn't high, it felt surprisingly comfortable to wield. Plus, with the added boost from the Thunder's might, it provided a significant advantage. Alright, now let me see what goodies I can extract from this Icefield Wolf King. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. Chapter 28, Power Surges Again. Heh, come on then, let me see what treasures you've got on you. Li Jiuyue chuckled, rubbing his hands together as he approached the corpse of the Icefield Wolfman. The ice-based skills unleashed by the Icefield Wolfman earlier were genuinely terrifying. If he could plunder them, his combat power would undoubtedly surge again. He took a deep breath, then placed his hand on the corpse. Plunder successful. Acquired skills, Moon Goddess's Blessing, Frost Storm, 10,000 Miles of Ice, and Wolf King's Call. Here we go. Li Jiuyue was ecstatic and immediately began reading the descriptions of these skills. Blessing of the Moon Goddess, skill level, a rank. Description, receives divine blessing from the Moon Goddess. During full moon, greatly enhances personal strength, heals injuries, increases attack power by 50 points, and boosts speed by 70 points. Frost Storm, skill level, a rank. Description, releases an immensely powerful icy wind. Upon hitting a target, it stiffens their body and has a 10% chance to freeze them. 10,000 Miles of Ice, skill level, A. Skill description, releases an overwhelming surge of frigid energy that envelopes all within its reach. Any object touched by this icy blast is instantly frozen solid. Note, freeze probability is 100%. So that's it, Li Jiuyue exclaimed in surprise. 10,000 miles of frozen wastes. No wonder the Ice Wolf King's freezing ability suddenly skyrocketed. Had he not been prepared, he might have truly been frozen into an ice sculpture by this skill. What a powerful skill, but now it's mine. He chuckled. Most adventurers who encountered the Frost Ruins dungeon would defeat the Ice Wolf King with great difficulty, collect their rewards, and leave. Without digging into certain records, they might never have known the Wolf King possessed such terrifying abilities. But for Li Jiuyue, blessed with the limitless plunder talent, such opportunities were simply irresistible. Wolf King's Call, skill level, a rank. Description, summons Icefield wolves within a 10-kilometer radius with a wolf hull. Summon wolves, obey all commands from the Wolf King. Note, this skill only affects wolves. Wolf King's Call feels similar to goblin summoning. Limited to the Wolf Clan, the skill is quite restrictive. Still, I'll hold on to it for now. What if it can fuse with other skills later? Not bad. We've gained several powerful skills this time. This dungeon run was well worth it. Just as Li Jiuyue was basking in his joy, the system notification sounded once more. Buzz. Dark Knight Awakening and Moon Goddess's Blessing have attracted each other and can be fused. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? Holy crap, these two skills can fuse? Li Jiuyue was utterly stunned. Fuse them. Buzz. Fusion complete. Acquired skill. Night Twin, skill level, S+. Skill description, in darkness, all attributes increase by 40%. The body is enveloped in darkness, forming a dark defense while invisible. This dark defense absorbs damage, with a maximum absorption limit of 3,000 points. Note, for every 1,000 damage absorbed, the clone gains an additional 15% of the host's power. Special effect, during a full moon, the host may summon a clone. Note, the clone possesses 50% of the host's power. As long as the host survives, the clone will not dissipate. Night Twin, this skill only activates during nighttime. Holy crap, this skill is insane, it actually creates clones. He nearly screamed with excitement. A skill that creates clones in darkness? How is this not game-breaking? And this isn't even the limit of Dark Knight Twins. Dark Knight Twins 030. Alright, my power has just skyrocketed again. At that moment, the system began to plunder the Ice Wolf King's base attributes. Plunder successful. Gained attack plus 20, defense plus 18, speed plus 22, spirit plus 9, ice attribute plus 10, cold resistance plus 10. Note, the higher your ice attribute, the greater the damage dealt by your ice skills. System interface. Name, Li Jiuyue. Class, Cursed Child, red name. Strength, 131. Speed, 133. Defense, 108. Mental strength, 33. Cold resistance, 13. Frost attribute, 10. Hidden talent, infinite plunder, upgradable 1800 proficiency points remaining for next upgrade. Talents, infinite instant kill 330, natural poison body 410, sacred protection 010, formless water 410.
Skill level S+, Ultimate Terror 130 Twin of the Night 030.
S rank, Club Dance maxed.
A rank, Wrath of the Flame God 110 Sacred Blessing 310 Shadow Toxin 210 Corrosive Rain 130 Star Shattering / 210 Blade Storm 010. Water Prison Cage 210 Water Dragons Roar 310 Frost Storm 010 10,000 Miles of Ice 010 Call of the Wolf King 010.
B rank, Shadow Toxin 210.
Any single one of these skills he possessed was utterly game-changing. Indeed, my strength has surged significantly.
Next, let's see what the dungeon rewards are for this Frost Ruins instance.
After clearing the dungeon, a golden chest appeared where the Icefield Wolf King had fallen. Li Jiuyue rushed forward impatiently and opened the chest.
Obtain dungeon rewards: Icefield Wolf King's Claws, Frost Orb, Frost Necklace, Snow Soul Ice Lotus. Weapon name: Icefield Wolf King's Claw.
Weapon grade: A+.
Weapon description: forged from the Icefield Wolf King's claws fused with frigid power, this weapon glows a brilliant blue-white.
Its razor-sharp claws can effortlessly cleave through iron and silver.
Durability: 3000.
Properties: in extreme cold environments, the weapon gains increased attack power and channels surrounding frost energy. Skills: upon hitting a target, has a 30% chance to trigger the Shatter Ice effect and a 5% chance to trigger the Rip effect.
Note: Shatter Ice inflicts significant damage to the weapon's durability.
Tier: can directly destroy the target's weapon, though the probability is extremely low.
Hey, not bad.
Another handy piece of gear.
Li Jiuyue couldn't put down the newly acquired equipment. Frost Orb contains wildly volatile ice energy.
Can be socketed into weapons or hurled to unleash a powerful explosive effect. Frost Necklace: when wearing the Frost Necklace, it automatically releases frost energy to defend against attacks upon being struck. Duration: 24 hours. Ice Soul Snow Lotus: a lotus blossom growing atop snow-capped mountains.
Consuming it rapidly heals injuries. Note: for frost-aligned practitioners, consumption also grants a temporary strength boost. After reviewing the acquired gear, Li Jiuyue pondered for a moment. All items related to frost, Dungeon progress 100%, leave dungeon? After claiming his dungeon rewards, a teleportation portal appeared before Li Jiuyue. Not bad.
This kid is right up my alley, remarked a teacher with a smile, his eyes brimming with admiration. Alright, since this kid has successfully cleared the dungeon, it's time for us to get back to our duties.
Ji Yong chuckled.
Just as the group prepared to depart, Ji Honyue suddenly noticed something and immediately grew tense.
Wait, something feels off. Chapter 29, The Atlantis Ruins.
Within the Frost Ruins. Phew, my condition's mostly back to normal.
Time to get out of here.
After tidying his torn clothes, Li Jiuyue stood up and prepared to leave the instance. He had already begun to envision his future life at Tianqing Academy. But just then, a bizarre scene suddenly unfolded.
Buzz, buzz, zzzzz.
With Li Jiuyue still a dozen meters away from the teleportation gate, the portal before him emitted a hissing sound and began to grow increasingly ethereal.
What's going on? Is the portal malfunctioning?
Though he hadn't cleared many dungeons, he'd never seen a portal behave like this before.
A vague sense of unease crept into Li Jiuyue's mind.
We should get out of here fast. Something just feels off. The thought barely crossed his mind when he heard a sudden crackling sound. That was the sound of ice cracking beneath his feet. Oh no, he cried inwardly, just as two more cracks echoed through the air. Crack, crack. No way. Li Jiuyue swallowed nervously. Even the powerful attacks unleashed on the Icefield Wolf King earlier hadn't cracked the ice beneath their feet. How could this be? No way. Why did this instance suddenly get so weird? The thought flashed through his mind, but his feet moved without hesitation. He pushed his speed to the absolute limit, charging toward the nearby teleportation gate. But with every step he took, the ice beneath his feet emitted a series of cracking sounds, growing louder and louder.
This can't go on, I'll be trapped here.
He had a strong premonition that beneath this ice lay an extremely dangerous place. With that thought, Li Jiuyue pulled the badge Ji Yong had given him from his pocket. He hesitated for a moment, then crushed the badge in his hand. But even after shattering the teleportation badge, he remained trapped within the dungeon, not transported out.
What? How could this happen? A wave of intense unease washed over him.
Dad, the teleportation badge lost its effect.
How could this happen? Ji Honyue exclaimed anxiously.
Her face was etched with anxiety, her eyes betraying unease. She had experienced many dungeons herself, including the Frost Ruins, yet she had never encountered such a bizarre situation. The ice beneath the Frost Ruins was actually cracking. There's no time. We have to forcefully pull this kid out of the instance. Ji Yong's hands moved, but it was already too late. Frost Ruins. As Li Jiuyue stood just a step away from the teleportation gate before him, the ice beneath his feet finally gave way, shattering violently. Boom! His foot missed its mark, and he plunged headfirst into the bone-chilling seawater. Then, the instance portal vanished. The Frost Ruins had been completely eroded by water elementals, transformed into an ocean. Watching Li Jiuyue fall into the icy water, Ji Honyue cried out in alarm from behind the screen.
Li Jiuyue. Dad, how could this happen? Think of a way. Dean, this situation has never occurred in our academy before. Could it be a glitch in the dungeon's programming? A teacher asked, his expression grave. The academy's dungeons differed from external ones, being strictly controlled. After all, Tianqing Academy held responsibility for every student entering its dungeons. But today's situation was something all of them were encountering for the very first time. Regardless, we must extract that boy from the Frost Ruins instance immediately. Ji Yong declared sternly. The potential Li Jiuyue was displaying now rivaled S-Rank, perhaps even surpassing it. If such a promising genius were to perish within this dungeon, he would truly regret it for the rest of his life. After all, this kid was the future of Starry Sky Academy. As the group paced anxiously, consumed by worry, one of the teachers accompanying Ji Yong let out a sinister chuckle. Heh, it's all futile. The place that boy fell into is forbidden territory. He's as good as dead. Meanwhile, after plunging into the icy depths of the Frost Ruins, Li Jiuyue fell into a deep coma. After an unknown period of time, when he opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. He quickly checked his body. Thankfully, he wasn't injured, though his head felt dizzy. What the hell did I do to end up here? What the hell is this place? After confirming he was unharmed, he frantically scanned his surroundings. Damn it, I'm underwater. Wait, this is an underwater ruin. Only when he witnessed the magnificent scene before him did Li Jiuyue finally understand why the dungeon was named Frost Ruins instead of Frost Forest. So the ruins had been hidden beneath these waters all along. To his left lay a massive sunken ship, its hull surrounded by countless wrecked vessels and skeletal remains, the deck thickly covered in algae and marine life. He himself had fallen onto a narrow path within the ruins. Before him stood a colossal palace anchored in the ocean depths, though calling it a palace felt more fitting than a ruin. Just as Li Jiuyue cautiously surveyed his surroundings, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed through the air. Entering hidden instance, Atlantis. Instance level? What? I actually fell into a hidden instance? Li Jiuyue was speechless. Who could have imagined a hidden instance would be buried beneath the sea, and its level was still unknown? Atlantis, the underwater ruins. Merely being in this oppressively confined space made him feel inexplicably suffocated, that primal dread of the ocean's depths. Since we've already fallen into this hidden dungeon, we'll just have to fight our way out. I just wonder what kind of monsters lurk within this dungeon. He took a deep breath and ventured deeper into the ruins, each step amplifying his sense of its immense scale. Li Jiuyue walked for a full 5 minutes and still hadn't reached the outer perimeter of the ruins. He hadn't even found the main gate. During this time, he also discovered numerous skeletal remains of sea creatures scattered around him. What's more, traces of flesh still clung to these bones, evidence they'd perished relatively recently. Something's not right here. Li Jiuyue furrowed his brow tightly, keeping constant vigilance on his surroundings as he advanced slowly, inch by inch. Unbeknownst to him, a massive tentacle silently extended from beneath his feet. Chapter 30, Terror in the Deep Sea. What a bizarre place. Li Jiuyue frowned, cautiously moving forward. But just then, a pair of massive tentacles had already crept silently beneath his feet, rapidly closing in on his back. Just as the tentacle was about to pierce through Li Jiuyue's body, his spiritual awareness suddenly kicked in. He seemed to sense something, then spun and leapt backward, dodging the massive tentacle's attack. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Seeing the tentacle towering dozens of times taller than himself, Li Jiuyue couldn't help but curse under his breath. These were the massive tentacles of some creature, each bearing several enormous suction cups. It looked like an octopus's tentacle. Whoosh! Immediately, the ground beneath his feet began to violently tremble as an enormous silhouette slowly rose from the depths of the ocean floor. It was a giant octopus. Its size was utterly colossal. Li Jiuyue felt like he wasn't even worth a single tentacle in its presence. Holy crap, are you kidding me? An octopus this big? Li Jiuyue exclaimed in astonishment. He'd seen plenty of sea creatures before, but never an octopus this massive. Just as he stood in stunned silence, the system alerted him. Deep sea tentacle. Species, giant octopus. Level? Attack power, 564. Defense, 1988. Speed, 765. Mental power, 0. Skills, rapid growth, terror entangle, deep sea wave. What? This guy's stats are even higher than an evolved icefield werewolf. This is getting troublesome. While Li Jiuyue was still reeling in shock, the giant octopus launched its attack. Swish! It swiftly whipped its massive tentacle, slamming it violently toward Li Jiuyue. Despite its massive size, its attack speed was astonishingly fast. Moreover, its tentacles were incredibly massive, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure that made it difficult to react in time. After a moment of stunned paralysis, Li Jiuyue snapped back to his senses. He instantly pushed his speed to its absolute limit and retreated frantically. Boom! The giant octopus's attack missed Li Jiuyue, but it obliterated the ancient path beneath his feet, with the collapse continuing to spread. After evading the attack, Li Jiuyue immediately launched his counterattack. Water Dragon Roar. While the giant octopus's attack was formidable, it was, after all, underwater. The water dragon's roar skill would reach its maximum effect, and its attack power would be amplified. Go! Roar! Li Jiuyue swung his right hand, unleashing a colossal water dragon that charged straight toward the giant octopus. But what Li Jiuyue never anticipated was that the colossal octopus merely swung one of its tentacles, completely shattering the water dragon chant. What incredible destructive power! Swish! Li Jiuyue's attack had thoroughly enraged the colossal octopus. With a sudden movement, its 8 massive tentacles lashed out simultaneously from 8 different directions. 10,000 miles of frozen ice. Facing the colossal octopus's overwhelming assault, Li Jiuyue held nothing back, unleashing the skill he had seized from the Ice Wolf King. Terrifying cold surged from his body, freezing the tentacles one after another. Even the vast surrounding area began to show signs of freezing. Equipped with the Wolf King's claws, Li Jiuyue spun and swiftly severed one of the giant octopus's tentacles. The frozen tentacle crashed to the ground, shattering into segments of ice. Swish, swish, swish. 3 more flashes followed, and the giant octopus lost 3 more tentacles. Whoosh! At that very moment, the situation took a sudden, earth-shattering turn. What? This? Li Jiuyue's eyes widened in shock. The 4 severed tentacles of the giant octopus were visibly regenerating at an astonishing speed. This regeneration speed is unbelievably fast. In the very instant Li Jiuyue was reeling from shock, the colossal octopus suddenly opened its mouth gathering an immensely powerful energy. As if sensing the terror of this energy, the entire ocean floor began to shake violently. The shockwave generated by that energy was so powerful that Li Jiuyue could no longer steady himself. Boom! In the next instant, an energy wave powerful enough to overturn the entire seabed surged directly toward Li Jiuyue. Everywhere the energy wave touched was obliterated by its terrifying force. Even the solid stones that built this undersea palace turned to powder the instant they touched the wave. Li Jiuyue dared not hesitate, retreating relentlessly. But to his shock, the energy wave seemed to have no limits on its range, relentlessly pursuing him. There's no escaping it. I have to fight back. Fury of the Flame God. Whoosh! Powerful fiery energy swirled around him, forming a protective barrier while unleashing a devastating shockwave. Boom! The 2 shockwaves collided head-on. The immense energy radiated outward, causing the entire undersea palace to tremble. Did it work? Li Yu had believed this would withstand the giant octopus's assault, but yet he had underestimated the giant octopus's power. The situation was far worse than he had anticipated. The powerful energy fluctuations not only failed to diminish but actually suppressed the flaming god's fury attack. Within 3 breaths, the shockwave Li Jiuyue unleashed was utterly destroyed. Again! Li Yu refused to believe it. Energy rapidly gathered in his hands, and he unleashed dozens of powerful flame shockwaves once more. Boom! 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 Those dozens of flame shockwaves failed to destroy the colossal octopus's immense energy, they merely weakened it. Damn it! Down here in the depths of the ocean, my fire energy is suppressed. I can barely unleash half its power. Each of these consecutive flaming wrath shockwaves could obliterate several A-rank powerhouses, yet they barely managed to withstand this creature's assault. What kind of monster is this? This octopus unleashed just one skill, and I had to expend so many of my own to counter it. I absolutely cannot let it unleash another. Ice Storm. With that thought, Li Jiuyue swiftly unleashed his freezing ability. Finally, a powerful blizzard swept across the entire ocean floor, completely suppressing the giant octopus's offensive and utterly dismantling it. Buzz! Seeing its attack neutralized, the giant octopus opened its massive mouth once more, intent on repeating the assault. Damn it, you bastard, you're at it again. Screw you! Seeing the giant octopus prepare for another strike, Li Jiuyue cursed furiously and unleashed his water prison cage. Water-type skills? I've got those too. Splash! He manipulated the surrounding water energy, transforming it into a cage large enough to envelop the giant octopus, trapping it inside. Moreover, the cage continuously squeezed and contracted, attempting to suffocate the octopus right there. However, this merely restricted the giant octopus's movement. Its movements restricted, the giant octopus immediately launched a counterattack, its 8 tentacles lashing wildly at the cage before it. Snap! Snap! The relentless assault quickly caused cracks to appear in the cage, which continued to widen. Fortunately, Li Jiuyue had seized this opening to position himself directly above the giant octopus. Benefiting from the water energy in the underwater space, his speed increased significantly. Now, let's see how you'll defend yourself. 10,000 miles of frozen ice. Swish! Powerful icy energy gathered in his hands, then he swiftly slapped the giant octopus's head. With that single strike, Li Jiuyue successfully plundered the octopus's skills. Skill acquisition successful, rapid growth, terrifying entanglement, deep sea undulation. Skill acquisition successful, attack plus 100, defense plus 156, speed plus 50. Chapter 31, wait, did I just fall into an octopus nest?
Although he had already looted the attributes and skills of this giant octopus, Li Jiuyue had no mind to examine them.
His sole focus now was to destroy this colossal cephalopod.
If it unleashed that terrifying skill again, he'd be dead meat or at least severely injured. Just then, the cracks in the water prison cage grew wider and wider. Finally, unable to withstand the giant octopus's assault any longer, it shattered completely. But at that very moment, the frigid energy Li Jiuyue had unleashed began spreading across the giant octopus's entire body.
Damn it, I'm going to turn you into a specimen, you giant octopus.
He cursed under his breath, yet the frigid energy surging through his hands only intensified. As the icy power intensified, the giant octopus's entire head froze solid into a massive ice sculpture.
Even so, its 8 tentacles remained fully mobile.
Like they were equipped with navigation systems, they began attacking Li Jiuyue from all directions.
Your head's frozen solid, what good are your arms now? Blade Storm.
Faced with the encirclement of 8 tentacles, Li Jiuyue's body began spinning rapidly like a top. Defending against the tentacles' attacks was one thing, but more crucially, he needed to buy time. Facing Li Jiuyue, who spun relentlessly like a top, the 8 tentacles launched fierce assaults, yet they kept suffering backlash damage. Terrifying blade strikes scraped across the tentacles one after another. Meanwhile, the icy chill from the giant octopus continued to spread rapidly.
1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds.
After 5 seconds, the 8 tentacles abruptly ceased their assault.
Success!
Li Jiuyue paused and scanned his surroundings, discovering that the 8 tentacles had been completely frozen solid.
They stood upright like 8 enormous ice pillars. Phew, finally got this thing to stop.
Such a huge octopus really is a pain.
He exhaled deeply and plopped down onto the ground.
Just as he was about to examine the skills he had plundered, an extremely faint tremor suddenly emanated from beneath his feet.
Ha! He scrambled to his feet. Could I have misread it?
Just as doubt filled his mind, another tremor shook the ground beneath him. This time, it was even stronger than before.
Damn it, I'm frozen solid already, how the hell can it freeze more? Feeling the unusual movement beneath his feet, Li Jiuyue let out 2 expletives in quick succession. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of ice cracking echoed through the air. Crack, crack. 1 crack, 2 cracks, 3 cracks.
Multiple massive cracks appeared on the frozen giant octopus.
This won't do.
If this keeps up, the thing will break free sooner or later. If that's the case, then we have no choice but to do this. Though what followed might be a bit gross, it was the only surefire way to finish off the giant octopus.
Dark toxin.
He coated his blade with the dark poison, then plunged it deep into the giant octopus's head.
Blade. Storm.
Swish, swish, swish. Finding a foothold, Li Jiuyue's body spun like a miniature top once more.
The immense penetrating force drove him straight into the giant octopus's head.
Without hesitation, he spun wildly inside the colossal octopus's body.
The dark toxin's first strike caused paralysis, while the second inflicted poisoning. Moreover, with consecutive attacks, the toxins could stack indefinitely. Under such relentless assault, the colossal octopus was finally utterly destroyed. Its body was torn to shreds, its remains sinking to the ocean depths. Now, let's see how you recover. Li Jiuyue exhaled deeply, feeling neither excitement nor joy at the giant octopus's demise. Because this was only the beginning. If this single giant octopus drifting near the entrance was already so troublesome, he dared not imagine what terrifying creatures lurked in the depths of the Atlantis ruins. 3 full days had passed since Li Jiuyue entered the dungeon.
During those 3 days, Ji Yong and the other teachers had repeatedly attempted to open the instance, but each attempt ended in failure. All systems showed normal readings, yet the frozen ruins instance remained stubbornly locked.
For a moment, Ji Yong and the others were at a complete loss.
They had exhausted every possible method.
Ugh, it's been 3 days already, and still no sign of the instance opening. Ji Yong sighed in frustration.
This matter had left him utterly exhausted these past days, unable to sleep soundly. Perhaps the only chance is to open it from within. Only Li Jiuyue himself possesses that ability, a teacher in charge of technology stated earnestly.
But it's been so long with no movement. You don't think the kid could have? No, I believe in him.
Ji Hongyue's voice was as unwavering as ever.
She was certain Li Jiuyue must be facing an insurmountable challenge. Once he resolves it, he'll emerge without fail.
Meanwhile, outside the Atlantis ruins.
After dealing with that giant octopus, Li Jiuyue took a brief moment to adjust.
After all, he still didn't know what lay deep within these ruins. Maintaining peak condition was essential for his safe escape from this hellish place.
Phew, time to head inside the ruins. Li Jiuyue took a deep breath and looked up at the colossal structure before him.
The battle had covered such a vast area, yet the ruins remained completely intact. Only the path they had come through had been destroyed. Could it be that a powerful protective barrier shielded the ruins from the outside?
Never mind. There's only one way forward now.
Li Jiuyue was about to explore the secrets within the ruins when suddenly, a sudden change occurred. He felt the deep sea floor violently shake, as if something was rapidly approaching. And not just one creature.
What on earth is happening? Why is the seabed shaking so violently?
Just as he bent down to investigate, a colossal form surged upward.
Splash! It was another giant octopus, and this one was even larger than the previous one. What? Another one? Could it be that we killed the female earlier and now a male has arrived? Damn it!
But before he could fully process this absurd thought, a massive disturbance erupted from the depths of the ocean, shattering his expectations and erasing his doubts.
1, 2, 3. In just over 10 seconds, a staggering 15 giant octopuses had surged forth.
The scene was utterly spectacular. No, rather than spectacular, it was a profound despair. A despair born of fear of the colossal, fear of the terrifying. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle firsthand, Li Jiuyue froze in place, utterly stunned. A wave of helplessness washed over him. What the hell did I just disturb an octopus nest?
Chapter 32, Poseidon, God of the Sea. This is seriously bad news. A powerful wave of helplessness instantly washed over Li Jiuyue. Dealing with just one giant octopus had drained him so much energy.
If he hadn't finally broken through from inside the creature, he'd probably still be tangled up with that beast.
Now, with so many giant octopuses, how was he supposed to fight them? No, I can't linger here. I absolutely cannot let these beasts surround me.
If these giant octopuses attacked one after another, that wouldn't be too much of a concern. He had ways to handle them.
But if they closed in from all sides to form an encirclement, then it would truly be over.
I need a confined combat space to restrict these giant octopuses' movements.
As this thought struck him, Li Jiuyue turned to look at the ancient ruins behind him. This is the spot.
He dared not hesitate any longer, pushing his speed to the absolute limit as he turned and charged deep into the ruins. Only by entering the ruins could he stand a chance against these giant octopuses.
Seeing Li Jiuyue attempt to enter the ruins, the dozen or so giant octopuses went berserk, launching a relentless pursuit. Countless massive tentacles, like deadly vines, swiftly closed in on Li Jiuyue.
Fortunately, Li Jiuyue had just absorbed the base attributes of one giant octopus, greatly enhancing his speed. Within 10 breaths, he reached the entrance of the ruins. Upon reaching the entrance, however, a massive gate blocked his path. The gate appeared ancient, covered in dense inscriptions and unfamiliar patterns. Some of the patterns seemed to depict these very giant octopuses. But Li Jiuyue had no time to examine the door's details. He had to enter the ruins to escape safely.
I'll have to force my way in.
He took a deep breath, then delivered punch after punch against the gate, eventually blasting a small opening just wide enough for a human to squeeze through.
Without hesitation, Li Jiuyue crouched low and squeezed through the opening. The moment he entered, dozens of giant octopuses had already arrived at the ruins' entrance.
But Li Jiuyue remained composed, his claws poised for attack at any moment. Strangely, after reaching the ruins' entrance, the giant octopuses stopped advancing. After waiting a full 3 minutes, seeing no sign of the giant octopuses attempting to enter, Li Jiuyue finally let his guard down.
Finally safe. After confirming his safety, Li Jiuyue turned around to survey the ruins. Rather than ruins, it resembled a colossal palace, a palace submerged beneath the ocean depths.
This undersea palace had clearly endured the ravages of time, likely tens of thousands of years old, yet it remained remarkably well lit.
What is this? Sea crystal.
Sea crystal stone, a type of stone found only in the deepest ocean depths. While not inherently hard, it emitted an intensely dazzling blue glow. Though they had entered the ruins, Li Jiuyue never let his guard down. He had a strong premonition that this palace held even greater dangers than the outside world. But now, he had no choice but to press forward.
No choice. I have to go down.
The teleportation gate out of this dungeon might be inside this palace.
Li Jiuyue took a deep breath and began slowly exploring the undersea palace.
After about 15 minutes of exploration, Li Jiuyue came upon another grand door. The moment he pushed open the door and stepped inside, a voice like that of a deity echoed throughout the entire palace. I never imagined that so soon after, another human would arrive here.
Who's there? Another human?
There were others within this ruin. Following the direction of the voice, a damaged throne appeared ahead, with a figure sitting cross-legged in its center. His upper body was partially exposed, revealing a well-defined, muscular physique. He sported a long beard and held a trident-like weapon in his hand.
A human? Li Jiuyue was stunned. How could any human possibly survive this deep underwater? Just as doubt filled his mind, the system provided an answer. Poseidon. Occupation, sea god. Level? Attack power? Defense? Speed? Mental power? Skills? The sea god, Poseidon?
Li Jiuyue gasped in shock. This man was actually the sea god. After such a long interval, another human has found this place. Poseidon's eyes burned with excitement and fervor, as if he were about to devour the human before him. Li Jiuyue felt nothing but bitterness in his heart.
Was this the difficulty of a hidden dungeon?
It was nothing short of hellish.
There was no choice.
Even if it meant facing a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, he had to push forward. Defeat Poseidon, and this hidden dungeon should finally come to an end.
Who would have thought I'd have the honor of facing the sea god himself?
Poseidon stretched briefly before rising from his shattered throne. After tens of thousands of years trapped in these ocean depths, boredom has consumed me. Rest assured, mortal, I won't let you die too quickly. No more hesitation, I'll push through even if it kills me. Wrath of the Flame God. Li Jiuyue wasted no more time, unleashing the wrath of the Flame God. Countless powerful flames surged around him. These flames likely wouldn't suffice. He must first understand his opponent's attack patterns before countering. With that thought, Li Jiuyue swung both hands, unleashing a powerful flame shockwave toward Poseidon. Facing this onslaught of flames, Poseidon didn't even blink. With an expressionless wave of his hand, the powerful shockwave was instantly dispersed. Human, don't disappoint me. Li Jiuyue gave a cold laugh, offering no reply as the fiery energy in his hands intensified. In the next instant, a colossal fireball coalesced. Go! Poseidon slowly raised a single finger, and a water sphere the size of a thumb appeared at its tip. Put! With a flick of his right hand, the water sphere collided directly with the fireball. Under normal circumstances, a water sphere of this size would have been vaporized by the fireball long ago. But now, whoosh! The immense energy contained within the water sphere erupted violently, instantly shattering the fireball released by Li Jiuyue. Li Jiuyue showed only a momentary flicker of surprise before quickly regaining his composure. Corrosive rain. As his hands continuously formed seals, a faint, corrosive aura gradually filled the palace. 3 breaths later, highly corrosive acid rain plummeted from the sky, its reach covering half the palace. Poseidon instinctively raised his hand to block it, but his right hand was instantly corroded as the potent acid rain rapidly seeped into his skin. Oh? Corroding flesh? Now that's interesting. Poseidon chuckled. The water energy surged around him, and the corroded wound on his right hand instantly healed. In that very instant, Li Jiuyue vanished like a flash of lightning. Star-shattering slash. Appearing behind Poseidon, he launched his attack without warning. Oh, that speed is rather interesting, but the power leaves something to be desired. Without even turning his head, Poseidon merely raised his hand slightly. A powerful surge of water energy coalesced into a barrier, deflecting the strike. Oh no! Li Jiuyue tried to step back, only to find a water energy sphere had materialized on his chest. Chapter 33, The Cursed Child vs the God. Boom! The water energy sphere exploded instantly, its powerful shockwave hurling Li Jiuyue backward. Boom! Finally, his entire body slammed violently into the palace wall before coming to a halt. That attack! Li Jiuyue's face twitched as he wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. Had he not been clad in the dead man's breastplate, that strike alone would have cost him half his life. No, it might have ended him entirely. This attack was in a completely different league from any of the beasts he'd encountered before. Is this what a god looks like? After fending off all the remaining attacks from the corrosion, Poseidon turned to look at Li Jiuyue, who had been blasted away. Seeing that the latter was still alive, merely sustaining minor injuries, he felt a surge of excitement. Still alive. This finally isn't so boring anymore. Whoosh! Immediately, Poseidon swept his hands, and dozens of water spheres the size of fists appeared around him. Don't underestimate these water spheres, each possess the power to destroy heaven and earth. I hope you survive. With a sweeping gesture, Poseidon unleashed the water spheres like cannonballs hurtling toward Li Jiuyue. No telling if it's day or night now. Doesn't matter, I've got to take a gamble. Dark Night Twin. Instead of trying to block the water balls head-on, Li Jiuyue immediately activated Night Twin. Fortunately, the skill activated successfully, granting him invisibility. In the darkness, all his attributes increased by 40%. It was precisely this 40% boost that elevated his speed to a new tier, allowing him to effortlessly evade Poseidon's attack. Seeing Li Jiuyue vanish from his original position, Poseidon felt a flicker of shock. He could distinctly sense that the human aura hadn't vanished, it still lingered within the palace. Oh, vanished? Now this is getting interesting. But can you really evade me? Whoosh! As Poseidon murmured incantations, a towering, ethereal statue materialized behind him. The statue slowly opened its mouth, seemingly murmuring, yet in reality unleashing a powerful sonic attack. This is a sonic attack. He hastily summoned a clone to shield himself, swiftly enveloping it in dark energy. The powerful sonic blast instantly engulfed every corner of the palace, its terrifying energy reverberating throughout the chambers. Without the reinforcement of Poseidon's energy, this undersea palace would have collapsed long ago. Dark defense can absorb damage, with a maximum absorption limit of 3,000 points. Yet after only a few rounds of reverberation, the system alert sounded repeatedly. Dark defense, damage absorption limit, 900-3000. Dark defense, damage absorption limit, 1500-3000. Dark defense, damage absorption limit, 2000-3000. Damn it! This sonic attack is insanely powerful, even 3000 defense can't withstand it. Li Jiuyue cursed inwardly. Thankfully, I plundered a lot of mental attributes earlier. Otherwise, my brain would have exploded before dark defense even activated. He endured it for 3 full minutes before the sonic energy finally began to rapidly diminish.
Reciprocity is only fair. Now taste this move of mine. Ultimate Terror. Buzz. Ultimate Terror ignores distance, is an instant cast skill, and cannot be defended against. Even a sea god as powerful as Poseidon fell victim to it. The struck target plunges into deep panic and is overwhelmed by fear for 5 seconds. For a moment, Poseidon froze, his mind seemingly locked in a struggle against something. The opportunity has arrived. Ultimate Terror could hard control Poseidon for 5 seconds, proving Li Jiuyue's psychic powers surpassed his own. 5 seconds. Blessing of the Moon Goddess. After activating Moon Goddess's blessing, Li Jiuyue's injuries rapidly healed, his attack power increased by 50 points, and his speed rose by 70 points. 4 seconds. Silently counting down in his mind, Li Jiuyue immediately retrieved the Ice Soul Snow Lotus he had obtained earlier and swiftly consumed it. After consuming the Ice Soul Snow Lotus, the ice-based skills he unleashed next would gain enhanced power. 3 seconds. Swish. He and his clone moved with blinding speed, appearing at Poseidon's sides in the blink of an eye. 2 seconds. 10,000 miles of frozen ice. As Li Jiuyue unleashed 10,000 miles of frozen ice, his clone simultaneously activated the same skill. A double 10,000 miles of frozen ice. The immense power of the Ice Soul froze Poseidon into an ice sculpture in a single encounter. 1 second. Star-shattering slash. Channeling power into the weapon and swinging it with force grants a 70% armor-piercing effect. Both unleashed simultaneously, their effects stacking. Swish. Both Li Jiuyue unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Poseidon, frozen solid and utterly helpless, was split clean in two by the devastating armor-piercing effect, shattering into 2 halves. 0. The Ultimate Terror's time ended, and Poseidon not only became an ice sculpture but was also severed at the waist. Is it over? Seeing Poseidon's corpse still lying on the ground, Li Jiuyue couldn't help but question inwardly. No. If Poseidon were truly dead, the system should have issued a notification, and the portal would have opened immediately. But the portal hadn't opened. Which meant Poseidon wasn't dead. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Poseidon's ice sculpture began to melt, eventually dissolving into 2 pools of water. The 2 pools rapidly merged and coalesced, eventually forming the shape of a human figure. Poseidon had been resurrected. What? He's actually come back to life. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Li Jiuyue was utterly stunned, her body instinctively retreating backward. But he realized a barrier had materialized behind him at some unknown moment. He attacked with all his might, yet it only emitted wave after wave of ripples, not a single scratch appeared. Damn it! A cry of alarm echoed in his mind as Li Jiuyue immediately attempted to flee in the opposite direction. Yet his body felt as if it were filled with lead. No matter how he tried to move, he couldn't take a single step. It was as if his entire body was bound by an invisible force of water energy. Just as Li Jiuyue struggled to break free, Poseidon had fully restored his original form. Human, you're truly fascinating. You're stronger than any human I've encountered before. Li Jiuyue gasped in shock. You've encountered other humans before? What on earth was going on? Why had Poseidon encountered other humans before? Poseidon replied indifferently, indeed. But those humans were all useless. They weren't worth my serious attention. You, however, possess the potential to become my subordinate. I now offer you 2 choices. 1. Become my subordinate and remain forever in this undersea palace with me. 2. Die. Chapter 34, Poseidon's Wrath. Choose. This choice determines whether you live or die. Poseidon said indifferently, rapidly gathering energy in his hand. Li Jiuyue sneered coldly. I'm a living human being. I have no desire to remain in this wretched palace. And I won't choose the second option either. The outcome hasn't been decided yet, has it? Seeing this, Poseidon chuckled. Humans truly are fascinating creatures. Knowing full well you cannot prevail, yet you still struggle desperately. Very well. Once you're dead, I'll turn your corpse into a work of art. With that, Poseidon held nothing back. His right fist shot forward, punching clean through Li Jiuyue's chest. What a pity, such an interesting human. Poseidon shook his head regretfully. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly realized his hand, still embedded in Li Jiuyue's chest, had frozen solid. Ha! As confusion gripped him, a dark figure darted from the shadows, appearing behind Poseidon. With a sudden, fierce strike. Star-shattering slash. Infused with a touch of frigid power, the strike once again cleaved Poseidon clean in 2. Gazing at the severed halves of Poseidon on the ground, Li Jiuyue drew a deep breath. Phew, thank goodness it was just the clone that took the hit. Otherwise, we'd be in real trouble. Fortunately, he had sensed danger earlier and concealed his true form at the critical moment, sending the clone to engage Poseidon instead. Is this really over? Li Jiuyue furrowed his brow, a wave of unease washing over him. Sure enough, Poseidon wasn't completely dead. The severed sections of his body dissolved into 2 pools of water, which rapidly coalesced into human forms. Now there were 2 Poseidons. Interesting. He can actually split into duplicates. Both Poseidons performed identical motions as powerful water energy surged around them, continuously gathering. This is trouble. Li Jiuyue inwardly cried out in alarm. One Poseidon was already giving him a headache, and now another had appeared. His mind raced, trying to decipher the sea god's abilities. As if reading Li Jiuyue's thoughts, Poseidon gave a cold chuckle and spoke indifferently. I am the sea god. This is my palace. Wherever water exists, I am invincible. Human, I shall not waste any more time with you. Swish. As Poseidon spoke, he swiftly raised his right hand. Behind him, a massive phantom figure slowly materialized. Seeing the apparition materialize behind Poseidon, Li Jiuyue felt goosebumps rise all over his body. For this very phantom had appeared on the day he was sacrificed, when the heavens and earth had been shaken by supernatural phenomena. Though their appearances were entirely different, the oppressive aura they exuded was identical. It was that very gaze of divine contempt toward humanity. So this is the sea god's authority? This oppressive feeling really makes it hard to breathe. But, even if it is a god, so what? I won't necessarily lose now. Human, you forced me to unleash this technique. You may now die in peace. As Poseidon's words echoed, the shadowy figure behind him gradually solidified, clutching the sea god's trident that glowed with an eerie blue light. This technique is my own creation. Once it locks onto you, it will pursue you to the ends of the earth until you meet your end. Go! Whoosh! Pointing with his right hand, Poseidon's trident shot toward Li Jiuyue like a bolt of lightning. The other Poseidon followed suit, his phantom form solidifying behind him, also wielding a trident. Water Dragon's Roar. Li Jiuyue dared not take it lightly, unleashing Water Dragon's Roar with all his might. He commanded the water dragon to collide fiercely with the trident. Yet in a single exchange, the water dragon was shattered by the trident with devastating force. Moreover, the trident's offensive showed no sign of weakening. Instead, it grew even stronger upon contact with water. Oh, this move is rather interesting. Poseidon stroked his beard with renewed interest. But I forgot to mention here, no water-based attack can harm me in the slightest. Is that so? Then how about this? Deep Sea Wave. This was a skill previously used by the giant octopus, one he had stolen. There was no time to examine it now. Li Jiuyue drew a deep breath, his mouth brimming with powerful energy fluctuations. When he felt he was nearing his limit, he roared fiercely toward the front. Roar! Only after unleashing this skill did Li Jiuyue truly grasp its immense power. The immense energy fluctuations began to surge wildly, exploding the moment they touched the surrounding walls. The ancient ruins shook violently, as if half of them were about to collapse at any second. Poseidon frowned briefly, then swept his massive hand through the air. Instantly, the ruins fell silent once more. Despite the immense power of the deep-sea surge, it still couldn't withstand the attack of the sea god's trident. The mighty trident cleaved the wave in two, neutralizing it in an instant. Die! Li Jiuyue instinctively summoned a clone to block the attack. But before the clone could even touch the trident, it was crushed into fragments by the sheer pressure radiating from it. Damn it! Divine Protection. Li Jiuyue, startled, immediately activated his life-saving skill. Sacred Protection granted a divine shield that enveloped his entire body, capable of withstanding one lethal blow. The very next second after summoning the shield, the trident of Poseidon was already upon him. Boom! The terrifying force unleashed instantly split the massive undersea palace in two. It must be noted that this undersea palace had previously been fortified by Poseidon's defensive blessings. That it was now forcibly split in two demonstrated the sheer terror of the trident of the sea god. Had anyone else attempted to block this strike head-on, they would likely have been crushed into dust by its overwhelming pressure before even making contact. Ah, what a pity. I had intended to leave you a whole corpse. With that, Poseidon waved his hand, causing the duplicates around him to vanish. Seeing his palace cleaved in two, Poseidon clasped his hands together swiftly. Surrounding water energies began repairing the palace. In just 3 breaths, it was restored to its original state. Just as he turned to return to his throne, a sudden sound echoed from the nearby ruins. Poseidon turned back in confusion. The moment he clearly saw the figure emerging from the ruins, his composure shattered. Human! You're still alive? How is this possible? What trick did you use? Ignoring Poseidon's shock, Li Jiuyue staggered out of the ruins. Thank goodness the divine protection shield blocked that attack. Seeing Li Jiuyue emerge unscathed, with only a few scrapes on his skin, Poseidon was utterly astonished. He knew the power of the sea god's trident all too well. How could this human before him possibly survive unscathed? Human, what exactly did you do? The sea god is nothing special after all. Li Jiuyue smiled, gathering frigid energy rapidly in his hands. After a moment of shock, Poseidon regained his composure. Even if you luckily survived one strike, what difference does it make? You are but a spent force. In my eyes, you're kinda no better than ants. Is that so? Then how about this? Li Jiuyue flashed a wicked grin before slamming his palm against the wall behind him. Chapter 35, Slaying the God. Li Jiuyue flashed a wicked grin as frigid energy surged within him. With a thunderous crash, his palm slammed into the wall behind him. 10,000 miles of frozen ice. This time, he had gathered the frigid energy in his palm beforehand, allowing the ice to spread at an astonishing speed. In just 3 seconds, the entire palace was completely frozen solid. His opponent was the sea god. This was the depths of the ocean, Poseidon's eternal domain, where he could gather boundless energy. Moreover, this palace seemed tailor-made for him, offering inexhaustible, limitless power. Only by freezing the palace and temporarily sealing off some of his water-based powers could he stand a chance of victory. But this can only seal it temporarily, 10 minutes at most. Still, if it buys us time, that's enough. Seeing this, Poseidon merely let out a cold laugh. You think you can seal my power with this? You're being far too naive, human. With a sweeping gesture of his massive hand, Poseidon instantly summoned a colossal water dragon. Go! The water dragon charged toward one of the walls, but when it was still 2 or 3 meters away, it froze instantly. Useless! Li Jiuyue sneered. Not only did he unleash 10,000 miles of frozen ice, but he also unleashed a blizzard. 2 ice attribute skills stacked together. Every living thing within 2 meters of the palace froze instantly except for him. Even Poseidon, with his divine physique, couldn't withstand it. So what if you've temporarily sealed my power? With your strength, it's like a mosquito trying to shake a tree. My strength alone may be insufficient, but... Li Jiuyue flashed a wicked grin, drawing a forbidden artifact from behind his back. Arthas's scepter. Poseidon's brows furrowed as his eyes locked onto the scepter in Li Jiuyue's grasp. He could distinctly sense the immense energy contained within this scepter. That energy was comparable to his own trident of the sea god. How could a mere human possess such a terrifying weapon? As Poseidon stood in stunned disbelief, Li Jiuyue unleashed the immense power stored within the scepter of Arthas. A powerful and mysterious purple light instantly enveloped the entire palace. The next instant, a skeletal hand slowly crawled out from beneath the palace. What is this? Poseidon exclaimed in astonishment. Undead? The undead within the palace began to stir rapidly, as if summoned by some unseen force. Even the humans previously defeated by Poseidon began to stir. In the blink of an eye, the undead army summoned by Li Jiuyue had fully assembled. You possess the ability to summon the undead? Poseidon's pupils contracted slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief, even a hint of fear stirring within him. Who knew how many bones lay buried within this undersea palace? Humans, beasts, and other creatures. If one were to count them all, even he himself might not know the number. Yet this human before him could resurrect them as undead. Such terrifying power, how could a mere mortal possess it? Could it be this person was also a god? At that moment, Poseidon finally dropped his guard and began to take the youth before him seriously. The power Li Jiuyue had now displayed filled him with dread. Attack! Without further ado, once his undead army had assembled, Li Jiuyue issued the order to attack. Among these undead forces were humans, as well as other creatures from the ocean. But regardless of their origin, these undead obeyed his command. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire undead horde charged toward Poseidon like a raging storm. Some human undead even unleashed the skills they possessed in life. Oomph! You're nothing but ants. What difference does it make that you've been resurrected as undead? To annihilate you is but a trifling task. Poseidon snorted coldly, sweeping his hand. The trident of the sea god, standing beside his throne, instantly materialized in his grasp. Previously, he hadn't taken Li Jiuyue seriously, so he hadn't intended to wield the divine artifact. But now, the youth before him had fully earned that privilege. With the trident of Poseidon in hand, his combat prowess was now in an entirely different league. A single sweep of the trident instantly annihilated the charging undead. Yet even if these undead were temporarily vanquished, they would keep resurrecting as long as Li Jiuyue remained alive. Trait, Undead and Host. The stronger the host, the stronger the summoned undead. As long as the host lives, the undead can be reborn. If the host dies, the undead dissipate. Now that Li Jiuyue's power had significantly increased, the undead he summoned were immeasurably stronger than they had been in life. A bunch of ants, how annoying. Poseidon roared with fury, unleashing a powerful sweeping strike that instantly obliterated every undead creature near him into nothingness. But it wasn't over. The sheer force of his blade's energy sent shockwaves through the entire palace, causing a massive crack to suddenly appear in the frozen walls. This is bad. We must hurry. Li Jiuyue swung Arthas's scepter once more. The undead slain by Poseidon moments before rose again, now even more formidable than before. Witnessing this, Poseidon instantly deduced the underlying principle. It seems only by slaying this human can the undead summoning be stopped. Human, meet your end. Talking so much for a god? Don't villains know the more they speak, the quicker they die? Li Jiuyue sneered coldly, swiftly drawing the frost orb and hurling it fiercely at Poseidon. Frost orb contains wildly volatile ice energy. Can be embedded in weapons or hurled to unleash devastating explosive effects. A mere trinket. You think it can withstand my trident of the sea god? You seek death. Poseidon roared, cleaving the ice orb in two. The instant the trident touched the orb, it erupted in a blinding explosion. Boom!
The immense shockwave was so powerful even Poseidon struggled to withstand it, staggering backward as countless bloodstreaks appeared across his torso. Seizing this opening, Li Jiuyue once again commanded the undead horde to launch their assault. While Poseidon fought off the undead horde, Li Jiuyue immediately unleashed ultimate terror. Poseidon was struck, his body frozen in place as he entered a 5-second state of complete paralysis, utterly dominated by fear. But within those critical 5 seconds, the entire undead horde surged forward, converging upon him. Countless powerful attacks poured down upon him. Even a divine body as formidable as Poseidon's couldn't withstand such a barrage. Boom! Poseidon's entire being was torn apart, his body shattered into pieces and scattered across the ground. Even so, he did not die. He could still speak through his soul. "It's useless. I can." But before he could finish, Li Jiuyue flashed a grin and made an unexpected move. "Wait, human! What are you doing?" Chapter 36, the first human to slay a god. "Heh, you still think you're immortal? This entire palace is already enveloped by my frigid power. Do you truly believe you can resurrect?" Li Jiuyue sneered coldly, then flickered his right hand. In an instant, the powerful frost energy engulfed Poseidon's shattered remains scattered across the floor. In the blink of an eye, it froze into one miniature ice sculpture after another. Seeing this, Poseidon flinched only briefly before regaining his composure, sneering. "Poof. So what if that's the case? This is my domain. I am immortal. As long as water exists, I can be reborn endlessly. Is that so? Then what about this?" Li Jiuyue gave a wicked smile, then signaled to the numerous undead surrounding him. These undead were summoned by him. How could they not understand his intent? Roar! The surrounding undead let out a low growl, picking up the ice sculptures scattered on the ground large and small alike and swallowing them whole. "Want to revive? Go revive underground." Li Jiuyue sneered coldly. He knew full well that this icy power could only restrain Poseidon for a limited time. Once the ice sculptures melted away, he would return to his original form and emerge even stronger than before. In that case, let these undead carry him underground. Seeing this, Poseidon in his soul state grew frantic. "Stop! Stop this! Human, stop this at once! He truly possesses eternal life within his palace, capable of infinite resurrection, but resurrection requires a certain amount of time. If those undead were allowed to return to the underworld, it would be the end of everything." At this thought, Poseidon's words brimmed with panic and dread. This was the first time he had ever felt fear as a god. "Wait! Hold on! Human, I'll let you go. From this day forward, wherever you are, I shall never set foot on your domain again." Li Jiuyue was astonished that a deity would make such a concession, proof that Poseidon was genuinely terrified. Faced with Poseidon's plea, Li Jiuyue merely smiled faintly, her heart remaining utterly unmoved. "Heh, so even you exalted gods feel fear? If it were me begging for mercy now, I doubt you'd spare me." By now, Poseidon had completely shed his former air of superiority. "A god's word is law. If you spare me today, I shall grant you any request. I could grant you eternal life." At the mention of the word immortality, Li Jiuyue paused. Immortality, huh? This offer was undeniably tempting. As a human, one's lifespan is but a few hundred years, yet as a deity, one could attain eternal life. Poseidon was a perfect example. Yet even a mighty sea god like him would still meet his end. Seeing Li Jiuyue hesitate, Poseidon's soul form suddenly blazed with boundless murderous intent. "Human, you've fallen into my trap. Soul annihilation." In that instant, Poseidon in his soul form shot into Li Jiuyue's mind like a bolt of lightning. "It's merely a vessel. Once your soul is annihilated, this body becomes mine." Ha 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 ha. Just as Poseidon laughed maniacally, convinced his scheme had succeeded, Li Jiuyue's voice echoed through the empty soul realm. "To think you could annihilate my soul? You're sorely overestimating yourself. In physical combat, I may indeed be inferior to you. But in the realm of soul power, you are not even worthy. Poseidon, it's time for this to end." Ultimate terror. As the words faded, an immense, grotesque specter-like face materialized within Li Jiuyue's soul realm. What is that? How can such a terrifying thing exist within your soul realm? How could such a horrifying entity exist within a human soul realm? No, this is impossible. No, I am the sea god, I. Before Poseidon could finish his sentence, the monstrous face opened its gaping maw and swallowed him whole. With that, Poseidon's soul was utterly annihilated. With his soul annihilated, his physical form would soon cease to exist. Even if resurrected, he would merely become a hollow shell of a being. After annihilating Poseidon's soul, Li Jiuyue slowly opened his eyes. Finally. This battle is finally over. Alright, you may all withdraw now. Li Jiuyue waved his hand at the undead army surrounding him. He kept a fragment of Poseidon's severed right arm for himself. After sacrificing so much and nearly losing his life, he deserved something in return. Who knew what treasures could be extracted from this sea god? The very thought sent a thrill through him. Swish! Upon receiving Li Jiuyue's command, the undead army slowly retreated back underground. At that very moment, a mechanical voice echoed throughout the entire subterranean palace.
Congratulations on clearing the hidden dungeon, Atlantis. You have obtained the hidden achievement, God Slayer. You have become the first human to slay a god. The first human to slay a god? Li Jiuyue murmured to himself. That meant many humans had entered this hidden instance before him. Were they here of their own free will, or? Seems things aren't as simple as I thought. Li Jiuyue shook his head with a bitter smile. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Never mind. For now, let's see what we can extract from this sea god. At this thought, Li Jiuyue rubbed his hands together excitedly. He took a deep breath and placed his right hand on Poseidon's broken right arm. Plunder successful. Gain strength plus 200, speed plus 178, defense plus 211, mental power plus 40. Holy crap, just the base stat points alone are this high. Li Jiuyue was stunned. Truly worthy of the sea god, he couldn't even imagine how high his original base stats must have been. Buzz. Plunder successful. Acquired god tier talent, body of the sea god. Talent, body of the sea god. Level, god tier. Traits, god tier physique with terrifying defense. Possesses extreme affinity with water elements. Can transform any part of the body into water. With sufficient water elements, can regenerate infinitely. Trait 2, all water attribute attacks gain a 100% damage increase and inherently possess 100% armor penetration. The sea god's body, and it's actually a god tier talent. So that's it, this is the key to the sea god's infinite resurrection? Water element? Suddenly, Li Jiuyue remembered something and immediately checked his other talent. Formless water 910. Holy crap, these two talents complement each other perfectly. Even the mighty sea god, once on land, could only exert less than 20 to 30% of his true power. But, with this talent? That changes everything. It allows me to create a water space within my body, capable of storing a certain amount of water energy. With just one more evolution, the stored water energy will inevitably double. Combined with the sea god's physique then, it would be an invincible existence. The thought alone sent shivers of excitement through Li Jiuyue's body. Having just extracted one talent, he was already reeling from such a massive surprise. He couldn't wait to discover what the sea god's skill actually was. Chapter 37, Hidden Dungeon, cleared. Let me see what kind of god tier skill I can plunder this time. At that moment, the system's notification sound rang out once more. Buzz. Plunder successful. Acquired Poseidon's skill, unique god tier skill, Poseidon's Call. Acquired skill, Poseidon's Phantom. Skill, Call of the Sea God. Level, god tier unique. Description, with a single thought, transform into myriad forms. Note, this skill possesses no fixed form. It manifests according to your will. Skill, Phantom of the Sea God. Skill level, god tier. Skill description, created by Poseidon, this skill requires the trident of the sea god to activate. The skill requires a brief casting animation, but it is an unavoidable attack. Once a target is locked, it will pursue that target for life, unless the target dies. Wait, this skill. Li Jiuyue stared at the description for a full 3 minutes, utterly stunned. Only the dripping sound of ice melting around the palace snapped him back to reality. This skill is downright insane. With this Call of the Sea God, he has essentially mastered all water-based skills. My goodness, it truly lives up to being a skill possessed by the sea god, utterly insane. Simply possessing this sea god's call alone is worth 1,000 water-type skills. His own water dragon roar, which he wielded with such ease and devastating power, was nothing more than a minor skill that could be conjured with a single thought in this person's hands. Moreover, he knew all too well the sheer power of that second skill. Without divine protection, he'd likely be dead by now. But now, these two god-tier skills belong to me. Li Jiuyue chuckled to himself, his heart bursting with joy. The battle had been a life-or-death struggle, but the rewards reaped afterward were incredibly rich. After plundering Poseidon's skills, Li Jiuyue tucked away the severed arm. It felt a bit odd, but it was the sea god's property after all, it might come in handy someday. So next. With all that settled, Li Jiuyue turned his gaze toward the trident before the throne. This was Poseidon's weapon, a divine artifact in its own right. Now that Poseidon was dead, it had become ownerless. Li Jiuyue stepped forward to pull it out. But when he was just a few inches away from the sea god's trident, he was sent flying by the residual power it unleashed. Damn, it's no wonder it's a divine artifact, even its residual power packs such a punch. If that's the case, then I absolutely cannot let you remain buried in this undersea palace. He took a deep breath and tried once more to pull the trident of Poseidon from the ground. But this time, he still failed. This doesn't make sense. Logically, with Poseidon dead, this trident should be ownerless gear. Ugh, this is getting complicated. Could it be that I have to? Suddenly, Li Jiuyue had an idea. He manipulated the surrounding water energy, completely enveloping the trident of Poseidon. After completing this, he approached the trident once more. Boom!
The trident of the sea god continued to radiate powerful residual energy, but since it was encased in water energy, this force failed to splash onto Li Jiuyue. Li Jiuyue bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the trident. In the next instant, the trident of Poseidon seemed to be fully activated, erupting with a blue light that shot straight into the sky, piercing through the undersea palace. The dazzling blue light persisted for several full minutes before gradually fading away. Since you're a divine artifact, you must acknowledge your master. With my blood upon you, you are mine. Rather than staying here to be buried with the sea god, why not come with me and see what the outside world holds? Come on. With that, Li Jiuyue stepped forward and withdrew the surrounding water energy. This time, the trident released no residual power. He smiled faintly, then exerted all his strength, lifting the trident of the sea god with a single, powerful motion. At that moment, Li Jiuyue sensed something new stirring within his soul. He touched his forehead and discovered a small trident emblem had appeared right in the center. Acquired divine artifact, trident of the sea god. Weapon tier, divine. Weapon durability, infinite. Weapon description, the weapon wielded by Poseidon, the sea god. Forged from the rarest deep-sea ice crystals, it possesses world-shattering power and contains immense water elemental energy. Skill 1 God tier, Poseidon's domain. Skill description, upon wielding the trident of Poseidon, it automatically establishes a domain spanning approximately 2 kilometers. Note, all individuals within the domain other than the wielder suffer a 70% reduction in attack, defense, and speed. All water elemental skills become unusable. Skill 2, Divine Cleave. Description, a slash unleashed by swinging the trident of the sea god can annihilate all things in the world. Skill 3, Forbidden, Wrath of the Sea God. This skill possesses world-ending power. Use with extreme caution. Description, summons all water energy between heaven and earth to unleash tsunami-level power. Its terror is sufficient to obliterate an entire city with ease. After carefully reviewing the 3 skills of the trident of the sea god, Li Jiuyue felt his head spin and his arms begin to tremble slightly. Holy crap, these skills, they're downright insane. Especially the third one, it can actually trigger a tsunami. If Poseidon were to leave this undersea palace, the Xia kingdom might not survive his rampage. Were he to unleash this forbidden ability, half of Xia nation would likely vanish in an instant. But there was one thing Li Jiuyue still couldn't grasp. If Poseidon is this powerful, why doesn't he just leave this place? With his power, leaving this place shouldn't be difficult at all. This is baffling. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the dungeon completion announcement sounded. Defeated God tier boss Poseidon, the sea god. Hidden dungeon cleared. Whoosh. A blue portal materialized before Li Jiuyue. But instead of rushing in, he took a moment to survey his surroundings. No hidden rewards? That's a bit of a shame. What disappointed him was that defeating Poseidon hadn't yielded a hidden reward chest. No way, I've gotta search around. After all, he was the sea god, maybe he stashed some other treasures. Li Jiuyue grinned, rubbing his hands together as he began scouring the palace. Chapter 38, Here I Come. Heh, being the sea god, he must have stashed away tons of treasure. Well, I won't be polite then. Li Jiuyue chuckled and started rummaging through the empty palace. But after about 10 minutes of searching, he hadn't found any treasures, just covered himself in dust. Damn it, this doesn't make sense. Could it be that the bastard buried all his good stuff deep down in the ocean floor? Li Jiuyue instinctively glanced down at his feet. He thought it highly likely hiding them in this palace would be far too obvious. Hiding them at the bottom of the deep sea would be much safer. After all, with those troublesome giant octopuses guarding them, no one else could get anywhere near. Forget it. If it's not here, it's not here. At least we've already made a huge haul this time. Li Jiuyue shook his head regretfully. Just as he prepared to leave, an eerie sound suddenly emanated from behind the wall. He turned to investigate. This wall. Li Jiuyue scrutinized the wall before him, only to discover that the patterns etched into it were entirely different from those on the surrounding walls. What sent a chill down his spine even more was, the moment he took a step closer to the wall, a terrifying sound echoed from behind him. Just hearing that sound sent shivers down his spine. If the pressure Hai Bodong had exerted felt like the scorn of a god, then the sound emanating from behind that wall was a terrifying taboo. Could it be that the thing behind this wall is what Poseidon guards? He furrowed his brow and looked closely, discovering a lockhole the size of a palm. Just then, the system alert sounded abruptly. Key? It seems a key is required to enter this place. Even if I had the key now, I knew nothing about the conditions inside. Entering recklessly could very well mean certain death. Suppressing his curiosity, Li Jiuyue turned and headed back toward the portal. Phew, time to head back. He exhaled deeply before stepping into the portal. Tianqing Academy. A full 10 days had passed since Li Jiuyue entered the secret realm. During those 10 days, aside from regular classes and training, Ji Hanyue had waited at the dungeon entrance almost every single day. She waited, hoping that figure would appear before her once more. However, as time went on, everything returned to normal.
People entered the Frost Secret Ruins daily, yet that figure alone never appeared. Seeing Ji Hongyue still waiting anxiously before the instant's entrance, Su Ying couldn't bear to watch her like this any longer and stepped forward. Hongyue, stop waiting. He won't be coming out. No, I believe in him. Ji Hongyue's gaze remained unwavering, her resolve unshaken by the passage of time. Sigh, I remember you saying the same thing a few days ago. This is already the 10th day. Su Ying sighed. Simply defeating Lu Hao didn't prove his strength. She naturally didn't believe Li Jiuyue could emerge unscathed from an A-rank dungeon. Besides, so many days had passed already. If he were coming out, he would have by now. Sigh, Hongyue, why do this to yourself? You wouldn't be in love. Before the last syllable could escape her lips, Lu Hao strode over arrogantly, flanked by several enforcement squad members. Senior Hongyue, we've been waiting. That's an A-rank instance. With that kid's skills, he'd probably be reduced to dust before even stepping inside. Lu Hao sneered. His henchman chimed in with mocking laughter. Brother Hao, you're way overestimating that punk. With his half-baked skills, he'd struggle to clear a C-rank instance. I just can't wrap my head around where he got the guts to challenge an A-rank instance. Isn't that pure suicide? Hearing the mocking laughter, Ji Hongyue clenched her fists tightly, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Lu Hao, say one more word, and you'll be spending years in the hospital. Seeing the fierce killing intent in Ji Hongyue's eyes, Lu Hao immediately shut his mouth. At that moment, a crowd of curious trainees gathered around. They were well aware that Li Jiuyue had entered the A-rank instance. Damn, no way. It's been 10 straight days now. How come Senior Hongyue is still waiting? Man, I bet Senior Hongyue has a crush on that guy. Hearing this, the crowd around them couldn't hold back any longer, spewing profanities left and right. Bull. Don't talk nonsense, kid. How could Senior Hongyue possibly fancy that loser? Exactly. What kind of nonsense are you spouting day after day? But some others voiced a different opinion. Hey, I don't think that kid's a loser at all. I heard he aced all 3 tests and even blew up a machine with one punch. Yeah, I was there. That scene was seriously mind-blowing. For a moment, the crowd argued heatedly, even starting to bicker. Just then, a man's appearance silenced them instantly. The man was exceptionally well-mannered and strikingly handsome. His mere presence made the girls watching the commotion blush. His name was Yuan Tua, the 10th-ranked powerhouse on the strength list. He had also confessed his feelings to Ji Hongyue before, only to be firmly rejected. He had never seen Ji Hongyue show such deep affection for any other man. This blow to his pride left him feeling deeply resentful. Hongyue, it's been 10 days. Stop waiting. That guy isn't coming out. Ji Hongyue shot him a cold glance and replied indifferently. Whether he can come out or not is my business. You have no right to gossip about it. Hongyue, why are you doing this? Is it worth it for a worthless guy? Yuan Tua sighed helplessly. Ji Hongyue furrowed her delicate brows. Yuan Tua, watch your words. Don't think just because you're in the top 10 of the strength rankings, I won't dare touch you. Just as Ji Hongyue prepared to act, Ji Yong arrived with a group of teachers. Hongyue, don't wait any longer. Ultimately, I share some responsibility for this too. Ji Yong felt deeply distressed inside. After all the effort to recruit a prodigious young talent to Tianqing Academy, and now. Sigh. Dad, if even you don't believe in me, then I. Before Ji Hongyue could finish, a sudden commotion erupted at the dungeon entrance. What's going on? Dean, this doesn't seem quite right. Bad news. Protect the students. Ji Yong realized something and shouted urgently. In the next instant, an immense surge of water energy erupted from within the instance. The force was overwhelming, and the shockwave instantly sent several students standing near the entrance flying backward. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the dungeon's interior was violently torn open. Then, a frail yet familiar figure emerged from within. Ha ha! This young master is finally out. Chapter 39, Ji Hongyue's Embrace. Hearing that somewhat familiar voice, everyone froze in surprise. Wait a minute, that voice sounds so familiar? You know what? It really does sound familiar. Hold on, isn't this? Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone present, Li Jiuyue slowly emerged from the crack in the dungeon. Phew, the air outside is so much better. That crappy place inside didn't even let in sunlight. The moment everyone saw Li Jiuyue emerge from the dungeon, they were all stunned. The onlookers looked like they'd seen a ghost, rubbing their eyes repeatedly, afraid it was all an illusion. Wait, this can't be right. He was dead, wasn't he? Holy, it really is Li Jiuyue. He actually came out alive. Seriously, I just need to know how the hell he got out alive. Principal, this can't be an illusion, can it? A teacher swallowed nervously, his voice trembling. Ji Yong, witnessing this scene, sucked in a sharp breath. His pupils dilated slightly, and he couldn't help but let out a curse. Damn, it really is that kid. This little bastard defies all logic. He really has kept us worried for so long. Seeing Li Jiuyue emerge safely from the dungeon, Ji Yong felt genuine joy and excitement welling up inside him. More importantly, he could distinctly sense the aura emanating from Li Jiuyue. And this aura was completely different from the one he had when he first entered the dungeon. Now, just standing there, he radiated a terrifying aura from head to toe. That overwhelming sense of pressure left even Ji Yong feeling a lingering sense of dread. What on earth had this kid gone through in the dungeon? At that moment, Ji Honyue's pupils suddenly contracted. Her heart pounded wildly as she stood there, her red lips slightly parted, frozen in shock for a long moment. You really are. Li Jiuyue chuckled softly. What? Has it been that long already? You don't recognize me anymore? His gaze toward Ji Honyue was filled with heartache. Who knew how many days had passed since entering that cursed instance? Senior Ji Honyue had been waiting for me all this time. Honyue, I. Ji Honyue bit her red lips lightly with her pearly teeth, then made a bold move. She rushed forward and threw herself into his arms. Whoa! Witnessing this scene, the crowd suddenly clutched their chests as if struck by heart attacks. My quick-acting heart medicine. Damn it, don't hold me back. I'm going to beat that kid to death. Hey, why aren't you stopping me? Where's my knife? Where did my knife go? And here I was worrying about him earlier. Well, looks like some folks are in for a rough ride. In that instant, Li Jiuyue became the public enemy of every male student in the entire school. Especially Yuantua, who had long harbored feelings for Ji Honyue. His face darkened like a sooty pot bottom, his teeth clenched so hard they ground together, his eyes sharp as knives, as if he wanted to slice Li Jiuyue to pieces. Kid, you're asking for it. Ahem. Ji Yong cleared his throat twice, instinctively turning his back. The other teachers, seeing this, cleared their throats awkwardly and chose to look the other way. Only a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard kept his eyes fixed on Li Jiuyue. Impossible. This impossible. That kid didn't die? Impossible. He's just a cursed good for nothing. How could he possibly clear the hidden dungeon? And the boss inside that hidden dungeon is. At that thought, the middle-aged man's face instantly drained of color, his lips trembling violently. The reason for his utter shock was simple: he had discovered the hidden dungeon by accident. Back then, greed had consumed him. Exploiting certain bugs, he'd stumbled inside, only to face those colossal octopuses and nearly lose his life. In the end, he exploited certain loopholes to escape that hellish place, but suffered severe aftereffects as a result. After returning, he had attempted to peer into the depths of the undersea palace, only to be so terrified by Poseidon's mere gaze that he lost control of his bowels. From that moment on, he was certain that an immensely powerful entity must dwell in the depths of that undersea palace. As a member of the Black Dragon Guild, he sought to use others as tools for murder at Kaohsiung's request. But he never imagined. Li Jiuyue not only survived but cleared the entire hidden dungeon, even slaying Poseidon himself. What kind of monster is this kid? At that moment, Li Jiuyue was momentarily flustered by Ji Honyue's sudden embrace. Compounding his confusion, Ji Honyue was currently wearing her school uniform, which accentuated her curvaceous figure to perfection. He could even distinctly smell the faint, alluring scent emanating from her body. Ahem. Realizing her behavior was inappropriate, Ji Honyue flushed crimson and quickly released her embrace. Her heart pounded wildly, her cheeks flushed as red as apples. Li Jiuyue gave an awkward chuckle and glanced around, only to find the area had suddenly filled with onlookers. What's the occasion today? Why is it so crowded? Oh my, you really had us worried sick. How are you? Nothing wrong, right? Ji Yong scrutinized Li Jiuyue from head to toe, fearing he might be unwell. Li Jiuyue shook his head. Thank you for your concern, Dean. I'm perfectly fine. September, what exactly happened in that dungeon? Li Jiuyue glanced around, his expression turning grave. This isn't the place to talk. A teacher barked at the students gathered around to gawk. Alright, what are you all crowding around for? The crowd dispersed. Yuantua shot Li Jiuyue a vicious glare before reluctantly walking away. Kid, if the dean weren't here, I'd make you pay dearly for this. After the crowd dispersed, Li Jiuyue made his way to Ji Yong's office. To be cautious, he had Ji Yong find an excuse to send the other teachers away, leaving only Ji Honyue behind. This matter couldn't be that simple. His very first time entering the academy dungeon, he encountered a hidden instance? How could that be such a coincidence? He then recounted everything that had transpired within the hidden instance to the two of them. After hearing Li Jiuyue recount every detail of his dungeon experience, both of them froze, stunned as if struck by lightning. You mean, you encountered Poseidon, the sea god? Poseidon, the sea god, a deity rivaling the god of sacrifice himself, whose power was beyond imagination. Then how did you? Li Jiuyue offered a faint smile, uttering just two words that sent a chill down their spines. God Slayer. Chapter 40, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. You're serious? Ji Honyue let out a faint shriek. Jiuyue, you're not joking, are you? Ji Yong's mouth twitched as well, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. It was no wonder they found it hard to believe Li Jiuyue's words. After all, this was Poseidon, the sea god. How powerful must a human be to slay a god? Seeing their stunned expressions, Li Jiuyue shook his head with a wry smile. Ah, was the concept of God slaying still too distant for humans to comprehend? Of course not. I've never been one to lie. Well.
Ji Hongyue and Ji Yong exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Jiuyue's demonstrated potential truly surpassed ordinary people. Calling him a genius wouldn't be an exaggeration.
But still, that was the sea god. For a human to become a god, how could that possibly be? Seeing the two still wanting to press further, Li Jiuyue frowned and voiced his deduction. But that's not the most important thing right now. I suspect someone deliberately set me up and lured me there. Ha?
Jiuyue, are you certain?
Ji Yong asked gravely.
If someone had deliberately set a trap to harm him, this was no small matter. Li Jiuyue nodded emphatically and asked, during the days I was missing, did anyone pay particular attention to me?
Besides us, just a few teachers. No one else.
Ji Hongyue replied after a moment's thought.
Upon hearing Ji Hongyue's answer, Li Jiuyue fell deep in thought.
Indeed, it was nearly impossible for students here to tamper with the dungeons. Only the teachers in charge of those dungeons could pull something off without arousing suspicion.
Alright, I understand. I need to step out for a moment. Since his departure from the dungeon was unexpected, the mastermind behind this would surely make their move.
If we don't expose them now, it'll only get harder later. Ji Hongyue bit her lip lightly and whispered,
I'll go with you. I know the academy well and have all the teachers' contact info. I can definitely help you.
Alright, then I'll trouble you, Senior Hongyue. Li Jiuyue scratched his head and chuckled. Ji Hongyue shot him a disapproving look. After settling their plans, the two left Ji Yong's office and began their investigation.
They investigated from day into night and actually uncovered a few clues. They discovered that after Li Jiuyue left the copy, all other teachers remained at their posts.
Only one teacher had taken sick leave, and no one knew where they had gone.
Liang Fong? Li Jiuyue frowned in confusion. That's right.
The missing teacher is Liang Fong, homeroom teacher of Class 1, Grade B.
He's usually quiet and reserved. If he's still on campus, that's manageable. But if he's determined to hide, how long will it take us to find him?
Li Jiuyue sighed. All the other teachers were at their posts, yet this guy vanished without a trace. It was almost certainly him who pulled the strings. But how could he have escaped so quickly? As Li Jiuyue paced back and forth, racking her brain for solutions, Ji Hongyue smiled and pulled a gleaming badge from her pocket.
No worries, I borrowed this from my dad. The academy issues each teacher a mentor's token.
The token has a special mark, and this badge is magnetically linked to it. With this, we can track Liang Fong's whereabouts.
Alright, let's hurry. With the tracking badge's assistance, the two quickly located Liang Fong's whereabouts. To avoid alerting him, they remained hidden in the shadows, trailing behind him. It's so late, where could this guy be going? His route doesn't look like he's heading to a dungeon. If we keep tailing him like this, we'll definitely find the mastermind behind this.
Ji Hongyue pumped her little fist. Just then, Liang Fong, who was walking ahead, suddenly sensed something and whipped his head around. Swish!
Oh no!
Li Jiuyue's heart skipped a beat. He quickly pulled Ji Hongyue into his arms and activated their stealth mode.
You.
Shoo, don't speak.
Li Jiuyue whispered hoarsely. Feeling his presence up close, Ji Hongyue's fair cheeks flushed with an unusual blush.
She lowered her head, falling silent, lost in her own thoughts.
As both had entered stealth mode, Liang Fong remained unaware. Could I have misread it?
He paused for a moment, but didn't dwell on it. Turning, he quickened his pace and walked forward. Only after he had walked about 5 or 6 meters did Li Jiuyue gently release Ji Hongyue from her embrace.
He's gone. Let's hurry and follow him.
Okay. Ji Hongyue nodded, her face flushed, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. The two followed Liang Fong all the way until he finally stopped in front of a guild.
A guild, the Black Dragon Guild. He's actually colluding with the Black Dragon Guild. Ji Hongyue's expression shifted slightly. The Black Dragon Guild? I've never heard of this guild.
Li Jiuyue questioned.
Ji Hongyue explained, the Black Dragon Guild is incredibly powerful.
It ranks among the top 45 guilds in all of Xia Nation.
Only 45th? Li Jiuyue exclaimed. Don't underestimate that ranking.
There are thousands of guilds in Xia Kingdom, and not all of them make the list. There are 50 guild rankings total, and the Black Dragon Guild holds the 45th spot.
After hearing Ji Hongyue's explanation, Li Jiuyue nodded thoughtfully.
But he hadn't even heard of the Black Dragon Guild before. How could he have provoked its members?
Wait, could it be? Just as Li Jiuyue's thoughts raced, Liang Fong emerged stealthily from the Black Dragon Guild. He's out. Don't make a move here. Wait until he leaves the Black Dragon Guild before we act. Got it. Ji Hongyue nodded.
At that moment, Liang Fong let out a cold laugh and called out toward the spot where Li Jiuyue and the others were hiding.
You've been tailing me this whole time. It's about time you showed yourselves. Damn it, he spotted us.
Li Jiuyue smiled faintly, patting Ji Hongyue's shoulder lightly as a sharp gleam flashed in her eyes.
It's fine. We have some questions to ask him anyway. Instructor Liang, what are you doing here so late at night? Seeing Li Jiuyue and Ji Hongyue emerge from the darkness, Liang Fong sneered maliciously. So it was you little brat. And Ji Hongyue? I never expected you'd get involved too. Liang Fong, you'd better explain everything clearly. Otherwise, you won't leave here unscathed. Ji Hongyue said sternly. Explain? What's there to explain? Liang Fong sneered coldly, about to continue when Gao Xiong emerged leisurely from the guild. Liang Fong, let me handle this explanation. At that moment, over a dozen figures suddenly materialized around Li Jiuyue and the others, completely surrounding them. Taking you down one by one is too much trouble. This way is much simpler. Gao Xiong licked his lips, a sinister gleam flashing in his eyes. Especially when he spotted Ji Hongyue, a sudden surge of lust ignited within him. TSK. Who'd have thought Ji Yan's daughter would be such a beauty? Well then, I'll just take her. My name is Gao Xiong. You may not know me, but you must know Gao Yu. The moment Li Jiuyue heard the name Gao Yu, everything clicked into place. So that's how it is. You two brothers are cut from the same cloth. Facing Li Jiuyue's mockery, Gao Xiong paid no heed whatsoever, his gaze fixed intently on Ji Hongyue. Say whatever you want. If you hand over the woman beside you to me, I might even let you die painlessly. Chapter 41, One-Hit Knockout. Ji Hongyue's face flushed crimson with rage, ready to strike, but Li Jiuyue stepped in to stop her. I think you've misunderstood something. In this situation, you think you've already secured the upper hand? Li Jiuyue swept a cold, expressionless glance around the room. So these were the Black Dragon Guild members? No wonder none of them looked like pushovers. The system alert alone had already flagged a full 5 A rank members, with the rest being B rank. If this had been earlier, dealing with them might have been troublesome, but now. Gao Xiong snorted derisively, his gaze toward Li Jiuyue brimming with contempt and scorn. Ha! You're nothing but accursed, utterly devoid of combat prowess. And now, at this critical moment, you suddenly think to rely on a woman? Li Jiuyue didn't respond, only murmuring softly to Ji Hongyue beside him. Hongyue, don't intervene. Leave these guys to me. Ji Hongyue nodded. She trusted Li Jiuyue unconditionally. Besides, she wanted to see for herself just how formidable his true strength really was. Alright, but Liang Fong can't die yet. I need to bring him back to the academy to face charges. Li Jiuyue gave a faint nod as water energy rapidly gathered within her body. Having acquired Poseidon's skill without ever using it, now was the perfect moment to witness the terrifying power of this god-tier ability. Gao Xiong snorted coldly, a razor-sharp iron hammer materializing in his hand. You're nothing but a useless piece of trash. Hold your hands off him. That brat is mine. I'll avenge my brother myself. Kid, go to hell. Because of his arrogance, he didn't use his skill immediately. Instead, he resorted to the most primitive method. He intended to crush Li Jiuyue to death with sheer force, but he immediately paid the price for his arrogance. The moment he took his first step, he suddenly sensed peculiar energy fluctuations swirling around him. At that very moment, Li Jiuyue unleashed his god-tier skill, Call of the Sea God. Talent, Formless Water 1010 has reached its maximum level. Proceed with evolution? Evolve. Li Jiuyue silently commanded in his mind. Evolution complete. Acquired A+ talent, Formless Water enhanced. Skill description, water space capacity within the body increased tenfold with no side effects. Tenfold increase? Not bad. Then it's time to send this guy on his way. With that thought, Li Jiuyue channeled a thread of water energy within his body. His right hand rose slightly, and he clenched his fist toward Gao Xiong's direction. Kid, what the hell are you doing, messing around with your magic tricks and staring at me like this? Just as he moved to strike, he realized his body was no longer under his control, trapped inside a sealed water cube. What the hell is this? He attacked with all his might, yet the water cube before him merely rippled faintly, not even cracking. Kid, don't think this can hold me. Cao Sheng roared in fury, finally unleashing his skill. Suddenly, he transformed into a towering bear man and began a frenzied assault on the water cube before him. Break for me. Boom. Yet even then, the water cube showed not a single crack. Instead, it began rapidly contracting. The numerous guild members nearby watched in panic. Guild leader. Cao Sheng roared angrily, what the hell are you all standing around for? Get moving and take this kid down, you bunch of useless jerks. Got it. Several members responded before the vice president charged forward first. However, just as they prepared to strike, Li Jiuyue had already anticipated their moves. Powerful water element energy instantly enveloped the dozen or so men, trapping each of them within their own water cubes. What the hell is this thing? In their panic, the crowd began attacking wildly, but their attacks alone couldn't break the water cubes. That's because these water cubes were connected to the water space within Li Jiuyue's body. And within that water space lay an immense ocean. Useless. Your strength alone won't shatter my water cubes. Li Jiuyue remarked indifferently. Seeing Li Jiuyue subdue the Black Dragon Guild members with a single move, Liang Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, I warned you this kid was weird as hell, but you wouldn't listen. Now look. No, I'll die if I stay here any longer. I have to get out of here fast. With that thought, he dared not linger, turning to flee. Before he could take 2 steps, a water barrier appeared before his eyes. Think you can just leave? Did you ask me first? You. Damn it. Liang Feng thought, his heart sinking. He immediately unleashed every technique at his disposal, desperate to break through this water barrier. But it was useless. Ignoring Liang Feng, Li Jiuyue strolled leisurely toward Gao Xiong, who was still struggling. Kid, don't get cocky. Once I get out, I'll kill you. Then go join your brother down there. Li Jiuyue sneered coldly, then snapped his fingers crisply. Immediately, under the horrified stares of the crowd, Gao Xiong's water cube began to rapidly shrink. Finally. Boom! He vanished completely from his spot, leaving not a single drop of blood behind as if he'd evaporated into thin air. President! What have you done to our president? Why can't I sense the president's aura anymore? The Black Dragon Guild's vice president's face turned ashen, his teeth chattering, hands trembling slightly. Seeing Li Jiuyue eliminate the Black Dragon Guild's leader with a single flick of his finger, Ji Hongyue's small face was filled with shock. She had expected Li Jiuyue to win, but never imagined Gao Xiong would be utterly powerless against him. After all, Gao Xiong was the Black Dragon Guild's leader. What terrifying power was this? He hadn't been like this during their last dungeon run. When did he become this strong? After dispatching Gao Xiong with a single snap of his fingers, Li Jiuyue turned his attention to the guild members. Now that the Black Dragon Guild's leader is dead, this guild has no reason to exist anymore. Li Jiuyue remarked indifferently, about to snap his fingers to eliminate the remaining Black Dragon members. Ji Hongyue hurried over and said, "Wait." She pulled Li Jiuyue aside and whispered, "Don't rush." The ambush was likely Gao Xiong's scheme they probably didn't know. Besides, now that Gao Xiong is dead, the Black Dragon Guild has no leader. Li Jiuyue interrupted, "So you mean?" "Exactly. Become the new leader of the Black Dragon Guild." "Well, that's not entirely out of the question." Li Jiuyue's eyes lit up. The Black Dragon Guild still held some influence, and its members weren't weak either. If he needed intelligence in the future, he could always enlist their help to gather it. "Alright, let's do it." After making the decision, Li Jiuyue strolled leisurely toward the guild members. "Since Cao Sheng was killed by me, the position of new leader of the Black Dragon Guild is now mine. You now have 2 choices. First, submit to me, and you will remain guild members. Second, meet the same fate as Gao Xiong, die without a whole body left. Choose wisely." Chapter 42, Becoming the Leader of the Black Dragon Guild. My patience is limited. Choose. Li Jiuyue said coldly. The Black Dragon Guild's vice president, Xilong, snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt. You're nothing but a useless puppet relying on outside forces. To think you could make us submit to you, utterly delusional. We recognize only one guild leader in our lifetime, and that leader is Gao Xiong. You agree, don't you? The numerous members trapped within the water cube exchanged glances, hesitation creeping into their expressions. Some had only recently joined the Black Dragon Guild, they were young and didn't want to go down with Gao Xiong. Seeing their hesitation, Xilong nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Does the guild feed you all for nothing? Have you all forgotten how President Gao treated you before? Xilong roared in fury. Vice President, I just joined the guild a few days ago. I don't want to die. Yeah, me too. This one, sir. We surrender. From this day forward, you are the leader of the Black Dragon Guild. When faced with life and death, they knew exactly where to draw the line. After all, whoever becomes president will still be doing the job, and they're just working under someone else anyway. Keeping their lives safe right now is the most important thing. Good choice. Li Jiuyue nodded with a smile. Seems these fellows know when to play nice. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to resort to mass slaughter after all, Xia Nation's laws were quite strict. You traitors. Xilong's forehead veins bulged with rage, his speech slurring. But Li Jiuyue had no interest in wasting words on him. He shot him a cold glance as his right hand slowly clenched. The water cube surrounding Xilong began to rapidly contract. And you? Looks like you're eager to join Gao Xiong down there. Well, I'll gladly send you on your way. As the surrounding space compressed ever tighter, the stubborn Xilong finally panicked. He hadn't expected the other guild members to turn on him so quickly. Wait. Fine. From this moment on, you are the leader of the Black Dragon Guild. Xilong gritted his teeth and declared. Though reluctant to admit it, the strength this kid had displayed far surpassed Black Dragons. Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Jiuyue smiled, waving his hand to release everyone from the water cubes. Just as they began to relax, they saw Li Jiuyue lightly flick his right finger. Dozens of thumb-sized water droplets swiftly burrowed into several bodies. What is this? Li Jiuyue explained calmly, should any of you harbor treacherous thoughts, I will activate the water droplets within your bodies. When that happens, you will explode and die. Rest assured, as long as you harbor no ill intent, I won't harm you. The others sighed in resignation, forced to accept the terms. At least their lives were spared for now. Yes, master. After resolving the Black Dragon Guild matter, Li Jiuyue turned to face Liang Feng. Teacher Liang, it's your turn. By now, Liang Feng was utterly terrified, all resistance completely gone. No, don't kill me. Li Jiuyue snorted coldly. With a snap of his right hand, the oppressive aura within the water cube space knocked Liang Feng unconscious. Red Moon, he's yours now. Rest assured, the Academy rewards merit and punishes wrongdoing. This guy will get what he deserves. Aren't you coming back with me? Ji Hongyue asked softly. I can't right now. I need to clean up the mess left by the Black Dragon Guild, he said helplessly, spreading his hands. Alright, but remember to report to class promptly at 8 tomorrow morning. Ji Hongyue reminded him softly before carrying the unconscious Liang Feng back to the academy. Let's go. We need to check on the guild. Alright. The others obediently followed Li Jiuyue into the guild. Upon entering the guild, Li Jiuyue took a quick look around the place. Not bad, pretty spacious. The Black Dragon Guild is this big, and Gao Xiong didn't leave anything worthwhile? Li Jiuyue sat in the guildmaster's chair, tapping the tabletop lightly with his fingers. Several guild members didn't respond to his remark, instead turning their gaze toward Qilong. He was the one closest to Gao Xiong. He knew better than anyone what treasures Gao Xiong possessed and where they were hidden. Well, you're the guild leader now anyway, nothing to hide. Qilong sighed, then entered a hidden room and brought out a large chest. Li Jiuyue's eyes lit up. He stepped forward and hastily opened the large box. Holy crap, this guy's got quite the stash hidden away. Snow lotus, fire spirit mushrooms, black iron ore, and there's quite a lot of it. The precious herbs and minerals filled the entire box. And inside the box were several bank cards. What are these bank cards for? Li Jiuyue asked, puzzled. Qilong explained, these are bank cards for storing guild funds. New members wishing to join the Black Dragon Guild must pay a fee of 300,000 yuan. Damn it, this guy is so greedy, demanding 300,000 yuan. Li Jiuyue couldn't help but curse angrily. What a heartless bastard. 300,000 yuan? How dare he set such a ridiculous rule? Then what about these things? Well, Qilong hesitated awkwardly, unable to explain clearly. Well, to maintain the guild's activity and ranking, members must run dungeons 3 to 4 times a week. For every instance cleared, we'll give out corresponding rewards. Seeing the chest overflowing with herbs and rewards, the guild members couldn't hold back any longer. Wait, when we asked Gao Xiong for rewards earlier, he said he'd owe us later because the guild didn't have any. Exactly. He owes me 6 herbs already. Me too. Hearing the chorus of complaints, Li Jiuyue turned his gaze toward Qilong. This isn't my fault. It was all Gao Xiong's idea, the latter hastily explained. Li Jiuyue rolled her eyes in exasperation. Alright, I wasn't blaming you anyway. It turned out that while these guild members outwardly respected Gao Xiong, they had long harbored resentment toward him. Distribute all these items to them. Settle what's owed. And refund the 300,000 they paid to join the guild. From now on, anyone wanting to join our Black Dragon Guild only needs to pass the test, no payment required. As soon as Li Jiuyue finished speaking, the crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into cheers and excitement. The guild leader is brilliant. Holy crap, finally no more worrying about household expenses. Guild master, you rock. Alright, no need for thanks. Just focus on contributing to the guild from now on. Li Jiuyue smiled helplessly. After all, he was still a student at Tianqing Academy and couldn't focus entirely on the guild. Ultimately, it would still depend on the members. The guild relies on all of you. If you need anything, come find me at Starry Sky Academy. I promise our guild's benefits won't be inferior to any other guild out there. Yes, guild leader. The crowd pumped their fists excitedly, their hearts bursting with joy. Qilong let out a bitter laugh, at a loss for words. He could only mutter to himself inwardly. Managing a guild like this, is it really going to be okay? Probably unheard of in the entire Xia kingdom. Sigh, I hope so. Guild competition isn't as simple as you think. Chapter 43, Classmate, wanna hang out? After handling the guild affairs, it was already late. Li Jiuyue didn't choose to go home but instead made do with spending the night at the guild. Early the next morning, after giving brief instructions to Qilong and several other key guild members, he headed to Tianqing Academy. As soon as he entered Tianqing Academy, he overheard whispers among the students walking nearby. Hey, have you heard? They say Teacher Liang violated school regulations and got severely punished. Yeah, I also heard he tampered with some values or something in the dungeon. He's been dismissed from his position and is currently under investigation by the dean. Hearing the murmurs, Li Jiuyue smiled and shook his head before heading to the entrance of Class 7, Grade A, following the address.
Just then, he encountered Tang Xiayun, the homeroom teacher of Class 7, Grade A, standing at the entrance. What surprised him was that the homeroom teacher for Class 7 was actually a female teacher.
What's the matter? Is this new student feeling a bit surprised?
Tang Xiayun flashed her signature smile.
Li Jiuyue nervously averted his gaze. Nothing, teacher. I'm here to register. I already knew that. Come on in. Tang Xiayun led Li Jiuyue into the classroom. Everyone, quiet down. We have a new student joining our class. Why don't you introduce yourself? Tang Xiayun smiled. Li Jiuyue nodded, stepped forward, and said calmly, Hello everyone, my name is Li Jiuyue. Su Yingying, seated in the front row, was startled to see Li Jiuyue actually dare to join Class A. Ah, Hongyue, so you weren't joking after all? He really came to Class 7? Yeah, I told you before. You didn't think I was joking, did you?
Ji Hongyue shot her a look.
Su Yingying gave an awkward chuckle. Heh, I don't mind, but what about them?
As soon as Li Jiuyue finished introducing himself, the students below the stage began whispering and murmuring among themselves.
Holy crap, how did that disaster magnet end up in our class? Who? I haven't heard anything about this. Seriously, are you guys that out of the loop?
This guy's only level 1, but his strength is terrifying. He took on 10 opponents in the dueling arena and destroyed the testing machine with just 3 punches. While the class debated, Li Jiuyue surveyed the room. Class 7 wasn't overly crowded, with only about 30 students.
Not bad. Alright, everyone, stop whispering. Let's give our new classmates a warm round of applause.
Tang Xiayun clapped lightly, easing the tension. Just then, a discordant voice cut through the air.
Teacher, I have a question. Why was someone with his abilities admitted to our class? I don't understand. Was this arranged by the dean? The room fell silent as these words echoed through the hall.
After a long pause, Tang Xiayun frowned and said, Sun Hao, please watch your language. Sun Hao frowned slightly, his voice growing louder rather than quieter.
He saw nothing wrong with what he had said. Teacher, is there something wrong with what I said? Don't you know his background?
His performance in the dueling arena and tests alone probably wouldn't have been enough to get him into our class. Li Jiuyue had gained quite a reputation at Tianqing Academy recently, and Sun Hao was naturally aware of it.
Moreover, he had witnessed Li Jiuyue taking on 10 opponents single-handedly in the dueling arena that day. He was also well aware of Li Jiuyue's identity as the cursed child. Sun Hao, Li Jiuyue passed the entrance test to join our class.
Tang Xiayun's voice grew increasingly low, the atmosphere suddenly feeling off. Sun Hao, however, showed no sign of stopping.
But teacher, don't you think letting a cursed child join our class will damage our reputation and invite ridicule from other classes?
Sun Hao, if you continue speaking like this, I will have to give you a major demerit.
Tang Xiayun was visibly furious.
Only then did Sun Hao reluctantly shrug his shoulders and shut his mouth. Even so, his gaze remained fixed on Li Jiuyue, his eyes filled with pure hostility.
Li Jiuyue merely offered a faint smile, unwilling to provoke conflict just yet.
Tang Xiayun shot Sun Hao a fierce glare, and that settled the matter.
September, you can sit here.
Teacher, let the new student sit with me, a girl seated at the back of the classroom spoke up.
Alright, September, you can sit there for now. Li Jiuyue nodded and took the window seat. Back row by the window, not a bad spot at all.
The moment he sat down, the girl beside him immediately greeted him.
Hi, classmate. My name is Mo Qianyu.
Mo Qianyu smiled softly, her delicate fingers gently tucking a strand of hair that had fallen by her ear behind her ear. Her long lashes fluttered slightly, her flawless, fair skin glowing with a faint pink hue, and her eyes sparkled with a hint of charm.
Hello? Li Jiuyue responded with a smile. Once everything was settled, Tang Xiayun began the class.
Ji Hongyue glanced back at Li Jiuyue, then quickly averted her gaze. Su Yingying giggled softly and nudged Ji Hongyue's arm.
Hongyue, you're not worried that your little boyfriend might get stolen by Mo Qianyu, are you?
Hearing this, Ji Hongyue flushed crimson and pinched Su Yingying's waist hard.
You, what nonsense are you talking about? Pay attention to the lesson. Fine, fine. Pretend I never said anything.
Li Jiuyue had thought she could finally study some theoretical knowledge in peace, but
her desk partner, Mo Qianyu, started up to some mischief.
Mo Qianyu wasn't paying attention at all. Instead, she kept propping her chin on her right hand and staring at him.
This made Li Jiuyue feel strangely uneasy. Mo Qianyu, is there something you need? He finally asked. Mo Qianyu shook her head. Nothing at all. Then why have you been staring at me? Li Jiuyue managed a wry smile.
No, I was just looking at the scenery outside the window.
Li Jiuyue. Oh, I see. So your profession is clairvoyance.
Mo Qianyu chuckled at the remark, covering her mouth with a soft laugh.
Hey, you really have a way with words. I like that. Ha! Li Jiuyue suddenly felt goosebumps all over her body. Wait, what the hell is going on here?
In this agonizing situation, Li Jiuyue somehow managed to endure until the bell rang.
Damn, finally class is over. I'm about to die.
Even fighting Poseidon wasn't this stressful, he couldn't help but complain inwardly. Just as he was about to leave his seat, Mo Qianyu casually uttered a sentence that left him completely dumbfounded.
Li Jiuyue, wanna hang out later? Chapter 44, The Battlefield. Hearing Mo Qianyu's offhand remark, Li Jiuyue froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. Mo, do you realize what you just said?
Though Mo Qianyu's voice wasn't loud, the entire class heard her words.
Perhaps she had intended it all along. What? Did I hear that right?
Mo Qianyu's gone mad, she's actually being this forward.
Oh man, I think I'm still half asleep.
With that, the person dramatically flopped back onto their bed and fell asleep. Su Yingying, witnessing this scene, chuckled with schadenfreude and nudged Ji Hongyue with her elbow.
Hongyue, something's definitely off here.
Ji Hongyue's face was flushed crimson, her fists clenched tightly. Her thoughts were unknown, but she seemed poised to step between the two at any moment. It took Li Jiuyue a long while to recover from the shock. He swallowed nervously, his lips trembling slightly.
This woman. Could she be deliberately trying to mess with me?
Mo Qianyu flicked a strand of hair behind her ear, propped her chin on her right hand, and smiled faintly as she stared straight at Li Jiuyue.
Of course I know. Let's grab dinner together later. Whoa.
The moment those words left her mouth, the crowd erupted in astonishment once more.
Holy crap, what's going on? How did they all end up getting invited to dinner? No idea. Did those two know each other before?
They seem way too familiar.
Huh? Li Jiuyue was utterly speechless. This doesn't feel right. Are girls at Tianqing Academy this forward?
It felt like they had ulterior motives. As this thought crossed his mind, he instinctively glanced down at his own body, then quickly covered his chest with both hands.
Ha! Heh, no need for that. I've got things to do later.
Just as he turned to leave the classroom, Mo Qianyu grabbed his sleeve.
What could possibly be more important than eating? You've only been at the academy for a few days, right? After we eat, I'll show you around campus. Wouldn't that be better?
Mo Qianyu's eyes crinkled into crescent moons, her lips curling upward without her noticing, her brows adding a touch of allure.
Heh, that won't be necessary.
Li Jiuyue gave an awkward laugh, trying to break free from Mo Qianyu's grip, only to discover the woman possessed surprisingly strong hands. Just as he prepared to force his way free, Ji Hongyue rushed forward, stepping between them and prying Mo Qianyu's wrist away.
This is a classroom. Mind your behavior, Mo Qianyu. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my behavior? Mo Qianyu adopted an innocent expression. Showing a new student around the academy grounds, isn't that perfectly normal? You needn't concern yourself with this. I'll show him around the academy myself. Without waiting for Li Jiuyue to react, Ji Hongyue grabbed his hand and hurriedly led him out of the classroom. Only after the two had left did the stunned expressions on everyone's faces gradually return to normal. Damn, what's gotten into Senior Hongyue? She's never acted like this before. You guys are so out of the loop. Let me tell you.
A notoriously gossipy classmate gathered everyone around and proceeded to blab on about a slew of rumors. Sun Hao, sitting with his legs crossed high on his chair, wore a distinctly displeased expression.
Oomph. How could Senior Hongyue possibly be interested in such a loser?
The two hurriedly left the classroom, jogging for a while before gradually slowing to a stop.
Hongyue, your hand.
Ji Hongyue's face flushed red, and she quickly withdrew her hand.
Don't misunderstand. I just wanted to show you around the school grounds.
Li Jiuyue shook his head with a smile, a peculiar feeling stirring within him.
Hey, Hongyue, what's up with that girl anyway? Could this be some kind of special ability she has?
Ji Hongyue expressed utter helplessness at this.
Well, Mo Qianyu isn't a bad person, but...
Suddenly remembering something, she found herself at a loss for words.
Ah, never mind. Let's not talk about it now. I'll show you around instead. Alright. Li Jiuyue replied with a wry smile.
As they walked and chatted, their conversation soon turned to the upcoming competition between the 4 great academies in 2 months' time.
Is the timeline that tight? Only 2 months left. Ji Hongyue explained, it's actually manageable.
It's just that since you're new to the academy, the timeline feels a bit rushed.
For us, it's fine. If you don't participate, no one will.
No, I'll participate in the 4 great academies grand competition no matter what.
Li Jiuyue's gaze was unusually resolute.
The 4 great academies, with the Heavenswell Academy at the forefront. Only by participating in the competition could she meet Xia Bingyao. I wonder how much her strength has grown after all this time.
I'm actually looking forward to it. Meanwhile, at the Heavenswell Academy. Bingyao, the 4 academies tournament is in 2 months. How are your preparations coming along? Bai Hong asked. Xia Bingyao's eyes brimmed with confidence and contempt for the weak. Rest assured, Dean. This championship will undoubtedly belong to our Destiny Academy. I haven't even begun to take the other academies seriously. Ha ha ha, that's excellent.
Bai Hong chuckled heartily and nodded, fully convinced by Xia Bingyao's words. After all, Xia Bingyao's prowess was undeniable to all.
The prodigy they had poured their efforts into cultivating was finally ready to truly shine. By the way, Bingyao, that good-for-nothing Li Jiuyue has joined Tianqing Academy. Xia Bingyao snorted coldly, her words dripping with scorn. Expected. Only a loser like him would choose such a trash academy. I'd actually like to see if he has the qualifications to represent Starry Sky Academy in competitions. That would make things much more interesting. Seeing Li Jiuyue's resolute gaze, Ji Hongyue explained softly. Don't get too ahead of yourself. You still need to earn the qualification to represent our academy. Oh, I didn't know that. Tell me more. Li Jiuyue asked, puzzled. Ji Hongyue patiently explained, each of the 4 major academies will send 5 teams to compete. Each team consists of 4 members, totaling 20 participants. And with so many people in our academy, we all have to compete for those 20 spots. I see. Li Jiuyue nodded thoughtfully. In other words, these 20 selected individuals would represent the academy's strongest combat power. They represent the school's prestige and strength. The 4 academies tournament begins in 2 months. Training will likely start within the next few days, Ji Hongyue stated earnestly. Of course, we also need to select our own team members. Li Jiuyue nodded emphatically, fully grasping the significance of this 4-college tournament. No matter what, he would participate in this competition. Understood. 2 months is plenty of time to boost my strength. The 4 academies tournament. I must say, I'm actually looking forward to it. Chapter 45, Dungeon Test commences. As they walked and chatted, evening soon arrived. After calling home, Li Jiuyue headed to the dormitory assigned by the academy. The dorm housed 4 students. His roommates were friendly and didn't treat him differently because he was the cursed child. As they chatted, the atmosphere grew increasingly warm. As night deepened, Li Jiuyue drifted into a sound sleep. The next morning, upon arriving at the classroom, Li Jiuyue spotted Mo Qianyu waving at him from across the room. Over here. Over here. Damn it, just seeing that woman gives me a headache. He rubbed his throbbing temples. Whatever. Hopefully she won't pull any stunts this time. Li Jiuyue steeled himself and sat down at his desk. Mo Qianyu giggled, covering her mouth. What? Am I really that scary? Li Jiuyue, I don't feel like talking. Oh come on, we're all classmates. Why make things so awkward? Don't you agree? As she spoke, Mo Qianyu's body drifted closer to Li Jiuyue without her realizing it. Just as she was about to make her next move, Tang Xiaoyun entered the classroom. Good morning, everyone. Today, I have some major news to share with you all. At the mention of big news, everyone immediately perked up their ears in concentration. Tang Xiaoyun's expression turned serious as she announced, in just 1 hour, the competition for the 20 spots in the academy will begin. What? Teacher Tang, isn't it supposed to be in 2 weeks? Exactly. Why did they move up the schedule? We're not ready yet. Tang Xiaoyun waved her hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down. I'll explain the important details. Now listen carefully. Students voluntarily participating in the 4-college competition would be placed into a single instance. This dungeon was vast enough to hold thousands. Over 3 days, the number of participants would be whittled down to just 20. Only these 20 would qualify to compete in the 4 academies tournament. Survival of the fittest, the weak are eliminated. Though this format is brutally harsh, it cannot be helped. By any means necessary, make it into the top 20. Does everyone understand? Understood, the crowd replied hesitantly, clearly unprepared for this unexpected preliminary test. At that moment, Tang Xiaoyun produced the familiar badge once more. She then instructed Ji Hongyue to distribute the badges among the group. Crushing your badge will teleport you out of the instance and disqualify you. Alright, once you've secured your badges, follow me. After stowing their badges, the group followed Tang Xiaoyun out of the classroom and arrived at the instance entrance. 5 minutes later, the instance entrance was already packed with queues from every class. Nearly 810 of the academy students had gathered here. As for the remaining 210, lacking confidence in their abilities, they chose not to join this conflict. Once everyone had gathered, Ji Yong began his address. Upon entering the instance, you will be teleported to random locations. Within 3 days, you must compete for 20 spots. If you encounter danger, shatter your teleportation badge. Remember, your life is the most important thing. However, shattering your badge means you forfeit your eligibility. Within the dungeon, the dangers weren't limited to fellow trainees, they also included the powerful beasts lurking within. Alright, proceed into the instance in order of your respective classes. Yes, Dean. The crowd responded with a resounding shout before entering the instance one by one. Soon, it was Li Jiuyue and her group's turn. Once inside, stay alert at all times. Ji Hongyue gave a special reminder. You too. Wait. Li Jiuyue tapped her right index finger against her forehead, drawing forth a thread of water energy. She then tapped Ji Honyue's forehead with the same finger. There. Now I can rest easy. Should Ji Honyue face any danger, he would sense it immediately. Moreover, even if they were separated by great distance, he could pinpoint Ji Honyue's exact location.
Ji Hongyue's face flushed slightly, a warm feeling spreading through her heart as she turned and stepped into the instance.
Just then, Mo Qianyu hurried over. Tap my forehead too, will you? Excuse me, excuse me. Li Jiuyue's lips twitched and he bolted into the dungeon as if fleeing for his life. Watching the former's disheveled retreating figure, Mo Qianyu's gaze suddenly sharpened. How utterly fascinating. Ji Hongyue, I never expected you to be so formidable. Even without uttering a word, you can make men worry about you. I refuse to believe that I, Mo Qianyu, am inferior to you in every way. The relationship between Mo Qianyu and Ji Hongyue wasn't exactly hostile, it was more like that of fierce rivals, each striving to prove she wasn't inferior to the other. They'd known each other since childhood, practically growing up as playmates. Their academic achievements had always been neck and neck. Whatever Ji Hongyue could accomplish, Mo Qianyu could match. But Li Jiuyue's arrival shattered that dynamic. And he was unaware of the hidden circumstances, thus becoming the biggest victim for no apparent reason. Upon entering the instance, Li Jiuyue opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by vast ruins. It was less a ruin and more half of the shattered Tianqing Academy. Damn, this is interesting. They really went all out, a 1:1 replica. Just as Li Jiuyue was about to survey his surroundings, a lion's roar caught his attention. Roar! He whipped his head around to find a half-orc had appeared behind him out of nowhere. At that moment, the system displayed an information prompt. Lion Beastman. Level B. Strength 61. Speed 55. Defense 48. Mental power 4. Skills, Lion's roar shakes the heavens, earth shatters. Beasts appearing this quickly? Let's get started. Li Jiuyue stretched his limbs, already holding the Icefield Wolf King's claws in his hands. Roar! The Lion Beastman roared furiously and charged at Li Jiuyue. Though only a B-rank demon beast, its massive size commanded an intimidating presence. However, this false intimidation might scare other trainees, but it held no sway over Li Jiuyue. He spun to evade the beastman's strike, then drove a claw savagely into its back. Rip! The immense force of the strike tore a large chunk of flesh from the beastman's back. The excruciating pain only fueled the lion beastman's rage, unleashing two skills upon Li Jiuyue like a raging storm. It stomped the ground with such ferocity that the solid pavement cracked open, forming a massive fissure that rapidly spread toward Li Jiuyue's feet. Li Jiuyue's figure darted forward, spinning to leap onto the ruins of a collapsed building behind him. At that moment, the lion beast's jaws snapped open, unleashing a deafening roar. A sonic attack? Just what I wanted. Let's go head to head. Chapter 46, Wings of the Black Angel. Deep Sea Wave. Facing the lion beastman's sonic assault, Li Jiuyue countered with his own sonic attack. The sheer power unleashed by his attack instantly obliterated the surrounding ruins. The moment the two sonic waves collided, the lion beastman's attack was utterly obliterated. Li Jiuyue's sonic blast showed no sign of weakening as it slammed into the lion beastman. Boom! The immense impact slammed into the lion beastman, hurling it dozens of meters away before exploding violently, shattering its body. Couldn't even withstand a single strike? Li Jiuyue shook his head in disappointment. He then quickly approached the lion beast's corpse and began harvesting its attributes. Plunder successful. Gained attack plus 10, defense plus 11, speed plus 9, spirit plus 1. Too bad these beasts don't have much spirit power. I was hoping to get more. Acquired skill, Lion's Roar shakes the heavens, earth splits. Without even checking the attributes or descriptions of the two skills, Li Jiuyue immediately decomposed them into fragments. He already possessed a sonic attack, one far more powerful than the lion beastman's. As for Earth Shatter, it required a noticeable casting animation, was slow, and had weak attack power. By the time he finished casting, his opponents would already be right in his face. Alright, let me see how much my stats have improved. System, check stats. Name, Li Jiuyue. Class, Cursed Child Red Name. Strength, 431. Speed, 361. Defense, 475. Mental power, 73. Cold resistance, 13. Frost attribute, 10. Hidden talent, Infinite Plunder upgradable 300 proficiency points remaining for next upgrade. Talents, Infinite Instant Kill 330 Natural Poison Body 510 Sacred Protection 110 Formless Water Enhancement 030 Sea God's Body God Tier cannot be upgraded. God Tier, Call of the Sea God cannot be upgraded. Phantom of the Sea God cannot be upgraded. Skill level S+, Ultimate Terror 330 Twin of the Dark Knight 130. S Tier, Club Dance Max Deep Sea Wave 230. A rank, Wrath of the Flame God 310 Divine Blessing 310 Corrosive Rain 230 Star Shattering / 510 Bladestorm 110. Water Prison Cage 310 Water Dragon's Roar 510 Frost Storm 210 10,000 Miles of Ice 410 Call of the Wolf King 010 Moon God's Blessing 110. Grade B, Shadow Toxin 310. As for the other two giant octopus's skills, they were generated by their species. So Li Jiuyue disassembled them into fragments. After reviewing his stats panel, Li Jiuyue proceeded to dismantle both Water Prison Cage and Water Dragon Chant into fragments.
After all, with Hiboto's god-tier skill now in his possession, he effectively mastered all water-type abilities. These two skills wouldn't be of much use anyway, so it was better to convert them into fragments for exchanging higher-level skills later. Upon seeing his base stats, Li Jiuyue was taken aback. I never expected my base stats to be this high already. Back then, his stats were all single digits, but now they were in the hundreds. With defense this terrifying, even taking 2 solid punches from Poseidon wouldn't be a problem. Alright, let's see what I can exchange for in the shop now. Li Jiuyue opened the system shop and began filtering through the options. Finally, he spotted something that caught his eye. Black Angel Wings. Requires 200 skill fragments to exchange. The Black Angel Wings are a pair of mysterious and magnificent wings composed of pure black feathers. Equipping them increases your intimidation by 20%, affecting all creatures. Holy crap, it takes 200 shards. Li Jiuyue's lips twitched slightly as he checked his skill shards. Not bad, 207. Just enough to exchange for the Black Angel Wings. He didn't possess any flight skills yet, so exchanging for these was undoubtedly the best choice. Alright, redeem the Black Angel Wings. Buzz. Li Jiuyue immediately exchanged all his skill fragments for the Black Angel Wings. Black Angel Wings 010. Seeing the system prompt pop up, Li Jiuyue was somewhat stunned. He hadn't expected even the wing skills could be upgraded. Alright, let me see. Li Jiuyue straightened his posture and summoned the Black Angel Wings. He felt a tingling sensation on his back, and within 5 seconds, a pair of massive black wings emerged. Haha, not bad. Now I can finally take to the skies. Professionals with the ability to fly were few and far between, their rarity approaching that of S rank. Using the Black Angel Wings, he soared into the sky and began flying toward Ji Hongyue's location. He decided to seek out Ji Hongyue first. Though this secret realm trial was brutal, it had a loophole: players could form illegal teams, making solo combat entirely unnecessary. The primary goal was to kick others out, and the methods for doing so were unrestricted. As Li Jiuyue soared through the air, he leaned forward and spotted a familiar figure amidst the ruins. Wait, isn't that? At that moment, Su Yingying found herself in dire straits amidst the ruins. After entering the secret realm, she had been teleported into a pile of ruins. As a support class, she was ill-suited for this kind of one-on-one combat. But just as she was about to seek out her classmates, she found herself cornered here by several boys from Class B. You're pushing it too far. How dare you gang up on a lone girl like this? The boys exchanged glances and let out lecherous chuckles. Sorry, but we want to stay among the top 22. Miss, you'd better crush your teleportation badge yourself. We wouldn't want to crush a delicate flower. Dream on. That's absolutely impossible. Su Yingying retorted angrily. Well, then there's no choice. Sorry, but we'll have to send you out first. Let's move. The group exchanged smug grins as they closed in on Su Yingying in a pincer formation. Su Yingying, being a support class with no offensive abilities, was forced to retreat step by step. Finally, she was cornered into a dead end. Damn it. I was hoping to hide for a bit and find Red Moon first, but now. Red Moon, I'm sorry. Looks like I won't be able to accompany you to the 4 Academies tournament after all. She bit her lip in frustration before pulling out the teleportation badge. Just as she crushed it in frustration, a massive shadow suddenly flashed through the air. Bullying a girl like this? Where's your sense of shame? Chapter 47, Su Yingying's shock. Just as they were about to succeed, a sudden voice interrupted them. Who's speaking? Wait, it sounds like it's coming from above. One of them noticed something and looked up. There, Li Jiuyue hovered in midair, hands in his pockets, wearing a mocking expression as he surveyed the group. Well, I was just worrying about finding someone to eliminate, and here you all are, walking right into my trap. Hearing the familiar voice above her, Su Yingying looked up. When she recognized the figure approaching as Li Jiuyue, her heart skipped a beat. How is it you? You can actually fly. Li Jiuyue retracted his black swan wings and landed gently beside her. After all, they were classmates. She couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. Besides, she seemed to be quite close with Hongyu. How are you? No injuries? What are you doing here? Su Yingying looked utterly shocked. Oh, I was just passing by and thought I'd check in. Li Jiuyue smiled. Looks like you're in rough shape. Su Yingying, fiercely proud, snorted. As if. Everything's under my control. Oh, alright then. I'll be going. Li Jiuyue murmured, turning to leave. This woman he'd taken such a huge risk to save her, and she wasn't even grateful. Seeing Li Jiuyue actually turn to leave, Su Yingying immediately panicked, her pride forgotten. Wait. Help me deal with these troubles, and I can lead you to the Red Moon. Deal. It seemed she and Red Moon shared some special means of communication. Seeing the two actually engaging in face-to-face conversation filled the others with extreme displeasure. Kid, I'd advise you not to stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Exactly. If you want to meddle, you'd better weigh your own strength first. Do you really think you can take on all 5 of them alone? Li Jiuyue turned to size up the 5 men, and the system displayed their information. All B rank, with nothing particularly unique about their skills.
Just the 5 of you? Kid, don't get too cocky.
The man was about to spout some arrogant threats when Li Jiuyue vanished from his spot like a bolt of lightning. When the others looked again, he was already standing before the man. Thud! His fist shot out, landing squarely in the man's gut. Wah! Using only 50% of his strength, that single punch sent the man spitting blood and instantly knocking him unconscious. A strength rating of 431, that's no joke. Had Li Jiuyue not deliberately held back some of his punch's force, that single blow might have pierced right through the man's body. Smash his badge. That'll disqualify him. Su Yingying shouted from behind. Li Jiuyue nodded, reaching for the badge when suddenly a fireball hurtled toward him. Su Yingying immediately cast a skill buff on Li Jiuyue from behind. Light shield. In the blink of an eye, a golden shield materialized around Li Jiuyue. Oh, a shield-type skill? He felt a slight surprise, but instead of dodging, he let the fireball strike him. Puff! The light shield blocked the fireball's attack. Forgot this woman's a support class. We gotta take her out first, or she'll be a pain. You two keep the kid busy. I'll take this woman out. Got it. The remaining 4 divided their tasks clearly. 2 would tie up Li Jiuyue, while the other 2 would deal with Su Yingying. However, their plan had one massive flaw. That flaw was their underestimation of Li Jiuyue's strength. Frost Storm. Whoosh! With a swift flick of his right hand, a powerful blast of frigid wind surged toward the 2 attackers. Oh no! Just as they were countering with their own skills, Li Jiuyue had already appeared behind them. 2 punches landed, sending both men crashing face first into the dirt, knocked unconscious. The remaining 2 men were about to attack Su Yingying, but when they came to their senses, they found their comrades already lying unconscious on the ground. What? This kid's got crazy strength. Damn it, he's probably here to make an easy kill. We can't stay here. We gotta get out of here fast, or we're done for. The 2 tried to flee, but it was too late. Li Jiuyue's moves were lightning fast, and both fell to the ground, knocked out cold. In under 3 minutes, he'd taken out 5 B rankers. The sheer power Li Jiuyue displayed left Su Yingying, watching nearby, utterly dumbfounded. Granted, these 5 B rankers weren't particularly formidable, other A-rank professionals could handle them too. But Li Jiuyue had only used 1 skill from start to finish. Most of it was done with his fists. She had always believed Li Jiuyue's entry into Class A was solely due to Red Moon's connections. But now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. This girl actually has some real skill after all. Then, Li Jiuyue picked up the badges from the 5 people and crushed them in her hand. Buzz. The 5 whose badges were crushed lost their eligibility to compete and were immediately teleported out. At that moment, a countdown-like display appeared above the instance. Current survivors, 1586. There are still this many people? No sooner had he spoken than the number of survivors above began to change again. Current number of survivors, 1583. Looks like every single second we stay here means someone gets eliminated. We need to meet up with Red Moon. Su Yingying had a device that could locate others, and members of other classes surely had similar devices. We need to move now. Right. Su Yingying nodded firmly, the lingering resentment toward Li Jiuyue completely vanishing from her heart. Just as the 2 were about to set off, a strange noise suddenly echoed from the distant ruins. Bad news. Get out of here fast. Realizing the danger, Li Jiuyue grabbed Su Yingying and pulled her back swiftly. Sure enough, a powerful corrosive liquid suddenly erupted from the ruins, splashing onto the very spot they had been standing just a second before. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Its corrosive power was immense. It even melted a large pit in the ground. What is that thing? Li Jiuyue frowned, staring intently into the rubble. Looks like we're in trouble. SSS-SSS? Then, a colossal spider swept aside the debris surrounding the ruins and slowly emerged from within. This spider was abnormally huge, its appearance utterly terrifying. Its head bore hundreds of white pincers. No, they looked more like eyes. A spider? One this big? Li Jiuyue gasped in shock. At that moment, the system provided information about the spider. 100-eyed demon spider. Level, A+. Strength, 1000. Speed, 532. Defense, 1678. Mental power, 101. Venom, 654. Skills, Venom Spray, Web of Terror, Infinite Reproduction. What's wrong? You can't escape this time. Su Yingying's face turned pale. Li Jiuyue flexed his muscles, battle intent already stirring within him. What else can we do? We'll have to kill this spider before we leave. Chapter 48, Confronting the 100-eyed demon spider. We need to find a safe spot soon. I'll distracted head on it won't bother you then. Are you sure you can handle it? That thing looks tough. Should we just run? Su Yingying was starting to panic. Li Jiuyue gave a helpless smile and glanced back over his shoulder. Running now might be a bit late. Look behind us.
Su Yingying turned around and immediately let out a shriek. Ah! What? When did this happen? Without warning, their escape route had been completely sealed off. The path behind them was now completely entangled in spider silk. Worse still, the webs were coated in a highly corrosive liquid. If they tried to force their way through, they'd likely be eaten away down to the bone. We've got no choice. We have to take down this monster to get out. Quick, find a spot. Got it. Be careful out there. When you engage, I'll buff your skills. With that, Su Yingying quickly sought out a relatively safe spot to hide, keeping a constant watch on the battle. Her class was support not suited for direct combat. But the stat boosts she could grant combatants were nothing short of massive, often tipping the scales of victory in a battle. Only after confirming Su Yingying was safely tucked away did Li Jiuyue finally unleash his full potential. Equipping the Wolf King's claws, he charged toward the 100-eyed demon spider like a bolt of lightning. Hiss! 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 Far from being intimidated, the 100-eyed demon spider charged head-on. It raised its two massive front legs and stabbed viciously at the spot where Li Jiuyue was attacking. Despite its massive size, the 100-eyed demon spider's attack speed was anything but slow. Bring it on! Li Jiuyue didn't dodge, instead thrusting the Wolf King's claws forward to meet the strike head-on. Thud! This attack packs a punch, but it's still not enough. He could feel the immense power in the 100-eyed demon spider's forelimbs, but relying solely on that to push him back was far from sufficient. But unexpectedly, the 100-eyed demon spider resorted to dirty tricks. It injected potent corrosive fluid into its forelimbs. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. With the corrosive liquid's aid, the durability of the Wolf King's claws Li Jiuyue wore began rapidly depleting. Witnessing this from a short distance away, Su Yingying immediately unleashed her buff-type skill. Attack Enhancement. After Su Yingying cast the skill, Li Jiuyue felt his entire body surge with power, his attack strength seemingly increasing by about 25%. Empowered by the skill, he swung his right arm with tremendous force, cleanly severing one of the 100-eyed demon spider's front legs. Just as he aimed to sever its second front leg, the 100-eyed demon spider unleashed its corrosive ability. Fury of the Flame God. Instead of retreating, Li Jiuyue forced his Flame God's wrath to collide head-on with the centipede's venom. The powerful flames collided with the highly corrosive liquid. The intense heat unleashed by wrath of the Flame God began to evaporate the venom. Sensing trouble, the 100-eyed demon spider immediately amplified its corrosive power. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At that moment, a crack appeared in one of the 100-eyed demon spider's eyes atop its head, a detail Li Jiuyue failed to notice. Realizing this head-on clash was futile, Li Jiuyue withdrew his flames and dodged the 100-eyed demon spider's attacks with rapid evasive maneuvers before unleashing an ice-based skill. Ice Storm. Whoosh! The 100-eyed demon spider spat out countless strands of silk from its mouth. It hooked one strand with its front legs and yanked it back with all its might. The threads tightly bound its entire body. Such impenetrable defense rendered the ice storm ineffective. Now this is interesting. Li Jiuyue chuckled. This 100-eyed demon spider was stronger than that ice-plane Wolf King earlier. But that was merely a warm-up. The real battle hadn't even begun. As the icy storm's effect faded, the 100-eyed demon spider emerged from its cocoon of silk. By now, the eye atop its head had fully hatched from its shell. The lost foreleg had begun to miraculously regenerate. Now this is getting interesting. It can actually heal itself. Su Yingying, hiding nearby, couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Hey, you! Are you even capable of this? A man can't say he can't handle it. You? What kind of joke is this at a time like this? Su Yingying's face flushed crimson with anger. Was this guy even reliable? If he really couldn't handle it, she'd have no choice but to crush the badge. She certainly didn't want to die here. As the two chatted, the 100-eyed demon spider spotted Su Yingying hiding in the corner. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. It shifted its target and launched an attack toward Su Yingying. Oh no, Li Jiuyue, it's coming for me. Perfect timing. I've been waiting for this moment. Li Jiuyue grinned. 10,000 miles. Ice Seal. Skill boost. After Li Jiuyue unleashed his skill, Su Yingying immediately activated her buffing ability. Whoosh! Li Jiuyue's powerful icy energy rapidly coalesced in his hand before crashing down onto the ground with a thunderous impact. The 100-eyed demon spider couldn't dodge in time. Its massive body was swiftly enveloped by the frigid energy, and within 3 breaths, it froze solid into a colossal ice sculpture. Is it over? Su Yingying asked, her voice trembling. No, an A+ beast? It won't die that easily. Li Jiuyue replied casually, his hands swiftly forming seals. The corrosive rain skill had a 10-second casting time. The 100-eyed demon spider's freezing perfectly compensated for that delay. With just 5 seconds left before corrosive rain could be unleashed, a shattering sound echoed through the air. Crack! Crack! Bang! The next second, the 100-eyed spider broke free from its frozen bonds. But by then, Li Jiuyue had already completed her hand seals. The sky began to darken as the corrosive rain fell rapidly. What is this?
As Su Yingying stood in stunned disbelief, she suddenly realized an inexplicable protective barrier had materialized around her.
Ha! My surroundings, how? Don't worry. The skill I released has powerful corrosive properties, but this shield will protect you. Li Jiuyue explained. Swish! 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 The corrosive rain had already begun to fall. The naive hundred-eyed demon spider tried to block it with its silk, but the moment the silk touched the raindrops, it was instantly corroded away. The corrosive rain pelted its body, the immense corrosive force causing it unbearable agony. Moreover, the corrosive effect spread over an extremely wide area, leaving the hundred-eyed demon spider utterly unable to evade. SSS. Even with its formidable defenses and a layer of highly durable spider shell covering its body, it couldn't withstand this corrosive force. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle before her, Su Yingying was stunned into a dazed expression. He's only level 1. Why does he have so many skills? This is what you unleashed? Chapter 49, You're too heavy, I can't fly. What else could it be? Li Jiuyue shot Su Yingying a disbelieving look. But you're not. We'll explain all that later. Let's deal with this mess first. Li Jiuyue waved dismissively, clearly unwilling to waste more breath on the matter. As the corrosive rain fell faster and faster, the shell covering the hundred-eyed demon spider finally melted away completely, revealing the white flesh beneath. Yet the corrosive rain showed no signs of stopping. Hiss! 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 Even as the hundred-eyed demon spider spat out its highly corrosive venom, attempting to clash with the corrosive rain's energy to neutralize each other. But this futile attempt proved utterly useless. Finally, the corrosive rain ceased, and the hundred-eyed demon spider melted into a vast pool of blood. Yet, what puzzled Li Jiuyue was that although the hundred-eyed demon spider was dead, the countless eyes on its body still remained. They resembled countless tiny white eggs. It's over. Su Yingying exhaled deeply. No, something feels off. Li Jiuyue frowned, refusing to lower his guard. He couldn't shake the feeling that the 90-odd spider eggs scattered across the ground were somehow peculiar. What is it? Is there still a problem? Just as Su Yingying voiced her puzzled question, a sudden change occurred. Snap! Snap! Suddenly, all 90-odd spider eggs on the ground cracked open simultaneously, and 90-odd tiny hundred-eyed demon spiders burst out. Su Yingying jumped in fright, but upon seeing the size of the hundred-eyed demon spiders on the ground, she couldn't help but laugh. These spiders are so tiny. Li Jiuyue didn't respond, instead turning to glance behind them. Sure enough, the spider web behind them hadn't vanished with the death of the hundred-eyed demon spiders. Instead, it had grown even denser, seemingly spreading further and further. It really wasn't that simple. Be careful, it's not that simple. Li Jiuyue had barely issued the warning when the 90-odd hundred-eyed demon spiders launched their assault. Countless streams of highly corrosive venom spewed toward the pair at blinding speed. This is bad. 10,000 miles of frozen ice. Li Jiuyue shouted in alarm, then swiftly unleashed his freezing ability, forming a thick wall of ice before him. Sizzle! 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 The venom collided with the ice wall, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. But within the next 3 seconds, a gaping hole had been eaten through the wall, and the corrosion was accelerating rapidly. This corrosiveness is even stronger than that giant hundred-eyed demon spider earlier. In just 6 seconds, the ice wall Li Jiuyue had summoned was completely eroded away. With the ice wall gone, the smaller hundred-eyed spiders charged at the two like mad. One of the faster ones leapt into the air and began self-detonating. Boom! The centipede's self-detonation unleashed not only immense destructive force but also potent corrosive fumes. Toxic gas filled the air, inhaling even a trace could spell serious trouble. Damn it! Li Jiuyue cursed, swiftly conjuring a water element shield to envelop Su Yingying. Meanwhile, he began absorbing the toxic fumes from the air. His innate poison-resistant physique rendered the toxic fumes harmless to him. Hiss! 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 Seeing the remaining hundred-eyed demon spider preparing to self-detonate, Li Jiuyue immediately objected. You think you can just blow yourselves up? Fine, then this young master will let you explode to your heart's content. He summoned the water energy within his body. Just a split second before the hundred-eyed demon spiders detonated, he transformed the water energy into an enormous water sphere. Envelop! He snapped his hands together, instantly enveloping the remaining hundred-eyed demon spiders within. Boom! Encased within the massive water sphere, the explosive force of the hundred-eyed demon spiders was drastically reduced. Even their potent corrosive energy couldn't breach the water sphere's containment. 3 seconds later, every single hundred-eyed demon spider was dead, their corpses melted away by the very corrosive energy they had released. Damn it, they melted themselves with their own corrosive energy. I was planning to extract it. Li Jiuyue was thoroughly frustrated. These spiders' abilities were actually quite decent. If he could plunder them, it would be a huge boost to his combat power. Alright, this is finally over. Li Jiuyue declared. Sure enough, after the hundred-eyed demon spiders were completely wiped out, the surrounding spider silk began to slowly melt away, eventually disappearing entirely.
Su Ying, who had witnessed the entire battle, was now so stunned she couldn't utter a word. The 100-eyed demon spider possessed formidable combat strength and its attacks carried powerful corrosive effects. Even the most battle-hardened classmates in their class wouldn't dare claim a 100% chance of taking them down. But Li Jiuyue, he actually. And he hadn't even been injured himself. At this thought, Su Ying's mind was in utter chaos. This. Seeing Su Ying's stunned expression, Li Jiuyue waved his hand in front of her face. Hey, what are you spacing out for? We gotta go. Oh. Su Ying snapped back to reality, nodded hurriedly, and scurried along behind Li Jiuyue. After walking for quite some time, Su Ying gently bit her lip and tentatively asked. Are we just walking? You can fly, right? Yeah, but you're too heavy. I'm afraid I'd crash. Li Jiuyue couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing this, Su Ying flushed instantly and picked up a stone from the ground, ready to strike. You? Li Jiuyue quickly laughed and explained, just kidding. No need to get so worked up. We're not too far from the Red Moon, and her condition is stable. There's no need to rush. Ji Hongyue's water energy was remarkably stable, she likely hadn't encountered any major complications. Using wings was an option, but it felt too conspicuous, like trouble was bound to follow. If we provoke public outrage, that wouldn't be good at all. Alright, walking is fine too. Su Ying nodded. On this point, she had no objections. And so, the two set off together toward Ji Hongyue's location. Though they encountered quite a few strange beasts along the way, none were particularly high level, so they posed no real threat to the pair. Instead, Li Jiuyue managed to gain quite a few basic attribute points along the way. This is great, my strength has increased again. Li Jiuyue chuckled. Just then, the dungeon's active player count updated once more. Current active players, 1021. So many people eliminated in just half a day? Looks like the competition's only going to get fiercer from here on out. Yeah, let's hope more of our classmates survive, Su Ying said. As the two chatted idly, a figure leapt swiftly from the trees and blocked their path. Finally, the prey I've been waiting for. Chapter 50, facing the 5th-ranked powerhouse who was truly nervous? Finally, the prey I've been waiting for. A figure suddenly leapt down from the trees, startling both of them. They immediately scrambled backward. Su Ying was startled by the sudden appearance before her. Xiao Lei Jun. What? You know this guy? Li Jiuyue demanded. Su Ying's face turned deathly pale, and her hands began to tremble slightly. Yes. He's a top-ranked powerhouse on the list, ranked 5th. His strength is formidable. Even Red Moon couldn't gain the upper hand against him, though she managed to defeat him by a narrow margin. Ever since then, he's had it in for our class. By the way, he's the class monitor of Class 6, Section A. Upon hearing Su Ying's explanation, Li Jiuyue nodded. So that's how it is. Ranked 5th on the strongest list? Interesting. This time, I'll finally get to spar with a true powerhouse from the strongest list. Su Ying, it's been ages. Oh, you must be the so-called cursed child everyone's been talking about at school. Xiao Lei Jun eyed Li Jiuyue up and down. Nothing special. I thought you'd be some kind of monster with 3 heads and 6 arms. Su Ying, you must be blind to team up with someone like this. Though terrified, Su Ying refused to show weakness now. Who I team up with is my own business. What's it to you? Fine. Xiao Lei Jun shrugged helplessly, a faint aura of thunderous energy rippling around him. I was hoping you'd hand over your badges peacefully and avoid some pain. But now it seems that might not be necessary. Li Jiuyue, he's incredibly powerful. Are you sure you can handle him? Su Ying whispered urgently. Li Jiuyue smiled faintly, giving his limbs a quick stretch. He relished taking on self-important types like this. No big deal. I've never fought anyone ranked in the top 10 of the strength list. Today's the perfect chance to test myself. Seeing the confidence in Li Jiuyue's eyes, Su Ying's panic subsided slightly. Alright, don't worry. I'll buff your skills for you later. No need. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Li Jiuyue waved her off. But? Just trust me. Alright, then. Just be careful. Su Ying nodded and said no more. But her mind was filled with confusion. Why? Why didn't he need her skill boost? Li Jiuyue, do you truly have absolute confidence in victory, or? In a clash between powerful opponents, when combat strength is closely matched, the one with skill enhancement holds a massive advantage. If the timing was right, it could even be a one-hit knockout. Yet Li Jiuyue had chosen to refuse. Su Ying stepped back, creating space for the two to fight. At that moment, the system displayed Xiao Lei Jun's information. Target, Xiao Lei Jun. Gender, male. Occupation, a class Thunderlord. Talent, Thunder Protection, innate immunity to all lightning forces. Can absorb lightning energy to enhance strength and channel the world's thunderbolts for personal use. Skill 1, a rank, Thunderstorm descends, after a brief casting time, summons a thunderstorm zone at the designated target, dealing massive lightning damage. Skill 2, a rank, Wrath of the Thunder God, infuses oneself with thunder energy, granting massive temporary boosts to speed, strength, and defense. Note, after invoking Thunderous Empowerment, a long-lasting lightning shield forms around the caster. Skill 3, Thunderous Judgment, alters the surrounding weather to summon the thunderous power between heaven and earth. Celestial lightning locks onto the target, delivering a fatal strike. Strength, 301. Speed, 299. Defense, 357. Mental power, 51. After reviewing Xiao Leijuan's base stats panel. This stat sheet. No wonder this guy dares to be so arrogant, he actually has some real strength behind him. What's the matter? Scared stiff and can't move? Xiao Leijun sneered coldly. He glanced at Su Yingying, who was hiding far behind. Heh, what? With your measly skills, you think you can protect her? Even with Su Yingying's skills boosting you, I'll take you down in 3 moves. Li Jiuyue chuckled. I don't need any skill boosts to take down a weakling like you. Ha, arrogant. Xiao Leijun laughed coldly, his figure vanishing from the spot like a bolt of lightning. True to the name Thunder Power, your speed is indeed swift. Li Jiuyue was momentarily startled before spinning around and punching the shadow behind him. Possessing the rare gift of the insightful heart, he could pinpoint Xiao Leijuan's location with precision. Xiao Leijun countered with a lightning-fast punch of his own. Boom! Their fists collided, unleashing such immense force that it instantly whipped up violent gusts of wind around them. Seeing Li Jiuyue actually withstand his punch, Xiao Leijun was momentarily stunned, but only for an instant. Xiao Leijun instantly infused his fist with potent thunderous energy. The instant his fist made contact with the thunderous force, Li Jiuyue felt a numbing sensation spread throughout his body, accompanied by a dull ache in his right arm. What overwhelming thunderous power! This thunderous force was dozens of times more potent than what emanated from the thunder fang in his hand. Fine, let's go head to head. Li Jiuyue chose not to retreat, instead channeling the power of frost into his right hand. Ice versus lightning. You've actually mastered the power of ice? Xiao Leijun exclaimed in astonishment. If that's all you've got, then I can only say, you're not worthy. Xiao Leijun roared, the power in his right fist surging violently. The immense force sent Li Jiuyue flying backward. After stumbling back dozens of paces, Li Jiuyue quickly regained his footing. No wonder you're ranked 5th on the strongest list, you've got some skills. Before Li Jiuyue could react, Xiao Leijun vanished like lightning once more. Swish! He launched a frenzied assault on Li Jiuyue, showing no intention of giving him a chance to counter. The immense thunderous energy surging from his body relentlessly obliterated everything in its path. Li Jiuyue! Su Yingying screamed, immediately casting dual skill buffs on Li Jiuyue. Though Li Jiuyue had previously instructed her not to intervene, at this critical moment, she couldn't hold back any longer. Defense boost. Life recovery. Even with the buffs from 2 support skills, Li Jiuyue still didn't counterattack, remaining in a defensive stance the entire time. In contrast, Xiao Leijun held nothing back, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks upon Li Jiuyue. What good are support skills anyway? A loser is a loser. Even with skills boosting him, he's still a loser. This relentless assault lasted over 2 full minutes before Xiao Leijun finally halted his attack. Li Jiuyue. Su Yingying's face drained of color as her body went limp, collapsing to the ground. No need to call out. He can't hear you anymore. Xiao Leijun flexed his wrist, which throbbed with pain. Keeping someone like this at Tianqing Academy only brings shame upon the school. Su Yingying, hand over your badge. Now. Xiao Leijun advanced step by step toward Su Yingying. The overwhelming pressure radiating from him filled her with utter despair. But just as he was about to succeed, that familiar aura behind him reappeared once more. Chapter 51, Li Jiuyue's True Strength. Feeling that familiar presence behind him, Xiao Leijun turned with surprise. You're still alive? His earlier attack had held nothing back. It was meant to ensure Li Jiuyue remained forever trapped within the dungeon's secret realm. Any other A-rank professional would have been either dead or gravely injured. Li Jiuyue, merely accursed, should never have been able to withstand his heavy blow. So why was he standing here alive now? His clothes were slightly torn, and aside from a faint trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, he bore no life-threatening injuries. Li Jiuyue wiped the faint blood trickling from his mouth. Your attack is actually quite interesting. Bring it on. This is getting interesting. Looks like this fight won't be so boring after all. Xiao Leijun grinned, his expression growing increasingly frenzied. Only this could truly ignite his fighting spirit. You got lucky just now, but your luck won't hold out much longer. Thunderstorm descends. Xiao Leijuan's hands swiftly formed a strange seal. As his hands shifted, the surrounding weather gradually turned ominous. Boom! Forming a thunderstorm zone? Li Jiuyue murmured to himself. Although the system scan had revealed Xiao Leijuan's abilities, he remained the 5th-ranked powerhouse on the strongest list. There could be no room for complacency. With that thought, Li Jiuyue held nothing back. Ultimate terror. While Xiao Leijun was still channeling his skill, Li Jiuyue unleashed ultimate terror from dozens of meters away. Ultimate terror ignored distance and was an instant cast skill. Xiao Leijun didn't even have time to react before it hit him. What the hell is this? He felt his body stiffen, his mind grow heavy. When he came to his senses, he found himself plunged into darkness, facing a massive black ghostly face. What the hell is this? He urgently summoned the thunderous power within his body, struggling against that black specter. While he was still struggling within his mental realm, the real-world Li Jiuyue had already arrived before him. Fury of the Flame God. He enveloped himself in flames to prevent the thunder energy from backfiring on him. Seizing the moment, Li Jiuyue delivered a punch straight to Xiao Leijun's abdomen. He held nothing back with this punch. After all, Xiao Leijun had just dealt him real, tangible harm, almost as if he wanted to kill him outright in this dungeon. If he had murder in his heart, why shouldn't he be allowed to kill such a man? Boom! The sheer force of the punch sent Xiao Leijun flying through the air, crashing violently into a solid stone wall before coming to a halt. Not only had his body taken the blow, but Xiao Leijun's mind was also reeling from the immense shock. It took 3 or 4 seconds for Xiao Leijun to finally emerge from his dazed state. The instant Li Jiuyue's fist made contact with Xiao Leijun's body, she had already plundered his innate talent. Plunder successful. Acquired grade A talent, Thunder Protection. Thunder Protection, innate immunity to all lightning energy. Can absorb lightning energy to enhance strength and channel the world's thunderbolts for personal use. Now I possess thunder power too. Li Jiuyue rejoiced wildly. Thunder Protection and Wrath of the Flame God are mutually attracted and confuse. Do you wish to proceed with fusion? Yes. The fact that they can fuse is absolutely fantastic. Li Jiuyue rejoiced. What kind of skill could possibly emerge from the fusion of thunder and flame? Fuse, he exclaimed excitedly. Acquired S-rank talent, Thunderfire Body. Thunderfire Physique. Talent rank, S. Skill description, an extraordinary physique that grants immunity to both lightning and fire. It can also absorb the power of lightning and flames to enhance one's own strength. Note, can fuse the two natural energies to form an extremely lethal attack method. Caution, do not attempt this unless you possess absolute confidence in your own strength. Failure may result in catastrophic bodily damage or even death. Upon hearing the system's description, Li Jiuyue felt an unusual surge of excitement. Thunderfire physique capable of simultaneously resisting both lightning and fire. But when he learned that the two natural forces could be fused together, his expression grew grave. The power of lightning and the power of fire, both natural forces belonging to the heavens and earth, were already immensely potent. Possessing even one was a rare gift. If these two forces were to merge, it was unimaginable what kind of devastating technique might be created. Indeed, this grants me yet another offensive option. At that moment, the ultimate terror's time ended, and Xiao Leijun emerged from the nightmare. He gasped for breath, his forehead already drenched in cold sweat. What method did you use? You're just accursed, yet you possess such wicked methods. It seems I've underestimated you. Hearing these words, Li Jiuyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Evil methods? Slaughtering your own academy's people, am I the wicked one, or are you simply no good to begin with? Xiao Leijun offered no reply. Instead, he coldly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze gradually turning icy and sinister. Though he was knocked back, the thunderstorm showed no sign of abating. Boom! 1 second later, the skill was fully unleashed. The thunder was about to strike. The thunderstorm's path locked onto Li Jiuyue's surroundings. Wrath of the Thunder God. At this moment, Xiao Leijun activated his second enhancement skill. His strength, defense, and speed all reached their peak in that instant, empowered by the might of thunder. Now, let's see what you've got to defend against this. Swish! With that, Xiao Leijun's figure vanished instantly from his original position. Simultaneously, the thunderstorm zone unleashed relentless lightning strikes upon Li Jiuyue. Crash! As countless bolts of lightning struck down, Xiao Leijun launched another frenzied assault on Li Jiuyue. Li Jiuyue responded with equally frenzied attacks. The two locked in combat, locked in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. Watching the clash between Li Jiuyue and Xiao Leijun from a distance, Su Yingying was utterly stunned. Is this his true strength? Not only was he holding his own against the 5th-ranked powerhouse, but he seemed to be gaining the upper hand. So this was his true foundation. He didn't need skill enhancements to fight like this. The two engaged in pure, unadulterated hand-to-hand combat for a full 5 minutes. The first to retreat wasn't Li Jiuyue, but Xiao Leijun, the very man who had boasted such confidence in his physical strength. After 5 minutes of hand-to-hand combat, Li Jiuyue's fists were covered in blood, not his own, but Xiao Leijun's. Xiao Leijun, on the other hand, had his shirt completely torn apart by the battle's aftermath. Both arms were covered in wounds, and the blood on his hands was so thick it was frightening. Damn it, this guy's a complete madman. After cursing angrily, Xiao Leijun felt a hint of retreat in his heart and quickly backed away. Damn it, what's wrong with this kid? Why can't my thunder power hurt him? Chapter 52, Thunder Judgment vs. Sea God's Physique. Damn it, this kid is so weird.
My attacks can't hurt him. Xiao Leijuan's lips trembled with rage.
What chilled him to the bone even more was that Li Jiuyue could ignore the thunderstorm swirling around him and strike directly at his body.
This won't do. There's something off about this kid. If I keep clashing head-on like this, I'll be the one paying the price. Does that mean I have to use that move?
Seeing Xiao Leijuan's face turn ashen, Li Jiuyue felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. This guy always relied on the thunder and lightning power within him to run rampant.
But now, I have the power of thunder and lightning too. What? Scared? Hand over that teleportation token and I might go easy on you.
He returned the words verbatim to Xiao Leijun.
Don't get too cocky, kid. If you can survive this move of mine, then we'll talk. Thunder Judgment.
Xiao Leijun had been forced to unleash his final trump card.
This attack possessed immense destructive power and guaranteed a fatal strike on its target. Boom! Thunder roared across the sky.
Empowered by the might of thunder, Xiao Leijun stood at the very center of the heavens like a thunder god.
At that moment, he resembled a celestial deity gazing down upon Li Jiuyue below.
Slowly, Xiao Leijun raised his hand, and countless bolts of thunder rapidly gathered in his right palm.
The immense thunderous energy began to take shape, coalescing into the form of a celestial thunderbolt. Suddenly, a thunder mark appeared on Li Jiuyue's body. You are now locked in place by the heavenly thunder, there is no escape. Lifting his gaze to Xiao Leijun, who stood like a thunder god descended, Li Jiuyue's expression remained as calm as still water. Not even a ripple stirred within his heart. Having witnessed true deities, what fear could he possibly have for a false god? This must be your final trump card. Come on, I'll stand right here, no running, no dodging. Ha 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 ha. If you can survive this attack head-on, my life is yours. Xiao Leijun roared with laughter. Whoosh!
As the words fell, Xiao Leijun swung his right hand, and the bolt of heavenly thunder locked onto Li Jiuyue, striking her directly.
Li Jiuyue, dodge it!
Su Ying screamed at the top of her lungs.
Defense boost! Su Ying roared as she cast the defensive buff upon Li Jiuyue.
Xiao Leijun made no move to stop her, instead letting out a cold laugh.
Useless! Heavenly thunder energy sweeps away all obstacles. Your defense won't protect him. This is the consequence of his arrogance. He brought this destruction upon himself. Serves him right. You, Li Jiuyue. With a piercing scream, the heavenly thunder's power struck Li Jiuyue with deadly precision. Boom! The destructive force erupted instantly, obliterating everything around it without mercy. Even from a considerable distance away, Su Ying was still caught in the thunder's aftermath. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. Staggering, she forced herself to her feet. Thick smoke obscured her vision, leaving her unable to see the path ahead. Li Jiuyue! Li Jiuyue! Su Ying shouted twice in quick succession toward the front, but no one answered. Li Jiuyue! This time, she shouted with every ounce of strength she possessed. The silence ahead remained deafening, eerily quiet. At that moment, Su Ying lost all hope. Drained of strength, she collapsed heavily to the ground. Over the past half-day of interaction, she had discovered that Li Jiuyue wasn't nearly as despicable as everyone claimed. His power was formidable, and being near him instilled an inexplicable sense of security. In fact, he might be Tianqing Academy's final ace, their last hope. But, as that bolt of heavenly lightning struck down, every last shred of Su Ying's imagination shattered completely. The thick smoke ahead dispersed. Xiao Leijun slowly emerged from the front. Stop shouting. He can't hear you anymore. Rest assured, though I've never gotten along with your class, I won't kill you. This kid has disgraced our school's reputation. Letting him keep lurking among these 20 people is something I cannot accept. In Xiao Leijuan's eyes, Li Jiuyue's strength was nowhere near sufficient to earn a place among these 20. If he somehow managed to sneak into the top 20 and then participated in the 4 academies tournament, how would the other academies view them? Tianqing Academy already ranked last among the 4 academies. If they failed to secure a top 2 finish in this competition, the academy risked dissolution. Hand over your teleportation badge and leave this place. Xiao Leijun said expressionlessly. Su Ying felt utterly defeated, all hope now gone. Her hands trembled as she fumbled the badge from her pocket. But just as Xiao Leijun moved to take it, a sudden commotion erupted from the ruins behind them. This situation feels so familiar? Xiao Leijun frowned and glanced backward. At that moment, Li Jiuyue had been completely melted by the power of the heavenly thunder, reduced to a pool of blood on the ground. But then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Swish! The large pool of blood on the ground began to slowly gather, eventually coalescing into a human form before the stunned gazes of the two. After 3 breaths, the figure took on a basic form, none other than Li Jiuyue. Seeing that figure once more, Su Ying and Xiao Leijun were both dumbfounded. What? Su Ying gasped. Damn it, this is like seeing a ghost. How the hell is this even possible? Xiao Leijun felt his scalp tingle, blurting out a string of curses. Resurrected? If such a thing could happen, how was it possible? Just how many more tricks does this guy have up his sleeve?
Terror flickered in Xiao Leijuan's eyes as he swallowed nervously, a chill running down his spine. This was the first person he'd ever seen withstand the power of heavenly thunder. Completely ignoring the shock of the two men, Li Jiuyue stretched his body. His body felt no discomfort whatsoever. If anything, he felt even more powerful. The sea god's physique is truly formidable. As long as water elements remained abundant, infinite rebirth was possible. With the water element stored in his water space now, he could resurrect twice more. Since that's the case, let's end this battle. He strode swiftly toward Xiao Leijun. Are you human or ghost? Xiao Leijun instinctively took a few steps back, his voice trembling slightly. Li Jiuyue's voice remained calm as the water energy within him surged forth. Xiao Leijun, I admit your strength is formidable. But I have reasons I absolutely cannot lose. It's time for you to step aside. As the words fell, Li Jiuyue swept his hand, and 8 mighty water dragons coiled above his head. Each dragon's eyes blazed with icy blue light, emanating an overwhelming pressure that far surpassed Xiao Leijuan's heavenly thunder. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Leijun felt a buzzing sensation in his head as fear and despair rapidly spread through his heart. Chapter 53, Subduing with Virtue. How could this guy unleash such a powerful attack? This is impossible. Fear filled Xiao Leijuan's eyes as his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. This was the first time he had ever truly felt despair. Even when facing beasts of a higher rank than himself before, he had charged forward without hesitation, never once considering surrender. But now. Su Engying, is this why you believed in him? Xiao Leijuan's voice suddenly turned flat. Hearing this, Su Engying, who had been lost in thought nearby, snapped back to reality. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. That he could fight the 5th-ranked powerhouse to a standstill had already exceeded her expectations. To endure a fatal heavenly thunder attack and survive. Li Jiuyue, just what kind of demonic prodigy are you? Ignoring Su Engying's shock and panic, Li Jiuyue swept his arm. Instantly, the 8 water dragons above his head locked onto Xiao Leijun. This must end. Go! Boom! The 8 water dragons roared to the heavens and charged swiftly toward Xiao Leijun. The overwhelming pressure generated by the 8 water dragons instantly drowned out all traces of Xiao Leijuan's thunderous energy, leaving him utterly unable to summon even a shred of it. Have I lost? Xiao Leijuan's eyes glazed over as he gradually ceased resisting. My badge is yours. He gritted his teeth, trembling as he pulled his teleportation badge from his pocket. Li Jiuyue, witnessing this from a short distance away, did not halt her attack. Instead, she withdrew 7 of the 8 water dragons, leaving only one to crash into Xiao Leijuan's body. Wah! The immense force instantly felt like a devastating blow to his abdomen, shattering several ribs. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and nearly collapsed unconscious. He looked up at Li Jiuyue in disbelief. Li Jiuyue's expression was stern, her tone icy cold. If you weren't a student of Tianqing Academy, you'd be dead right now. Remember this, never strike academy students with full force. Always hold back a little. It will only benefit you. Though Xiao Leijun possessed a fiery temper and reckless arrogance, his combat prowess was undeniably formidable, truly deserving of his place among the top 5 on the strength rankings. Killing him here would be a tremendous loss for Tianqing Academy. For someone like him, tempering his sharpness would only be beneficial, not detrimental. Xiao Leijun shook his head with a bitter smile. Never thought I, Xiao Leijun, would end up being taught a lesson myself. As promised, my teleportation badge is yours. With that, he flung the badge in his hand toward Li Jiuyue. Li Jiuyue caught it, examined it closely, then flicked it back at Xiao Leijun. You keep this thing. This guy was quite interesting, handing over the teleportation badge so decisively. Gazing at the transmission badge lying on the ground, Xiao Leijun frowned, feeling deeply humiliated. What do you mean by this? I, Xiao Leijun, admit defeat when defeated. You don't need to humiliate me like this. Li Jiuyue smiled faintly, but the words that followed made Xiao Leijun's body tremble. I heard what you just said. Rest assured, I won't bring shame upon Tianqing. I'm participating in the 4 Academies tournament to bring glory to our academy. Your strength isn't weak. You deserve to be among these 20. It's a pity you were eliminated. Take your badge. I hope to see you in the finals. Don't die. Li Jiuyue finished speaking and waved to Su Engying standing nearby. We should be going now. Oh. Su Engying snapped out of her surprise, nodded obediently, and walked over to Li Jiuyue's side. She stole a glance at Li Jiuyue, her expression shifting as if struck by a sudden thought. Her face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head. Just as Li Jiuyue and Su Engying were about to leave, Xiao Leijun hurriedly called out. Wait. I, Xiao Leijun, don't have the habit of owing anyone favors. You two are probably going to find Ji Hanyue, right? I know where she is. Her situation isn't looking good. At the mention of Ji Hanyue's name, Li Jiuyue shot over to him like lightning. Tell me, what happened to her? Xiao Leijun replied calmly, she obtained the Earth Heart. Now she's being chased by several classes. The situation isn't looking good. The Heart of the Earth?
Li Jiuyue gasped. The heart of the earth, an S-grade artifact. It was less a divine artifact and more a spirit object born from the earth itself. The heart of the earth was profoundly mysterious and possessed numerous uses. When embedded in a weapon, it enhanced its durability. If consumed by a human, it permanently and significantly increased their defensive capabilities. More crucially, humans who ingested awakened the power of the earth, enabling them to master earth attribute skills. For example, a fire elemental practitioner who consumes the earth heart gains earth elemental skills, becoming a dual elemental practitioner. Moreover, the skills of both elements remain separate and do not conflict. Such a celestial marvel can fundamentally transform the strength of an A-rank practitioner, even granting them the potential to surpass S-rank. The only drawback is that refining the Earth's core requires an extremely long period of time. Who would have thought such an item would appear in the Academy's dungeon? I've relayed the information. What are your plans? Xiao Leijun demanded. Li Jiuyue's expression darkened as he hurriedly scanned the water energy fluctuations emanating from Ji Hongyue's body. Whoosh! The water energy fluctuations around Hongyue were chaotic. It seemed she was truly in trouble. Suiying, let's go. Whoosh! With that, Li Jiuyue spread his black angel wings. He swiftly scooped up Suiying and flew toward Ji Hongyue's location. Wings? This guy can actually fly? Xiao Leijun was stunned. He's a monster. Deep within a dense forest, Ji Hongyue clutched the heart of the earth tightly in her hand as she darted swiftly through the forest. These people, they just won't stop. She had just paused to catch her breath when the sound of something scraping through the grass came from behind her, wave after wave. With no other choice, Ji Hongyue could only keep sprinting forward. If there were only a dozen or so pursuers, she wouldn't have to worry. But now there were nearly 150 of them. And several of them were powerhouses from the strongest rankings. Seeing the gap widening again, the leaders quickly changed tactics. You lot, take the path ahead and flank them. Move fast. Support members, buff their speed. Roger that. Meanwhile, on the large screen at Tianqing Academy, Ji Young stared intently at the screen before him, his heart filled with frustration and anguish. After all, it was his daughter being chased right now. After a long moment, Ji Young let out a heavy sigh, his mind already bracing for the worst. Ah, Hongyue. I set these rules myself. Even your father can't help you now. The large screen provided real-time footage of the Secret Realms situation, but not everyone could see it. Some academy instructors focused their attention on Ji Hongyue and her group. Consequently, the battle between Li Jiuyue and Xiao Leijun went unseen by the crowd. Damn it, you guys have no shame. So many of you ganging up on Senior Hongyue. Hey, if you're gonna blame anyone, blame them. We were just watching from outside, we didn't join in, the students who hadn't entered the secret realm immediately retorted. Senior Hongyue is so lucky to have obtained such a rare artifact as the Earth's heart. But with so many chasing her, won't something go wrong? Some classmates of Ji Hongyue immediately grew concerned. They couldn't bear to imagine the scene of Ji Hongyue being eliminated. Oh no, please don't let that happen. All we can do now is pray someone goes to help Senior Ji Hongyue. Chapter 54, Under Siege, Ji Hongyue in Peril. Deep within the forest, surrounded by the crowd, Ji Hongyue was utterly exhausted. Without a nearby map, she ran aimlessly until she soon reached a dead end. Damn it, this is a dead end. She tried to turn back, but it was too late. The crowd surged forward, closing in around her. Senior Ji Hongyue, you can't escape. Senior, spots are limited. We didn't want it to come to this. We want the Earth Heart, and we want your teleportation badge too. They pressed forward relentlessly, unwilling to yield an inch. Possessing such a rare artifact as the Heart of the Earth was reason enough for them to take this risk. Ji Hongyue clutched the Heart of the Earth tightly in her hand, her voice icy. There is only one Heart of the Earth, yet there are so many of you. To whom should I give it? At these words, the crowd fell silent. Whispers spread through the crowd as they debated the Heart of the Earth's rightful owner. Just then, a white-haired youth stepped forward. Heh, Senior Hongyue, no need to pit us against each other like this. We'll definitely find a peaceful way to distribute it. Bai Yuan said with a cheerful smile. Bai Yuan ranked 7th on the strength list. Exactly. We'll handle the Earth Heart properly, no need for you to worry. Pan Shui added with a bright smile. Pan Shui, 4th on the power rankings. Besides, I'm more interested in your teleportation badge than the Earth's core. Among the trainees pursuing Ji Hongyue, there were 7 members of the strongest rankings and their positions on the list were no small feat, with the lowest being ranked 11th. Ji Hongyue ranked 2nd on the strongest list. The top-ranked individual was also within the dungeon, but he hadn't joined this pursuit and remained temporarily unaccounted for. Facing the greedy crowd before him, Ji Hongyue clenched the Earth's Heart tightly in his right hand. I won't give you the Earth Heart, and you can forget about the teleportation badge. If you've got the guts, come and take it. Well then, if that's how it is, we'll just have to take it by force. Senior Hongyue, don't blame us. The crowd was itching for a fight, their eyes fixed intently on the Earth's core in Ji Hongyue's hand. Finally, one B rank member couldn't hold back any longer and charged forward first. 1 led to 2, 2 led to 3. All eager to be the lucky ones who snatched the prize from this battle, they began to surround and attack Ji Jiuyue. However, as the third-ranked powerhouse on the strength list, Ji Jiuyue's prowess was undeniable. Facing the onslaught, she remained composed, constantly seeking each attacker's weak points. But she was alone, and her abilities were limited. Moreover, students who made it onto the strongest rankings were naturally formidable opponents. As time dragged on, she began to fall behind. Seizing an opening, Bai Yuan darted forward, aiming to snatch the Earth Heart from Ji Jiuyue's grasp. Ji Jiuyue reacted swiftly, raising her hand to block. Little did she know Bai Yuan's move was merely a feint. Ji Jiuyue, you've fallen for it. Pan Shui suddenly materialized behind her, delivering a swift palm strike. Struck from behind, Ji Jiuyue immediately lost her balance, and the Earth Heart slipped from her grasp. Earth Heart. The Earth Heart. Everyone's eyes had been fixed on the Earth Heart the entire time. How could they possibly let such a stubborn opportunity slip away? At that moment, a quick-thinking trainee lunged forward and seized the Earth Heart. Ha! The Earth Heart is mine. But before he could even grasp it, a bolt of lightning erupted, sending him flying backward. The heart of the Earth once again shot into the air. Grab it! In an instant, the crowd surged toward the Earth's core. They swarmed in, beginning a frenzied scramble. One trainee grabbed the heart of the Earth only to be instantly knocked flying. Thus, the Earth's core kept changing hands among several people. After 3 minutes, it finally landed on a tall tree. Grab it! Just as they moved to seize it, a passing spirit monkey, drawn by the heart's glow, reached up, plucked it from the branches, and held it in its paws, examining it curiously. Damn it, where did this wild monkey come from? Hey, put that thing down. The group began mimicking the monkey's gestures with exaggerated gestures. But the spirit monkey was incredibly clever. It kept examining the Earth's heart in its hand, then finally, to everyone's astonished gaze, swallowed it whole. Holy crap, that monkey ate the Earth's core. Damn it. It's okay, the Earth heart isn't that easy to refine. If we catch this monkey, we still have a chance. Right, catch it. Catch it. Don't let it get away. In an instant, the chase was on. But the spirit monkey was incredibly agile, leaping from tree to tree, leaving the group utterly frustrated. Pan Shui didn't pursue the spirit monkey. Instead, she led her class's trainees to corner Ji Jiuyue at that dead end. Ji Jiuyue, this time you won't escape no matter what. Where are your students? I don't see a single one. Could it be they've abandoned you? Pan Shui smiled faintly. Just then, 6 figures darted swiftly through the trees and landed before Ji Jiuyue. Sun Hao, Bai Jiao. Why are you here? Ji Jiuyue exclaimed in surprise. Class leader, how are you? No injuries? Sun Hao asked, panting heavily. Those despicable bastards started ambushing our class trainees. We barely broke through their encirclement. What? Pan Shui, how could you be so despicable? Pan Shui merely waved her hand dismissively. Didn't you hear what Dean Ji said? As long as you make it into the top 20, any means are permitted. You've got the nerve to worry about others? Worry about yourself instead. Attack! At Pan Shui's command, the hands of those surrounding Ji Jiuyue began rapidly forming seals. Swish! This is... In that instant, a blue-purple barrier rose up around Ji Jiuyue and the others. They could clearly feel their power being suppressed, their hands weak and utterly powerless. Pan Shui explained triumphantly, this is the barrier our class has been training for half a month. Anyone within this barrier will have 95% of their power stripped away. No matter how powerful you are. You won't escape. What surprises me is how united your class is. Even now, you're still trying to save your class monitor. But sadly, it's all in vain. Class president, what should we do? Our classmates are all blocked at the perimeter and can't get through. Exactly. Those jerks even contacted other classes. How despicable. Ji Jiuyue's expression turned grave. She bit her lip lightly, hesitating before speaking. You guys, haven't you seen Li Jiuyue? Everyone shook their heads in unison. Sun Hao, particularly furious, snapped, Class leader, what are you thinking? Do you really expect that useless guy to help us now? We haven't seen him since the beginning. That guy must have been eliminated. And Su Yingying, who knows where she's gone. At the mention of Li Jiuyue's name, Pan Shui and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. The cursed one, Li Jiuyue? That cursed good for nothing? Ji Jiuyue, you don't seriously think he'll come save you, do you? Where is he? Where is he now? He's probably been eliminated ages ago. Chapter 55. Wait, you teared through the barrier barehanded? Your class is hilarious. Every other class avoids and despises the cursed child, yet yours insists on. Pan Shui couldn't help but sneer. Seeing Ji Jiuyue trapped here looking so miserable, she couldn't have felt more satisfied. If she could eliminate Ji Jiuyue in the dungeon, then the second spot on the power rankings would be hers. Pan Shui, if you've got the guts, fight us one-on-one. What kind of skill is trapping us with a barrier like this?
Sun Hao's face flushed crimson with rage, his body trembling violently. If not for this barrier's influence, he would have already charged at Pan Shue's group to fight them to the death. Exactly. If you've got the guts, let's face each other head-on. What kind of skill is playing dirty like this? The others chimed in agreement. Pan Shui didn't fall for their provocation. Instead, she covered her mouth and chuckled triumphantly. Catching all of you at once with such a simple method isn't that much more efficient? Enough. I won't waste any more time on you lot. Get moving, send them all out. Pan Shui ordered. Her companions chuckled at her words, flexing their wrists as they advanced toward Ji Hongyue and the others. Class leader, what should we do? I feel like my power is completely weakened. Me too. We can't even muster half our strength inside this barrier. Why don't we just fight them head-on? Sun Hao snapped angrily, you can barely walk straight. How do you expect to fight them? These despicable bastards. Ji Hongyue's face paled slightly, and panic began to creep into her heart. What should we do? What should we possibly do? Just as she was at a loss, preparing for a desperate last stand, a massive dark shadow streaked across the sky. Hearing the whistling wind, they instinctively looked up. What is that? Looks like a giant bird. What big bird? That's a human. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Li Jiuyue folded her wings and leapt from the sky, landing heavily before the barrier. As the dust settled on the ground, Ji Hongyue, who had been utterly despairing moments before, immediately saw the familiar figure before her. Her eyes flashed with astonishment. September. Ying, she screamed excitedly. Glancing at the blood trickling from Ji Hongyue's lips and her torn clothing, Li Jiuyue's eyes filled with concern. Hongyue, you're hurt. I'm fine. Ji Hongyue shook her head urgently. Careful. This is a barrier they set up. Sun Hao instantly lost his temper. You idiot. What good does showing up now do? Did you come here to get yourself killed? If Li Jiuyue had stayed hidden elsewhere and managed to sneak into the top 20, that would have been one thing, at least their class would still have one person left in the competition. But this guy actually walked right into the trap. Wasn't this just handing the enemy a clean sweep? Before Li Jiuyue could respond, Su Ying placed her hands on her hips and snapped angrily. You jerk! We ran all this way to save you, and you have the nerve to say that? You idiot! We just took down one. She was about to mention Xiao Leijuan's name when Li Jiuyue waved his hand to cut her off. No need for explanations. Let's deal with the trouble right in front of us first. Got it. Su Ying nodded, her eyes brimming with admiration as she looked at Li Jiuyue. She had completely transformed into a devoted little fangirl. Seeing Li Jiuyue appear, Pan Shui paid them no mind whatsoever. In her eyes, their presence was merely padding the numbers. Li Jiuyue, Su Ying, I never expected you two to walk right into my trap. This saves me the trouble of hunting you down. Li Jiuyue didn't respond, instead pressing both hands firmly against the barrier. Useless. With your strength, you'll never break through my barrier. Pan Shui sneered. At that moment, outside the Tianqing Academy screen, Li Jiuyue's sudden appearance finally allowed Ji Yong to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, with this kid here, our problem's solved. Principal, you trust Li Jiuyue that much? A teacher asked in bewilderment. Ji Yong chuckled, just keep watching and you'll see. This kid has quite a few secrets up his sleeve. Holy crap, it's Li Jiuyue and Su Ying. Those two finally showed up. Senior Red Moon is saved now. Let's hope so. After all, that barrier was formed by the entire class giving it their all. If we don't break that barrier, we don't stand a chance. Seeing Class 7 pin all their hopes on Li Jiuyue, students from other classes couldn't help but sneer. Seriously? You're pinning your hopes on a useless loser? That's just ridiculous. Exactly. That guy's been coasting the whole time. You really think he's got the skills? TSK, this should be entertaining. Everyone stared intently at the screen, eager to see Li Jiuyue's next move. What Li Jiuyue did next would be etched into their memories forever. A barrier? You have the nerve to pull out such trash? Li Jiuyue sneered coldly, then channeled power into both hands. With a sudden, forceful rip to either side. Rip! The terrifying force tore a gaping hole right through the barrier. As the barrier shattered, the trainees controlling it instantly spat blood, their eyes filled with utter shock. This can't be possible? Impossible. Our barrier's defense is so strong, how could he tear it open with his bare hands so easily? Witnessing this shocking scene firsthand, Sun Hao and the others were utterly dumbfounded, their minds going blank. They knew the barrier's defensive strength better than anyone. Even breaking through from the outside required immense power. But why did Li Jiuyue tear through it so effortlessly? How, you little bastard, you've actually got some skills. Shut up. Seeing her barrier torn open so effortlessly, Pan Shui's face paled in shock. What did you do? Did you hurt Red Moon? Li Jiuyue's steps were steady, the ground beneath his feet trembling faintly with murderous intent. This time, he was truly furious. So what if we did? Do you really think you alone can handle? The man only managed a cold laugh before the next instant, his entire body was hurled backward like a cannonball.
Since you all enjoy ganging up on the outnumbered, I'll gladly play alone. You're quite proud of your barrier, aren't you? Go ahead, try breaking mine.
As the words fell, Li Jiuyue's hands flashed through a rapid series of seals.
Within 3 seconds, a massive water barrier had completely engulfed Pan Shui and the others. What? This is actually a barrier? Why can you form a barrier all by yourself?
Pan Shui's pupils contracted sharply, a faint trace of astonishment flickering in her eyes.
Li Jiuyue merely replied expressionlessly, go ahead, try breaking one. Chapter 56, one person against an entire class? You stop gloating like this. You have the nerve to show off such a pathetic barrier in front of me? After a moment of shock, Pan Shui snapped back to her senses and ordered, what are you all standing around for? Get moving and break this barrier. Yes. Class president, don't worry. A barrier like this? I can break it with a flick of my finger.
The man confidently patted his chest and stepped before the barrier.
He gathered all his strength and punched it with everything he had. Thud. Ha! How could this be?
The punch felt like hitting cotton. The barrier didn't budge an inch, nearly rippling with faint watery waves.
Damn it! I refuse to believe this. This pathetic barrier can't possibly hold us.
Refusing to accept defeat, he unleashed a flurry of heavy punches, yet still inflicted no damage on the barrier. Furious, he began unleashing a barrage of skills around the barrier.
But it still had no effect whatsoever. Now it's my turn.
Li Jiuyue snorted coldly, then flicked his right hand lightly.
Swoosh! An impact wave instantly erupted from the barrier's wall. The shockwave moved with blinding speed, striking the man before he could even react. Gah!
The force was overwhelming. The man instantly felt a crushing pressure in his chest, coughed up a mouthful of blood, rolled his eyes back, and collapsed unconscious.
What is this? This barrier can actually launch attacks. Pan Shui was stunned.
The barrier she had set up could only confine people inside, at most limiting their power. But she had never encountered a barrier that could launch attacks on its own.
What did you do? Pan Shui demanded sharply. Nothing special. Just an ordinary barrier.
If you can withstand the barrier's attacks, do whatever you want.
I won't stop you. Li Jiuyue said coldly. Go!
He snapped his right fingers, and suddenly, a massive water dragon materialized within the barrier.
Everyone, stay calm. This barrier's defense is strong, but it must have a time limit.
Let's join forces and break this barrier together.
Pan Shui encouraged the group with a few words before charging forward to clash with the water dragon.
Ignoring the chaos unfolding within the barrier, Li Jiuyue hurried to Ji Hongyue's side.
What happened? Are you okay? I'm fine. Ying healed me, and I'm much better now.
Ji Hongyue shook her head slightly.
Did they steal the heart of the earth? I'll go get it back.
Li Jiuyue started to move, but Ji Hongyue grabbed her arm.
No, it's not that.
She sighed sadly and recounted what had just happened.
What? The heart of the earth was eaten by a monkey? Li Jiuyue exclaimed in shock. This outcome was completely unexpected.
Wait, if such a celestial artifact as the heart of the earth was consumed by a spirit monkey,
wouldn't that monkey mutate? As Li Jiuyue's mind raced with wild thoughts, Pan Shui, trapped within the barrier, finally defeated the first water dragon. It's just a water dragon. What's so great about that?
Pan Shui sneered. Li Jiuyue turned around and found the others panting heavily, which amused him.
Getting cocky after defeating just one water dragon? What would you do if I were like that?
Li Jiuyue flashed a devilish grin and snapped his fingers several times in quick succession.
Bang! Boom, boom! In an instant, 5 water dragons materialized within the water barrier. What? There's more? Are you ever going to stop?
Pan Shui's eyes widened, her cheeks flushing crimson with agitation.
I'll settle the score with you for the injuries Red Moon suffered. Li Jiuyue responded coldly.
Hearing this, Ji Hongyue's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart feeling warm and fuzzy, like she was floating on cotton candy.
Li Jiuyue even added a special warning.
Forgot to warn you, these water dragons' attacks are 3 times as powerful as the last one.
Good luck.
The sea god's physique granted a 100% boost to any water attribute attack, along with a 100% armor-piercing effect.
100% armor penetration effect, that's no joke.
Pan Shui started to curse, but the water dragon before her had already launched its attack. With no other choice, Pan Shui and the others could only scramble to fend off the water dragon before them.
September, they. Ji Hongyue murmured. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Let's focus on retrieving the Earth Heart first. Okay, got it.
The two reached an agreement and prepared to set off in search of the Earth Heart.
But just then, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh!
Suddenly, a massive tremor erupted from the dense forest nearby. One by one, mighty trees were uprooted by a powerful, colossal hand and hurled forcefully forward.
Run! Run for your lives! No, damn it, we can't escape. Don't just stand there. Crush the badge now, or we'll all die. Crunch, crunch, crunch.
Faced with the colossal creature's assault, the group had no power to resist. They frantically crushed the teleportation badges in their hands.
Survivors, 861. Survivors, 591. Survivors?
The number of survivors began to plummet rapidly.
In less than 2.5 minutes, hundreds had already been eliminated. What's happening up ahead? I suddenly have a really bad feeling. Suiying looked forward in terror. That's... A dark shadow rapidly grew larger in the distance.
As it drew nearer, the crowd finally made out its form.
It's that monkey.
It devoured the Earth's core and completed its evolution. The spirit monkey, which had been no larger than a palm moments ago, now towered over a small hill. Its body had grown hundreds of times larger, its eyes had turned a blood red, and its entire form was covered in thick brown fur. With a single step forward, the entire Earth trembled.
We're in trouble. That spirit monkey has evolved. Its level must be beyond A+. No! It's heading this way. We must retreat. Li Jiuyue exclaimed urgently.
Suddenly remembering something, he turned to look at the barrier. Looking back at Pan Shui and the others inside the barrier, 3 of the 5 water dragons had been dealt with.
However, the students in Pan Shui's class couldn't endure the torment of the water dragons any longer.
One by one, they crushed their badges and chose to withdraw.
Damn it, this is torture. This ing torture. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it either. When the hell is this barrier going to end?
Watching those around her shatter their badges one after another, Pan Shui was frantic with worry.
Everyone, hold on just a little longer. We'll be out soon.
Despite her words, Pan Shui was utterly exhausted. Even using every trick in her arsenal, she'd only managed to clear 3 water dragons. At that moment, a tremendous commotion nearby drew the attention of several people.
Squad leader, did you see what's over there?
Seeing the spirit monkey, whose size resembled a small mountain, Pan Shui was stunned. In the next instant, Bai Yuan was struck by the spirit monkey, sent flying through the air, and slammed hard into the wall, knocking him unconscious.
This is bad.
We have to break through this barrier immediately, or we'll all die here.
Hurry up, or we're done for. Chapter 57, Dangerous Evolution, S-Class Earth God Ape. No good. This barrier reflects our attacks. We can't break through. Damn it, we've tried everything. This barrier is tougher than iron.
If this keeps up, we'll have no choice but to shatter the badge. A battered trainee gritted his teeth as he pulled the teleportation badge from his pocket. If they stayed trapped inside this barrier any longer, that colossal spirit ape would smash them into mincemeat with a single blow.
At this critical moment, Li Jiuyue's icy brow suddenly relaxed.
He then waved his hand.
Fine. I'll let you off this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky.
The barrier before them abruptly opened, and the trapped group's eyes filled with wild joy.
Class leader, the barrier's open. Hurry up, hurry up. Get out of this hellhole first. Stay away from that ape. Pan Shui exclaimed urgently before retreating like lightning. Before leaving, she shot Li Jiuyue a vicious glare. You. Pan Shui, will remember this. Feel free to come seek revenge anytime.
Li Jiuyue smiled faintly, her voice calm.
You.
Pan Shui nearly spat blood from the rage. She had already suffered severe injuries within the barrier. If anger were to harm her further, it would truly be a case of losing more than she gained.
Oh, and that bastard.
Just as Pan Shui turned to flee, she suddenly remembered something and whipped her head back toward the unconscious Bai Yuan nearby. This ambush had been planned by her, Bai Yun, and several other powerhouse-ranked experts. Now that they were in danger, if she simply left like this, these guys would probably hold a grudge against her for the rest of their lives.
What rotten luck to run into something like this. You guys get out of here fast.
I'll rescue Bai Yuan and the others, then come find you immediately. Pan Shui urged anxiously. Instead of leaving, the others' eyes flashed with unwavering resolve.
Class leader, we're staying with you. You guys?
Seeing their earnest, solemn expressions, Pan Shui felt a surge of warmth in her heart.
All right then. Everyone, be careful.
If things go south, crush your badge immediately. Saving your lives is paramount.
Yes, sir.
The group immediately turned around and charged toward Bai Yuan and the other injured classmates.
Seeing their reckless actions, Sun Hao couldn't help but curse under his breath. They're completely insane.
After that monkey evolved, its level must have surpassed A+, maybe even S-Rank.
Charging in like that is pure suicide.
Ji Hongyue halted in her tracks, biting her lip.
What do you suggest?
Li Jiuyue shrugged helplessly. I'm going to help you retrieve the heart of the earth.
As for that monkey, we have no choice but to eliminate it. Off screen.
Dean, the situation with the evolved spirit stone monkey is, well, it's a bit off.
Indeed, Dean. Judging by that monkey's destructive power, it's likely reached S-Rank. An S-Rank beast, that level of destructive power. Ji Yong didn't pause the match.
Instead, he felt confident in the group.
Let's observe for now.
Perhaps this will unlock the potential of these young ones.
If they can't take down this monkey, how will they face students from the other 3 academies?
Besides, look at that kid's confident expression. Seems like he's still holding back some tricks.
Alright, it's decided. We're going back to help. Ying, you and the others handle the rescue. September and I will take on this big guy. No problem, leave it all to me. Su Ying assured them. She immediately led a team toward the location where the other class members had been injured. Fine. I'll join your crazy adventure. Sun Hao gritted his teeth. Since that's the case, let's get moving. At Li Jiuyue's command, the group charged toward the Earth God Ape. For some reason, the Earth Divine Ape had entered a frenzied rage. Its massive hands pounded the ground with savage force, uprooting trees by their roots and hurling them like cannonballs. At that moment, the system displayed the Earth God Ape's basic information. Earth Divine Ape. Rank S. Attack 1200. Defense 5483. Speed 846. Passive, Heart of the Earth. Skills, Earthquake, Rock Punch, Rock Wall, Earth Spirit's Wrath. After learning about the Earth God Ape's stats, Li Jiuyue's expression grew more serious than ever. After absorbing the Earth's heart, this beast has reached S rank. Its attack and defense stats are off the charts. We absolutely must keep it at attack range. Getting hit by it would spell trouble. Just as Li Jiuyue was thinking this, the Earth God Ape seemed to sense the change in the number of people around it. It swept its furious gaze across the area, then raised both fists high. No! It's using a skill. Everyone, retreat! Li Jiuyue shouted to the crowd before grabbing Ji Hongyue's hand and frantically pulling her backward. What? Run! At that moment, Pan Shui and the others, who were in the midst of the rescue operation, dared not hesitate. They quickly hoisted the unconscious trainees onto their backs and fled frantically backward. Just then, the Earth God Ape slammed both fists into the ground. The earth shook violently. Boom! The colossal fist slammed into the earth, unleashing a terrifying force that instantly whipped up a storm. The ground tore apart, and everything in the vicinity suffered devastating blows, utterly destroyed. But it wasn't over yet. Massive stone pillars erupted from the ground, rapidly spreading outward in all directions. Some slower trainees panicked, crushed their badges and were teleported away. Between life and death, they knew exactly where to draw the line. No! This skill is still spreading. Flame God. Li Jiuyue retreated backward while channeling the fire energy in his hands into a massive fireball, hurling it at the stone pillars rapidly closing in before him. Boom! The massive fireball was instantly dispersed upon contact with the stone pillar. Damn, that destructive skill is truly powerful. At that moment, Ji Hongyue freed her hands and rushed to assist. Jiuyue, I've got your back. Dragon flame incinerates the heavens. A colossal surge of fiery energy erupted skyward, colliding head-on with the stone pillar. Only then did it manage to shatter the pillar before them. Meanwhile, Su Ying had already healed all the injured trainees. On Pan Shui's side, after securing the unconscious by Yuan and others, she swiftly returned to join the fray. Nearly all the top 15 members of the strength ranking had arrived except for the number 1, whose whereabouts remained unknown. Where's Yi Hong? Why hasn't that guy shown up? Forget about him. He's got a temperament as unpredictable as the wind. No one can ever guess what he'll do. Wait, that guy's not here. How are we supposed to fight this monster? How do we fight? We fight anyway, of course. With that, the man immediately circled around to the Earth God Ape's rear. Damn it, no choice, we're going in. In an instant, the group's fighting spirit soared as they began taking turns attacking the Earth God Ape. Despite giving it their all and using every trick in their arsenal, the Earth God Ape's defenses were incredibly strong. Their attacks barely made a dent. They couldn't even crack the hard shell covering its entire body. Chapter 58, The Indestructible Earth God Ape. Is there no hope? This won't work. The Earth God Ape's defenses are too strong. Our attacks can't even break through its defenses. We'll break through it by force if we have to. With so many of us attacking from every angle, we'll find its weakness eventually. We can wear it down. Yet reality proved their assumptions utterly wrong. Roar! Faced with the relentless barrage, the Earth Divine Ape roared in fury. With a thunderous roar, all the earth energy around it rapidly coalesced onto its body. In mere moments, a rock-hard protective shield formed around its entire body. The group was stunned for only a moment before resuming their assault. But their attacks not only failed to have any effect, but were all bounced right back at them. What? Our attacks are bouncing back. Get out of the way. Fireballs and water balls rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour, hurtling back toward their original casters. The group scrambled to activate defensive skills, while others relied on agile footwork to dodge. At that very moment, the Earth God Ape unleashed another skill. Roar! Another earth-shattering roar. This time, its power was even stronger than before, and its range was greater. Seeing the dire situation, Li Jiuyue immediately unleashed water energy to envelop Ji Hongyue and the others. But he had underestimated the true force of earth-shattering. Even though they maintained a safe distance from the Earth God Ape, the immense shockwave still sent them flying. Fortunately, the water energy shield cushioned their fall, preventing injury, though their hearts still raced uncontrollably. Had they taken that shockwave head-on, their bones would likely have been crushed to dust. Though Li Jiuyue and the others had narrowly escaped danger, the others were not so fortunate. The moment they felt the earth tremble, a sense of dread washed over them. If they couldn't evade this shockwave, death was certain. That was their first thought. They scrambled and crawled toward what they believed to be safer ground. But their speed was no match for the shockwave unleashed by the earth-shattering cataclysm. No, we're going to die. As the shockwave closed in, one person immediately crushed their teleportation badge and was transported away. Snap. Immediately, several others nearby crushed their badges without hesitation. Pop. Snap. One after another, they crushed their badges, and the number of survivors rapidly dwindled. Survivors, 581. Survivors, 563. Over 200 trainees had faced the Earth God Ape alone, yet as badge after badge shattered, their numbers dwindled to under 100. And half the trainees were still scattered across other locations within the secret realm. If the numbers continued to drop this rapidly, the situation would become truly perilous. What should we do? Its defenses are too thick, we can't break through. If we keep wasting time like this and let it unleash another skill, we'll have no choice but to shatter our badges. Ji Hongyue's expression was grave. Even with her dragon scales protecting her, directly taking the Earth God Ape's attack would mean serious injury or unconsciousness at best, and instant death at worst. An S-rank beast's attack was no joke, it was in a completely different league from other beasts. Li Jiuyue took a deep breath and declared in a low voice, "I'll cast a water energy shield over you both. This should lessen the Earth Deep Ape's damage and buy me some time." With that, Li Jiuyue's hands began rapidly forming seals, preparing to unleash the corrosive rain. Since the Earth Divine Ape's defenses were so formidable, he would attempt to corrode its outer skin instead. Alright. Ji Hongyue nodded firmly and charged toward the Earth Divine Ape first. The others chose to trust Li Jiuyue and began charging forward to engage the Earth Divine Ape in battle. Only Pan Shui remained rooted to the spot, hesitating to move. "If you're afraid, I won't force you," Li Jiuyue remarked, giving her a cool glance. "You? What if you end up putting us all in danger?" Pan Shui retorted. "Then you can leave this battlefield now." "No one will force you," Li Jiuyue replied. "If you think we're going to lose this fight, you can leave now. I won't force you." The Earth God Ape mutation was an accident to begin with, he wouldn't force anyone to stay and fight. Fine. I'll trust you this once. You better not let me down." Pan Shui bit her lip hard and charged toward the Earth Divine Ape. "The same goes for the rest of you. If you want to leave, now is your chance. Once the battle begins, there won't be another opportunity," he declared to the hesitant crowd nearby. At those words, a large group immediately turned to leave. "Damn it, if you actually leave, that's desertion." One of them immediately protested, "But that's an S-rank beast. How are just us supposed to fight it? Have you forgotten the last time an S-rank beast appeared? It took half of Xia Nation's military force, and in the end, several S-rank experts were needed to slay it. With just our small group, we wouldn't even be enough for it to start its appetite. How could we possibly fight? That's just suicide. In short, they'd rather keep lurking in the shadows than be eliminated here. Fight if you want. I'm not throwing my life away for nothing." With that, the man turned and walked away without hesitation. "I'm out too." With one person leading the charge, the rest followed suit. Of the nearly 100 trainees, 67 had now departed. "Damn it, this bunch of deserters. Screw it, I'm going all out today. I'll fight to the end, worst case, I get eliminated." Exactly. We still have our life-saving teleportation badges, what the hell do we have to fear? Charge. With Senior Red Moon and the others leading us, how could we possibly back down? Seeing their resolve, Li Jiuyue's lips curved into a faint smile. Immediately, he enveloped each of them in a protective shield of water energy. This should at least help deflect some attacks. "Thanks a ton." The group hurriedly thanked him before engaging the Earth Divine Ape in battle. However, the Earth Divine Ape's rock barriers deflected most of their attacks. Ji Hongyue and the others sought out an awkward angle to strike at the Earth Divine Ape's head and eyes. Facing their combined assault, the Earth Divine Ape instantly demonstrated its divine power, snatching up a nearby hill and using it as a shield to block the attack. What? It can actually do that? Damn it, this thing must have awakened sentience. Why isn't that guy ready yet? This beast is about to attack. Just then, the corrosive rain was nearing completion. Li Jiuyue signaled the others to retreat. "Alright, everyone, fall back." Swish. Without a moment's hesitation, everyone darted to safety. In the next instant, the sky darkened as black clouds engulfed everything around them. The corrosive rain had arrived. Corrosive rain. Chapter 59, The Might of the Sea God, an Unstoppable Force. Splash. As the sky darkened and thunder rolled, the corrosive rain fell swiftly. Everything it touched began to melt. Protected by the water energy shield Li Jiuyue had cast over them, the corrosion failed to inflict significant harm, only slowing their movements slightly. It's raining? No, this isn't ordinary rain. It's highly corrosive, everyone, be extremely careful.
Several individuals immediately sensed the danger, huddling within the water shields, terrified of being corroded, affected, and then melted. The group looked up at the sky with delight, then all retreated to Li Jiuyue's side. With a corrosive ability, the Earth God Ape's defenses won't be a threat anymore. Exactly. Without that hard outer shell, the Earth Deep Ape can't withstand the combined attacks of all of us. The group exhaled in relief, their tense mood easing slightly. Yet Li Jiuyue alone remained solemn, his brow furrowed. Breaking through an S-rank beast's defenses won't be that easy. The corrosive rain could only melt its first layer of armor. Possessing the Earth's heart, it could channel the power of the Earth itself. A single, decisive strike was simply impossible. Sure enough, Li Jiuyue's assessment proved spot on. The moment the Earth God Ape felt the intense burning sensation of the corrosive rain on its skin, it let out a furious roar and instantly curled its body into a tight ball. Rock barrier. After curling into a ball, the Earth God Ape's defenses reached an extremely high level. Combined with its defensive skill, countless fragments of rock and massive boulders began clinging to its body, shielding it from the corrosive rain's damage. Damn it, this turtle shell really isn't that easy to break. Li Jiuyue cursed inwardly. Unless they shattered this outer shell, their attacks simply couldn't inflict any meaningful damage on the Earth Divine Ape. Soon, the corrosive rain ceased. Aside from minor scorch marks on its shell, the Earth God Ape's body remained utterly unscathed. The smiles on everyone's faces froze instantly at the sight. No way. Even such a corrosive attack couldn't break through this beast's defenses. We're really screwed now. Pan Shui's face twitched as she couldn't help but vent her frustration. Hey, you. Are you even capable? Its shell hasn't cracked yet, how are we supposed to fight it? If it really doesn't work, then we'll just have to. Before Pan Shui could finish her sentence, the Earth God Ape had already begun gathering the energy from the surrounding Earth. Oh no, this thing is about to attack again. Roar! Soon, the Earth Divine Ape channeled all its power into its hands, and countless massive boulders rapidly piled up. In the blink of an eye, its hands had fused completely with the rocks, and its size had more than doubled. Its right arm alone towered higher than a small mountain. Even more terrifying was the overwhelming sense of dread that left everyone gasping for breath. They dared not imagine the sheer power contained within those fists. To be struck by such a fist, death was certain. There would be no chance of survival whatsoever. Roar! The Earth God Ape roared furiously, swiftly locking onto its target. Finally, its gaze settled on Ji Hongyue, who had attacked it most relentlessly. Hongyue, run! It's targeting you. Speed boost. Suing Ying immediately cast speed boost on Ji Hongyue. If the Earth Divine Ape's attention was divided among the group, it might be manageable. But if it focused all its fury on a single target, that person would be doomed. Locked onto by the Earth Divine Ape, Ji Hongyue hesitated not a moment. She pushed her speed to the absolute limit and turned to flee. But just then, the Earth Divine Ape unleashed another skill. A massive fissure tore open in the earth, spreading relentlessly until it trapped them all within. The colossal chasm gouged beneath the earth seemed bottomless. Damn it, we're trapped. Seeing Ji Hongyue's escape route blocked, Li Jiuyue immediately unleashed her freezing skill. 10,000 miles of frozen ice. The ice spread rapidly, freezing the Earth Deep Ape's feet in an instant. Water prison. After briefly immobilizing the Earth God Ape, he swiftly formed an immense barrier using water energy. However, after deploying this barrier, less than half of his water energy remained. With both the water prison cage and 10,000 miles of frozen ice in place, the Earth Divine Ape was completely immobilized. Seeing this, Pan Shui and the others were stunned. How do you have so many skills? His class rank wasn't even a tier. How could he unleash so many abilities, each more terrifying than the last? This guy, he's utterly unpredictable. How many more hidden cards did he have up his sleeve? Ignoring the stunned reactions around him, Li Jiuyue's focus remained fixed on the Earth God Ape. This probably won't be enough. The moment this thought crossed his mind, the ice beneath the Earth Divine Ape's feet began to crack, shattering completely. Crack. Splinter. Damn it, the ice binding power can't hold it. Freeing itself from the ice, the Earth Divine Ape unleashed a thunderous punch at the water barrier before it. Boom! Though unleashed within the barrier, the blow sent tremors rippling through the earth. No good. My water energy is insufficient. I can't withstand this beast's assault. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to use it. Though he didn't want to reveal this divine artifact in front of everyone, the situation was dire. He couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. With that thought, Li Jiuyue took a deep breath and drew the trident of the sea god. The instant the trident of Poseidon appeared, numerous water-type ability users among the trainees simultaneously felt intense fluctuations within their own energies. It felt as though they had received some kind of summoning. I don't know why, but the water energy inside me just surged violently. It feels so strange. Me too. It felt like meeting a king? Everyone turned to look at Li Jiuyue, suddenly feeling an overwhelming urge to surrender. Though Pan Shui and the others possessed no water energy, they still sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from the trident of Poseidon. He's holding that weapon. It feels terrifying. It was the most terrifying weapon she had ever seen.
Even the pressure emanating from an S-rank powerhouse couldn't compare to it. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Li Jiuyue channeled every last bit of water energy remaining in her spatial pocket into it. This would unleash the trident of Poseidon's full power. Boom! 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 At that moment, the Earth God Ape's frenzied assault shattered the water barrier, which couldn't withstand the assault and exploded. Oh no, that thing's out. Li Jiuyue, what do we do? It's out. Hold it off for 2.5 minutes. I'll handle the rest. He took a deep breath and began channeling energy with intense focus. 2.5 minutes? How is that even possible? Chapter 60, S-Class Beast, you split it in half? You're insane. It's so powerful now we'd be dead meat if we charged in. Pan Shui stood speechless. Just seeing the Earth God Ape's massive fists made her legs go weak and her whole body tremble. Are you sure? This isn't a joke. Su Ying bit her lip. Trust me. This move will kill it for sure. Li Jiuyue declared with absolute confidence. This is a divine artifact. Even if you're an S-rank beast, you won't survive this strike. So many attacks couldn't do it. Are you seriously trying to take it down in one hit? As everyone else began to lose heart, only Ji Hongyue chose to trust him completely. Alright, I'll go distract the Deep Earth Ape. September, it's all up to you. Ji Hongyue, you just trust him that much? Pan Shui exclaimed in surprise. What kind of relationship do these two have? Even if they're boyfriend and girlfriend, they don't need to trust each other this much. I trust him. Ji Hongyue declared earnestly. If it weren't for him, you two would have died fighting the Earth Deep Ape just now. Pan Shui, but. Fine. I'll trust you one more time. She gritted her teeth and charged forward. She wasn't trusting Li Jiuyue, she was trusting the weapon in his hands. Seeing this, the group had no choice but to stake everything on Li Jiuyue alone. At that moment, Li Jiuyue unleashed the domain skill of the Trident of the Sea God. Upon wielding the Trident of the Sea God, a domain automatically formed, spanning approximately 2 kilometers. Sea God's domain. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the domain expanded over 1 kilometer, enveloping everyone within it including the Earth God Ape. Sea God's domain. Note, all individuals within the domain, except the user, suffer a 70% reduction in attack, defense, and speed. All water-type skills become unusable. A 70% reduction in attack and defense? That's no joke. The Earth Divine Ape's attack power was terrifying, no single individual could stand against it. But if its attack power were reduced, the situation would be entirely different. After the domain unfolded, everyone quickly felt the changes in their bodies. What is this? My strength and speed feel drastically weakened. Hey, wait! Look at the Earth God Ape. At that moment, the Earth God Ape also sensed the strange changes occurring within its own body. It slammed its fist hard into the ground, trying to shake off this sensation. Yet, the blow only created a small crater in the ground. Its power has been weakened, this is our chance. The group erupted in excitement, immediately deploying their tactics. Some launched fierce attacks against the Earth Divine Ape, while support members stacked attributes from behind. Suddenly, a lightning-fast figure darted forward, appearing directly above the Earth God Ape. Thunder Judgment. The immense power of celestial thunder crashed down, sending the Earth Divine Ape reeling backward. It stumbled several steps before finally halting. Li Jiuyue looked up and recognized the figure as Xiao Leijun. This guy actually showed up? That's quite unexpected. I told you, I don't have a habit of owing anyone favors. Xiao Leijun muttered silently, then began channeling the thunderous power to unleash a relentless barrage upon the Earth Divine Ape. Regardless of anything else, Xiao Leijun might be a bit reckless, but he certainly possessed formidable strength. 2.5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the power of the Sea God's trident grew ever stronger. This battle is about to end. Everyone, stand clear. He shouted toward the nearby crowd, who immediately scattered upon hearing his command. At that moment, Li Jiuyue raised the trident of Poseidon high above his head with both hands. A colossal aura surged skyward, tearing a gaping wound in the very heavens. Divine Slash. The slash unleashed by the trident could annihilate all things in the world. What the hell is that thing in his hands? Terror washed over the crowd as they instinctively took several steps back. As if sensing the overwhelming pressure Li Jiuyue unleashed, a flicker of terror flickered in the crimson eyes of the Earth God Ape. Without a moment's hesitation, it unleashed its final skill. Earth Soul's Wrath. Upon unleashing this skill, the Earth Divine Ape's aura surged violently, and even its form began to grow larger. All its attributes received an extraordinary boost, rendering the Sea God's domain powerless to restrain it. Such a surge in power was beyond even the skills of an S-rank professional. Forcing a power boost? Too bad it won't work on me. Slash. He swung the trident of the Sea God with every ounce of his strength. The Earth God Ape leapt high into the air, channeling all its earth energy into its right fist. Both man and beast aimed to settle the battle with a single strike. However, the Earth God Ape seemed to have underestimated the power of the trident of the Sea God. Before it even touched Li Jiuyue, its once proud, thick hide shattered completely. It shattered almost upon contact. It tried to force an attack, but its momentum had completely faded. The tide had turned. The tridents might split the very sky in two. The Earth God Ape tried to flee, but it was too late. The trident of the sea god descended. Even with its terrifying defense, it could not withstand the blow, instantly cleaved in two. Split cleanly from head to tail. Instant annihilation. The Earth God Ape was dead. Witnessing this utterly shocking spectacle, everyone was stunned into silence. They couldn't fathom how an S-rank beast capable of effortlessly taking on hundreds could be finished in a single strike. It really took just one strike to kill it? Only when the Earth God Ape's corpse crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud did the crowd gradually snap back to reality. No, it can't be, just like that? It's dead? One strike? My goodness. Am I dreaming? Su Ying's eyes were filled with shock, as if she were trapped in a state of utter incomprehension. Red Moon, I finally understand why you believed in him so much. He's a freaking monster. Pan Shue's face was frozen in disbelief, goosebumps rising all over her body as a chill crept down her spine. This guy. Has he been toying with us this whole time? Gazing at the corpse of the Earth Deep Ape on the ground, Xiao Leijun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Damn it, this guy's been hiding his strength way too well. With this guy in the mix, this 4 Academies tournament is going to be quite interesting. Gripping his trident tightly, Li Jiuyue's body trembled with excitement. Is this the power of the trident of the sea god? It's absolutely terrifying. And this wasn't even the trident's full potential. The more water energy present, the greater its destructive force. If unleashed over an ocean, there'd be no need for a slash. The residual force alone could shatter the Earth God Ape. Wait, if this beast is dead, what about the Earth core inside it? Chapter 61, everyone is shocked. The last hope of Tianqing? Holy crap, no way the Earth core inside this beast got cleaved in two too? Staring at the Earth God Ape's corpse split down the middle, Li Jiuyue's lips twitched involuntarily. If that were the case, plundering its attributes wouldn't be a problem, but retrieving the intact Earth core would be impossible. Sigh. At that thought, Li Jiuyue shook his head bitterly. Well, at least we've dealt with this trouble. Finally, we can catch our breath. He exhaled deeply and quickly stowed away the sea god's trident. He had originally planned to save this divine artifact for the grand competition of the 4 academies, but unexpectedly, he had to reveal it so early. But it didn't matter. He had plenty of trump cards up his sleeve. The trident of the sea god was just one of them. Besides, once I've fully absorbed the Earth God Ape's attributes and skills, my strength will surge significantly. That will make my chances in the 4 Academies tournament even better. Tianqing Academy screens. Having witnessed Li Jiuyue cleave the Earth God Ape in two with the trident of Poseidon, everyone was utterly stunned. Their mouths hung open, and it took them a long while to recover. No. The Earth Divine Ape and S-rank beast just died like that. Holy crap, am I seeing this right? That kid's so fierce he actually split an S-rank beast right down the middle. Even through the screen, I can feel the terrifying aura radiating from his weapon. So terrifying. Seeing the stunned expression spread across the crowd, a student from Class 7 immediately stepped forward, his voice brimming with arrogance. Blackie, speak up. Hey, who was doubting him just now? Did you see that? Did you all see that? He's from our class. Exactly. One strike to take down the Earth God Ape. Could any of you do that? Faced with the mockery from Class 7, the others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Because the truth was right there before their eyes. This kid's got something. I'm impressed. This stunned not only the students but also left the numerous teachers on the bleachers speechless. Dean, this seems rather unreasonable. That weapon Li Jiuyue wielded, it doesn't look like an ordinary item to me. Its grade can't be lower than a class. Yeah, no doubt about it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken down the Earth God Ape in one move. If that's the case, this kid has secured his spot among the top 20. Ji Young exhaled deeply, his eyes brimming with satisfaction and delight. This kid really gave me a pleasant surprise. If he joins this 4 Academies tournament, it might just add some suspense. Perhaps, he might just become Tianqing Academy's last hope. Inside the instance, Li Jiuyue slowly walked up to the bewildered crowd. Why are you all staring at me? Hurry up and clean up the battlefield, then get the hell out of this place, he muttered with a sigh. Oh, right. Quick, tend to the wounded. Everyone nodded in agreement, some tending to the wounded while others began cleaning up. Just as Li Jiuyue was about to approach Ji Hongyue and the others to check on their condition, Mo Qianyu arrived with a group of people. Covering her mouth, she glanced around in surprise. My goodness, what a commotion here. A beast this massive? Looks like we missed quite the show. Su Yingyin shot the others a disapproving look, her voice dripping with irritation. Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear all the commotion we made? Mo Qianyu shrugged helplessly and explained, come on, you know how huge this dungeon area is. It was already tough enough for us to make it over here, okay? You? Su Yingyin was speechless. Alright, Yingyin, take a break first. Ji Hongyue smiled gently. Just as she was comforting Su Yingying, Mo Qianyu dashed over to Li Jiuyue's side. What's wrong? Are you hurt? She scanned Li Jiuyue's body, fearing he might be missing limbs. Thanks to you, I'm still alive. Li Jiuyue rubbed his throbbing head. Sure enough, the moment I see this woman, my head starts pounding. Thank goodness she hadn't shown up during the battle with the Earth God Ape earlier. Otherwise. Mo Qianyu tilted her head slightly, unable to suppress a faint smile. You took care of that beast? Nope, I was just coasting along. Li Jiuyue shrugged innocently, pretending nothing was amiss. If this woman found out he'd taken down the Earth Divine Ape, she'd be hounding him with questions non-stop. What a pain. Oh, really? Mo Qianyu raised an eyebrow, a hint of doubt creeping into her mind. Sis Qianyu, you're really overestimating this kid. A beast that big? Does he even have the skills? If the rest of us had been here, this fight would have been over ages ago. Say whatever you want. Too lazy to argue with Mo Qianyu's companions, Li Jiuyue hurried over to the Earth God Ape's corpse. After being cleaved in two, the Earth Divine Ape hadn't shed a single drop of blood. Instead, its corpse had transformed into one rock after another. Li Jiuyue noticed a crowd gathered around the stones, heads bent as if searching for something. Man, finding the Earth's core like this is impossible. Li Jiuyue muttered under his breath before walking over to one of the stones and rubbing his hands together excitedly. Oomph, an S-rank beast. Let's see what I can plunder from this. Plunder successful. Gained attack plus 313, defense plus 401, speed plus 299. Just these base stat gains alone had Li Jiuyue over the moon. No wonder it's an S-rank beast. The base stat points I looted are incredibly high. But it wasn't over yet. The plundering continued. Plunder successful. Acquired innate talent, Earth's Heart. Heart of the Earth. Rank, S-class. Trait 1 merges with the element of Earth, maximizing defense and granting the ability to manipulate rocks and Earth, even summoning powerful earthquakes. Trait 2, after acquiring the Heart of Earth, learning any Earth attribute skill becomes twice as effective. Possesses strong affinity with Earth attribute beasts. Trait 3, all Earth attribute skills gain a 100% attack power boost when used. I never imagined the Heart of Earth would become an innate skill. Li Jiuyue was ecstatic. But this Earth's Heart was obtained by Red Moon, yet he gained its power. Once I gather enough treasure fragments, I'll exchange them in the shop for an item that can enhance Han Yu's power. After silently making up her mind, she began plundering the skills from the Earth God Ape. An S-rank skill? I'm actually looking forward to this. Let me see what it is. Chapter 62, S-rank skills. I want them all. Plunder successful. Acquired S-rank skills, Earthquake, Rock Fist, Stone Wall, and Earth Spirit's Wrath. For skills? Let me see their descriptions. Earthshaker. Skill tier, S-rank. Description, a devastating attack capable of obliterating everything in its vicinity. Concise and powerful. Judging by the Earth God Ape's previous performance, this attack's power speaks for itself. Rock Fist. Skill level, S-rank. Skill description, utilizes surrounding rocks to encase one's fists, significantly enhancing combat prowess and melee attack capabilities. The rock incrustation causes the user's hands to grow massive, multiplying their attack power exponentially. Rock Barrier. Skill level, S-rank. Skill description, enhances defensive capabilities by channeling all surrounding Earth elemental energy for self-protection. Note, after obtaining the Earth Heart, a thin layer of rock defense will form on the skin's surface. Rock defense does not alter the skin's texture, but renders it indestructible. Earth Soul's Wrath. Skill tier, S-rank. Description, harnesses all surrounding Earth energy to forcibly enhance attack power, defense, speed, and perception. The stronger the surrounding Earth element energy, the greater the attribute boosts become, with no upper limit. Forced enhancement carries certain side effects. No Earth attribute skills may be used for 5 minutes after activating this ability. Note, once activated, this skill cannot be interrupted and grants invincibility during its duration. After learning all the skills of the Earth God Ape, Li Jiuyue let out an excited shriek. Holy crap, these skills are all amazing. Judging by the Earth God Ape's earlier display, the sheer destructive power was terrifying. Moreover, the thick rocks and mountain walls surrounding them were all Earth attribute elements, maximizing the skill's power. The more Li Jiuyue thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately checked his skill panel. System, open the panel. Name, Li Jiuyue. Class, Cursed Child. Red name. Strength, 744. Speed, 660. Defense, 876. Mental power, 73. Cold resistance, 13. Ice attribute, 10. Earth attribute, 249. Hidden talent, infinite plunder upgradable, 0 proficiency points remaining until next upgrade. Talents, infinite instant kill, 330 natural poison body, 510 sacred protection, 110 formless water enhancement, 330 sea god's body. God tier cannot be upgraded. Thunderfire body, 030 Earth's Heart, 010. God tier, Call of the Sea God cannot be upgraded. Phantom of the Sea God cannot be upgraded. Skill level S+, Ultimate Terror 430 Twin of the Dark Knight 130. S-Rank, Club Dance Max Deep Sea Wave 230 Earthquake 030 Stone Fist 030 Stone Barrier 030 Earth Spirits Wrath 030.
A rank, Wrath of the Flame God 610 Sacred Blessing 310 Corrosive Rain 430 Star Shattering / 510 Bladestorm 110. Froststorm 410 10,000 Miles of Ice 710 Call of the Wolf King 010 Blessing of the Moon God 110.
B rank, Shadow Toxin 310. Holy crap, my talent level can finally be upgraded. Li Jiuyue rejoiced. It was precisely this infinite plunder talent that had granted him his current power. He wondered what changes another talent upgrade might bring. Upgrade talent. Infinite plunder upgrade complete. Talent level. Is the talent level infinite because it's a hidden talent? Infinite plunder. Talent effect increases base attribute points for plunder. After using the plunder skill, its available uses are permanently increased to 15. When the plunderer touches the target, they may choose to plunder. The plundered target permanently loses the talent and skill. Transfer, you can transfer the looted skill to another person, but you will lose that skill yourself. Holy crap, this upgrade added so many new abilities. The base stat boost speaks for itself, but especially crucial is the ability to increase the skill's uses to 15 after plundering. This makes skill progression incredibly rapid. What astonished Li Jiuyue even more was that after this infinite plunder upgrade, the victim would directly lose their innate talents and abilities. This ability is utterly terrifying. Without talents and abilities, they're practically useless, their entire lives ruined. As for the third ability transfer, it was equally remarkable. Not only could he grow stronger himself, but those around him could also become powerful. Hidden talent, infinite plunder upgradable 100,000 proficiency points remaining until next upgrade. Note, the next upgrade will cause a qualitative change in the talent. Holy crap, it actually requires 100,000 points this time. But a qualitative change in the talent. He was already satisfied with the current infinite plunder. If it underwent a qualitative change, he couldn't even imagine how terrifying it would become. Alright, let's keep getting stronger. He clenched his fists excitedly. The 4 Academies tournament, I can't wait. After everyone tended to their injuries, they went their separate ways except for Xia Bingyao and her group, who remained behind. Survivors, 291. Who would have thought the numbers would drop again while we were recovering? Our class is almost all here. Let's stick together from now on. Xia Bingyao said. But one thing troubled him deeply. Only 20 students could participate in the Academy Grand Tournament. This meant not everyone in the class could stay. Sooner or later, some would be eliminated. As if sensing Xia Bingyue's hesitation, the others shook their heads in refusal. No thanks, class leader. It's better if we split up. Right. I just remembered some unfinished business, I'll be heading out first. Me too. Class president, good luck. Before Xia Bingyao could respond, everyone waved goodbye and scattered. Now only Li Jiuyue, Xia Bingyao, Su Yingying, and Mo Qianyu remained. Seeing Mo Qianyu actually stay behind, Li Jiuyue felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. Was this woman going to tag along with them now? You? What? Don't you want me to stay? Mo Qianyu placed her hands on her hips, pouting her lips in mock indignation. I'm a class 7 student too, after all. Besides, I won't slow you down. If it came down to a fight, I doubt even you could beat me. The thought of having to travel alongside this troublesome woman instantly filled Li Jiuyue with bitterness. Ugh. Chapter 63, wait, are you offering yourself as payment? Ugh, I just have this feeling trouble's brewing ahead. Li Jiuyue sighed, a bitter taste in his mouth. But it didn't matter much now. With fewer and fewer survivors left, the 4 of them sticking together meant they could hold their own against any other groups of trainees they encountered, even eliminating them from the competition. 3 days had been allotted, and now only a day and a half remained. The final day and a half of combat would undoubtedly be fiercer and more brutal than anything before. Li Jiuyue pumped his fist excitedly, feeling power surge through his entire body. After plundering the Earth God Ape's attributes, his attack and defense had reached terrifying new heights. Even if he faced Xiao Lei Jun from before, he could stand his ground and endure 10 consecutive heavenly thunder attacks unscathed. Alright, since that's the case, let's stick together and move forward. If we run into anyone from other classes, we'll wipe them out one by one. Xia Bingyao smiled and nodded, her gaze toward Li Jiuyue filled with a strange light, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily. Agreed. And so, the 4 classmates set out together. It must be said, their journey together was far more exciting than traveling alone. Of course, they wouldn't gang up on someone traveling alone. Li Jiuyue would challenge them to a fair one-on-one duel. However, along the way, they encountered roughly 16 or 17 lone individuals, and every single one of them fell to his hands, not a single one escaped unscathed. The only real challenge came when they encountered students from Class 3. Every single one of them was a rank, and their teamwork was incredibly tight. Defeating just those 4 took 2 or 3 hours. Among them, there was also a support role. The moment anyone got injured, they would immediately administer healing. This proved extremely troublesome for Li Jiuyue and his group.
However, they managed to exploit gaps in the four's defense and coordination.
One misstep cost them the entire game.
Once their support player was taken down, the other three lost their healing abilities and attribute buffs, drastically reducing their combat effectiveness.
After a final, desperate struggle, they were ultimately eliminated.
Phew, Class 3's guys were surprisingly tough.
That was a bit unexpected.
Li Jiuyue flexed his stiff right hand.
Class 3 has always been incredibly strong. Su Yingying said. Survivors, 43.
By the time they eliminated this group, the sky had grown dark. Only 43 survivors remain now.
Everyone, take a break first. Who knows?
The numbers might change while we're resting.
Li Jiuyue remarked.
They had already eliminated quite a few people during this period, so it was time for a strategic adjustment.
All right. Ji Honyue nodded.
After scouting the area, Ji Honyue selected a secluded cave as their resting spot.
We'll rest here for the night. All right. This spot is sufficiently hidden they shouldn't be able to find us here. Li Jiuyue nodded, stretched lazily, then leaned against the cave wall. You two rest first. I'll take the night watch. Mo Qianyu didn't hesitate.
After yawning, she found a comfortable spot and fell asleep. Su Yingying stretched and gradually drifted off to sleep. The battles of the past few days had truly left them all physically and mentally exhausted. Ji Honyue lay awake for a while, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She quietly crept over to Li Jiuyue's side. But to her surprise, she found Li Jiuyue sitting on the ground, his left hand propping up his chin as he slept. Ji Honyue covered her mouth with a soft chuckle before giving his shoulder a firm pat. Hey! If you keep keeping watch like this, an enemy could come and wipe us all out.
Heh, this is my tactic. You just don't get it.
Li Jiuyue scratched his head awkwardly.
What's up? Couldn't sleep, so you came to keep me company, he teased with a grin.
At his words, Ji Honyue's cheeks flushed crimson. She flicked a strand of hair behind her ear and sat down beside Li Jiuyue.
I just wanted to thank you.
Throughout their journey, Li Jiuyue had helped her countless times, even rescuing her from danger on multiple occasions.
Bringing him into Tianqing Academy was the best decision she'd ever made.
Li Jiuyue waved his hand dismissively.
Come on, there's no need for thanks between us. If you really want to thank me, wait until I help our academy win the championship. Then you can thank me then.
Though he said it lightly, for some reason, his heartbeat quickened in this moment. Don't push yourself, just do your best. Ji Honyue replied with a smile, though a barely perceptible shadow flickered in her eyes. The academy had been ranked at the bottom for years. If it ended up at the bottom again this time, the sovereign would likely order its forced dismantling.
Helping the academy climb the rankings wasn't just his responsibility. I couldn't put too much pressure on him. The fate of Tianqing Academy shouldn't rest solely on his shoulders.
He shouldn't have to bear so much. Seeing Ji Honyue keep her head down, lost in thought, Li Jiuyue slowly leaned closer.
Don't worry. I've got this.
His voice was gentle, yet radiated in overwhelming confidence. This wasn't empty bravado. Li Jiuyue now possessed the capability to deliver.
All right, I believe in you.
If the academy really wins the championship, then I'll give you a surprise.
Seeing Ji Honyue's earnest expression, Li Jiuyue suddenly felt like teasing her and blurted out a joke on impulse. I bet that surprise involves pledging yourself to me, right? I'm just kidding. Ha ha.
Swish.
At those words, Ji Honyue's face flushed visibly.
She quickly lowered her head, twisting the hem of her shirt repeatedly with her fingers.
Seeing Ji Honyue's flushed cheeks, Li Jiuyue realized he'd taken the joke too far.
Still, he found himself utterly captivated by the sight of her blushing cheeks. Adorable, utterly adorable. That was his first thought. He'd never seen Honyue like this before. This joke seemed to have gone way too far. Wait, would she start disliking him because of this?
The thought sent a chill down Li Jiuyue's spine.
He turned to explain, only to find Ji Honyue had already fallen asleep, her head resting on his shoulder.
She fell asleep?
Watching her peaceful slumber, her delicate, luscious red lips, and her faintly flushed cheeks, Li Jiuyue felt a flutter in his heart. A sudden surge of desire ignited within him.
He tilted his head, slowly leaning toward Ji Honyue's face. Chapter 64, The Final 20 Spots.
He drew nearer and nearer, even catching the faint scent of her body.
At that moment, Li Jiuyue's mind, clouded by lust, suddenly snapped back to clarity. Holy crap, I almost...
Gazing at the girl sleeping soundly beside him, Li Jiuyue felt as though 10,000 warhorses were galloping through his mind. The drowsiness that had lingered moments ago vanished completely. Who could resist this? Just as he struggled to calm his racing heart, Ji Honyue beside him gently bit her lip and murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz.
I never said no, you idiot.
Fortunately, the cave they chose was relatively safe. The night passed without incident, and when they awoke, the number of survivors had dwindled to 29. After waking up, both Li Jiuyue and Ji Honyue looked awkward, their faces flushed as they struggled to find words.
Su Yingying noticed something was off and asked curiously. Hey, Honyue, what's wrong with your face? Why is it suddenly so red? Oh, really? Maybe I caught a chill last night.
She touched her burning cheeks and stammered. Such an excuse might fool Su Yingying, but it couldn't deceive the sharp-eyed Emotienyu.
Now, you two didn't do anything else while we were asleep, did you?
Emotienyu's face darkened as she fixed her gaze on Li Jiuyue, her expression fierce enough to devour the latter whole.
Heh, looks like the dungeon's almost done. Let's get out of here. Li Jiuyue let out a hollow laugh, then practically fled the cave.
After leaving the cave, Emotienyu stayed glued to Li Jiuyue's left side, her gaze fixed on him with such intensity it felt like she was trying to see right through him. Faced with this, Li Jiuyue could only shake his head helplessly, too weary to say anything more.
There are still 29 people left.
With this huge dungeon map, finding them might be tough.
What if they're hiding somewhere and refuse to come out?
Don't worry, the academy anticipated this possibility long ago.
Ji Hongyue explained. If anyone stays in the same location for over 8 hours, their teleportation badge will trigger an alert. If they persist in staying there, they'll be forcibly teleported out.
I see.
Li Jiuyue nodded. The remaining individuals aren't pushovers. You all need to be cautious.
Understood.
Let's go first. We'll try our luck and see if we can find another pair.
Just as Li Jiuyue led the others forward, Yi Heng, the top-ranked fighter on the strength list, found himself surrounded by a group of attackers.
Yi Heng, after hiding for so many days, we've finally found you.
Yi Heng took a bite of the fruit in his hand. The taste was rather unpleasant. He stuck out his tongue and promptly tossed it aside. His expression showed no regard for the figures before him.
Hiding? And you lot dare utter such words before me?
Yi Heng scanned the group.
There weren't many of them, just 4. Eliminate you lot, and this dungeon run will be as good as over. Oomph, we'll see just how much your top-ranked title is worth. Attack!
The leader snorted coldly, and they began coordinating their attack on Yi Heng.
However,
10 minutes later, all 4 lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious, while Yi Heng held their insignia in his hands.
With such pathetic strength, you actually had the nerve to show off in front of me. If it weren't for orders from above, I'd have finished you off long ago. Enough. Let's end this boring dungeon run. Snap.
With that, Yi Heng crushed their badges, and the unconscious quartet were teleported away.
Survivors, 25. Glancing at the survival count notification above his head, Li Jiuyue's eyes lit up. The numbers have dropped again, this time by 4. Looks like we won't need to get involved in the final cleanup after all.
Just as Li Jiuyue had anticipated, the survivor count soon dropped to 22. But the last 2 members unexpectedly crossed paths with them. Li Jiuyue held back from acting because these 2 were classmates from their own class. Sun Hao was one of them, and there was also another girl.
Hong Yue.
The girl excitedly ran to Ji Hongyue's side.
Xiao Yu, you guys.
The fact that the 2 of us made it this far is pure luck. Xiao Yu then recounted everything that had happened along the way to Ji Hongyue.
Hongyue, I'm counting on you from here on out. Xiao Yu said as she pulled out the teleportation badge. Xiao Yu, you. It's fine. I know my own limits.
Even if I managed to survive by luck, I'd still hold everyone back during the real 4 Academies tournament.
I don't want that. Hongyue, I believe in you. You can do this.
With that, Xiaoyu crushed the teleportation badge in her hand without hesitation.
Whoosh!
As Xiaoyu was transported away, the number of survivors decreased by 1.
Survivors, 21. Sun Hao didn't beat around the bush. He pointed at Li Jiuyue, signaling he wanted to fight him. Li Jiuyue, fight me. If you win, I'll leave willingly.
If you lose, you have no right to stay among these 20, he gritted out. Even though he'd witnessed Li Jiuyue's true strength that day, he wouldn't feel satisfied or content until they clashed in a real fight.
No problem. Wait here for me. I'll be right back.
Li Jiuyue gave Ji Hongyue a light pat on the head. The 2 arrived at a quiet clearing and began this one-sided contest. 5 minutes later, Sun Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to one knee. Wiping the blood from his lips, he staggered to his feet. This time, the contempt that had filled his eyes when looking at Li Jiuyue was completely gone.
Alright, I lost. Your strength surpasses mine. You truly deserve your place among the top 20. I hope you won't disgrace Tianqing Academy during the 4 Academies tournament. Please, I'm counting on you. Li Jiuyue responded with a smile, rest assured. Receiving Li Jiuyue's affirmation, Sun Hao nodded and immediately crushed the badge in his hand. Swish! Sun Hao was teleported away, and the number of survivors changed instantly. Survivors, 20. Dungeon ended. Phew, finally over. Next up is the 4 Academies tournament in 2 months. I can't wait. Xia Bingyao, I wonder how much stronger you've become. I hope you don't disappoint me. Chapter 65, Trouble at the Black Dragon Guild. The 20 spots have been filled. With that, this dungeon run is officially over. Li Jiuyue took a deep breath. This dungeon run proved immensely rewarding. Their strength had surged significantly, and their base stats were nearly off the charts. Ji Hongyue nodded and began discussing preparations for the upcoming 4 Academies competition. Yes, the 4 academies competition is in about 2 months. We must prepare thoroughly. With 20 people, we'll be split into 5 teams, 4 members each. The school won't randomly assign us, we get to choose our own teammates. That way, any conflicts can be resolved beforehand. Li Jiuyue nodded. I see. Choosing our own teammates does save a lot of trouble. Choosing suitable teammates is one part of it, but the real challenge lies in developing coordination and synergy with them. Let's go. We should leave here now. The instance ended, the portal opened, and the remaining 20 players exited one after another. Once outside, Li Jiuyue couldn't wait to see who exactly was among those 20. He turned and scanned the area, spotting several familiar figures. Xiao Leijun, Pan Shui, and others were all among the remaining 20. Sure enough, all old acquaintances. Li Jiuyue scanned the surroundings, recognizing everyone present. Yet when his gaze fell upon a figure in the corner, his brow furrowed. He had never seen this person at school before, and he could sense the aura emanating from them. Extremely powerful. Hongyue, who is that person standing in the corner? Why have I never seen him before? Ji Hongyue leaned closer and whispered, his name is Yi Hang. You probably won't recognize the name, but he has another title, number 1 on the strength rankings. At the words number 1 on the strength rankings, Li Jiuyue's expression shifted in surprise. Number 1 on the strength rankings? No wonder even from such a distance, he could sense the overwhelming pressure radiating from that man. Interesting. He glanced at Yi Hang before withdrawing his gaze. At that moment, Yi Hang also spotted Li Jiuyue. Ha? Is it this kid? At that moment, Ji Yong appeared on the elevated platform on the 2nd floor and announced loudly, "Heh, everyone's worked hard. You're all the pride of the academy. You will be divided into 5 teams, 4 members each. As for who becomes captain, you'll have to fight it out yourselves. Any conflicts? I expect them resolved before the 4 academies tournament." Understood? Understood, the crowd responded in unison. Ji Yong nodded with satisfaction and continued, "You've all worked hard. You have 7 days off. Use this time to relax properly." "Yes, Dean," the crowd cheered excitedly. Upon hearing about the 7-day break, Li Jiuyue immediately pumped his fist in excitement. "Yes. This period has been exhausting. I really need to rest and go home to see my parents. I wonder how they're doing." As this thought crossed his mind, he pulled out his phone to make a call, only to discover he had over 20 missed calls. And they were all from the same person. Shi Long. Why is this guy calling so many times? Could it be? Suddenly, Shi Long's phone rang again. Li Jiuyue made up an excuse to step away briefly, then found a quiet spot to answer Shi Long's call. "Hello? What's going on?" "Guild leader, you finally picked up." Shi Long's excited voice came through the phone. "I've been in the school dungeon these past few days. Did something happen to the guild?" "Guild leader, hurry back. The guild is about to." Shi Long's words trailed off abruptly as the line went dead. "Hello? Hello? Could it be something happened to the guild? This is bad. I have to get back immediately." He dared not delay. After briefly explaining the situation to Ji Hongyue, he hurried off to the Black Dragon Guild. Meanwhile, inside the Black Dragon Guild, several Black Dragon Guild members clutched their stomachs, writhing in agony on the floor, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. It was clear they had just endured a brutal fight, and the Black Dragon Guild had been defeated. "What? After all this time, your useless guild leader still hasn't shown up?" A tall, dark-skinned man stood with his arms crossed, his eyes brimming with contempt. The man was Wei Lan, leader of a guild that ranked lower than the Black Dragon Guild. But precisely because the Black Dragon Guild had vanished, they saw an opportunity. These men had been targeting the Black Dragon Guild members all along. They even sought to swallow them whole, believing it would significantly boost their guild standing. "Wei Lan, don't get cocky. When our guild leader shows up, you'll regret this." "Ah, you bastard." Wei Lan roared with laughter as he kicked a Black Dragon Guild member. The struck man immediately felt excruciating pain in his lower abdomen. He staggered backward continuously before finally collapsing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Wei Lan, don't push it too far." As an enraged Shi Long moved to intervene, over a dozen of Wei Lan's men instantly materialized around him. "You." Only the few men beside him still had the strength to fight, the rest were all gravely wounded. "Damn it. If I hadn't been ambushed by this bastard during the mission, I'd have finished him off today. Damn it." All he could do now was hope that kid got back soon. Otherwise, this guild would be finished. But Wei Lan clearly had no such patience. "I've given you days to decide. Today, you give me an answer. Either bring every member of the Black Dragon Guild to submit to me, or die. As for that so-called useless guild leader you keep mentioning, I'll teach him a lesson when the time comes. Choose." With that, the members of the Kanglan Guild behind him stepped forward in unison. "You. Vice President, what should we do? Has the president not returned yet?" Shi Long's expression turned grim, prepared to fight to the death. The Kanglan Guild and the Black Dragon Guild were sworn enemies. Even if he died in battle, he couldn't let the guild fall into the hands of such people. I've already called the guild leader. He's on his way back. We'll buy him as much time as we can. Alright, we'll hold them off as best we can.
The remaining members nodded firmly.
Alright. As for that bastard Wei Lan, leave him to me.
Shi Long gritted his teeth. There was a huge gap in strength between him and Wei Lan. Defeating him was impossible, so he could only try to buy some time.
Go!
With that, Shi Long charged forward first.
Understood. Ugh, what a bunch of useless trash. They actually think they can put up a fight.
Wei Lan rolled his eyes in utter contempt.
He couldn't even be bothered to lift a finger himself. Chairman, what about? You handle it yourselves. Just make sure they stay alive. Understood.
The men behind him grinned savagely and charged forward in unison. Shilong Lai was already injured, and with the enemy holding the numerical advantage, they were already struggling to hold their ground before Wei Lan had even made a move.
Damn it, these bastards are acting like they're possessed. What about the vice president? Shilong's face darkened as curses erupted in his mind. Kid, if you don't hurry up, it'll all be over. Chapter 66. Do you even deserve to swallow my guild?
Seeing the Black Dragon Guild's gates remain firmly shut, Shilong grew increasingly anxious, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind.
Damn it, that kid wouldn't. Ugh, this is boring. When the hell is your useless guild leader gonna show up? Fine, if that's how it is, let's find some fun. Wei Lan immediately gave his henchman a knowing look. The henchman instantly understood, swiftly pulling out an iron bar and approaching the injured member of the Black Dragon Guild. I'm starting the countdown now.
Every minute that passes, I'll smash one of their skulls.
But if you change your minds now and join the Kanglan Guild, I might consider letting you off.
Wei Lan sneered maliciously.
Damn it, you bastard, I'll ing. The man let out 2 expletives before the Black Dragon henchman casually pressed the iron rod against his temple. One more word, and you'll be ready to have your head blown off. 40 seconds left. 35 seconds.
As the seconds ticked away, despair settled over the Black Dragon Guild members.
They didn't blame Li Jiuyue for not showing up, they blamed themselves for being too weak. This world was like that, the weak had no say whatsoever. Damn it, are we going to die? Dying at the hands of these bastards, it's just so damn unfair. They were now gravely wounded, lacking even the strength to stand, let alone fight back. 3, 2. With only 1 second left, as the man was about to strike, Shilong hurriedly spoke up. Wait, I. At that very last second, a powerful gust of wind suddenly blew open the Black Dragon Guild's doors. Immediately, a figure darted inside like a bolt of lightning. Who goes there? The man wielding the iron rod barely finished his words before his head slammed hard against the ground. Boom! By the time everyone reacted, the man was already unrecognizable, not unconscious. We made it just in time. Are you all okay? Seeing Li Jiuyue finally appear, the group's dying hearts instantly reignited. Their eyes flashed with excitement, their facial muscles trembling with emotion. President, we're all okay except Hao Cheng suffered severe injuries. Li Jiuyue quickly pulled out a bottle of life potion and tossed it to the person behind him. Thankfully, they had exchanged several bottles at the shop earlier. Give this to him. The others hurriedly opened the bottle and helped Tao Qing drink it. After drinking the potion, Tao Qing's wounds rapidly healed and his pallid complexion gradually regained a healthy flush. At that moment, Wei Lan gave Li Jiuyue a thorough once-over. You're the leader of the Black Dragon Guild? Li Jiuyue's expression was so cold it sent shivers down one's spine. So what if I am? Hearing her retort, Wei Lan and his men burst into uproarious laughter. Ha 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 ha. Damn it, I never would have guessed the leader of the Black Dragon Guild would be such a greenhorn. Ah, you little brat. You haven't even grown any hair yet, and you're already the leader? Guildmaster, be careful. This guy is seriously strong. Shilong had barely finished his warning when he was kicked hard by a member of the Kanglan Guild. Did I give you permission to speak, you piece of trash? The Kanglan Guild member roared with laughter for a long while before finally calming down. Goodness, I truly have no idea how a useless piece of trash like you managed to replace Black Dragon and take the guild leader's seat. Li Jiuyue wore a blank expression, her eyes reflecting a coldness as still as stagnant water, causing the very air around her to begin solidifying rapidly. You'll find out when you're on your deathbed. Ha 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 ha. It's been ages since anyone dared speak to me like that. Wei Lan roared with laughter, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he prepared to strike. President, no need for you to lift a finger. Leave it to me. At that moment, the vice president of Kanglan Guild stepped forward to seize the opportunity and save face. Kid, you afraid of pain? Today I'll teach you what it really means. Before he could finish his torrent of threats and empty boasts, Li Jiuyue's fist, channeling the power of the earth, slammed into his face. This time, he held nothing back. Boom! The sheer force of that punch was terrifying. Before the man could even react, he was dead. With a single punch, he had instantly killed the vice president of the Kanglan Guild. And his death was gruesome. Li Jiuyue's punch carried such immense force that it caved in half his face, shattering his skull. The seemingly ordinary punch sent shockwaves through every witness present. Especially the Kanglan Guild members who had just been mocking Li Jiuyue. The smiles froze on their faces, leaving them utterly speechless. It all happened far too quickly in the blink of an eye. Only when the pungent stench of blood filled the room did they slowly come to their senses. Vice President? One of them called out tentatively. Dead? The Vice President is dead? How could this be? Kid, what did you do? Their eyes grew vacant, pupils dilating with profound shock as they struggled to accept the reality. Their Vice President was so powerful, how could he suddenly just die? Killed by a mere brat? How the hell could that be? Seeing the bloodstain spreading across the floor, Wei Lan momentarily couldn't make sense of the situation either. He had personally selected the Vice President, a formidable fighter. How could he just die like this? And killed in a single strike? Kid, even if you used some strange artifact to amplify your power, you're dead meat today. Li Jiuyue sneered coldly as the water energy he released instantly engulfed the entire guild. On his way to the guild, he had conveniently replenished the energy within his water space. Today, not a single one of you will leave here alive. Under the blanket of water energy, slaughtering these people was no different from killing chickens. As for their abilities? Li Jiuyue couldn't be bothered to even learn about them. Damn it, you think you're worthy? Brothers, move. Let this brat taste the might of the Kanglan Guild. Wei Lan barked the order before charging forward first. Understood. This time, he had brought only 30 or 40 members to the Black Dragon Guild. He never imagined such an unexpected situation would arise. Facing the charging mob, Li Jiuyue merely waved his right hand casually. Instantly, the terrain of the Black Dragon Guild underwent a cataclysmic shift. Swish! In an instant, massive hands formed from water energy erupted from the ground, clamping down on their lower bodies. What is this? I can't move. Just as several tried to break free, Li Jiuyue, claws sharp as wolf teeth in hand, charged forward. Having absorbed the speed attribute of the Earth God Ape, his velocity had become terrifyingly swift. Ordinary A-rank fighters couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. Rip! Two silver bolts of lightning sliced through the group, instantly severing their bodies from their heads. Their heads rolled several times across the ground. Chapter 67, The Wipe Engine. You. Staring at the blood-soaked heads on the ground, the members of the Kanglan Guild were utterly horrified. The more timid among them were petrified, desperately trying to flee the scene, but it was futile. Li Jiuyue's water energy now enveloped the entire Black Dragon Guild. Unless he personally released it, there was no escape. I told you, not a single one of you will escape today. Li Jiuyue wiped the blood from his blade expressionlessly. He felt no pity for these men. Had he arrived even a few minutes later, the Black Dragon Guild might have ceased to exist. Worse still, every last one of them would die. Against such ruthless enemies, there was absolutely no need to hold back. Kid, don't think these disgusting tricks can hold me. Wei Lan gritted his teeth fiercely, straining every muscle to pull his legs free. But it was utterly futile. Even as an A-rank, he stood no chance against these massive hands. While Wei Lan continued to struggle, Li Jiuyue had already begun the slaughter. With their feet immobilized, the Kanglan Guild members could only fight back by casting skills from where they stood. Yet before their skills and energy blasts could reach Li Jiuyue, they were completely blocked by a sudden surge of water barriers. They couldn't do a damn thing. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Quick, find a way to break free, or else. Before the man could finish his sentence, a flash of lightning streaked through the air. Instantly, darkness engulfed his vision, and his head rolled to the ground. After dispatching this man, Li Jiuyue descended like a god of slaughter, launching a frenzied massacre against the remaining members of the Kanglan Guild. In an instant, waves of agonized screams and pleas for mercy filled the air. This scene utterly terrified Qi Long and the others. Long? Brother Long, our guild leader is way too fierce. Yeah. Those guys didn't even stand a chance. Damn, our guild leader is so badass. Smelling the blood-soaked air, Qi Long swallowed hard, his body trembling, gradually coming to his senses. Thank goodness my choice back then was the right one. Li Jiuyue was strong, he knew that. But he never imagined he could be this strong. It had only been half a month, yet he felt completely different from before. It was as if his strength had no ceiling, capable of limitless breakthroughs. Watching his guild members slaughtered without any chance to fight back, Wei Lan was utterly panicked. Damn it, if this keeps up, this kid will wipe out every last member of our guild. Wait. Hold on. Li Jiuyue tilted his head, the murderous intent in his eyes only intensifying. What? Wei Lan had completely shed his earlier arrogance. We need to talk. Negotiate? Li Jiuyue frowned. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Wei Lan hurriedly spoke. If you spare me today, I, Wei Lan, swear that from this day forward, I will never again offend the Black Dragon Guild in the slightest. Moreover, once I return, I'll immediately surrender all the guild's treasures and dungeon loot. What do you say? Hearing this, the other members of the Kanglan Guild immediately grew anxious. Guild leader. Shut up if you don't want to die. Wei Lan barked angrily, though secretly he'd already made other plans. Damn it, you useless bunch. What good are you to me? If I make it out of here alive today, I'll hire assassins from the Nightshade organization. Mark my words, I'll make sure to kill you, you little bastard. With that thought, Wei Lan instantly switched to a cheerful expression. What do you say? If you're still uneasy, you can keep these few as hostages. Wei Lan gestured toward the remaining guild members nearby. Hearing this, the others felt as if struck by lightning, their resolve shattering completely. President. Wei Lan ignored the others, instead looking expectantly at Li Jiuyue. In his mind, Li Jiuyue was far too young to resist such temptation.
The entire guild's treasures and spoils, converted to RMB, amounted to over 1 million. Just as he was plotting his escape, Li Jiuyue uttered words that plunged him into utter despair.
Do you really think I'd let an enemy who plans to strike me down in the future just walk away? I told you before, not a single one of you will leave here alive. With that, Li Jiuyue's figure darted through the air like lightning once more. Within 5 breaths, only Wei Lan remained of the Kanglin Guild. Seeing this, Wei Lan's teeth clenched so hard they ground together, his face as pale as paper. Damn it, kid, you forced my hand. With that, Wei Lan swiftly pulled a talisman paper engraved with intricate red symbols from his pocket. That's... The moment Qi Long saw the crimson talismans, his expression changed drastically, and he urgently warned. Guild leader, be careful. That's an explosive talisman. Its destructive power is immense, it can even instantly kill an A+ grade beast. Ha 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 ha. Kid, come join me in the grave. Wei Lan roared as he activated the talisman. Oomph. With just this piece of paper? Li Jiuyue sneered coldly, gathering all the water energy around him into his hands. It coalesced into a massive sphere, enveloping Wei Lan within it. Useless. These worthless things can't stop an explosion talisman. Everyone. Every last one of you will die with me. Ha ha ha, die. Amidst Wei Lan's desperate laughter, the explosion talisman detonated with a thunderous boom. Boom. The explosive force was terrifying. Even though Li Jiuyue had used water energy to isolate it, everyone still felt the entire Black Dragon Guild shake. Once the blast wave and smoke had completely dissipated, Wei Lan was reduced to ashes. Having witnessed the explosive talisman's power, Li Jiuyue was somewhat astonished. This talisman is quite interesting. Without the protection of water energy, the blast talisman's force could have leveled the Black Dragon Guild to the ground. Guildmaster, are you alright? The guild members asked anxiously. I'm fine. How about you all? Are you alright? I'm fine, just a few injuries, nothing life-threatening. That bastard Wei Lanjia is ruthless. How did he even get his hands on something like an explosive talisman? Oh, is that thing that rare? Li Jiuyue asked in surprise. Qi Long nodded and explained, that's right. Explosive talismans are extremely rare. You can only buy them on the black market, and each one costs no less than 300,000. Hearing that figure, Li Jiuyue's mouth twitched. Holy crap, 300,000 for a piece of paper. Still, the black market seems like a place to hunt for treasures. Maybe I'll check it out sometime. Qi Long, I'm leaving this to you. I need to step out for a bit. President, where are you headed? Qi Long was puzzled. Li Jiuyue grinned. To haul off the Kanglin Guild's assets, of course. Chapter 68, Homecoming. Now that the bastard's dead, the Kanglin Guild is effectively ownerless. Naturally, I'll be collecting a few things. Li Jiuyue chuckled. Qi Long nodded, though still uneasy, he offered a few words of caution. Guild leader, the Blue Wave Guild might have more members than you think. This time, Wei Lan only brought 30 or 40 people. The guild must have left many behind. Should I bring a few men? Li Jiuyue waved his hand dismissively. No need. Your job now is to rest well and tend to the wounded. Leave the rest to me. As he spoke, Li Jiuyue used water energy to clean the bloodstains from the ground. Then, following the address given by Qi Long, he made his way to the entrance of the Kanglin Guild. The moment he reached the entrance, he overheard several guild members chatting cheerfully. Too bad I didn't get to tag along with the guild leader this time. I was really looking forward to going to the Black Dragon Guild and showing those noobs what we're made of. Ah, plenty of chances later. I heard from the guild leader that the Black Dragon Guild leader has been too scared to show his face for days. Whatever. They're all useless anyway. Not a single one of them could stand up to a single finger of our guild leader. Overhearing their chatter, Li Jiuyue strode forward expressionlessly. Hey, what are you doing here? Li Jiuyue smiled faintly. I am the very person you've been talking about, the leader of the Black Dragon Guild. What? You're... Rip. Before the two could react, their heads rolled onto the ground. Immediately after, Li Jiuyue wiped the blood from her hands and pushed open the gates of the Kanglin Guild. Sure enough, the Kanglin Guild was teeming with members, all gathered together, their faces beaming with joy as they discussed something animatedly. No doubt, it was about swallowing up the Black Dragon Guild. Li Jiuyue entered the guild and immediately drew everyone's attention. Hey, who are you? You don't look like one of us. Get lost. Don't interrupt our victory feast. Eating? Count me in. Li Jiuyue smiled. Wait, who are you? You? Hello, everyone. I'm the leader of the Black Dragon Guild. Black Dragon Guild. Holy crap, so you're the one. Rip. Rip.
10 minutes later, Li Jiuyue wiped the blood from his blade while the ground was already littered with the corpses of Kanglan Guild members.
With that, the Kanglan Guild vanished completely, not a single member survived.
Such people deserved no mercy.
Although Xia Nation's laws were extremely strict, law enforcement typically did not intervene in conflicts between guilds. However, if a professional attacked an ordinary person, they would face severe punishment.
Li Jiuyue rubbed his hands together excitedly, beginning a frantic search through the Kanglan Guild's premises.
Well then, let me see where that bastard Wei Lan hid all the treasures.
The Kanglan Guild was vast, with numerous rooms.
Simply searching through them took Li Jiuyue half an hour. Fortunately, persistence paid off.
In an extremely hidden room, he discovered all of Kanglan Guild's treasures and dungeon loot.
Li Jiuyue inspected the treasures.
This time, his luck was poor, none of them could fuse with his skills.
Oh well, I'll just take these back for now. Maybe I can sell them for a decent price.
And so, Li Jiuyue packed up every valuable item he could find within the Kanglan Guild. Inside the Black Dragon Guild, Li Jiuyue dumped a large bundle of loot onto the floor with a thud.
Take a look. See if there's anything valuable in here?
Keep anything useful to you, but sell off the valuable stuff. The others nodded excitedly and began rummaging through the pile.
Damn, this guy had some decent stuff. Holy crap, a billying fruit. Who knew Wei Lan had this stuff? This is the real deal. And this too.
Seeing the extremely precious treasures inside, everyone's eyes lit up. Li Jiuyue shook his head helplessly and sat down on the guild leader's chair to rest for a moment. With guild matters settled, it was time to head home. Guild master, these are all incredible treasures.
You? Li Jiuyue waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. Take them.
They'll be of great help in strengthening your abilities. I need you all to strengthen yourselves quickly.
I don't want today's events to happen again.
His face remained stern, his voice low and grave. While he bore some responsibility for today's events, the root cause lay in the overall weakness of the Black Dragon Guild's members.
If this continues, the Black Dragon Guild's eventual absorption is inevitable.
Everyone recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement.
Understood, guild leader.
Rest assured, we'll strengthen our abilities as quickly as possible and make the guild powerful.
Oh, right.
They suddenly remembered something and immediately signaled to Qilong. Qilong instantly understood, pulling a bank card from his pocket and respectfully handing it to Li Jiuyue.
Qilong, what are you doing? He asked, puzzled.
Qilong replied solemnly, Guild leader, this card contains 500,000 yuan. It's the brothers' heartfelt contribution.
Please accept it. No, how could I possibly accept money from you?
Just as Li Jiuyue was about to refuse, the others quickly explained.
President, please take it.
This is what the brothers pooled together. Besides, the stuff on the ground is worth way more than 500,000.
Exactly.
Ever since you became president, our Black Dragon Guild has been rolling in cash.
This is nothing. Please take it. Otherwise, we'll feel guilty.
This. Li Jiuyue hesitated for a moment, finding it hard to refuse.
Alright then, I'll take it. After accepting the bank card, Li Jiuyue spent some time arranging other guild matters.
By the time everything was settled, dusk had fallen.
Instead of staying overnight at the Black Dragon Guild, Li Jiuyue made her way straight back home. Mom and Dad, I'm home.
Li Jiuyue pushed open the door, and the familiar comfort of home washed over him.
Ah, home feels so much better. Oh dear, September's back. Jiang Yi's eyes crinkled into crescent moons, her unmistakable joy evident. Aren't you studying at Tianqing Academy? Why did you suddenly come back? The school gave us a 7-day break, so I came back. Li Jiuyue stretched lazily and flopped onto the all-too-familiar sofa.
Jiang Yi slapped her thigh excitedly.
Oh my goodness. Why didn't you tell Mom sooner? I could have cooked something special for you tonight. No worries, anything will do. I love everything.
Li Jiuyue grinned, baring his teeth. Nothing tasted better than a home-cooked meal.
Alright, rest a bit. I'll get started on dinner. Chapter 69, Entering the Black Market. Awesome. Li Jiuyue waved excitedly before sinking back onto the sofa. Phew, it's been ages since I last rested like this. Oh, Mom, has Dad come back yet?
Jiang Yi's voice came from the kitchen. Well, you know how it is. Every night at this hour, your dad's shop is always so busy.
True. Li Jiuyue chuckled.
Though Dad was also a professional, his skill wasn't combat-based, it was food-related. Sitting on the sofa, Li Jiuyue recalled the explosive talisman Wei Lan had unleashed earlier. If she hadn't quickly used water energy to reduce the blast radius, the explosion from that talisman could have wiped out the Black Dragon Guild entirely.
Maybe I should check out the black market tomorrow.
If the black market could even get its hands on something like explosive talismans, who knows what other exotic treasures might be found there. Just as Li Jiuyue was making plans in her mind, Jiang Yi arrived at the table carrying several bowls of fragrant dishes.
Here you go. Hungry? Dig in. Li Jiuyue's eyes lit up and he began to wolf down his food. The academy's meals were tasty enough, but they couldn't compare to his mom's cooking. September, is everything going smoothly at school? No classmates picking on you? After some hesitation, Zhang Yi finally asked. Li Jiuyue slurped his soup while muttering with his mouth full, no way. I'm a big shot at school now. Haha, you kid, always talking nonsense. Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh at his boast. As long as you're doing well at school, mom can rest easy. Li Jiuyue suddenly remembered something and pulled out the card Qilong had given him. Oh, mom. Mom, there's 500,000 yuan in this bank card. Please keep it to help with household expenses. Oh, my dear child, how could I possibly accept your money? Zhang Yi protested anxiously. A faint smile touched Li Jiuyue's lips. Mom, just keep it. It's not much, there'll be more in the future. With his current abilities, clearing any rank dungeon would yield loot worth no less than 200,000 yuan. Oh, you child. Zhang Yi gasped, her eyes brimming with heartache. After eating his fill, Li Jiuyue washed the bowls and chopsticks clean, took a shower, and then lay down on the bed in his room. Phew, it's been ages since I felt this relaxed. These past few days had been tense indeed. It was time for a proper break. Tomorrow, he could go look into the location of the black market. The next day, Li Jiuyue rose early. He first headed to the Adventurers Guild to inquire about the black market's exact location. After obtaining the location, he rushed straight to the black market. Before arriving at the black market, he thoroughly researched the conditions there. The black market was chaotic and a melting pot of all kinds of people. Murder and robbery were as common as breathing there. Yet despite the danger, the black market offered rare treasures unavailable elsewhere, including skill books. 2.5 hours later, Li Jiuyue arrived at the black market's entrance. It was a dimly lit alleyway. Despite being daytime, there were no lights around, only 2 men in black standing at the entrance. Halt! Pass, one demanded coldly. Li Jiuyue nodded and produced a black token. He had purchased this token from the Adventurers Guild. Such a credential was mandatory for entering the black market. After taking the token and verifying it, the guard nodded. Enter. You should know the rules of the black market, right? Li Jiuyue gave a cold nod before stepping into the narrow alleyway. Once inside, he pulled on a pitch-black mask. In a place like this, his safety was paramount. Though he wasn't afraid of trouble, it was better to keep a low profile. The black market was brightly lit, a world apart from the outside. Everyone wore masks of every shape and form, vendors, merchants alike. So this is the black market? It's rather interesting. I suppose I'll just wander around a bit. After surveying his surroundings, Li Jiuyue began strolling aimlessly. As he wandered, he paid special attention to the street vendors with their stalls. The items these vendors displayed weren't ordinary goods. Some were loot brought back from dungeons, while others were rare skill books. However, none of these items caught Li Jiuyue's interest, so he merely glanced at them before moving on. After walking for a while, a massive auction house caught his eye. An auction? The items inside must be incredibly valuable. There's bound to be something I need. At the entrance stood 2 heavily armed guards wielding spears. I wish to participate in the auction. What is required? Li Jiuyue asked directly. The guard patiently explained, anyone from the black market can participate in the auction, but bidders are ranked by tier. Ordinary bidders may only bid in the lower tier section, while high-tier bidders gain access to the VIP area on the second floor. Only after spending 50 million credits do you qualify for the VIP section upstairs. Li Jiuyue nodded in understanding as the guard finished his explanation. By the way, is there anywhere around here to make some quick cash? The 2 guards exchanged a glance and pointed toward a nearby location. Over there, the deathmatch arena. Joining the death matches is the fastest way to make money. How much longer until the auction begins? It starts promptly in 3.5 hours. Thanks. Li Jiuyue thanked the 2 men and hurried toward the death arena. He only had 50,000 yuan on him, definitely not enough to participate in the auction. There was still time before the auction began, enough time to make the money he needed. Just as Li Jiuyue departed, 2 women dressed in black and wearing rabbit masks arrived at the auction entrance. One of them seemed to sense something and turned to look at Li Jiuyue in the distance. Miss, what is it? Nothing. It's just that I feel a strangely familiar presence about that man. Should we send someone to investigate? No need. He appears to be alone. No point wasting time on that. Yes, miss. Death Arena. The black market's fastest way to make money, the place with the most gamblers, and also the highest mortality rate. Hello, could you arrange the fastest death match for me? The woman wearing a panda mask swiftly produced a contract. Please sign this death contract. Li Jiuyue briefly scanned the agreement's contents. The agreement stated explicitly that if one died in the arena, the black market would bear no responsibility and offer no monetary compensation whatsoever. After signing the agreement, the panda-masked woman said, "Alright, I'll arrange the fastest deathmatch for you immediately. Every deathmatch has betting odds. You can choose to place wagers. This is your primary way to earn money. We won't use your real name here. Please choose a title." A title? Li Jiuyue pondered briefly before replying indifferently, then, call me. Rakshasa. Chapter 70, Death Arena, the carnage begins. Alright. You may bet on yourself or bet on others. We take a 30% cut of your final winnings. Of course, you may also choose not to bet at all. Upon hearing Panda Head's explanation, Li Jiuyue nodded. Understood. Alright, I'll arrange the fastest deathmatch for you about 5 minutes. Please wait here. With that, the woman took the agreement and turned to leave. 5 minutes later, she returned. Sir? Noticing the woman hesitated before speaking, Li Jiuyue inquired. What is it? Sir, your target for this death has been confirmed. After speaking, the woman handed over the documents. It didn't show a real name, only a code name. The butcher, hailed as the strongest newcomer in the arena, boasted a record of 25 wins in 25 fights undefeated. Reading the information on the file, Li Jiuyue beneath the mask couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What luck! Who'd have thought my first deathmatch would pit me against such a formidable opponent? But it didn't matter. Only this way could he make money fast. Seeing Li Jiuyue remain silent, the girl in the panda mask kindly offered a reminder. Sir, since this is your first time participating in a deathmatch, you have the right to withdraw. But if you choose to withdraw, you must first pay 50,000 yuan. If you don't have the money, you must participate in the deathmatch. That's our rule here. Li Jiuyue, lacking much experience, simply replied in a casual tone, no problem. I don't plan to back out. Very well. The deathmatch will commence in 5 minutes. You may proceed to the betting counter. The woman gestured toward a specific direction. Li Jiuyue gave a faint nod and made his way to the betting counter. The betting counter was already swarming with people. A man wearing a monkey mask was speaking. The betting window is open. The betting window is open. Before opening the betting window, he would display both combatants' information on the panel to facilitate everyone's wagers. Without exception, every bettor placed their wagers on the butcher. As for Li Jiuyue's side, not a single person placed a bet. Rakshasa? Never heard of that name. Clearly a newbie just joining the deathmatch. Exactly. No background info, zero combat record, definitely a rookie. Getting matched against the butcher on his first deathmatch? That kid's got some serious bad luck. Ugh, boring. I was hoping for an exciting deathmatch, but it's just another slaughter. After everyone had left, Li Jiuyue slowly approached the betting counter. He then took out the last 50,000 yuan he had on him and placed it on his own spot. Sir, you bet wrong, didn't you? Exclaimed the monkey mask man. No, because I'm the one entering the deathmatch. With that, he strode casually into the deathmatch arena, leaving the man utterly dumbfounded. Inside the deathmatch arena. The arena was vast, nearly as large as the dueling grounds at Tianqing Academy. Unlike Tianqing Academy's arena, however, the deathmatch arena was surrounded entirely by solid walls and stone platforms, with only 2 stone caves serving as entry and exit points. Those placing bets and nobles who relished watching deadly combat sat upon the stone platforms. They reveled in this feeling of being above one person yet beneath 10,000. As Li Jiuyue stepped into the arena, another figure emerged from the opposite cave entrance, a massively built, naked man with long hair, his entire body covered in blood. The butcher. The butcher's mere entrance electrified the entire arena. The crowd roared his name in unison. The butcher. The butcher. The butcher. Hey, look at that guy, so skinny he probably couldn't even take a single punch from the butcher. Oomph, looks like he's already scared out of his wits. He'll be begging for mercy on his knees in a minute. Looking at the youth before him, not even as tall as himself, frail and scrawny, the butcher crossed his arms over his chest, rolled his eyes in contempt, and let a cold smirk curve his lips. Kid, you're out of luck running into me. Don't worry, even if you choose to surrender, I'll still make sure you die in agony. Bring it on if you think you've got what it takes. Li Jiuyue flicked his finger arrogantly toward his opponent. He too wanted to see just how much skill this man, who had spent years in the death arena, truly possessed. Kid, you're asking for death. The butcher was indeed enraged. He raised his fist, as big as a sandbag, and swung it toward Li Jiuyue. Instead of dodging, Li Jiuyue raised his right fist to meet the blow head-on. Ha 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 ha. Idiot. That kid must be out of his mind to try blocking the butcher's punch head-on. I remember the last guy who tried to block the butcher's punch. His grave mound's over 3 meters tall now. It's over, it's over. This whole thing hasn't even lasted a minute. Everyone unanimously believed this deadly duel had reached its final conclusion. Little did they know that this youth, clad in a pitch-black mask, would soon become a figure feared throughout the entire death arena. On the deathmatch arena, after taking the butcher's punch head-on, Li Jiuyue's expression remained utterly unchanged. But at that moment, the system had already detected all of the butcher's information. Objective, slay the dragon. Gender, male. Occupation, grade A butcher. Talent, blood slaughter god. Each human or beast slain increases 1 point of blood chi and blood value. Higher blood chi amplifies attack power and expands the range of killing intent. Skill 1, a rank, blood blade pierces the void, condenses blood within the body into an extremely sharp blade, dealing 270 points of lethal damage to enemies.
Skill 2, a rank, Blood God Sacrifice. Sacrifice half your blood to gain an attack power amplified 100-fold beyond your normal strength. After striking the target, it will 100% shatter their defenses. Note, using this skill may induce an unconscious berserk state. Skill 3, Blood Coffin Confinement, imprisons enemies within a coffin crafted from blood. The trapped individual continuously loses blood and is unable to unleash any skills. Note, the stronger your blood power, the greater the coffin's defensive capability. Strength, 394. Speed, 311. Defense, 452. Mental power, 31. Is this your ability? It's a bit different from what I imagined. Li Jiuyue murmured under his breath. He had originally planned to plunder this butcher's abilities, only to discover they were all self-mutilating skills utterly useless. Still, they were a great skills after all. Might as well plunder them and convert them into fragments. Just as Li Jiuyue was thinking this, the grim-faced butcher unleashed another punch. Kid, you won't be so lucky this time. Die. With you? You don't have the strength for that. Li Jiuyue didn't even move half a step. He casually raised his right hand and blocked the butcher's fatal strike. Witnessing this, the crowd instantly erupted in shock. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? Chapter 71, you call yourself the butcher? This situation seems terribly wrong. That kid just blocked the butcher's attack that easily? Just luck. The fight's barely started, what's the rush? A masked man who'd bet everything on the butcher remained dead calm. As soon as the betting opened, he'd placed his bets on the butcher. He'd already raked in nearly 3 million. As long as he didn't face one of those battle-hardened killing machines in the arena, the butcher couldn't lose. In the deathmatch arena. After taking the butcher's punch squarely, Li Jiuyue's expression remained utterly unchanged. Pathetic. Kid, you're asking for death. Li Jiuyue's offhand remarks instantly enraged the butcher. Blood blade. Rift of void. With a furious roar, crimson blood surged from his body, swiftly enveloping his arms. In the next instant, 2 crimson blades erupted from the inner sides of his arms. Die. The butcher charged at Li Jiuyue like a madman, the 2 blood blades in his hands thrusting straight for his heart. Crack. Just as the blades were mere inches from Li Jiuyue's heart, he swiftly extended his right hand, seizing the blade with pinpoint precision. Seeing this, the butcher couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Oomph, you're asking for death. Daring to grab my blade with your bare hands? Watch me chop both your hands off. Ignoring the butcher's trash talk, Li Jiuyue sighed inwardly. He had expected this life or death battle to hold some measure of value, yet the butcher who had claimed countless lives in this arena proved to be nothing special. Seems I overestimated you. In that case, don't waste my time. Butcher, what? Before the butcher could react, Li Jiuyue's left hand suddenly clenched with immense force, crushing both blood-stained blades into shards. This can't be possible? Clatter! Witnessing the butcher's blades, which had claimed countless challengers, shattered into pieces, every spectator froze in utter shock. Yet before they could recover from their shock, Li Jiuyue delivered a lightning-fast kick, slamming it into the butcher's abdomen. This kick contained no skill whatsoever, it relied solely on the raw power of his body. Even so, the butcher's body took a brutal hit. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. Wah! He finally came to a halt only after slamming violently into one of the arena walls. Spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, the butcher finally turned his attention to the youth before him. Damn it, I underestimated you, kid. Though he spoke these words outwardly, the butcher was inwardly stunned beyond measure. How could this kid's attacks be so ferocious? Thankfully, I adjusted a shield of blood in front of my chest. Otherwise, no, my blood reserves are depleting too fast. This must end quickly. With that thought, the butcher unleashed his ultimate move. Blood God. Sacrifice. He sacrificed half the blood within his body to gain a 100-fold increase in power. In the next instant, countless streams of blood surged forth from the butcher's body. The potent blood swirled violently in the air, even altering the atmosphere itself, turning it a terrifying crimson. Then, with a furious roar, the blood seemed to answer some primal call, violently enveloping his body. Moments later, armor formed from solidified crimson blood appeared on his body. The armor covered his entire body. Upon closer inspection, blood could still be seen flowing within it, creating an eerily unsettling sight. Boy, you've succeeded in enraging me. I'll tear your body in 2 to sacrifice it to the blood god. The butcher's eyes were bloodshot, and he had entered a frenzied state devoid of reason. In contrast, Li Jiuyue stood there, calm and composed. Boring. In the next instant, the butcher charged forward with a blood-curdling roar. He unleashed a 360-degree barrage of attacks on Li Jiuyue. Having entered his berserk state, his speed reached an extreme limit. To onlookers, he appeared as nothing more than a blurring crimson shadow. Yet, the butcher's formidable assault seemed like child's play before Li Jiuyue. Utterly useless. With the Earth's heart in his possession, his physical strength had reached an absurdly high level. Damn it, like a damn fly. A wave of irritation washed over Li Jiuyue as his right hand shot out, slapping at the phantom before him.
Boom! Yet this casual swipe sent the enraged butcher flying backward.
The immense force not only shattered his berserk state but also reduced his armor to splinters. In that instant, his mind cleared completely, his gaze sharpening.
What? How is this possible? I refuse to believe it.
The butcher roared, unleashing his final trump card.
Blood coffin imprisonment.
The butcher bellowed as blood gushed from his body, instantly forming a massive blood coffin.
As the butcher clasped his hands together, Li Jiuyue was completely sealed within the coffin.
No matter how powerful you are, trapped inside this coffin, you're nothing but a useless shell. The coffin will voraciously drain your blood until you're nothing but a desiccated corpse.
Ha ha ha, you're dead.
The butcher cackled wildly, but before he could finish, a blood-red coffin lid flew past his eyes. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Li Jiuyue slowly emerged from the coffin.
Oh, you've really let me down. How could you possibly be unharmed? Is that all you've got?
Li Jiuyue's voice was cold.
Impossible. You couldn't possibly break my blood coffin.
Seeing his pride and joy so effortlessly dismantled by Li Jiuyue, the butcher was on the verge of collapse. Goosebumps erupted all over his body, as if he'd been struck by a petrification spell, unable to move even an inch.
Let's end this. As Li Jiuyue's words fell, his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. What?
Just as the butcher regained his senses, Li Jiuyue had already appeared behind him without a sound.
Rip!
Li Jiuyue unleashed the claws of the wolf's fangs, piercing the butcher's heart with a single strike. The butcher collapsed to the ground with a thud, dead on the spot. Seeing the butcher fall, the crowd fell deathly silent, their eyes filled with disbelief.
The butcher, just like that? No way. That can't be. I bet my entire fortune on him.
Only when the referee stepped into the arena, inspected the fallen butcher, and announced the outcome of the deadly duel did the tension break.
The death match is over. The victor is Rakshasa. Whoosh.
At that moment, everyone lost their composure.
Damn it, my money. Damn it, I bet hundreds of thousands on that guy, now it's all gone.
Seriously, who the hell is this guy?
Rakshasa? Never heard of him before. Now, it's all gone. Chapter 72, The Grim Reaper of the Duel Arena.
At that moment, countless spectators who had bet on the butcher's victory knelt on the ground. Their entire fortunes had vanished in an instant, all because of a single trembling hand. Ignoring the wails of the crowd outside the arena, Li Jiuyue calmly exited the ring under the referee's guidance. Before exiting, he touched the butcher's body and plundered everything from him.
Plunder successful.
Gained attack plus 121, speed plus 66, defense plus 152, mental strength plus 24. Acquired a rank talent, Blood Slaughter God. Acquired a rank skills, Blood Blade Rips the Void, Blood God Sacrifice, Blood Prison Imprisonment. Upon hearing the system list these acquired skills, Li Jiuyue merely remarked indifferently, convert them all into fragments. Though all a rank, most were self-inflicting abilities unsuitable for him. Moreover, none of them could fuse with his current skills. Keeping them would be a waste, better to exchange them for fragments. After leaving the death arena, Li Jiuyue found a quiet spot and sat down. 3.5 hours had passed, and roughly 20 minutes had elapsed since the battle. He wondered how much he'd won at the betting window. Just then, the woman wearing the panda mask approached.
Sir, you. What is it?
Li Jiuyue asked coldly. Yet even that single, coldly delivered word sent a shiver through the panda-masked woman. She had never encountered anyone who could effortlessly kill a butcher and toy with him like he was nothing.
It's nothing, sir. This is the money you won at the betting counter. We've deducted the fees. Please take a look.
The panda-masked woman respectfully handed over a black card. You placed a 50,000 bet on yourself, while the butcher had 7 million on him.
Holy crap, that much?
Li Jiuyue was stunned. Ripping off such a huge sum on his first try felt pretty damn satisfying. Would you like to check the balance on the card? The panda-headed woman asked, her voice trembling. Li Jiuyue replied indifferently, casually handing the card back.
Absolutely no need. Put every last cent in my account onto my own betting platform.
Oh, and within 5 minutes, please arrange another deathmatch for me.
Yes, ma'am. The panda-headed woman snatched the card and hurried away. Should I keep challenging? This newcomer is terrifying. 3 minutes later, she returned to Li Jiuyue's side.
Sir, everything has been arranged.
You may return to the deathmatch arena. MHM.
Li Jiuyue gave a faint nod before turning and walking toward the deathmatch arena. As for how many people had bet against him in this match, Li Jiuyue couldn't care less. Because no matter who his opponents were, the victor would be none other than himself. He alone would be the victor. In the deathmatch arena. Damn it, why is it that kid again? Damn it, he's entered the second deathmatch. His opponent is... Just then, outside another deathmatch entrance, a middle-aged woman with an incredibly alluring figure and scantily clad attire swayed her graceful form as she strolled leisurely into the arena.
Holy crap, it's that woman. Some newcomers who had just arrived at the arena asked in confusion, wait, who is this woman? She's so beautiful. You're not the only one thinking that. At least 80, maybe even 100 men have died at her hands. Her name is Venomous Thistle. They call her the killer of all men. She's fought over 100 battles, and she's never lost to a male opponent. Holy crap, that's a sure thing. I gotta place my bet fast. In an instant, the crowd on the stands rushed to the betting counters. Without exception, they placed all their money on this woman called Venom. The betting window closed. At the referee's command, the deadly duel resumed. From the very start, Venomous Sting launched an offensive against Li Jiuyue. Ooh, what a handsome young lad. Take off that mask and let your sister have a look. I don't have time to chat with an old hag. Old hag. Li Jiuyue's offhand remark instantly sent Venom's face flushing crimson. She clenched her teeth, her chest heaving as if filled with rage, her entire body radiating displeasure. Since joining the death matches, this was the first time anyone had dared to address her like that. "Ha, little handsome guy sure has a temper, huh? Come on, let Big Sis help you blow off some steam." Beneath the mask, Li Jiuyue wore a blank expression, choosing action over words. "Oh, so eager? Then let your big sister wrap you up." Venomous Sting gave a seductive laugh before pulling a whip covered in barbed spikes from somewhere. With time running short, Li Jiuyue unleashed her full power. 10,000 miles of frozen wastes combined with the blizzard storm. A terrifying aura of frigid cold instantly engulfed the entire death arena. Damn, it's freezing. Just a moment ago it was scorching hot, how did it suddenly get this cold? Holy crap, the entire arena's frozen solid. This can't be that Rakshas is doing, can it? Look, the deathmatch is ending. When the crowd snapped back to attention and looked toward the arena, both members of Poison Sting had already been frozen solid into ice sculptures. With Li Jiuyue's punch, Venom Sting shattered completely, scattering fragments across the ground. Li Jiuyue crouched down, plundering her attributes, talents, and skills. This woman's innate talent was seduction, granting her innate lethal appeal to men. With Venom's death, Li Jiuyue claimed victory in the deathmatch once more. Deathmatch concluded. The victor is Rakshasa. The entire arena fell silent. 90% of the crowd looked ashen-faced, their hearts already dead. Because this time, they had bet wrong again. Then, after a 5-minute break, Panda had arranged Li Jiuyue's next match. This deathmatch ended faster than the previous two in just 5 minutes. As time ticked away, 2.5 hours later, Li Jiuyue had completed 30 deathmatches in the arena. 30 deathmatches, 30 victories, 0 defeats, and 18 of those victories were instant kills. His earnings had skyrocketed from an initial 50,000 to a staggering 36.47 million. In just 2.5 hours, he had become a multi-millionaire. But in this era of universal sacrifice and class advancement, making money wasn't particularly difficult. Especially for high-level professionals, a single quest or dungeon run could easily net millions or even more. Yet after these 30 battles, Li Jiuyue's net worth skyrocketed. The crowd's initial scorn and disdain transformed into fear, astonishment, and finally, their eyes filled with nothing but money. Because if Li Jiuyue emerged victorious from these deadly battles, they stood to gain a fortune. Holy crap, this guy is terrifying, he's practically a demon. Butcher took nearly half a year to achieve a 25-0 win streak. How long did that Rakshasa take? I think, about 2.5 hours. Chapter 73, the auction begins, please support with gold tickets. So terrifying. Where did this kid even come from? Ah, none of that matters. What matters is I bet on him every time and already won 800,000. The man chuckled. Damn it, I'm still deep in debt. After the deathmatch concluded, Li Jiuyue strode swiftly out of the arena, ignoring the clamor from the spectator stands. Time to check, the auction should be starting soon. As soon as he exited the arena, the panda-head lady jogged over, holding a bank card. She respectfully handed him the card. Sir, your payment is already in the card. You may verify it. Li Jiuyue took the card, gave it a cursory glance, then tucked it into his pocket. You wouldn't dare tamper with it, would you? Hearing this, the panda-headed woman broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly replied. Of course not, sir. Good. Li Jiuyue nodded and strode away from the deathmatch arena. After he departed the death arena, another man wearing a panda mask emerged from the darkness. Should we send someone to investigate his identity? The woman shook her head frantically. No, that's far too dangerous. He's far too dangerous. Judging by his voice, he can't be older than 22. Possessing such terrifying strength at such a young age, do you really think he has no backing? The panda-masked man gave a bitter laugh. You're right. Sigh. 30 consecutive victories in just 2.5 hours. Such a terrifying record, it's unlikely anyone will surpass it in years to come. Li Jiuyue, having secured the auction funds, hurried back to the entrance of the auction hall. As a first-time attendee, he lacked access to the second floor. Upon entering, he found a quiet spot and settled in. The auction hall was resplendent with gold and splendor, its space vast and expansive. The chandelier alone hanging at the center of the grand hall likely cost hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions. Meanwhile, in a private box on the second floor of the auction hall, Mu Chanshan Rabbit Head Mask scanned the dense crowd below before fixing her gaze on a corner seat. Oh, he's here too? What is it, miss? Nothing. Miss, are you particularly concerned about the person sitting in the middle of that corner? Mu Qianqian smiled but didn't respond, instead shifting her gaze to another private room. That group's here too. Exactly. I think they're here for that thing too. Young master, they've all shown up as expected. Nothing but a bunch of clowns. Not worth your attention. Han Fu sneered dismissively, wrapping his arms around the two women beside him. With the measly money they have, they don't even deserve to compete with me. As the auction commenced, the doors closed. Immediately afterward, a man wearing a dog head mask stepped onto the central platform. Welcome to the black market auction, ha. I see many familiar faces here. But let me remind you all once more, if anyone tries any shady tricks during the auction, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, the dog-headed man suddenly unleashed an overwhelming aura from within. This sudden display of power instantly silenced the crowd. Those VIPs on the second floor couldn't help but mutter under their breath. This guy, after all this time, still loves to put on airs. Seeing his intimidation had taken effect, the dog-headed man chuckled. I won't waste time on pleasantries. I hereby declare the auction officially open. After speaking, the dog-headed man stepped back and a woman took the stage. She wore a nearly transparent gauze dress, her snow-white, shapely legs faintly visible beneath the sheer fabric. Her slender arms and abdomen were exposed, exuding an undeniable charm. The gazes of countless men in the audience were instantly drawn to her. Newcomers attending the auction for the first time couldn't help but swallow hard. Sitting in the corner, Li Jiuyue could only shake his head helplessly. Sigh, the auction hasn't even started yet, and these people are already getting restless. You may call me Honglian. The woman smiled faintly as she took charge of the proceedings. And now, the first item up for auction. With a wave of Honglian's right hand, the central platform rose high, revealing an exquisitely crafted small box at its center. Opening the box revealed a palm-sized red stone inside. This stone is called the Blazing Flame Stone, extracted from the body of a B-rank beast, the Flame Leopard. It possesses extremely violent flame energy, capable of enhancing the power of skills for fire attribute practitioners. Moreover, it is a crucial ingredient for forging fire attribute weapons. Fire attribute practitioners, don't miss out. Starting bid, 30,000. Each increment must not exceed 2,000. No sooner had Honglian finished speaking than bids began flying from the audience. 30,000. 32,000. Watching the crowd bid relentlessly, Li Jiuyue had no intention of joining in. This first item was relatively common on average, one flamestone could be obtained from every 10 flame leopards. This item wasn't particularly rare, it was merely meant to liven up the opening atmosphere. The real treasures were yet to come. After 3 minutes of bidding, the flamestone finally landed in the hands of an obese man for 48,000. Following the flamestone auction, Honglian retrieved a medium-sized box from the podium. Opening it revealed a massive, irregularly shaped bone inside. Honglian explained, this is known as dragon bone, considered one of the hardest materials. It can be used to craft weapons or armor. Armor crafted from it can even withstand a full power strike from an A-rank professional. More importantly, there's a minuscule chance you might sense dragon-type skills within this dragon bone. Keep in mind, dragon-type skills are incredibly powerful abilities, 1 in 10,000. Starting bid, 40,000. Each bid increment must not exceed 3,000. Hearing this price, the crowd hesitated at first. Still, some willing to gamble on the odds began bidding. 40,000. This price isn't too steep. If you can truly obtain dragon-type skills from the dragon bones, it'd be a steal. Where there's one hopeful, there's bound to be a second, then a third. 46,000. 50,000. Dragon-type skills? Li Jiuyue paused. What no one noticed was that Honglian's earlier statement contained a crucial flaw. She had claimed to sense dragon-type skills emanating from the dragon bones but merely sensed them. Even if they could acquire it, there was no way to extract it. But if dragon-type skills truly exist, they'd be perfect for Honglian. With that thought, Li Jiuyue raised her bid card. 100,000. Chapter 74, Splurging Like Water Money Matters. Seeking gold tickets. 100,000. Initial bidding had hovered between 50,000 and 60,000, but Li Jiuyue's outright bid left the crowd speechless. Holy crap, who is this guy? He just jacked up the price like that. This gentleman has offered 100,000. Any further bids? Honglian inquired. Silence fell over the crowd. After all, the chance of obtaining a dragon-type skill from these dragon bones wasn't guaranteed. Rather than spending money on such uncertain odds, it would be wiser to buy other useful items. The moment this thought crossed their minds, the crowd fell silent. With no further bids, the dragon bone successfully landed in Li Jiuyue's hands. Others might have a 50% chance of sensing it, or even lower, but his chance was 100%. After all, possessing the god-defying talent of infinite plunder was the only way to unlock the dragon bone's full potential and value. After Li Jiuyue secured the second auction item, Honglian presented the third item. This third item was a weapon. After detailing its properties and capabilities, the starting bid was set at a staggering 100,000. Li Jiuyue had no intention of bidding on this weapon. His current equipment served him well enough, and besides, he would soon be able to exchange for weapons from the system store. Bidding on this weapon now would feel like a waste of money. The next few auction items, though extremely valuable, were snapped up by VIPs on the second floor at sky-high prices before Li Jiuyue could even make a bid. Li Jiuyue remained unhurried. The auction was only just entering its truly heated phase. The best items were surely yet to come. Just then, a maid pushed a small cart into the center of the auction hall. It wasn't the maid who drew everyone's attention, but an egg placed right in the center of the cart. The egg itself wasn't enormous, but it emitted a faint, elusive energy. Golden patterns covered its shell, giving it an air of profound mystery. Spotting the egg, Han Fu, who had been lounging with his legs crossed in the VIP section on the second floor, finally sat up straight. Finally something worth looking at. At that moment, Mu Qianqian, seated nearby in the VIP section, also fixed her gaze intently on the egg. This egg seems rather peculiar. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Honglian began explaining the egg's origins. Everyone, this is a spirit beast egg. We were fortunate enough to obtain it from a dungeon. As you can see, it's covered in golden patterns and radiates a mysterious aura. As for how to hatch it, what kind of spirit beast might emerge, or even if it can be hatched at all, we simply don't know. Starting bid, 1 million. Each increment must be no less than 100,000. As soon as Honglian finished speaking, murmurs erupted from the crowd below the stage. Could it hatch? How would it be hatched? And would it even produce a powerful spirit beast? At that moment, one person couldn't hold back and placed a bid. 1.1 million. 1.2 million. 1.5 million. Initially, the increments remained relatively close until someone in the VIP lounge on the second floor spoke up. 3 million. Holy crap, that's Zhang Xiu, the young master of the Zhang family. He set his sights on that spirit beast egg. Then, should we still bid? Some still refused to give up, choosing to bid again. 3.2 million. But the moment that bid was made, Zhang Xiu immediately outbid them. 4 million. At this price, the crowd competing on the first floor stopped bidding. Though they still held some funds, compared to the VIPs on the second floor, their money was utterly insignificant. Moreover, continuing to bid higher might risk offending the Zhang family. The crowd on the first floor lost all desire to compete, but Han Fu couldn't care less. He was intensely interested in that spirit beast egg. 4.5 million. That bastard Han Fu. Zhang Qiu's face darkened as he glared over at the neighboring table. At that moment, Han Fu flashed an intensely provocative expression. This spirit beast egg is a treasure. This young master will have it. 4.7 million. Zhang Qiu frowned. 5 million. Han Fu declared nonchalantly. Seeing Han Fu continue to raise the stakes, Zhang Qiu let out a cold laugh. Ha! 5 million for an egg that won't even hatch? The Han family sure has a lot of spare cash lying around. Mind your own business. I'll pay whatever I want. Han Fu sneered, curling his lip in contempt. Zhang Qiu was speechless. You. Fine, if you insist on being a sucker, it's your problem. With that, Zhang Qiu withdrew from the bidding. He'd only intended to test the waters at auction, hoping to snag the spirit beast egg at a bargain price. If it turned out the spirit beast egg couldn't hatch, wouldn't that money be wasted? He'd be left with nothing but broken teeth to swallow, forced to buy it back and roast it for dinner. Just as Han Fu thought the spirit beast egg was his for the taking, Mu Qianqian made her bid. 5,100,000. Just joining in the fun. 5.3 million. Han Fu's expression darkened. 5.4 million. 5.5 million. When the price hit 5.5 million, Mu Qianqian also dropped out of the bidding. She'd only joined in for the fun of it, never truly wanting the spirit beast egg, though it was a nice bonus to mess with Han Fu's head. Oomph. In the end, this spirit beast egg still falls into my hands. Announce it already. Just as Honglian was about to announce the winner, Li Jiuyue in the corner raised his paddle. 5.7 million. Whoa! Someone's still bidding. Seeing the bidding continue, everyone immediately turned their gaze toward the corner seat on the first floor. Holy crap, that guy's actually bidding against Han Fu? He must be out of his mind. Who the hell is Han Fu? Someone asked, completely baffled. Seriously? You don't even know Han Fu? He's one of the wealthiest families in the entire city of Zhangcheng. Rumor has it their money is stacked like mountains. His dad is a heavyweight figure in the whole country of Xia. Let me tell you. Even the emperor knows his dad. Whoa, that powerful? That kid actually dared to challenge Han Fu? He's got some guts. However, what the crowd didn't know was that Li Jiuyue didn't recognize Han Fu at that moment, nor did he know his identity. He simply wanted that spirit beast egg. This spirit beast egg is no ordinary item. I'll bid whatever it takes to secure it. With his discerning eye, he could see the peculiar patterns surrounding the egg. It was clearly no ordinary object. Han Fu clapped his hands with a faint, mocking smile. Very well, very well. This is rather interesting, daring to pit wealth against my Han family. 6 million.
Seeing Hanfu still intent on competing, Li Jiuyue wasted no time, immediately driving the price higher.
10 million. Chapter 75, Golden Egg Secured Seeking Gold Tickets. 10 million. When Li Jiuyue announced this figure, the crowd erupted in gasps. Holy crap, is this guy out of his mind?
10 million for a single egg.
He's absolutely insane. 10 million for an egg that might not even hatch. He's either mentally ill or has a gold mine at home. The kicker is, this guy actually dares to go head to head with Hanfu.
Ignoring the chaotic murmurs, Li Jiuyue merely glanced up indifferently at Hanfu in the second-floor private box. Hanfu's right fist clenched tightly, his face twisted in fury. He'd intended to secure the golden egg for 7 million, but this guy had just raised the bid to 10 million.
Damn it! This kid's crazier than me spending 10 million on an egg that can't even hatch. Young master, should we investigate this individual? The masked butler approached and whispered the question.
Hanfu's face darkened, and he ultimately withdrew from the bidding.
Forget it. It's just a worthless egg. Even though his family was wealthy, he wasn't about to throw money away like that. Spending 10 million on a worthless egg? That's just asking to be laughed at.
Besides, the real heavyweight treasures hadn't even come up for auction yet. If he spent too much on this worthless egg, others would snatch up the later items.
With no further bids, the egg was successfully auctioned off to Li Jiuyue. With no further bids, this item goes to this gentleman.
Hong Lian announced with a smile, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. Anyone daring to openly bid against Hanfu like that must have some serious connections. At that moment, a maid on stage hurried over to Li Jiuyue.
Sir. Li Jiuyue handed over the black card in his hand. Understood. The attendant took the black card and returned to the backstage area. 5 minutes later, she returned the card to Li Jiuyue.
Sir, the funds for your auction have been deducted.
You may collect your items after the auction concludes. MHM. Li Jiuyue nodded indifferently.
After purchasing the dragon bone and golden egg, he still had 26.37 million left in his account.
Spending 10 million on a single egg?
He didn't feel it was a loss at all. Never mind how many hours it took to earn this money, what mattered most was this egg.
He had a strong premonition that this egg would hatch, and whatever emerged would be extraordinary.
After several more items were auctioned off, the event entered a 10-minute break. During the break, Mu Qianqian whispered something to the girl beside her.
Yes, miss.
Immediately afterward, the girl made her way directly to Li Jiuyue's side. Sir, my mistress wishes to befriend you.
Would you do us the honor? Your young lady is?
Li Jiuyue inquired, puzzled.
Mu Qianqian, the girl declared proudly. Hearing that name, Li Jiuyue felt utterly baffled.
He had been at Tianqing Academy all this time and hadn't learned about the powerful factions within Jiangcheng. This Mu Qianqian must belong to one of those powerful factions.
But why would she come looking for me? Could it be she's interested in the egg I have? Sorry, I'm used to being alone. I don't like making friends. The girl seemed to have read Li Jiuyue's thoughts and hurriedly explained. Sir, you've misunderstood. We mean you no harm.
My young mistress simply felt a familiar aura about you and assumed you were an old acquaintance.
Upon hearing the girl's explanation, Li Jiuyue replied indifferently. Never mind. Lead the way.
He'd already crossed paths with Hanfu during the scramble for the golden egg. Adding Mu Qianqian to that list now would be the last thing he needed.
Certainly, sir. Please follow me. The woman brightened and promptly led Li Jiuyue to a private room on the second floor. Once inside the private room, Li Jiuyue cut straight to the point. We don't seem to know each other, do we? Mu Qianqian was equally forthright, of course. I just wanted to know. Is your profession water attribute? Li Jiuyue froze upon hearing this. If Mu Qianqian was a water attribute practitioner, then everything suddenly made sense. After all, he now possessed the power of the sea god to other water attribute practitioners. He was practically a king. What does that have to do with you calling me upstairs? Faced with Li Jiuyue's firm stance, Mu Qianqian didn't get angry. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. If you are a water attribute practitioner, could we speak privately after this auction concludes?
Li Jiuyue hesitated at Mu Qianqian's friendly invitation.
The Mu family, huh? Seems I'll need to spend more time understanding the major factions in Jiangcheng. If I have time. Alright, I'll wait for you after the auction. Mu Qianqian nodded. Then she gestured toward the empty single sofa nearby. If you don't mind, take a seat here.
The view from here is fantastic, something most people never get to enjoy.
Thanks. Li Jiuyue nodded without refusal.
After all, the view here was indeed excellent, and being able to see the auction items at a glance was something the first floor couldn't compare to. At that moment, the girl beside her leaned in and whispered a question.
Miss, if he's not the one, do you think we might? As long as there's a shred of hope, I can't give up. I hope my intuition is right. Yes, miss.
The 10-minute break ended, and soon it was time for the second half of the auction.
Every item in the second half was a heavyweight. Hong Lian stepped onto the auction stage, holding an exquisitely crafted box. Opening it revealed a book radiating a white glow. It's finally here. Han Fu and the others immediately sat up straight, their eyes fixed intently on the object within the box. At that moment, Hong Lian began introducing the auction item. This is a skill book titled Eye of the Apocalypse. Based on our initial appraisal, the grade of this skill book is S-Rank. Whoosh! The mention of S-Rank sent the auction hall into an uproar. Newcomers attending their first auction were already jumping up and down with excitement. Holy crap, I never thought the black market auction would even have something like this in S-grade skill book. Only the newcomers were excited. The seasoned auction-goers crossed their arms, having completely given up on this auction. We'll just watch the spectacle. No chance of getting in on this one. True. An S-rank skill book? Who knows what astronomical price it'll fetch? I recall the last S-rank skill book auctioned on the black market went for 66 million. Who knows how high it'll go this time? Chapter 76, the skill book worth millions. Please support with gold tickets. Whatever, let the big shots fight it out. We're just here to watch and enjoy the show. True. And just like that, even before Hong Lian had revealed the price of the S-rank skill book, they had completely lost any desire to bid. Once the hall gradually quieted down, Hong Lian began detailing the functions and capabilities of this S-rank skill book. This skill book is called the Eye of Apocalypse. It's an attribute-less skill. No attributes? The crowd gasped in shock. Even Li Jiuyue in the VIP lounge on the second floor was startled. It was the first time he'd ever heard of an attribute-less skill. Attribute-less? While everyone was still reeling from the shock, Hong Lian began explaining the unique properties of this skill book. An attribute-less skill book means it doesn't belong to any specific element. In other words, any class can fuse it without suffering backlash. Players of the same element can only learn skills corresponding to their class's element. Water attribute practitioners can only learn water attribute skills. Attempting to learn fire attribute skills would cause their bodies to suffer backlash, potentially crippling them in severe cases. But an attribute-less skill book removes that limitation entirely. Any practitioner can learn and use them. Moreover, such skills are S-rank. Their value speaks for itself. Consider this, across the entire Xia Kingdom, there are likely fewer than 3 attribute-free S-rank skill books in existence. If this skill book were circulating outside the black market instead of being auctioned there, it would undoubtedly draw over half of Xia Nation's elite fighters into a fierce scramble. Even powerhouses from other nations would come to join the fray. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Hong Lian continued. As for the skill of the Eye of Revelation, it grants the ability to peer into all information about a target. Neither beasts nor humans can escape the gaze of the Eye of Revelation. Additionally, it possesses the ability to briefly foresee the future. These few simple sentences instantly sent the entire crowd into an uproar. Especially among those in the VIP section on the second floor, composure vanished instantly. So this is an S-rank skill? It's truly formidable. Han Fu was so excited he slapped his thigh, sending several black cards tumbling out of his pocket onto the floor. Ha 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 ha. I'm getting that skill book no matter what. Who the hell dares to compete with me? Even Mu Chanxian, hidden beneath her mask, began to feel a surge of anticipation. This skill book, I absolutely must get my hands on it. A skill that could probe a target's information would prove decisive in any battle, and moreover. Upon hearing the description of the Apocalypse Eye skill, Li Jiuyue's face twitched involuntarily, nearly causing his mask to slip off. S-rank skills were truly absurd, but the effect of this Apocalypse Eye skill is identical to the passive ability in my own system. Whenever encountering a target or a beast, the system instantly provides its information. Let's see how many tens of thousands this skill book can fetch at auction. Hong Lian smiled and said, for this auction, no bidding wars allowed. The auction will only conclude when no further bids are placed. At that moment, an auctioneer from the audience raised a question. But what if someone buys this skill book only to discover it's already been learned by someone else? What then? Hong Lian patiently explained, rest assured on this point. The black market auction guarantees that this skill book shows no signs of use whatsoever. Even across the entire Xia Nation, this is the sole copy in existence. No duplicate skill books will ever appear. This is the sole S-grade attribute-less skill book in existence. The man nodded. I see. My apologies for the concern. What is the starting bid for this skill book? Hong Lian slowly held up one finger and smiled as she said, for this skill book, the starting bid is 10 million, with each bid increment no less than 5 million. Hearing this price, the eager crowd below the stage instantly wilted like limp eggplants. See? I told you this was way out of our league. 10 million? And that's just the starting bid? I only have 3 million on me. We'll just watch the show and see who ends up with this skill book. A man wearing a dog head mask in the audience refused to give up. Gritting his teeth, he raised his bid card. 11 million. But the moment his bid was called out, it was instantly surpassed by someone in the VIP section on the second floor. 15 million. Jiang Qiu curled his lips and slowly raised his paddle. 30 million. If you're going to bid, bid higher. Stop dithering.
Han Fu immediately signaled to his butler beside him.
The steward nodded and called out a price. 50 million. With assets like yours, you dare compete with this young master? Damn, that's Han young master for you, throwing around $500 million like it's nothing. Looks like that skill book is going to him. It's not certain yet. Haven't you noticed the other bidders haven't made their moves? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Mu Qianshan raised her paddle. 60 million. At that moment, intense bidding erupted among the other VIPs. 65 million. 70 million. Before long, the bidding for the skill book had soared to 70 million. This was an astronomical figure. Hearing the price, Mu Qianshan clenched her lips in frustration. I never imagined the competition for this skill book would be this fierce. I miscalculated. Having already auctioned off some items earlier, she didn't have much money left. This 70 million price tag was far beyond what she could afford. Miss, should we call the head of the family? No, no need. Mu Qianshan hastily waved her hand. Suddenly struck by an idea, she turned to Li Jiuyue beside her. Aren't you planning to bid on this skill book? Li Jiuyue shook his head. I have no interest in this skill book. With the system's detection capabilities now at his disposal, he had no need for the Eye of Heavenly Revelation. Besides, he couldn't afford the astronomical price of 70 million anyway. What, is your budget insufficient? Mu Qianshan nodded awkwardly. The funds she currently held were indeed insufficient to bid for this skill book. Yes. This skill book is incredibly important to me. I absolutely must have it. Li Jiuyue said, borrowing money is fine, but you must sign an IOU. Otherwise, forget it. Of course, absolutely. Mu Qianshan exclaimed, overjoyed. Li Jiuyue didn't hesitate, casually pulling out a black card. There's roughly 26 million on this card. Is that enough? More than enough, thank you. Xiaoyu, draw up an IOU for this gentleman now. All right. Xiaoyu nodded eagerly, hurried downstairs to fetch paper and pen, and wrote Li Jiuyue an IOU. With the financial backing secured, Mu Qianshan placed another bid. This time, her bid directly surpassed the arrogant Han Fu in the neighboring private room. 75 million. This skill book is mine now, you guys are all broke, ha ha ha. Mu Qianshan raised her paddle, 80 million. Chapter 77, the auction concludes, please support with gold tickets. 80 million. Seeing Mu Qianshan bid 80 million, everyone present was stunned. Holy crap, she's actually bidding higher? 80 million? Ha, rich people's lives are beyond our comprehension. I get excited over winning a few $100,000 at auction, but she just casually spends my entire lifetime savings. Man, the gap between people. Seeing Mu Qianshan continue to raise the stakes, Zhang Qiu's jaw twitched with fury. He slammed his fist on the table and withdrew from the bidding entirely. Damn it, 80 million? That woman is absolutely insane. Han Fu was even more furious, pounding the table with his right fist. His raging expression startled the two women beside him. Damn it, she's still bidding? Didn't she just say she had no money? Could it be? Han Fu's eyes darted toward Li Jiuyue in Mu Qianshan's private room. Damn it, so that bastard really did loan her money. I knew it, how else could she suddenly raise the price to 80 million? Young master, what should we? Han Fu's face darkened considerably, and a faint sense of retreat began to stir within him. Honestly, 80 million yuan was already beyond his budget. If they kept bidding up, it would be close to 100 million. Even though his family was wealthy, they couldn't afford to splurge like this. 100 million for a skill book with no attributes. That's 100 million yuan. Han Fu pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth fiercely and stomped the token underfoot into a pulpy mess. Forget it. Find out who that brat is. He dares to cross me? If I don't make sure he's dead, I'll change my surname. Yes, young master. The butler nodded and immediately gave orders to his men nearby. 5 minutes later, no one else bid. Mu Qianshan felt a surge of secret delight. It's mine. Seeing no further bids, Honglian announced the auction's outcome. As no further bids were placed, this attribute-less skill book, Eye of the Apocalypse, is awarded to this young lady. Honglian's announcement finally put Mu Qianshan's mind at ease. Finally mine. Congratulations, miss. Mu Qianshan expressed her gratitude to Li Jiuyue with delight. Thank you. He merely waved his hand dismissively. No need to thank me. Just glad you got what you wanted. Mu Qianshan nodded, her curiosity about the man's identity growing. He showed no interest in the S-rank skill book, yet he'd just spent a fortune bidding on that egg. Could it be that the egg held even greater value than this skill book? A flicker of doubt stirred within Mu Qianshan. The auction wasn't over yet, so she didn't dwell on it. However, Mu Qianshan had nearly exhausted her funds, so she refrained from bidding on the subsequent items. Of the next 5 auction items, 4 fell into Han Fu's hands. After the final bid, he made an extremely provocative gesture toward Mu Qianshan. But she simply ignored it. With the 5 items sold, the black market auction gradually drew to a close. Ladies and gentlemen, all items for this auction have now been sold. Thank you all for participating in today's bidding.
Bidders who participated in this auction, please follow me to the back to collect your items.
After Honglian finished speaking, the crowd on the first floor began to move orderly toward the auction tables. After collecting their purchased items, they departed one after another. On the surface, everything seemed ordinary as they exited the auction hall. But in reality,
these individuals had concealed themselves outside.
They knew full well that the real bloodbath would begin only after the auction concluded.
The black market auctions rules prohibited violence inside the venue, but they made no mention of it being forbidden outside.
Mu Qianqian soon arrived at the backstage area. Honglian then brought out each item she had acquired at the auction. Miss, here is your skill book. Please inspect it.
Mu Qianqian took the skill book, examined it, and only accepted it after confirming it was correct before leaving.
I'll wait for you outside the black market.
Li Jiuyue nodded and made her way to the auction house's backstage area.
Sir, here are the 2 items you purchased at auction. Please inspect them.
Li Jiuyue promptly stowed away the dragon bone and carefully examined the golden egg.
Sure enough, the moment he brought it close, he could sense an incredibly powerful aura emanating from within. This egg is truly extraordinary. After securing the golden egg, Li Jiuyue departed the auction hall. However, just as he entered the backstage area, Han Fu had already spotted Mu Qianqian and the others outside. Young master, I've brought the person. Jiang Qiu, how about we make a deal? Speak. Jiang Qiu's lips twitched. You and I team up to take out Mu Qianqian.
The skill book in her possession is mine, and all the other auction items she won are yours. Hearing this, Jiang Qiu instinctively glanced around.
You're out of your mind. If Mu Qianqian dies here, her father. Relax. Her dad's barely hanging on. He won't have time to fuss over this nonsense. Han Fu grinned. Just tell me, are you in or not? But, is this information even reliable? Jiang Qiu hesitated. Of course it is.
Once we're out of this black market, just ask around and you'll find out.
All right. Fine. I'll trust you this once.
Jiang Qiu gritted his teeth, a glint of greed rising in his eyes.
At the end of the day, it was the auction items in Mu Qianqian's possession that held immense appeal for him. Fine, stop stalling. Let's move.
With that, Han Fu led his men in a charge toward Mu Qianqian. Jiang Qiu followed closely behind, leading his own group to flank her from another direction.
Miss. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in terror as she instinctively stepped back. Mu Qianqian's brows furrowed deeply. These bastards. Hurry up and leave. Someone will meet us outside the black market. But what about that gentleman? Ah, there's no choice. We'll explain it to him later. Hurry up. Mu Qianqian dared not hesitate further. Grabbing Xiao Yu's hand, she dashed toward the black market's exit. Think you can just walk out? Do you really think you can escape?
Han Fu sneered coldly, immediately directing a squad to encircle them. They had been lying in wait outside the black market. At Han Fu's command, they would act without hesitation.
Miss, they're catching up. Xiao Yu cried in panic.
Just as Mu Qianqian was about to act, Jiang Qiu suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path.
This way is blocked. Jiang Qiu, you too? Why are you getting involved? Mu Qianqian snapped angrily.
If you hand over everything you bought at the auction, I might consider letting you off, Jiang Qiu said mockingly.
You know that's absolutely impossible. In that case, there's nothing left to discuss.
I'll have no choice but to crush the flower with my own hands.
The two had known each other before, and Jiang Qiu was well aware of the peerless beauty concealed beneath that mask. Well, compared to Mu Qianqian's beauty, he was far more interested in the treasures she carried. Miss, what should we do? We have no choice but to fight. Meanwhile, Li Jiuyue had just stepped out of the auction hall. After scanning the area, he couldn't spot Mu Qianqian anywhere. Ha? Where is she? Chapter 78, you're dead, what about my money? Seeking gold tickets. She said she'd wait for me here? Li Jiuyue shook his head with a wry smile. She didn't seem like the type to skip out on a bill. Besides, the IOU was written in black and white. She couldn't run away even if she wanted to. Could it be she ran into some unsolvable trouble? As this thought crossed his mind, Li Jiuyue closed his eyes tightly and began to channel the water energy within his body. If she were a water energy practitioner, I would sense it. If not, then this situation might be troublesome. Fortunately, the situation wasn't as dire as imagined. After expanding the range of her water energy, she quickly detected an extremely faint energy fluctuation in the distance. That must be it. After pinpointing the location, Li Jiuyue sped toward it at full speed. Don't you dare die. If you die, who am I supposed to get my money back from? At that moment, under the fierce assault of the crowd, even the powerful Mu Qianqian was momentarily overwhelmed and gradually losing ground. Xiao Yu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, already prepared to die. In her heart, Mu Qianqian's life mattered more than anything else. No matter what, she had to get her out of the black market alive. Miss, I'll cast a barrier to trap them here. You must escape immediately. No, Xiao Yu, you can't do this. Mu Qianqian shook her head fiercely. After casting the barrier, Xiaoyu would surely die. Miss, there's no other way. Knowing you, miss, has been the happiest thing in my life. Xiaoyu wrenched her right hand free from Mu Qianqian's grasp, then pressed her palms together, focusing her mind. Hanfu, what's that woman doing? Something feels off. Zhang Qiu narrowed his eyes, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. That posture, she's attempting to cast a barrier. Hanfu, with his extensive experience, instantly recognized that Xiaoyu was casting a forbidden barrier at the cost of her own life. If it were an instant barrier, I might still be wary. But as long as there's a casting animation, it's a useless skill in my book. Hanfu sneered coldly, focusing his energy before swinging his right hand with force. Suddenly, Xiaoyu, who had been concentrating on releasing the barrier, was lifted off the ground and suspended midair. Before she could react, her body slammed heavily onto the ground. Wah! Xiaoyu's defenses were already fragile. The brutal impact overwhelmed her body, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiaoyu! Hanfu, you've gone too far. Mu Qianqian immediately lashed out in fury, her left hand forming a bow of water energy and her right hand an arrow of water energy in one fluid motion. Young master, be careful. The butler nearby saw this and instantly darted forward to shield Hanfu. Boom! Mu Qianqian's attack was devastatingly powerful, sending Hanfu's butler flying 10 meters back with a single strike. Yet it was merely a repulsion. Achieving a fatal strike in one blow remained unlikely. Seizing the moment Mu Qian unleashed her skill, Zhang Qiu launched his counterattack. His right hand dropped toward the ground, and immediately, a massive stone hand shot up from beneath Mu Qianqian's feet, pinning her to the spot. Damn it, I can't move. Don't even think about breaking free. I've already inscribed binding talismans on it. You might have had a chance at full strength, but now you're spent. There's no chance. Hand over everything you have, and you'll leave the black market alive today. Zhang Qiu still harbored some apprehension toward Mu Qianqian's family. Therefore, he only wanted the treasures on Mu Qianqian's person, not her life. But Hanfu saw things differently. Enough talk, Zhang Qiu. Her possessions will be ours either way. Stop wasting time, just do it. With that, energy rapidly gathered at Hanfu's fingertips, as if he were about to unleash some devastating attack. Mu Qianqian, already at her last breath, refused to surrender. She drew a deep breath as a blue mark rapidly flickered on her forehead. I have no choice. I must use that technique. Just as Mu Qianqian prepared for her final desperate stand and Hanfu readied his killing move, a figure as swift as lightning suddenly appeared before them. Hey, wait. Her life can't be spared here. Phew, thank goodness I made it in time. Why does it always have to be so close? Seeing Li Jiuyue suddenly appear, Hanfu's face instantly darkened to the color of a burnt pot bottom. It's you! Damn it, I was just wondering where to find you. Turns out you came right to me. Perfect. Let's settle the auction house score once and for all. As Hanfu spat out his threats, Li Jiuyue chose to ignore him entirely, striding swiftly toward Mu Qianqian. When he saw the stone hand at Mu Qianqian's feet, he merely waved his right hand lightly. The stone hand dissolved into thin air. What? Zhang Qiu exclaimed in shock. Ignoring Zhang Qiu's astonishment, Li Jiuyue quickly scanned Mu Qianqian's injuries. Thankfully, her injuries weren't severe. She shouldn't die. You can't die. If you die here, what about my money? Hearing this, Mu Qianqian's previously tense mood inexplicably eased a little. How did you find this place? We'll discuss that later. You're injured, no need to fight. Li Jiuyue said indifferently. He certainly didn't want Mu Qianqian to be found vulnerable and killed by these people here. If that happened, wouldn't his trip have been for nothing? In his eyes now, Mu Qianqian equaled money. But, take care of her. She's injured. Li Jiuyue's voice was firm, brooking no argument. Oh, and for stepping in this time, you'll have to pay extra. Alright. Mu Qianqian was suddenly thrown off balance by this demand. Seeing the two chatting casually in front of him, Hanfu gritted his teeth so hard they ground together. He wanted to tear Li Jiuyue apart right then and there. Damn it! Do you think we're just here for decoration? How dare you start chatting? Zhang Qiu, Mu Qianqian's yours. This kid's mine. Damn it, I'll break every bone in his body. Got it. Zhang Qiu responded with a nod, ready to pounce, but just then, Li Jiuyue's entire form began to blur and fade. The next instant, an identical figure materialized beside him. What? Is this a clone? Coinciding with the full moon in the black market, Li Jiuyue activated Dark Night Twin. Moreover, in the darkness, all attributes increased by 40%, and he could form a dark defense absorbing 3,000 points of damage. The guy behind us is yours. Got this? Li Jiuyue addressed the other Li Jiuyue. Li Jiuyue nodded. I'll finish this fight as quickly as possible. With that, his figure vanished like lightning, streaking straight toward Zhang Qiu. Li Jiuyue grinned, flipping off Hanfu. Alright, then this one's mine. Chapter 79, The Ruthless Hanfu. Seeing Li Jiuyue actually use the clone skill, Mu Qianqian's eyes widened in shock. A clone? Had Li Jiuyue not spoken just now, she would never have been able to tell which was the clone and which was the real body, given her own abilities. He's a water attribute practitioner, right? Why can he release a clone? And why couldn't I sense even a trace of water energy from his clone? At this moment, Mu Qianqian's curiosity about Li Jiuyue's true identity grew even stronger. Not only was Mu Qianqian startled, but even Han Fu and the others paled. However, Han Fu quickly regained his composure and sneered. Ha ha ha. You think a mere clone skill can save her life? What good is a clone alone? Facing Han Fu's verbal barrage, Li Jiuyue merely waved at him calmly, making an extremely provocative gesture. Go ahead, try me? Damn it, like I'm scared of you. Han Fu was indeed provoked. He swung his right hand, gathering a powerful force in his palm, then charged straight at Li Jiuyue. At that moment, the system displayed Han Fu's information prompt. After a quick glance at Han Fu's talents and skills, Li Jiuyue was slightly taken aback. The ability to control and alter the gravity of objects. This ability is rather interesting. I could certainly appropriate it. Li Jiuyue thought to himself as he casually parried Han Fu's attack. With the Earth Heart in his possession, his defensive and offensive capabilities had reached a terrifying level. Now, even a seasoned S-rank powerhouse would be a worthy opponent for him, let alone an A-rank like Han Fu. Their fists collided. At the very moment of contact, Han Fu felt immense pressure. Empowered by his unique abilities, he feared no one. Even against professionals renowned for their overwhelming strength, he could hold his own in direct confrontation. But now, he felt a sudden numbness in his right arm, unable to muster strength as his power was suppressed. This bastard. Han Fu cursed under his breath, immediately activating his skill. Gravity. Reverse. In the next instant, all gravity around Li Jiuyue vanished. His entire body instantly lifted off the ground, half suspended in midair. Damn it, let's see how you defend now. Han Fu sneered coldly, channeling all his power into his fists. He leapt high into the air, aiming a crushing blow straight for Li Jiuyue's head. Li Jiuyue didn't hesitate either, immediately activating his defensive skill. Rock barrier. Crack. Earth energy surged, tearing a massive fissure in the ground. Instantly, Li Jiuyue manipulated a colossal boulder to rise and shield his head. Thud. Han Fu's strike slammed heavily into the rock, its terrifying force instantly shattering it into pieces. Perhaps due to the surrounding gravity, the scattered fragments did not fall to the ground but instead hovered in midair. As Han Fu prepared to launch another assault, Li Jiuyue swiftly counterattacked. He summoned another massive boulder beneath his feet, using it as a platform for his counterattack. He then unleashed his S-rank skill, Rock Fist. Rock Fist harnessed the surrounding rocks to encase his fists, greatly enhancing his combat prowess in close-range attacks. Taking advantage of the fact that the boulders Han Fu had shattered were floating in the air, Li Jiuyue allowed the fragments to adhere to his fists. Seeing Li Jiuyue launch his lightning-fast counterattack, Han Fu swept his hands, summoning a powerful energy barrier that formed an ethereal gravitational shield before him. Gravity. Barrier. Boom. Li Jiuyue's attack slammed squarely into the gravity barrier before him. Oh, this defensive barrier is quite something. After the barrier halted Li Jiuyue's assault, Han Fu pressed his palms together, his lips still murmuring incantations. Judging by the look on his face, it seemed he was about to unleash some kind of ultimate move. As the space behind Han Fu suddenly began to warp eerily, Mu Qianqian's expression darkened instantly recalling some dreadful memories. No! Han Fu was about to unleash that move. I have to stop him immediately, or else. With that thought, Mu Qianqian immediately summoned her strength despite her injuries and activated her skill. As she did so, a blue mark rapidly flickered across her forehead. Deep Sea Vortex. Mu Qianqian channeled all her water elemental energy into her palms, then slammed them forcefully into the ground. In that instant, countless waves of water energy engulfed Han Fu, completely submerging the ground beneath his feet. But it didn't stop there. The rushing water spun violently, forming a colossal vortex. Its reach was immense. Even if Han Fu gave his all to flee, he couldn't escape its grasp. Though devastatingly powerful, this skill was incredibly cumbersome to unleash. It drained the caster's water energy drop by drop, even putting their life at risk. At that moment, Zhang Qiu, locked in combat with Li Jiuyue's clone, witnessed the scene and couldn't help but let out a string of curses. Damn it, what the hell is Han Fu doing? His expression darkened considerably when he spotted the massive whirlpool churning beneath Han Fu's feet. Damn it, I told you Mu Qianqian was trouble, but you wouldn't listen. Had he been caught in that vortex now, death would be certain, no chance of survival. Zhang Qiu, already contemplating retreat, executed a clumsy attack and was kicked to the ground by Li Jiuyue's clone. Damn it! Even a mere clone is this tough to handle. Who the hell is this kid? Young master, be careful. The butler shrieked, charging into the vortex without a thought for his own safety. Yet Han Fu, trapped within the deadly vortex, showed no sign of panic. I said it, none of you are leaving today. You'll all die here. Old Lu, you followed me all these years. It's time for you to prove your worth. Old Lu stood beside him, utterly bewildered.
Suddenly, Han Fu swept his right hand through the air, and old Lu found himself suspended mid-air.
Then, he made a move that stunned everyone present.
Han Fu manipulated Lao Lu's body, flinging him violently into the very center of the vortex.
Young master!
Old Lu screamed in terror, but Han Fu paid him no mind. Instead, he leaped high into the air and planted his foot squarely on old Lu's back. Using Lu's body as a springboard, he launched himself into the air and instantly deployed a gravity shield beneath his feet.
What? Mu Qianqian gasped in shock. She never imagined Han Fu would sacrifice his personal butler's life to counter her technique. Han Fu, you're not human. Young master.
Old Lu's eyes were filled with disbelief as he struggled desperately to break free from the vortex, but it was all in vain. A second later, he was completely swallowed by the vortex and vanished. And beneath the vortex, even Mu Qianqian herself had no idea where she was. Watching old Lu gradually vanish, Han Fu's gaze grew cold enough to send shivers down one's spine. Just a good-for-nothing freeloader waiting to die. So be it. As long as we get what's in your hands, his death is worth it. Enough. This ends now. Die. Chapter 80, The Phantom of the Sea God vs the Gravitational Black Hole. Han Fu, you. Mu Qianqian spat out a mouthful of blood in fury, her body drained of all strength. The deep water vortex had already drained every ounce of her water energy. Even if she fought with her bare fists now, it would be futile. Because. Her eyes widened in horror as she stared at the fully formed gravitational vortex behind Han Fu. The space behind Han Fu was now completely distorted, its very color altered. No, rather than a massive vortex, it resembled a miniature black hole in operation. Oh no, this is bad. Mu Qianqian bit her lip hard. She wanted to give it her all to stop it, but her body was so weak she couldn't even stand up. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu had fallen unconscious from her severe injuries. The situation had reached its worst possible point. Then, a sharp cracking sound snapped Mu Qianqian out of her despair. The gravity effect lifted, and Li Jiuyue regained control of her body, landing on the ground. He looked up at Han Fu, suspended in midair, and particularly at the small black hole expanding behind him. He couldn't help but frown. A finishing move? Han Fu surveyed the two figures beneath him, his eyes brimming with murderous intent and cold indifference. In his eyes, Li Jiuyue and Mu Qianqian were already corpses. Kid, this is what you get for sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Even if you hand over everything you have right now, you're still going to die. With that, Han Fu swung his right hand violently. The black hole behind him suddenly erupted with an immense suction force. Whoosh! The suction was exceptionally powerful, affecting everything within its vicinity. Rocks scattered on the ground from earlier battles were instantly sucked in, followed by the sound of objects being crushed. Li Jiuyue's body was also caught in the powerful pull. Her feet lifted involuntarily off the ground, drawing her inch by inch toward the black hole. Meanwhile, the gravely wounded Mu Qianqian and the unconscious Xiaoyu beside him offered no resistance whatsoever, their entire bodies being dragged along. At that moment, Zhang Qiu was utterly overwhelmed by Li Jiuyue's clone. Seeing the black hole unleashed by Han Fu, he cursed inwardly. Han Fu, you're out of your mind. You're targeting me too? Zhang Qiu, what's wrong with you? You can't even handle that useless guy's clone? Han Fu snapped, clearly annoyed. Zhang Qiu spat out a mouthful of blood, resentment rising within him. Damn it, stop shooting your mouth off. That kid's weird as hell, he keeps pulling new tricks out of nowhere. Forget it. With your strength, just holding off his clone is help enough. Han Fu waved his hand dismissively, clearly annoyed. Anyway, the black hole is already expanding. Even if this guy has incredible abilities, he can't break my technique now. Quick, get out of here. It's a black hole, if you get sucked in, you're done for. Mu Qianqian shouted urgently. Her hands pressed desperately against the ground, trying to slow the black hole's pull. But with Xiaoyu still by her side, escape was impossible. Being swallowed whole was only a matter of time. At that critical moment, Li Jiuyue summoned energy from the water space, forming a sphere of water energy that enveloped both of them. This is... Sure enough, protected by the water energy sphere, the two were no longer affected by the black hole. What astonished Mu Qianqian even more was that the water energy within her body was slowly recovering. Feeling the terrifying pull emanating from the black hole, Li Jiuyue held nothing back. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. With that, Li Jiuyue drew the trident of Poseidon. He planted the trident before him. At that moment, a colossal spectral figure materialized behind him, radiating the awe-inspiring presence of a deity. The terrifying pressure it emitted caused everyone's faces to pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Merely a phantom image stirred in them the urge to kneel and worship. What kind of skill is this? Han Fu stared in utter bewilderment, his chest suddenly feeling as though a massive stone had been placed upon it, leaving him gasping for breath. In all his years, he had never witnessed a skill that compelled such utter submission. Could it be a control skill? But that couldn't be. How could a control skill unleash such overwhelming pressure? Don't try to play God with me. Han Fu bellowed to steel his nerves.
The immense gravitational force uprooted a nearby small structure and hurled it with brutal force toward Li Jiuyue. Watch out! Mu Qianqian cried in alarm. Li Jiuyue merely flashed a glance, and the frigid aura he released instantly froze the small structure mid-air. 10,000 miles of frozen ice. What? As Han Fu reeled in shock, Li Jiuyue shot another piercing glare. The frozen structure before him instantly shattered into pieces. At that very moment, the illusory form of the sea god was fully prepared. Had this skill not required a brief casting animation, Han Fu would already be a corpse. The phantom of the sea god required a casting animation, but this skill was guaranteed to hit. Once it locked onto a target, it would pursue that target relentlessly until death. Li Jiuyue slowly raised the trident of the sea god before her, lifting her arm high and aiming it at Han Fu in the air. Die! Swish! The phantom mirrored Li Jiuyue's movements, the enormous trident materializing in its hand like a grim reaper's scythe, plunging directly toward Han Fu. Hum! Han Fu's head buzzed, goosebumps instantly covering his skin. His heart seemed to stop beating in that moment. An overwhelming premonition gripped him. If he couldn't block the strike, death was certain. Devour it! Whoosh! Han Fu roared furiously as the black hole behind him erupted with immense suction, attempting to swallow the massive trident whole. But it was all in vain. The trident had locked onto Han Fu as its target. Any obstacle in its path would be obliterated. The black hole's pull not only failed to affect the trident but actually accelerated its speed. At that moment, Han Fu truly panicked. The trident of Poseidon gave him no chance for regret, piercing through his body in the blink of an eye. One strike, one kill. Han Fu was dead. What? Han Fu? Witnessing this, Zhang Qiu had completely lost all will to fight, wanting only to flee this cursed place. Since you chose to strike, leave your life behind. Li Jiuyue's strike was equally swift. With Zhang Qiu already at the end of his rope, a single punch shattered his skull as he fled. Afterward, Li Jiuyue dragged his corpse back here. He's dead. Good work. Li Jiuyue nodded. Swish. Zhang Qiu was dead, and the clone returned to Li Jiuyue's main body. After Han Fu's death, the black hole behind him immediately ceased functioning, eventually vanishing completely. The surrounding space returned to its original state. Li Jiuyue waved his hand, dispersing the trident of the sea god. Han Fu's corpse crashed heavily to the ground. It was this thud that finally snapped Mu Qianqian out of her stunned state. This? What kind of terrifying power is this? What was that phantom figure just now? Chapter 81, Treasure Fusion and Unexpected Delight? Only upon seeing Han Fu's lifeless body on the ground did Mu Qianqian finally snap out of her shock. Han Fu was dead. And killed in a single strike. What Mu Qianqian wanted to know more than anything now was what kind of face lay beneath that mask. Who was he? After dispatching Han Fu with the illusory form of the sea god, Li Jiuyue withdrew his clone. Gazing at the corpses of Zhang Qiu and Han Fu lying on the ground, he grinned. Perfect timing, everyone's here now. These two had snagged quite a few treasures at the auction earlier. This was a real windfall. While Zhang Qiu's abilities remained unknown, Han Fu's skills and talents were exceptionally promising. This was going to be a real windfall. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Jiuyue chuckled inwardly, his joy palpable. But he quickly remembered something and turned to look at Mu Qianqian behind him. Buzz! The sudden gaze fixed on her sent a jolt through Mu Qianqian's mind, and her body instinctively recoiled. Even a master of Han Fu's caliber had fallen to him. If he intended to double-cross his own allies, I'd be no match for him. Noticing Mu Qianqian's slight flinch, Li Jiuyue smiled and waved his hand dismissively. No need to be so wary. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have saved you in the first place. Why, you're right. Mu Qianqian gave an awkward laugh, suddenly letting out a long sigh of relief. How's your companion? Is she okay? She's fine. Xiaoyu just fell unconscious. She'll be okay once we're out of the black market. Mu Qianqian gazed at the girl in her arms with deep concern. Thank you for saving us this time. If you hadn't intervened in time, Truth be told, if he hadn't appeared in time, both she and Xiaoyu would have died here. Knowing Han Fu's character, even if she handed over the Eye of Apocalypse, that bastard would never let her leave alive. Li Jiuyue gave a helpless smile, her tone calm as she spoke. Don't misunderstand, I was only after the money. If something happened to you, my money would be gone too. Mu Qianqian burst into laughter, her voice echoing as she spoke. That's true enough. But rest assured, I, Mu Qianqian, am not the kind of ungrateful person who forgets favors. You took such a huge risk to save me this time. My Mu family will protect you. Han Fu and Zhang Qiu both died in the black market. News of this would surely spread soon enough. Li Jiuyue merely smiled at Mu Qianqian's promise. If it weren't for that money, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess at all. Still, having the Mu family's young miss owe someone a favor wasn't such a bad thing. You can leave first. I still have some business to attend to. Alright, you can come find me at the Mu residence. I have a favor to ask of you. Of course, the reward is separate. Alright, I'll be there. Li Jiuyue replied.
Mu Chanshan nodded and hurriedly left the black market, carrying the still unconscious Xiaoyu.
After they were gone, Li Jiuyue stared at the bodies of Han Fu and the other man lying on the ground, feeling a headache coming on.
All that commotion just now was bound to attract attention.
We should move locations first. He dragged the two bodies into a secluded alleyway.
He quickly searched their pockets and indeed found 2 storage rings.
Hey, the goodies are all right here.
Li Jiuyue retrieved the contents from the storage rings and examined them.
Sure enough, all the treasures they'd acquired at the auction were stored inside.
What astonished Li Jiuyue even more was that he could actually plunder the attribute points from these treasures and herbs.
Plunder successful.
Gained would attribute strength plus 15, gold or sensitivity 25%, 100%, forging skill plus 13.
Detected mutual attraction between the rare artifacts, life jade and dragon's whisker wood. Fusion possible. Proceed with fusion? Li Jiuyue exclaimed in surprise. Huh? These two items can actually fuse? Treasure name, life jade. Treasure grade, a grade. Attributes, or life, mystery, wood.
Description: a mineral mutated by absorbing a fragment of life energy from the tree of life, a legendary divine tree. Treasured item properties: when worn or equipped, the life jade increases the wearer's recovery ability by 35% and extends lifespan by a certain duration.
Note: all effects cease upon losing the life jade. Treasure name, dragon's whisker wood. Treasure grade, a grade. Attributes: dragon power trace, wood, dual attributes.
Item description: said to be a strand of whisker from the legendary creature dragon, or alternatively, ancient wood that lay beneath the dragon's lair, absorbing a trace of its essence and mutating. Item effect: upon absorbing dragon whisker wood, increases affinity with dragon attribute creatures by 1.3% and affinity with wood attribute creatures by 1.7%.
Note: after absorption, the potency of dragon attribute and wood attribute skills increases by 15.3%.
After carefully reading the descriptions of both items, Li Jiuyue felt an unusual surge of excitement. I'm really curious what these 2 A-grade treasures will become when fused.
Fuse, he exclaimed excitedly.
At that moment, the 2 items in his hands began to rapidly fuse together. A brief flash of white light erupted, and a brand new item materialized in Li Jiuyue's hand.
The system immediately displayed the artifact's information. Treasure name, Dragon's Saliva Life Prolonging Dew. Treasure grade, S grade. Attributes, Dragon Power, Fountain of Life, Restoration. Description: a single drop of dew formed by fusing the life emerald and dragon's whisker wood. Note: this dew can be absorbed or used on the deceased. This item possesses the power to resurrect the dead. However, it will have no effect if death occurred more than 3 days prior. Treasure trait: after absorbing this item, the absorber's body will undergo a profound transformation. 1. The absorber gains the power of dragons and the resilient vitality of the Tree of Life. 2. The vine roots of the Tree of Life entwine the absorber's heart meridian and unblock all their meridians, enabling recovery even from fatal wounds. Note: even if the heart is injured, the Fountain of Life can repair at healing time, 3 days. 3. Affinity with all dragon attribute and wood attribute creatures increases by 30%. Seeing this single drop of fused dew, Li Jiuyue's entire expression conveyed utter astonishment. Wow, this fused substance is incredibly powerful. Holy crap, I gotta stash this away first. He hastily produced a small vial and carefully sealed away that single drop of dew. He planned to absorb this dewdrop outside the black market. Something this extraordinary would surely cause a cosmic resonance upon absorption. Creating a huge commotion at that moment would be disastrous. Immediately after, Li Jiuyue plundered the attribute points from Jiang Qiu's body. Plunder successful. Gained attack plus 91, speed plus 62, defense plus 33, mental strength plus 17. Gain luck plus 12. As for the skills he plundered, he converted them all into skill points. Jiang Qiu had quite a few treasures on him, but unfortunately, his talent level and skills were utterly trash. Alright, next. Let me see what kind of eye-catching treasures this rich kid has on him. Li Jiuyue rubbed his hands together excitedly. Han Fu, I hope that wealth in your name isn't just for show. Don't let me down. Chapter 82, S plus skill? The Hand of the Creator. After completely incinerating Jiang Qiu's corpse, Li Jiuyue approached Han Fu with a smug grin. You gotta hand it to him, this guy was rolling in cash. Just the outfit he was wearing alone must have cost several tens of thousands, maybe even more. What left Li Jiuyue speechless was that every single garment had been enchanted by master craftsmen. Not only that, but the chestplate he wore underneath had fused with the beast core of an A-grade beast. Keep in mind, an A-grade beast core could fetch up to $1 million at peak prices. Holy crap, this guy is seriously loaded. After inwardly cursing under his breath, Li Jiuyue swiftly proceeded to plunder Han Fu's talents and skills. Plunder successful. Gained attack plus 98, speed plus 77, defense plus 67, mental strength plus 21, luck plus 17. Wealth plus 7. Li Jiuyue was astonished. Huh? I actually looted some extra attribute points. Luck points and wealth points. At this moment, the system immediately provided a reasonable explanation.
Luck points. The higher your luck points, the more good fortune and fortunate events will surround you. Even if your item acquisition probability is 1%, with maxed out luck points, your chance to obtain items will surge to 90% or higher. Wealth points. When your wealth points accumulate to 100, the money you obtain can be multiplied by 100 times. Example, if you luckily obtain 10,000 yuan, it will multiply by 100 times. Especially upon seeing the wealth attribute, Li Jiuyue's eyes lit up and he nearly jumped for joy. Holy crap, this is amazing! But that wasn't all. The system proceeded to strip Han Fu of his talents and skills. Plunder successful. Acquired talent, gravity magnetic field. Acquired skill, gravity manipulation. Acquired skill, gravity barrier. Acquired skill, black hole. Talent, gravity magnetic field. Talent level, a grade. Talent description, capable of controlling and altering the gravitational pull or weight of objects. Note, maximum number of controllable objects, 1, range, 500 meters. Before Li Jiuyue could comprehend the next 3 skills, the system's alert tone made his eyes light up with excitement. Detected, gravity manipulation, gravity barrier, black hole, and mutual attraction can be fused. Proceed with fusion? Ha! 3 skills can fuse together? This is unexpected. Fusion. As soon as Li Jiuyue uttered the command, the 3 fundamentally identical skills began to merge. Fusion complete. Acquired S+Rank skill, Hand of the Creator. Li Jiuyue let out an excited squeal, S+Rank. Just hearing the name makes the skill sound incredibly powerful. He couldn't wait to examine the skill's properties. Skill name, Hand of the Creator. Skill level, S+. Description, freely manipulate the gravity of any object, achieving 100% control over all physical properties. Note, if the controller's power level differs significantly from the target's, backlash may occur. Note, the number of controllable targets increases to 10, and the range expands to 2,000 meters. Upon activation, the caster enters a gravity domain, inducing a state of imbalance on all objects within a 2,000-meter radius. Note, the user can choose whether to activate the imbalance state. This skill description seems simple, but its power is utterly game-changing. The current skill level is now in a completely different league compared to the skills Han Fu used before. Whereas Han Fu's skill could only exert gravitational influence on a single target, this Hand of the Creator can affect every object in existence. The concept is entirely different. It could even completely reshape the surrounding architecture and terrain. After fully grasping the nature of the Hand of the Creator's abilities, Li Jiuyue felt his heart racing, as if boundless power surged through his body. He felt he could accomplish anything now. Is this the terrifying power of an S+ skill? What a terrifying ability! Li Jiuyue swallowed nervously, a mischievous plan forming in his mind. He glanced at the nearby buildings, then activated the Hand of the Creator. Whoosh! In the next instant, the abandoned 2-story building beside him lifted off the ground. As Li Jiuyue raised and lowered his hands, the abandoned 2-story building moved up and down in perfect sync. It felt just like the Creator. After the initial shock, Li Jiuyue precisely returned the small 2-story building to its original spot. This time, I've really hit the jackpot. Han Fu, I can't thank you enough. To show my gratitude, I'll kindly take care of your final arrangements for you. With that, Li Jiuyue unleashed his flame power, reducing Han Fu's corpse to nothing but ashes. After all this trouble and such a huge haul, it's time to get out of here. Besides, that battle made such a racket, people will probably be here soon. Sure enough, the moment the thought crossed his mind, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. However, he had already disposed of both Jiang Qiu and Han Fu's bodies. Aside from some traces of the fight, there was nothing left to identify either of them. After finishing everything, he hurriedly left the black market. By the time he exited the black market, night had fallen. He slipped back home under cover of darkness. Mom, I'm home. Zhang Yi's lips twitched slightly. This kid. How could you be gone for days? What were you doing? Just some business at school that needed handling. Li Jiuyue scratched his head and laughed. Better not tell Mom about the black market business, no need to stir up unnecessary trouble. Han Fu was dead, and things wouldn't be peaceful for the next few days. Zhang Yi didn't doubt Li Jiuyue's words for a moment. That makes sense. After all, it's Tianqing Academy. Being busy is only natural. You must be hungry. Have something to tide you over while I cook dinner. Oh, Mom, things are a bit chaotic outside these days. Stay home for now. And Dad, tell him to rest at home for a few days. Zhang Yi responded casually while stir-frying the vegetables. Oh dear, that won't do. Business has been booming at the shop these past few days. But you, September, you finally got a few days off. Go have some fun and relax. Oh, Mom. Just as Li Jiuyue was about to say something, Zhang Yi closed the kitchen glass door and focused on cooking. Sigh. Forget it. I'll share some of my water energy with them later. That way, even if danger strikes, this water energy can protect them. Because he knew he couldn't win an argument with Zhang Yi. The family business was crucial, it was the sole source of income for everyone. Fortunately, the shop was thriving, bustling with customers daily, and the earnings easily covered all household expenses. He stretched out comfortably on the sofa, just about to doze off, when his phone rang.
Red Moon? Chapter 83, Absorbing the Dragon's Saliva Elixir of Life, Immortal Body. Hongyue? Seeing the caller ID, Li Jiuyue was taken aback, even feeling a bit nervous. What's up? Why'd you suddenly decide to call me?
Ji Hongyue's faintly reproachful voice came through the phone.
What? Can't I call you if I don't have anything to say?
Li Jiuyue scratched his head awkwardly, laughed offhandedly, and quickly replied.
Haha, sure. Are you at home right now? Ji Hongyue, yeah, I'm planning to run a dungeon tomorrow. I was wondering if you'd like to join. A dungeon? Li Jiuyue pondered.
Running a dungeon was a decent option. He could coordinate tactics with Hongyue properly. But first, he had to resolve the Mu family matter.
After all, he was still holding on to that 26 million yuan IOU. I can't make it tomorrow.
I've got some things to take care of.
Oh, okay then.
Ji Hongyue's mood dipped slightly, tinged with disappointment. But then something suddenly occurred to her.
She hurriedly asked. Oh, right, have you been to the black market these past few days? At the mention of the black market, Li Jiuyue instinctively stood up from the sofa. What's wrong? Did something happen? Ji Hongyue explained. A friend of mine attended an auction at the black market. After the auction ended, something major happened. Jiang Qiu, the young master of the Jiang family, and Han Fu, the young master of the Han family, have gone missing in the black market.
It's not so much missing as it is murdered. Seeing Ji Hongyue learn so quickly about the deaths of Han Fu and the others, Li Jiuyue was utterly speechless. Sure enough, the black market was a mixed bag of people. There was no way to keep such things hidden. How could the news spread so fast in just a few hours? Seeing Li Jiuyue didn't respond, Ji Hongyue continued. Jiang Qiu isn't much of a threat, but Han Fu wields considerable influence. His father has connections with the ruler. With his son killed in the black market, Jiangcheng won't be peaceful anytime soon.
Does this matter involve you?
Her voice dropped to a whisper, as if afraid a third person might overhear. Li Jiuyue rubbed his aching head, his voice filled with resignation. Well, sort of, I guess.
Ji Hongyue, huh?
Clatter. Upon hearing Li Jiuyue's reply, the sound of a cup shattering echoed from the other end of the line. After a long silence, Ji Hongyue finally spoke.
Well, you should be careful lately. What, worried about me? Li Jiuyue teased with a laugh. Who's worried about you? I was just saying that. Anyway, the Han family wields immense influence. Even Tianqing Academy wouldn't dare provoke them lightly.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
It'll be fine.
Well then, be careful yourself.
If you run into trouble you can't handle, let me know. The two chatted for quite a while before Ji Hongyue reluctantly hung up the phone.
A little while later, Zhang Yi emerged carrying a pot brimming with food.
Hey, who was that young lady calling earlier? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Mom, how did you know it was a girl? Li Jiuyue awkwardly tugged at the table corner.
Oh, so it was a girl.
Whose daughter is she? Tell me about it.
Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth.
Li Jiuyue realized she'd been tricked.
She fell silent instantly, staring down at her bowl as she shoveled rice into her mouth. After finishing her meal and tidying up everything, Li Jiuyue returned to her room. Immediately, he took out the dragon's saliva life-prolonging dew he had obtained yesterday. Staring at the single drop of elixir in the vial, Li Jiuyue debated whether to absorb it now or save it for later. After all, this dragon's saliva elixir possessed the power to resurrect the dead. Even if someone had died, as long as the dragon's saliva life-prolonging dew was administered within a certain timeframe, it could revive them. However, its effect could only be used once consumed, it was gone forever. But if he absorbed it into his body, would the benefits be even greater? After 5 minutes of deliberation, Li Jiuyue decided to absorb the dragon's saliva life-sustaining dew. Once fully absorbed, his strength would undoubtedly surge to a new level.
He might even reach the legendary SS rank.
Taking a deep breath, Li Jiuyue swallowed the entire bottle of dragon's saliva life-prolonging dew in one gulp. As the liquid slid down his throat and entered his stomach, a wave of coolness washed over his throat, and the exhaustion in his body vanished instantly. What an incredible sensation! Just as Li Jiuyue relaxed his guard, his heart suddenly began pounding violently, and his body felt as though ants were crawling inside. This is... He could distinctly feel the life-giving spring rushing through his body, instantly clearing his meridians. Not only that, but within Li Jiuyue's body, a slender willow twig gently wrapped itself around his heart. Immediately, a faint green light blossomed within him, rapidly spreading until it enveloped Li Jiuyue's entire body.
It seems I've fully absorbed the dragon's saliva life-prolonging dew. Good. Let me test this body's recovery capabilities now.
Li Jiuyue drew a dagger he had seized and slashed viciously across his own wrist. To his astonishment, the blade snapped clean in two without leaving a single scratch on his wrist.
Holy crap! My physical strength is this high now? System, open the interface. Name, Li Jiuyue. Class, Cursed Child Red Name. Strength, 1054. Speed, 865. Defense, 1128. Mental strength, 111. Cold resistance, 13. Frost affinity, 10. Luck, 29. Wealth, 7. Wood element power, 15. Glancing at the data and skills displayed beneath his system panel, Li Jiuyue couldn't help but twitch his lips. Holy crap, I already have this many talents and skills. Skills and talents were one thing, but what truly astonished Li Jiuyue was how high his base attributes had already become. 1054 attack, 1128 defense. Even some S-rank powerhouses couldn't match this stat sheet. And there was an additional attribute listed on the panel. Immortal body. Now, even if I go toe-to-toe with the Han family, I won't be the slightest bit intimidated. After dismantling some useless skills and treasures, Li Jiuyue drifted off to sleep, thoroughly satisfied. Early the next morning, honoring his promise to Mu Qianqian, Li Jiuyue arrived at the Mu family residence according to the address on the IOU. Standing before the Mu family's opulent mansion, Li Jiuyue finally grasped his own insignificance. Of course, this insignificance referred not to his strength but to his wealth. Just the size and decor of this villa alone must have cost tens of millions. Holy crap, this is like a minor wizard meeting a grand sorcerer. Just as Li Jiuyue was about to enter the Mu residence, someone suddenly appeared behind him and tapped his shoulder. Hold on. Chapter 84, The Overbearing Mu Family You Call Me Sir? Feeling hands suddenly appear on his back, Li Jiuyue reflexively struck back. The instant those hands touched him, his body vanished from the spot. Swish! Li Jiuyue materialized behind the man, his fingers already tightening around the man's throat. Who are you? I was just trying to say hello. No need to be so brutal. The trembling youth swallowed hard, his speech stuttering. Hearing this utterly unfamiliar voice, Li Jiuyue turned to glance at the youth's face. You are? The fear of death gripped him so tightly that he dared not withhold anything, spilling every detail without hesitation. I was treating the Mu family patriarch. But seeing your outfit and your age, I mistakenly thought you were one of us. Don't be angry. I meant no harm. Li Jiuyue frowned in confusion. Treating illnesses? Yes. You don't even know about this? Seeing the youth held no hostility toward him, Li Jiuyue finally released his grip. Looks like we really aren't cut from the same cloth after all. Sorry about earlier. No, it's fine. The moment the danger passed, the youth scrambled and crawled his way to the entrance of the Mu family villa. After handing his invitation to the two guards, he hurried inside the villa. Though Li Jiuyue felt many doubts swirling in his mind, he didn't dwell on them and made his way to the villa. He was about to enter when two guards at the door stopped him. Halt! Who are you? Do you have an invitation? Li Jiuyue shook his head and pulled out an IOU. I don't have an invitation, but I have an IOU. An IOU? The two guards froze for a moment, then took the IOU and examined it closely. A minute later, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Seriously, what kind of beggar tries to pull a scam with a fake IOU? Exactly. How do you prove this note is real? Get lost. We've got important business today, no time to waste on your nonsense. Their attitude infuriated Li Jiuyue, but since this was their territory, he held back from violence and calmly explained instead. It has your young Mrs.'s signature right here, how could it not be real? Glancing at the name on the note, the two men twisted their mouths in a sneer. Put. So what if it's signed? Plenty of people can forge our young Mrs.'s name. Exactly. How do you prove the signature is actually hers? Hearing this, Li Jiuyue, usually easygoing, felt his temper rise. Prove it? Nothing could be simpler. He flashed a wicked grin as his right hand slowly extended, revealing a massive fireball in his palm. Damn it, you actually want to resort to violence? Well, looks like we've met our match. What a pair of blind fools, daring to raise a hand in the Mu residence. A sharp whistle from one of the guards signaled the sudden emergence of 5 or 6 middle-aged men wielding swords from the villa. Who the hell are you, you blind fool? How dare you act so brazenly at the Mu family's doorstep? Whoever he is, capture him first and hand him over to Miss Mu. Understood. Just as they were about to move, Mu Qianqian emerged from the villa upon hearing the commotion outside. Stop. Old Li, what are you all doing? Mu Qianqian was utterly confused. The lead guard, Old Li, frantically explained, Miss, this guy was lurking suspiciously by the door. He didn't look like a good person to me. Exactly. He even claimed you owe him money. That's pure nonsense. Mu Qianqian, huh? Wait. Mu Qianqian was utterly shocked. She lifted her eyes to study the youth before her. It's you? Li Jiuyue looked slightly annoyed, who else could it be? Mu Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. Her mouth hung slightly open as her mind went blank. In her memory, the person who saved her in the black market was slightly older, giving off the vibe of a middle-aged man. As for the voice, well, if someone was involved in the black market, altering their voice wouldn't be difficult. But how could it be? Could be so young.
Ignoring the surprised stares from those around her, Mu Qianqian jogged over to Li Jiuyue.
You, oh, no, sir, could I see your IOU?
Li Jiuyue handed over the IOU from that day.
Upon seeing the note, all Mu Qianqian's doubts vanished in that instant. It really was him. Sir, is it really you? What's wrong? Not quite what you imagined, huh? Li Jiuyue gave a wry smile. Mu Qianqian felt extremely awkward, yes, somewhat. This scene left old Lu and his entire crew utterly dumbfounded.
But to prove himself, he steeled his nerves and declared, "Miss, why waste words on this good for nothing? I'll arrest him right now and hand him over to the enforcement squad."
Just as old Lu was about to act, Mu Qianqian's delicate brows furrowed. How dare you?
From this day forward, this gentleman is an honored guest of the Mu family. If any of you dare show him disrespect again, you'll be kicked out of the Mu household.
Is that clear? Mu Qianqian's words instantly silenced old Lu and the others.
The group looked utterly bewildered, completely lost in the situation unfolding before them.
Wait, could it be that everything the kid said earlier was true? He actually knows the young miss. But that couldn't be right either.
Even if he knew the young lady, there was no way he could be considered an honored guest of the Mu family. Seeing their prolonged silence, Mu Qianqian's voice dropped, her expression darkening.
What? Do my words mean nothing to you?
Yes, miss. We'll do as you say. The others nodded frantically and quickly parted to make a path. Sir, please proceed.
Mu Qianqian said with a smile. This constant addressing as sir made Li Jiuyue feel a bit uneasy. My name is Li Jiuyue. Please stop calling me sir from now on.
It sounds rather uncomfortable.
Mu Qianqian nodded happily, alright. Seeing this, Mu Qianqian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her only remaining concern was Li Jiuyue's attitude toward the Mu family.
If these servants affected Li Jiuyue's mood and made him resent the Mu family, then these people could truly be dismissed. They had absolutely no sense of discernment whatsoever. But thankfully, judging by his reaction, I should have made amends just in time. As this thought crossed her mind, Mu Qianqian stole a glance at Li Jiuyue.
That name. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Where exactly? Upon entering the villa, the opulent furnishings instantly dazzled Li Jiuyue. Holy crap, what a mansion!
Judging by this, he'd clearly underestimated the Mu family's wealth.
Sigh.
After a moment of quiet irritation, Li Jiuyue spoke calmly.
By the way, there's something I'd like to ask you.
Chapter 85, 1000 Fire Heart Devouring Worms, please vote.
These people over there.
Li Jiuyue gestured toward the group waiting in the living room. There were exactly 10 of them, and the boy who had caused the earlier misunderstanding was among them.
They're here to treat my father. Mu Qianqian sighed. It's less about treating illness and more about detoxification.
Li Jiuyue frowned in confusion.
Detoxify? Mu Qianqian nodded and proceeded to explain the current situation to Li Jiuyue in detail.
It turned out that Mu Ning, Mu Qianqian's father and head of the Mu family, harbored an extremely dangerous and notoriously difficult to eradicate fire poison within his body. This fire poison wasn't innate, he had accidentally contracted it during a dungeon run. Mu Ning spent a long time investigating, yet still couldn't determine which exotic beast the fire poison originated from.
Without knowing its origin, there was no way to eradicate it completely.
Over time, the fire poison steadily eroded Mu Ning's body. With no solution in sight, he could only temporarily suppress it using water energy.
Concerned for her father's health, Mu Qianqian decided to split their efforts.
First, she dispatched people to seek out water attribute psychics within Jiangcheng, hoping they might help expel the fire poison from Mu Ning's body.
Second, she attended the black market auction to acquire the Eye of Apocalypse.
With the Eye of Apocalypse, she could discern the exact nature of the beastly fire poison within Mu Ning, allowing for targeted treatment. The individuals gathered here were precisely the water attribute psychics she had summoned.
This is also one reason I asked you to come here. Upon hearing Mu Qianqian's explanation, Li Jiuyue finally understood. So that's why you came to me.
A special resonance forms between energies of the same kind. It's only natural she could sense the water energy within me.
But how can you be so sure I'll help your father detoxify? Li Jiuyue asked with a faint, ambiguous smile. Well, we have to try, don't we? Mu Qianqian offered a look of genuine sincerity. Fine, I'll do my best.
Li Jiuyue sighed, looking utterly resigned.
Well, since I'm already here, it's just a minor favor. Right. Wait a moment.
Mu Qianqian returned to her room, retrieved a bank card, and handed it to Li Jiuyue.
There's 50 million in this card. Just take it. Li Jiuyue, huh? Wasn't it supposed to be 26 million? Why so much?
Seeing Li Jiuyue's puzzled expression, Mu Qianqian chuckled softly.
You saved me and Xiaoyu. This is just a token of my gratitude. Alright.
Li Jiuyue nodded without further protest and promptly accepted the bank card. To such a wealthy family, 50 million was probably just a number.
5 minutes later, a water elemental practitioner emerged from the room, head hanging low. Ugh. Mu Qianqian hurried over and asked, how did it go? Ah, no luck.
I've never encountered such potent fire poison before.
Pfft, that's just you being useless. Let me try. With that, the person strode confidently back into the room. 5 minutes later, he emerged. His dejected look was identical to the previous one. Half an hour later, all 10 had failed. Ugh, what a disgrace. Don't worry, there's still one left. The man looked teasingly at Li Jiuyue, who was waiting nearby. The instant he glanced at the latter, the water energy within his body began surging wildly out of control. This guy, such intense energy perception. So I'm the only one left? Li Jiuyue said indifferently. I haven't mastered the Eye of Apocalypse yet, so I might not be able to help you. It's fine, I'll do my best. With that, the two entered the room together. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon the middle-aged man seated cross-legged on the bed. Mu Ning's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color, his features gaunt and haggard. He didn't look like a middle-aged man at all, but rather an elderly man on the brink of death. What made Li Jiuyue frown even more was that, even through his clothes, Mu Ning's upper body was bright red, with eerie crimson threads spreading across his skin. Fortunately, the crimson threads hadn't yet spread to his heart, otherwise, even a god couldn't save him. Mu Qianqian's eyes filled with heartache as she hurried forward. Dad, how are you? Mu Ning mustered every ounce of strength to lift his hand and stroke Mu Qianqian's head. Qianqian, I'm fine. This is... Dad, he's... Just as Mu Qianqian began to explain, Li Jiuyue waved his hand sternly, cutting her off. At that moment, the system displayed Mu Ning's information. Instead of focusing on Mu Ning's talents and skills, he noticed the last column. The system's capabilities surpassed even the Apocalypse Eye, allowing it to identify the exact nature of the fire poison within Mu Ning's body. This is... Thousand Fire Heart-Devouring Worm. Type Insect. Attributes: Fire, Poison, Reproduction, Heart-Devouring. Description: a parasite that survives only by attaching itself to living hosts. It initially latches onto beasts, slowly draining their vital essence until they are depleted, then moves to a new target. Can attach to human hosts, releasing intense fire energy that slowly scorches the body while gradually consuming the host's vitality and life force. Characteristic: among 1,000 heart-devouring worms, one will become a mother worm. As long as the mother worm survives, it can reproduce indefinitely until the host is completely drained. Upon reading the system's description, Li Jiuyue suddenly understood. So that's how it is. No wonder none of the water attribute healers who came to treat it had any effect. They merely extinguished the fire energy emitted by the 1,000 fire heart-devouring worms without expelling the insects themselves. This is why Mu Ning's condition kept worsening. Once the 1,000 fire heart-devouring worms consumed the area around Mu Ning's heart, he would become nothing more than an empty shell without flesh. Seeing Li Jiuyue standing motionless, Mu Qianqian felt a pang of anxiety. What do you think? Are you sure? Li Jiuyue replied earnestly, there's still hope. But if we wait a few more days, it'll be too late. Let's discuss the payment. With Mu Qianqian's support, Mu Ning staggered to his feet. If you can cure me, young friend, my life, Mu Ning's life is yours. Well, what use would your life be to me? Never mind, we'll discuss the reward later. Li Jiuyue waved his hand dismissively. The reward was easy enough, all he needed was for the Mu family to owe him a favor. Tell me, how many days has this so-called fire poison been active? About half a month now. So, you went on a dungeon run over half a month ago and came back like this, right? Mu Ning nodded weakly. That's right. I thought it was an after effect from battling the beast, so I didn't pay much attention. But as time dragged on, my body grew weaker and weaker. Even eating became a problem. Of course it is. Everything you eat gets consumed by someone else. Li Jiuyue gave a helpless chuckle. Hearing this, Mu Qianqian's expression froze, her mind completely baffled. What does that mean? I don't understand. Don't worry, it'll become clear soon. First, take off your clothes. Mu Qianqian. Chapter 86, One piece of good news, one piece of bad news. Mu Qianqian. Ha? Her lips parted slightly, her pretty face flushed, expression blank and dazed, clearly still processing the shock. Realizing his words had been misinterpreted, he quickly clarified. I wasn't talking about you. Sorry. Mu Qianqian's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly helped Mu Ning sit on the bed and began unbuttoning his shirt. Seeing the countless red stitches crisscrossing Mu Ning's chest, her heart twisted in agony, and she could scarcely bear to look. Looking at Mu Ning's upper body, he was now as thin as a rib. So it was true. Your father was indeed poisoned by fire toxin, but there's something else inside him. Mu Qianqian gasped in shock. What? Li Jiuyue, the 1,000 fire heart-devouring worm. What? The 1,000 fire heart-devouring worm? 1,000 fire heart-devouring worm? Both of them froze in shock. Mu Ning immediately closed her eyes, recalling that raid run from half a month ago. Mu Qianqian furrowed her delicate brows. I think I have a vague memory of it. She had been focusing her investigations on fire poison information lately, not giving much thought to any insects it hadn't even crossed her mind. But that made sense. Without the system's assistance, even Li Jiuyue wouldn't have known such terrifying insects existed. These insects are extremely rare, typically found only in specific dungeons. Once separated from a living host, they cannot survive. Your father must have touched the corpse of some strange beast, allowing these insects to burrow into his body and begin reproducing. At this point, Mu Ning's expression suddenly grew agitated. No, that's right. I killed a strange beast back then and extracted its beast core. Maybe it was at that moment. Li Jiuyue continued, so now you understand why water energy couldn't purge the fire poison from your body? It only cleansed the surface, while the 1,000 fire heart-devouring worms remained within him. Bring me a bottle. Mu Qianshan nodded and dashed out of the room, returning moments later with an exquisitely crafted vial. What is this for? This might hurt a bit. You'll have to endure it. Alright, bring it on. Mu Ning clenched his teeth and shut his eyes tightly. Thinking of the scene about to unfold, Li Jiuyue turned to remind the anxiously waiting Mu Qianshan. What's about to happen might be a bit. Are you sure you don't want to step away? It's fine. I can handle it. He nodded firmly. Alright. Li Jiuyue nodded firmly. First, she enveloped Mu Ning's entire body in water energy, then made a small incision at his abdomen. Huff. I'm about to begin. He drew a deep breath, gathering a pure and potent stream of water energy on his right index finger. With a flick of his right hand, the water energy shot into Mu Ning's body. Using the water energy, Li Jiuyue quickly sensed the situation inside Mu Ning's body. Indeed, it wasn't looking good. The number of 1,000 fire heart-devouring worms had reached an utterly terrifying level. Without exception, every single meridian in his body was crawling with these insects. After grasping the general situation, Li Jiuyue transformed the water energy into a massive net. The densely packed 1,000 fire heart-devouring worms continued to suck away at Mu Ning's vital energy, completely unaware of the danger closing in. Whoosh! In the next instant, the massive net enveloped the swarm of 1,000 fire heart-devouring worms. Immediately after, Li Jiuyue wielded the hand of the creator, violently yanking outward. Rip! A large mass of black-red insects was yanked out from Mu Ning's abdomen. Li Jiuyue immediately sealed them inside a jar. Witnessing this scene, Mu Qianshan suddenly felt a wave of nausea, though she managed to suppress it in time. These are the 1,000 fire heart-devouring insects. Li Jiuyue nodded, shaking the jar in her hand. Don't be fooled by their palm-sized appearance, there are probably thousands of them combined. What? That many? And this is only a fraction of what's inside your father. There's a female worm inside him. If we don't eliminate it, they'll keep multiplying until they devour your father into an empty shell. I need more bottles. Alright, I'll go get them right away. Mu Qianshan dashed out of the room. After she left, the 1,000 fire heart-devouring worms in the bottles suddenly began to stir. They kept slamming against the bottle's mouth, their bodies emitting faint, flickering flames. Crack! The next second, a crack appeared in the sturdy glass. You're already in, why go back out? Li Jiuyue smirked maliciously, tracing a circle with her hand to form a small water bubble. With a flick of her right hand, the bubble completely engulfed the bottle. As if sensing the powerful energy, the 1,000 fire heart-devouring bugs frantically tried to dodge. But without a living host to cling to, their demise was only a matter of time. Before long, Mu Qianshan brought over dozens of larger bottles. Li Jiuyue repeated the process, relentlessly purging the insects from Mu Ning's body with water energy and the hand of the creator. The expelled insects were placed into the bottles. Enveloped by water energy, they couldn't escape and soon dissipated on their own. 2.5 hours later, after purging the vast majority of the 1,000 fire heart-devouring worms, Mu Ning's complexion gradually regained its color, and even his breathing steadied. Throughout Li Jiuyue's treatment, Mu Qianshan waited quietly by his side, not daring to speak for fear of disturbing him. Only when Mu Ning's complexion showed significant improvement did she softly ask, "Is it over?" Li Jiuyue wiped the sweat from his forehead and shook his head. Those were only the larvae. There's still a mother insect inside him. The mother worm is deeply concealed. It might take some time to locate it. Alright. It took a full 10 minutes before Li Jiuyue located the mother worm. The mother of the 1,000 fire heart-devouring worm was hiding on Mu Ning's ankle. Found you. Come out. Swish. Li Jiuyue gave a sudden tug, yanking the mother insect straight out. The mother worm was significantly larger than the offspring, nearly half the size of a palm. Once freed from Mu Ning's body and deprived of its feeding target, the mother insect suddenly fixed its gaze on Li Jiuyue. Watch out! Mu Qianshan cried out in alarm. Fortunately, Li Jiuyue was prepared and had already shielded his entire body with water energy. With a light snap of his fingers, the female insect was instantly dissolved by the water energy. After stitching up the wound on Mu Ning's abdomen, Li Jiuyue breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, that takes care of the problem. Now you just need to eat well and recover gradually. Feeling the changes in his body, Mu Ning was overcome with joy. He staggered to his feet and bowed his fist toward Li Jiuyue. No need for thanks for such a great favor. I, Mu Ning, will remember this kindness forever.
Li Jiuyue smiled and waved his hand dismissively, helping Mu Ning back down to sit.
It's nothing. Just be more careful in the future. Haha, thank you for the reminder, young friend.
Just as Li Jiuyue prepared to rest briefly, the system alert sounded again.
Ha? No way, this can't be happening?
He turned to look at Mu Qianqian beside him.
Sure enough. He sighed, there's good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Mu Qianqian hesitated. Well, let's hear the good news first. The good news is, your father is fine now. Then what's the bad news?
Li Jiuyue gave a bitter smile. The bad news is, you also have 1,000 fire heart devouring worm inside you.
Chapter 87. Wait, what are you doing taking off your clothes?
Hearing Li Jiuyue's words, Mu Qianqian froze in shock, her entire body stiffening in place.
What? What? There's 1,000 fire heart devouring worm inside me too?
Li Jiuyue nodded with a hint of resignation. He hadn't believed it either, but then the system alert had sounded.
Have you been spending more time with your father lately? Mu Qianqian nodded repeatedly, not daring to conceal anything. Yes, my mother went on a long trip and isn't home right now. No wonder.
Li Jiuyue explained, once prolonged contact occurs, the 1,000 fire heart devouring worm will enter your body. The one inside you is essentially a clone of the mother insect, not the actual mother insect itself.
Maybe that's why you haven't felt any discomfort, you're just eating less? Then, what should we do? Mu Qianqian asked anxiously.
The same method as before, but...
Suddenly remembering something, Li Jiuyue cleared her throat awkwardly. Well, there might be some physical contact during this process.
If you're uncomfortable with that, you could find a skilled water-type ability user instead. I'll pass the method on to them.
That should work, but it'll take a very long time.
Water element energy alone wasn't sufficient to expel the 1,000 fire heart devouring bugs. The guiding touch of the creator's hand was essential to effectively channel the bugs out.
Mu Qianqian hesitated for a moment.
At that moment, Mu Ning, who had just regained some vitality, saw the panic in his daughter's eyes and even a hint of
delight.
He cleared his throat twice and chuckled. Well then, it seems we'll have to trouble you once more, young friend.
Li Jiuyue, Hearing her father's words, Mu Qianqian's body trembled in shock.
She bit her lip, her face flushing red as her head drooped lower and lower.
Alright, then, I'll have them leave first. Mu Qianqian hurriedly exited the room. As she left, Li Jiuyue clearly saw her entire face flush red at a visible pace. He could only sigh helplessly at the sight. Who knew this 1,000 fire heart devouring bug would be so shameless? Hongyue, I'm just fulfilling a request, staying true to my duty. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, Ji Hongyue, fighting fiercely against enemies, couldn't help but sneeze. Ha! Li Jiuyue promptly followed him out of the room.
By the time he exited, the anxiously waiting water-type psychics outside had all dispersed. Only Mu Qianqian and Xiaoyu remained, chatting about something nearby. 5 or 6 minutes later, Xiaoyu winked at Li Jiuyue, flashed a playful expression, and then walked away. Li Jiuyue understood exactly what she meant, and could only helplessly press his hand to his forehead.
Come to my room. Mu Qianqian's voice was low, her face flushed redder than before. Sure. Li Jiuyue nodded and followed Mu Qianqian into the room. This was actually his first time entering a girl's room. Though the Mu family was wealthy and influential, the furnishings in Mu Qianqian's room were surprisingly simple. Still, it was someone else's space, so Li Jiuyue didn't look around. He simply sat quietly on the sofa.
Before long, Mu Qianqian returned with several bottles.
Alright, that's enough. Mu Qianqian bit her lip, about to make a move to undress, when Li Jiuyue quickly cleared his throat twice. Ahem, wait a moment. He found a piece of white gauze and wrapped it around his eyes. This step was absolutely necessary, he certainly didn't want to see anything else in a moment. Alright, just take off your top and turn your back to me.
Mu Qianqian gave a slight nod, but when it actually came time to unbutton her top, she felt a flicker of reluctance. After all, there was a man in her room. Even with his eyes covered, the overwhelming masculine presence. Even with his eyes covered, the atmosphere in the room made Li Jiuyue sense something was off. If it's inconvenient, I'd rather. No, it's fine. Mu Qianqian bit her lip before slowly slipping off her top. Her skin was as fair as jade, her figure sculpted like a meticulously crafted work of art, every curve radiating captivating allure. The lines of her back were smooth and graceful, filled with a unique charm. She then gently approached Li Jiuyue, turning to expose her back. Alright, that's enough. Feeling Mu Qianqian's presence, Li Jiuyue drew a deep breath and said, Alright, there shouldn't be too many 1,000 fire heart devouring worms inside you. I'll handle them as quickly as possible. It might hurt a bit at first, bear with it. Mu Qianqian nodded firmly. Even with his eyes covered, Li Jiuyue's perception remained exceptionally keen. He gently made an incision on Mu Qianqian's back, then slowly infused water energy into the wound. 5 or 6 minutes later, the Mu family's front door swung open as a frantic middle-aged woman rushed inside.
Xiaoyu rushed forward upon seeing her. Madam, you're back?
The maids and guards inside the room immediately bowed in unison. In this household, two people held the highest authority. The first was Mu Ning, and the second was the mistress of the household, Wang Xihua. Dismissed. Dismissed. Wang Xihua waved her hand impatiently, then rushed into Mu Ning's room. Seeing Mu Ning on the bed, his complexion gradually regaining some color, Wang Xihua looked utterly incredulous. He was perfectly fine when I left. How did he end up like this? Ah, it's a long story. Mu Ning sighed, recounting the events from start to finish. Just as he mentioned that Mu Qianqian and Li Jiuyue were in the same room, Wang Xihua cut him off. Wait, what did you just say? Qianqian is in a room with a stranger? Before Mu Ning could explain, Wang Xihua stormed out of the room, rushing straight toward Mu Qianqian's bedroom. Hey, Xihua, wait a moment. Mu Ning tried to stop him, but his body had only just begun to recover. Standing up was already a struggle. Meanwhile, in Mu Qianqian's room, all traces of the 1,000 fire-heart-devouring worms within Mu Qianqian's body had been purged, leaving only one hidden mother worm. I've cleared all the offspring. Only the final mother worm remains. I'll scan your entire body with water energy. You might feel some discomfort shortly, bear with it. Okay. Just as Li Jiuyue used water energy to locate the mother worm, Wang Xihua stormed angrily to the door. Found the mother worm. Li Jiuyue's face lit up with joy. He swiftly channeled the hand of the creator, pulling the mother worm out of her body. The instant the queen was pulled out, an excruciating pain surged through her body. Mu Qianqian couldn't hold back and cried out in agony. That cry was heard loud and clear by Wang Xihua outside the door. That bastard. This is just too much. Furious, Wang Xihua kicked the tightly closed door open with one powerful blow. Chapter 88, Auntie, you've got the wrong idea. Clang. The moment the door burst open, the scene before Wang Xihua left him utterly speechless. There stood her daughter, her upper body covered only by a sheer, thin robe, with a stranger behind her. The man was still groping her, holding a red insect about half the size of a palm in his hand. You! How dare you lay a hand on my daughter? You're asking for trouble. Mu Qianqian was equally startled by Wang Xiao's sudden appearance. Mom, how did you get back? Qianqian, don't be afraid. I'm here. Mom, you've got the wrong idea. It's not what you think. Realizing the misunderstanding, Mu Qianqian hurriedly explained. But Wang Xihua was already boiling with rage and couldn't hear a word of it. Suddenly, someone burst in. Goosebumps instantly covered Li Jiuyue's body, and his entire demeanor soured. Oh no, the worst-case scenario had come to pass. Being misunderstood was the hardest thing to explain, especially when this scene was truly impossible to explain. Better deal with this female larva first. After extracting the female insect from her body, Li Jiuyue hurriedly sealed it inside a jar. Alright, get dressed quickly. Okay. Mu Qianqian hurriedly pulled her clothes back on. But the moment she finished, an enraged Wang Xihua swung a punch straight at Li Jiuyue. Damn it, Auntie, you listen to my explanation. Li Jiuyue hastily tore off the gauze covering his eyes and dodged the attack with a quick sidestep. What is there to explain? You actually brought this thing with you. Wang Xihua glared furiously at the gauze lying on the floor. This was her daughter's undergarment. You pervert. How could you have such a sick sense of humor? If I don't break your legs, I'm not Wang Xihua. Wang Xiao's rage boiled over, her inner energy surging uncontrollably. In that instant, her body was enveloped by an eerie black flame. That's black flame? Li Jiuyue gasped in shock. Before she could recover from her shock, the black flames unleashed by Wang Xihua had completely engulfed Mu Qianqian's room. Mom, if this keeps up, my room will burn to the ground. A house can be rebuilt, but this little brat, I'll make him pay today. Wang Xiao's anger flared with every thought, and the black flames in her hands bombarded Li Jiuyue relentlessly like artillery shells. Damn it! Li Jiuyue tried to dodge, only to find Mu Qianqian's bed directly behind her. Forget it. There's no dodging this. I'll just have to take it head on. Gritting his teeth, Li Jiuyue raised both hands to shield his chest. Possessing the thunder fire physique, he was immune to both lightning and flames. Moreover, he could absorb the power of both elements to enhance his own strength. Seeing Li Jiuyue make no attempt to dodge, Wang Xihua not only didn't stop but instead gathered even more black flames around him. Whoosh! Terrifying black flames shot relentlessly toward Li Jiuyue, reducing everything they touched to ashes. In Mu Qianqian's room, only the bed behind Li Jiuyue remained intact. Everything else had been reduced to a pile of ashes. He had believed his thunderfire body could absorb these black flames, but to Li Jiuyue's shock, the black flames on his body not only refused to extinguish but instead continued to consume his flesh. Had it not been for his exceptionally high defenses and the protective barrier of the Earth Heart, he would likely have been reduced to ashes by now. What the hell is this black flame? It's so damn strange. Seeing the youth before him not being consumed by his own flames, Wang Xiao's furious gaze flickered with a hint of shock and surprise. But that fleeting moment vanished as rage overwhelmed him once more. The next second, Wang Xiao's hands swiftly converged before his chest. Whoosh! A black fireball formed, powerful enough to obliterate the entire house.
Mom, don't.
Mu Qianqian tried to step forward to stop her, but Wang Xihua shoved her away with force. Seeing this, Li Jiuyue felt a chill run down her spine, her heart sinking in despair.
Holy crap, this is getting way out of hand. Auntie, please listen to my explanation. It's not what you think at all,
Before she could finish her plea, Wang Xihua swung her arms, sending a black fireball hurtling toward her.
Damn it! Li Jiuyue couldn't help but curse under his breath as he scrambled to block it. Boom! Despite his defense, he was sent flying backward. Half the wall of Mu Qianqian's room was scorched clean by the black flames, and a gaping hole was blasted through the entire villa. Li Jiuyue! Mu Qianqian screamed, rushing out to search for him. At that moment, Li Jiuyue emerged coughing from the smoke. Both sleeves of his robe were now completely scorched by the black flames. However, protected by the earth heart, he himself had suffered no serious injury, though the black smoke choked him terribly. Damn it, this is an outright attempt on my life. How could they be so ruthless? Li Jiuyue, are you okay? Mom, if you keep acting unreasonable, I'll have no choice but to step in. As she spoke, water energy rapidly gathered around Mu Qianqian. Qianqian, what on earth are you doing? Defending this scoundrel at a time like this? Hearing the tremendous commotion, Mu Ning hurriedly called out to Xiaoyu, then had him help him out of the room. Seeing the massive hole blasted through the villa's wall, everyone present was stunned. What just happened? No idea. I've never seen the mistress this furious before. Staggering under Xiaoyu's support, Mu Ning emerged. Xihua, you've completely misunderstood. Seeing Wang Xihua about to lash out again, he quickly explained the entire sequence of events. After hearing the full story, Wang Xihua's anger finally began to subside. You're telling the truth? Mu Ning nodded repeatedly. I told you before, don't be so impulsive. But you wouldn't listen. I was just about to explain when you stormed out. It's settled. You may all leave now. The others murmured their agreement and went back to their respective tasks. Gazing at the gaping hole blasted by the black flames, Mu Ning sighed helplessly. This villa needs to be rebuilt again. Upon learning the full story, Wang Xiao's anger completely dissipated, replaced by an expression of sheer embarrassment. I guess I overreacted. Xiao Hano, no, you. Are you okay? Li Jiuyue's face twitched as he brushed dust off his clothes. I'm fine. I can handle it. He nearly died just now, and he says he's fine. I think I'll leave for today. With that, he ignored Mu Qianqian's pleas and turned to leave. Staying any longer would only deepen the misunderstanding. Just as he was about to turn away, Wang Xihua suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Wait, but then again. Did you actually witness what happened earlier? At those words, Li Jiuyue's entire body froze, standing rigidly in place. No, Auntie, I had my eyes covered, I didn't see anything. Mom, what on earth are you talking about? Mu Qianqian's face flushed bright red instantly, overcome with embarrassment. But on this matter, Wang Xihua had her own judgment. Qianqian, you can't trust a man's word. You have to listen to your mother on this. If word gets out, your reputation will be ruined. Unless. Li Jiuyue suddenly felt an ominous foreboding. Unless what? Unless you marry Qianqian. Chapter 89, either marry my daughter, or. Unless you marry Qianqian. Mu Qianqian. Li Jiuyue. Hearing those words, Li Jiuyue froze, his mind going blank for a moment. After standing frozen in place for a full several dozen seconds, he gradually came to his senses and swallowed hard. No, excuse me, Auntie, I didn't quite catch what you said? Wang Xihua glared at him fiercely before speaking slowly and deliberately. Unless you marry Qianqian, this matter will be settled. Li Jiuyue, huh? Mu Qianqian, ah. Li Jiuyue's lips twitched. His eyes went blank for a moment before shock flooded his gaze. This joke was a bit too much. Auntie, did I hear that correctly? This is no laughing matter. Hearing this, Mu Qianqian's heart began pounding wildly, and her face flushed crimson. Mom, what on earth are you talking about? But judging by Wang Xiao's expression, she looked dead serious, not like someone cracking jokes at all. Joking? Who's joking with you? I'm dead serious. This concerns Qianqian's reputation. You must give me a choice. Li Jiuyue's expression stiffened slightly, and the smile on her face vanished in an instant. Damn, this woman is so aggressive, this is ridiculous. Auntie, I can't accept it. First, I swear I really didn't see anything back then. Second, Mu Qianqian and I are just ordinary friends. You can't force someone to do something against their will. Third, Mu Qianqian definitely wouldn't want this either. You have to respect her wishes. Seeing Li Jiuyue speak with such reasoned conviction, a hint of admiration flashed in Wang Xiao's eyes. This little rascal kept his cool under pressure, quite interesting. She then turned her attention to Mu Qianqian, asking a question that was equally direct. Qianqian, do you like this guy? The moment those words left her mouth, Mu Qianqian froze in shock. Mom, what are you doing?
As she spoke, she stole a glance at Li Jiuyue beside her, her face flushing slightly as her hands fidgeted with the hem of her shirt. To her, Li Jiuyue was the savior who had rescued the Mu family. She did harbor these feelings for him, but it hadn't reached that level yet. Marriage? She dared not even imagine it. Mom, please, stop joking around. Seeing Mu Qianqian growing serious, Wang Xihua let out an exasperated sigh and waved her hands hastily. Alright, if Qianqian says so, what else can I do? I won't tease you anymore. Alright, come home. Staying out here isn't going to work out. Wang Xihua turned and headed back into the villa. Li Jiuyue wanted to turn and leave, but the moment he thought of Wang Xihua's temper, he immediately dismissed the idea. So, he obediently followed back into the villa. After returning to the villa, Wang Xihua apologized to Li Jiuyue. Just as she reached into her pocket, something inside made her change her mind. You don't have to marry Qianqian, but you must agree to one condition. Auntie, just tell me. As long as it's within my power, I'll do my best. Li Jiuyue replied. Mu Qianqian, however, seemed less than pleased. Mom, this was all a misunderstanding to begin with. Why are you making demands now? Don't worry, this will only benefit him, not harm him. With that, Wang Xihua pulled a military-grade iron badge from her pocket. The military district happens to be short-staffed. You want me to enlist? Li Jiuyue exclaimed in surprise. You're no slouch. Joining the military is definitely the best choice for you. As for why Wang Xihua held Li Jiuyue in such high regard, it was because fewer than 5 people in the entire military district could withstand her black flame attack. Let me be honest with you, I'm the commander-in-chief of Jiangqing district in Xia Nation. One reason I returned this time is to recruit new personnel. These past years, with the rampant beast attacks, our military district's numbers have plummeted. If this continues, we'll have no one left to defend us. Join the military? Li Jiuyue pondered. Before joining Tianqing Academy, he had indeed considered it. Joining the military would undoubtedly offer more opportunities for training, tempering both character and willpower. But the 4 academies competition was approaching, and he simply couldn't spare the time to train in the military. Li Jiuyue paused, then voiced his reservations. So you're still a student at Tianqing Academy? That shouldn't be a problem. You just go make an appearance first, I'll handle these matters. You can stay at the academy during regular hours, but when the military has essential missions, you must be present. Li Jiuyue nodded firmly. Alright, understood. Joining the military offered only benefits, no drawbacks, so he agreed. The beasts within the dungeon were on an entirely different level from those outside. The beasts outside were far more ferocious and aggressive, but conversely, the loot and skills they offered were also far more powerful. Though he had promised Wang Xihua he would join the army, one concern still lingered in his mind. Auntie, there's one more thing. Oh? What is it? Wang Xihua asked, puzzled. Well, you probably don't know my true identity yet. Li Jiuyue scratched his head awkwardly. Your identity? What kind of identity could a little kid like you possibly have? Wang Xihua was baffled. Li Jiuyue cleared his throat twice and whispered, actually. I'm the cursed child. All 3, what? You're that, the cursed one? Upon learning Li Jiuyue's identity, the trio sucked in a sharp breath and instinctively took a step back. Mu Qianqian let out a faint shriek. No way? She had secretly suspected Li Jiuyue's background, and that he possessed such formidable power. It made sense that he'd become a student at Tianqing Academy, but the identity of the cursed child, that was truly unexpected. The cursed child, eternally branded with a divine curse, unable to gain experience, unable to equip gear, unable to receive divine protection. He was the cursed child? Then why was he so incredibly strong? The power he had displayed earlier was already on par with ordinary S-rank experts. It took a full 5 or 6 minutes of stunned silence before Wang Xihua and the others gradually snapped back to reality. This is rather unexpected. I'll explain this to the military district personnel. You needn't worry. By the way, Wang Xihua asked quietly, how did you block my attack earlier? She was deeply curious as the cursed child. What method had Li Jiuyue used to withstand her black flames? You wouldn't happen to be wearing some kind of god-tier equipment, would you? Wang Xiao's gaze kept darting over Li Jiuyue's body as she spoke. He merely gave a wry smile in response. No, it's probably just that my constitution is a bit unusual. As the cursed child, he couldn't equip any gear, let alone upgrade it. However, it seemed that gear obtained within dungeons could be equipped, while gear acquired outside remained unusable. Though he couldn't wear them, he could fuse them, which was still a significant advantage. If there's nothing more for me to do, I'll take my leave. Li Jiuyue rose to his feet. Wang Xihua rose to thank him. Thank you for what you did for Qianqian. The Mu family always keeps our debts and favors clear. You've helped my family, and I remember this favor. Li Jiuyue smiled faintly before turning and leaving the Mu residence. Watching his departing figure, Wang Xihua felt a surge of curiosity. By the way, Qianqian, how did you even meet him? Well, this is a bit of a long story.
Chapter 90, Speedrun Military District, Day 1. Please support with gold tickets. After leaving the Mu residence, Li Jiuyue took out Wang Xiao's badge and examined it carefully in his hands. Military district? He recalled the day he was sacrificed. Many high-ranking military figures had been present. He hoped this enlistment wouldn't bring any unexpected complications. Back home, he shared the situation with Zhang Yi and Li Wenbin. Both strongly supported his decision to enlist. Early the next morning, following the address Wang Xihua had provided, he headed straight to a military camp located in the outskirts. This location wasn't within the town itself, it belonged to the unprotected outer perimeter. The inner and outer perimeters held fundamentally different concepts. The inner perimeter was relatively safe, while the outer perimeter was considerably more dangerous. With the beasts lurking restlessly in the outer perimeter, numerous military units were stationed there. Upon reaching the camp perimeter, he was stopped by two middle-aged men in formal uniforms. After explaining his purpose, he presented Wang Xiao's badge. "So you're the one Commander Wang summoned. Follow me." Led by the two men, Li Jiuyue was escorted to an office within the military district. A man of about 40 approached him. He stood tall and slender, with sharp eyebrows slanting into his temples, a high, resolute brow, and a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps due to years of field experience, the contours of his muscles remained distinctly visible even through his clothing. "Heh, you must be September. Commander Wang and I discussed this over the phone yesterday. Have a seat." "Sure." Li Jiuyue didn't hesitate and sat down on the sofa. Sujin then proceeded to give him a brief overview of the military district. "I'm Colonel Sujin, in charge here. I've already reviewed your background. The military district and the academy won't interfere with each other. Here, strength reigns supreme. I trust you understand this principle?" Li Jiuyue nodded. "Understood. Good." Sujin clapped his hands. "Of course, you must pass the military zone's assessment tests. If you fail, even if you were recommended by General Wang, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep you here." "Of course." Li Jiuyue smiled. "Alright, then go report in first. Someone will guide you there." "Got it." Li Jiuyue nodded and turned to leave the room. After he exited, Sujin sighed helplessly, the smile fading from his face. "Ah, Commander, why did you shove such a high-caliber ace into the military district? The cursed child, this is no laughing matter. If he were to die here, it would be a tragedy for the entire military." Clearly, during their earlier call, Wang Xihua hadn't disclosed Li Jiuyue's true capabilities, merely providing basic information. Now that he'd chosen to join the military district, the truth about the cursed child could no longer be concealed. Meanwhile, at the Mu residence. "Mom, do you really think he'll enlist?" Mu Qianqian sounded worried. Wang Xihua replied calmly, "I don't think he's the type to break his word. Besides, if he truly makes a name for himself in the military district, he'd be worthy of my daughter." Hearing this, Mu Qianqian's face flushed bright red all the way to her ears. "Mom, what on earth are you talking about? If you keep joking around like this, I'm going to get angry." Mu Qianqian pouted angrily, waving her little fists in frustration. "Ha ha ha." At that moment, within the military district. After changing into a fresh set of uniforms, a second lieutenant led Li Jiuyue to the field training grounds. And Hongyi then pulled a checklist from his pocket and handed it to Li Jiuyue. "Gather everything on this list before dusk and you'll pass the test." Li Jiuyue took the list and scanned it. Dark Knight Wolf Claws 10, Ink Poison Scorpion Tails 5. There weren't too many items, just 7 in total. Except for the Nightwolf, which was a B rank beast, all the others were C rank. "My name is in Hongyi. Once you make it out alive, I'll explain the military zone's rules in detail. The countdown begins now. You have 8 hours left. Having chosen to join the military zone, one must embrace the resolve to die. The military zone is different from the outside world. Monster attacks can strike at any moment, and life-threatening dangers lurk constantly. This test exists to weed out the useless scum who come here just to pad their military records. Remember, the military answers directly to the sovereign. Even those with low professional ranks but high military merits hold status that surpasses even some S-class professionals. Good luck. Hope you make it out alive." Li Jiuyue nodded and stepped into the training grounds. 3 minutes later, several captains approached out of curiosity. "Who's that kid? New here? He looks so refined, must be some rich kid's son. Probably trying to earn military merit on the cheap." And Hongyi shot them a stern look and said, "Cut it out. He was recommended by the Commander-in-Chief." "What? The Commander-in-Chief recommended him?" The group gasped. Could he be one of those backdoor types? We'll see if he pulled strings soon enough. And Hongyi narrowed his eyes, glancing at his watch. After entering the forest, Li Jiuyue surveyed the surroundings. According to what that officer mentioned earlier, this forest should be home to quite a few of the exotic beasts on that list. "Alright, let's get started." He exhaled softly, his form darting like lightning as he began searching the forest. Li Jiuyue moved with blinding speed and struck swiftly. Any beast he encountered, whether on the list or not, met his blade. Half an hour later, and Hongyi's brow furrowed deeply, his expression growing increasingly grave. The others began speculating. It's so quiet in the forest. Could that kid be dead? Yeah, if he was fighting a beast, there'd be some noise. This silence is off. Some curious soldiers immediately gathered around. But before they could get a clear picture of the situation, several captains scolded them. Look, what's there to see? Get back to your training. If today's mission isn't completed, none of you will get a meal. Bunch of little brats. After shooing everyone away, and Hongyi wore a peculiar expression. These guys. You lot are no different. What are you staring at? If you don't meet the training standards, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Now get out of here. I. The few men scratched their heads awkwardly and hurried back to lead their teams in training. The seconds ticked away on the watch, while the forest before them remained eerily silent. Ah! Just as Hongyi sighed in frustration, a sudden disturbance finally broke the forest's eerie stillness. Chapter 91, Military Life, Tower of Trials seeking gold tickets. Finally, it's here. And Hongyi stared intently ahead. Such a tremendous commotion naturally drew the attention of everyone in the midst of their training. Just as they were puzzling over it, the ground suddenly began to tremble faintly, as if some colossal creature were charging toward them. Something's coming. And Hongyi sensed trouble and immediately shouted. Bad news. Something's happening. Everyone, prepare for combat. Hearing this, the group instantly halted their training, heightening their vigilance as they shifted into combat readiness. 3 seconds later, a massive bear paw swept through the surrounding trees, clearing them away. Without a second glance, it charged straight toward Hongyi. Its manner. As if it had been startled by something, more like it was fleeing for its life. The moment they saw the frenzied bear, and Hongyi and the others' expressions shifted slightly. That's a frenzied bear. How did it get out? Shouldn't it be in its cave? The raging bear was one of the dominant beasts in this forest, usually staying deep within its cave. Though they bear the name frenzied bear, this effect only activates when they're critically wounded. They remained in their caves year-round, rarely venturing out unless deliberately provoked. But why now? Just as Hongyi was puzzled, the raging bear charged out of the forest. Everyone, prepare for battle. Yes. The men responded in unison, immediately drawing their shields and long swords from their equipment. Such training was routine in the military. They were always prepared for any unexpected situation. Just as they prepared to engage the frenzied bear, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The enraged bear completely ignored the group, glanced back in terror, and bolted toward the distance. Its behavior seemed as though it was fleeing from something. What is this? As everyone stood bewildered, a black bolt of lightning shot out of the forest, reaching the top of the rabid bear in the blink of an eye. Think you can run? Where do you think you're going? Roar! The frenzied bear stared at the human before it in terror. Even as a beast, it instinctively felt fear. Die! In the next instant, Li Jiuyue's heavy fist slammed into the frenzied bear's head. Thud! The blow crushed the bear's skull to a pulp, blood spurting wildly. Why didn't you just do this sooner? Now I've been chasing you for ages. Li Jiuyue wiped the blood from his hands in utter exasperation. When he snapped back to his surroundings, he realized he'd chased the bear out of the forest and into the military zone. Holy crap, I went on a killing spree. How did I end up back here? Sorry to interrupt your training. Only then did the others snap out of their trance, staring at the corpse of the rabid bear spewing blood on the ground. Several captains twitched their lips, their minds racing with internal complaints. Damn it, is that all you care about? What the hell happened with that berserk bear? And, you took down a rank berserk bear with a single punch? Seeing the stunned looks on everyone's faces, Li Jiuyue scratched his head awkwardly. He couldn't help it. He hadn't meant to do it. The beast had been hiding in a cave. While pursuing another beast, he accidentally chased it into the cave. Then, for some reason, the berserk bear started running like it had seen a ghost. Anyway, since he'd already collected all the items on the list, he figured he might as well gather a few more. That's how he ended up chasing it here. After checking the items on the list, Li Jiuyue handed everything he'd gathered to Hongyi. Sir, I've gathered everything on the list. And Hongyi snapped back to attention, took the list, and began checking off each item one by one. Everything was accounted for and in double quantities. Wait, triple. You little rascal, did you slaughter every shadow wolf in the vicinity? Li Jiuyue replied, well, not exactly. Considering we might need to test new trainees in the future, I left a few alive. So, does that mean the test is passed? And Hongyi nodded with great satisfaction. Passed. Zheng Pei, this kid's yours. Got it. Zheng Pei grinned, baring his teeth. Kid, what's your name? I'm curious about you. Sir, my name is Li Jiuyue. Once you join my team, no need to be so formal. Just call me Brother Zhang. Alright, Brother Zhang. Alright then, you'll train with us today. Tomorrow I'll show you around. Zheng Pei gave Li Jiuyue a hearty pat on the shoulder, signaling his high regard for the new recruit. Got it. Li Jiuyue nodded, finding himself unexpectedly looking forward to life in the military. On his first day, he trained with Zhang Pei's squad. Everyone got acquainted, and conversations flowed smoothly. By the end of the first night, he had already gotten a good grasp of the military base's layout and basic operations. The next morning at roll call, Zhang Pei personally took him on a tour of the surrounding area. They were stationed at Xia Kingdom's eastern frontier, with several other units guarding the remaining cardinal directions. Safeguarding Xia Kingdom's security was their foremost duty. Although this location was still some distance from Jiangcheng, should any emergency arise in the city requiring support, they would dispatch reinforcements without hesitation. Zhang Pei then led Li Jiuyue to a towering structure. What a towering structure! Li Jiuyue looked up, discovering the tower pierced the clouds, imposing and magnificent. Moreover, he could faintly sense an ominous aura emanating from its summit. Seeing this, Zhang Pei enthusiastically began explaining the tower's origins. Ahem, this tower has quite a history. It was created by the military god of Huaxia and is called the Tower of Trials. The Tower of Trials has a total of 99 floors, with danger increasing the higher you climb. The highest record stands at 99 floors, set by the war god himself, a feat yet to be surpassed. The god of war? Li Jiuyue pondered. Was that war god also an S-rank powerhouse? Zhang Pei paused briefly before answering honestly. Well, there were once 3 S-rank powerhouses from other nations who sought to annex our Xia Kingdom's territories. But they provoked the god of war. Guess what happened? What? Li Jiuyue asked curiously. Within half a day, the god of war brought back the heads of those 3 foreign powerhouses. The strength of an S-rank professional speaks for itself, doesn't it? Li Jiuyue's expression turned grave. So that means, the god of war has already reached that realm? SS class. Throughout the entire history of the Great Xia Kingdom, only near SS class powerhouses had ever appeared, never a true SS class being. Oh, right, there's one crucial thing I haven't told you yet. Zhang Pei hurriedly added, each floor you clear in the trial tower grants corresponding rewards. The higher you go, the better the rewards. You can exchange these rewards for items at the quartermaster's office. Li Jiuyue nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it works. Can I participate? Seeing Li Jiuyue ask this, Zhang Pei paused. Of course you can. But you've only been in the army for 2 days. The trial tower is extremely dangerous, and I'm worried. No problem. I love doing dangerous things. Li Jiuyue patted his arm confidently. Alright then, I'll go apply for you. Just as Zhang Pei was about to move, a burly middle-aged man strode over arrogantly. Well, isn't this Zhang Pei? What's this? Bringing another recruit to the trial tower? Chapter 92, Challenging the Trial Tower, the beginning of the legend. You lost so much face last time, and you're back again? You've got some nerve. Facing the challenger's provocation, Zhang Pei didn't hold back, firing back immediately. Meng Jun, shut the hell up with your whining. I brought my crew to the trial tower, what the hell's it got to do with you? Meng Jun sneered disdainfully, his eyes scanning Li Jiuyue up and down. Well, no skills but plenty of attitude. This kid. When he spotted the rookie badge pinned to Li Jiuyue's chest, he couldn't help but burst into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing bringing a rookie to the trial tower? Zhang Pei's body tensed, his fingers clenched into fists, his expression darkening. Who I bring to participate is none of your damn business. Get back to training if you've nothing better to do. Stop blocking my path. September, let's go. Hey, don't rush off. Actually, I've got a few people here who want to join the trial tower too. With that, Meng Jun waved behind him. At that moment, 2 men in their mid-20s approached. Meng Jun, what do you think you're doing? Zhang Pei's brows furrowed, his eyes flashing with anger and resentment. Damn it, this guy has no shame. Both of these fellows are regulars who've been hanging around the trial tower for years. Here's the deal. You got the guts to face me in a duel? Let's wager which group climbs higher in the trial tower, yours or mine. Meng Jun stared at Zhang Pei with a look of absolute confidence. Facing Meng Jun's challenge, Zhang Pei merely snorted coldly, then dragged Li Jiuyue toward the trial tower. Humph, boring. Let's go, Jiuyue. Seeing Zhang Pei refuse the wager, Meng Jun launched into another endless stream of taunts and provocation. Ah, cowardice is cowardice. What excuses are you making? The 2 men following Meng Jun laughed, arms slung casually over each other's shoulders. Their words, however, left Li Jiuyue feeling deeply annoyed. Brother Meng, how can you say that? He's just conserving his strength. Exactly. If he loses, he'll lose all face. Well, didn't he already lose all his face last month? Ha ha ha, true. Their laughter grew increasingly shrill as the crowd of onlookers swelled. They were all here for the trial grounds, drawn by the commotion to get a closer look. Facing their taunts, Zhang Pei clenched his teeth, fists tight, struggling to suppress the rage boiling within him. Witnessing this scene, Li Jiuyue sighed helplessly. It seemed even the military had its share of self-important individuals. But this might not be entirely bad. If everything were too harmonious, it wouldn't be conducive to the army's development. Very well. This gives me a chance to see just how dangerous this trial ground truly is. With that thought, he turned and declared, what's the wager? Lay it on thick. Meng Jun's face lit up with a look of triumph. If you win, Meng Jun, won't lead anyone to the trial tower for a week. Of course, if you lose, you won't be able to lead anyone there for a week either. Meng Jun, you. Just as Zhang Pei was about to lose his temper, Li Jiuyue said earnestly, "Trust me, we won't lose." Jiuyue, you don't understand. Those two have been grinding in the trial tower for years. Their best run ever was making it to the 45th floor. Li Jiuyue didn't seem the least bit concerned. It's fine, brother Zhang. Trust me, I'm confident.
A faint, detached smile played at the corners of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with sharp assurance.
Fine, whatever. You're entering the trial grounds anyway. Let's take the gamble.
Zhang Pei gritted his teeth, his resolve set.
Damn it, the worst that could happen was missing a week in the trial grounds.
September had immense potential. Sending him to the trial grounds would surely yield great rewards. Judging by how September took down that raging bear yesterday, that kind of strength wasn't something an ordinary new recruit possessed.
Meng Juanxiang clapped his hands excitedly. Perfect. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. You too, Second Lieutenant Zhang has made his decision. What needs to be done? I don't need to remind you, do I? Understood.
The two exchanged a brief smile before turning toward the trial tower.
As he passed by Li Jiuyue, he deliberately flashed a provocative smirk.
Zhang Pei briefed Li Jiuyue on the basic details of the trial tower.
Remember, the trial tower is extremely dangerous.
Unlike the academy, there are no teleportation devices inside.
If you feel you can't handle it, get out immediately. Got it. Li Jiuyue nodded firmly and stepped into the trial tower. They weren't the only ones entering the Tower of Trials. Within a dozen seconds, more and more people streamed inside. Unlike the dungeon trials at Tianqing Academy, the trial tower did not project visual simulations.
However, each of them wore the insignia they had been issued upon joining the military. These badges displayed their real-time locations within the tower, aiding officers in tracking their whereabouts. Upon entering the Tower of Trials, Li Jiuyue curiously surveyed her surroundings. There were no flashy decorations inside. Instead, a vast, bare circular area resembled a large arena. At that moment, several lines of text appeared in the center of the circular area. Challenger, Li Jiuyue, child of the Curse Red Name. First floor, Blazing Demon Bull. The very next second after the text appeared, a massive crimson demon bull materialized on the opposite side of the arena. Time to start climbing the tower. He was now eager to discover just how far his strength could take him within the trial tower. Roar! The blazing demon bull bellowed furiously and charged toward Li Jiuyue. Bring it on! He pumped his fist excitedly, mustering all his strength, and slammed a punch straight at the fire demon bull's head. Boom! The punch split the beast's skull wide open. Buzz! Fiery demon bull slain. First floor cleared. Proceed to next floor? If no choice is made within 5 minutes, you will be automatically ejected from the trial tower. Oh, not bad, 5 minutes to rest. Though this break won't do me much good, it's perfect for looting. Li Jiuyue wiped the blood from his hands and began looting the blazing demon ox's attributes and skills. Looting successful. Gained attack plus 21, defense plus 23, speed plus 19. Acquired skill, blazing charge. Seeing the basic attribute points he'd looted, Li Jiuyue felt a hint of disappointment. Is it because the beast's level is too low that I only got a few base points? Ah well, every little bit helps. He accepted the base attribute points and proceeded to decompose the skill. After completing these actions, a mechanical voice echoed throughout the first floor. Challenger, Li Haoyu, has cleared the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Li Haoyu? Could it be that cocky brat? He sure is fast, but it won't matter. Chapter 93, Shattering Records, Who's the Newbie? At that moment, the area outside the Tower of Trials was already packed with onlookers. Though the Tower of Trials opened daily, the number of participants varied each day. Today's turnout was even larger than usual. Everyone wanted to see just how far this batch of participants could advance through the tower. Holy crap, look! That guy on the 5th floor is Li Haoyu, right? The tower's been open less than 5 minutes and he's already on the 5th floor? That speed is insane. Hey, that guy's not slow either, he's already on the 4th floor. Hey, this is getting interesting. Seeing Li Haoyu's signal suddenly jump to the 5th floor, Meng Jun's face lit up with pure smugness. Zheng Pei, are your recruits any good? Li Haoyu's already at the 5th tier and your guy's only at the 1st? The trial tower has only just begun. What's the rush? Zheng Pei didn't bother arguing back. Instead, his gaze locked onto the signal source at the 1st floor of the trial tower. Li Jiuyue, don't let me down, I've staked everything on you. Inside the trial tower, Li Jiuyue reached the 2nd floor. Challenger, Li Jiuyue, child of Curse Red Name. 2nd floor, Sonic Bat. The 2nd floor beast was a black-purple bat. The beasts on the earlier floors were pretty weak. Looks like this one's only C rank at best. But no matter. As long as I gain attribute boosts, this Tower of Trials run is a total win. SSS. The moment Li Jiuyue entered its attack range, the Sonic Bat launched its assault.
Renowned for its speed, the sonic bat moved with blinding swiftness, closing the distance to Li Jiuyue in mere breaths. But a beast of this level posed no threat to him whatsoever. Li Jiuyue clenched his hand, wielding the hand of the creator, and slammed it down where the sonic bat was flying. Crunch! The sonic bat was crushed to death mid-flight. Sonic bat slain. First floor cleared. Proceed to next floor? If no choice is made within 5 minutes, you will be automatically ejected from the trial tower. After casually dispatching the sonic bat, Li Jiuyue touched some of its limbs and extracted its base attributes. Plunder successful. Gained attack plus 18, defense plus 11, speed plus 20. Acquired skill. Not bad. Let's move on to the next floor. Thus, Li Jiuyue did not attempt to catch up with the group ahead. He steadily advanced by slaying beasts, extracting their base attributes and skills. So by the time he reached the 5th floor, everyone else had already surged to the 10th floor. Li Haoyu had even charged ahead to the 12th floor, leaving Li Jiuyue as the one lagging behind. Outside the trial tower, Meng Jun was extremely satisfied with this climbing pace. Seeing the grave expression on Zhang Pei's face only added to his satisfaction. If you'd brought those previous recruits, you might have stood a chance against me. I really can't fathom your thinking bringing a rookie to the trial tower. At this pace, he'll probably not even make it past the 10th floor. Facing Meng Jun's taunts, Zhang Pei clenched his fists tightly, saying nothing. Was it too much to expect? For a newcomer, reaching the 5th floor of the trial tower was already quite impressive. But he defeated an A-rank raging bear yesterday. He shouldn't struggle against beasts of this tier. Sai, you really are a handful, kid. 20 minutes into the tower climb, news of this quickly reached in Hongyi, Sujin, and the others. Oh, that kid went to the trial tower? Now that's interesting. Sujin gave a faint smile, methodically placing the documents in his hands into the cabinet. But in Hongyi, who had just received the news, was far from as composed. Zhang Pei has completely lost his mind. That kid just joined the military, and the very next day he takes him to a dangerous place like the trial tower. This won't do. I need to get over there immediately. Those bastards. With that, and Hongyi turned to leave. Just then, Sujin called out to him with a smile. Hold on, let's see how things play out first. Olden, you really need to work on that impulsive streak of yours. Nothing's worth rushing into. Oh, come on. How can I not be in a hurry? That kid might end up dying in the trial tower. This won't do. I have to go check on him. And Hongyi rushed out of the room in a hurry. Seeing this, Sujin gave a helpless smile and followed closely behind. Very well. The cursed child, huh? Let me see for myself if you're truly as formidable as Commander Wang claims. Time ticked by second by second. As the trial tower's floors rose higher, the group's climbing pace inevitably slowed. Li Haoyu's pace began to falter upon reaching the 30th floor. The person climbing alongside Li Haoyu had been stuck on the 27th floor for 5 minutes. The group chattered excitedly, discussing the conditions within the trial tower. Looks like everyone's speed is dropping now. Yeah, the higher the floor, the tougher it gets. We definitely can't keep up the same pace as before. Suddenly, an observant soldier spotted something and pointed questioningly toward the 20th floor of the trial tower. Hey, wait a minute. Why does it seem like the last one isn't slowing down at all? He's actually going faster than before. Impossible. You must be mistaken. He's always been last. That's not what I'm talking about. The man glanced at the timer and stated with certainty. He went from the 19th floor to the 20th in under 2.5 minutes. It should be even less. What? That fast? No way. Did you miscalculate? Seeing Li Haoyu stuck on the 30th floor for 3 minutes now, Meng Jun was thoroughly dissatisfied with this outcome. What's wrong with that guy Li Haoyu? He usually breezes past the 40th floor, so why is he slacking off today? But that kid's only at the 20th floor, slow as a snail. Nothing to worry about. He sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. Zhang Pei, you might as well just admit defeat. That kid's probably drained every ounce of stamina he'll have in his next lifetime just to reach the 20th floor. Why bother struggling? He's still 10 floors behind. What's the rush? The outcome isn't decided yet. Zhang Pei snorted coldly, unwilling to waste any more breath on him. Because he was also calculating Li Jiuyue's climbing time. This kid's climbing speed is faster than before. Could it really be true? Trial Tower. After extracting the abilities of this level's beasts, Li Jiuyue took a brief rest. The beasts on this floor have reached B rank. Looks like the higher you go, the stronger they get. Whoa, I wonder what kind of existence awaits on the 99th floor of that trial tower? Chapter 94, straight to level 90. You're here to speed farm. Alright, let's push forward with full momentum. Li Jiuyue charged into the trial tower with renewed vigor, as if injected with adrenaline. Meanwhile, on the 30th floor of the trial tower, Li Haoyu sat on a stone stool nearby, gasping for breath as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Phew, damn, that thing was a pain in the ass, but I finally got it. Just as he was about to catch his breath, the voice of the 30th floor suddenly rang out. 1 minute remaining.
Failure to make a choice will result in automatic expulsion from the trial tower.
What the hell? I just sat down a moment ago, how can there only be 1 minute left? No way. I can't let that new recruit outdo me. If word gets out, where would my face be?
The thought made Li Jiuyue grit his teeth as he stood up and stepped into the 31st floor. However, his current state was already a desperate last stand. Taking such a huge risk to enter the 31st floor meant he was likely facing certain doom. Meanwhile, Duan Jian, who had entered the trial tower alongside Li Jiuyue, charged all the way to the 36th floor.
Phew, this floor should be enough to decide the outcome.
He exhaled deeply, just as he was about to rest and adjust his state, when suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice echoed through the trial tower.
Challenger Li Jiuyue completed level 27, currently on level 28.
Every few dozen minutes within the trial tower, the floor levels of other participants would be announced. This also served to better motivate others to climb the tower.
What? That kid's already climbed to the 28th floor. Duan Jian was utterly astonished. How could this kid's climbing speed have increased so dramatically? So what? Reaching the 28th floor is already your limit, but it's still not mine. I won't lose, and I can't lose. Duan Jian sneered coldly before setting off for the next level.
Meanwhile, a large crowd had gathered outside the trial tower, including Su Jin and others who had made a special trip to witness the event.
Colonel Su.
The crowd saluted immediately upon seeing him, showing their utmost respect. Meng Jun and the others dared not show the slightest disrespect, hurrying over at a jog.
Colonel Su, why are you here? Su Jin chuckled, inquiring about the recent events.
Well, with all this commotion, I naturally had to come see for myself.
How are things going? Li Jiuyue is still inside the trial tower, showing no signs of emerging. Zheng Pei declared proudly.
Meng Jun pounded his chest with equal confidence. Li Jiuyue and Duan Jian are still inside the trial tower too. I'm confident these two youngsters will break the record set in recent years. The highest record in the trial tower in recent years was held by a veteran. The highest record is 70 floors. He's now rumored to have become an officer under the king's command.
Hearing Meng Jun's boastful words, Zheng Pei couldn't hold back and nearly burst out laughing. As if the Tower of Trials records were made of paper, ready to be shattered at a word. I'm not wasting my breath arguing with you. We'll see who's right when we get there.
As time ticked by, the number of floors in the trial tower kept changing. Some soldiers, having climbed to around the 30s, began to withdraw from the tower as their strength failed them. Half an hour later, only Li Jiuyue and his two companions remained, struggling to hold on within the tower. By the time Li Jiuyue cleared the 35th floor, he was already covered in wounds. Why has the difficulty of this trial tower become so intense? It wasn't like this a few months ago.
Never mind. This floor isn't high, but it's enough to beat that kid.
Li Jiuyue stopped advancing and exited the trial tower.
At that moment, only Li Jiuyue and Broken Sword remained inside the tower. After exiting the tower, Li Jiuyue couldn't help but glance back.
I'll see just how far up that kid managed to climb. But the moment he looked, he was so shocked he broke out in a cold sweat.
Holy crap, this can't be real. How the hell did that kid climb so fast?
In terms of floor count, Li Jiuyue had already surpassed him, reaching the 48th floor, a full 10 floors higher than him.
Even Duan Jian was only at the 40th floor right now.
Finally, at the 42nd floor, Duan Jian's strength gave out, and he left the trial tower. 42 floors is definitely enough, he declared confidently as he walked back into the crowd. Yet, at that moment, all eyes were fixed on the trial tower, not on him at all.
What's going on? Could that kid still be inside the tower?
Turning back with skepticism, he froze in shock.
The 50th floor? This can't be. Just a rookie participating in the trial tower for the first time. How could he possibly climb all the way to the 50th floor in one go? What shocked everyone even more was that Li Jiuyue's climbing speed hadn't slowed down at all, it had actually accelerated. Inside the trial tower. After the 50th floor, the beasts appearing within the trial tower had escalated from B rank to A rank.
Grade A beasts might seem like an insurmountable barrier to others, but in Li Jiuyue's eyes, these beasts were merely experience packs to bolster his strength.
Already at the 50th floor? Alright, time to pick up the pace.
He unleashed his full power, charging toward the tower's highest floors. During his ascent, he first suppressed any encountered beasts with ultimate terror, then closed in for melee combat.
Harnessing the Earth's core's devastating power, he finished them off with a single strike.
Targeting the beasts' heads, those with weaker defenses were nearly one-shot kills.
Those with thicker defenses might barely withstand Li Jiuyue's first punch. But that was only the first blow. By the second punch landed, their skulls were shattered. Thus, Li Jiuyue advanced relentlessly without pause. Half an hour later, he finally reached the 90th floor. The 90th floor, He took a deep breath and carefully surveyed the environment of the 90th floor. The atmosphere here was completely different from the previous 80 floors. S-rank beasts?
Li Jiuyue continued climbing through the trial tower, but outside, it was already the next morning.
However, ever since Li Jiuyue reached the 60th floor, the crowd of onlookers had only grown larger.
They remained stationed there, refusing to leave. At this moment, every face was etched with shock and utter disbelief. Li Jiuyue's ascent speed was beyond what most could ever achieve in a lifetime and was simply breathtaking. Their eyes held not only awe, but also immense anticipation. Could Li Jiuyue truly shatter the record set by the military god and reach the mysterious, perilous 99th floor? Zhang Pei's excitement spilled over, his voice breaking with emotion as he struggled to form coherent words. Damn, I really underestimated this kid. 90 floors, that level probably hasn't been surpassed in nearly a decade. Su Jin's face bore little joy at that moment, instead wearing a look of gravity and concern. Colonel Su, what's wrong? Zhang Pei asked, puzzled. Su Jin didn't respond, his gaze fixed intently on the 90th floor of the trial tower. The 90th floor. The beast's rank must have reached S-class. An S-rank beast? That's a force capable of obliterating an entire city. Li Jiuyue, just how many surprises can you possibly bring me? Chapter 95, The First Showdown, S-rank practitioner. The 90th floor of the trial tower. After reaching the 90th floor, the rewards he had accumulated were already substantial. These rewards weren't rare treasures or equipment, but rather something akin to military merit coins. These military merit coins could be exchanged for items at the military district, making them extremely valuable within that jurisdiction. After adjusting himself to peak condition, Li Jiuyue stepped into the combat arena of the 90th floor. Challenger, Li Jiuyue, child of the curse red name. 90th floor, Michelle. Seeing the name of the 90th floor, Li Jiuyue froze for a moment. That name doesn't sound like a beast's name. It sounds more like a person's name. The thought barely formed when a dark shadow materialized before him. The shadowy form began to coalesce, gradually taking on the shape of a human figure. Only, the figure's eyes were pitch black, its head bowed as if its soul had been drained. It really is a human. Before Li Jiuyue could recover from his surprise, the shadow launched an attack with lightning speed. Swish! Its speed was lightning fast, closing the distance to Li Jiuyue in the blink of an eye. Without a moment's hesitation, the shadow unleashed a punch. Determined to test Michelle's strength, Li Jiuyue didn't dodge. Instead, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and braced for the blow. The force of the punch sent him staggering back over 5 steps. With strength like this guy is definitely an S-class psionic. Wait, could it be? Suddenly recalling something, Li Jiuyue's expression changed. Brother Zhang mentioned earlier that the military god once took down 3 S-rank professionals from other nations. Judging by this, Michelle, the guardian of the 90th floor, must be one of those 3 S-class professionals. Facing off against an S-rank psionicist, this is exactly what I've been longing for. Those previous opponents were boring. This is where the real fun begins. Li Jiuyue grinned, his eyes blazing with fierce combat intent. He took a step forward, and his figure vanished from the spot. Li Jiuyue unleashed no skills or talents, engaging Michelle purely in close-quarters combat. He wanted to know if, with the earth heart within him, his physical strength could truly match that of an S-class psionic. The outcome was clear: the earth's core's value kept rising. Their hand-to-hand combat lasted a full 2.5 minutes, with Li Jiuyue holding absolute dominance. What troubled him, however, was the strange sensation he felt when grappling with Michelle. Each of his strikes felt like punching cotton, leaving him with a sense of powerless frustration. Unfortunately for him, Michelle's defenses were solid enough that he couldn't gain any advantage, instead forcing himself back with repeated recoils. Warm-up's over. Time to get down to business. Li Jiuyue flexed his wrists, eager to uncover the true nature of Michelle's abilities. As if reading Li Jiuyue's thoughts, Michelle tilted his head in an eerie manner. In the next instant, Michelle slowly spread his hands apart. Dozens of eerie black tentacles suddenly materialized behind him. Swish! The tentacles, as if equipped with automatic navigation, surged madly toward Li Jiuyue. 10,000 miles of frozen ice. Li Jiuyue held nothing back either, immediately unleashing his mastered skill. As he blocked with 10,000 miles of frozen ice, the system displayed Michelle's information. But this information. Name, Michelle. Level? Attack power? Defense? Speed? Mental power? Skills? Just like Poseidon, even the system can't detect this guy's abilities? Boom! In an instant, the intense cold released by 10,000 miles of frozen land collided head-on with the dozens of black tentacles. The immense freezing force instantly turned the 10 black tentacles into ice sculptures mid-air. Is that all it takes? As Li Jiuyue hesitated, a crisp cracking sound echoed through the air. Crack! Snap! The icy power dissolved, and the 10 black tentacles began to multiply. Another 10 appeared. Swish! As Michelle pointed with his right hand, the black tentacles lunged toward Li Jiuyue's vital points like the scythe of death. He tried to step back to evade them, but just then. What? Li Jiuyue tried to move backward, but glancing down, he discovered black tentacles had wrapped around his feet without his noticing. He dared not hesitate, immediately activating his thunder fire body. Lightning surged from his left hand, flames erupted from his right, each striking his legs with brutal force. Clang! What? It didn't work? Could these black tentacles be immune to thunder and fire? To Li Jiuyue's shock, the black tentacles not only remained unharmed but absorbed the thunder and fire energy, tightening their grip even more as they continued to crawl upward.
No! Without pausing to think, Li Jiuyue pushed the rock barrier aside and shielded his face with both arms. His upper body curled into a protective ball, shielding most of his vital areas. Rock barrier. Swish. 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 The very next second after he completed this, the powerful black tentacles launched a frenzied assault. Even with the formidable defensive skill of rock barrier, Li Jiuyue still felt a dull ache throughout his body. This won't do. I can't keep going like this. Li Jiuyue bit his lip, searching for a way to break the stalemate. Because the rock defense enveloping his body was beginning to show signs of breaking. Divine Blessing, Star-Shattering / Blade Storm. After casting Sacred Blessing, all attributes increased by 20%, granting immunity to any negative effects for 3 minutes. He thought he'd shake off those pesky tentacles at his feet, but instead of disappearing, they'd spread all the way up to his knees. Could it be that these aren't negative effects? After a moment's hesitation, he wasted no time, immediately switching to Wolf Fang's Claws and unleashing 2 skills in rapid succession. Rip! Star Shatter inflicted 70% armor penetration on the target, while Blade Storm delivered relentless, stacking damage. As Li Jiuyue's strength grew, his mastery of these 2 skills deepened. The dual skills converged, finally slicing the black tentacles before him into countless fragments. Seeing the skills take effect, Li Jiuyue rejoiced and immediately began hacking wildly at his own legs. Rip! The black tentacles wrapped around his legs shattered. Li Jiuyue attempted to leap backward, creating some safe distance. But then, an utterly unacceptable sight unfolded before him. What? He saw that the part of his body below the knees had mysteriously vanished. In that instant, an inexplicable dread spread through Li Jiuyue's heart. Is this the power of an S-class? A single move is lethal. What a bizarre technique. Now, this is going to be a fight. Chapter 96, The Unfathomable Darkness Domain. Staring at his severed legs, Li Jiuyue's expression darkened as he swiftly activated the dragon's saliva elixir within his body. After absorbing the dragon's saliva life-sustaining dew, he possessed the power of the dragon and the tenacious vitality of the Tree of Life. Even a fatal wound to his heart could be healed. In the next instant, the Tree of Life's formidable regenerative power instantly restored Li Jiuyue's legs to their original state. Having witnessed Michelle's terrifying prowess, Li Jiuyue resolved to first alter the surrounding environment with corrosive rain. As long as Michelle focused on defense, that would create an opening for him to strike. Corrosive rain. Corrosive Rain had a 10-second skill cast time, so Li Jiuyue first channeled the water energy within his body, unleashing a massive water prison that trapped Michelle in place. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. As he counted down to 7 seconds, Michelle's body began to tremble strangely. The next second, his body vanished into the darkness, escaping the water prison's confinement. Within the water prison, a severed tentacle one Li Jiuyue had previously cut off had mysteriously reappeared. Shifting positions, huh? Well, how about this? Li Jiuyue flinched slightly in surprise before immediately devising a countermeasure. His right hand shot out, clenching toward Michelle before him. A powerful water barrier instantly formed, trapping him within. The severed black tentacles from earlier were also trapped within this barrier. Now let's see how you'll shift positions? Michelle tilted his head, extending his withered fingers to lightly tap the water barrier before him. Immediately, the severed segments of the shadow tentacles coalesced before the barrier. With another light tap from Michelle's right hand, the shadowy tentacles melted away, transforming into a vast mass of black mist. The mist rapidly coalesced, eventually forming a pitch-black door. Michelle stepped through the door, walking directly out of the water prison barrier. What? She can actually do that? Li Jiuyue exclaimed in astonishment. However, by the time Michelle had exited the water prison barrier, the corrosive rain was already prepared. Corrosive rain. The corrosive rain fell swiftly. Michelle reached forward, but her body was scorched and corroded. Li Jiuyue let out a cold laugh. This was precisely the outcome he desired. This fellow was likely nothing more than a soul form, his physical body long since dissipated. Even in your current soul state, the corrosive rain can still scorch your soul. Because when the corrosive rain took shape, Li Jiuyue had infused a thread of flame power and lightning power into it using the properties of his thunderfire chi. This meant the corrosive rain actually contained a trace of soul-scorching flame power. Not only that, but every so often, devastating lightning bolts would crash down from the sky. Boom! At that moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Michelle directly. Michelle instinctively reached out to catch it, but the immense destructive force instantly obliterated his right arm. Seemingly stunned by the sheer force of the lightning, Michelle's head jerked to the side in shock. Whoosh! His body trembled slightly as pitch-black energy rapidly enveloped the severed limb. In the next instant, a brand new right arm had grown back. Of course. It would be strange if an S-class psychic didn't possess regenerative abilities. Just as Li Jiuyue prepared to launch another attack, he felt his body suddenly halt, as if it had been filled with lead. What is this? Michel exhaled softly, expelling a stream of black energy from his mouth. He clenched it tightly in his right fist before crushing it with a sudden squeeze. Whoosh! The pitch-black energy exploded outward, its blast engulfing the entire 90th floor. Li Jiuyue instinctively defended himself, yet the black energy inflicted no tangible harm upon his body. No control, no damage, not even his mind was affected. Is this just a bluff? As he scanned his surroundings, an eerie sight unfolded. What is this? Though his eyes were open, he could see nothing around him. The surroundings were pitch black, so dark he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. It felt as though plunging into a bottomless abyss, forever descending into a void where light never reached. There was no doubt about it, this was Michel's doing. Even with his treasure that allowed him to sense his surroundings, he could detect nothing in this profound darkness. Often, the things you cannot see are the most terrifying. The corrosive rain skill's duration hadn't ended yet, but now he couldn't feel a single raindrop. Li Jiuyue's heart skipped a beat before quickly settling back into calm. Swoosh! Suddenly, a massive tentacle shot out from the endless darkness, lashing violently toward Li Jiuyue's back. Fortunately, Li Jiuyue possessed the extraordinary spirit perception heart. He sensed the danger mere centimeters before the tentacle reached his back. Water blade! He gathered water energy in his right hand and spun around swiftly. Rip! The blade sliced clean through the massive tentacle, severing it in two. The tentacle fell to the ground, only to vanish almost instantly. Before Li Jiuyue could react, a ghostly figure resembling Michel swiftly attacked. Li Jiuyue dared not take it lightly, immediately activating his combo skill. 10,000 miles of frozen ice, followed by water tornado. He had long mastered these two skills to perfection, so combining them felt completely natural. The fusion of water energy and frigid ice transformed into a mighty ice tornado. Whoosh! The ice tornado tore through everything in its path, even the bottomless darkness around it seemed to be ripped apart. Yet despite this terrifying assault, the ghostly figure didn't even attempt to defend itself, simply passing right through. The ice tornado inflicted no meaningful damage whatsoever. What? How is this possible? Li Jiuyue was stunned as the black shadow darted toward him like a specter. Just as he prepared to react, the shadow passed right through his body. Li Jiuyue frantically checked his body, thankfully finding no discomfort. But when he turned his head, there, in the shadow's hand, was a beating heart. Without hesitation, the shadow crushed the heart in its palm. The instant the heart burst, Li Jiuyue's body was overcome by exhaustion. His breathing became labored as he clutched his chest and collapsed heavily to the ground. 1 second, 3 seconds, 10 seconds. Seeing the motionless figure sprawled on the ground, the shadow tilted its head slightly before fading back into the darkness. 15 seconds later, satisfied that the target was dead, Michel withdrew the dark realm. Everything around him returned to its original state. But just as he turned to leave, the figure on the ground suddenly dissolved into a pool of water. Michel, huh? Amid Michel's puzzled expression, the puddle rapidly coalesced, eventually taking human form. Li Jiuyue revived. As long as there was sufficient water energy, he could resurrect infinitely. Even a damaged heart held no fear. An S-class professional truly has some tricks up their sleeve to actually kill me once. This is the first time, and it will be the last. You have no more chances. Li Jiuyue's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he immediately activated his Thunderfire body. Since acquiring this formidable physique, he had never tested this fusion technique. Alright, let's give it a try. He summoned lightning from his left hand and flames from his right. Chapter 97, Thunder Fire Chi Explosion, Instant Kill. Please vote for gold tickets. He summoned flames with his left hand and lightning with his right. Without hesitation, he fused the two forces together. The fusion of these two natural forces could create an attack of devastating power. Caution, only attempt this technique with absolute confidence in your abilities. Failure may result in catastrophic bodily harm or even death. Now, Li Jiuyue not only possessed the defensive marvel known as the Heart of the Earth but also enjoyed the protection of the Tree of Life. Though he suffered backlash from both powers, the Tree of Life's formidable regenerative abilities allowed him to recover swiftly. As the flame power and thunder power collided, the two forces immediately began repelling each other. Terrifying energy erupted uncontrollably, and Li Jiuyue's body began to suffer the backlash. His hands were particularly affected, instantly covered in blood. Irregular cracks appeared on both palms, the skin splitting open to reveal the pink flesh beneath. I refuse to believe I can't handle you two little pests. Fortunately, the defense of the Earth Heart and the healing of the Tree of Life allowed the wounds inflicted by the backlash to heal in the blink of an eye. As if sensing the two terrifyingly powerful forces in Li Jiuyue's hands, Michel tilted his head slightly and immediately unleashed his full power. The shadow beneath his feet trembled slightly, then swiftly manifested an identical duplicate of himself. This Michel also possessed pitch-black eyes, devoid of any spiritual energy, a soulless, walking corpse. Both performed identical motions as countless black tentacles erupted from their backs. Unlike the thick tentacles before, these appeared as countless thin black threads. Countless threads spread out, sending a chill down one's spine and making the hair on the back of the neck stand on end. If each of these threads possessed the same power as the earlier tentacles, that would be the most terrifying prospect. Facing Michelle's lethal attack, Li Jiuyue didn't even lift his head. Instead, he focused intently on gathering the two surging energies in his hands. Michelle felt provoked and waved her hands angrily. Swish! Swish! Countless black threads swept toward Li Jiuyue like a raging storm. Their terrifying expansive force and range even surpassed the summit of the 90th floor. Crash! The immense cutting and piercing power split the 90th floor tower top clean in two. Countless threads surged skyward like a tidal wave. Outside the Tower of Trials, the crowd witnessing this scene was utterly stunned. What is that? It looks like hair? One person narrowed their eyes, scrutinizing the scene closely. Impossible. How could a person have hair that long? You think she's a female ghost or something? For some reason, seeing those dense black strands gives me the creeps. Yeah, same here. Me too. Watching the countless black threads drifting through the air, Sujin frowned deeply, saying nothing. His abilities surpassed those around him, and his perception was second to none. He had clearly sensed a deadly threat emanating from those strands. Everyone, retreat. Quickly. Follow orders. Retreat now. And Hanyi bellowed at the onlookers. The roar snapped the crowd out of their shock, and they scrambled to flee in the opposite direction of the trial tower. Yet, Hanyi's roar seemed to activate the black threads at the tower's summit. Swish! As if equipped with homing devices, the threads abruptly shifted their trajectory, hurtling straight toward Sujin and his companions. Oh no, Colonel Su, look at those threads? Sujin's expression darkened as he waved his hand, issuing battle commands. Everyone, prepare for combat. Yes. At Sujin's command, the men wasted no time, drawing their weapons and preparing for battle. The more experienced soldiers used their abilities to form a solid defensive wall in front of the group. Colonel Su, requesting permission to test the target's destructive power. Test approved. Proceed with caution. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the veteran soldiers drew their Beast Core enhanced bows. Simultaneously drawing their bows, they enveloped each arrow in their elemental energy before releasing them all in a single, powerful volley. Whoosh! In the next instant, the arrows collided with the black threads. Instead of the expected clash, a devastating destruction unfolded. In a single exchange, the hundreds of arrows were utterly destroyed by the black threads, leaving not a single one intact. What? Their attack power is this terrifying? What exactly are those black things? Meanwhile, long before merging the two energies, Li Jiuyue had shielded his entire body with water energy. Thus, the thread attacks were completely blocked by the water energy before they could reach him. Not only that, but the repelled water energy didn't dissipate. Instead, it coalesced into a dragon-like beast. The dragon-like creature roared furiously, positioning itself to shield Li Jiuyue. At that moment, Li Jiuyue guided the two energies and suppressed them with the hand of the creator. Finally, perseverance paid off. The thunder and fire energies successfully merged. The merged form manifested as a palm-sized sphere. The left side of the sphere glowed a deep blue, pulsing with thunderous power, while the right side blazed a deep red, crackling with fiery energy. What immense power! Alright, let me test your power. Li Jiuyue swiftly passed through the dragon-like beast's body, then aimed at Michelle nearby and hurled it with all his might. Boom! Hand of the Creator. He harnessed the power of the Hand of the Creator to accelerate the sphere. With the boost in speed, the sphere tore through space itself, appearing before Michelle in the blink of an eye. Michelle froze, about to raise a hand to defend, when the sphere suddenly flashed with blinding light and exploded. Boom! The immense energy unleashed instantly engulfed the entire 90th floor. Terrifying thunder and fire energy erupted wildly, relentlessly pounding the surrounding walls. The force, potent enough to obliterate everything, caused the entire trial tower to tremble. Just as the 90th floor was about to be obliterated, the tower suddenly received some form of protection. The shattered walls began to gradually repair themselves. When the thick smoke finally cleared, Michelle was nowhere to be seen. He had vanished completely, leaving only a pool of thick, black blood where he had stood. With Michelle's death, the countless black threads lost all ability to move and eventually vanished into thin air. Outside the Tower of Trials, the sudden vanishing of the black threads left everyone flustered and momentarily speechless. What just happened? How did those damn things vanish so suddenly? I don't know. Could something have gone wrong inside the Tower of Trials? The sudden disappearance of the black threads allowed Su Zhen to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet he dared not lower his guard, his gaze fixed intently on the trial tower. Something must have happened inside. What terrifying thing could possibly be lurking on the 90th floor of the trial tower? Chapter 98, Charge Forward, Mad Rush to the Tower. The 90th floor of the trial tower. With Michelle's death, the 90th floor was successfully cleared. The crisis averted, Li Jiuyue collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Phew, S-rank professionals really aren't easy to deal with. As he rested, his thoughts drifted back to what Zhang Pei had mentioned. To eliminate 3 S-rank professionals in half a day, just how formidable was the military god of Xia Nation? Looks like I've got a long way to go yet. He still had some trump cards up his sleeve. If he really let loose, could Michelle even withstand a single strike from the trident of Poseidon? Ah, right, better hurry and plunder this guy's abilities. Abilities that even the system couldn't detect. I'll see just what kind of talent this guy possesses. Excitedly, he rushed forward, about to touch the pool of black liquid Michelle had left behind. Buzz. The instant his right hand made contact, the black liquid vanished into thin air. Damn it! Don't do this to me. I fought so hard to defeat this S-class powerhouse, only for its ability to vanish without even letting me see it. What am I supposed to do now? He felt like crying, but there were no tears. His pent-up rage had nowhere to vent. Who could possibly understand this agony? Could it be because Michelle was essentially a soul, so he vanished without a trace? If he could truly seize Michelle's abilities, it would undoubtedly elevate his strength to a whole new level. Refusing to give up, Li Jiuyue crawled around the spot where Michelle vanished, searching meticulously for a long while. Only when the trial tower's alert sounded did he reluctantly rise to his feet. Man, what rotten luck! Michelle defeated. Floor 90 cleared. Proceed to next floor? If no choice is made within 5 minutes, you will be automatically ejected from the trial tower. During this 5-minute respite, Li Jiuyue claimed the military merit coins awarded for this floor. Holy crap, this level actually gave out so many military merit coins. The total military merit coins in his possession were now approaching 3,000. But now, a dilemma stood before him. Should he push forward to the next floor or choose to quit now? Honestly, reaching the 90th floor already shattered the Tower of Trial's best record in recent years. Even if he quit now, no one would blame him. But curiosity gnawed at Li Jiuyue, compelling him to uncover what formidable presence lurked on the 91st floor. My stamina is at its peak right now. Even if I face another S-rank powerhouse, I'm ready to fight. With that thought, he hesitated no longer and decisively chose to enter the next floor. Outside the trial tower, Zheng Pei watched Li Jiuyue's signal enter the 91st floor. Zheng Pei slapped his thigh in frustration. Damn it! Why doesn't that kid know when to quit while he's ahead? The 91st floor, why is he still going down? Oh no, what do I do? What do I do? Zheng Pei paced frantically like an ant on a hot pan, unable to stay still. After all, reaching the 90th floor of the trial tower in one go made him second only to the military god Li Jiuyue. At this height, he must be running on fumes. There's absolutely no need to push further. To remain so blind to his own limitations could mean certain death inside. This was precisely what infuriated Zheng Pei the most. Seeing the other man's anxious state, Meng Jun sneered maliciously. Even if that kid makes it to the 91st floor, so what? Can he even survive getting out? One must have a clear understanding of their own capabilities. Don't tell me he actually thinks he can just breeze through the entire thing. Whether he can survive this 91st floor is another matter entirely. Shut the up, Meng Jun. Zheng Pei's face twitched as he spat out a string of curses. You didn't even make it past the 50th floor before bailing out, and you have the nerve to stand here spouting nonsense. You! Haven't you two finished bickering? Su Jin frowned. The bitterness in Su Jin's heart was something none of the others present could understand. This kid really never stops causing trouble. If he really dies in the trial tower, how am I supposed to explain this to Commander Wang? A worthless cursed by the gods, yet possessing such terrifying strength. Li Jiuyue, what on earth happened to you? Upon reaching the 91st floor of the trial tower, Li Jiuyue had barely stepped onto the circular platform when a dark shadow blocked his path. Seeing this shadow, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh inside. Ah, just as I thought, another S-rank professional. Like Michelle, this professional bore eyes as black as ink, their entire being radiating listlessness. However, judging by certain physical features, she was a woman. Name, Xia. Level? Attack power? Defense? Speed? Mental power? Skills? The name is still 4 characters. Whatever. Since I'm already here, let's just go for it. Ji Hongyue's home. Huh, Auntie, is this for real? Oh, I see. Thank you, Auntie. Ji Hongyue hung up the phone and slumped onto the sofa, looking utterly dejected. September really is something, joining the army without even telling me. But I did manage to find out where you're stationed, you know. Ji Hongyue flashed a sweet smile and called out toward the bedroom. Mom, I'm heading out. A middle-aged woman emerged from the room. Her name was Wen Huiyun, Ji Hongyue's mother. Hongyue, it's almost evening. Where are you going? To meet someone. Ji Hongyue replied mysteriously. Who is it? Does Mom know them? Is it a man or a woman? Wen Huiyun asked suspiciously. Oh, Mom, I'm leaving now. We'll talk later. Seeing Wen Huiyun about to ask more questions, Ji Hongyue dashed out the door in a flash. Oh, this child. At Tianqing Academy, she was the senior who could shoulder all responsibilities, the very hope of the academy. But in this home, she was just a young girl experiencing her first stirrings of love, filled with beautiful fantasies about everything. At the military camp, all eyes were fixed on the trial tower before them. Because Li Jiuyue had now climbed to the 93rd floor of the trial tower. Holy crap, the 93rd floor? How the hell did he pull that off? I heard he's not even a week into basic training. What the hell? A rookie made it to the 93rd floor of the trial tower. If he keeps this up, he'll break the record set by the military god himself. The 99th floor? Even S-rank powerhouses probably can't reach that height? Chapter 99, Attribute Boosts, Buff Stacking. While some believed in Li Jiuyue, others refused to give him a chance. This is only natural. In their eyes, the military god stands as an insurmountable chasm for all. He embodies the hope of every soldier. And the records he set were unbreakable within the military camp. For a recruit who joined just 2 days ago to break this record? That would be utterly bizarre. Is this recruit just that strong? Or is the trial tower simply too easy for him? Are you kidding me? That's 99 floors, the record set by the military god himself. Once his beacon vanishes, he'll be trapped inside the trial tower. Let's go, let's go. We've got training later. I don't have time to wait around here with you guys. Some chose to leave, while others remained. They wanted to witness a miracle, though deep down, everyone knew the odds were incredibly slim. Meanwhile, on the 93rd floor of the trial tower. Phew, finally a chance to catch my breath. Li Jiuyue gasped heavily, finally getting a brief moment of rest. Upon reaching the 93rd floor, he avoided the circular platform area and instead found an open space to rest. Who could have imagined that every single floor he'd encountered so far was filled with S-rank professionals? This trial was brutal enough as it was. How was he supposed to fight through every single floor packed with S-rank professionals? However, having endured this ordeal, Li Jiuyue had grown tremendously in both strength and resolve. Even if those S-rank professionals were still alive, they might not be his match. And now, they were nothing more than soulless puppets. The only regret was that after defeating them, those figures dissolved into pools of black liquid and vanished completely, leaving nothing of value to extract. After resting for 2.5 minutes, Li Jiuyue rose to his feet and headed toward the center of the 93rd floor. Just as he was about to step inside, the golden egg he had obtained at the auction suddenly stirred. Huh? Why is this golden egg suddenly reacting? Li Jiuyue was overjoyed and quickly pulled the golden egg out. He'd been quite busy these past few days. After winning the auction for this golden egg, he'd stored it away in the warehouse without examining it closely. But when he took it out this time, he discovered that the golden runes on the egg had somehow increased in number. So many more golden runes could it be about to hatch? System, can you tell what kind of egg this is? Upon hearing Li Jiuyue's inquiry, the system promptly responded. Golden egg. Type? Level? Question marks all around, as expected. I just don't know how to hatch this golden egg. Forget it, let's just drop some blood to bind it to me. Li Jiuyue bit her finger and dripped several drops of blood onto the golden egg. The blood was absorbed by the golden egg, causing the golden runes to glow even brighter. Moreover, the creature within the egg seemed to possess sentience, showing signs of breaking free from its shell. It even shook twice. The runes on its surface had also multiplied. Do you have something to say? After applying that drop of blood, he had forged a contract with the creature within the golden egg. It was what they called a human-beast contract. Once this pact was sealed, even if the egg hadn't fully hatched, Li Jiuyue could still understand its thoughts whenever it conveyed them. You, hungry? The golden egg understood Li Jiuyue's words and wiggled twice in place. I can understand that much. But what do you want to eat? He'd never hatched a beast egg before. Not being a beast tamer, he genuinely had no idea what to feed the little ones. Besides, this was a strange beast that hadn't even broken its shell yet. Could it be that it needed to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, the spiritual energy of the sun and moon? While Li Jiuyue was still fretting over this, the golden egg rolled toward the circular platform on the 93rd level. Hey, don't run away. Li Jiuyue hurried after it, but the golden egg moved swiftly, rolling straight into the very center of the circular platform. Whoosh! The moment any creature entered the center, it triggered the trial tower's challenge. Challenger, Li Jiuyue, child of the curse red name. Level 93. Oh, it's actually 5 rank beasts. Did the strategist not expect anyone to breach the 93rd floor, so they weakened its defenses? But even combined, these 5 rank beasts could still take on an S-rank professional. This little guy deliberately lured me, and does he want to devour the flesh and blood of these beasts? Seeing Li Jiuyue deep in thought, Golden Egg excitedly hopped twice, as if confirming his own suspicion. Alright. Stay right here and don't move. I'll go get you some meat. Golden Egg hopped twice more before settling obediently in place, remaining perfectly still. Well. I'll see what you look like after hatching, you little rascal. Li Jiuyue stretched his limbs, then charged straight toward the 5 strange beasts before him. The 5 beasts, seeing a human dare to approach, instantly felt provoked. Roar! A furious roar echoed, signaling the official start of the battle. 15 minutes later, all 5 rank beasts lay slain by Li Jiuyue. Just as he was plundering their innate abilities, the system's notification tone suddenly sounded.
The moon goddess's blessing and spiritual awareness enhancement can be attracted and fused. Do you wish to proceed with fusion? Oh, finally able to fuse. Li Jiuyue rejoiced wildly. He had originally obtained this skill from the Icefield Wolf King, intending to shatter it into fragments. But he had held on to it, and now, unexpectedly, the moment for it to prove its worth had finally arrived. Blessing of the Moon Goddess. Spiritual awareness enhancement. I wonder what kind of effect these two skills will fuse into. I'm actually looking forward to it. Fusion. Fusion complete. Acquired grade A skill, random attribute enhancement. Oh, this skill is interesting. Let's check it out. Skill name, random attribute enhancement. Skill level, a rank upgradable. Upgrade, 1530 remaining until next upgrade. Skill attributes, random, enhancement, luck, buff. Description, upon activation, randomly enhances 3 of your attributes. Note, attributes eligible for enhancement include strength, agility, intelligence, spirit, luck, physical resistance, immunity, elemental resistance. Upon using the skill, you will gain 3 random attributes from these 8. Each attribute receives a 40.9% boost. The attribute boost lasts for 5 minutes, and the skill duration is 24 hours. For detailed enhancement effects, refer to the following list. Strength enhances physical attack and melee damage capabilities. Agility. After thoroughly reviewing the skill description, Li Jiuyue was overjoyed. This attribute-enhancing skill is truly impressive. I can't wait to see how overpowered it becomes when it evolves to S rank. System, can I learn the effects of this skill at S rank? Buzz. God tier attribute enhancement. Skill level, S rank. Effect, guaranteed to grant 8 attribute bonuses upon use. Note, upon reaching S rank, an additional 5 attribute effects will be unlocked. Chapter 100, Golden Egg Hatching. It turns out to be. Upon seeing the system's skill description, Li Jiuyue was overjoyed. Holy crap, this skill becomes even more insane after reaching S rank. Not bad, not bad. Now I have another way to boost my strength. Li Jiuyue then proceeded to strip the remaining few beasts of all their skills and innate abilities, converting them all into skill fragments. Just as he was about to dispose of the beasts' corpses, the golden egg hopped over to him. Its expression seemed to say that the flesh and blood of these beasts would be immensely beneficial to it. You want to eat these beasts' flesh? Li Jiuyue asked. The golden egg bounced excitedly in place several times. Alright, I got it. Slow down, no rush. Li Jiuyue chuckled as he patted the golden egg, then used the hand of the creator to extract all the blood and flesh from the bodies of the strange beasts before him. Immediately after, he poured all that blood and flesh over the golden egg. The well-fed golden egg was overjoyed, bouncing and skipping around Li Jiuyue. The layer of golden runes on its shell had grown significantly thicker than before. Once these golden runes spread completely, this little creature would surely break free from its shell and be reborn. Kill. Level 93 cleared. Proceed to the next level? If no choice is made within 5 minutes, you will be automatically ejected from the trial tower. Since there's still 5 minutes left, I'll take a break. System, open the attribute panel. Buzz. Name, Li Jiuyue. Class, Cursed Child. Red name. Strength, 1234. Speed, 964. Defense, 1344. Mental strength, 157. Cold resistance, 37. Frost attribute, 54. Luck, 31. Wealth, 12. Wood attribute power, 20. Combined with the base attribute points from previously plundered beasts, Li Jiuyue's strength and defense had now reached astonishing levels. Hidden talent, Infinite Plunder upgradable, requires 15,488 100,000 proficiency points for next upgrade. Talents, Infinite Instant Kill 2430 Innate Poison Body 810 Sacred Protection 310 Formless Water Enhancement 730 Sea God Body. God tier cannot be upgraded. Thunderfire Body 430 Earth's Heart 410. God tier, Call of the Sea God cannot be upgraded. Phantom of the Sea God cannot be upgraded. S+ skill level, Ultimate Terror 1930 Twin of the Dark Knight 1730. S rank, Club Dance Max Deep Sea Undulation 1330 Earthquake 630 Stone Fist 1130 Stone Barrier 1330 Earth Spirit's Wrath 130. Hand of the Creator 2030. A rank, Divine Blessing 710 Corrosive Rain 830 Starbreaker / 910 Bladestorm 910. Froststorm 910 10,000 Miles of Ice 910 Call of the Wolf King 010 Random Attribute Boost 1530. Grade B, Shadow Toxin 910. Due to Li Jiuyue's extensive use of skills earlier, the attribute points for these skills have now broken through, rising from single digits to double digits. Some skills were even on the verge of evolving into S rank. Just as he finished checking his system panel and examined the runes on the golden egg, a voice echoed from the Tower of Trials. 1 minute remaining. Failure to make a selection will result in automatic ejection from the trial tower. Countdown, 59 seconds, 58 seconds, 57 seconds. Alright, since I've come this far, how could I back down now, right? Li Jiuyue smiled as he glanced at the golden egg beside him. The golden egg, connected by a telepathic bond, understood Li Jiuyue's words and bounced excitedly twice. Its perception seemed even sharper than Li Jiuyue's, already sensing that the next level of the trial tower held something substantial enough for a hearty meal. Alright, let's keep moving forward. Charge. Golden egg. Charge. Hungry. Time held no meaning for Li Jiuyue within the trial tower, unaware that 2 days had already passed outside. During these 2 days, Zheng Pei rushed to the trial tower whenever he had a moment after finishing his training. Meanwhile, those who usually trained within the tower had all stopped. Perhaps it was due to the sudden appearance of those black threads on the 90th floor of the Tower of Trials, leaving them with lingering psychological scars. Since Li Jiuyue was still inside the tower at that moment, they felt no urgency to proceed. Instead, they took turns coming to the tower's entrance to observe the situation. After Ji Hongyue came looking for Li Jiuyue and explained the situation, Su Zhang made an exception and allowed her to wait outside the trial tower. Since it was a break period, Ji Hongyue wasn't wearing her Tianqing Academy uniform. Instead, she was dressed in a light blue long dress, looking like a little girl at home. Ji Hongyue's sudden appearance sent ripples through the ranks of soldiers training in the barracks. Women were rarely seen in the barracks, so the sudden appearance of such a stunning beauty was a huge deal. Damn, who is that beauty? Never seen her before. She's here for the first time, specially approved by Colonel Su. You'd be lucky to have seen her before. She's here to enlist too? That doesn't seem right. She's been staring at the trial tower the whole time. What on earth is she looking at? Why don't you go ask her? Nah, forget it. Training. Despite this, whenever they had a chance, the others would subtly show off in front of Ji Hongyue. But the former's mind was completely occupied with Li Jiuyue, so she didn't notice them at all. Inside the trial tower, Li Jiuyue charged forward like a man possessed, relentlessly shattering records. His winning streak carried him straight to the 98th floor of the trial tower. Between levels 98 and 93, every floor was guarded by monstrous beasts, and their numbers only increased. On the 98th floor alone, there were as many as 10 A-rank beasts. The Tower of Trial's scope wasn't limited to its visible dimensions, it seemed to expand based on the density of living creatures within. Upon reaching the 98th floor, the disk's area expanded to over 3 times its previous size and still growing. Kills. Level 98 cleared. Proceed to the next level? If no choice is made within 5 minutes, you will be automatically ejected from the trial tower. After slaying the 98th floor's beasts, Li Jiuyue fed all their flesh and blood to the golden egg. Little one, after consuming so many beasts, it's time for you to break free from your shell. After feeding the entire creature's flesh to the golden egg, the golden runes finally covered its entire shell. Crack. A crisp cracking sound suddenly echoed. It's happening. It's finally hatching. Li Jiuyue chuckled, delighted as he stepped back a few paces. Crack. Crack. With each successive crack of the shell, a massive fissure split open in the golden egg before shattering completely. In the next instant, a small exotic beast burst forth from the shell. Chapter 101, The Taotai, a divine-grade spirit beast. Ah, this little one has finally hatched. Come, let me see what you look like. Li Jiuyue rushed forward eagerly. But when he saw the small exotic beast emerging from the eggshell, he froze in shock. The creature was slightly larger than a palm, its body covered in shimmering golden fur. A pair of small eyes peered out from beneath a rounded, fleshy face. Upon closer inspection, its fangs hadn't fully grown in yet, giving it an incredibly adorable appearance. How adorable. It's just too cute. The moment he saw the little creature, Li Jiuyue rushed forward and scooped it into his arms. Oh my, little one, you've kept me waiting. The exotic creature seemed equally delighted, wriggling and rolling around in Li Jiuyue's arms, its head bobbing like a rattle. Oh right, I don't even know what you're called, little one? System, check its info. Now that the little one had hatched, the system should have no trouble accessing its information. Sure enough, the system immediately displayed the creature's details. Spirit beast name, Taotai undeveloped. Upon seeing the creature's name, Li Jiuyue froze in place. Taotai? This tiny thing is actually a Taotai? Overwhelmed by shock, Li Jiuyue hurriedly checked the information behind the little creature. Spirit beast name, Taotai undeveloped. Spirit beast tier, divine. Possesses tremendous growth potential. Spirit beast attribute, devour. Unique. Spirit beast level, LV1 requires 1000 more EXP to level up. Spirit beast trait, Taotia's size increases with each level up unlimited. Bond with host, 8. Spirit beast description, an apocalyptic level spirit beast capable of devouring all. Exclusive talent, after consuming a target, randomly inherits one of its traits, talents, or skills. Note, talents enhance with level and have no upper limit. Title, the ultimate representative of gluttons, the symbol of appetite. After reading the system's detailed description of the Taotai, Li Jiuyue couldn't help but cherish the little creature in his hands, affectionately patting its head. Holy crap, this little thing is actually a god-tier spirit beast. It's only level 1 now. We need to feed it more to level it up. I wonder if it'll eat this.
Suddenly remembering something, Li Jiuyue pulled out some gear he had previously confiscated. Cursed by the divine, he couldn't wear the gear he'd acquired. He had intended to give these items away, but never found the right opportunity. Well, now it worked out perfectly. This little guy would get them for free. Hey kid, wanna try this? He waved a long sword in front of the little monster. The moment the sword came into view, the little creature's eyes lit up with greedy excitement. It nodded repeatedly, swallowing hard. Li Jiuyue smiled fondly and handed the sword to the little Taotai. He expected the little creature to hesitate, but instead, it crunched right into it. The crunching sound sent shivers down Li Jiuyue's spine. After all, the sword's material was quite hard, yet this little creature had chewed it to crispy bits. Truly worthy of its name, the Taotai. 5 seconds later, the little Taotai had devoured the entire sword, even swallowing the hilt. Spirit Beast level, LV, 900 EXP remaining until next level. Damn it, that only gave me 100 EXP? This weapon was at least B grade. Li Jiuyue rubbed his throbbing temples. Sigh, looks like I'll be raising a little monster from now on. Just then, the system notification sounded. Taotai gains iron resistance +5. Alright, after devouring targets, the little guy can randomly acquire traits and talents and there's no limit to how many. In other words, this little guy possessed limitless growth potential, even more terrifying than himself. The more it devours, the stronger it becomes. It might even evolve into a star-destroying level spirit beast someday. Holy crap, this golden egg actually hatched a spirit beast with growth potential like this. This money was damn well worth spending. It's a total steal. After devouring the long sword, the little glutton still seemed unsatisfied. It licked its lips and stared wide-eyed at Li Jiuyue. Alright, you little glutton. I'll give you everything I have left. Li Jiuyue gave the little creature an indulgent look before dumping all the gear he'd previously looted onto the ground. This should be more than enough for you to feast on, little one. Seeing the pile on the ground, the little glutton drooled greedily and buried its head, devouring everything in sight. If no choice is made within 3 minutes, you will be automatically ejected from the trial tower. 3 minutes should be plenty for this little guy to eat. Hugh finally made it to the 98th floor of the trial tower. I'm actually pretty excited. I wonder what the 99th floor is really like. 2 minutes remaining. If no choice is made, you will be automatically ejected from the trial tower. Hurry up and eat, little one. Time's almost up. Li Jiuyue urged impatiently. The little glutton responded with a grunt, chewing voraciously on the equipment fragments. Finally, with just a minute and a half left, it devoured every last scrap of the equipment fragments. We still have a bit of time left. Quickly check this little guy's stats. Taotai. Attributes, iron resistance, 40. Metal resistance, 37. Attack, 86. Defense, 107. Acquired talent, Iron Devourer. Iron attribute item consumption speed increased by 70%. Acquired talent, Gold Eater. Speed of consuming metal attribute items increased by 70%. Spirit Beast level, LV, 10 EXP points remaining until next level up. Proceed with level up. Auto leveling available. Li Jiuyue exclaimed excitedly, level up. Whoosh. The moment he finished speaking, the Taotia's form underwent a subtle shift, growing significantly larger than before. If no action is taken within 1 minute, you will be automatically ejected from the trial tower. Time's almost up, kiddo. Let's go. The Taotai nodded its little head twice, instantly transforming into a wrist guard that slipped onto Li Jiuyue's right hand, accompanied by faint snoring sounds. Ha, this little guy really does sleep after eating. Alright, then let me see what the 99th floor of this trial tower has in store. He took a deep breath and resolutely stepped into the final floor of the trial tower. Chapter 102, Electromagnetic Pulse Cannon. A crunchy bite? Jiangcheng, Han Family Manor. Have you found out yet? Who exactly killed Fu? Han Tianlin, the head of the Han family, sat in his chair with a sinister expression, his right hand tapping the tabletop incessantly. His voice was sharp and piercing, his tone brimming with boundless fury and murderous intent. The butler hurried over, wiping cold sweat from his forehead as he reported. As you commanded, Master Han, the investigation is still ongoing. You know how chaotic the black market is, Master. Everyone there wears masks. Before the steward could finish, Han Tianlin's right hand tightened, smashing the table before him into dust. So what? The butler, terrified, immediately dropped to his knees. Master, there is some information, but we just don't know if it's accurate. Han Tianlin's face darkened. Speak. Rumors outside suggest the young master's death may be connected to the Mu family. The Mu family? Han Tianlin rose to his feet in fury. Yes. Witnesses saw the young master and the Mu family's daughter have a confrontation at the auction. The steward hurriedly recounted what he'd uncovered. Han Tianlin took a deep breath, but the words that came out sent a chill through the butler. Bring the Mu family's daughter to the house. I intend to have a heart-to-heart with her. If she dares refuse, you know what to do. Yes, sir. The butler nodded frantically before rushing out.
Staring at the photograph hanging in his home, Han Tianlin clenched his right fist so tightly until his hands were stained with blood. The Mu family, you truly don't know your place. Rest assured. I will avenge this for you. No matter who this person is, no matter where they flee to the ends of the earth, I will have them torn limb from limb. Within the Tower of Trials, Li Jiuyue, who had just entered the 99th floor, sneezed repeatedly. Damn it, who's talking behind my back? Is this the 99th floor of the trial tower? Mysterious, eerie, and utterly unfathomable. The 99th floor was exceptionally spacious, with a hollowed-out tower top allowing sunlight to stream in. To Li Jiuyue's surprise, there was no circular combat zone like the previous levels. Well, since I'm already here, might as well take a look around. Li Jiuyue took a deep breath and cautiously stepped forward. After taking about a dozen steps, a strange white mist suddenly appeared in the air. The mist rapidly coalesced, gradually forming a human figure before Li Jiuyue. The figure appeared to be around 30 years old, with slightly dark skin and a hint of lively sparkle in its eyes, clearly far superior to the previous soul entities. What astonished Li Jiuyue even more was the exceptionally high-ranking insignia on the figure's right shoulder. Compared to it, even Sujin looked like a greenhorn recruit. Holy, this guy is almost certainly the military god. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression turned grim, his face twitching uncontrollably. Wait. Am I seriously supposed to go up against the military god? This joke is way too much. Seeing Li Jiuyue's utterly flustered expression, the military god chuckled. Heh, youngster, no need to be nervous. The fact that you've made it this far proves you possess extraordinary strength. You're the god of war? Li Jiuyue tentatively asked. Ah, that was all a long time ago. No need to dwell on it. The god of war waved his hand with a smile, speaking with great humility. Recruit Li Jiuyue, saluting the military god. Li Jiuyue stood at attention and rendered a military salute. Ha? You're still a rookie? The war god looked surprised. Yes, I joined the military district less than a week ago. Li Jiuyue answered honestly. Well now, this is quite the surprise. The war god was visibly excited. He'd expected a veteran who'd been tackling the trial tower for years, but instead a rookie? And such a promising one at that. But the war god narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on the space behind Li Jiuyue. There seems to be something behind you, kid. He could vaguely discern a colossal shadow looming behind Li Jiuyue. The sheer magnitude of that shadow was staggering, and the terrifying aura it emitted was something even he couldn't withstand. It felt like the very oppression of a god. Li Jiuyue glanced over his shoulder, finding nothing there. But he quickly realized something, a helpless smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. That must be a curse. The war god frowned in confusion. A curse? It's fine. It's a curse from the divine realm. Li Jiuyue briefly explained the curse he bore. The war god's gaze faltered slightly, a flash of astonishment darting through his eyes. Even as the god of war, he couldn't fathom what this little one had endured. With such a curse upon him, how had this youngster managed to make it this far? It seemed he harbored many secrets as well. Alright, young one. Your presence here proves you've earned the right to claim this artifact. As he spoke, he spread his hands, and a gun-like weapon shimmering with blue light appeared before him. Li Jiuyue could distinctly sense the immense energy radiating from it, along with a palpable technological aura that stirred an urge to conquer the world upon holding it. Seeing Li Jiuyue's jaw drop in astonishment, the military god smiled and explained. Heh, my profession is god-tier mechanic. This thing will be of great help to you. This weapon is called an electromagnetic pulse cannon. It possesses immense destructive power. Since I no longer need it, I shall bestow it upon you. At that moment, the system's notification tone sounded in Li Jiuyue's mind. Weapon name, electromagnetic pulse cannon. Weapon tier, S-class. Weapon attributes, electric energy, light energy, destruction, impact. Durability, 0-0 requires electrical energy to repair. Weapon traits, can absorb nearby electrical energy to unleash powerful shockwaves and electromagnetic blasts. Requires 3 minutes to recharge after each discharge. Weapon skill, greater electrical energy yields increased EMP cannon power attack cap, 10,000 points. Equipment, you cannot equip this item. Ah, such a powerful piece of gear that can't be equipped, what a shame. Li Jiuyue gave a bitter smile. He had only confided in the war god about being the cursed child, not about his inability to equip gear. This was the war god's goodwill, he couldn't very well refuse it. Just as Li Jiuyue was wallowing in this bitterness, the still sleeping Taotia sensed something and was instantly roused. It instantly shifted into its true form, its eyes gleaming greedily at the electromagnetic pulse cannon before it. Ha! What's this little thing? The god of war scanned the Taotai on the ground, yet even with his keen eye, he couldn't identify what kind of spirit beast it was. About this electromagnetic cannon? Li Jiuyue chuckled awkwardly. It's yours now. Do with it as you please. Haha, got it. Li Jiuyue chuckled, quickly snatching the electromagnetic cannon from the war god's hands. He almost forgot this little Taotai could devour the pulse electromagnetic cannon too.
Better to let it devour it than have it smash his own hand. Who knows, it might even gain some unexpected attributes. Little guy, this is yours now. With Li Jiuyue's permission, the little glutton bit down on the muzzle of the pulse electromagnetic cannon. Crunch, crunch. The crisp chewing sound sent shivers down the military god's spine. This pulse electromagnetic cannon was forged from an extremely hard heavy metal, so hard that even an S-rank couldn't shatter it. Yet this little creature had shattered it with a single bite. Chapter 103, The Laser-Breathing Taotai. Within 3 or 4 seconds, the colossal electromagnetic pulse cannon had been devoured halfway by the Taotai. Crunch, crunch. Listening to the crunching sounds coming from it, Li Jiuyue couldn't help but swallow hard. Watching the little creature devour it so enthusiastically made him hungry too. Beside him, the war god stared in astonishment, his mind filled with questions. Little guy, this spirit beast of yours. Li Jiuyue chuckled, glancing up at the sky. Seeing the electromagnetic pulse cannon nearly finished, he tentatively asked again. The kid's still young. Do you have anything else? I do have a few things, but... This little thing won't eating it cause problems? No worries, no worries. You can give me anything you don't need. The war god shook his head with a wry smile, shooting Li Jiuyue a disapproving look. This little one sure has a big appetite, even eyeing up his own stuff now. You're a straightforward little thing, but a bit greedy. Li Jiuyue scratched his head awkwardly. Ahem, your profession is that of a god-tier mechanic. Crafting such a weapon would be child's play for you, right? But for us, it's a different story. We'd never get our hands on such god-tier weapons. It's not often we get to see you. Asking for a few more pieces isn't too much, is it? Hearing Li Jiuyue's praise, the military god laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with satisfaction toward the young man. You're quite the character, youngster. You do have a point. Due to certain matters, I'm not currently in Xia Nation. Very well. You're quite to my liking, lad. I'll gift you a few more items then. With that, the war god produced 3 more weapons. Dragon Blood Battle Armor. Flamethrower. Energy Greatsword. Staring at the 3 pieces of equipment radiating immense power before him, Li Jiuyue's eyes widened in awe. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, god of war. Hey kid, say thank you. Li Jiuyue gave the little glutton eating nearby a kick on the rear. The little glutton instantly understood, circling the war god twice around him in a display of immense delight. This little fellow is quite adorable. I wonder what kind of spirit beast it is. Alright, with you around, I can rest easy in the army. Suddenly, the war god seemed to remember something, his expression turning serious in an instant. However, since you are now part of the military camp, there are certain principles you must adhere to. Understood. I, Li Jiuyue, swear I will never betray my country, never betray my comrades. He stood tall and rendered a perfectly standard military salute. The war god nodded in satisfaction. Good. I hope you keep your word, kid. Once this little one finishes feeding, the trial tower will automatically transport you out. Remember, once you're out, what you should and shouldn't say. I don't need to remind you of that, do I? Understood. Li Jiuyue nodded solemnly. Seeing his response, the war god smiled with satisfaction before dissolving into a wisp of white smoke and vanishing completely. After the war god vanished, Li Jiuyue felt somewhat puzzled. The war god vanished? So this was a soul transmission? But that doesn't make sense either. If it was a soul, how could it wield a weapon like an electromagnetic pulse cannon? The might of the war god is truly unfathomable. It seems I still have a long way to go. Li Jiuyue clenched his fists tightly, silently resolving within himself. I must stay grounded and take it step by step. The little Taotai nudged Li Jiuyue's body with its head, its eyes gleaming greedily at the 3 pieces of equipment in his hands. Come on, little guy, these 3 items are all yours. He affectionately patted the little glutton's head before placing the 3 items before it. Golden light flashed in the little glutton's eyes as it grabbed one and began gnawing on it immediately. Crunch, crunch. However, the sound it made while eating was truly enough to give anyone goosebumps. 5 minutes later, the little glutton had devoured every last bit of the 3 pieces of equipment gifted by the divine general, even letting out a satisfied burp. Burp. The well-fed little glutton lay contentedly sprawled on the ground, its body now twice as large as before and still growing. Now, the little glutton's body reached all the way to Li Jiuyue's knees. Holy crap, that growth rate is terrifying. It devoured so many strange beasts before, yet never grew this fast. Li Jiuyue drew a conclusion: the rarer the prey the little glutton consumed, the faster it grew. Let me see how your stats have grown, little guy. He eagerly checked the little Taotia's stats. What he saw sent a chill down his spine. Spirit Pet and Host Affinity, 18. Spirit Beast level, LV, 57000 EXP remaining until next level up. Exclusive talent: after consuming a target, randomly acquire one of its traits, talents, or skills. Talent level, LV 5. Note 1, every 10 levels gained, the talent randomly enhances one of the target's abilities. Note 2, when talent level reaches 30, the Spirit Beast will gain 2 of the following traits, talents, or skills. Iron Resistance, 170. Metal resistance, 201. Attack power, 312. Defense, 184. Energy mastery, 31. Acquired skill, electromagnetic pulse cannon. Acquired skill, flamethrower. Holy crap, what incredible luck, I got skills for 2 weapons. I thought choosing one of 3 options would grant me the properties of these weapons, but I ended up getting the skills directly. Perfect. Let me test just how powerful these skills really are. Little guy, unleash the electromagnetic pulse cannon. The little Taotai instantly understood Li Jiuyue's intent and began channeling power toward a cliff face on the 99th layer. 2 seconds later, a powerful surge of electrical energy erupted from little Taota's mouth like a blue pillar of light. Whoa! The sheer force of the attack and the released electromagnetic pulse sent a deafening roar through Li Jiuyue's head, momentarily robbing him of his hearing. Damn it, I can't hear a thing. Who knew this thing was this powerful? I should have stayed farther away. He shook his head violently. 3 seconds later, he could finally hear the sounds around him again. When he looked at the wall ahead, he saw a massive hole blasted through the 99th floor wall. The shattered wall crackled with the sound of lightning. Small fragments of rock that had fallen onto the electrical currents instantly turned to ash. Holy crap, that's insane power. This power was probably far stronger than even the war god himself releasing an electronic pulse. And this little monster wasn't even fully formed yet. Once it grew larger and unleashed that electronic pulse, wouldn't its power triple? Oh, no, quadruple. Good heavens. For this sheer power alone, little one, from now on, whatever you want to eat as long as I can provide it, I won't bat an eyelid. Li Jiuyue declared, pounding his chest in assurance. Glancing at the nearby ruins, the little glutton lifted its head proudly, as if to say, "Ha ha, see? How about my attack? I've got one more trick up my sleeve." It pointed triumphantly at its mouth, where a surge of chaotic energy suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Li Jiuyue hurriedly stopped it. Enough, little one. If you keep this up, I won't be able to handle it. Chapter 104, The Most Unwanted Outcome. The little Taotai seemed dissatisfied, still wanting to show off its abilities. Li Jiuyue smiled faintly and patted the little Taotai on the head. He was genuinely terrified. That electronic pulse cannon had already deafened him. If it unleashed its flame ability now, it might just scorch his clothes to ashes. Alright, you'll have your chance to show off later. Rest up for now, we need to head out. Hearing Li Jiuyue's words, the little Taotai nodded disappointedly before yawning and transforming back into a wrist guard on Li Jiuyue's arm. Excellent. This trip to the trial tower has significantly boosted my strength. And with this little guy by my side, the upcoming 4 Academies tournament will finally let me fight to my heart's content. Time to head out. Wonder how many days have passed. At that moment, a light gate appeared before him. Li Jiuyue smoothed his clothes and walked toward the exit. 5 minutes earlier, outside the trial tower, Li Jiuyue's relentless ascent to the 99th floor of the trial tower had already alarmed some high-ranking officials within the military district. The base of the trial tower was now completely surrounded. Upon hearing the news, Wang Xihua rushed straight from home to the scene. Upon hearing news of Li Jiuyue, Mu Qianqian hesitated briefly before following Wang Xihua to the military district. On the 99th floor of the trial tower, Li Jiuyue's beacon remained stationary, its light flickering steadily. This caused a flicker of unease to stir within Wang Xihua's heart. How many days has that kid been in the trial tower? Seems like it's the 3rd day now. Su Jin calculated the days. Wang Xihua gave a faint smile, his voice betraying unchecked excitement. He's climbed to the 99th floor of the trial tower in just 3 days? I really underestimated him. But he's been stuck on the 99th floor this whole time, something doesn't feel right about this. Once he's inside the trial tower, none of us can help him. The beasts encountered on each floor of the trial tower are randomly assigned. Even if 2 different people entered the tower at the same time, they would be teleported to separate locations. The probability of being teleported to the same location is essentially 0. In other words, even if they wanted to enter the tower to investigate, they wouldn't be able to help at all. Mom, no. No way anything bad will happen, right? Mu Qianqian stared at the top of the trial tower, her eyes filled with worry. Oh, already starting to worry about them? Wang Xihua raised an eyebrow, unable to resist teasing her. Oh, Mom, what are you saying? Mu Qianqian's face flushed red as she shot her a disapproving look. Oof. Well, I hope he comes out safely. Wang Xihua sighed deeply, her mind in turmoil. If that kid really died in the trial tower, it would be a tremendous loss not just for the army, but for the entire Xia kingdom. At that moment, everyone watched the top of the trial tower with heavy hearts and deep concern. Only Ji Hongyue remained calm, her confidence in Li Jiuyue unwavering. If he dared to challenge the trial tower, it meant he had absolute confidence. In her heart, Li Jiuyue was an invincible hero. This mere trial tower could never stand in his way. September, hang in there. I'll be waiting for you here. At that moment, a laser suddenly erupted from the pinnacle of the trial tower. Boom! The laser was terrifying, piercing straight through the wall of the 99th floor of the trial tower and even tearing open a gap in the clouds. What's happening? What's happening? Stay calm, everyone, stay calm. Team 1, go stabilize everyone's emotions. Second squad, protect the commander. Third team, prepare for combat at any moment. Under Sujin's command, numerous officers stood poised, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Suddenly struck by a thought, Mu Qianqian's expression turned grim. Mom, no, it can't be him, can it?
Wang Shihua bit her lip tightly, her gaze fixed intently on the summit of the trial tower.
No, this can't be happening. This tense standoff lasted a full 5 minutes. Only when the massive fissure in the clouds finally closed did the crowd breathe a collective sigh of relief. Looks like the crisis is over. Just as Sujin exhaled in relief, a sudden realization struck him. Terror flashed in his eyes, his face drained of color, and his hands trembled slightly. If that laser wasn't fired by September, then it must have been the gatekeeper guarding the 99th layer. That kid might have. A dreaded thought, one they had all refused to entertain, surfaced in everyone's minds. Immediately after, Li Jiuyue's light point vanished completely within the trial tower. 1 minute later, the trial tower returned to normal, everything as it had been before. Judging by this situation, it seems the worst-case scenario has unfolded. Sujin drew a deep breath, clenching his fists so tightly his fingernails dug into his palms. Wang Xiao's hands clenched so tightly beneath his sleeves that his knuckles turned slightly white, his face grim. Mu Qianqian could scarcely believe the scene before her, nearly collapsing to the ground in disbelief. The group stood in silence, their spirits deeply dampened. Only Ji Honyue showed no trace of despair. Her eyes burned with unwavering conviction. You don't understand, September won't fall here. Besides. Her right hand touched her forehead, where Li Jiuyue had left a mark. That mark still glowed faintly, which meant. Several seconds later, Wang Shihua took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth. Everyone, disperse. I will take full responsibility for this matter. Yes. The crowd responded weakly, heads bowed, their gloomy expressions betraying their reluctance as they prepared to disperse. But just then, a faint sound suddenly emanated from the base of the trial tower. This sound naturally startled Sujin and the others. Something's happening. Everyone, be on guard. Yes. Each of them gripped their weapons, their eyes fixed intently on the base of the trial tower. Suddenly, a groan echoed from within, followed by the emergence of a frail figure. Damn it, I had to go all the way around to get out. What a waste of my time. Why couldn't they just teleport me straight to the first floor? This is such a hassle. Li Jiuyue grumbled as he exited the trial tower. Upon stepping outside, he noticed the others' gazes had shifted toward him. It felt as though they'd seen a ghost. Fear, dread, astonishment, and confusion? How had things gotten so weird? Everyone, why are you all staring at me like that? Is there something strange on me? He instinctively scanned his own body but found nothing unusual. Why did the atmosphere suddenly turn so weird? Chapter 105, Double Blossom, Battlefield of Azura. What's going on with everyone? Li Jiuyue scratched his head in confusion. He'd only been inside the trial tower for 2 days of training. Why were so many people gathered outside now? Seeing Li Jiuyue emerge safely from the trial tower, the crowd gasped in shock. Sujin broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he demanded, Who are you? Colonel Su, it's me, Li Jiuyue. I reported to you earlier, did you forget me so quickly? Li Jiuyue exclaimed, utterly bewildered. You really are Li Jiuyue? He nodded blankly. Yes. I just went through the trial tower once. Why is everyone staring at me like this? Seeing that familiar face and hearing that familiar voice, the crowd finally confirmed one thing. The person standing before them was indeed Li Jiuyue. Holy crap, you're still alive? I thought you were already. Junpei's eyebrows instantly knitted together, his expression betraying obvious shock. Li Jiuyue looked puzzled and briefly recounted his ordeal within the trial tower. As for encountering the war god on the 99th floor? Not a single word about that. I'm perfectly fine, but the trial tower was indeed fraught with danger. There were several times I nearly bit the dust in there. Recalling his journey through the trial tower, it was indeed fraught with peril, every step a harrowing ordeal. Those 3 S-rank professionals who blocked his path possessed truly terrifying strength. Hearing Li Jiuyue's account of the Tower of Trials, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Whoa! This kid, is he some kind of monster? Or maybe he's SS-rank. That was the speculation on everyone's mind. It was no wonder they speculated this way. A recruit who had joined the military camp less than a week ago had cleared the entire trial tower. If word got out about this, no one would believe it. After all, this was the trial tower built by the military god himself. How many years had it stood within this military camp? Countless had attempted to conquer it, only to end in failure, some even losing their lives in the attempt. Yet Li Jiuyue not only shattered the trial tower but emerged unscathed. More importantly, he was so young. He is nothing short of the hope of Xia Nation. While everyone was still reeling in shock, Li Jiuyue strolled leisurely over to Meng Jun. I won this wager, didn't I?
Meng Jun's face turned as dark as a frostbitten eggplant, leaving him speechless.
What an idiot I am. Why did I ever provoke such a monster?
Sigh, looks like I need to do some serious soul-searching. He hung his head and slunk away from the scene.
Zheng Pei, feeling utterly satisfied and exhilarated, strode over and slapped Li Jiuyue's shoulder with a hearty laugh. Hey kid, you actually remembered this? I'd almost forgotten about it myself. Ha ha, alright then. Commander Wang seems to have more to discuss with you. I'll be off to attend to other matters. Come report back once things are settled. With that, Zheng Pei also departed. Su Zheng cleared his throat twice, signaling for everyone to disperse. Ahem, alright, everyone, stop crowding around here. Those who need to train, go train. Those who have work to do, get back to it. What good does standing around here accomplish? Yes, sir. As the crowd dispersed, the once crowded trial tower fell silent. As the crowd dispersed, Li Jiuyue's gaze immediately fell upon Ji Hongyue, standing alone not far away. Hongyue? He called out excitedly, waving his hand as he hurried over. How did you find me here? Ji Hongyue pouted, feigning great indignation. I was just about to ask you running off to enlist without telling me a thing. Li Jiuyue awkwardly scratched his nose. Heh, I just didn't have time to tell you. Figured I'd use these 2 days off to get some training in the army. What's this? Did you come all the way to the army just to find me? Miss me already? Even though Ji Hongyue knew he was teasing her, she couldn't help but blush and let out a soft laugh. So what if I did? Not far away, Mu Qianqian watched Li Jiuyue conversing warmly with an unfamiliar woman. She bit her lip, feeling an inexplicable tightness in her chest. Oh, Qianqian, you said you didn't like him, but look at you staring like you're mesmerized. Oh, Mom. Mu Qianqian shot Wang Xihua a glare, but this time, surprisingly, she didn't argue back. As a mother, how could she not understand her daughter's feelings? Qianqian, didn't you say you needed to talk to Jiuyue about something? But... Mu Qianqian glanced at the corner of the room, hesitating visibly. On any other day, she would have walked right up without hesitation. But today... Seeing Mu Qianqian's indecision, Wang Xihua couldn't stand by any longer. Oh, if you won't go talk to her, I'll do it for you. Hearing this, she grew anxious. Mom. Fine, I'll go. Mu Qianqian took a deep breath, steeled her courage, and slowly walked up to Li Jiuyue. Li Jiuyue, I need to talk to you about something. Hearing that familiar voice, Li Jiuyue turned around. Huh? What? You're here too? He was a bit surprised. How come Mu Qianqian had also come to the military camp? Today was really lively. Mu Qianqian smiled faintly. I heard you joined the trial tower, so I came to see how you were doing. I'm glad you're safe and sound. Just luck. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is Ji Hongyue. Li Jiuyue stepped aside. Ji Hongyue gave a slight nod, then approached politely, extending her hand with a friendly smile. Hello? Hello, I'm Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian responded with a polite smile, extending her right hand as well. For a moment, subtle sparks seemed to fly through the air. Caught in the middle, Li Jiuyue felt incredibly awkward. He racked his brain but couldn't think of a topic to break the tension. Why does this situation feel so familiar? Just as Li Jiuyue was racking his brain for a way to ease the tension, Mu Qianqian spoke up first. May I speak with him privately? Of course. Ji Hongyue nodded, giving the two some private space. Li Jiuyue, actually, I came here today for another reason. What is it? The Han family came looking for us. Mu Qianqian's expression turned serious. The Han family. The moment the Han family was mentioned, Li Jiuyue instantly recalled that unlucky kid, Han Fu. I'd almost forgotten about that whole mess. What did they say? Mu Qianqian recounted the entire incident of the Han family steward visiting the Li household to Li Jiuyue. The Han family's steward invited me to visit their residence. But with my mom here, they wouldn't dare do anything to me even if I refused to go. But what about you? As she spoke, a hint of worry flashed in Mu Qianqian's eyes. Even though you wore a mask that day and no one knows your identity, the Han family has an extensive network. I'm afraid. Li Jiuyue gave a faint smile, a hint of ferocity flickering in her eyes. It's fine. If they dare come looking for trouble, I'll make sure none of them walk away alive. Chapter 106, The Jealous Ji Hongyue. Seeing Li Jiuyue's confident demeanor, Mu Qianqian stole a glance at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Better safe than sorry. I have another plan. Mu Qianqian then proposed a second, more prudent approach. You just need to earn some military merits within the army. If you can even become an officer, that would be ideal. That way, even if the Han family tracks you down, they won't dare touch you. Though the Han family wielded immense power in Jiangcheng, the military's strength far surpassed theirs. How could they dare provoke such a formidable force? Li Jiuyue pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. In that case, joining the army this time was indeed the right choice. I see. That makes sense. Thank you for explaining. You must be extra careful yourself. Since the Han family has set their sights on you, they won't let it go easily. They might not dare to act openly, but who knows what they'll do behind the scenes. I'll be careful. Mu Qianqian nodded repeatedly, feeling a warm glow in her heart. Well then, I'll be going. Alright. Mu Qianqian glanced at Li Jiuyue one last time before trotting over to Wang Xihua. Everything settled? Mu Qianqian nodded once. I've already warned him to keep a close eye on the Han family. Don't worry. With me here, if those jerks dare show up, just watch how I'll teach them a lesson. Everything's settled, so let's head back. On the way back, Wang Xihua was extremely satisfied with Li Jiuyue's performance today. After all, Li Jiuyue had been specially recruited into the military by her. The former's outstanding performance in the military reflected well on her. September just cleared all 99 floors of the trial tower. I doubt the military will be quiet for the next month. The trial tower. Hey mom, there's something I've always wondered. Have you ever conquered the trial tower? Of course I have. Wang Xihua cleared her throat and lifted her head proudly. Then, how many floors did you reach? Mu Qianqian was intensely curious. Ahem, let's keep that confidential. Give your mother some face. Oh, I just want to know. Alright, let's drop this topic. Wang Xihua smoothly changed the subject and quickened his pace. The truth was, when she had attempted the trial tower, she had been stopped by Michelle. The situation back then had been extremely perilous. Had she not possessed life-saving skills, she likely wouldn't have become the commander she is today. After Wang Xihua and the others departed, Li Jiuyue strolled back to Ji Hongyue's side. Finished chatting? Yeah, just catching up on some stuff from the black market before. Li Jiuyue scratched his head. You two seem to get along pretty well. Faced with Ji Hongyue's sudden, deathly question, Li Jiuyue instantly broke out in goosebumps. Ahem, we knew each other before. I guess you could call us friends. Oh, really, just friends? Ji Hongyue made a pensive gesture. Of course. Why even ask that? Li Jiuyue gave a wry smile. Judging by this, could Hongyue possibly be? You're quite the ladies' man, aren't you? I'm almost jealous. Ji Hongyue snapped, her voice tinged with slight irritation. Seriously, why does another one keep popping up? Seeing Ji Hongyue's slightly annoyed expression, Li Jiuyue quickly tried to smooth things over. Better not to envy it. By the way, since you're here, I have something to give you. He pulled out the dragon bone he'd acquired at the auction. He still remembered the description given by that woman at the auction. Armor crafted from it could even withstand a full power strike from an A-rank professional. More importantly, there's a minuscule chance of sensing dragon-type skills within this bone. As a dragon knight, dragon-type skills would be immensely beneficial to Hongyue. The dragon bone Li Jiuyue held caught her attention. What is this? A stone? Li Jiuyue nodded and gave a brief explanation. That's right, it's a dragon bone. There's a very small chance you could gain a dragon-type skill. Let me try it. With that, he touched the dragon bone with his hand. True to form, the moment his hand touched the dragon bone, the system alert sounded immediately. Plunder successful. Gained defense plus 70, luck plus 5, and acquired dragon-type skill, Dragon God Resonance. Damn, it really has a dragon-type skill. Let me check it out. Li Jiuyue couldn't wait to examine the skill's properties. Skill name, Dragon God Resonance. Skill level, S. Skill attributes, Dragon, Control, Affinity. Skill properties, this skill only affects dragon-type creatures. It is ineffective against other creatures. Skill description, establishes resonance with all dragon-type creatures and increases affinity with them. Upon mastering this skill, one may ride dragons. Note 1, this is a passive skill and does not consume active skill points. Note 2, upon activation, all dragon-type skill damage increases by 50%. Upon seeing the skill's rarity level, Li Jiuyue was utterly stunned. Holy crap, it's a rare S-rank skill. This is a huge win. He'd snagged an S-rank skill for just 100,000 yuan. Remember, Mu Qianqian's Apocalypse I skill book was worth 500 million. He snagged a 500 million yuan S-rank skill book for just 100,000 yuan. If word got out about this, the entire black market auction hall would go off the rails. Perfect. This skill is ideal for Red Moon. System, how do I transfer this skill to someone else? 10 seconds later, the smile vanished from Li Jiuyue's face. This method of gifting is just a bit too. Never mind. Why should I feel awkward? Anyway. He cleared his throat twice and said, Red Moon, I have a useless dragon-type skill on hand. I'll give it to you. Dragon-type skill? Ji Hongyue was utterly astonished at the mention of those 4 words. Dragon-type skills were notoriously rare, and the ones he possessed had taken immense effort to acquire. Why was Jiuyue suddenly? But he had already anticipated Ji Hongyue's objection, preempting her preemptive objection. Hey, I know what you're going to say, don't rush to refuse just yet. This skill will be incredibly useful to you, but it's useless to me. If you don't take it, I'll just throw it away. Alright, fine, I'll take it. Jiuyue, really, just tossing a dragon-type skill book like that? Good. Then I'll transfer this skill to you. With that, he quickly moved closer to Ji Honyue. But, how do you transfer it, she asked, puzzled. Li Jiuyue didn't reply, instead staring intently into her eyes as the distance between them closed. They could even hear each other's heartbeats clearly. Jiuyue, WH, what are you doing? Chapter 107, A Kiss on the Cheek. Jiuyue, you. As Li Jiuyue drew nearer, Ji Honyue felt a surge of fright, her body instinctively retreating step by step. Her heart pounded wildly, her face flushing crimson, the heat spreading all the way to her ears before stopping. Until a large tree appeared behind her, blocking any further retreat. Focus your mind. I'm about to pass on the dragon-type skill to you. Li Jiuyue's expression turned serious. He lightly tapped his forehead with his right hand, then swiftly leaned in. Ji Honyue snapped back to awareness. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. A blush of shyness spread across her cheeks, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. At that moment, as if she had made some kind of decision in her heart, the hands clutching the hem of her robe began to relax. She closed her eyes tightly, her red lips parting slightly. Li Jiuyue leaned in, gently touching her forehead against Ji Honyue's. Buzz. The instant their skin touched, the skill Li Jiuyue possessed instantly transferred into Ji Honyue's mind. Ding. Skill lost, Dragon God Resonance. In that instant, Ji Honyue, who had kept her eyes tightly shut, suddenly sensed something. This is the dragon-type skill September gave me. She instantly grasped all the information about Dragon God Resonance. So powerful. And it's actually S-Rank. After fully understanding the skill, however, she felt a pang of disappointment because the scene she had envisioned in her mind hadn't materialized. This jerk. I made it so obvious, yet he still doesn't get it. What a blockhead. Ji Honyue opened her eyes, a flicker of emotion stirring within her as a surge of mischief shot straight to her brain. He quickly stepped closer, tiptoed, and planted a swift kiss on Li Jiuyue's cheek. You gave me such a precious skill, and I have nothing to repay you with. Now I don't owe you anything. She could clearly feel her cheeks burning fiercely, completely beyond her control. Li Jiuyue was startled by Ji Honyue's bold move. When he came to his senses, he gazed at the flushed girl before him, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed a different kind of feeling for Honyue. Perhaps this was fate. His face flushed as he cleared his throat twice, then nonchalantly leaned in to press his own cheek against hers. After all, this is an S-rank skill. One shot probably won't be enough, right? With that expression and gesture, how could the clever Ji Honyue fail to grasp his meaning? She huffed indignantly, then twisted his waist hard. Ugh, you're always teasing me. Li Jiuyue laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased inside. Ha. But he really couldn't be blamed. Ji Honyue's flushed face was simply irresistible. Who could have imagined that the usually stern Ji Honyue could reveal such a girlish side beneath her exterior? What Li Jiuyue didn't know was that Ji Honyue only revealed this side of herself when she was with him. As for Ji Honyue, she knew perfectly well that Li Jiuyue was joking, yet she still agreed to his request. She stood on tiptoe, leaned in, and planted a kiss on Li Jiuyue's other cheek. That should be enough now, right? Li Jiuyue chuckled. This should be enough. Suddenly remembering something, he handed the piece of dragon bone in his hand to Ji Honyue. Oh, here, take this piece of dragon bone too. Don't underestimate its small size forged into arm guards, it could even withstand a full power strike from an A-rank professional. I'll take it then. Ji Honyue nodded happily and tucked the dragon bone away. After chatting for quite some time, Ji Honyue reluctantly bid farewell. The holiday break was approaching, and it was time to return to the academy to prepare for the 4 Academies tournament. After Ji Honyue left, Li Jiuyue stretched lazily, utterly exhausted. The continuous battles inside the trial tower these past few days had completely worn him out. Come on, little one, it's time for us to head back too. Get a good night's sleep today. Tomorrow, we'll exchange the military merit coins we have and see what we can get. The sleepy little Taotai burped a sound of fullness. Back at the barracks, dusk was falling. Exhausted, Li Jiuyue collapsed into bed almost the moment he lay down. The next morning, he rose early, washed up quickly, and headed straight for the quartermaster's office. Hello, I have some military merit coins here. What can I exchange them for? The quartermaster was an elderly man in his 60s or 70s. The moment the old man saw Li Jiuyue, his eyes darted around excitedly before he slammed his hand on the table. You wouldn't happen to be the kid who made it to the 99th floor of the trial tower yesterday, would you? Li Jiuyue nodded awkwardly. That would be me. I came to see if there's anything here I can exchange for. We've got plenty. Come on in, let me show you around. The old man opened the door with great kindness and ushered Li Jiuyue inside. Stepping inside the quartermaster's office, Li Jiuyue was dazzled by the dazzling array of goods displayed everywhere. Equipment, weapons, spirit stones, medicinal herbs, elixirs, anything available on the market could be found here. Except for the most rare treasures and medicinal herbs. Take a look around. What are you looking for? Oh, and how many military merit coins do you have on you, kid? Li Jiuyue rummaged through his pockets and pulled out all the military merit coins he'd earned in the trial tower. Clatter! He had counted them before bed last night, a total of 4,963 coins. If exchanging one piece of equipment required 2,000 military merit coins, then he could exchange for two. Staring at the table piled high with military merit coins, the old man was completely stunned. What? This much? Since taking over as quartermaster, this was the first time he'd ever seen anyone possess such a vast amount of military merit coins. Truly worthy of someone who conquered the 99th floor of the trial tower. This kid's future achievements were bound to be extraordinary. He might just become the next military god. Alright, kid, go ahead and look around. See if there's anything you need. Got it. Li Jiuyue nodded and began wandering around the shop. When he spotted an item priced at just 600 military merit coins, he finally let out a sigh of relief. 600? That's manageable. I thought it'd start at several thousand. As he wandered about, the sleeping little glutton caught the scent of food. Hungry. Damn it, you little brat. It's only been one night, how can you be hungry again already? The little glutton licked its lips. Hungry. There's so much yummy stuff here, I want to eat it all. Damn it, that's not going to happen. I don't have that many military merit coins. Fine, I'll just take what I need. How about I buy you food with the rest? Li Jiuyue rubbed his temples bitterly. Little glutton, yum, yum. Ugh, this greedy little thing. If this keeps up, I'll end up penniless. Chapter 108, Stirring Restlessness, The Creeping Threat. After browsing the military supply depot, Li Jiuyue spent half his military merit coins on items he wanted. The other half went toward gear for little glutton to eat. Little glutton, food, yummy food, hungry. Alright, I know. Once we leave here, you can eat your fill. Li Jiuyue gave a wry smile, gently patting the wrist guard on his right hand to soothe the little glutton's mood. Alright, I'll exchange these now. Got it. The old man happily handed over all the military merit coins. After stowing away all the gear, Li Jiuyue found a secluded spot and released the little glutton. Alright, little one, these things are all yours. Dig in. Gazing at the silver glinting gear scattered on the ground, the little glutton's mouth watered greedily. It buried its head straight into the pile of equipment and began feasting heartily. After this feast, I wonder how much its stats will increase. 10 minutes later, every piece of gear exchanged from the quartermaster's office had been devoured clean by the little glutton. It rubbed its round, full belly, lying on its back so stiff it couldn't even roll over. Li Jiuyue hurriedly checked the little one's stats. Sure enough, its stats had seen a significant boost, though it still fell short of the experience needed to level up. The well-fed little glutton transformed back and returned to Li Jiuyue's right hand, snoring away in deep sleep. Goodness gracious, eat until you sleep until you eat, tisk tsk, what a life you lead. Never mind. Time to head back to training. Han family manor. What did you say? That woman from the Mu family actually said that? Han Tianlin's face turned ashen, the veins on his forehead bulging with each heavy breath. The butler nodded tremulously, daring not to withhold anything. Yes, that's exactly what she said. Master, we've been investigating young Master Han Fu's murder these past few days, but we found no leads. Han Tianlin had lost all his usual composure due to Han Fu's death. Then spend whatever it takes. No matter the cost. Find the murderer who killed Fu. The steward hesitated before plucking up his courage to speak. Master, please forgive my boldness, but you know the black market better than I do. Those people have mouths as black as coal. They demand exorbitant prices, and you won't get any useful information from them. Please, Master, reconsider. Han Tianlin's rage gradually subsided, his brows still furrowed. You've reminded me of that point. Even though his family was wealthy, they couldn't afford to spend like this. The problem was those people couldn't spit out gold teeth, yet offered no useful information. This money would be wasted. If that's the case, then there was only one option left. At that thought, Han Tianlin drew a deep breath and made a momentous decision. Wait outside. Without my orders, do not let anyone in. Yes, master. The butler nodded and withdrew. Han Tianlin was left alone in the room. He walked over to a wall and turned on the lamp beside it. Creak! The wall before him opened, revealing a downward passageway. Han Tianlin descended into the small chamber below, where the ancestral tablets of past Han family patriarchs were enshrined. At the very bottom of the rows of tablets lay Han Fu's. Stepping before the array of tablets, Han Tianlin's gaze hardened. He bit his index finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto Han Fu's tablet. The instant the blood fell, Han Tianlin coughed heavily several times, feeling his energy drained instantly. He could barely stand steady. This was the Han family's ancestral method for tracking down the guilty. By dripping the blood of a living relative onto the spirit tablet of the deceased, the tablet would reveal the deceased's image from half a year prior. Where they had been and what they had done, nothing could be concealed. However, this method exacts a tremendous toll on the one who offers the blood. A single drop drains away more than half of one's vitality, plus 3 years of life. Han Tianlin, his lifespan depleted by 3 years, hastily pulled a small vial of potion from his pocket and swallowed it. As the liquid slid down his throat, his pallid complexion quickly regained its former rosy hue. 4. Dad will avenge you. Within 3 seconds, Han Fu's memorial tablet displayed every event from the past 6 months. Han Tianlin stared intently, afraid to miss a single detail. 20 minutes later, Han Fu entered the black market. Here it comes. Han Tianlin's brow furrowed as his eyes locked onto the screen. Especially when he saw the footage of Li Jiuyue killing Han Fu, his neck turned crimson with rage as he clenched his teeth. So this really is connected to the Mu family. Also, judging by this person's build and movements, it's definitely a man, and he's releasing water energy. Though Li Jiuyue wore a mask, the water energy he released couldn't be concealed. Han Tianlin's eyes widened as he analyzed Li Jiuyue's movements, trying to discern something. This kid possesses such immense water energy, his rank must be no lower than S-class. Oof. If my deduction is correct, then the scope narrows considerably. After all, there weren't many S-rank water attribute practitioners in the entire city of Jiangcheng, let alone one possessing such immense water energy. 4. Rest assured. I will deliver this man's head before your memorial tablet. Meanwhile, in Xia Nation, deep within a forest, a hidden cave lay concealed. 2 figures clad in black met here, engaged in conversation. Is everything ready? Rest assured, everything is in place. We're just waiting for the master's command. One of the figures nodded, revealing a sinister grin. Good. The banquet is about to begin. Remember, there must be absolutely no mistakes this time. You know how temperamental the master can be. You can count on it. As the two conversed, a black carrier pigeon flew straight into the cave as if guided by navigation. The Honorable One says the operation commences tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Got it. I'll go prepare. Don't screw this up. Got it. The day passed uneventfully, and before long, the next morning arrived. Today was Li Jiuyue's final day at the military camp. He was quite satisfied with life in the military, but the 4 academies competition was approaching. Once the holiday ended, he'd have to return to the academy. Today unfolded like any other day. Nothing out of the ordinary happened in the military camp, and everyone carried on with their usual training routines. 7:59 a.m. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a massive crisis was quietly approaching. Time's up. Let's begin. Chapter 109, Beast Tide approaches, catastrophe descends. It's finally beginning. I can hardly wait. The short, dark-clad figure let out a sinister grin as his hands swiftly formed seals. As he formed the seals, a strange mark suddenly appeared on his forehead. As his hand movements grew faster, a peculiar, intangible energy erupted within the cave. Its reach was vast and its speed astonishing. Within mere seconds, it enveloped the entire forest in the southeastern part of Jiangcheng. Outside the cave, the strange beasts seemed affected by that peculiar energy, all turning their heads toward the cave where the shadowy figure stood. Roar! The next instant, an invisible mark appeared on the foreheads of those demonic beasts. The shape of that mark was identical to the one on the black-clad figure's forehead. Several minutes later, the cloaked figure opened his eyes, his hands gathering an unknown energy. Let's begin. In the next instant, every beast within the forest erupted into chaos. Their eyes glowed crimson, their ferocity multiplied dozens of times over. As the shadowy figure in the cave snapped his fingers, the beasts turned their gaze and began charging toward Jiangcheng with deafening roars. Jiangcheng's location lay precisely in the eastern part of Xia Nation. Simultaneously, the shadowy figures in the other 3 directions issued their commands. However, their targets were not Jiangcheng. Instead, they were the cities guarding the northwest, south, and 3 other cardinal directions of Xia Nation. Wherever the beasts passed, not a blade of grass remained standing. Even the forests they inhabited were trampled into ruins. 8:10. At an anomaly detection station within a Xia Kingdom base. The so-called anomaly detection station was an institution established to monitor the strange phenomena occurring within Xia Kingdom. It could be described as a disaster prediction station rather than merely an anomaly detection station. Whether natural disasters or man-made calamities, any large-scale catastrophe affecting Xia Nation would be detected by the station. Naturally, on the day Li Jiuyue was cursed by the divine entity, celestial anomalies appeared. Upon detecting this situation, the monitoring station immediately reported it to the sovereign. Now, the 4 machines monitoring anomalies suddenly began to vibrate violently. Simultaneous vibrations from all 4 machines. This was unprecedented. Upon witnessing this, the personnel overseeing the eastern sector urgently reported in alarm. Abnormal activity detected in the eastern sector. It's a disaster, estimated disaster level, 7. Disaster levels ranged from 1 to 10, with level 1 being the lowest and level 10 the highest. The higher the level, the more catastrophic the event. A level 10 disaster is the most terrifying, requiring the combined strength of the entire nation to counter it. That is, a catastrophe capable of destroying a nation. The south too. The west too. The north too. What's happening?
Catastrophic anomalies erupting simultaneously in all 4 directions. But we don't know if this is a natural disaster or. As the highest-ranking official at the anomaly monitoring station stood in astonishment, one of the staff members stared at the rapidly fluctuating readings on the monitoring equipment with a look of panic. The east. The disaster level is still rising. It's already reached level 10. What? The south too. The disaster level has jumped straight to 10. The west too. North is also level 10. All 4 directions are level 10 disasters. How could this happen? Quickly. Report this matter to the sovereign at once. Hurry. Yes. 3 minutes later, in the Xia Kingdom's conference room. Everyone gathered anxiously around the central figure of the sovereign, his expression grave as his fingers tapped the tabletop incessantly. A level 10 disaster can only mean a beast tide. One man's face was as pale as paper, his sharp features now etched with deep concern. This man was Sun Yi, a trusted lieutenant under the sovereign. He had saved the nation from peril on multiple occasions through critical decisions. He could be called one of Xia Nation's founding heroes. Xia has never faced such a calamity before. A level 10 disaster, a national catastrophe that could wipe out the kingdom. He drew a deep breath and began formulating a response plan. First, proceed with the previously drafted plan to sequentially block the beast tide's advance, delaying their offensive. Second, dispatch imperial troops via teleportation arrays to secure the 4 cardinal directions southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, then report back promptly based on the beast tide's movements. Third, mobilize every member of the 4 great academies to join the battle. Postpone the 4 academies competition for now. Fourth, release information to reassure the nation's populace no riots or other disturbances must arise within the country. Fifth, leave several elite warriors to protect the sovereign, guarding against surprise attacks by foreign elites. Transmit these orders immediately. Yes, sir. Everyone nodded firmly and began carrying out Sun Yi's orders. Then, should we inform them? Someone asked. The sovereign shook his head. Rest assured. Faced with a level 10 natural disaster, those fellows wouldn't dare sit idly by. Our greatest concern now is foreign forces exploiting our vulnerability. The question is whether this wave of beasts heralds an impending natural disaster or is man-made. Regardless, everyone must be on high alert. Yes, sir. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Though they had already implemented the deployments as ordered by Sun Yi, this was a level 10 natural disaster after all. It could destroy an entire nation. It wasn't merely a matter of destroying a few cities. If things went badly, Xia Nation could cease to exist. At that moment, within the Jiangqing military camp, Li Jiuyue, having finished training, sat resting on the ground. But in that instant, he suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze toward the distant forest. Why are there suddenly so many auras over there? I have a bad feeling about this. Jiuyue, what's wrong? Asked Su Fat, who was on good terms with Li Jiuyue. I just have this feeling something big is about to happen. No sooner had he spoken than the Imperial Army materialized at the very center of the military camp via the teleportation array. The vanguard was small, just 10 men, with the main force still trailing behind. Take me to your highest ranking officer here. Quickly. Yes, sir. The Imperial soldiers' orders were not to be disobeyed. Several men led them straight to Sujin's office. The onlookers were still trying to figure out what was happening. Holy crap, what's going on? Why are the Imperial garrison troops here? Imperial forces? Li Jiuyue frowned, his expression suggesting he'd recalled something ominous. On the day he was cursed by the divine entity, Imperial troops had also appeared around the Heavenswell Academy. Judging by the situation, these must be the same troops. Noticing Li Jiuyue's puzzled expression, the portly Su hurriedly explained, Jiuyue, you probably don't know they only take orders from the National Army. Their rank is way higher than ours. Who knows what's going on today? They actually used the teleportation array to come to our military camp. Looks like it really is an emergency. 5 minutes later, Sujin rushed to the training grounds where everyone was gathered. Everyone assemble. Move it. In 1 minute, I want to see everyone standing here in formation. Hurry. Chapter 110, Preparations before the Beast Tide. What the hell is going on? No idea. I've never seen Colonel Su look this serious before. Enough talk, let's assemble. I have a feeling something big is about to happen today. 1 minute later, everyone was assembled and ready for action. Sujin frowned deeply, taking just a few seconds to briefly outline the situation. Upon hearing it was a level 10 catastrophe, a beast tide was imminent, everyone froze in shock. The situation had come on so suddenly that they hadn't even had time to process it. One moment everything was normal, and the next a level 10 cataclysm appeared out of nowhere? Level 10? That was powerful enough to wipe out an entire nation. Colonel Su, you're not joking, are you? Su's gaze turned icy, his expression darkening instantly. Does my expression look like I'm joking with you? I repeat, the beast tide is upon us. Everyone engage in combat immediately and follow Lord Gongsuan's commands, myself included. As he spoke, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard stepped forward from beside Su Jin.
The beast tide will strike in approximately 15 minutes.
Everyone, within 5 minutes, have all equipment and weapons fully equipped. I know this is sudden and hard to accept, but war is like this.
We must hold this line.
Not a single beast shall enter Jiangcheng. Our loved ones are there, our families, our homeland. I don't think any of you want to see your loved ones' bodies lying on the ground after this war ends. So muster every ounce of your strength and stop those damn beasts right here.
Yes.
At that moment, Gongsun Jin's words made everyone's cheeks flush, hearts race, and blood boil. Their eyes blazed with fiery intensity. Only Li Jiuyue, standing among the crowd, frowned deeply, his expression more grave than ever. A level 10 catastrophe, a beast tide. Why did it suddenly appear today? Logically speaking, if a true beast tide were approaching, the anomaly detection station would have picked it up days in advance. Judging by the urgency today, it must have only been detected today. Unless someone deliberately caused this, it must be a long-planned scheme. In any case, we must hold back this first wave of the beast tide. The initial wave is the most critical, the most ferocious and powerful wave of beasts.
Mom and Dad are still in Jiangcheng.
If this place falls, then everyone in Jiangcheng will likely be doomed.
Alright, then let's fight. Haven't I been striving to grow stronger for this very moment? To protect my family, to protect those I love. Little one, wake up. It's time for you to show what you're made of.
Li Jiuyue gave the still sleeping little Tao Tai a hard pat. The little Tao Tai seemed to sense the approaching beast tide, becoming extremely agitated.
That's the spirit.
After rallying the troops, Gongsun Jin continued earnestly, rest assured, I stand with every one of you. I won't retreat a single step from this place. Also, S-rank professionals will arrive to support us shortly.
Hold on.
He shouted loudly, his voice brimming with strength and resolve, determined to ignite the passion within every person present.
Yes.
The crowd raised their arms in unison, beginning to arrange the surrounding defenses according to Gongsun Jin's orders. The army training here numbered roughly 200,000. He first spread them out evenly, then dispatched his trusted lieutenants to command the battlefield. This way, even if they faced a disadvantage, the troops would not lose their formation. Next, he had shield-type and trap-type specialists deploy traps and establish several layers of extremely sturdy protective shields in front of the forest.
Then, everyone retreated 2 kilometers.
Those capable of casting ranged skills poised themselves, eyes fixed on the front, not daring to relax for a moment.
When confronting beasts, the worst-case scenario was close-quarters combat.
The beasts possessed formidable defenses.
Even those specializing in defense avoided direct confrontation with these ferocious creatures unless absolutely necessary.
One-on-one might offer a chance, but facing one against many or even 100 left no hope of victory.
September, this is my oversight. I never imagined you'd have to endure something like this. Su Jin said.
Li Jiuyue replied earnestly, Colonel Su, you're overestimating my role.
As a member of the military, this is simply my duty.
When the beast tide strikes and the nation faces peril, how could I stand idly by? The beast tide's arrival was something no one could have foreseen. But since it had befallen him, he was determined to resolve this crisis with the least possible cost. Their conversation was overheard by Gongsun Jin standing nearby. He was about to praise the young man before him. But when he turned his head, You're that cursed kid, aren't you? What are you doing here? That day, he happened to be assigned to guard the perimeter of the Heavenswell Academy, so naturally he knew Li Jiuyue's identity as the cursed child. You worthless piece of trash. Why aren't you staying put in the city? What are you doing here causing trouble? Gongsun Jin's face was flushed with anger, his eyes nearly shooting flames.
With the beast tide approaching, how could such an unexpected incident occur? Su Jin, don't you know the military code?
This boy is cursed by the divine seed, he's useless for life.
What on earth possessed you to recruit him into the army?
His voice sharpened into a piercing screech, his entire being radiating a suffocating pressure that made breathing difficult. Su Jin, caught off guard, opened his mouth to explain,
Enough. We'll settle this later. Gongsun Jin pointed angrily at Li Jiuyue and shouted an expletive. You! Get out of the way. Stop causing trouble here.
Li Jiuyue felt utterly speechless inside, but with a formidable enemy at hand, he didn't want to provoke the officer before him.
With a helpless shrug, he turned and walked to the rear of the army.
Some individuals within the army held support roles, providing crucial assistance during combat, which is why they were stationed here.
Their survival directly determined how long this unit could hold out.
When Su the Fat saw Li Jiuyue appear in the rear, his face lit up with surprise.
Damn, brother Jiuyue, why were you in the rear instead of the front lines? I'll explain later. The beast tide is coming. 10 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes. Time ticked away, yet the front remained eerily silent.
Then, at the 5-minute mark, the ground beneath them began to shake violently.
The vast forest before them couldn't withstand the beast tide's onslaught.
In the blink of an eye, it was trampled into ruins.
They are here.
Chapter 111, the battle begins. A million versus.
A million. Tianqing Academy. Students, the beast tide is imminent. Everyone in the academy, myself included, is mobilizing to reinforce the front lines. When the nation is in peril, every citizen bears responsibility. How could we stand idly by? Return safely, every one of you. I am proud of you all. Yes, Dean. The crowd roared in unison, their voices echoing high, then swept out of Tianqing Academy like a whirlwind, racing straight for the front lines. Only by holding the front lines could there be any chance of turning the tide. If the front lines fall and the beast tide floods the city, no matter how powerful they are or how many beasts they slay, civilian casualties will be unavoidable. Red Moon, be careful. Yes, father. You too. I hope Xia Nation can weather this crisis safely. Ji Hongyue looked worried, a trace of concern flickering in her eyes as she glanced toward where Li Jiuyue had been standing. September, be careful. Almost simultaneously, the Xia Kingdom faced attacks from hordes of beasts on all four sides: north, south, east, and west. The first battle erupted in Jiangchang. They're here. Everyone prepare for battle. Gongsun Jin stared intently ahead, his expression tense. His body trembled slightly as excitement surged through him. After so long confined within the royal palace, it had been ages since he'd felt such a surge of adrenaline. Once all preparations were complete and everyone stood ready, the beast tide arrived as promised. Roar! Frenzied roars echoed from the distance, growing louder and closer with each passing moment. Finally, the first beast resembling a leopard charged out of the forest ruins, leading the pack. It was followed by a second, then a third. Within mere breaths, thousands of beasts surged toward the group in a mighty tide. Witnessing such a massive spectacle for the first time, the group swallowed nervously, their right hands gripping their weapons, tightening with tension. Could they possibly withstand such overwhelming numbers? Just then, as the horde charged into the prepared trap area, the composed Gongsun Jin gave the order. Attack! Swish! The officers who had set the traps began rapidly forming hand seals with both hands. The next instant, a deafening explosion erupted. Instantly, the lead beast was torn to shreds, its blood splattering everywhere. The deafening blast sent flames and thick smoke shooting skyward, filling the air with a suffocating, acrid stench. Some were blood, others the acrid smoke of the explosion. As wave after wave of beasts charged into the preset blast zone, successive explosions rocked the sky. Thick black smoke billowed skyward, while the shattered remains and flesh of the first beasts flew everywhere like flying swords. Witnessing this scene, the crowd that had been fearful moments before instantly grew excited. Yes! Blow those damn beasts to hell! These beasts have no brains. As long as they keep charging forward and triggering explosions, we can take out as many as possible. Ah, this is awesome. With this, we can easily fend off the first wave of the beast horde. Behind the front lines, Li Jiuyue witnessed the alien beasts being blown to pieces, scattering everywhere. His heart tightened involuntarily. Generally speaking, even powerful beasts would feel a hint of fear when facing a target or opponent stronger than themselves. Fear would make them retreat. But now, they charged forward relentlessly, like a suicide squad determined to achieve their goal at all costs. They charged headlong into the trap, fully aware of the danger ahead. This intense and devastating explosion lasted a full 5 minutes, triggering every trap laid out ahead. Gongsun Jin took a deep breath, surveying the scattered remains of the beasts strewn across the ground. A faint sense of relief washed over him. Well, that barely held off the first wave. I wonder what comes next. Roar! His words had barely left his mouth when a series of beastly roars echoed through the air. In the next instant, hordes of beasts surged out of the billowing smoke, trampling over the scattered limbs and debris, and their numbers were even greater than before. Nearly 5 times as many. The horde here alone numbered tens of thousands, with more still coming, including powerful grade A beasts. Beasts of this caliber were unlikely to be killed outright even if they stepped on explosive traps. Seeing this, Gongsun Jin urgently commanded, "Archers, fire! Everyone, stay calm. Use ranged skills to suppress them." Yes. The soldiers responded in unison, drawing their bows simultaneously. A fiery rain of arrows descended from the sky. Soldiers with ranged abilities unleashed everything they had, furiously bombarding the swarm of beasts before them. At this critical moment, they dared not hold back, unleashing their most potent abilities. Even at the rear of the formation, Li Jiuyue remained far from idle. 10,000 miles. Ice Seal. His 10,000 miles of frozen ice skill bypassed the army before him, charging straight toward the beasts. As Li Jiuyue's power grew, his skill execution became increasingly masterful. This 10,000 miles of ice not only possessed formidable freezing power, but its range had also significantly expanded. 10,000 miles of frozen ice. 10 skill usage limit reached. Evolve? Finally, it can evolve. Evolve! Li Jiuyue exclaimed joyfully. 10,000 miles of frozen ice was already an A-rank skill. This evolution would surely elevate it to S-rank. An S-rank freezing skill would undoubtedly be even more terrifying than before. Evolution complete. Acquired S-rank skill, Absolute 0. Skill name, Absolute 0. Skill level, S-rank. Skill uses, 1530. Skill characteristics, this skill can be cast instantly or triggered with delay. Its effect is determined by the caster's own strength. Note, the caster's power directly increases the skill's destructive force. Warning, casters must exercise self-control. This skill possesses extreme freezing capabilities, capable of freezing an entire small country. Skill description: freeze effect is 100%, freeze range is 2.7 kilometers, freeze duration is 1 second determined by the target's strength. Note 1, when casting this skill, if the caster's power overwhelmingly surpasses the target will be instantly frozen and unable to dispel this effect with special abilities. Note 2, if the caster's strength is comparable to the target cannot be instantly frozen. However, the freezing effect will continuously stack and permeate deeper into the target's body. Note 3, the longer this skill is charged, the more extraordinary its effects become. It can even freeze time itself around the target. After thoroughly understanding the skill description, Li Jiuyue was both shocked and delighted. Truly an S-rank skill. What terrifying freezing power. Perfect. Let me test the power of this absolute zero. As he spoke, Li Jiuyue closed his eyes tightly and concentrated. The chill in the air around him surged several-fold without anyone noticing. The crowd gasped in shock as the air temperature plummeted, sending chills down their spines. What's going on? It feels so much colder around here? Same here. I feel it too. Chapter 112, Absolute Zero, The Frozen Herd of Monsters. Could it be those rampaging beasts are unleashing their abilities? Shut up, you jinx. Whoa, why does this chill feel like it's coming from behind us? Cut the damn chatter. Focus on fighting the beasts right in front of us. An officer growled, his brow furrowed. Yes, sir. While Li Jiuyue concentrated on preparing to unleash his skill, a torrent of fiery arrows rained down upon the beast horde like hailstones. Each flaming arrow contained explosive elements, detonating the moment they struck the beast's hides. Boom! 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 Another series of explosions erupted in rapid succession. Perhaps the beasts had grown stronger, or perhaps the skill's explosive power was too weak. Whatever the reason, the impact of this blast was far less devastating than before. After the explosions ceased, the beasts had merely shed layers of skin. Wounded and bleeding, they grew even more ferocious, their speed increasing relentlessly. Some of the more resilient beasts even charged forward voluntarily, shielding the rest of the pack from the group's ranged attacks. Damn it, how thick is the skin on these things? They're practically indestructible. Just cast your skills. Stop talking. If we can't stop these beasts, we're all dead. The man gritted his teeth, desperately unleashing his abilities. Damn it, I'm going all out, pouring every ounce of strength I have left into this. Everyone, not a single moment of slack. Full force attack. We must stop these beasts. Gongsun Jin focused his mind, gathering a massive fireball in his hands before hurling it violently into the swarm of beasts. Boom! That's it. Everyone, hold on. Yes. But as they said, human strength and stamina are finite. After 30 seconds of continuous, high-intensity skill usage, the group finally reached their limit. Some had drained every ounce of energy and strength from their bodies, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed unconscious. The group's faces turned deathly pale from overexertion. They could barely lift their arms, let alone unleash any skills. At that moment, the rear support team immediately activated their recovery skills. Though these were recovery skills, they couldn't restore everyone's stamina and condition in such a short time. Each healing skill could only restore one person's condition. Moreover, it didn't restore them to full capacity at best, it could only bring them back to around 50%. Those who had lost their strength and fallen unconscious could no longer continue fighting. They had to be dragged to the rear of the battlefield for treatment by the military medics. With the suppression of ranged skills gone, the beast hordes launched their counterattack. As if obeying some command, they began actively unleashing their own abilities. Roar! Powerful explosive light projectiles flew toward the group. Some A-class beasts even unleashed intense, high-temperature flame beams. Boom! Whoosh! Fortunately, Gongsun Jin had anticipated this scenario. With a single glance, soldiers equipped with defensive skills swiftly activated their protective shields. The defensive shields proved crucial at this moment. Yet one thing caught Gongsun Jin off guard. He hadn't anticipated that the attacks from this horde of beasts would be so terrifying. After just one wave of attacks, the shield formed by the combined efforts of everyone had already developed a crack. Damn it! These beasts' attacks are terrifying. This is getting troublesome. Just as Gongsun Jin panicked, the next instant brought a scene none of the present could have anticipated. An intense chill swept rapidly from the rear of the army. And as if possessed of its own consciousness, that chill deliberately avoided the army, charging straight toward the beast horde before them. At that very moment, when the beast's attacks were less than a meter from the defensive barrier, every single strike froze in mid-air. Every attack froze in mid-air, unable to move an inch. Witnessing this, the assembled crowd was utterly dumbfounded. They had prepared to defend against these assaults with everything they had, yet who could have imagined these energy spheres would simply halt? What? Why did the beast's attacks freeze in mid-air? I don't know. This is so bizarre. I've lived this long, and this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. It wasn't just the crowd who were dumbfounded. Gongsun Jin, commanding the battle from above, was equally bewildered. How could this happen? Could it be those S-rank professionals have arrived? They've finally arrived. Gongsun Jin spun around in wild excitement, only to find no one had come to assist. No one? Then what on earth is this? Just as he was puzzled, an eerie scene unfolded once more. The attacks froze solid in mid-air, then instantly turned to ice, crashing to the ground. Tens of thousands of attacks transformed into ice blocks almost simultaneously, the scene resembling a hailstorm. Clatter! But it wasn't over yet. As Li Jiuyue unleashed her skill from the rear of the army, the chill spread even faster. Swish! The beast horde paid no heed, charging forward en masse. Absolute Zero versus the beast horde. In the next instant, terrifying icy chi shot through the beast horde like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of beasts at the forefront froze solid into one ice sculpture after another. What? Those beasts, frozen into ice sculptures? What terrifying cold power. But why aren't we affected? The scene left everyone stunned, their eyes flashing with disbelief as beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. The moment those beads touched the air, they froze into tiny hailstones. Could reinforcements have arrived? It must be an S-rank powerhouse. It has to be. Yes, that's it. Only someone capable of instantly freezing a horde of beasts like that could do this. No one here could match that power. Everyone assumed reinforcements had arrived, but the soldiers deploying support skills behind the camp all stared at Li Jiuyue in sheer terror. They were closest to Li Jiuyue and could distinctly sense that the sky-obscuring cold emanated from his very body. Zheng Pei's jaw dropped instantly, his mind exploding in shock. Li Jiuyue? How had he never witnessed this kid's move before? Su the Fat, standing nearby, was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He never would have imagined that a big brother was hiding right beside him. Holy crap, September, you've been keeping that under wraps. Bro September, you're a support, right? Is this something a support can pull off? Chapter 113, The Dragon Arrives. Bro, you're a support, right? Facing Su Fatso's stunned question, Li September didn't respond. Instead, he focused intently on manipulating the frigid air. After unleashing Absolute Zero, the cold air's forward projection granted him vast visibility. Using this newly opened line of sight, Li Jiuyue saw the sheer number of the beast horde. Nearly 1 million beasts swarmed like ants, thick as the ground itself. Damn it, this horde is way too big. And he could distinctly sense 2 overwhelming auras rapidly closing in. And these 2 auras weren't on the ground, they were in the sky. Screw it, I'll just have to kill them all. With that thought, Li Jiuyue snapped his right fingers lightly. Boom! The frozen horde of beasts shattered instantly, scattering into countless ice crystals that drifted through the air. Roar! Yet even after this, the beasts showed no fear. Instead, they charged even more fiercely. Fine, bring it on. Li Jiuyue sneered coldly, repeating the same tactic. These beasts weren't particularly powerful, mostly B rank and C rank. Li Jiuyue could utterly overwhelm them with his strength. Thus, the beasts offered not the slightest resistance. The instant they touched the frigid air, they froze solid, utterly unable to react. However, even the A-rank beasts could only endure this terrifying cold for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, it became a perfectly preserved monster specimen. Under Li Jiuyue's control, the beast's assault was halted. His frigid aura spread so widely it had transformed into an aura field. The moment any low-level beast stepped into that zone, it was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. And these beasts, lacking self-awareness, charged forward recklessly. Thus, one after another, ice sculptures of beasts rapidly took shape. In just 30 seconds, nearly tens of thousands of beasts were frozen solid, creating a truly spectacular sight. Yet this mere 30 seconds drained nearly half of Li Jiuyue's physical energy. The power of Absolute Zero was terrifying indeed, but conversely, the stronger the skill, the greater the drain on the caster's stamina and control. Freezing tens of thousands of beasts at once was an expenditure even Li Jiuyue couldn't sustain. He hastily retrieved the recovery potion he'd purchased earlier from the military supply depot and downed it in one gulp. Perhaps due to the immense drain this spell had caused, the potion failed to restore even a shred of his stamina. The drain was too severe, even the potion can't restore it. But it doesn't matter. As long as I can hold off these beasts and buy everyone some breathing room. He exhaled deeply. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an enormous silhouette soared toward them from the distant sky. That's... At that moment, the others were also drawn to the 2 colossal figures in the sky. They all looked up, their expressions instantly turning pale. Roar! 2 enormous dragon-like creatures were rapidly soaring toward them. Dragons! Enveloped in blazing flames, the dragons' deafening roars echoed across the heavens. With a casual swipe of their razor-sharp claws, they tore the clouds apart. Their bodies were massive and sturdy, their backs covered in black, hard dragon scales, while their bodies were covered in crimson flame-like scales. Dragons, dragons, dragons? Dragons are coming. What? Dragons? How could there be beasts of this caliber? We're not even as big as one of their claws. How are we supposed to fight this? And there are two of them. 2 dragons are equivalent to 2 S-rank professionals.
Seeing the 2 colossal dragons circling overhead, panic swept through the crowd as their will to fight gradually crumbled.
Beasts of this caliber couldn't be dealt with by a few minor skills. They were dragons, for heaven's sake. Seeing morale crumbling, Gong Sun-jin roared urgently. Everyone, quiet down. Don't panic. Even if they are dragons, we absolutely cannot retreat. Reinforcements will arrive shortly.
Yet despite his words, even Gong Sun-jin himself felt no certainty. He knew full well just how formidable the combat prowess of dragon-shaped beasts truly was. A single dragon-like beast could hold its own against 2 S-rank powerhouses, and now there were 2 of them. If reinforcements don't arrive soon, we're in serious trouble. Li Jiuyue examined them closely and noticed numerous similarities between the 2 dragons.
Just then, the system alert sounded. Beast name, Frost Giant Dragon. Beast rank, S. Beast type, Dragon. Attributes, Dragon, Frost, Rending, Destruction. Beast skills. Anomaly name, Primordial Flame Dragon. Beast tier, S. Beast type, Dragon. Beast attributes, Dragon, Lava, Tier, Destruction. Beast skills. Upon seeing the attributes and skills of these 2 colossal dragons, Li Jiuyue's expression shifted slightly. 1 ice, 1 fire, 1 male, 1 female. This is going to be tough to handle. Let's just hope these 2 dragons don't fuse their skills together. If they were 2 unrelated dragons, it wouldn't be so bad. The most dreaded scenario is this male-female pairing. These 2 dragons have clearly spent a long time together. If they happen to possess any fusion-type skills, everyone here would die. But thankfully, as if sensing something, Li Jiuyue reined in his icy aura and turned his gaze backward. If reinforcements are coming, that would make things much easier. The arrival of those 2 dragons did nothing to halt the onslaught of the beast tide. Li Jiuyue unleashed her icy power once more, and the soldiers who had regained some strength joined the fray. As the situation grew increasingly desperate, the 2 dragons finally decided to intervene. Gong Sun-jin's face drained of color, a wave of despair washing over him. Damn it, this shield can't withstand the attacks of these 2 dragons. This time, it's really... Swish. Swish. At that critical moment, 2 figures arrived like lightning. They hovered above the crowd. One figure stood atop a black circular platform, while the other floated on a massive sword. We're a bit late. Hope we didn't hold you up. The speaker was a middle-aged man in his 30s, clad in black. Who told you to go help out in the south? Otherwise, we'd have been here ages ago. The reply came from another middle-aged man. The crowd looked up in excitement. Upon recognizing the 2 figures, they erupted into excited shrieks. That's the Sword God and the Shadow God. They're finally here. We're saved. Sword God, Shadow God, the old guard S-rankers. Li Jiuyue murmured under his breath. I hope you truly have a way to handle this situation. I just can't shake the feeling that someone's brewing a major conspiracy. Chapter 114, The Taoye Strikes Back Laser Cannons? Cut the nonsense. These 2 beasts aren't easy to handle. Pick one. Shadow Goddess Lei Shuang sneered. Alright, then I'll take the one on the left. You handle the one on the right. Sound good? Sword God Zhong Wutian gave a simple stretch, and an intense aura of ferocity immediately erupted from within him. Be careful. This beast is no pushover. I don't want to see you die on duty. Lei Shuang teased. Zhong Wutian shot him a disdainful look before hoisting his massive sword and charging toward the frost dragon on the left. Mind your own business. Hey, this guy can't even take a compliment. Leave these 2 beasts to us. You lot handle the swarm of beasts below. Lei Shuang shouted down to the stunned group below. Yes. The group responded loudly, their confidence significantly boosted. With 2 S-rank powerhouses holding the fort, what did they have to fear? And one of them was the legendary Sword God himself. With such a powerhouse anchoring their rear, those 2 dragons were finished. Meanwhile, deep within a hidden cavern. Oh? Both the Sword God and the Shadow God have arrived? How delightful. I've been waiting for you. It seemed everything unfolded precisely as the black-clad figure had calculated. Using his unique abilities, he sensed the presence of the 2 S-rank professionals. Far from panicking, he wore a look of triumphant scheming. The annihilation of Xia Kingdom's territory begins with you too. As the cloaked figure formed seals with both hands, the 2 colossal dragons in the distance launched their assault. Behind the military camp, Li Jiuyue drew the frigid energy from the air back into his body. Sword God. He remembered clearly that on the day he was sacrificed by Xia Bingyao and cursed by the divine sanctuary, the Sword God had appeared above the skies of Destiny Academy. Never mind. We need to focus on stopping this beast tide first. The beast surge had already raged for a full half hour. Far from diminishing, the vanguard of beasts only grew thicker. At this rate, the protective barrier would likely. Just as Li Jiuyue finished this thought, a distinct cracking sound echoed from the defensive barrier ahead. Crack! This is bad. The barrier is breaking. Everyone hold your ground, just hold on a little longer. All archers, the moment you're ready, unleash your skills immediately. No hesitation. Yes.
The archers responded in unison, drawing their bows taut with all their strength. Swish, swish, swish. Yet this volley of arrows was vastly fewer than the previous ones, and their destructive power and blast radius were nowhere near as potent. They couldn't even pierce the outer shells of some B-rank beasts, merely sparking tiny flames upon contact. Gongsun Jin struggled to stay on his feet, directing the battle while fighting the beasts himself. Seeing the sky-filling arrows fail to achieve their intended effect upon the beast horde, his expression tightened, a chill settling in his heart.
How could this happen? It seems everyone's stamina has already. Calculating the time, they had held out here for half an hour already, yet these beasts showed no sign of weakening. If this continued, the barrier formed by tens of thousands of men against the combined assault of hundreds of thousands of beasts was utterly impossible. Holding out for even an hour was pushing the absolute limit. All we can do now is pray that the Sword God and the Shadow Goddess can quickly finish off those two dragons and come to our aid. At the rear of the camp, Li Jiuyue produced all the recovery potions he'd purchased from the quartermaster's office and distributed them to the troops. Everyone, drink these. At least they'll restore some stamina. Thanks, Brother September. Su Pengzi's eyes lit up as he gulped down the entire potion without hesitation. Thanks. Thanks. Seeing this, the others didn't hesitate either. They grabbed the potions and quickly drank them down. In the rear, supporting roles within the military were inherently demanding tasks. Whether the defensive barriers at the front could hold depended half on the efforts of the support units in the rear. If the first layer of defense was breached, the second layer would activate, then the third. I'll lend a hand too. Hey, little guy, wake up. It's your turn to shine. Li Jiuyue gave the little Taotai on his right hand a pat. The little Taotia's swaying body instantly perked up. Roar. Watch me. Let's go. Li Jiuyue smiled, scooped up the little Taotai in both arms, and dashed to the very front of the military camp. September, why are you at the front lines? Is everything okay back there? Sujin asked frantically. Don't worry, everything's fine back there. I'm here to help up front. Alright. Anyone who could charge straight to the 99th floor of the trial tower and break the war god's record couldn't possibly be a useless fool. Gongsun Jin had truly misjudged him this time. Spotting Li Jiuyue charging to the front lines, Gongsun Jin frowned and immediately unleashed a torrent of angry curses at him. You useless piece of trash. Why did you leave the rear and come to the front? Don't you think we're busy enough already? Get back there immediately. Dealing with these beasts is already complicated enough. You useless piece of trash just had to come and make things worse. Facing Gongsun Jin's fury, Li Jiuyue didn't even bother to respond. He merely patted the little Taotai nestled in his arms. Little one, that man underestimates us. Now it's time to show what you're made of. The little Taotai let out a fierce roar as chaotic energy rapidly gathered within its maw. The next instant, a powerful laser shockwave erupted from its maw like a pillar of blue light. Whoosh! Its immense force pierced through the barrier, hurtling straight toward the crowd of beasts. Hiss! 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 Roar! Roar! The electromagnetic pulse cannon's destructive force was terrifying. In an instant, it tore a gaping hole right through the charging horde of beasts. The ground itself was scorched pitch black, let alone the beasts. They were reduced to nothing but ash. Some powerful Class A beasts attempted to block the energy shockwave with their limbs, only to have their chests pierced clean through. Then, the immense electrical energy engulfed their bodies, exploding them into scattered fragments, even their blood scorched clean away. Moreover, the shockwave continued to spread and ravage through the beast horde, showing no sign of stopping. Whoosh! Witnessing this utterly shocking spectacle, everyone present was stunned into silence. What on earth was that? A laser cannon? A laser cannon powerful enough to pierce through an entire horde of beasts? The number of beasts it killed in just a few seconds was nearly equal to what they'd managed in half an hour. Holy crap, that laser cannon is coming from the mouth of such a tiny thing? Isn't that a spirit beast Li Jiuyue's holding? Bull. That's not a spirit beast, it's clearly a laser emitter. Chapter 115, The Sword God's Might Slaying Dragons? Holy crap, I used to wonder how the hell this guy managed to climb all the way to the 99th floor of the trial tower? Now I get it. This kid is seriously hiding his true strength. Watching the horde of beasts get skewered like candied hawthorn berries, Sujin burst into excited laughter. Ah ha ha, I knew it. There's no way this kid doesn't have some tricks up his sleeve. September, you've really made me proud. He cursed silently under his breath. Gongsun Jin, you've seriously misjudged him this time. The cursed child? Even if he is the cursed child, so what? This kid is a god who conquered all 99 floors of the trial tower. Youngster, what other surprises could you possibly bring me? At that moment, Gongsun Jin, who had witnessed the entire scene with his own eyes, was so stunned he couldn't utter a word. This. After a long moment, he swallowed nervously, his face suddenly turning deathly pale. This can't be possible? That kid is nothing but a worthless waste cursed by the divine seat. How could he possibly unleash such a powerful shockwave?
No, the shockwave didn't come from him, it came from that little thing in his hand.
It seems to be a spirit beast, but... At this realization, Gong Sun Jin was even more bewildered.
He'd never seen a beast capable of firing laser beams and with such devastating power.
Damn it, this kid was hiding his true strength this deeply? How did he transform from a worthless cursed by the divine enemy into this? These questions swirled relentlessly in Gong Sun Jin's mind. Even after the beast tide ended, he still couldn't make sense of it.
Meanwhile, Li Jiuyue, cradling the little Tao Tai in his arms, wore an expression of sheer mania.
Times have changed, sir. Who fights with fists anymore? It's all about laser cannons now, laser cannons. Enough lasers, kid. Switch.
Li Jiuyue excitedly slapped the little Tao Tai's rear. The little Tao Tai in his arms instantly understood his meaning, opening and closing its mouth. This time, instead of lasers, it unleashed blazing flames of extreme heat.
Everyone? Wait, where did the flames come from? A laser cannon wasn't enough? Now it's breathing fire? Is this thing even a spirit beast? What the hell is it doing here? First lasers, now flames, next thing you know, it'll be firing cannons. While everyone was still puzzled, the little Tao Tai had already gone berserk. The flames were scorching hot, even in a rank beast would be reduced to ashes in seconds. This intense flame assault continued for over 30 seconds until Li Jiuyue gave the order, and the little Tao Tai finally halted. Alright, that's enough, little guy. The laser and flame attacks combined lasted nearly a full minute.
Looking at the beast horde before them, it was now scattered in disarray, with a massive crater like a meteorite impact blasted into its center. This single minute of assault alone had annihilated nearly tens of thousands of beasts. At that moment, inside a nearby cave,
black-clad figure, HM? This spirit beast is rather interesting. Might be fun to acquire it for future amusement.
But, if you truly believe the beast tide will end like this, you're being far too naive. The real terror has only just begun. While Li Jiuyue manipulated the little Tao Tai to slaughter the beasts, the sword god and his companion engaged in aerial combat with two colossal dragons. Sword god's sword chi shifted unpredictably. Prioritizing speed, he unleashed his ultimate move from the start, activating his sword chi domain. Within his sword chi domain, any sword attribute attack gained a 100% boost in power. Moreover, his mastery of the sword way had reached perfection. Even a casual skill could shatter the heavens and earth, dealing immense damage. Yet even so, he still couldn't easily slay the frost dragon before him. During the battle, he even severed one of the dragon's claws with his formidable sword energy. Yet in the very next instant, a peculiar force enveloped the frost dragon, and the severed claw miraculously regrew. It can actually regenerate itself? Now that's interesting. Hey, how's it going over there? Lei Shuang asked casually. Mind your own business. No need to worry about me. I'll kill this beast before you do. Zhong Wutian sneered dismissively. Very well. I never displayed this technique before outsiders, but today I'll use you beast, as my sacrificial offering. With that, Zhong Wutian swept his right hand, and instantly, 10 gleaming giant swords flew out from behind him. With a flick of his finger, the swords materialized around the frost dragon, encircling it completely. As if sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the swords, the frost dragon roared furiously, swinging its claws to tear at one of the blades. Clang! But this time, the sword didn't shatter. Instead, the frost dragon's claw was shattered clean off. Oomph, useless. You cannot break the defense of this 10-sword array. This technique, known as the 10 absolute sword formation, was one of the sword god's most prized killing moves, honed through decades of relentless training. As for its skill level, it had completely surpassed S-Rank, standing but a single step away from SS-Rank. This skill wasn't obtained by absorbing a skill book, it was entirely self-created. Therefore, it surpasses ordinary S-Rank skills in power, standing firmly as a true hexagon-level technique. If there is a single weakness, that would be the requirement for an attack exceeding the 10 absolute sword formation's defensive power to stand even the slightest chance of breaking through. This is the weakness shared by nearly all array-type skills. However, since Zhong Wutian created the 10 absolute sword array, he has encountered countless people and beasts, yet no one has ever broken his formation. The 10 absolute sword array's defense was formidable. No matter how fiercely the frost dragon attacked, not a single one of the 10 giant swords showed the slightest damage. Not only that, but under Zhong Wutian's control, the range of these 10 giant swords continued to shrink. It's over. To make me unleash the 10 absolute sword formation, you beast actually have something worth noting on you. Ah, never mind. Why waste words with a dying beast? Zhong Wutian shook his head with a bitter smile, then clenched his right hand toward the sword formation before him. Swish! In the next instant, the 10 giant swords swiftly redirected their targets toward the frost dragon. Go! At Zhong Wutian's command, one of the giant swords instantly pierced through the frost dragon's body. Swish, swish, swish. Then the second, third, and fourth. In a mere 10 seconds, the frost dragon was ripped open, its guts spilling out, chilled to the bone. Chapter 116, The Frost Dragons Might Even S-Rank Can't Stand It? Gazing at the dragon pierced through and through by 10 giant swords, Zhong Wutian let out a cold laugh. Oomph, nothing special.
Hey, are you done over there? Why's it taking so long? Lei Shuang responded to Zhong Wutian's words while continuing to fight. Don't get cocky, you jerk. I'll be done soon. With that, Lei Shuang unleashed his power. With a sweep of his hands, a strange and eerie black energy rapidly spread around the primordial flame dragon. Under the influence of that eerie energy, the primordial flame dragon abruptly halted its attack. It hovered motionless in the air, frozen for a full 3 seconds without making a single move. Within those 3 seconds, Lei Shuang drew a bizarrely shaped black weapon from the pitch-black void. The weapon resembled a scythe, yet both its front and back were studded with sharp barbs, giving it a terrifying appearance. He swiftly closed in on the primordial flame dragon, then swung the scythe with brutal force, cleaving the dragon's head clean off. Rip! Phew, dragons are dragons after all. That thing was a real pain to deal with. Stop rushing me, I've taken care of mine too. He shot an annoyed glance at Zhong Wutian across from him. You were a few seconds slower than me. This time, I win. Zhong Wutian chuckled. Whatever. You can take all the credit if you want. Lei Shuang waved his hand nonchalantly. But just as the two prepared to wrap up and assist Gongsun Jin against the beast tide, a bizarre scene unfolded. Buzz! The decapitated primordial flame dragon remained suspended in midair, refusing to fall. Just as the two were puzzled, a strange crimson energy suddenly erupted from the body of the primordial karst. The crimson energy swiftly coursed through the ancient flame dragon's entire body. The very next second, a new head sprouted from its severed stump. What? Lei Shuang gasped in shock. Almost simultaneously, the frost dragon that had been cleaved by Zhong Wutian began rapidly regenerating. The surrounding air suddenly grew bitterly cold as a powerful icy energy spread from within the frost dragon's body, repairing its wounds. Within 3 seconds, the frost dragon was fully restored, its armor now significantly harder than before. Oh, humph. This is interesting, it can actually regenerate. Zhong Wutian curled his lip, shedding his earlier playful demeanor as his expression turned grave. He could distinctly sense that this reborn frost dragon was even more formidable than before. The overwhelming pressure radiating from its body was approaching SS rank. This time I'll chop off your head and see how you rebirth. Zhong Wutian grunted, swinging his massive sword forward. Lei Shuang did the same. Though the ancient flame dragon's revival surprised him slightly, it didn't cause him to retreat. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. Li Jiuyue, witnessing this scene from the front lines of the army, couldn't help but gasp in shock. It's revived. The primordial flame dragon embodied fiery energy, while the frost dragon channeled icy power. These two colossal dragons harbored boundless energy within their bodies. Even when mortally wounded, they could instantly regenerate by channeling their innate power. Moreover, dragons possessed formidable defenses. Were it not for the overwhelming power of these two combatants, they might not even have breached the dragon's outer scales. And from the start until now, these two dragons had unleashed fewer than 3 skills. Could it be? Oh no! Li Jiuyue was about to warn them when he looked up, but it was already too late. At that moment, after battling the frost dragon for dozens of rounds, Zhong Wutian gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Damn it, this beast is even more powerful than before. No good. Even if I chop off its head this time, it'll probably just resurrect. I'll have to try piercing its heart with a single sword strike. Just as Zhong Wutian prepared to unleash the power of his massive sword, a potent energy rapidly gathered within the frost dragon's maw, unleashing its skill. Boom! Dragon's Breath Frost. Dragon's Breath is a skill possessed by all dragon kin. Yet the frost dragon's breath was utterly distinct from that of other dragon kind. This skill possessed not only immense destructive power but also carried an overwhelming chill. Any area touched by the dragon's breath instantly froze solid. Even Zhong Wutian's pride and joy, the 10-sword formation, was slowly being dismantled. The first giant sword froze solid, followed by the second, then the third. Zhong Wutian refused to believe it. He tried to activate the 3 frozen greatswords, but no matter how he channeled his power, they remained utterly unresponsive. That beast actually had this up his sleeve. But, if he truly believes that's all I, Zhong Wutian, have to offer, then he's sorely underestimating me. He let out a cold laugh, his body trembled, and he summoned dozens of clones identical to himself. Immediately, he focused his mind, commanding all the clones to converge on the energy gathering in the air, while his true body stood at the very center. In the blink of an eye, the gathered energy rapidly coalesced, forming a colossal sword that pierced straight through the heavens. This colossal blade was immense. Merely standing there, it exerted such overwhelming pressure that everyone present could barely breathe. If this sword were to fall, forget the sword chi, the sheer crushing pressure alone could crush half the people here to death. The crowd stared blankly at the sky. This is the sword god skill. Only now did they grasp the chasm separating them from an S-rank professional. Talent was everything. No matter how hard they trained, they could never reach the heights of the sword god. Zhong Wutian drew a deep breath, then swung his right hand violently toward the frost dragon before him. SSS-tier. This sword could cleave the heavens. This strike cleaved not only the frost dragon's breath, but also the surrounding sky itself. Its terrifying force tore a massive gash directly through the heavens. The collision of frost power and the colossal blade unleashed such a terrifying shockwave that even the relentless tide of beasts was blown hundreds of meters away by the resulting gale. As for the soldiers fighting on the ground, they were blown away without exception, crashing violently into trees before coming to a halt. This is what they call when gods fight, mortals suffer, isn't it? It's utterly terrifying. A battle of this caliber is far beyond our ability to intervene. Guess why they call him the Sword God? He's a deity of our human race. Once the Sword God deals with this dragon, he can turn his attention to slaying the Shadow God's dragon. With both dragons dead, they'll finally be free to aid us against the beasts. Victory in this war will be within our grasp. Exactly. Just as everyone imagined the Sword God would effortlessly slay the Frost Dragon, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 117, Dragon's Breath, the Blood Sacrifice of Two Gods. The colossal sword strike collided head-on with the Frost Dragon's breath. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. While Zhong Wutian and the Frost Dragon clashed their attacks, Lei Shuang simultaneously engaged the Primordial Flame Dragon in a fierce exchange of assaults. The Primordial Flame Dragon unleashed its own devastating dragon's breath, but unlike the Frost Dragons, it was infused with an intense, frenzied flame energy. Anything caught in the path of this energy was instantly reduced to ashes. Even Lei Shuang, the Shadow Goddess, had no choice but to summon her signature abilities to confront it seriously. A single moment of carelessness now could very well mean death. The clash between the two raged on for a full 2.5 minutes, neither gaining the upper hand. Finally, Lei Shuang gritted his teeth and channeled a peculiar energy surge, causing the Frost Dragon's attack to detonate mid-air. Zhong Wutian employed a similar tactic, summoning a colossal sword to cleave the Frost Dragon's assault, triggering a massive explosion. Boom! When the smoke cleared, the two snapped back to reality and scanned the area for the dragon's whereabouts. To their astonishment, they discovered the two beasts had merged into one. Damn it! How did those two beasts end up together? Zhong Wutian, those two beasts have joined forces. Let's team up too. Lei Shuang gritted her teeth. The collision of their attacks had inflicted significant damage on his body. To avoid worrying the others and to hide his own embarrassment, he concealed his injured right hand behind his back. Alright, we have no choice but to team up. Zhong Wutian nodded firmly, accepting Lei Shuang's proposal without hesitation. Because now, these two dragons had effectively leveled up. Moreover, these beasts possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities. Unless struck directly in the heart, they could recover from any wound. As Zhong Wutian and Lei Shuang discussed joining forces, the Frost Dragon and the Primordial Flame Dragon each unleashed their dragon breath. By converging their dragon breaths, they fused frost energy and flame energy together. Mastering a single natural energy was already a rare gift. Moreover, a dragon's breath unleashed by a single energy had already forced the Sword God to deploy his ultimate technique. What if the dragon breaths of two energies were fused together? How terrifying would the power of this skill become? As expected, those two beasts still had a hidden card up their sleeves. The Sword God and his men are likely in grave danger. Witnessing this, Li Jiuyue immediately gathered a powerful surge of water energy in his hands. Though this might complicate matters, he would have no choice but to intervene if it came to that. Because even before the two energies fully merged, their mere presence caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The horde of beasts was so terrified they couldn't advance a single step, all freezing in place. The relentless onslaught of the beast tide halted abruptly, finally granting the group a precious moment to catch their breath. Don't just stand there. These beasts have halted their attack. Everyone, seize this moment to catch your breath. Quickly, quickly. Yes. Everyone exhaled deeply. Those with injuries tended to their wounds, while others recovered their stamina. In the air, both Zhong Lei and his companion were wounded, yet there was no time for healing. Those beasts, their attack this time was terrifying. It's probably too late now to stop that energy from forming. Zhong Wutian took a deep breath, clenching his fists tightly. If that's the case, then we'll fight it head-on. Lei Shuang's lips trembled slightly, a surge of excitement rising within her. He hadn't fought this thoroughly in ages. I, Lei Shuang, have never feared anyone since the day I was born. What's there to fear from two mere beasts? Ha 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 ha. Good. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Then I'll join you in your madness. Zhong Wutian roared with laughter, resolved to fight to the death. Zhong Wutian offered his blood as sacrifice, summoning his sword spirit or rather, his sword god. Lei Shuang likewise offered a blood sacrifice, summoning the pseudo-god the shadow god. Both resolved to fight to the death, aiming for a single decisive strike that would leave no chance for the two colossal dragons to intervene. 10 breaths later, the two streams of energy unleashed by the Frost Dragon converged. The two dragon breaths coalesced into a colossal sphere of energy half blue, half red. One half was frost, the other half was flame. To fuse two such disparate natural energies into one, the prowess of these two dragons was truly extraordinary. Seeing the colossal orb coalescing in the sky, Li Jiuyue sucked in a sharp breath. What a terrifying orb! He knew its power all too well.
And this one was over 10 times larger than the one he had once conjured himself. If it were to explode in midair, the sheer force. If he were to face an attack of this caliber, he'd have no choice but to wield a divine artifact like Poseidon's trident. But could the Sword God and the Shadow God King withstand such an assault? The thought barely formed in his mind when the two colossal dragons brought their claws together, then slammed them down with all their might toward the orb. Crash! The orb tore through the sky like a cannonball, plummeting toward Zhong Wutian and Lei Shuang like a meteorite.
Zhong Wutian, it's coming. Lei Shuang hurriedly warned. I've been waiting for this. With that, Zhong Wutian's eyes snapped open.
In that moment, he seemed possessed by a divine spirit, a completely different man from before.
His expression was serene, yet his gaze held utter contempt for all existence.
The overwhelming pressure radiating from his body caused everyone's legs to tremble uncontrollably, stirring an almost instinctive urge to kneel in worship. At this moment, the Sword God was undoubtedly the savior in everyone's eyes. That figure appeared like a deity in their eyes. One by one, they fell to their knees, hands pressed together in prayer. If the Sword God prevailed, this tide of beasts would be no threat. If the Sword God failed, their hopes would shatter, and they would all perish. Seeing everyone around him kneel, only Li Jiuyue stood there, calmly gazing up at the sky.
A god?
Zhong Wutian must have employed some extraordinary method, achieving a qualitative leap in his power that brought him infinitely close to that realm. But at best, he's only a half-god or not even that. He's merely brushed the threshold. When it came to true deities, Poseidon was the real deal. The oppressive aura emanating from him that was the most terrifying aspect, bottomless and filled with utter despair. Still, for the Sword God to reach this level already surpasses nearly all of Xia Nation's people. Truly worthy of being the peerless guardian of Huaxia. With divine favor bestowed, the outcome of this battle is surely decided. Moreover, it seems the Shadow God King also has a god's blessing.
Chapter 118, Slaying the Dragon.
Sure enough, just as Li Jiuyue had suspected, the shadow goddess Lei Shuang was likewise empowered by a pseudo-god. Beneath the dual deities, the heavens darkened and the earth trembled. Even as a pseudo-god, Zhong Wutian still possessed his own consciousness. He channeled all his power into the two fingers of his right hand. If this strike failed to slay the frost dragon and primordial flame dragon before him, then death would surely be his own. This strike could only succeed, failure was not an option. Thunderfrost was no different. His all-or-nothing strike channeled every ounce of his power into the scythe of death in his grasp. In the next instant, the two exchanged a glance and unleashed their full might. Sword God Zhong Wutian struck first, holding his two index fingers horizontally in the air as an energy capable of splitting heaven and earth shot forth with blinding speed. Lei Shuang followed immediately, gripping the death scythe tightly with both hands. He raised it high and swung it down at the massive energy sphere hurtling toward him. SSS-tier. Boom! The powerful energy sphere collided head-on with the attacks of the two pseudo-gods. An explosion echoed like the very heavens splitting apart. Ah! Everyone instinctively covered their ears, but the deafening blast still pierced their minds. Buzz! For a moment, they felt all consciousness slip away. A blinding white light flashed before their eyes, obscuring everything. Yet it wasn't over. This was merely the aftershock of the clashing attacks. The next second, the three attacks intertwined, locked in a fierce stalemate where victory seemed impossible to discern. Finally, the attacks of the two men and two beasts collided in midair, unleashing a massive explosion. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, thick smoke billowed upward like an overwhelming sandstorm. The explosion was terrifying beyond measure. It even tore a gaping hole in the sky above the crowd, while the ground trembled violently, undulating like waves. A powerful gale instantly swept across the entire battlefield, sending vast swaths of the beast horde flying. Some weaker beasts, unable to withstand the tearing force of the gale, were torn to shreds on the spot. Yet the chaos didn't spare the chaotic army either.
This is bad.
Seeing the dire situation, Li Jiuyue cried out in alarm. She immediately unleashed the water energy within her body, forming a protective sphere that enveloped everyone inside. The moment she finished, the raging winds swept in the next instant. Whoosh! What a powerful gale! Just the residual force from the explosion is this intense. What about the Sword God and the Shadow God? 5 seconds later, the gale gradually subsided, and everything slowly returned to calm. The sky, torn open by a massive gash, began to mend itself. Everyone rubbed their throbbing heads, regaining some clarity. What just happened? What's the situation? Did the Sword God and Shadow God Lord win? Everyone looked up with hopeful eyes. At that moment, in the sky, as the explosion's dust and smoke cleared, both Zhong Wutian and Lei Shuang had sustained significant injuries. Zhong Wutian bore wounds on his right shoulder and chest, while Lei Shuang sustained injuries to both hands and her right leg. Their injuries were not life-threatening. Compared to the primordial flame dragon and the frost giant dragon facing them, these wounds were utterly insignificant. The injuries sustained by these two colossal dragons were catastrophic. The primordial flame dragon had lost its right wing entirely, and only one of its two dragon claws remained. Its entire body was drenched in blood, appearing to be on the brink of death. As for the frost dragon, it fared no better. In fact, its condition was even more dire than the primordial flame dragons. Both wings were gone, and even its head was only half intact, exposing the white flesh within. Heh, these beasts aren't much better off either. They're already spent. Old Zhong, move. Don't give them a chance to recover. Understood. Though Zhong Wutian was wounded, he still possessed nearly half his combat strength. In a flash, he appeared before the frost dragon. The frost dragon was already on its last legs. It tried to raise its bloodied claw to strike back, but Zhong Wutian was faster. Rip! He channeled all his sword intent into his right hand, then thrust it violently toward the frost dragon's chest. Splash! With that strike, he ripped the frost dragon's heart right out of its chest. Damn it, I'll see how you come back to life now. Zhong Wutian sneered coldly, then clenched his right hand with all his might. The frost dragon's heart was crushed into a bloody pulp. Roar! The heartless frost dragon let out an agonized roar. Its wounds could no longer heal, and its wings, unable to fly, sent its body plummeting downward. At that very moment, Li Jiuyue flashed before the primordial flame dragon. He sliced open the primordial flame dragon's body with his death scythe, extracted the beating crimson heart within, and swiftly crushed it. Roar! Without the support of their hearts, the wounds on both dragons' bodies could not heal. It's over. Li Jiuyue took a deep breath, casually wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It must be said, these two dragons were truly formidable foes. If not for the final blood sacrifice that summoned the phantom of the shadow god, it might have been. Phew, thank goodness. Zhong Wutian, how are you? You're not dead, are you? Poof. That bastard's still alive. How could I possibly be dead? Zhong Wutian shook his head with a bitter smile. Quickly recover your stamina, the beast tide isn't over yet. Zhong Wutian gave a faint, dismissive curl of his lips before pulling out a crimson pill. Swallowing it, he regained some strength and energy. Seeing Zhong Wutian and Li Jiuyue emerge victorious from the battle, the crowd erupted in wild celebration. Some even leapt into the air with sheer excitement. Ha! I knew it! I knew it would end like this. The sword god is invincible. The shadow god is invincible. This war belongs to us humans. Amidst the jubilant cheers, no one noticed the two plummeting dragons. Whether by coincidence or some other force, they converged upon each other. Inside the cave, the man in black was taken aback by this outcome. Oomph. The sword god and the shadow god lord truly possess formidable skills. Even deploying two dragons I cultivated with great care couldn't eliminate you two. But, do you truly believe this is the end? The black-clad figure let out a sinister laugh, merging the frost energy in his left hand with the flame energy in his right. As he merged the two energies, the dragon corpses began to dissolve in an eerie manner, transforming into a fiery orb and an icy sphere. The ice orb and fire orb rapidly merged, gradually coalescing into the shadowy form of a human figure. At that moment, no one noticed that an even greater crisis was about to descend. Chapter 119, The Birth of Turbidity, True Despair. The dragon's dissolution merely delayed the beast tide's assault momentarily. Just as the crowd cheered in celebration, the beasts launched another assault. This assault was fiercer than any before, as if seeking vengeance for the fallen dragons. Hold on, everyone. The tide's assault isn't as fierce as before. Once the sword god and the shadow goddess recover, we'll secure victory in this eastern battle. Yes. The group was now filled with excitement, their fatigue completely vanished, replaced by a fierce fighting spirit. As everyone fought desperately against the beast tide, Li Jiuyue silently withdrew the water energy. He had just exhaled in relief, intending to focus entirely on the beast tide before him. But at that very moment, an intensely familiar aura suddenly emanated from midair. This can't be. He sucked in a sharp breath, looking up in disbelief. Holy crap, this can't be happening. At that moment, Zhong Wutian and Li Jiuyue, now recovered, also sensed something. They both looked toward the direction where the two dragons had fallen. Wait, why do I feel like those two dragons' auras haven't dissipated? Same here. I feel it too, and I have this incredibly bad feeling. Amidst their astonishment, the energy from the two dragons had fully coalesced into a human form. This being appeared as a child, not very tall, and judging by appearance, only around 17 or 18 years old. However, three things set him apart from ordinary children. It bore a pair of dragon horns and possessed a pair of unique eyes. The left horn was blue, while the right horn was red. The eyes mirrored this distinction, blue in the left socket, crimson in the right. Covering its body was not skin, but an extremely rare golden dragon scale. It looked nothing like a normal child, more like a monster born between a human and a dragon. Seeing the changes within itself, it simply stretched its body, feeling the immense energy flowing through its veins. So this is what it feels like to have a body? Truly remarkable. Watching the two dragons transform into the form of a child, Li Jiuyue felt a chill run down his spine, his lips twitching slightly. Seems my premonition was right, this trouble isn't over yet. Zhong Wutian's brow furrowed deeply, his face turning ashen. His injured right hand trembled imperceptibly. This kid is incredibly strong. He sensed not a shred of a powerful being's aura or presence emanating from this dragon child.
And precisely because of that, Zhong Wutian felt fear. This creature, neither fully human nor dragon, was incredibly powerful. As the two observed the dragon child, the latter was observing them as well. Humph. Zhuoxing swallowed excitedly, his eyes flashing with a cold light that seemed ready to devour Zhong Lei and his companion alive. As humans, the blood flowing through your veins is utterly tempting. Devouring your flesh and blood will surely make me stronger. The two instinctively took a few steps back, mustering the last of their energy. Damn it! How did this creature neither dragon nor human come into being? Zhong Wutian, what do we do? I can't sense its aura. Me neither. We must be extremely cautious. We'll wait for it to show a weakness before striking. Before Zhong Wutian could finish his warning, the murky figure vanished from its spot like a ghostly apparition. Zhong Wutian, watch out! The moment Lei Shuang issued the warning, Zhong Wutian felt a crushing blow to his back, sending him flying backward. Had this been the Zhong Wutian of before, he would have reacted in time. But now, he was a spent force, possessing barely a fraction of his former peak strength. That he managed to deflect 3 layers of Zhuo's force in the instant he was knocked back was nothing short of a miracle. Boom! Zhong Wutian was hurled hundreds of meters before finally crashing into and snapping a giant tree to a halt. His body was severely injured. A metallic taste filled his throat as blood surged up. This power, it's on an entirely different level from that giant dragon before. When he had previously clashed head-on with the Frost Dragon strike, he had only suffered superficial injuries. But now, he felt as though several bones in his body had snapped. The creature before him possessed the power of an SS-rank beast. Lei Shuang, be careful. This thing is SS-rank. Zhong Wutian's warning barely left his lips before Zhuo and Lei Shuang had already locked horns. SS-rank? I refuse to believe it. How could this kid have such power? Lei Shuang refused to believe it, swinging his death scythe fiercely toward Zhuo. Zhuo glanced indifferently to his side, then slowly raised his right hand. Clang! What? Lei Shuang was utterly shocked. The child had actually grasped his death scythe with his bare hands. Remember, this S-rank weapon had absorbed the souls and blood of countless humans and beasts into its blade. If an ordinary person were to come into contact with even a trace of it, their flesh would shatter and their soul would vanish. Even an S-rank professional couldn't withstand the full force of the Grim Reaper's scythe. Yet why did this child before him handle it so effortlessly? As Lei Shuang stood stunned, Zhuo yawned with utter boredom, then clenched his right hand. Snap! The next second, the Reaper's scythe snapped clean in two, forcibly broken into halves. Damn it! Lei Shuang cried out in anguish, but Zhuo merely waved his hand lightly, unleashing a powerful gust that blew him straight away. The commotion naturally drew the attention of everyone battling the tide of beasts. Gong Sun Jin's face twitched involuntarily, his expression blank and bewildered. When did this kid appear? How come I never saw him before? And how could this kid carry the aura of those 2 dragons from earlier? Just as he was reeling from astonishment, he witnessed Zhuo casually swatting Lei Shuang away. What kind of monster is this child? He casually flicked away the Shadow God Lord? What on earth is going on? He frantically scanned the area and spotted the wounded sword god in the distance. How could this happen? Even the sword god. What kind of monster is this kid? At that moment, his scalp prickled with dread. Everything unfolding before his eyes was utterly spine-chilling. If even the sword god and the shadow god lord couldn't stop this monstrous creature, then who could possibly come to stop it? Everything was about to end. Seeing his death sight destroyed, Lei Shuang was now utterly consumed by rage. You bastard, you're asking for death. Ignoring his own injuries, he charged toward Zhuo. Closing in, he swung his right fist, aiming straight for Zhuo's chest. If you know you're but an ant, why struggle? Zhuo placed the shards of the death scythe into his mouth and chewed them. Then, with deliberate slowness, he reached out and grasped Lei Shuang's fist. The next second, his right arm exerted tremendous force. Rip! He tore off Lei Shuang's right arm clean off. Chapter 120, One punch blasts a meteorite to bits. Who the hell are you? Rip! Lei Shuang's right arm was ripped clean off. Ah! In an instant, agony spread from the wound, the heart-wrenching pain suffocating him. The excruciating agony instantly radiated from his right arm throughout his entire body. Lei Shuang let out an agonized scream, his eyes filled with terror. What the hell are you? Since stepping into the ranks of S-class professionals, he had never been so utterly defeated. Even now, with his strength barely half of his peak, he couldn't accept that this beast had torn off his right arm in a single clash. Zhuo, now holding Lei Shuang's severed arm, remained expressionless. Seeing the man still struggling, he kicked him impatiently in the stomach. Boom! The kick struck Lei Shuang squarely in the gut, delivering a devastating blow to his abdomen. Gah! Sweetness flooded his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a cannonball. But it wasn't over. The flying Lei Shuang smashed through 2 hills before finally coming to a halt. But by now, Lei Shuang's injuries were catastrophic. A gaping hole tore through his chest, blood gushing out like a fountain. His right arm was gone, and he lay completely unconscious, his fate uncertain. Witnessing this scene, everyone's minds went blank.
They stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the scene not far away.
Buzz. Shadow. Shadow God Lord. How? How could this be?
They simply couldn't fathom it. The shadow god, possessing pseudo-god strength capable of shattering the heavens and earth, had fallen. And fallen so utterly, so horribly. Though he had just endured a fierce battle, he was still an S-rank professional. His base stats far surpassed anyone present. Then why did he fall at the hands of a mere child? What kind of monster was that child?
In that instant, everyone's spirits plummeted from the heights to the depths. Their eyes went dull and lifeless, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even the Shadow God Lord couldn't defeat him? Then it's over. No, not yet. We still have the Sword God. With the Sword God here, we absolutely cannot lose. That's right. The Sword God will never lose. Despite their words, witnessing Jue's terrifying power moments ago left them inexplicably lacking confidence.
At that moment, Li Jiuyue turned his gaze toward Jue, who was not far away, devouring Lei Shuang's right arm raw.
Name, Jue. Species? Level? Attack power? Defense? Speed? Mental power? Skills? Sure enough, this guy is just as dangerous as Michelle and Poseidon we encountered before. I wonder how much stronger I'll become after plundering his abilities. Instead of feeling afraid, Li Jiuyue licked his lips excitedly. He drew a deep breath, channeling power throughout his entire body, ready to strike at any moment. At that moment, the sword god, his body ravaged by severe wounds, staggered to his feet. Clenching his fists tightly, he bit down hard on his lip. I was careless. Far too careless. Had I not lost focus and stopped those two beasts from merging, this creature would never have come into being. Seeing the two horns on the creature's head, the astute Zhong Wutian instantly grasped the truth. It was clearly the product of the frost dragon and the primordial flame dragon merging. The timing of this fusion must have been precisely when those two dragons plummeted from the sky. Had it been detected in time, this situation would never have arisen. Now, I have no choice but to fight. Zhong Wutian steadied his emotions and prepared to summon the pseudo-god once more. Though doing so might inflict permanent, irreversible damage on his body, it was the only possible way to defeat Jue. Just as Zhong Wutian prepared to summon the pseudo-god, Jue detected his movement. Ha! Jue frowned in confusion, then swiftly raised his right hand high above his head. Whoosh! In the next instant, an immense fireball appeared directly above everyone. Unlike ordinary fireballs, this blazing orb resembled a meteorite engulfed in raging flames. Moreover, this meteorite was incredibly massive, its size rivaling that of the previous frost dragon. If it were to crash into the crowd, not a single human here would survive. However, Jue's target was Zhong Wutian, and he paid no heed to the panicked crowd behind him. With a flick of his right hand, the meteor hurtled toward Zhong Wutian. Everything in its path was obliterated, even a massive mountain was scorched into nothingness by the flames. This flame surpassed the ancient fire dragon's blaze by at least tenfold. Oh no! Zhong Wutian cried inwardly as he sensed impending doom. Just as he tried to focus his mind, the severe injuries to his body caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At that very moment, the meteorite was already bearing down on him. Damn it, this is it. He had no strength left to deflect the meteorite before him. All he could do was stay put, filled with bitter resignation. Await his death. Whoosh! Just then, he felt a cold breeze brush past him. When he snapped back to his senses, a slender figure had appeared before him. Hurry up and leave. I'm already as good as dead, don't worry about me. Ignoring Zhong Wutian's furious shouts, Li Jiuyue calmly swung his right fist toward the meteorite before him. You're insane. You'll die doing this. Zhong Wutian felt his head was about to explode. What was this man thinking, using his fragile flesh to directly withstand a meteorite? Yet, the very next second, he was rendered speechless, even beginning to doubt his own judgment. Li Jiuyue had struck with only 80% of his strength, intending merely to test his body's defensive capabilities. He never expected. Boom! The single punch shattered the meteorite before him. It was truly just the most ordinary punch. Zhong Wutian. Seeing the meteorite shattered by a single punch, Zhong Wutian was utterly dumbfounded. His smooth flow of words abruptly halted. His mouth hung open, eyes wide as saucers, completely frozen in shock. Even at his peak, wielding a sword might have cleaved this meteorite in two. But to destroy it with sheer physical strength alone? Impossible. But, how could he? How could an ordinary human body be strengthened to such an extent? Wait, judging by his attire, he seemed to be someone from the military camp. Who are you? Zhong Wutian demanded, his voice trembling. After casually disposing of the massive meteorite, Li Jiuyue turned around, a faint smile on his face as he inquired. Sword God, you truly don't remember who I am? Chapter 121, Li Jiuyue vs. Jue. Sword God, you truly don't remember me? We've met before. Li Jiuyue said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Zhong Wutian sucked in a sharp breath. Staring at Li Jiuyue's delicate features, after 3 seconds, he suddenly remembered something. You couldn't possibly be the chosen one of Destiny Academy, the one cursed by the divine shrine that day, the cursed child. Li Jiuyue nodded with a smile. That's right. My name is Li Jiuyue. I am the cursed child. Whoosh. Hearing Li Jiuyue admit her identity, Zhong Wutian's eyes froze instantly. His body jerked violently, then seemed to freeze in place, unable to move. It took a full second for him to gradually snap back to reality. How could this be? You really are the cursed child. This can't be. It absolutely can't be. A worthless being cursed by the gods, unable to level up or obtain equipment, he was practically useless. Even if such a worthless person joined the military, they could only barely improve some physical attributes. They wouldn't even be able to fight a D-rank beast. But why did he shatter this dragon-like creature's attack with just one punch? His raw physical strength alone was terrifying to this extent. Even an S-rank professional couldn't achieve that. Seeing Zhong Wutian's vacant stare, utterly dumbfounded, Li Jiuyue suddenly felt an inexplicable chuckle rise within him. The sword god who had been so full of vigor and spirit moments ago now wore an expression that was, well. He shook his head with a wry smile and said, Sword god, you jest. There probably isn't a second cursed child to be found in the entire Xia kingdom, right? Rest up a bit. Leave this fellow to me. Before Zhong Wutian could regain his composure, Li Jiuyue strode step by step toward the murky figure in the distance. Holy crap, that's Li Jiuyue. He was just here a moment ago. How did he get over there in the blink of an eye? Could it be he was the one who shattered that meteorite? You're dreaming. How could he possibly shatter that meteorite? It must have been the sword god who struck it down. Bull. Li Jiuyue is the god who conquered all 99 floors of the trial tower. They still harbored doubts about Li Jiuyue's true strength. Those who doubted him had only one reason: they hadn't witnessed Li Jiuyue's ascent through the trial tower. Thus, some detractors believed he had cheated his way to the 99th floor. But Su Jin and Zhang Pei themselves had unwavering faith in his abilities. This guy. I knew he was hiding his strength, but I never imagined he'd conceal it this deeply. But September, you'd better be careful. This guy is an opponent even the sword god and shadow god lord couldn't handle. At that very moment, Zhua spotted Li Jiuyue. Oh? A human with such an eerie aura? Interesting. Zhua spread his wings and slowly soared into the sky. Whatever. I'll devour you first, then feast on those two corpses. In Zhua's eyes, Zhong Wutian and Lei Shuang were already dead. He then cast a cold, dismissive glance over his shoulder at the beasts that had halted their attack. Roar! Receiving the command, the beast horde launched a fresh wave of attack. However, due to the aftermath of the previous battle, the number of beasts had now been significantly reduced. All hands, prepare for battle. Yes. Without the protection of shields, the group could only wield their armor and blades, engaging the beasts in close quarters combat. Almost simultaneously, Li Jiuyue spread his black swan wings and soared into the sky. Only facing a formidable opponent could ignite the fighting spirit within him. Moreover, he wanted to experience what it truly felt like to be on the brink of death. With that thought, hesitation vanished. He immediately activated Random Attribute Enhancement. Upon activating the skill, 3 of his attributes would be randomly enhanced. Gained Agility Enhancement, gained Physical Resistance Enhancement, gained Elemental Enhancement. Using skill, Divine Blessing. Buzz. After using Holy Blessing, all attributes increased by 20%. Immune to all negative effects for 3 minutes. Using skill, Earth Spirit's Wrath. The stronger the surrounding earth element energy, the greater the attribute boost, with no upper limit. Using Earth Soul's Roar prevents the use of any earth attribute skills for 5 minutes. After consecutively using 3 skills that enhanced his physical attributes, Li Jiuyue felt his body brimming with power. He could now even kill a frost dragon with a single punch. The beast tide isn't over yet. I need to take care of this guy quickly. Not far away, Zhua seemed to sense the change in Li Jiuyue's body. He shifted his stance slightly and vanished from his original spot. Swish! The next instant, he materialized directly before Li Jiuyue. He immediately swung a punch, aiming straight for Li Jiuyue's head. You're just in time. Li Jiuyue grinned, his right fist shooting out with blinding speed. Boom! It was a pure collision of brute physical force. But Zhua didn't know that Li Jiuyue had consecutively activated 3 skill buffs beforehand. The effect of the skill enhancement quickly became apparent. After 3 seconds of clashing blows, Zhua found himself at a disadvantage and was blasted dozens of meters away by Li Jiuyue. Rock Fist. Li Jiuyue refused to give Zhua a moment to breathe, driving his skill-enhanced fist straight toward Zhua's heart. But this time, unexpectedly, Zhua didn't retaliate. Instead, he braced himself and absorbed the blow with his golden scales. Boom! The punch sent Zhua flying 6 or 7 meters, while Li Jiuyue was pushed back 3 or 4 meters by the recoil from those golden scales. Damn, those scales are tough. He flexed his right fist, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Just then, Zhua's counterattack came. Roar! Zhua swiftly opened his maw, unleashing that familiar dragon's breath once more. Frost Dragon Breath. Unlike the Frost Dragon's earlier breath attack, Zhua's assault was far swifter. Its terrifying freezing power was so potent it rapidly solidified the surrounding space. Its spread was astonishingly swift, engulfing the beasts and soldiers on the ground.
One by one, they froze solid in place, consciousness slipping away. Zhong Wutian, who was recovering his strength, let out a cry of alarm, a sense of impending doom gripping his heart.
This is bad.
He wanted to help Li Jiuyue, but his body was so exhausted that even standing up was a struggle.
Damn it!
Facing the terrifying assault, Li Jiuyue's fighting spirit surged. His left hand became thunder, his right hand became fire. Hiss! 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 Two powerful forces rapidly merged.
You're just in time.
I'll see if your dragon's breath is mightier than my thunderfire chi explosion.
Chapter 122, Absolute Domination, the True God Descends.
This time, merging the thunder-fire energies proved far less complex and arduous than the first attempt. Within mere seconds, the two forces fused completely.
Thunder-fire elemental explosion.
Li Jiuyue leaned back, flinging the thunder-fire orb from his hand with all his might.
Boom!
The next instant, the icy breath collided head-on with the thunder-fire orb. The immense shockwave generated by the collision swept away a group of beasts beneath the two combatants. The frozen beasts, already unable to resist, stood no chance against such a devastating blast.
Snap! Boom!
Wherever the energy wave passed, the frozen beasts were reduced to powder.
Damn it! This energy wave is too powerful. Everyone, retreat! Gongsun Jin shouted, sprinting toward the safety zone in the distance. No, we can't. If we leave, what about them?
Su trembled, gritted his teeth, and stood before the frozen soldiers. It wasn't just the beasts frozen solid, there was also a large group of soldiers who had fought alongside him.
In such a critical moment, abandoning his own soldiers was something he simply couldn't do.
Fortunately, Li Jiuyue in the air spotted this in time. She immediately unleashed water energy to form a protective barrier, enveloping everyone within it. After undergoing an evolution, the water stored within his water space was now immense. Even with this latest expenditure combined with previous uses, it had only depleted 2/10 of his total water reserves.
This is...
Seeing the blue protective barrier materialize out of thin air in the sky, Sujin and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Such immense energy, even if they all combined their defenses, it would be impossible to manifest it in an instant.
Could it be?
Sujin stared in astonishment at the figure soaring through the air. After completing this, Li Jiuyue clenched his right hand tightly. Whoosh! The thunder-fire primordial energy blast erupted instantly. Boom! In the mere instant it was unleashed, that powerful, frenzied energy utterly annihilated the icy dragon's breath attack. Even the entire frozen space was shattered.
With the frost dragon's breath neutralized, a look of gravity finally appeared on turbid stillness's face.
It could clearly sense that the human before it was extremely troublesome.
You could withstand the icy energy, but what about now?
Zhuo sneered coldly, opening his mouth wide once more.
Fiery dragon breath.
As the fusion of an ice dragon and a primordial flame dragon, Zhuo possessed mastery over both ice and fire elemental energies. Moreover, the dragon's breath power erupting from his maw was tenfold that of either original dragon. Seeing Zhuo unleash a fiery dragon's breath from his maw, Zhong Wutian's lips twitched in displeasure.
He switched to fire again?
This beast can freely shift between ice and fire.
That beast.
He was toying with us all along, never using his full strength.
Boy, what are you going to do now?
Being able to counter the icy dragon's breath with flame power was already remarkable.
But what about the blazing dragon breath he unleashed next? Fire against fire, you won't gain any advantage. Fire, huh?
Li Jiuyue sneered. Well, wouldn't you know it, I just happen to have something that counters you.
Absolute zero.
When it came to the power of ice, his freezing skills were second to none. Moreover, the stronger the caster, the greater the skill's inherent power.
Hand of the Creator.
After unleashing Absolute Zero, Li Jiuyue didn't stop there, he activated Hand of the Creator. He rapidly compressed the frigid energy in the air, then harnessed the Hand of the Creator's control to envelop the entire attack in it. In the next instant, the fiery dragon's breath capable of incinerating all things gradually froze over.
With a snap of Li Jiuyue's fingers, it shattered completely. Zhong Wutian. He was stunned. For a human to master even one elemental energy was already a rare gift. Yet this kid had mastered two simultaneously. Ice and fire. Moreover, when he neutralized the icy breath just now, it seemed another elemental force was intertwined within it. That meant 3 natural energies. Seriously, how many tricks are you hiding up your sleeve? Zhong Wutian's mouth twitched slightly. You call this the cursed child? This is the cursed child. A man cursed by the gods possesses such terrifying power? What the hell has this kid been through all this time?
After Li Jiuyue neutralized Zhuo's skill with Absolute Zero, the system alert sounded.
Gravity domain activated.
All objects within a 2000-meter radius will enter a state of imbalance.
Note, the user may choose whether to activate the imbalance state. Do you wish to activate the unbalance field? The unbalance field?
To be honest, despite using the hand of the creator countless times, he had never activated the unbalance field.
Can I specify where the unbalance field activates?
System, yes. Please designate the area for activating the unbalanced realm. Li Jiuyue was ecstatic as he set the imbalanced domain's boundaries right at the heart of the beast tide.
Designation complete. Proceed with activating the unbalanced realm? Activate.
Buzz.
As Li Jiuyue's words fell, the unbalanced realm officially activated.
The next instant, a jaw-dropping spectacle unfolded before the gathered crowd. The attacking beasts suddenly lost all sense of gravity, their limbs lifting off the ground as they soared into the air.
1, 10, 100, 10,000.
Nearly two-thirds of the beasts were caught in the effect, suspended weightlessly in midair.
Seeing this, everyone was stunned.
Their eyes widened in shock, expressions frozen on their faces, mouths forming perfect O's as they stood rooted to the spot like wooden statues. Even Zhong Wutian, observing the battle, was stunned by this shocking spectacle.
What on earth is this?
In all his years, he had never witnessed such an airy technique.
Could this even be possible for a human being? Who the hell is this kid?
No, perhaps.
He's not human at all.
It wasn't just the humans who were stunned, even Zhuo was startled.
Though a dragon, it possessed a fraction of human emotion, fear, astonishment. Human, what have you done?
Li Jiuyue watched it all unfold with a calm expression. Surprised, are you? If this alone terrifies you, how will you cope with what comes next? With that, Li Jiuyue drew the divine artifact, the trident of the sea god. The moment the trident of Poseidon appeared, it was as if the people had witnessed a god.
I think I saw a god. Chapter 123, The Breath of the 10,000 Dragons, murky and terrifying.
I think I saw a god.
Me too.
Li Jiuyue, how come you seem like a completely different person all of a sudden? Unlike the crowd's focus, Su Jin and his companions fixed their gaze on the weapon Li Jiuyue held.
The weapon Li Jiuyue wields, it's incredibly powerful.
What on earth is that thing? Just one glance at that weapon made him feel his soul being suppressed, an overwhelming urge to prostrate himself in worship. As someone from the military camp, he'd seen his share of things. He'd even laid eyes on an SS-grade weapon once before. But even weapons of that caliber paled in comparison to the one in September's hands. It was like comparing a minor sorcerer to a grand wizard. Zhong Wutian staggered to his feet, having just regained some strength.
You little bastard, I really underestimated you. This weapon.
Staring intently at the trident of Poseidon, Zhong Wutian's brow furrowed deeply, as if he had plunged into an abyss of endless depths. He shook his head violently, forcing himself to break free from that boundless abyss.
What a terrifying weapon.
Just one glance, and my soul is already trapped within it.
He had seen Lei Shuang's death scythe before. The deathly pressure emanating from that weapon was already terrifying. But, compared to the weapon wielded by Li Jiuyue, it was utterly overshadowed in every way. What level was this weapon?
This kid. Looks like after this incident, we'll have to re-evaluate the identity of this cursed child. Hovering in midair, clutching Poseidon's trident, Li Jiuyue wore an icy expression. In this moment, he seemed possessed by Poseidon himself, his power reaching its absolute zenith. He had wielded the trident before, but never to this level. At this moment, Li Jiuyue seemed to have touched upon that realm, that threshold. Godhood. Just a little bit. Even that tiny bit was enough to resolve the crisis before him. Seeing Li Jiuyue summon the divine artifact, his brows knitted into a deep frown, and the aura around him grew increasingly fierce. Even from hundreds of meters away, it could distinctly sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from that weapon. Even its own golden scales might not withstand the weapon strike. Interesting. Clearly human methods, yet endlessly ingenious. Since that's the case, then I shall. A wicked grin spread across Chua's lips as he spread his hands wide. Countless fine black threads emerged from the palms of his hands. The target of those black threads was not Li Jiuyue, but rather the tens of thousands of beasts suspended in the air. Swish! Tens of thousands of threads pierced the bodies of the beasts. Chua's body trembled slightly as he channeled a peculiar energy into the threads. The next instant, the group of beasts that had been in a stupor all opened their eyes. They all turned toward Li Jiuyue in unison, then stiffly opened their mouths.
Zhong Wutian had just settled the injured and unconscious Lei Shuang when he turned to witness this eerie scene.
That's Lei Shuang's ability.
That beast, how does he know Lei Shuang's skill? Is it because he devoured the shadow god's right arm that he gained his power?
Li Jiuyue was somewhat surprised. He recalled seeing this very skill used against Michelle earlier, though it hadn't been nearly as powerful then. A shadow-type skill. Just as Li Jiuyue pondered this, a faint dragon-like fluctuation suddenly emanated from the mouths of the beast horde. I was planning to leave you a whole corpse, but now it seems unnecessary. Tua sneered coldly before swiftly tugging on two strands of shadow thread in his hands.
Rip! The controlled beasts unleashed dragon-like ripples from their mouths, identical to the earlier attack. A single dragon-like fluctuation possessed enough destructive power to obliterate a small city. So what about tens of thousands of them?
Seeing so many dragon-like fluctuations, Zheng Pei's face instantly drained of color.
What? So many dragon wave attacks. We're done for. September, get out of the way, he shouted toward the sky. Impossible. The range is too vast, there's no way to evade. Sujin's face turned ashen. He wanted to rush to help, but he couldn't fly. Even if he could use ranged skills to support them, he couldn't possibly reach that altitude. After all, there were tens of thousands of beasts involved. With the dragon's wave's enormous range and so many channels, the affected area could cover the entire Sakura nation. No way. There's no escaping it. What should we do? What should we do? Everyone was frantic, like ants on a hot pan. In the sky, Li Jiuyue's expression remained as calm as still water. He even planted the trident of the sea god firmly in place. You want to play? Then I'll play along. Oomph, die. Tua sneered coldly, tugging the silk thread in his hand once more. Boom! In the next instant, tens of thousands of ice and fire dragon-shaped shockwaves surged toward Li Jiuyue. During this, Jua altered the dragon's wave's trajectory to prevent Li Jiuyue from escaping, forming an encircling assault. Splash! Every single dragon wave struck Li Jiuyue's body. Jua's attack was terrifying, even shattering the surrounding space and creating a bottomless void. This time, it's truly over. Sujin's body went limp, collapsing onto the ground. Gongsun Jin, who had fled several kilometers away, witnessed the scene and couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of dread. Thank goodness I ran fast enough. He wanted to return, yet hesitated. Returning meant certain death, yet deserting now would bring the same sentence if the king learned of it. Damn it, forget it. If I die, I die. Gongsun Jin turned and headed back. Inside the cave, the black-clad figure controlling the dragon's child to attack couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Damn! Where did this kid come from? How can he be this terrifyingly strong? What was even more devastating was that despite this human having exchanged blows with the dragon's child for several rounds, he still couldn't gather any information about his body. Skills unknown, level unknown, even his class was unknown. Oomph. I refuse to believe you can survive this barrage of tens of thousands of dragon wave attacks. This was tens of thousands of dragon wave assaults, even an SS-rank professional couldn't possibly withstand it. Meanwhile, the rift in the sky began to close on its own. Li Jiuyue had vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint pool of water still suspended in the air. Turbot gazed smugly at his handiwork. Human. This is what happens when you overestimate your own strength. I had planned to cripple you first, then devour you raw. What a pity. Jua shook his head regretfully, shifting his gaze to Sujin and the others below. Fortunately, you appetizers will suffice. Just as he prepared to strike, Jua suddenly sensed something. He whipped his head around to where Li Jiuyue had been standing moments before. What? Chapter 124, Inviting the Dragon God? I'll still kill. What is that? Jua suddenly sensed something. Where Li Jiuyue had stood, a pool of water on the ground began expanding endlessly, eventually coalescing into a human form. The next second, Li Jiuyue appeared before everyone, completely unharmed. Zhang Wutian, Sujin and the others. Shua. He's revived? How is that possible? Zhuo was stunned. He had clearly killed the human before him, so why was he? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was just a worthless human, how could he possess such terrifying abilities? You. Before anyone could make sense of the situation, Li Jiuyue spoke up. Your attack is over. Now it's my turn. With that, he calmly picked up the trident of the sea god beside him. Sea god's domain, activated. Upon wielding the trident of Poseidon, a domain automatically forms with a radius of approximately 2 kilometers. All individuals within the domain, except the user, suffer a 70% reduction in attack power, defense, and speed. All water-based skills become unusable. The sea god's domain unfolded, profoundly affecting everyone within it except Li Jiuyue. The most profoundly affected was naturally Zhua. This is a domain skill. As Zhua reeled in shock, Li Jiuyue raised the trident of Poseidon and swung it fiercely at the horde of beasts before him. Divine Slash. The slash unleashed by the trident could sever all things in existence. This strike was blindingly fast, and with the domain skill's restrictions, Zhua had no time to react. No! Rip! The divine slash descended, instantly cleaving the tens of thousands of beasts controlled by Zhuo in two. One strike, instantly annihilating tens of thousands of beasts. But it didn't stop there. The divine slash swiftly descended upon Zhuo himself. In that instant, Turbot's body trembled as he instinctively raised his right hand to block. Perhaps due to certain innate traits or abilities, just centimeters before the divine slash reached Zhuo's core. The golden scales on his right arm suddenly bristled, forming a golden shield. Even if your attack is powerful, it absolutely cannot break this. Before Zhuo could finish his sentence, the golden shield formed by his right arm shattered. Rip! The strike cleanly severed Zhuo's right arm. The excruciating pain made even the usually composed Zhuo let out an agonized roar. Human, you have truly angered me. Turbot's eyes blazed with fury.
He attempted to utilize his body's regenerative abilities to regrow his severed right arm, but
it had no effect whatsoever. Why? Why can't my right arm regenerate? Human, what exactly did you do? Zhuo demanded furiously of Li Jiuyue. Li Jiuyue himself had no idea why this was happening. Perhaps it was because his water energy had seeped into Zhuo's body the instant it touched him, severing his regeneration system. But it didn't matter anymore. You needn't know. The time has come to end this war between man and beast. Li Jiuyue drew a deep breath, gripping the trident of the sea god and pointing its tip at Zhuo. Its scales couldn't withstand his slash. One more strike and it would die without a doubt. Yet at this critical moment, the creature erupted into a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. Humans truly are fascinating creatures. Do you think severing one of my arms will end this battle? You humans can summon gods, does that mean we dragons can't? Zhuo grinned savagely, snatching up his severed right arm and devouring it whole. The horrifying sight sent chills down everyone's spines, leaving them covered in goosebumps. What the hell is this thing doing? Eating its own flesh. Dragon soul, descend. After devouring his own right arm, Zhuo descended into madness. Whoosh! Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. That aura coalesced into a golden pillar of light, erupting from Zhuo's body and shooting straight into the heavens. The air thickened with suffocating pressure, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been placed upon everyone's shoulders. Everyone in the military camp was pinned to the ground by the overwhelming pressure, forced to their knees. Su Jin gritted his teeth, struggling desperately to rise. But the moment he moved, his body felt as though struck by a 1,000-pound boulder. He spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Damn it, my body. I can't move. Me too. This pressure is terrifying. What should we do? Damn it, I feel like my whole body is about to fall apart. The oppressive pressure released by the turbid was too much for the weaker individuals to bear. They could only feel their bones creaking and cracking, several already snapping. Zhong Wutian, who had just regained some strength, struggled to resist the pressure with all his might. Yet, in that very second, he realized his struggle was utterly futile. This pressure not only inflicted immense physical damage but, more crucially, caused irreparable harm to the soul. Zhong Wutian spat out a mouthful of blood and finally collapsed to one knee on the ground. This was his last shred of dignity. This guy, could he have summoned the soul of some ancient dragon? We're done for. Dragons were ranked in tiers, and the frost dragon they'd faced earlier was merely of the middle rank. The sheer pressure from it made Li Jiuyue, suspended in midair, feel a slight discomfort. This wasn't confined to the body, it didn't include the soul. When it came to soul power, Zhuo was nowhere near qualified. With the presence of ultimate fear, he feared no soul targeting abilities. But that wasn't all. Zhuo began to burn his own vital essence. Dragon blood ignites. Ignite your dragon bloodline to unleash attack power and speed 100 times greater than normal. Now, Zhuo's power surpasses his former self by dozens of times over. With a mere wave of his hand, he can shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. Before Zhuo, possessed by the dragon god, humanity seemed utterly insignificant. Feeling the frenzied energy surging within him, Zhuo exhaled deeply. As his right hand opened, a crimson gold dragon scale spear materialized in his palm. He intended to settle this with a single strike. Human, let's settle this in one move. With that, Zhuo channeled all his power into the dragon scale spear in his hand. Empowered by his strength, the spear began to grow larger and larger. Just what I wanted. Li Jiuyue grinned. Phantom of the Sea God. This skill requires a brief casting animation, but it is an unavoidable attack. Once locked onto a target, it will pursue that target relentlessly until its demise. This move is perfect for deciding the outcome. Chapter 125, Dragon Scale Spear vs Poseidon's Trident. Li Jiuyue grinned, planting the trident of the sea god before him. Though the Phantom of the Sea God had a noticeable casting delay, Li Jiuyue's water energy was immense. Even if Zhuo launched a sudden attack, he felt no fear after all, he still had 2 chances to resurrect. Both men were simultaneously charging their ultimate attacks. Almost at the same moment, the energy in Zhuo's Dragon Scale Spear and Li Jiuyue's Trident of the Sea God both reached their peak. Zhuo struck first, aiming his spear at Li Jiuyue and hurling it with brutal force. Die! Li Jiuyue did the same. After the Phantom of the Sea God finished charging, he aimed the spearhead at Zhuo and hurled it with all his might. Both men poured every ounce of their strength into this single strike. This was the decisive blow. The next instant, the Dragon Scale Spear and the Trident of the Sea God collided head-on. The clash of these divine artifacts unleashed a piercing screech that made everyone's heads throb, forcing them to cover their ears. Ah, my head is splitting. This is like gods fighting, and mortals suffer. How did ordinary folks like us end up caught in a battle of this magnitude? Let's just hope Li Jiuyue wins this clash. If he loses, we're all finished. At this moment, everyone's hopes rested solely on Li Jiuyue. After all, he was the only one capable of facing Zhuo in his dragon soul-possessed state. This kid's been hiding his true strength all along.
Li Jiuyue's feat of single-handedly conquering the 99th floor of the trial tower continues to grow in significance. Witnessing the collision of the two divine artifacts before him, Zhuo was utterly astonished. It seemed the weapon in that kid's hands was no ordinary item either, otherwise it would have shattered into pieces by now. Human, I must admit you're incredibly strong. But you're still going to die here today. Enough talk. It's time for you to go. Li Jiuyue said expressionlessly. The clash between the two divine weapons lasted for over 10 seconds. Finally. Crack. A hairline crack appeared at the tip of the dragon scale spear. Then, that crack began to widen relentlessly, ultimately shattering the entire dragon scale spear into countless fragments. What? Zhuo was stunned, his body instinctively trembling as terror flashed in his eyes. It instinctively retreated, summoning every ounce of strength to flee, but it was already too late. Swish! The sea god's trident spear pierced straight through its heart. A single, lethal strike. Zhuo didn't even have time to react. With its heart damaged beyond repair, Zhuo could no longer regenerate. The dragon scales covering its body began to peel off one by one, eventually dissolving into a swirling mist of red and blue before vanishing completely into the air. With Zhuo's death, the black-clad figure in the cave suffered a backlash, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood. Wah! How could this happen? This was an outcome he hadn't anticipated. The moment the black-clad figure was injured, a shadowy figure materialized behind him. Hey Miao, what the hell is going on? Why hasn't that pack of beasts attacked yet? Facing the accusation from another black-clad figure beside him, He Miao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but let out a string of curses. Damn it, shut your damn mouth. You have no idea. There's a tough nut here. Even Zhuo died at his hands. The phantom figure paled in shock, urgently demanding, what? Even Zhuo fell? Who could have done this? Could it be several S-rankers from Xia Nation teaming up? Impossible. Even 4 S-class fighters combined couldn't easily take down Zhuo. Not an S-rank. Just a kid, barely 19 or 20. He Miao managed to say with difficulty. Hearing this, the black-clad figure froze, then erupted in a roaring demand. What? Repeat that. How is that possible? A human child barely 19 or 20? How could he possibly be a match for Zhuo? Though the black-clad figure wore utter disbelief, the sight of He Miao's ashen face made him realize the truth of the words. The black-clad figure took a deep breath, forcing down his rage, and demanded. Forget it. Have we collected this person's data? He Miao shook his head grimly. No. He's a blank slate. We've gathered nothing. But apart from his data, everything else is complete. Damn it. Fine. Hurry up and direct the Beast Tide's assault. No more delays, the man in black cursed under his breath. He Miao offered no reply, merely keeping his head bowed. What's wrong? You're not keeping something else from me, are you? He Miao bit her lip, her face turning ashen. The alien beast horde under my command is nearly depleted. Only a few thousand remain. What? The shadowy figure was stunned. You moron. I gave you 500,000 beasts to attack Jiangcheng and Xia Nation. The city isn't even breached yet, and now the damn beasts are all about to die. Hearing the black-clad man's roar, He Miao, pushed to her limit, snapped back. Don't blame me for this. It's all that human kid's doing. Stop whining here. If he ever gets to your side, you'll see just how terrifying he is. He's nothing but a useless piece of trash. What's there to fear? Forget it. Do whatever you want. Just make sure you collect the data you need. With He Miao's injury, the beasts he controlled ceased their assault. These creatures had been under control all along. Now that their controller was injured, they began to gradually regain their consciousness. Deep within the cavern, He Miao sensed this shift. He spat out the blood pooling in his mouth, forcing his body to brace itself as he wrestled back control over the beasts' bodies. However, the momentum of the remaining group had now fully surged. The remaining beasts were no longer a threat. After dispatching Zhuo, Li Jiuyue withdrew the trident of the sea god, his body feeling utterly exhausted. Suddenly, a sweet taste filled his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Has my body reached its limit? After all, he was still human. Even he couldn't endure such continuous, high-intensity combat. Yet compared to Zhuo, whose very form had been annihilated, Li Jiuyue's injuries were insignificant. He could still fight on, though he needed time to recover. The only regret was that he had intended to seize Zhuo's abilities, but the wretch had simply vanished into nothingness. Too bad I didn't get to absorb his abilities. But... Li Jiuyue frowned, gazing toward the location of He Miao dozens of miles away. With so many skills enhancing him, his perception had reached its peak. And in the instant after Zhuo's death, he suddenly sensed something. Dozens of miles away, a potent aura seemed to be actively stirring. Is there a human survivor over there? Chapter 126, a brief interlude. Something feels off about the aura over there. Li Jiuyue frowned, gazing toward a dense forest not far away. Given the current surge of beasts, there shouldn't be any humans there. Looks like we need to check it out. After dealing with that threat, Li Jiuyue didn't let his guard down.
After briefly recovering his stamina, he charged straight into the remaining horde of beasts. With his current strength, dealing with this horde was nothing short of a slaughter. Within 10 minutes, nearly all the beasts had been slaughtered, leaving only a few scattered stragglers still struggling in their death throes. As for their own casualties, though not overwhelming, thousands of weaker soldiers had fallen to the beasts' claws. There was no avoiding it. War was inherently brutal, and casualties were inevitable. Compared to humanity's losses, they had achieved a major victory. As for the fallen soldiers, the Xia kingdom would give them proper burial. They were all heroes. A minute later, the troops began clearing the battlefield. Ignoring his own injuries, Suzhen rushed to Li Jiuyue's side and asked anxiously, "September, how are you? You're not hurt, are you?" Li Jiuyue smiled and shook his head. "Thanks for asking, but I'm fine." Suzhen laughed heartily, slapping his shoulder with pride and relief in his eyes. "Ah, you really kept that hidden well, kid. With your abilities, you'd easily pass the S-class professional competency test. Or even aim for an even higher tier. SS class." Li Jiuyue merely shook his head with a wry smile. His identity as the cursed child was already common knowledge throughout Xia Nation, especially among the higher-ups. They took such matters extremely seriously. To them, he was Xia Nation's misfortune. After all, the presence of a man cursed by the divine was an extremely ominous sign. But he didn't care about any of that. Positions, titles, none of it mattered to him. Please rest for now. The current wave of monstrous beasts has suffered heavy losses. They likely won't launch another attack anytime soon. Suzhen nodded firmly, tending to his wounds while his gaze darted around the area. Where the hell is Gongsun Jin? Where did that bastard go? Only after the local beast horde had been nearly wiped out did Gongsun Jin rush back in a panic. "It's over?" Seeing Gongsun Jin suddenly dash out from the rear of the troops, everyone snorted coldly, giving him nothing but disdainful looks. "That bastard. We actually followed his orders earlier, and now he just abandons us in the heat of battle." The thought only fueled their anger, making their faces flush crimson. If it weren't for Gongsun Jin's official rank, he'd likely be lying on the ground with a bloody nose right now. Seeing the silence, Gongsun Jin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He cleared his throat twice, then resumed his previous haughty demeanor. "Heh, you've all worked hard. We've won this battle. Rest assured, I will faithfully report your merits to His Majesty." Hearing Gongsun Jin's words, some hot-tempered soldiers finally couldn't hold back and retorted. "Oomph. All you do is spout empty platitudes here. If it weren't for September turning the tide, we'd all be dead." "Exactly. Our contributions don't matter. You should be reporting Jiuyue's heroic deeds first." "Exactly. I second that." "Me too." One voice led to countless others joining in, and the crowd raised their hands in unison. Truth be told, the moment even the Sword God and Shadow God were defeated, they had completely lost all hope. Had Li Jiuyue not intervened in time, they all would have perished, and the very city they had sworn to protect Jiangcheng would have fallen completely. A superpowered individual like him, who had made such immense contributions to the nation, should not be buried here. Seeing everyone so unanimously supporting Li Jiuyue, Gongsun Jin's expression darkened. "Oomph. That's not how it works. If it weren't for the Sword God and the Shadow God Lord first depleting that monster's health, could he have slain it so easily?" Hearing this, everyone erupted in fury. "You." Zhong Wutian gave a bitter smile, shook his head helplessly, and walked over. Don't flatter me. I was just watching the show from the sidelines. If that kid hadn't stepped in, I might not have survived either." Zhong Wutian walked over to Li Jiuyue and gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. "By the way, your name is Li Jiuyue, right? Once this matter is settled, perhaps we can have a proper talk." "Sure, I'll definitely make time." Li Jiuyue replied with a smile. He smiled and agreed outwardly, but inwardly, he couldn't help but feel bitter. Ah, so he really had caught on to me after all. If he guessed correctly, the other party must be interested in his method of enhancing his strength. But it didn't matter. With his current strength, even someone of Zhong Wutian's caliber wouldn't stand a chance against him. After exchanging a few words with Zhong Wutian, Li Jiuyue summoned the black swan wings and flew toward the location of He Miao nearby. There must be something there? He was certain his senses wouldn't deceive him. 3 minutes later, guided by his earlier intuition, Li Jiuyue located a cave. "It's inside here." Inside the cave, He Miao, who was recovering from his injuries, suddenly sensed Li Jiuyue's presence. "Someone's coming?" Just as he moved to conceal himself, Li Jiuyue had already charged into the cave. "Oomph, I knew it. My instincts never fail me. Spill it. Why are you hiding in this cave? What exactly are your intentions?" He Miao's face darkened, and he instinctively took a step back. He could sense the formidable power of the person before him. Combined with his current injuries, his chances of breaking out were practically zero. "This place is so hidden. How on earth did you find me?" Li Jiuyue advanced step by step. "That's none of your concern. What matters is whether you're the one manipulating these beasts from behind the scenes. Trying to pry information from me? Oomph." He Miao sneered coldly, then without hesitation pulled a dagger from his pocket and plunged it into his own heart. Wait! Li Jiuyue rushed forward to stop him, but it was too late. He Miao's heart was pierced through. He was dead. Staring at the corpse on the ground, Li Jiuyue was utterly speechless. Damn it, he's dead already. I was hoping to pry some useful information out of him. But judging by how panicked he was, this guy must be the mastermind behind it all. Wait, if he's the one manipulating these millions of beasts, then I could seize his beast-taming talent? Chapter 127, I can control beasts too. Li Jiuyue sucked in a sharp breath, suddenly feeling a surge of tension. Whoa, I'm inexplicably getting excited. If that were truly the case, then this would be. He first scanned his surroundings, ensuring no threats remained before slowly approaching the black-clad man's corpse. This feels just like opening a blind box. Well, if it's a gamble, so be it. Even if it's not a beast-taming talent, I'll still gain something worthwhile. With that thought, Li Jiuyue touched the corpse with his right hand. Plunder successful. Gained attack plus 15, defense plus 13, speed plus 15, mental power plus 112. Wealth plus 17, luck points plus 12. Hearing the system's notification, Li Jiuyue was overjoyed. This was the highest amount of spiritual energy he had ever plundered. There's actually this much spiritual energy. Successful plunder grants the talent, Beast Master. Successful plunder, acquired grade A skill, Mental Suppression. Acquired grade A skill, Beast Speaker. Plunder successful. Acquired skill, Divine Beast Summoning. Hearing the talents the system had plundered, Li Jiuyue couldn't have been happier. So this guy really is a Beastmaster. After all, the Beastmaster talent was an extremely rare profession. Moreover, their potential for growth surpasses even that of S-rank professionals. The thought of a single person commanding tens of thousands of beasts was terrifying enough to contemplate. After a moment of wild excitement, he quickly checked the skill description for Beastmaster. Acquired a rank talent, Beastmaster. Class title, Beastmaster. Talent level, a rank upgradable. Skill attributes, control, mastery, beasts, spirit, domination. Talent trait, upon acquiring this talent, affinity with any exotic beast increases by 70%. Talent description, an exceptionally potent talent enabling the mastery of diverse exotic beasts. This talent demands an extremely high level of mental strength. Those with low mental power risk backlash when attempting to control higher tier or powerful beasts. Those with high mental strength will find beast control effortless, and the power of the controlled beast will significantly increase. Special note, if two beast masters attempt to control the same beast, the one with superior mental strength takes precedence. So that's how it is. Looks like this guy's got some serious mental power. Just from plundering alone, he's already seized 112 points of mental power, and that's not even the full extent. This guy's mental power likely exceeds 300 points, maybe even higher. But it didn't stop there. The system proceeded to introduce Li Jiuyue to the remaining 3 skills. Successfully acquired grade A skill, Mental Suppression. Skill name, Mental Suppression. Skill level, a rank. Skill attribute, Mental Mastery. Skill requirement, mental power must exceed 150 to use this skill. Note, forcing its use may result in backlash. Skill description, suppresses the target through overwhelming psychic force, inhibiting their thoughts and actions. Note, greater mental power extends suppression duration. Prolonged suppression may cause brain damage to the target. Note, this skill's effectiveness against all beasts is increased by 65%. A mental suppression skill feels similar to Ultimate Terror. Li Jiuyue pondered. However, Ultimate Terror is an S-rank skill, while this is only a rank. Moreover, this skill can only suppress targets using mental power, whereas Ultimate Terror can utilize killing intent. Alright, let's convert it into fragments. He proceeded to exchange all points in this mental suppression skill for skill fragments. Not bad, quite a lot. 364 fragments. Skill name, Beast Speaker. Skill level, a rank. Skill attribute, Beast Speech. Skill description, easily master all beast languages and comprehend the speech of exotic beasts. This skill is fantastic. Now I can understand what little Taoye is saying. Li Jiuyue beamed with delight. But after the recent battle, the little creature was still fast asleep. He'd wake it later. Skill name, Divine Beast Summoning. Skill level, A. Skill attributes, Summoning, Item, Divine Beast. Skill trait, this skill can only be used with specific items. Skill description, summons a divine beast, such as a dragon. Oh, specific items? I wonder what exactly this specific item refers to. Li Jiuyue mused. Then, the system provided a more detailed explanation. Specific item, this item must possess a trace of the divine beast's essence, or even its blood, to successfully summon the beast. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Li Jiuyue finally understood. So that's how it works. So those 2 dragons were summoned by this guy. Too bad we don't know his identity. The sword god might recognize him. We should keep the body for now. Given the gravity of the matter, Li Jiuyue did not cremate He Miao's body. Instead, he preserved it using a special method. After handling everything here, he stepped out of the cave. The beast hordes in this area are mostly dealt with. Time to reinforce other sectors. Soaring into the sky, Li Jiuyue first scanned the area with his senses. Noticing a higher concentration of beasts to the southeast, he headed in that direction. After all, with this god-defying talent, he no longer needed to slay the beasts. Merely controlling them would avert this crisis. After He Miao's death, the black-clad figures controlling the beast waves in the other three directions also sensed something at that moment. He Miao is dead. I can't sense his presence anymore. What? That bastard is dead? Looks like someone has detected our presence. Who cares? He was useless anyway. Dead is dead. As long as we get the intel. Yeah, you're right. But you all still need to stay alert. Don't get caught off guard. Meanwhile, Tianqing Academy students were assisting the military in repelling the beast tide. Under the leadership of Ji Hongyue and others, the beast horde had been halted, with most of them now eliminated. However, many cadets had been injured, some critically enough to threaten their lives. The garrison forces stationed here were outnumbered, relying almost entirely on Tianqing Academy students and volunteer professionals to hold the line thus far. But, the relentless assaults of these beasts were beginning to wear them down. The beast horde still held an overwhelming numerical advantage. Without reinforcements, the situation would only worsen. After dispatching over a dozen beasts, Ji Hongyue vanished in a flash, retreating to the rear. How are you holding up? We're holding up, but Pei Ching and the others have been poisoned. Things aren't looking too good. These beasts just keep attacking non-stop. It's damn annoying. Yeah, if this keeps up, we'll either be trampled to death or worn down. Chapter 128, Sit the hell down. Senior Hongyue, what should we do? We've already reported the situation here, but reinforcements still haven't arrived. Stop worrying. The entire Xia kingdom is under siege by these beast hordes. Where would they find the manpower to help our little corner now? Then what? If we keep dragging this out with these beasts, we won't hold out much longer. At that moment, Ji Hongyue remained silent, her expression more grave than ever before. If their defenses fell, the ordinary citizens of Jiangcheng would be the first to suffer. No. We absolutely cannot let these creatures break through our defenses. Even if it costs us our lives. Damn it, we're going all in. Damn it, let's do this. As everyone gathered their strength, preparing to face the horde of beasts once more. Crash! A massive black shadow appeared directly above them. Damn it, the beasts on the ground are already tough enough to handle. If a few more show up in the sky, then we're really. Li Jiuyue, soaring through the air, heard the trainee's complaint and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Hey, watch your language, kid. I'm not one of those beasts. Whoosh! Upon hearing that all too familiar voice, everyone looked up in excitement. Holy crap, Li Jiuyue. Who? Li Jiuyue? The dean mentioned this kid had business to attend to and left for a while. I thought he'd gone AWOL. Who'd have thought? Xiao Leijun, who had already regarded Li Jiuyue as a formidable rival, flashed a brief look of delight upon seeing him appear. But it quickly faded into gloom. Oomph. Why do you always show up at the last minute? But even if you're here now, I doubt you can help us. These beasts were growing more ferocious by the minute, each more formidable than the last. Moreover, some were hive-minded creatures, making them exceptionally troublesome to deal with. If this pack of beasts charged all at once, they might truly be unable to hold them off. Seeing Li Jiuyue suddenly appear, Ji Hongyue's eyes flashed with excitement, but she quickly regained her composure and called out into the air. September. Suing Ying's eyes shone with astonishing brilliance as her emotions surged with growing excitement. For some reason, the moment she saw Li Jiuyue, it was as if she had glimpsed a savior. Mo Qianyu stood with her hands on her hips, pointing angrily at Li Jiuyue in the sky. You! Why did you take so long? If you'd been any later, we would have. Seeing Mo Qianyu about to launch into another tirade, Li Jiuyue quickly cut her off. We'll explain everything later. First, let's deal with the trouble right in front of us. Roar! No sooner had he finished speaking than the horde of beasts launched another attack. Damn it, those beasts are back. Damn it, if we have no choice, we'll fight them to the death. I'll take a few of these beasts down with me. Just as everyone prepared for a desperate last stand, Li Jiuyue, soaring through the air, instantly amplified his psychic power. His psychic power was already formidable, and now, bolstered by the power he had previously seized from He Miao. Now, Li Jiuyue's psychic power had reached a terrifyingly formidable level. Without exaggeration, a mere few words could now intimidate all the beasts. This was the true terror of psychic power. Damn it all, stop right now. Whoosh! The moment those words left his mouth, the advancing horde of beasts halted in their tracks, freezing solid where they stood. Everyone? Wait, why did those beasts freeze? No idea. They look like they've been scared off by something. Scared? Doesn't look like it. More like, they're being controlled by something. Suing Ying's offhand remark instantly snapped everyone out of their confusion. Holy crap, I think I heard Li Jiuyue shout something in the air earlier. Could that be why? Probably not. Unlikely, highly unlikely. Controlling so many with just one word? What would that make him? Just as everyone was still puzzling over it, Li Jiuyue's next words confirmed their suspicions. Sit down.
The moment she spoke, the multitude of beasts immediately sat down obediently where they stood.
The scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded.
Wait, this is just too unbelievable.
Upon witnessing this, Xiao Leijun felt the gap between himself and Li Jiuyue widening even further. This guy, he's terrifying. What method did he use to make these beasts obey him so completely?
Wasn't he the cursed child? This was simply too unbelievable. It wasn't just the students of Tianqing Academy who were stunned, the teachers were equally speechless. They stared dumbfounded at the group of beasts sitting there, their hearts filled with utter shock.
Hey, you know what? This kid really has some tricks up his sleeve.
I knew there was a reason he hadn't shown up sooner. Turns out he was brewing something big.
Everyone, snap out of it. Those beasts have stopped moving. Get moving. Yes.
Upon receiving their master's command, the group charged like madmen toward the nearby horde of beasts. Because their command was to stay put even when slaughtered, they wouldn't budge an inch.
This was all thanks to Li Jiuyue's absolute mental suppression.
Within 10 minutes, every single beast was slaughtered, while not a single member of Tianqing Academy suffered injury. Such a casualty rate was unprecedented throughout the entire war of Xia Nation.
Phew, finally a chance to catch our breath. Yeah, we can finally rest for a bit.
Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief before collapsing exhausted onto the ground. Just as they were about to settle in for a moment's rest, the thought of their injured comrades still fighting for their lives spurred them into action, immediately joining the reserve forces.
Who knew this beast master's talent would prove so useful? Li Jiuyue smiled. However, its sole drawback was the immense mental energy drained with each activation.
I wonder what method that guy used to control this horde of beasts for so long.
September, how are you? You're not hurt, right?
Ji Hongyue rushed over, her concern evident.
I'm fine. Is everyone else okay? Li Jiuyue shook her head.
Several hundred trainees were injured, and then. Ji Hongyue's expression darkened as she looked toward the distant.
There, rows upon rows of bodies lay in formation.
Some were soldiers, some were academy trainees, and others were professionals who had come to assist. All had lost their precious lives in this monstrous beast surge. They were all heroes.
Li Jiuyue's emotions were stirred, plunging him into deep self-reproach.
If only she had arrived a few minutes earlier, might the outcome have been entirely different.
The beast tied. The men in black. Who the hell is pulling the strings behind all this? Chapter 129, The Gods Cannot Save You, But I Can.
Seeing Li Jiuyue standing motionless and silent, seemingly deep in thought, Ji Hongyue feared he might be carrying a psychological burden.
She stepped forward and asked. Jiuyue, are you okay? I know what you're thinking. Don't blame yourself. War is like this, someone always has to die.
This beast tide came too suddenly.
If we'd been prepared in advance, we could have reduced the casualties significantly. It's just such a pity. Ji Hongyue sighed. I'm fine. By the way, is everything okay at home?
The home Li Jiuyue referred to was, of course, Jiangchang.
Jiangchang? Thankfully, it should be. But before Ji Hongyue could finish, a student rushed over breathlessly. Hongyue. Senior Hongyue. It's terrible. Hordes of beasts have invaded Jiangchang.
Ji Hongyue gasped in shock.
What? How could this happen? We've already wiped out all the beasts here. No, not ours.
The person gasped, breathless. Li Jiuyue took a deep breath, but the words that followed sent a chill through everyone present.
So that means the beasts broke through from another direction.
This meant the defenders on that front might have been completely wiped out.
At that realization, Li Jiuyue hesitated no longer. Unfolding the black swan's wings, she prepared to fly toward Jiangcheng. Time is critical. I'm heading back immediately. You stay here and tend to the wounded.
Hey, September. Ji Hongyue tried to say more, but the figure had already streaked away like a shooting star. This time, Li Jiuyue flew at breakneck speed. He refused to let his carelessness cost more lives. The gates of Jiangcheng stood firmly shut. Long before this, they had received orders to utilize their specialized abilities to erect one formidable wall after another around the city. These walls were specifically designed to withstand the onslaught of the beast hordes. Standing atop the towering walls, the commander watched the swarm of beasts charging toward them in the distance and immediately issued battle orders.
All units, advance. Whoosh. In an instant, both freelance mercenaries and national troops, soldiers and all, took their positions atop the city walls.
They unleashed relentless attacks using their specialized ranged skills.
Whoosh. War erupted instantly.
The beasts opened their gaping maws, unleashing streams of energy blasts that slammed into Jiangcheng's walls.
Boom. The immense force made the entire wall tremble, cracks beginning to appear.
A single beast's attack could be withstood, but if tens of thousands attacked simultaneously, the sheer terror of that combined assault would likely overwhelm these hastily constructed walls in under 5 minutes. Sure enough, after 3 minutes of relentless assault by the beast horde, the walls could bear no more and shattered violently. Immediately, hundreds of flying beasts soared over the defenders, plunging straight into Jiangcheng.
We're done for. Watching the swarm of beasts circling overhead, Mu Qianshan's slender frame trembled slightly as water energy rapidly gathered in her hands. So they've finally come. Since Wang Xihua had been dispatched elsewhere to command the battle, only Mu Qianshan and a portion of the Mu family remained to defend Jiangcheng. Other clan members and guild members were also present, each determined to contribute their share. Internal squabbles were one thing, but now that Jiangcheng faced a colossal crisis, how could they stand idly by? As the beast horde entered Jiangcheng, resistance quickly organized. However, as the front lines crumbled and more beasts poured into the city, they gradually found themselves overwhelmed. As the saying goes, even the bravest warrior cannot fight alone against overwhelming odds, and a mighty tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. What the hell is going on? Why are these beasts multiplying like this? How the hell should I know? Probably the front lines collapsed and couldn't hold. Damn it, what do we do now? What else can we do? We fight these beasts to the death. Meanwhile, at Li Jiuyue's home. Husband, the beasts are pouring in. Zhang Yi's lips trembled violently as her body went limp, collapsing onto the sofa. Li Wenbin clenched his fists tightly. In that moment, he finally felt his own helplessness. He exhaled heavily, his mind already prepared to face death. The ordinary people, powerless to resist, could only run for their lives, running and running. Behind them came hordes of monstrous beasts, cries of terror, agonized screams, and the savage roars of the beasts. Despair filled their eyes as they knelt on the ground, pleading for the protection of the sacrificial gods. Now, with their limited abilities, they could not possibly fight these beasts. Their only hope lay in the gods. They prayed, they hoped. Yet the gods remained silent. The beasts continued their rampage, slaughtering indiscriminately. At this most critical moment, a slender figure flashed into the sky directly above Jiangcheng. Damn it all, stop right now. Li Jiuyue's voice boomed so loudly that every corner of Jiangcheng heard it clearly. Buzz. What? Who's speaking? Bro, look up, there's someone's flying through the sky? What the hell? Upon hearing the warning, everyone immediately looked up. But due to the distance, they could only make out Li Jiuyue's vague silhouette. Others didn't recognize him, but those familiar with Li Jiuyue's voice knew instantly. Mu Qianshan looked up in delight. Is that him? Zhang Yi and Li Jiuyue both looked up, equally stunned. Jiuyue. What the hell is that kid doing over there? Meanwhile, in a remote corner of Jiangcheng, Xia Bingyao, who was battling a beast, was suddenly alerted by a junior classmate. Senior Bingyao, look. Someone's flying in the sky. Hearing the call, Xia Bingyao kicked the corpse of the beast beneath her feet aside and turned to look. That voice, it feels like I've heard it somewhere before. As she gazed at the blurry figure in the distance, she let out a cold laugh. Poof. How arrogant. Does that person truly believe they can single-handedly stop this catastrophe? This is utterly ridiculous. At that moment, Bai Hong, the headmaster of Tianning Academy, shouted loudly. Bingyao, don't let yourself be distracted. If that man wants to die, let him go ahead and do it. Yes. Xia Bingyao nodded and plunged back into the fray. Yet, what unfolded next was something no one could have anticipated, a scene that would remain etched in their memories forever. After Li Jiuyue's loud shout, the immense soul power surging from his body instantly took control of every beast within Jiangcheng. The beasts, mid-attack, abruptly halted their movements, standing frozen in place with vacant stares. This scene utterly stunned everyone still engaged in combat. What? What the hell is going on? Why did these beasts suddenly freeze? No idea. Looks like they're scared out of their wits? It seems like that person in the sky suddenly shouted and then these beasts froze. What nonsense! Do you think these beasts are toys? That they'd obey like that? Chapter 130, One Man, One Word, One City. Every beast ceased its movement in that instant. Those who had long since despaired, eyes tightly shut, awaiting death's arrival, found themselves unexpectedly still alive. I'm still alive. I'm not dead yet. People instinctively opened their eyes and checked their bodies. At that moment, the beasts that had been chasing them stood frozen in place, as if struck dumb. To the crowd, it felt like a miracle. Could it be? It's the sacrificial god. The sacrificial god saved us. It must be so. How else could these beasts suddenly halt their attack? As the crowd erupted in wild joy, thanking the divine for their protection, only one person saw through the truth. He looked reverently toward the sky not far away. No, I think it's not like that. It seems that man just shouted something. In the air, Li Jiuyue watched the swarm of beasts below halt their assault. He exhaled deeply, the weight on his heart finally lifting. Phew, I made it just in time. Now, you beasts, you'll pay for your actions. Li Jiuyue took a deep breath, unleashing every last drop of energy contained within the water realm. But that wasn't all. He immediately activated the hand of the creator. The user may choose to activate the imbalanced state. Do you wish to activate the unbalanced realm? Activate. Please specify the area to activate the imbalanced domain. Li Jiuyue declared solemnly, all areas within Jiangcheng. Can I select a specific target? Please select targets within the imbalanced domain area. Current targets: humans, monsters, structures. Li Jiuyue spoke again. I designate all beasts within Jiangcheng. Designation complete. Imbalanced domain activated. As the words left his mouth, Li Jiuyue felt an inexplicable surge of power surge through his hands. As his right hand slowly rose, the beasts existing within Jiangcheng began floating into the air one after another. In that moment, the gravity weighing them down seemed to vanish entirely. Some beasts weighed more than small buildings, yet now they floated effortlessly upward, rising higher and higher. Seeing countless beasts continuously ascend into the sky, everyone was stunned, goosebumps rising all over their bodies. In all their long lives, they had never witnessed such a bizarre phenomenon. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? No idea. This is so bizarre, never encountered anything this strange in my entire life. Well, at least these beasts floating away saves us a lot of trouble. But still, how the hell are we supposed to hit them? Unlike the professionals, ordinary people witnessing this spectacular scene immediately assumed it was divine intervention. After all, what else could control so many beasts at once if not a god? After witnessing all the beasts soar into the sky, Li Jiuyue clenched his left hand filled with boundless water energy with a sudden, fierce grip. Whoosh! The water energy exploded outward, completely enveloping the swarm of beasts in the sky. Immediately, tiny water droplets began appearing around each beast, steadily expanding until they were completely enveloped. It's time to end this. The next second, Li Jiuyue slammed both palms together with tremendous force. Pop! The water sphere exploded, reducing the manipulated beasts to dust in an instant. All the beasts were instantly annihilated. The water energy dissipated, and the creatures' remains dissolved into countless tiny droplets that fell upon Jiangcheng. Only when those tiny droplets landed on their faces did the crowd gradually snap back to reality. Those beasts, they're all dead? How did he do that? So terrifying. This guy must be a monster. No, someone like this can't be called a monster anymore. He should be called a god. To eliminate so many beasts with such unprecedented methods, even the S-rank powerhouses on the rankings couldn't pull that off. The moment this thought crossed their minds, the crowd immediately began speculating about Li Jiuyue's identity. Could it be, this kid has a hidden class? I'd guess SS-rank, at the very least S-rank. But that doesn't make sense. How could we never have heard of a powerhouse of that caliber? As the surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation about Li Jiuyue's identity, Mu Qianqian's heart pounded wildly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Standing nearby, Mu Ning understood exactly what was going through his daughter's mind. Ah, it's true what they say, daughters grow up too fast. But with that kind of power, this kid is bound for greatness. He might just lead the entire Xia kingdom forward. Li Jiuyue's stunning performance left Xia Bingyao, who had been sneering moments before, utterly captivated. A flicker of admiration shone in her eyes, her heart skipping a beat. This man, he took down so many beasts with just one strike. Goodness, what terrifying power. Bai Hong was so excited he slapped his thigh, immediately issuing orders. Go investigate immediately. I want every detail about this person within 3 days. And no matter where he is, do whatever it takes to recruit him to our academy. Yes, Dean. The man nodded emphatically. In Jiangcheng, winged practitioners were indeed a rare sight. It seemed more inquiries were necessary. This man's power is terrifying, and his future potential is limitless. We absolutely must recruit such talent. Bai Hong grew more and more excited as he spoke. Bingyao, if you uncover any leads on this individual, you must engage with him frequently. Xia Bingyao, unusually, didn't refuse. Instead, she nodded obediently. Yes, I will. What Bai Hong didn't know, however, the superpowered individual he was desperately trying to recruit was none other than the very youth he had expelled from the academy. Han family. Master, that man just released what seemed to be water energy. Han Tianlin cursed under his breath, slamming his fist hard into a nearby tree. Damn it, I don't need you to tell me. I saw it clearly, it's definitely him, no mistake about it. Damn it, you finally made me find you. Yet despite his words, Han Tianlin felt his confidence crumbling. A superpowered individual capable of effortlessly wiping out a beast tide could likely annihilate his entire Han family with a mere wave of his hand. Damn it, what the hell do we do now? How did that bastard kid provoke a powerhouse of this caliber? Chapter 131, Crisis Averted, Fame Spreads. Master, about that. The steward swallowed nervously, utterly at a loss. Han Tianlin's face darkened instantly, turning blacker than a pot bottom. Damn it! Go investigate this man's background first. We'll decide what to do afterward. The beast tide hadn't ended yet. If they moved against this man now, they'd become the public enemy of the entire city. At that point, forget avenging the family, wiping out the entire Han clan would be as easy as saying the words. For that reason, Han Tianlin held back. After Li Jiuyue had annihilated tens of thousands of beasts deep within a distant cave, a cloaked figure suffered a backlash, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Damn it! I thought with He Miao dead, I could take over his beast pack. Never expected it to be wiped out by someone else.
Just then, a phantom image materialized before him. Have you identified that person yet? The dark-clad figure shook his head grimly, clenching his fists tightly. Damn it, I have no clue. Never heard of anyone like that in the Xia Kingdom before. The phantom image pondered for a moment before speaking indifferently. Never mind. It doesn't matter. We've gathered the necessary intelligence. This is merely the appetizer. You handle the beasts in the other sectors. As for Jiangcheng, forget about it. It's just a goddamn backwater. Fine. Damn it, if I ever find out who this bastard is, I'll make him wish he were dead. With all the beasts cleared from Jiangcheng and the crisis averted, a deafening roar of cheers erupted from the crowd. People gathered in ever-growing numbers, desperately rushing toward Li Jiuyue's location. Floating in the air, Li Jiuyue felt a sudden heaviness in her head, and everything before her eyes blurred. Damn it, this time. I might have gone too far. The complete depletion of water energy within her, coupled with the massive drain on her mental strength, left Li Jiuyue feeling as if her body were filled with lead. She plummeted straight down from the sky. Spotting Li Jiuyue's fall, Mu Qianqian cried out in alarm and dashed toward him at lightning speed. Oh no! Li Jiuyue crashed heavily to the ground. He tried to force his exhausted body to reach for the potion to recover. But the crushing weight of his body made even lifting his arm impossible. Just then, the little Taotai shifted back into its original form. Little one, you're finally awake. Li Jiuyue exclaimed ecstatically. Seeing Li Jiuyue's state, the little Taotai felt deeply moved. It walked over and gently licked his cheek. The instant the little glutton touched his skin, he felt his strength slowly returning. What's happening? Could it be? He suddenly remembered feeding this little guy a whole bunch of nutritional supplements earlier. Now, this little creature had essentially become a walking medical kit. Combined with that single drop of dragon's saliva elixir he'd taken earlier, his body would be fully restored before long. But all of this depended on one thing: no one discovering him. Little one, drag me over there. Li Jiuyue shifted his head slightly, then gestured toward a corner nearby. Woof! The little Taotai nodded once, then dragged Li Jiuyue's body into the nearby corner. Within 3 minutes, the surging crowd reached the spot where Li Jiuyue had fallen. Hey, where'd he go? He was definitely here just now. How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? Everyone, search everywhere. That's the god who saved our entire Jiangcheng. We absolutely must thank him properly. Right. Everyone hurry up and look for him. He might be injured. We need to find him fast. Damn, these people got here so fast. As Li Jiuyue stood stunned, trying to figure out how to handle the situation, Mu Qianqian quietly approached him. Li Jiuyue, come with me. Spotting Mu Qianqian, the little Taotai mistook her for an enemy and opened its mouth to fire a laser cannon. Woof! Little guy, hold it. She's not the enemy. Hearing Li Jiuyue's command, it finally calmed down. Thus, Mu Qianqian skillfully guided Li Jiuyue through the crowd and back to the Mu residence. Are you okay? Are you alright? Mu Qianqian's face inexplicably flushed crimson. She couldn't even meet Li Jiuyue's gaze as she spoke. After this period of recovery, his body could now stand upright, and the numbness in his legs and hands had subsided considerably. Much better. Thank you. If you hadn't come, I truly don't know what I would have done. Mu Qianqian smiled and shook her head. Don't mention it. You saved all of us. What I did was nothing. As she spoke, Mu Qianqian kept stealing glances at Li Jiuyue. At that moment, the admiration and affection welling up inside her defied description. After all, when everyone had fallen into despair, Li Jiuyue had truly been like a god, saving them all. Though his body was rapidly recovering, Li Jiuyue remained tense, unable to fully relax. Our situation here is resolved, but I wonder how things are elsewhere. Just then, a wild idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Since things had already reached this point, why not go even crazier? Qianqian, I'm leaving this place in your hands. I need to step out for a while. But your injuries haven't healed yet. Mu Qianqian jumped to her feet in alarm. It's fine. You handle the aftermath. I need to step out. With that, he brushed aside Mu Qianqian's protests and turned to leave the Mu residence through the back door. This time, I really owe you one. Li Jiuyue smiled faintly, then soared into the sky with Xiao Taotai. Watching his departing figure, Mu Qianqian nervously twisted her small hands together, a warm feeling filling her heart as she lost herself in thought. In the sky, Li Jiuyue once again donned the mask from the black market. Using his powerful senses, he swiftly flew above a small town under attack by monstrous beasts. Stop. Buzz. Suddenly, the beast still battling humans lost consciousness, standing frozen in place. The scene instantly stunned everyone. What's happening? Why aren't these beasts moving? Damn it, who cares? What are you standing around for? Get moving. Charge. Just then, a few sharp-eyed onlookers spotted Li Jiuyue soaring directly above the town. Wait, up there, it looks like there's a person flying. Holy, it's not just like it is a person. While some were still puzzled, Li Jiuyue spoke again. All beasts, get the hell out of here.
Chapter 132, This Black Dragon is mine now. Every single beast, get the hell out of here. Li Jiuyue's roar stunned everyone present. Ha? Wait, what the hell is he talking about? Does he seriously think he can control these beasts with just his words? Who knows? This whole vibe is getting creepier by the second. While the crowd was still murmuring in confusion, the next second unfolded a scene none of them would ever forget. The beasts actually obeyed Li Jiuyue's command, bypassing the crowd blocking their path and charging toward the city gates. Within mere seconds, every beast in the city had vanished beyond the walls. Everyone. What? What the hell is going on? How come those beasts listened to him so well? I don't know. All I know is he saved us. His words were indeed true. Had it not been for Li Jiuyue's roar halting these beasts' actions, it would have been only a matter of time before the beasts slaughtered every last person in the city. The crowd hurried toward Li Jiuyue, eager to see his face clearly. But as they drew near, they discovered. Though he bore a pair of jet black wings, his face was concealed by a mask. Just as everyone was speculating about Li Jiuyue's identity, he commanded the beasts to fly westward. During this time, he also subdued a fierce flying dragon. Mounted on the dragon, his speed was significantly faster than flying on his own, and it required no physical exertion. Thus, the horde of beasts under Li Jiuyue's command spread out to provide support. Wherever they passed, more and more beast tamers joined his ranks, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Within a mere hour, the number of beasts following Li Jiuyue had swelled to tens of thousands, rapidly approaching 100,000. At this moment, he had arrived at the western border of Xia Kingdom. There are so many beasts here. Soaring above the western borders of Xia Kingdom, Li Jiuyue was utterly stunned. The number of beasts here was dozens of times greater than what they had encountered elsewhere. No wonder if this region fell, Xia Kingdom's capital city would be doomed. With the national army decimated and morale shattered, resisting the beast tide would be impossible. The nation's downfall would be imminent. The moment Li Jiuyue arrived, the anomaly detection station registered his presence and immediately reported it to the sovereign. Your Majesty, an unidentified masked figure has appeared directly above the battlefield. Initiate data investigation immediately. See if we can find any records on this individual in the archives. The Xia Kingdom's archives were the nation's absolute top secret. Once someone successfully became a professional, their file would be submitted and stored within Xia Kingdom's archives. Except for a few special operatives who, for security reasons, are not stored within it, the data of every single Xia Nation operative can be found in the archives. But Li Jiuyue was an exception. He was the cursed child, no rank, no profession, data, 0. The Xia Nation archives could never contain a person cursed to bring ruin upon the nation's fate. Minutes later, the man hurried to the database to check, but found nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all. We can't find any information on this person. Numerous high-ranking officials furrowed their brows, beginning to speculate on Li Jiuyue's identity. Then there are only two possibilities. Either this person is one of the few superpowered individuals not in the database, or he's from another country. Report this matter to His Majesty immediately. Yes, sir. Within the sovereign's residence, under the command of the National Army, an individual utilized a special ability to activate an ultra-long-range observation lens in the sky. Through the lens, several figures could clearly see Li Jiuyue soaring through the sky. However, his face remained obscured by a mask, preventing them from seeing his features clearly. He's hiding his face with that mask, clearly doesn't want his true identity exposed. The question is he friend or foe? Judging by the outward expansion of his body, he appears to be a man, and not too old. Your Majesty, shall we order an attack on this individual? The ruler frowned, his eyes fixed intently on the observation lens before him. As ruler, he would order the elimination of any threat to Xia Kingdom's security without hesitation. But now, he had no idea whether this sudden intruder was friend or foe. As the sovereign hesitated, Li Jiuyue commanded the tide of beasts to launch a counterattack. He commanded the beasts beneath his feet to attack the others. Roar! The sight of beasts slaughtering each other left those in the midst of battle momentarily confused. Especially the S-rank professionals, they couldn't make heads or tails of what was happening. What's happening? Why are these beasts turning on each other? I don't know either. It seems someone has taken control of those beasts. Amidst their astonishment, a pitch-black dragon suddenly charged toward them. Damn it, that thing's back. Their battle hadn't even ended yet, all because of this shadow black dragon. This black dragon possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities that reached the pinnacle. Even the frost dragon and primordial flame dragon Li Jiuyue had faced before couldn't last a single round under its claws. Only Zhuo might stand a chance against it. Swish! Just as the shadow black dragon prepared to strike, Li Jiuyue flashed forward, blocking the path before the gathered S-rank professionals. At that moment, deep within an extremely secluded cave. Upon sensing that familiar aura, Heijia couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, that meddling brat again. In the illusory projection, another black-clad figure, Heiton, also lost his composure. What? How did that brat end up on our side? Black's face trembled with rage. How the hell should I know? That brat's methods are utterly bizarre. He even took control of my beast. Then you should take back control. Heiji's face darkened, his lips trembling. This guy, his mental power is far stronger than mine. I can't wrest control back. What? You're useless. Hei Tong cursed. Stop yelling here. If you're so tough, go take it back yourself. Hei Tong was speechless. Forget it. At least we still control that black dragon. I refuse to believe that even if this brat's mental power is stronger, he could possibly control that black dragon. Hei Tua, you. He was about to offer a warning when he noticed Haichuo's face had turned darker than a pot bottom, frighteningly so. What's wrong? Don't tell me something unexpected happened again? Hei Tuo's expression darkened further. His eyes flickered nervously, and his lips trembled so violently he could barely speak. I think I've lost control of the black dragon. What? Chapter 133, Turning the Tide. Who the hell are you? What? You bastard, say that again. Hei Tu's face twisted into a grim expression. He desperately tried to use his mental power to regain control of the black dragon, but he couldn't even sense the slightest trace of the black dragon's presence. Damn it! That bastard has completely blocked the shadow black dragon's aura. I can't sense it anymore. What the hell are we supposed to do now? Without the shadow black dragon, we can't hold back those S-class monsters. At that moment, Hei Tuo's grim expression suddenly grew calm. He took a deep breath and said, Actually, there's no need to get so worked up. Haven't we already achieved our goal? Well, you do have a point there. Forget it. Let them have these beasts to play with. Tell third brother to pull out. That kid's counter-perception is too strong. If he tracks us down, we're all finished. Yeah, exactly. We need to keep a close eye on that kid. Hei Tuo took another deep breath. In that case, let's leave them a little surprise here. The man gave a sinister chuckle before arranging something within the black hole. Immediately after, the three of them departed the borders of Xia Nation. At that moment, above the national military headquarters of Xia Nation, Li Jiuyue had achieved complete victory in his psychic battle against Hei Tuo, thus effortlessly gaining control over the Shadow Black Dragon. However, after he fully mastered the Shadow Black Dragon, the S-rank professionals behind him were genuinely terrified. For they had no idea whether the human before them was friend or foe. Everyone be cautious. This man's power is immense. I can't sense his aura. He's even controlling the Shadow Black Dragon. This spells trouble. Wait, I don't think he's an enemy. If he intended to attack, he would have done so already. Why bother controlling the Shadow Black Dragon? Just as the group debated whether Li Jiuyue was friend or foe, he flashed onto the Shadow Black Dragon's back. He gently patted the dragon's head, then instantly unleashed his formidable psychic power and perception. Seconds later. The aura of that group. I can't sense it anymore. After gaining control of the Shadow Black Dragon, Li Jiuyue used his counter-tracking ability to locate Hei Tuo's position. But the place was now completely deserted, leading Li Jiuyue to conclude they had already departed. At least far enough that he couldn't sense them anymore. If those guys are gone, then these beasts. Sure enough, Li Jiuyue's suspicions proved correct. After Haichuo and his group departed, the beasts controlled by psychic power regained their independent consciousness. However, even after regaining their senses, they remained unable to control their savage nature. These beasts are rioting again. You handle your side, I'll take care of this one. Don't worry. As long as that Shadow Black Dragon doesn't intervene, these beasts won't be enough to kill me. One of them looked slightly worried, glancing sideways at Li Jiuyue. Then what about him? Everyone stay alert, watch out for sneak attacks. Got it. After they had divided their tasks and were preparing to split up and intercept the beast herd, Li Jiuyue spoke up calmly, uttering only a single word. Though his voice wasn't loud, the others heard it clearly. Stop. Whoosh. At that single word, the frenzied beasts instantly fell silent, each freezing in place as rigidly as soldiers at attention. Everyone, huh? What just happened? Before they could react, Li Jiuyue, riding the Shadow Black Dragon, lured all the beasts away from Xia Kingdom's borders. His water energy reserves were now critically depleted. Even if he could control them with the hand of the creator, he was unlikely to be able to kill these beasts. The only solution was to lure them all away and then guide them back to the Black Forest. That was Li Jiuyue's plan, and that was exactly what he did. After guiding the massive horde into the Black Forest, he withdrew all his mental energy. As for the Shadow Black Dragon he rode, Li Jiuyue felt a pang of reluctance. He noticed the little Taotai seemed quite fond of this Shadow Black Dragon, constantly bouncing around on its back and even climbing onto its head. Though, to be fair, the Shadow Black Dragon was under his control. What the heck? Release the control. If it wants to leave, let it go. With that thought, Li Jiuyue guided it to a safe area and released the Shadow Black Dragon from his control. Roar! The Shadow Black Dragon, freed from its restraints, let out a furious roar to the heavens, venting its pent-up frustration and rage. It lowered its head and saw the human, dozens of times smaller than itself. Furious, it raised its dragon claw, poised to crush Li Jiuyue. But instead of panicking, Li Jiuyue wittily cracked a joke. A beast of the Shadow Black Dragon's caliber, having awakened a certain level of sentience, could naturally understand his words. What? I freed you, and now you want to kill me? If I could control you the first time, I can control you the second. With that, Li Jiuyue snapped his fingers lightly. Snap. Hum. In that instant, the Shadow Black Dragon lost control of its body once more. It possessed its own consciousness, yet its body remained beyond its control. Possessing the gift of beast speech, Li Jiuyue could effortlessly understand the Shadow Black Dragon's words. Humans, you resort to nothing but such despicable tactics. Dirty tricks? Fine then, Li Jiuyue shrugged helplessly. What exactly would make you submit to me? Oomph. You're nothing but a mere human. If you've got the guts, fight me fair and square, the Shadow Black Dragon roared angrily. Fine. Since that's what you want, I'll grant your wish. Kid, step aside for a moment. Watch how I take down this little pet of yours. Little Taotai, roar. All right. The little Taotai excitedly leaped onto a tree branch, ready to watch the show. At that moment, Li Jiuyue snapped his fingers again, releasing his control over the Shadow Black Dragon. Roar! Human, I'll tear you to shreds. Oh ho, so you've got some spirit left. Li Jiuyue showed no mercy, immediately engaging the Shadow Black Dragon in combat. 5 minutes later, the Shadow Black Dragon lay half dead on the ground, while Li Jiuyue sat atop its head. Well, admit defeat? Admit nothing. Once I recover, I'll beat you into mincemeat. Oh ho, still got some fight left? Fine, then I'll start by ripping out a few of your dragon tendons. Li Jiuyue spoke while drawing his wolf tooth claws, poised to gut the Shadow Black Dragon. Seeing Li Jiuyue was serious, the Shadow Black Dragon immediately changed its tune. Wait. Let's talk this out. Chapter 134, The catastrophe ends, the nation celebrates. Seeing the Shadow Black Dragon suddenly back down, Li Jiuyue couldn't help but chuckle. What's there to wait for? With that, he savagely tore into the Shadow Black Dragon's back with his left claw. Wait. Human, I surrender. I surrender. Li Jiuyue chuckled. You were so arrogant just a moment ago. Now you're scared to death. The Shadow Black Dragon instantly lost its earlier arrogance. After a couple of dry coughs, its voice grew noticeably weaker. Humans, you're really bullying dragons. I was perfectly content in my palace, but you humans insisted on dragging me to this place. Do you think I wanted to interfere in your human wars? Old. I don't have time for that nonsense. It was the last dragon of the Shadow Royal clan and one that had awakened sentience. It had been living peacefully in its palace, but who could have imagined? Haichuo and his men had forcibly stormed its palace, subdued it using special methods, and brought it here. Hearing the Shadow Black Dragon's account, Li Jiuyue frowned and asked. So you're saying someone broke into your palace, mentally subdued you, and brought you here? Did you get a clear look at their faces? The Shadow Black Dragon obediently shook its head and replied honestly, no. They were all clad in black cloaks and wore masks. Their features were completely obscured. Even their voices were altered beyond recognition, impossible to tell if they were male or female. Those despicable humans. If I hadn't been careless and fallen for their trick, I would have torn them limb from limb to sacrifice to the dragon god. Li Jiuyue smiled down at the furious Shadow Black Dragon beneath him. I think you'll get your chance someday. From now on, I won't control you with my psychic power. But when the moment comes, you'll act when I command it. Well. The Shadow Black Dragon hesitated, unable to agree immediately. During its moment of hesitation, its dragon brain raced. Better safe than sorry, better to obey this human for now. Once the chance to propagate its bloodline arose, tearing ties with this human would be no problem. After all, it didn't want its own impulsiveness to sever the royal bloodline of the Shadow Black Dragon entirely. With that thought, the Shadow Black Dragon gritted its teeth. Fine. I'll do as you say. That's more like it. Li Jiuyue beamed with delight. The Shadow Flying Dragon possessed not only formidable offensive power but also blazing flight speed. This meant he'd gain a new mode of transportation. But, to prevent this creature from turning against him, it was best to sign a contract first. Alright, since that's settled, let's formalize the contract. The moment it heard the words form a contract, the Shadow Black Dragon instantly grew agitated. What the hell? Why do we need a contract? If this contract is signed, the human before me will become my master. As a noble royal, how could it possibly acknowledge a human as its master? What? You disagree? Seeing the Shadow Black Dragon remain silent, Li Jiuyue frowned. With that, he strode up to the Shadow Black Dragon and waved his claws in front of its eyes. Fine, a contract it is, the Shadow Black Dragon growled through clenched jaws. Li Jiuyue smiled, leaped down, bit his index finger, and dripped blood onto the Shadow Black Dragon's head. The Shadow Black Dragon offered no resistance. The contract was sealed. Done. The Shadow Black Dragon vanished in an instant, transforming into a cloud of black smoke that entered Li Jiuyue's mental realm. Alright, human. I sustained injuries earlier and need to recover now. Li Jiuyue shook his head helplessly, then took little Tao Tai and flew toward Jiangcheng. Now that the mastermind behind this had departed, the beast tide would surely end soon. The Anomaly Detection Bureau must have picked up something too. The identity of this mastermind still needed further investigation. With He Tuo and his group gone, the level 10 natural disaster capable of destroying a nation finally drew to a close. The sovereign's residence. Your Majesty, the beast tide has been largely subdued. The remaining beasts have been driven into the Black Forest. Our nation has weathered this level 10 natural disaster. Whoosh! As the words fell, the crowd's excited faces flushed crimson, each clenching their fists in overwhelming emotion. After all, this was a level 10 natural disaster. Issue the order, the nation shall celebrate for 3 days. Furthermore, all soldiers and professionals who perished during this beast tide shall be honored as martyrs. Their families shall receive the highest honors and benefits. Yes, sir. As for those deadbeat bastards, I've got nothing to give them here. We'll deal with them when they return. The deadbeats the sovereign referred to were none other than sword god Zhong Wutian and his kind. Suddenly recalling something, the sovereign turned his gaze toward that familiar place. Ah, and one more thing, that masked figure riding the black dragon. Though his identity remains unknown, we owe him a debt of gratitude this time. Had he not swiftly subdued that black dragon and diverted the horde of beasts away from the city, the citizens would have been in grave danger. Those around him nodded in agreement. Indeed, this person's identity is extremely mysterious. But since he wears a mask, he likely doesn't want us to recognize him, or perhaps he has some unspoken reason. Indeed, Your Majesty. Should we investigate his identity? The ruler hesitated for a moment before nodding. Proclaim this, whoever provides clues to his identity shall receive a generous reward. Yes, Your Majesty. More importantly, such a terrifyingly powerful individual existed within his own kingdom, yet as its ruler, he had been completely unaware. This was his oversight and the oversight of the entire nation. At that moment, only one thought occupied the ruler's mind. That was to lock him securely within the kingdom at all costs, ensuring no other nation could poach him. As the beast tide gradually subsided, the entire nation erupted in celebration. Li Jiuyue's heroic feat that day swiftly spread throughout the land. That day, he single-handedly controlled the apocalyptic black dragon, repelling hundreds of thousands of beasts with a single word. All hailed him as the son of the gods. Li Jiuyue, who had just returned to Jiangcheng, remained unaware of this. He felt utterly exhausted, longing only for a good night's sleep. As for the aftermath, he'd leave that to others. Upon returning to Jiangcheng, the city lay in utter ruin. Most large structures had been destroyed, and the air was thick with the lingering smoke of battle. Yet even amidst this devastation, the joy on people's faces remained undeniable. Houses could be rebuilt, but once the beasts were gone, they were truly gone forever. Moreover, the cores could be extracted from the bodies of these fallen beasts, and their hides, teeth, and claws were all extremely rare materials. The carcasses of nearly 1 million beasts could cover the entire Xia Kingdom's material expenses for nearly a decade. Chapter 135. This is your daughter-in-law. At home. Upon returning home, Li Jiuyue kicked open his bedroom door and collapsed onto the bed. These past few days had truly exhausted him. In just these few days, he had practically covered every town and city, large and small, surrounding the Xia Kingdom. He'd encountered quite a few beasts to tame, but hadn't managed to obtain a single beast core or decent equipment. Fortunately, Xia Kingdom had narrowly escaped disaster and successfully weathered this level 10 celestial calamity. Ugh, why did all these troubles have to happen right before the 4 academies competition? Li Jiuyue lay on his bed with a bitter expression, calculating the time. Let's see, just over a month left until the 4 academies tournament. Once the follow-up matters in Jiangcheng are settled in the coming days, I'll return to the academy to prepare for intensive training. Forget it. No point dwelling on it now. Time for a good night's sleep. Li Jiuyue gazed at the night sky darkening outside his window. He yawned, his mouth stretched wide, then drifted into a heavy slumber. Little did he know that during this very night, his name would become thoroughly established throughout Jiangcheng. Though the public only saw the masked figure of Li Jiuyue, his heroic feat of annihilating tens of thousands of monstrous beasts above Jiangcheng that day remained unforgettable to this day. Soon, those with ulterior motives began investigating Li Jiuyue's identity, eager to express their gratitude in person. However, since Li Jiuyue had worn a mask that day, finding him proved no easy task. Tianqing Academy. Ji Yong stood on the elevated platform on the 2nd floor and addressed the crowd. This level 10 celestial calamity has concluded without major incident. Everyone has worked hard. You are all the pride of Tianqing Academy. The sovereign has decreed 3 days of nationwide celebration. Take this time to rest and recuperate. Yes. The crowd cheered excitedly, raising their arms in celebration. Thinking of the students who lost their lives in battle, Ji Yong felt an overwhelming sadness. As for those students who lost their lives in this beast tide, they were all the pride of our academy. I am proud of them. At this mention, the previously jubilant crowd instantly fell silent. To withstand this wave of beasts, Tianqing Academy had paid a heavy price.
78 cadets were injured and 249 cadets perished.
Alright, everyone, please leave the academy in an orderly fashion. The 4 academies competition is approaching. You should all return and prepare thoroughly. Ji Yong said, his expression somber. Due to this beast-tide incident, the 4 academies competition may be moved up. Understood. The crowd nodded solemnly before departing Tianqing Academy in an orderly fashion. Hongyue, get some rest. Leave the aftermath to me.
Ji Hongyue didn't refuse, merely nodding her head. For her mind was preoccupied with another matter.
Was September injured? Had he made it home safely? With these questions weighing on her mind, she arrived at Li Jiuyue's doorstep early the next morning.
For some reason, Ji Hongyue was dressed exceptionally beautifully today.
Ding dong.
Zhang Yi, who was cooking, heard the knock and stepped out of the kitchen.
Who is it?
Auntie, hello.
Is September home?
He, he's here. Yesterday. Zhang Yi was about to continue when she suddenly remembered something and immediately swallowed the words on her lips.
Is there something you need from him?
As she replied, she discreetly sized up the girl before her. From the way she addressed him, the observant Zhang Yi deduced that this girl must have a special connection to September.
Yes, it's just a small matter.
Ji Hongyue flushed, then whispered softly. Of course she was lying. She didn't have any business at all, she just wanted to see Li Jiuyue.
Alright, come on in. Zhang Yi warmly ushered Ji Hongyue into the house. Ji Hongyue didn't wander around aimlessly, she sat quietly on the sofa.
She glanced around Li Jiuyue's living room, noting that though the space was small, every corner radiated warmth.
September's still sleeping in. I'll go wake him up now. Zhang Yi smiled, turned, and went upstairs, knocking on Li Jiuyue's door. September, wake up. There's a pretty girl here to see you. Li Jiuyue was in a half-asleep state.
Hearing Zhang Yi's voice, he reflexively sat up straight on the bed.
A pretty girl?
A vivid image of a lovely figure instantly flashed through Li Jiuyue's mind.
He quickly tidied up his room, got dressed, and went downstairs.
Sure enough, as soon as he descended the stairs, he saw Ji Hongyue sitting obediently on the sofa.
Her docile demeanor genuinely tugged at Li Jiuyue's heartstrings. Jiuyue, why not introduce her to your mom? Zhang Yi's eyes crinkled into crescent moons with laughter.
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself.
Auntie, I'm Ji Hongyue, Jiuyue's.
The blush in her heart made Ji Hongyue simply unable to utter those last 2 words. At this, Li Jiuyue's face flushed crimson, and he scratched his nose slightly, feeling a bit awkward.
Mom, this is your daughter-in-law.
Hearing this, Ji Hongyue instantly lowered her head in shyness, her small hands tugging at the hem of her skirt. Yet inside, her heart felt as sweet as honey. Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh at this, her face breaking into a wide smile. Having such a beautiful girl as her daughter-in-law would be incredibly prestigious to boast about. Jiuyue, that quiet child who usually kept to himself, suddenly bringing home a daughter-in-law, it was quite unexpected.
But Zhang Yi was no novice. Seeing the two had matters to discuss, she casually made an excuse to leave. You two talk. Mom has something to run out for.
Li September, huh?
Mom, weren't you going to?
Those are minor matters. You two talk first. Oh, and Mom, I might not be coming back tonight, I'll just stay at your dad's shop. With that, Zhang Yi didn't wait for Li Jiuyue to respond before scurrying out of the house in quick little steps.
Mom seems kinda off today.
Li Jiuyue tilted his head, but didn't think much of it.
He stretched lazily and sat down beside Ji Hongyue.
Her face flushed red, her expression a mix of embarrassment and indignation.
You're shameless. When did I become your family's daughter-in-law?
Li Jiuyue just laughed it off, waving his hand dismissively with utter shamelessness.
Shameless? Isn't that just a matter of time anyway?
Ji Hongyue shot him a disapproving glare before pinching his waist in a fit of embarrassment and indignation.
Ugh, you're hopeless. By the way, tell me honestly, how did you manage to control those beasts?
That's a secret I can't tell you.
But if you really want to know. How? Ji Hongyue asked curiously.
Li Jiuyue said nothing, only silently leaning his cheek closer.
Chapter 136, 3 Women Make a Drama?
Li Jiuyue said nothing, merely shifting his body closer to Ji Hongyue before gently pressing his cheek against hers.
How could the clever Ji Hongyue possibly fail to understand what he meant?
Her face flushed crimson all the way to her ears, even feeling slightly warm.
Ugh, you always try to take advantage of me whenever you get the chance.
Li Jiuyue laughed heartily. Just kidding.
It's really nothing special.
I just mastered a secret technique that lets me control large groups of beasts. Plus, my mental power is quite strong, and those beasts are low level, so I can control them. Li Jiuyue didn't reveal everything, choosing instead to withhold some details. After all, the gist of what he said was already pretty obvious.
Ji Hongyue nodded thoughtfully, fully convinced by Li Jiuyue's explanation. So that's how it is.
No wonder those beasts suddenly stopped fighting when I engaged them.
But this secret technique doesn't have any side effects, does it? It won't harm your body, will it?
Faced with Ji Hongyue's concern, Li Jiuyue felt a warm surge in his heart and replied gently.
Don't worry. It will only make me stronger. This beast tide came so suddenly. I'm certain someone is orchestrating all of this behind the scenes. Ji Honyue nodded emphatically. Indeed, this beast tide came too abruptly, as if someone had planned it all in advance. And it had to happen right before the 4 Academies tournament. Something just feels off about it. Li Jiuyue smiled. Don't worry. Someone will investigate. This isn't our concern. By the way, did you come here today for something important? Ji Honyue began recounting the events at the 4th Academy this April. Truth be told, she had indeed come to see Li Jiuyue about something important today. This year's 4 Academies competition is a bit different from usual. Oh, tell me more. Ji Honyue explained. Previously, only the 4 Academies competed in the grand competition, but this year is different. This year, participants from other nations can also join, though they'll be special guests. Upon hearing that participants from other nations would join the competition, Li Jiuyue was stunned. People from other countries? This is the first I've heard of it. Well, this should be interesting. He'd faced plenty of powerful opponents from Xia Nation, but never once had he clashed with someone from another country. This time, it was going to be quite the spectacle. This must be the most lively and fiercely contested 4 Academies competition in Xia Nation's history. Noticing Li Jiuyue's slight surprise, Ji Honyue continued her explanation. Although they are special guests, their competition schedule is identical to ours. Which means they're equally eligible to win the championship of this 4 Academies tournament. I see. This 4 Academies competition is bound to be incredibly lively, and the livelier, the more fun. Far from feeling worried, his competitive spirit only grew fiercer. Seeing this, Ji Honyue's eyes flickered slightly as a surge of fervor suddenly welled up within her. However, she suddenly recalled some events from yesterday and promptly spoke up. Also, yesterday I encountered Xia Bingyao from the Heavens Will Academy. Xia Bingyao? The mere mention of Xia Bingyao caused Li Jiuyue's body to instinctively release a surge of killing intent. Fortunately, he regained his composure in time and suppressed that killing intent. He reconsidered. Xia Bingyao's appearance was to be expected. With the beast tide approaching, how could she, an S-rank professional and the pride of the heavens, possibly stand idly by? Seeing Li Jiuyue's solemn expression, Ji Honyue's eyes filled with concern. She moved closer and gently placed both hands over his. After spending so much time together, she understood every detail of Li Jiuyue's experiences at Destiny Academy and the full story behind everything that had happened. Li Jiuyue smiled faintly and clasped Ji Honyue's hands tightly. I'm fine. Strangely enough, I'm actually feeling a bit excited. By the way, how strong is she? Ji Honyue's expression turned serious as she replied earnestly, there seems to be some kind of barrier around her. I can't accurately gauge her strength. But judging from how she dealt with those beasts, ordinary S-rankers probably wouldn't stand a chance against her. Li Jiuyue remained calm, showing no hint of surprise. After all, how weak could an S-rank cultivated with the full resources of Destiny Academy possibly be? This makes things much more interesting. I'm already looking forward to this 4 Academies tournament. Suddenly remembering the need to form a team, Ji Honyue let out an anxious gasp. Oh my, I almost forgot we still need to form a 4-person team. Yeah, I totally forgot about that too. Li Jiuyue was also taken aback. 20 people advancing, split into 5 teams, that means 4 per team. Then what about the other 2 people? Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking started slow, then grew faster and faster, turning increasingly frantic. Damn it, who is that? A visitor or an assassin? Li Jiuyue's mouth twitched. Who is it? He opened the door with obvious irritation. But the moment Li Jiuyue opened the door, he froze in shock at the sight of 2 girls standing before him. Su Ying and Mo Qianyu. Holy crap, no way, how did these 2 find their way here? And how did they even get my address? What took you so long to answer? I've been knocking forever. Mo Qianyu pouted, clearly annoyed. Wait, you 2, how did you get here? Li Jiuyue felt dizzy and completely bewildered. Well, duh. We're here to talk about teaming up with you. We're all in the same class, you wouldn't seriously want to team up with someone from another class, would you? Mo Qianyu waved her tiny fist indignantly, then waved it in front of Li Jiuyue's face twice. Su Ying stepped forward to interject, we came to talk to you first, then asked the dean for your home address. We planned to bring Honyue along, but she wasn't home. Of course she wasn't home. She's at my place now. Li Jiuyue's face twisted into a bitter smile as he muttered under his breath. Huh? What did you say? Su Ying frowned in confusion. Li Jiuyue cleared his throat heavily. Ahem, nothing at all. Won't you invite us in for a moment? Su Ying asked with a smile. Exactly. We're exhausted from walking all this way. Mo Qianyu began complaining about the uneven path leading to Li Jiuyue's doorstep. Seeing Li Jiuyue standing at the doorway for so long, Ji Honyue couldn't help but ask. What's going on, Jiuyue? Who's at the door? Though her voice was soft, Mo Qianyu still caught it. Why did I hear Ji Honyue's voice? It sounds like it's coming from your room. Chapter 137, The Sister Duo. It sounds like it's coming from your room. Hearing this, Li Jiuyue's head buzzed. Instinctively, she blocked the doorway with her body. Holy crap, what the hell? This woman's ears are way too sharp. Heh, you must have misheard? Seeing Li Jiuyue stutter unconsciously, Mo Qianyu furrowed her delicate brows. No, look at you stuttering like that, you're definitely hiding something from us. There must be someone hiding in the room. The moment those words left her mouth, goosebumps instantly covered Li Jiuyue's entire body. Just then, Ji Honyue, sitting on the sofa, noticed Li Jiuyue lingering by the doorway and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Mo Qianyu and Su Yingying pressed closer, peering curiously through the crack into the room. Seeing that the truth couldn't be hidden any longer, Li Jiuyue sighed and reluctantly let the two enter the room. He felt quite at ease about Su Yingying, but sure enough, the moment they stepped inside, Mo Qianyu let out a startled cry. Ah! Just as I thought. I knew I hadn't misheard earlier. Ugh, I knew this would happen. Li Jiuyue rubbed his aching temples. Following her logic, it would be nearly impossible to avoid misunderstandings from here on out. Su Yingying was equally puzzled. Huh? Honyue, what are you doing at Li Jiuyue's place? Before Ji Honyue could explain, Mo Qianyu crossed her arms, looking thoroughly annoyed, and complained. I bet you were already at his place yesterday. Ji Honyue's face flushed crimson with anger at the accusation. What nonsense! I got here before both of you, really. I don't believe you. Su Yingying, do you believe her? Mo Qianyu turned to look at her. Well. Su Yingying felt awkward, unsure how to respond. Seeing the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward, Li Jiuyue cleared her throat and quickly changed the subject. Ahem, alright. Let's not dwell on this here. Weren't we here to talk about teaming up? Let's get down to business. Mo Qianyu shrugged casually. Teams? Fine, teams. We've got 4 people right here. Li Jiuyue gestured for them to sit down on the sofa before discussing the team arrangements. That's not a problem. I know Honyue and Yingying's classes, but yours? As the topic came up, Mo Qianyu stood up and slowly walked toward Li Jiuyue. Her gaze was intensely seductive, so, would you like to see for yourself? As she spoke, a faint pink glow flared in Mo Qianyu's eyes. Li Jiuyue, huh? Just as Li Jiuyue was about to fall victim, Ji Honyue flashed forward and blocked him. Her profession is seduction, she's highly lethal to men. Realizing her secret had been exposed, Mo Qianyu instantly reverted to her usual demeanor, then waved her hand dismissively with obvious boredom. Hey, don't ruin my act like this. It's so lame. Charm, huh? That's rather unusual. Li Jiuyue pondered. Of all the enemies he'd encountered, none had ever possessed a similar control-type talent. Now that the team's formed, we should pick a name. At the mention of naming, Su Yingying perked up instantly. Hey, I've got one. I thought of it earlier. Let's call our team Celestial Star Invincible. What do you think? At the sound of this name, the 3 fell instantly silent. After a long pause, Li Jiuyue pulled out 4 sheets of paper and 4 pens from the drawer. Maybe we should just vote on it? Sure. With that, each wrote down their preferred team name. These names were things that had suddenly popped into their heads. They thought they were pretty funny, so they jotted them down. Li Jiuyue racked his brain but couldn't come up with a good name. Glancing over, he saw the other 3 had already named their teams. Su Yingying, Celestial Stars Unrivaled. Ji Honyue, one branch above the rest. Mo Qianyu, the girl supporting duo. Li Jiuyue? Wait, your team name is a bit abstract, don't you think? Mo Qianyu couldn't care less, finding her own choice utterly amusing. It doesn't matter if the name is ordinary. We just need to keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention. At this remark, Li Jiuyue immediately rolled her eyes. Somehow I feel like the moment we announce this name, we'll instantly become the center of attention. Don't worry about it. You've got the skills to pull it off anyway. Mo Qianyu gave a faint smile. On this point, Li Jiuyue didn't argue. Fine then. I haven't thought of anything yet, so let's just vote among these 3 names. With that, Li Jiuyue promptly cast her vote for Ji Honyue. Surprisingly, Su Yingying cast her vote for Mo Qianyu. Her reasoning was simple, she thought the name Mo Qianyu sounded more playful. After all, the academy didn't have any specific requirements for team names. Ji Honyue also cast her vote for Mo Qianyu. Honestly, that name just feels kind of fun. Seriously, you guys? Li Jiuyue was dumbfounded. 3 votes to 1. What else do you have to say? Mo Qianyu stood with her hands on her hips, looking quite pleased with herself. Fine, whatever. It's just a team name anyway. Let's go with it. Li Jiuyue sighed wryly. With the votes already cast like this, what else could he do? He could only hope it wouldn't cause a public outcry later. After settling on the team name, the 4 chatted some more about team formation and the upcoming 4 academies competition. The sky darkened quickly. After a while of casual conversation, Su Yingying and Mo Qianyu left Li Jiuyue's home. You wouldn't be planning to stay the night again, would you? None of your business.
Ji Hongyue shot her a glare and snuggled closer to Li Jiuyue.
No way. If you stay, I'm staying too. Li Jiuyue? Seriously, can we not be this ridiculous? I was exhausted after working all day yesterday. All I wanted was a good night's sleep. Is that so hard?
Mo Qianyu gasped, her expression shifting from shock to sheer terror.
Ha, tired all day? What exactly are you talking about? I knew it. There's definitely something fishy going on between you two. Su Ying also misunderstood Li Jiuyue's words, her voice trembling. Hongyue, you too.
Seeing the misunderstanding, Ji Hongyue flushed as red as a steamed crab and glared fiercely at Li Jiuyue. In response, Li Jiuyue slapped her own mouth and fell silent.
Fine, I'll shut up. If you have no objections, then let's settle it this way. Li Jiuyue, Damn it. Chapter 138, 3 women in one room? I have an objection.
Li Jiuyue timidly raised her hand to voice her opinion.
I mean, your place is so close, do you really need to cram into my tiny space? And if word gets out, my reputation will be completely ruined. Mo Qianyu puffed out her cheeks and snapped. Who said my place is close? Asking our homes are miles apart. Besides, with all the chaos in Jiangqing these days, who knows if we'll run into trouble on the way back? Well, it is, quite far, actually.
Su Ying admitted, her face flushing. On this point, at least, she wasn't lying. Seeing this, Li Jiuyue felt utterly speechless inside.
This scoundrel, you can't chase him away, and you can't shake him off. Wait, how did this woman end up clinging to me like this? After a moment's thought, Li Jiuyue sighed. Fine, whatever. I'll take the couch. You two can have the bedroom. Just so you know, don't touch anything in my house. If you break it, you pay for it. Mo Qianyu snorted. Oomph. We're not clumsy. Why would we break your stuff for no reason? Well, I'll be extra careful. Su Ying nodded obediently.
The situation was hastily settled, and the two returned to Li Jiuyue's home.
Just then, Ji Hongyue quietly pulled Li Jiuyue aside. Auntie and uncle, they won't suddenly come back, will they? Li Jiuyue thought for a moment, probably not.
Mom must be staying at the hotel with Dad, they definitely won't be back tonight.
The real worry was tomorrow morning.
He couldn't even bear to imagine the scene tomorrow morning when Li Wenbin and Jiang Yi opened the door and found 3 girls sitting on the sofa.
Ha!
The thought of that scene sent an involuntary shiver down Li Jiuyue's spine.
Man, what a mess this is. Growl.
Just then, his stomach let out an unwelcome growl.
Damn it, I forgot I haven't eaten dinner yet. Ha, hungry, huh? Where's the kitchen? I'll cook you something.
Ji Hongyue covered her mouth and giggled.
Sounds great. I've never had anything you cooked before.
With that, he led Ji Hongyue into the kitchen.
Seeing this, Su Ying and Mo Qianyu followed curiously. Cooking? I'll help too. Hongyue, I'll help too, I'm quite the cook at home.
And so, Ji Hongyue and the 2 others began cooking in the kitchen.
Li Jiuyue sat on the sofa with a bitter expression. Damn it, is Mo Qianyu going to poison my food? Ha!
Li Jiuyue smiled wryly as he tidied up the rooms in the house. Excluding the rooms occupied by Jiang Yi and Li Wenbin, the empty rooms in the house were just enough to accommodate the 3 of them, meaning he'd have to sleep on the couch. Before long, the 3 of them brought their respective dishes to the table.
Su Ying made braised eggplant, the aroma alone was mouth-watering. Ji Hongyue prepared a whole braised hairtail fish, its appearance alone whetting everyone's appetite. As for Mo Qianyu,
she claimed to have made braised spare ribs. But there was no sign of the braising sauce, only ribs, and they were completely black. Seeing the dishes prepared by the other 2, Li Jiuyue found himself unconsciously drooling. But when he saw Mo Qianyu's dish, he froze in shock.
Wait, this is what you cooked? If you said you poisoned it, I'd believe you. Mo Qianyu's inexplicable confidence made the other 2 burst out laughing. Oomph, what nonsense.
It just doesn't look that great, but it tastes amazing.
Try a bite if you don't believe me.
I'm afraid if I eat this, I won't be able to compete in the 4 Academies tournament.
You.
And so, amid laughter and playful banter, everyone wrapped up their dinner for the day. After chatting idly for a while longer, Li Jiuyue finally led them to their respective rooms.
Just so you know, since I'm letting you stay the night, no pulling any stunts tonight. Mo Qianyu rolled her eyes dismissively. As long as you don't sneak back in here later tonight.
Li Jiuyue's lips twitched.
Fine. I'll sleep.
With that, he returned to the sofa, looking thoroughly disgruntled.
Ugh, how am I supposed to sleep now? Unable to sleep, Li Jiuyue turned his attention to the system's attributes. He exchanged all the unused skill attributes and talents for fragments. Name, Li Jiuyue. Class, Cursed Child, Red name. Strength, 1541. Speed, 1074. Defense, 1511. Mental strength, 201. Cold resistance, 37.
Hidden talent, infinite plunder upgradable 32,118 100,000 proficiency points remaining. Talents: Infinite Instant Kill 2830 Innate Toxic Constitution 1010 Divine Protection 710 Formless Water Enhancement 1330 Sea God's Body God Tier cannot be upgraded. Beast Master 2030. God Tier: Call of the Sea God cannot be upgraded. Phantom of the Sea God cannot be upgraded. Skill level S+, Ultimate Terror 2330 Twin of the Dark Knight 1730. S-Rank: Deep Sea Undulation 1430 Earthshaking Collapse 1030 Rock Fist 1330 Rock Barrier 1430 Earth Spirit's Wrath 330. A rank: Divine Blessing 910 Corrosive Rain 1130 Star Shattering / 1010 Bladestorm 1010. Beast Speaker 1730 Divine Beast Summon 1530. Oh, my attributes have increased this much again. After slaying that black-clad figure earlier and then eliminating numerous beasts, he now had many skills and talents ready for evolution. Excellent. My strength has surged again. Evolve them all. Buzz, buzz. Evolution complete. Evolution complete. While Li Jiuyue was happily reviewing his newly evolved skills, the sleepless Ji Hongwei quietly slipped out of the room. She approached Li Jiuyue from behind and gently tapped his shoulder. This startled Li Jiuyue out of his skin. Holy crap, Hongwei? You scared me. Still up this late? Ji Hongwei smiled softly as she sat down beside him. I can't sleep even if I wanted to. Li Jiuyue gave a helpless laugh. What? You couldn't sleep either, so you came out to keep me company? You guessed it again. Ji Hongwei's lips curved into a crescent moon smile, revealing sweet, charming dimples at the corners of her mouth. She slowly leaned in, resting her head against Li Jiuyue's shoulder. Just let me rest like this for a moment. Li Jiuyue flinched slightly, his eyes brimming with amusement. Sure. He gazed tenderly at Ji Hongwei as she rested her head on his shoulder. Before long, she drifted off into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, a dark figure that had appeared on the second floor slowly retreated back into the room. Chapter 139. Oh no, I'm surrounded by misunderstandings. Su Yingying, who witnessed this scene from the staircase, flashed a look of envy and disappointment before tiptoeing back to her own room. Not long after, Mo Qianyu also tiptoed to the staircase entrance. But when she saw the scene on the sofa, her instinct was to intervene. Yet for some reason, her feet refused to move forward. After a long while, she tiptoed back to her room. Fine, I'll let you have your way this once. The night passed without incident, and soon it was the next day. Early the next morning, Li Jiuyue and Ji Hongwei woke up before dawn. They exchanged glances, both flushing slightly as warmth filled their hearts, a sweet, joyful feeling. Due to the academy schedule, Su Yingying and Mo Qianyu had also woken up early. After tidying up their room, they went downstairs. They hadn't overheard a single word about the events of the previous night. Even Mo Qianyu, who usually clashed with Ji Hongwei, merely shot them a fierce glare. As dawn broke, Li Wenbin and Jiang Yi would be returning soon. Li Jiuyue hurriedly urged them. Hey, you should be heading back now. Don't push it too far. Fine, I'll go back. We've discussed the tactics anyway. See you at school in a couple of days. The room's all tidied up. Sorry for the trouble. I'll be heading back now. The two didn't linger any longer at home, turning to leave. But just then, Jiang Yi and Li Wenbin, who had spent the night at the shop, returned. Reaching the door, Li Wenbin instinctively reached for his keys to unlock it, but Jiang Yi stopped him. Hey, why the rush? We need to warn September first. Oh my, right, I was being reckless. Jiang Yi stepped forward and knocked lightly on the door. September? Though the knock was faint, it reverberated like an alarm bell in the hearts of Li Jiuyue and the other three. Damn it, what terrible timing. Mom and Dad got back way too fast. What do we do? What in the world do we do? Seeing Li Jiuyue panic, the other three grew flustered too. Even Mo Qianyu, usually full of cunning schemes, was momentarily at a loss. Hearing no response, Jiang Yi grew concerned. Could something have happened? Should we wait a bit longer? Just in case. Li Wenbin hesitated. Just then, the sound of a glass shattering echoed from inside the room. Oh dear, it sounds like something broke. Though her heart was torn with worry, Jiang Yi opened the door with a heavy heart. Creak! The moment they stepped inside, both of them froze in shock. She had clearly been alone when she left, but now there were three more people. Upon seeing Li Jiuyue's parents, Mo Qianyu, who had just been clamoring to escape through the window, instantly transformed into a well-behaved child. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Uncle. Su Yingying was so embarrassed she wanted to hide behind the sofa, but out of politeness, she managed a greeting. Hello, Auntie and Uncle. Hello. Jiang Yi hadn't quite processed the situation yet, only managing a few instinctive words. Auntie, it's getting late, so we should probably head out now. Me too. Su Yingying and Mo Qianyu left Li Jiuyue's house one after the other, bouncing along like two children who had done something wrong. Well, I'll be off too. See you at school. Ji Hongwei wasn't as flustered as the other two. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yi and Li Wenbin, she also left the room. Once the three had departed, Jiang Yi finally spoke up. Jiuyue, tell Mom what's going on here. Mom left when there was only one girl here. How come there are two more now?
Then, could those two also be? Seeing Jiang Yi's mind wandering, Li Jiuyue quickly clarified. Oh, Mom, what are you thinking? They're classmates from my school who came to crash for the night. Jiang Yi finally relaxed and joked. Oh, so that's what it was. I thought you brought home 3 daughters-in-law. Li Jiuyue nearly choked on her own blood at the remark. Cough cough, Mom, stop joking around. I can't take it. Ha, alright, I'll go cook. You and your dad can chat. Li Wenbin walked over, gave Li Jiuyue a meaningful look, then slapped his shoulder hard. It's fine, Dad. I get it. A real man stands tall and takes responsibility for his actions. Dad, it's not what you think. After that, it took Li Jiuyue 2 whole days just to explain the situation. Today marked the opening day of Tianqing Academy. Returning to the familiar campus, Li Jiuyue felt incredibly happy. Ji Yong laughed heartily, slapping Li Jiuyue on the shoulder as they caught up. When the conversation turned to the 4 Academies tournament, Ji Yong's expression turned serious. Jiuyue, I just received orders due to the recent Beast Tide incident. The 4 Academies tournament has been moved up. You have roughly half a month left to prepare. We had a bit more time originally, but since the higher-ups issued the order, we have no choice but to comply. No worries, half a month is plenty of time. Li Jiuyue smiled. Ji Yong nodded and continued, during this period, the school's training grounds and dungeons will be open to you. You may enter freely. Do your best, the future of Tianqing rests on all 20 of you. Yes, I'll do my best. And so, Li Jiuyue and the other 3 began their 2-week pre-competition intensive training. As for the focus of the training, it was all about honing the synergy between the 4 of them. This is an extremely important point. Meanwhile, members of other teams were also intensifying their training, making thorough preparations for the 4 Academies competition. Finally, time flew by, and only 2 days remained before the 4 Academies competition commenced. After this intensive half-month training, the teamwork among Li Jiuyue and her 3 teammates had significantly improved. From initially operating as isolated individuals, they had evolved into a cohesive unit, advancing together through mutual support and growth. With the competition approaching, Ji Yong gathered the 20 members one last time for a final briefing. The 4 Academies competition is imminent. I must depart early to handle preparatory matters. Director Du will brief you on subsequent arrangements. You are all the pride of Tianqing Academy. Do not push yourselves beyond your limits, give it your best effort. My greatest wish is for every one of you to return safely. The 4 Academies competition was not only fraught with challenges but also immense danger. Every single competition claimed the lives of many participants. Yes, sir. We will not dishonor the Academy's reputation. The group responded with fervent enthusiasm. Excellent. I have faith in you all. Return to your preparations now. We depart in 2 days. To the capital city. Chapter 140, Departure for the Capital. Yes. After responding with excitement, everyone dispersed to make preparations. Just as Li Jiuyue was about to leave, Ji Yong called him back. Jiuyue, come here. I need to discuss something with you. All right. Li Jiuyue nodded and followed Ji Yong into the office. The moment they entered the office, Ji Yong, who had been stern moments before, suddenly became animated. Ha. You're quite the hidden gem, aren't you, kid? So you were the masked man flying over Jiangcheng that day. Hearing this, Li Jiuyue paused in surprise, not responding immediately. Instead, he studied Ji Yong with a cautious gaze. But that was only natural. After all, he'd been in the academy for so long. The aura here was so distinct it was only normal that he could sense it. I was hoping to keep it under wraps, but looks like I can't hide it anymore. Ji Yong chuckled and nodded. Don't worry, I won't breathe a word of this to anyone. I called you here because I need you to agree to something. Dean, just tell me. If it's within my power, I'll do my utmost. Ji Yong nodded, then looked deeply at Li Jiuyue. Jiuyue, this 4 Academy competition isn't as straightforward as you think. Relations between our academy and the other 3 aren't exactly smooth. There's a high chance we'll be targeted. I hope you can protect Red Moon. That much was true. Han Yu had hinted at it before. If Tianqing Academy failed to deliver a standout performance in this competition, then it would be forcibly dismantled. He drew a deep breath, his eyes radiating resolve and confidence. Rest assured, as long as I'm alive, nothing will happen to Red Moon. You young man. Red Moon made the right choice recruiting you into the academy. As for the grudge between you and Xia Bingyao, go ahead and settle it. Even if Tianqing Academy lacks strength, I'll do everything in my power to support you. Ji Yong declared solemnly. Thank you, Dean. Rest assured, this time, the world will witness the true strength of Tianqing. After Ji Yong finished his instructions, Li Jiuyue finally returned home. Once home, he shared the news of the 4 Academies tournament with Jiang Yi and Li Wenbin. Jiuyue, don't worry. On the day of the competition, Mom and Dad will definitely be there to cheer you on. Alright, give it your all, son. Alright, you'll see my amazing performance then. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and before he knew it, it was time to depart. Destiny Academy. Everyone, depart for the capital city. Bai Hong commanded. Yes, sir. Bingyao, come here. Dean.
Xia Bingyao hurried over. Bai Hong said, I suspect that Brat will participate in this 4 academies tournament.
Remember, if you encounter him, strike him down without mercy. I'll take responsibility for any consequences. If you run into those from Tianqing Academy, go all out. I've got your back.
It seemed Bai Hong intended to strike down the Starry Sky Academy members this time.
Xia Bingyao nodded firmly. At the mention of Li Jiuyue's name, a flash of murderous intent flared in her eyes. Rest assured, Dean. I know exactly what to do. Li Jiuyue, after all this time apart, I hope you don't disappoint me. At that moment, Xia Bingyao's resolve was set. Should she encounter Li Jiuyue and his group during the competition, she would strike without mercy at the first opportunity. He would ensure the Tianqing Academy people never had a chance to rise again. Little did she know, Li Jiuyue harbored the exact same thoughts at that very moment. United States, Japan, H Nation.
While Xia Nation prepared for the 4 academies grand tournament, other nations, invited as special guests, were also making their preparations.
Is everything ready?
Yes, rest assured.
Everything is ready. Alright, let's go. Tianqian Academy, one of the 4 great academies.
Everyone, board the Flying Griffins.
We're preparing to depart for the capital. Tianjiao Academy, one of the 4 great academies. Destination, the capital city. We're off. Tianqing Academy.
After a headcount, Ji Yong gave the order, and everyone mounted the backs of the Flying Griffins.
Let's go. Yes. Perched atop the Flying Griffin, Li Jiuyue gazed down with curiosity. How marvelous.
I never imagined there could be such docile beasts willing to serve as human flying mounts.
Not all beasts are ferocious. Some provide tremendous assistance to humans. Ji Hongyue quietly leaned closer and explained with a smile.
As the two chatted, Li Jiuyue suddenly remembered something and asked.
By the way, could you walk me through the process of the 4 academies competition?
Ji Hongyue shook her head regretfully.
I don't know the details either. The format changes every year. We won't know until the sovereign announces it.
Li Jiuyue hummed in acknowledgement, nodding thoughtfully.
I see. That adds a lot of uncertainty to the mix. But that's fine, it makes things more interesting.
Ji Hongyue continued. After arriving at the capital, we might need to rest for a couple of days. After all, we have to wait for participants from other nations to arrive before we can begin.
Li Jiuyue chuckled. Sounds good. I've never been to the capital before, perfect chance to explore.
The capital was the most bustling place in all of Xia Kingdom. There must be plenty of fun things to do, and who knows, maybe even some treasures to hunt for. The moment the word treasures crossed his mind, the sleeping little Taotai seemed to catch the scent of food and instantly woke up.
Roar yum! Where's the yummy stuff?
Li Jiuyue gave the wrist guard on his right hand a light tap.
You little rascal, we're not even there yet, the good stuff's still on the way. Roar!
Hearing this, the little glutton yawned and drifted back into a deep sleep.
Ji Hongyue smiled sweetly. I went there ages ago. It's absolutely gorgeous, basically the heart of Xia Kingdom. That's wonderful. Then I'll have to trouble you to show me around.
After flying through the air for roughly half a day, they finally reached the very heart of Xia Kingdom, the capital city.
We've arrived at the capital. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Yes.
The group perked up, peering down with curiosity to survey the capital city below. A designated area awaited the academy's delegation, so Ji Yong and the other instructors guided their flying griffins to a halt just outside the city walls.
The moment Ji Yong appeared, a white-bearded elder approached with a smile and greeted him. Ji Yong, it's been ages. Elder Du, it truly has been ages. After all these years, you remain as vigorous as ever. Chapter 141, An Unexpected Encounter, A Clash.
Oh, stop with the vigor in old age nonsense.
I'm practically halfway into the coffin. Du Zongming chuckled, stroking his white beard. Everyone, come over and greet Elder Du. Ji Yong waved his hand urgently, signaling the others to approach. Greetings, Old Master Du. Good. We're all family here, no need for such formality. Take these youngsters to rest first.
Old Master Du instructed a youth beside him.
Yes, Old Master Du. Please follow me. Thank you, Master Du. After thanking Du Zongming, the group prepared to leave.
But his sharp eyes immediately spotted Li Jiuyue in the crowd, and he reached out to grab his shoulder.
Young man, you look familiar. You're joking, Mr. Du, this is our first meeting, how could I be familiar to you? Oh? Is that so? That's rather peculiar. Alright then, everyone's had a long day. Go get some rest.
After everyone had left, Du Zongming turned to Ji Yong and said,
Old Yong, no offense, but you can't just resort to desperate measures when you're desperate. What exactly are you implying, Old Du? Ji Yong chuckled. Hey, you don't know that kid's background, do you? Du Zongming sighed. What Du Zongming referred to, of course, was Li Jiuyue's identity as the cursed child. Though he wasn't currently in a dungeon instance, Li Jiuyue's name wasn't displayed in red.
But on the day he was cursed by the divine throne, many from the capital had witnessed the scene at the Destiny Academy and naturally, they had seen his face.
Du Zongming was among them. Ji Young chuckled dryly. Of course I know. But this kid doesn't seem anything like the rumors describe.
Du Zongming shook his head with a bitter smile. I should warn you up front, if Tianqing Academy doesn't finish in the top 2 this time, it will be forcibly disbanded.
Thank you for the warning, Elder. I'll do my best. Alright, you've traveled all day. Go get some rest. Understood. Ji Young clasped his hands in gratitude before entering the capital city.
Watching his departing figure, Du Zongming sighed deeply.
This is truly unfortunate.
Tianqing Academy was already in a precarious position, and now the cursed child has joined its ranks.
How much better could a cursed academy possibly be?
Upon entering the capital city, Li Jiuyue was quickly captivated by its opulent splendor. Everything here felt so fresh and novel, towering structures, an endless array of goods, even exotic beasts roaming the streets. The sheer scale of its splendor dwarfed Jiangcheng by 1,000-fold.
Even at its liveliest, Jiangcheng couldn't hold a candle to a single day in this capital city. Wow, is this the capital? It's so lively.
Perhaps due to the upcoming grand competition of the 4 academies, the capital had been drawing ever-growing crowds these past few days.
Everyone, follow me. The streets are crowded, we can take the side path. Thank you.
Led by the young guide, the group arrived at an exceptionally luxurious lodging. This hotel was enormous, accommodating several thousand people would be no problem at all.
Dean Ji, this is the place. The sovereign has made all the arrangements. You just need to go inside and deliver the message. Alright, thank you for your trouble. Ji Yong led the group inside. After registering their details, each person was assigned their own room. However, just as they were about to head to their rooms, the dean of Tianqian Academy entered with a large group of students. Why are they here too? I thought they were separated. Li Jiuyue felt a pang of confusion. This meant an inevitable verbal clash when the 4 academies' representatives met.
Sure enough, the moment Tianqian, the headmaster of Tianqian Academy, spotted Ji Yong, his previously cheerful expression instantly turned peculiar.
Well, what an unfortunate coincidence.
Your Tianqing Academy is clearly the lowest ranked among the 4 academies, yet here you are, arriving so early. The moment they met, Tianqian's words struck like a nail, driving deep into the hearts of everyone from Tianqing Academy. Ji Yong frowned, refusing to indulge him, and shot back immediately.
Tianqian, get your head checked. What kind of power trip is this? Since physical altercations here would result in disqualification, Tianqian nearly let out a few loud laughs. Ha 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 ha. When your academy gets torn down, I hope you're still this tough. Let's go. Yes, Dean. The Tianqian Academy members rolled their eyes in utter contempt, cold smiles curling their lips. Some particularly arrogant students even made blatantly provocative gestures toward them. Trash. Witnessing this scene, the members of Tianqing Academy instantly boiled with rage. Damn it, who do these jerks think they are, acting so cocky?
Seeing several hot-headed students on the verge of losing control, Ji Hongyue quickly stepped between them.
We can't fight here, we'll get disqualified. Let them bloat for now. The real showdown comes in a few days. Fine, let them bloat for now.
After a tense exchange of glances, the Tianqing members returned to their rooms, seething with suppressed anger. After resting for a while, the sky gradually darkened, and night soon fell.
At that moment, Ji Hongyue knocked on Li Jiuyue's door. Come on, it's nighttime now. The capital has a night market, we might just find some good treasures. That sounds good. Let's explore the capital these few days before the 4 academies competition begins. Everyone says treasures are everywhere in the capital city. I wonder if it's true. And so, Li Jiuyue and Ji Hongyue left their rooms to explore the capital's night market. The moment they reached the entrance, Li Jiuyue was stunned by the scene before her. Holy crap, there are way too many people here. He had expected the night market to be crowded, but never imagined it would be this packed. But the more people there were, the more it proved that real treasures existed within this night market. Come on, let's go explore. With that, Ji Hongyue grabbed Li Jiuyue's hand and pulled him into the night market. Once inside the night market, Li Jiuyue's look of astonishment never faded. For within its halls, she encountered all manner of strange and peculiar individuals and even beastmen. Holy crap, Hongyue, what the hell? There are beastmen here? Seeing Li Jiuyue's astonished expression, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle softly. Don't be too surprised, these orcs aren't like the vicious beasts outside. They're all very kind. And in the capital city, these beastmen are actually quite popular. Li Jiuyue was puzzled. Oh? Why is that? Ji Hongyue patiently explained, because the treasures these beastmen sell are all extremely rare varieties. Come on, let's go take a look. Who knows, we might just find some real treasures. Chapter 142, Encountering Xia Bingyao at the Night Market. Sounds good. At the mention of treasures, Li Jiuyue's eyes lit up. If he found good gear, even if he couldn't equip it himself, he could feed it to little Taoye. He'd already witnessed the beast's divine might during the beast tide those laser blasts. The two pushed through the crowd to a small stall, managed by none other than a beastman. This beastman sported a pair of tiger ears and fiery red fangs, bearing a striking resemblance to a crimson flame tiger. Arriving at the stall, Li Jiuyue carefully examined the treasures displayed before him. Wow, just as they said, the kingdom's night markets were truly treasure troves. Golden agate, ghost pearls of the underworld, celestial stones of the 9 heavens. Every single item here was worth a fortune. Just based on the prices alone, the total value likely exceeded 60 or 70 million. Seeing the clearly marked prices, Li Jiuyue quietly pulled Ji Hongyue aside. Holy crap, Hongyue, these things are so expensive. I didn't bring much cash with me. What should we do? Don't worry. Some treasures require money to buy, while others are traded for goods. As long as you present something that catches the Crimson Flame Tiger's fancy, the deal is done. So that's how it works? Something that catches the Crimson Flame Tiger's eye? Li Jiuyue closed his eyes tightly and began frantically searching through the system shop. 3 seconds later, he actually found a peculiar treasure in the shop. Evolution Divine Stone. Item grade, A+. Item attributes, evolution, species. Item description, enables a specified number of beasts to undergo one evolution, enhancing their power with virtually no side effects. List of evolvable monsters, Crimson Flame Tiger, Lightning Serpent. Exchange requirement, treasure fragments 300. This is it. Li Jiuyue exclaimed ecstatically. A super divine stone capable of fully evolving the Crimson Flame Tiger tribe. This stone was extremely rare, not only aiding the Crimson Flame Tiger's evolution but also significantly boosting its power. As for side effects, they were practically negligible. Moreover, the description on this treasure made Li Jiuyue's eyes light up. The divine stone the Crimson Flame Tiger clan has sought their entire lives. 300 treasure fragments? That is a bit pricey, but if I can exchange it for something even more valuable, it'll be worth it. With that thought, Li Jiuyue immediately exchanged 300 treasure fragments for this evolution divine stone. Fortunately, his recent accumulation had amassed a considerable number of treasure fragments. 1,742. Spending 300 didn't sting quite so much now. After exchanging the treasure, Li Jiuyue chuckled. Let's go. I happen to have an item the Crimson Flame Tiger might need. And so, the two returned to the stall once more. By now, the Crimson Flame Tiger's stall was surrounded by a crowd, though most were just there for the spectacle and had no intention of buying. Though the treasures were rare and precious, the price was admittedly a bit steep. Back at the stall, Li Jiuyue scrutinized the exchange area. Just then, the shadow black dragon resting within his soul space suddenly sensed something and snapped awake. Human boy, pick up that black scale to your right and show it to me. Startled by the shadow black dragon's voice, Li Jiuyue complied nonetheless, casually scooping up the black object from the stall. You call this a scale? It's just a plain black rock. Bull. That's why I say you humans have such limited knowledge. This is a dragon scale, the shadow black dragon snapped angrily. Dragon scale? It doesn't look like one at all. Li Jiuyue picked up the so-called scale and examined it closely. After scrutinizing it for ages, he couldn't find even a hint of a scale. The shadow black dragon urged, hey, stop looking. Trust me, just buy this thing already. This scale might contain an incredibly powerful soul. A soul? Li Jiuyue was startled. If what the shadow black dragon said was true, then the value of this scale far exceeded that of the evolution divine stone in his hand. After all, if it truly held a mighty soul, he possessed the god-defying skill of summoning divine beasts. Alright, I'll trust you this once. Rest assured, this is the real deal. Our dragon clan's discernment is impeccable, the shadow black dragon declared with unwavering confidence. Li Jiuyue nodded, holding the dragon scale in his hand, then inquired. Excuse me. Before he could finish, two figures pushed their way through the crowd. I'll take this black stone. Hearing the voice, Li Jiuyue turned his head. The moment he turned, he recognized an extremely familiar figure. Xia Bingyao. Beside her stood a tall, burly man. He was the one who had spoken earlier. The moment Li Jiuyue saw Xia Bingyao emerge from the crowd, the warmth in his eyes vanished, replaced by a cold glint. Well, what a small world. Never thought I'd run into you here. At that moment, Xia Bingyao also spotted Li Jiuyue. Their eyes locked, the tension between them thick as gunpowder. Were it not for the night market's rules, they would likely have come to blows already. What rotten luck. Never thought I'd run into a good-for-nothing like you at the night market. Li Jiuyue sneered coldly. Xia Bingyao, after all this time, your mouth is still as foul as ever. Xia Bingyao shot Li Jiuyue a cold stare, her lips curling into a mocking sneer. All you've got is your sharp tongue. Tianqing Academy must be blind to have admitted someone like you. Though, come to think of it, it's quite fitting a worthless academy paired with a worthless person. Hearing this taunt, Ji Hongyue's delicate brows furrowed, and she couldn't help but speak up. Xia Bingyao, watch your language. If you've got the guts, prove yourself at the 4 Academies tournament in a few days. Tough talk here won't show your worth.
The moment Ji Hongyue finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from the man beside Xia Bingyao.
Seeing this, before Ji Hongyue could retaliate, Li Jiuyue countered with an even more formidable aura. Boom! The collision of the two auras in midair generated a violent gale that blew the onlookers backward. 3 seconds later, as the pressure subsided, the crowd slowly opened their eyes. Seeing Li Jiuyue unleash such overwhelming pressure, the man immediately teased. Well, who'd have thought a cursed good for nothing like you could unleash such pressure? Too bad, though. A loser is a loser. You'd better pray you don't face me first in the tournament. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death. Li Jiuyue reined in his aura before speaking with utter calmness. I wouldn't want you to be a corpse before you even participate in the 4 Academies tournament. Chapter 143, Bartering. What kind of trash is that? I certainly don't want you to be a corpse before you even compete in the 4 Hospitals tournament. Facing Li Jiuyue's taunt, Long Zhe snorted coldly, forcing himself to suppress the rage boiling inside. Damn it, if we weren't in the capital city, I'd rip every bone out of your body one by one. Ha! A useless piece of trash like you can only talk big. The crowd's attention wasn't on their exchange, but on certain words spoken earlier. The cursed child. At the sound of those 4 words, the onlookers instinctively took a step back. He's actually the cursed child. What? The cursed child. Damn it, how did the cursed child end up in the capital? That's a sign of misfortune. Look at the cursed child's outfit, seems like he's a student at some academy. Damn, what academy is so bold as to admit the cursed child? Facing the surrounding crowd's mocking laughter and strange stares, Li Jiuyue remained calm, his heart utterly still. Ever since becoming the cursed child, he'd heard this kind of gossip far too often. Ji Hongyue bit her pearly lips slightly, a surge of inexplicable anger welling up inside her. She knew Li Jiuyue's strength all too well. She simply couldn't bear seeing the person she cared about treated this way by the world. Jiuyue. It's fine. Let them talk. We just need to focus on our own business. Li Jiuyue offered a faint smile. He completely ignored Xia Bingyao, who stood nearby sneering coldly, and walked straight up to the crimson flame tiger. I'll take this stone. What do I need to exchange for it? Hearing this, the crimson flame tiger, which had remained silent for a long time, slowly opened its eyes. If you can present something that truly captivates me, then this item shall be yours. Alright, then. Just as he reached into his pocket to retrieve the evolution divine stone, Long Zhe beat into it, slamming his hand down on the table. So if that's the case, if I can present something that truly captivates you, then this item belongs to me? The crimson flame tiger gave them both an indifferent glance. Of course. We crimson flame tigers are always fair. Long Zhe roared with laughter. Ha! Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. With that, he produced a stone that glowed with a fiery red light, crystal clear and translucent, resembling agate. This is called the Heavenly Fireglass Stone. It's an extremely rare stone found only at the base of volcanoes. Moreover, it takes an incredibly long time to form. Hundreds of years are required for its creation. As for the power of this Heavenly Fireglass Stone, well, I needn't elaborate further. Long Zhe declared with brimming confidence. Back then, acquiring this Heavenly Fireglass Stone had cost him a tremendous effort. Even if auctioned off, it would fetch tens of millions. Holy crap, a Celestial Fireglass Stone. I recall someone snagging one at a previous auction. They shelled out a whopping 50 million for it. Trading this Heavenly Fireglass Stone for that black piece of junk? Talk about extravagance. Seeing the envious stares from the crowd around him, Long Zhe felt even more confident. This is a Celestial Fireglass Stone. Have you ever seen one, you piece of trash? Damn it, even though we traded a Heavenly Fireglass Stone for such a worthless piece of rock, seeing that kid's sour expression makes me happy. Xia Bingyao chimed in with a cold laugh. Don't be ridiculous. Someone like him? How could he possibly have seen a Celestial Fireglass Stone? What's so great about it? Ji Hongyue retorted angrily. Fortunately, father gave me quite a few treasures before this outing. I refuse to believe I can't find something more precious than this Heavenly Fireglass Stone. Seeing Ji Hongyue rummaging through her belongings, Li Jiuyue smiled gently and gave her a light pat on the head. Hongyue, leave the minor matters to me. Just as Li Jiuyue was about to retrieve the evolution divine stone, the crimson flame tiger picked up the Heavenly Fireglass Stone and examined it closely. This is indeed a Heavenly Fireglass Stone, and a top-grade specimen at that. The Crimson Flame Tiger clan has a particular fondness for fire energy. They especially cherished items imbued with fire energy. And this Celestial Fireglass Stone contained exceptionally potent fire energy. Absorbing this Heavenly Fireglass Stone would undoubtedly elevate its power significantly. This stone is mine. With that, Long Zhe reached out to grab the black stone from the table. Li Jiuyue casually tapped the stone on the table, sending it sliding to the other side. What's the rush? You haven't even shown your item yet. Fine. I'll see what kind of junk you can produce. Long Zhe sneered coldly, adopting a look of anticipation. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Li Jiuyue's hand.
They all wanted to see what this boy, known as the cursed child, could possibly produce. Li Jiuyue smiled and pulled the evolutionary divine stone from his pocket. At first glance, this evolution divine stone looked like an ordinary rock. It wasn't as beautiful as the heavenly fireglass stone, nor did it radiate the same intense energy. It was just an ordinary stone. Upon seeing Li Jiuyue produce such an ordinary stone, Longzhe finally burst into laughter.
Ha 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 ha. This is what you brought? It's just some crappy rock you picked up off the road.
Xia Bingyao sneered, exactly. And you couldn't even pick a decent one. This rock is hideous. The others joined in with their own criticisms.
Seriously, it's just a plain rock. I don't see anything special about it.
True to form for the cursed child, even the rock he picked is cursed.
Ha ha, that's spot on.
Ignoring the mocking voices, Li Jiuyue kept his gaze fixed on the crimson flame tiger before the stall. At that moment, the crimson flame tiger's eyes were fixed on the evolution divine stone resting on the table.
Wasn't this precisely the evolution divine stone that the entire crimson flame tiger clan spent their entire lives searching for?
After sensing the stone's aura once more, the crimson flame tiger roared, silencing everyone present.
Shut up!
It carefully cradled the evolution divine stone in its paws, examining it closely.
At that moment, Li Jiuyue spoke calmly. Well then, how about trading this stone for yours? Will you trade?
Trade. 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 Of course I'll trade. The crimson flame tiger was so overcome with excitement it could barely form coherent words.
Trading this evolution divine stone for some unknown piece of junk? That was a deal it wouldn't get in a million lifetimes. You're not joking, are you?
The crimson flame tiger could scarcely believe it.
Until Li Jiuyue spoke again. Of course. Then, this stone is mine now. Absolutely.
The crimson flame tiger swiftly tucked the evolution divine stone away, as if afraid Li Jiuyue might change his mind. But this exchange between the two infuriated Longzhe standing nearby.
Wait. Chapter 144, I'm your ancestor. Hold on. Do you even know how to do business?
That guy pulled out some crappy stone and swapped it for the thing you had.
Longzhe snapped angrily.
He was starting to suspect whether this beastman was actually a plant hired by Li Jiuyue. He refused my precious Skyfire glass stone, yet insisted on some worthless piece of junk instead.
Was he brain dead?
Glancing at the furious Longzhe beside him, the crimson flame tiger showed him no mercy.
Whether I know how to do business or not, I don't need you to teach me.
Your piece of celestial fire glass is precious, but compared to this gentleman's, it's nothing.
Take your stone back. This one belongs to him.
With that, the crimson flame tiger handed the stone on the table to Li Jiuyue with both hands.
Thank you,
Li Jiuyue murmured with a faint smile, accepting the stone. At that moment, Longzhe, seething with frustration, lunged forward and grabbed the other half of the stone with both hands.
This single act finally pushed Li Jiuyue over the edge.
Don't mistake me for a sickly cat just because the tiger hasn't roared. Just as he was about to discipline Longzhe with his controller's hand, the shadow black dragon in his mental realm suddenly spoke.
Hey, kid, someone's challenging you.
But this one does carry a trace of my dragon bloodline within him. So you're saying this guy's profession is dragon-related?
Li Jiuyue was taken aback.
The shadow black dragon nodded.
If we go by seniority, he should be calling me ancestor. Never would have guessed.
Li Jiuyue chuckled. The shadow black dragon declared smugly, never mind.
That brat looks like he's asking for trouble. This dragon will reluctantly step in and teach him a lesson for you.
Whoosh! The moment the shadow black dragon finished speaking, an overwhelming mental pressure surged directly into Longzhe's mind. It was a bloodline suppression, a natural, innate bloodline suppression. Buzz! As Longzhe felt the shadow black dragon's suppression, a sharp pain shot through his head, and an unknown panic suddenly gripped his heart. His heartbeat accelerated wildly, and for a split second, it felt as though all his strength had been drained.
What the hell is going on? Why does my body suddenly feel so off?
For some reason, I sense a faint trace of dragon blood on this brat.
No, impossible. He's nothing but accursed. How could he possess dragon power? I must be sensing wrong. The next second, Longzhe's right hand felt like it had been electrocuted. The intense pain made him yank his hand back immediately.
Kid, I'll let you off this time. But when the Four Courts tournament comes around, I'll show you what true fear really is.
I'll be waiting. Bingyao, let's go. Though reluctant, Longzhe took Xia Bingyao's hand and walked away from the stall.
Only after Longzhe had walked more than 10 meters away did that soul-piercing pressure gradually fade.
Longzhe, what's gotten into you? Xia Bingyao frowned and asked. Forget it, Bingyao. We can't kill him here anyway. Let him live a couple more days.
You're right.
Fine, let him live a couple more days.
At the Crimson Flame Tiger's stall, Chi Yin Tiger clasped his hands together, his eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude toward Li Jiuyue. Sir, by entrusting this divine stone to me, I pledge to regard you as a lifelong friend of our Crimson Flame Tiger clan. After saying this, the Crimson Flame Tiger pulled out a meticulously carved tooth from his pocket. Sir, this is the token of trust among us Crimson Flame Tigers. Wherever you carry this token, the Crimson Flame Tigers will treat you as their honored guest. Very well, in that case, I shall accept it without hesitation. Li Jiuyue made no pretense of refusal, reaching out to take the tooth. Though the Crimson Flame Tiger clan wasn't particularly powerful, their numbers were truly vast. With this token in hand, it would spare him some unnecessary trouble. Let's go, Red Moon. We'll explore around. Okay. Watching Long Zhe and the others slink away in defeat, Ji Hongyue couldn't have been happier. She turned, grabbed Li Jiuyue's hand, and happily began wandering through the night market. The night market at the national gambling city was vast. By the time the two had finished exploring, it was already deep into the night. This night market trip truly allowed the two of them to snag some real treasures. But the price they paid was that Li Jiuyue's identity as the cursed child could no longer be concealed. The night market was a melting pot of all sorts of people. Word spread like wildfire. 1 told 10, 10 told 100, 100 told 1,000. People had only known the cursed child was a teenager in his late teens or early 20s, without knowing his face. But after this incident, everyone had come to know Li Jiuyue all too well. Back at the hotel where they were staying, Li Jiuyue collapsed onto the plush bed. Hey, old dragon, you said this thing is dragon scale, come out and show us what it can do. Swish. At that moment, the shadow black dragon, fully healed, transformed into a small black dragon and darted out from Li Jiuyue's spiritual realm. I wasn't lying to you. Alright, try burning it with fire. Li Jiuyue hesitated for a moment, then summoned flames with his right hand and placed the stone upon them to scorch it. Crackle, crackle. Before long, the intense flames had completely scorched away the stone's jet-black exterior. After more burning, the pitch-black stone transformed into a black scale. Holy crap, it really is a dragon scale. At that moment, the system prompted him. Dragon scale. Item level? Item attributes? Item traits? Item description? Seeing the string of question marks the system displayed, Li Jiuyue couldn't help but twitch his lips. Holy crap, even the system can't detect it? What kind of scales are these? Hey, what kind of scales are these anyway? The shadow black dragon soared freely through the air. How should I know? All I know is it's a dragon scale. Never said I knew which dragons. Li Jiuyue, damn it. Damn it, if this dragon scale is from some ordinary dragon, I'm getting ripped off big time. Damn it, that shameless old dragon. The shadow black dragon shot him a disdainful glance before speaking earnestly. Rest assured, I can sense a powerful soul within this scale. As for how to awaken it, that's your problem. Fine, I'll trust you. I happen to have a skill right now that can awaken this slumbering soul. Divine Beast Summoning. Skill property, this skill can only be activated using specific items. Skill description, summons a divine beast, such as a dragon. Phew. Well then, let me give it a shot and see what kind of dragon this really is. Chapter 145, Summoning the Dragon God of the Netherworld. Seeing Li Jiuyue rubbing his hands together with excitement, the shadow black dragon felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Hey, human, you're not seriously planning to awaken the soul within this dragon scale, are you? Li Jiuyue stretched his limbs, then placed the black scale right in the center of the table. Yes, I am. What's the problem? Heh, nothing. I think I'll step aside for now. The shadow black dragon chuckled softly before slipping back into Li Jiuyue's mental realm. Damn it, this kid is completely insane. If the dragon he summons is higher rank than me, I'm done for. No wonder the shadow black dragon was so terrified. After all, a noble dragon now submitting to a mere human, if word got out, it would be an utter disgrace to their entire dragon clan. However, Li Jiuyue had no idea what the shadow black dragon was thinking at that moment. He only sensed that it seemed a bit off today. It's just summoning the dragon clan, your own kind, after all. What's there to hide from? Li Jiuyue waved his hand in exasperation before activating the skill. Just then, the system alert sounded. Specific item, this item must possess a trace of divine beast essence, or blood, to complete the summoning of a beast. Damn it, I forgot. I still need a drop of dragon blood. Shadow, come out. Give me a drop of your blood. This. Fine, whatever. The shadow black dragon split off a drop of blood from its world and gave it to Li Jiuyue. After obtaining the dragon blood, Li Jiuyue carefully dripped it onto the black dragon scale before him. The moment the blood touched the surface, the black dragon scale erupted with an intensely dazzling black light. Now! Seizing the moment, Li Jiuyue swiftly activated his Divine Beast Summoning skill. Divine Beast Summoning. The very next second after the skill's successful activation, a faint and extremely fragile black soul drifted out from within the dragon scales. At first glance, the black soul appeared to take the shape of a dragon. Shadow didn't deceive me, there truly is a dragon soul inside. Li Jiuyue rejoiced. Before his joy could linger, an ethereal voice, heavy with oppressive force, echoed through the chamber. Who dares awaken this sovereign? Merely hearing that voice caused Li Jiuyue's heart to begin pounding violently for no apparent reason, his body feeling suppressed. A mere voice could restrict his movements. This dragon soul must have been of considerable rank in life.
The Shadow Black Dragon was royalty among the dragon clans. Could this dark shadow before him be even more powerful than the Shadow Black Dragon? Never mind that, ask first. Li Jiuyue lowered his voice. It was me. I awakened you. Swish. Seconds later, the ethereal dragon silhouette suspended in midair opened its eyes. Human? Human, you're courting death, how dare you disturb my slumber? Boom. Upon realizing it was a human who had awakened it, Yomi erupted in fury. The immense soul force it unleashed instantly engulfed the entire hotel. Especially in Li Jiuyue's room, everything around him, including himself, became tainted with an eerie black aura. No, rather than an aura, it resembled pulsating black flames. It seems I truly awakened an ancient ancestor of the dragon clan. Li Jiuyue showed no panic, colliding his own formidable soul power head-on with Yomi's. Ultimate fear. In the next instant, he unleashed ultimate terror. Yomi had no time to react before being struck directly. Under the relentless erosion of ultimate fear, the netherworld's soul power rapidly weakened. Until it vanished completely, leaving only a shattered trace of energy. Human, what kind of technique did you use? Li Jiuyue turned and sat down on the sofa. Now you can finally listen to me properly. Shadow, introduce yourself. Shadow Black Dragon. The Shadow Black Dragon remained utterly silent, as if dead. Fine, playing dead, huh? Li Jiuyue growled lowly, directly expelling the Shadow Black Dragon from his mental realm. You. Before it could utter a word of protest, the sight of the ethereal figure before it sent it crashing to the ground in terror. Descendant Shadow greets Lord Yomi. Li Jiuyue frowned in confusion. Lord Yomi? As a noble dragon, why would you stoop to serving a mere human? Yomi thundered. Lord Yomi, I. Before the Shadow Black Dragon could explain, Li Jiuyue interrupted. Hold on, what exactly is this Yomi's status among the dragon clan that warrants such reverence from you? The Shadow Black Dragon, flattered and trembling, explained. 10 dragon gods exist in this world. Each possesses the power to destroy it. Their emergence would spell disaster for all creation. And the one before us, named Lord Yomi, is one of these 10 dragon gods. Incidentally, Lord Yomi's power ranks among the top 3 of the 10 dragon gods. He is the dragon god who governs life and death. The last 2 sentences were conveyed by the Shadow Black Dragon through soul transmission. So that's how it is. Li Jiuyue nodded thoughtfully. He really knew little about the history of the dragon clan. Having such an encyclopedia at hand saved him a lot of trouble. Yomi declared, Human, now that you know my identity, why haven't you knelt? Please, don't get it twisted, I'm the one in control now. Li Jiuyue retorted, even if you were once one of the 10 dragon gods, you're nothing but a shattered soul now. If it weren't for this young master kindly waking you up, you'd still be stuck inside that damn stone. You. Yomi was momentarily speechless. On this point, it couldn't refute Li Jiuyue. If not for that single drop of the Shadow Black Dragon's blood, it would likely still be slumbering away. Even so what? Had I not been betrayed, how could I have ended up in this wretched state? Human, don't think that just because you awakened me, I'll obey your every command. Seeing Yomi about to launch into another tirade, Li Jiuyue grew impatient and scratched his ear. Enough. If that's how you feel, then crawl back into this stone. With that, he immediately attempted to force Yomi back into the dragon scales using his immense soul power. Witnessing such utter disrespect from the human before him, Yomi gritted his dragon teeth in fury. Human! How dare you treat me this way? I am the dragon god. You're courting death. Li Jiuyue sneered dismissively, paying no heed to his words. I couldn't care less if you're a dragon god or a bird god. I awakened you, not to listen to your endless babbling. Forget it. You're just a useless dragon anyway. Might as well kill you outright. Chapter 146, I'm the boss, you're the underling. Just kill you outright. Li Jiuyue casually waved his hand, about to strike, when the Shadow Black Dragon suddenly darted forward, blocking the path before Yomi. Wait. Hold on. Li Jiuyue was taken aback by the Shadow Black Dragon's intervention. Oh, don't tell me you're protecting this dying old dragon? I awakened it precisely because I hoped it could offer me some assistance. Now. It's just a fading soul that's useless to me. Why should I keep it? Upon hearing this, Yomi was about to speak, but the Shadow Black Dragon hurriedly cut him off. Lord Yomi, please hear me out. Speak. Yomi growled through clenched teeth. The Shadow Black Dragon leaned in close and whispered into Yomi's ear. Lord Yomi, there's an ancient saying in the human world, as long as the green mountains remain, we needn't fear the lack of firewood. My lord, this young upstart is truly ruthless. It was his underhanded tactics that left me in this sorry state. Why not submit to him for now? Once your strength recovers somewhat, you can always make your next move later. Yomi hesitated for a moment. The Shadow Black Dragon's words were undeniably true. With his current meager soul power, even a single clash could shatter his spirit. At that point, revival would truly be beyond hope. It seems there's no other choice. Once I'm fully revived, I'll tear that human brat before me to pieces. When that day comes, Shadow will be by your side, declared the Shadow Black Dragon. Yet beneath its words, the Shadow Black Dragon couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Lord Shadow, you must be cautious. This human before us is cunning and deceitful. Fear not, but once you regain your power, he may well play you like a puppet in the palm of his hand. After the Shadow Black Dragon's counsel, Lord Yomi gradually calmed the rage within his heart. Human, let us make a deal. Oh? Tell me more. Li Jiuyue's eyes flashed with interest. What kind of deal could possibly save your dragon life? Yu Ming declared solemnly, restore my soul power, and I shall protect you for all eternity. The moment Yomi spoke these words, Li Jiuyue immediately shook his head. This deal's not worth it. What if you turn on me after I restore your soul power? Yu Ming snorted coldly, patting his dragon chest in assurance. Oomph. I am the dragon god. How could I betray anyone like you humans do? Li Jiuyue shook his head repeatedly. That won't do. Words alone aren't proof. If you sign a contract with me, then I might reluctantly agree. At the mere mention of signing a contract, anger flared in Yomi's eyes, nearly spitting fire. What? I am the dragon god. How dare you suggest I sign a contract with a mere human? Don't get too cocky. Li Jiuyue sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking down on him with an air of superiority. Right now, you're the one begging me, not the other way around. Even if I spare your life, without soul energy intake, your soul will completely dissipate within half a month. Lord Yomi, what he says is true. Fine. I'll agree to your terms. There you go. From now on, I'm the boss, and you're the underling. Yomi, you. In his heart, Lord Yomi was itching to tear the human before him in two, but his current physical state simply wouldn't allow it. Thus, Yameng was forced to sign a contract with Li Jiuyue. Once the contract was sealed, their fates became intertwined. One rose, one fell, both fell. If Li Jiuyue was injured, Yu Ming would feel the pain too. And as Li Jiuyue grew stronger, so too would Yomi. The fates of the human and the dragon became inextricably bound. Should either party attempt to forcibly break the pact, the violator would suffer a devastating backlash. The dissolution of the physical body is but a minor consequence. The soul itself will be utterly obliterated, never to be reborn. Speak. How can this be reversed? Li Jiuyue demanded. I must absorb the death energy of heaven and earth. Yomi declared proudly, I am the dragon god of death. Only by absorbing death energy, resentment, and all negative forces can I recover. Li Jiuyue pondered for a moment, then nodded. I see. Enter my spiritual realm first. I will restore you. Yameng spoke with great solemnity, his tone even carrying a hint of pleading. Human, my soul can endure no longer than 7 days. If I cannot absorb death energy within that time, I shall vanish. 7 days, I understand. Upon hearing Li Jiuyue's promise, Yoming finally darted into his spiritual realm. A flash of surprise flickered across the Shadow Black Dragon's eyes, followed by an involuntary gasp of admiration. Boy, I must say, you're the boldest human I've ever encountered. You're the first human who dared to treat a dragon god like a subordinate. Alright, if there's nothing else, you may leave. I need to rest. Ha! You're absolutely insane, kid. The Shadow Black Dragon roared with laughter as it vanished back into Li Jiuyue's mind. Only after his room fell completely silent did Li Jiuyue collapse onto his bed, utterly exhausted. Sigh. Another pile of trivial matters to deal with. He had originally hoped to harness the power of this dragon's soul to boost his strength, preparing for any unexpected situations during the 4 Academies tournament. But unexpectedly, not only did his strength fail to increase, he'd also stirred up a whole mess of trouble. Now he had to help this so-called dragon god recover? This was nothing but looking for trouble. Then again, he was genuinely curious to witness just how formidable this netherworld dragon god had been at its peak. Lost in these thoughts, Li Jiuyue drifted into a deep sleep. The next day passed without incident. By the 3rd day, the long-awaited 4 Academies tournament finally commenced. That day, Ji Yon led the group out of the hotel. Fully prepared, they headed toward the capital's largest arena. It was said that the sovereign himself would personally announce the rules for this 4 Academies tournament there. On the way to the arena, Li Jiuyue encountered not only Xia Bingyao and the others, but also members from other academies. Though no words were exchanged between them, the clash of their gazes alone sparked intense sparks. Suddenly remembering something, Li Jiuyue scanned the surroundings. Oh right, Hongyue, weren't people from other nations supposed to be here? Why haven't I seen any? Before Ji Hongyue could answer, a group clad in black swiftly passed by them. Ji Hongyue explained, those are the contestants from other nations. Li Jiuyue nodded, watching the receding figures ahead. In that moment, he unexpectedly sensed a familiar aura. Whoa, this aura. I swear I've encountered it somewhere before. Could I be mistaken? Chapter 147, World Instance, the 4 Academies Grand Competition begins. Seeing Li Jiuyue's furrowed brow, Ji Hongyue couldn't help but ask. What's wrong, Jiuyue? He shook his head. Nothing. Maybe I misread it.
Just then, one of the instructors walking ahead seemed to sense something and abruptly turned to look back. But by then, Li Jiuyue and the others had already vanished into the crowd.
Ha? Could I have misread it? Another instructor approached and asked, "What's wrong? Someone following us?"
The man shook his head.
No, I must be overreacting. Relax. We're all so well prepared. Now let's just sit back and enjoy the show. True enough. After walking for some time, the group finally arrived at the arena in the capital city. The arena was enormous, nearly as large as 3 Tianqing Academy dueling grounds combined.
At the sight of this immense arena, some battle-hungry souls could barely contain their excitement.
What a huge arena!
Fighting here must be incredibly exhilarating.
What's the rush? Haven't you seen the stands surrounding the arena?
They'll be packed with people.
Just don't chicken out when the time comes. Bull! When have I ever been stage fright?
Hearing the 2 trainees bickering behind him, Tian Xian muttered a low rebuke.
Quiet!
After a long pause, a middle-aged man of about 34 slowly ascended the elevated platform of the arena. Dressed in exquisitely ornate robes, he walked with steady, measured steps, radiating an aura of regal authority.
Could this be? Li Jiuyue asked. It was his first time in the capital, and he had never seen the sovereign before. Yet judging by his imposing bearing, it was almost certainly him. Indeed, he is the sovereign of Xia Kingdom. Ji Honyue explained from the side. As the sovereign stepped forward, several figures appeared at his side. One of them was someone Li Jiuyue had seen before, the sword god who had fought alongside him against the beast-tide, Zhong Wutian. Oh, he's here too.
Noticing Li Jiuyue's gaze fixed on Zhong Wutian, Ji Honyue leaned closer and whispered. September, he's the famed sword god, a figure of immense power. The sovereign invited him here to intimidate those with ulterior motives.
I see. Minutes later, everyone had assembled.
The sovereign surveyed the arena filled with fiercely determined competitors, his eyes brimming with amusement. Your Majesty, the prodigies from the 4 great academies are all here now. He nodded cheerfully and announced loudly, welcome to the capital, geniuses.
I trust many of you are eager to begin.
So I'll make this brief and introduce the first stage of the 4 academies competition. At the ruler's command, a high-ranking official beside him waved his hands, instantly opening a portal behind the crowd. The sovereign continued, as you can see, passing through this portal will transport you into the world instance. At the words world instance, the crowd fell silent.
Red Moon, what exactly is this world instance? I've never heard of it before, Li Jiuyue asked in confusion.
Ji Honyue smiled gently and patiently explained, this so-called world instance is essentially a large-scale trial battlefield.
Its spatial dimensions are immense, even the instance space opened by the academy is less than 1/10 of its size.
So that's what it is. Li Jiuyue nodded earnestly, then listened intently to the ruler's next words. For every word he uttered next held profound significance.
The sovereign cleared his throat twice before continuing. I'm sure everyone has some understanding of world instances. But the world instance here is slightly different. I shall now explain it in detail.
In essence, this world instance is not a space created by the sovereign's subordinates, but an independently existing realm.
Its vastness is extraordinary, teeming with monstrous beasts, and devoid of any protective measures.
Unlike the dungeon trial at Tianqing Academy, where shattering your badge would teleport you out, there is no such mechanism here. As for the ranking system, participants must slay these beasts to obtain their beast cores. Final rankings are determined by the quantity and value of these cores collected.
Unlike previous trials, this time the rankings directly count toward the academies.
In other words, each academy fought for itself. All beast cores obtained were accumulated, and then the overall ranking was calculated. The world instance will be open for 3 days. It all comes down to which academy collects the most beast cores within that time frame.
Upon hearing the sovereign's detailed explanation, everyone understood the rules for the first round of the 4 academies competition. Everyone understands the rules, correct? One more thing, upon entering the world dungeon, you will be randomly teleported.
Should any participant unfortunately perish within the world dungeon, their team will permanently lose 1 member. Even if they participate in subsequent rounds, that team will only be able to field 3 members.
Is that clear to everyone?
Understood, the group responded in unison.
Li Jiuyue's expression grew solemn as he began strategizing for the next move. Random teleportation introduces far too many variables. A poor teleportation location could easily lead to being outnumbered. Additionally, once you all enter the world instance, I will activate the holographic projection. We'll be able to see every move you make inside the instance. Alright, everyone, prepare to enter the world instance.
Yes.
The group responded in unison, then began scrambling to enter the teleportation gate behind them. Li Jiuyue cautioned, once inside the world dungeon, exercise utmost caution. Also, I've imbued each of you with some water energy. As long as you're inside, I'll be able to sense your location. Should you face a fatal attack, that water energy will automatically defend you, but only once. Ji Honyue smiled. Got it. Su Ying nodded, feeling a warm glow inside. Thanks a lot. Mo Qianyu moved closer to Li Jiuyue and raised an eyebrow. Oh? So worried about me, are you? Everyone be careful. Prioritize your safety while hunting as many beasts as possible. Got it. After Li Jiuyue gave a few final instructions, the four of them stepped into the teleportation gate one after another. Buzz. With a loud hum, Li Jiuyue opened her eyes once more to find herself standing in the middle of the desert. Holy crap, a desert? This world instance is playing a bit too big, isn't it? Chapter 148, Boundless Desert Beast Slaughter Machine. Holy crap, where the hell did they dump me? Is this even still China? Surveying the endless expanse of desert stretching before him, Li Jiuyue's lips twitched. World instances truly lived up to their reputation. This was hell mode from the get-go. The boundless desert stretched as far as the eye could see. Getting out of here would likely take an eternity. But if there were enough beasts lurking in this wasteland, slaughtering them here might not be so bad. With that thought, Li Jiuyue wasted no more time and began walking around the edges of the desert. Hopefully I'll run into some rank beasts or something. If they're even stronger, that'd be perfect. His current worry wasn't that the beasts in this desert were too high level, but rather that there simply weren't many beasts here at all. Just as Li Jiuyue was lost in these thoughts, a rustling sound of something crawling came from beneath the sand. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. He leapt backward, dodging out of the area. The very next second after his evasion, a razor-sharp barbed spike erupted from beneath the desert surface. Immediately after, the creature that had ambushed Li Jiuyue from beneath the sand rapidly emerged. A scorpion? Before Li Jiuyue could recover from his shock, the system provided information on the strange beast. Monster name, Desert Poison Scorpion. Monster level, A. Type, Scorpion. Attributes, Venom, Bite. Abnormal beast skills, Venomous Barbs, Venom Spray. Alright, I was just looking for a place to vent my frustration. You'll be the first to feel my wrath, you little scorpion. A smirk curled at Li Jiuyue's lips as he summoned Wolf Fang's claws and charged toward the desert scorpion with lightning speed. Sensing danger, the desert scorpion instinctively counterattacked. First, it extended its venomous barbs, repeatedly stinging the ground where Li Jiuyue had passed. Then it sprayed venomous poison, attempting to dissolve Li Jiuyue entirely. However, its attack speed was far too slow. The moment the scorpion launched its attack, Li Jiuyue circled behind it and swiftly severed its head with a single claw strike. After eliminating the scorpion, Li Jiuyue plundered its base attribute points and skills. Alright, let me see if this scorpion has a beast core. Even seasoned professionals who'd battled exotic beasts for years couldn't always tell at a glance whether one possessed a beast core. To confirm this, one must open its head. Li Jiuyue proceeded to split open the desert scorpion's head. Unfortunately, there was no beast core inside. But he wasn't giving up. Desert scorpions were social creatures. If one appeared here, its nest must be nearby. Following the scorpion's tracks, Li Jiuyue walked for about 10 minutes before finally locating an enormous sand dune. This dune was enormous, hardly resembling a place where desert scorpions would dwell. Could it be something huge lives inside this dune? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the desert scorpions within the dune seemed to sense danger and swarmed out en masse. Their sheer numbers were staggering, swarming so densely it sent a chill down one's spine. But it didn't end there. To Li Jiuyue's astonishment, an enormous desert scorpion burst through the sand dune and emerged from within. Ha! I knew it. There's definitely something big in here. Fine, I'll be damned if I don't believe you now you've got no beast core in your head. With that, Li Jiuyue charged straight into the fray, locking horns with the swarm of desert scorpions. 10 minutes later, the battle ended with Li Jiuyue's complete victory. Every single desert scorpion, including the largest one, had been utterly annihilated. With the threat eliminated, Li Jiuyue eagerly opened their heads to check for beast cores inside. 5 minutes later, staring at the 5 blood-stained beast cores in his hands, Li Jiuyue was utterly frustrated. He had slain nearly 100 desert scorpions in total, yet only 5 beast cores. It seemed this dungeon trial wasn't just about strength. Luck played a significant role too. Whatever. Every little bit helps. Might as well take them. After stashing the 5 precious beast cores into his pocket, Li Jiuyue suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Damn, I almost forgot this point. I'm a beast master. There's no need to go searching for strange beasts, I can just make them come to me. This desert is vast. Even if I found a few beasts, there was no guarantee they'd have cores inside them. But if I hunted a large number of beasts, that would be a different story. Out of 100 beasts, there'd be at least a dozen or 2 beast cores. The moment this thought struck, Li Jiuyue wasted no time. He immediately unleashed his formidable mental energy, sweeping it across every visible stretch of the desert. Next, he commanded all the exotic beasts hidden beneath the desert to reveal themselves and approach him. Before long, hundreds of beasts swarmed around Li Jiuyue. Moreover, according to the system's individual prompts, he discovered that among these beasts were several A+ rank creatures. This is it. Sorry about this. These beasts were now under Li Jiuyue's control. Their mental strength was too weak to mount any resistance. Half an hour later, every beast had a hole drilled through its skull. The number of beast cores in Li Jiuyue's possession now reached 47. Among them were even 3 A+ grade beast cores. The moment these cores were extracted, their texture and the boost they provided to one's power were in a completely different league compared to the previous cores several tiers above. Afterward, he scanned the area with his mental senses and confirmed no other beasts remained nearby. No more beasts nearby. Time to check other areas. Li Jiuyue spread his black angel wings and soared into the sky, swiftly heading toward a nearby location. Throughout his flight, he continuously scanned the area with his psychic senses for any traces of beasts. The moment he detected any trace of a beast's presence, he would descend immediately to eliminate it. In an instant, Li Jiuyue became the grim reaper of this boundless desert. The low-level beasts, seeing him as if they saw death itself, scrambled to burrow deep into the desert sands. Yet even then, Li Jiuyue managed to drag them all out. Repeating this relentlessly for half a day, the beast cores in his possession reached a staggering 176. Of course, luck played a part in this haul. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to obtain so many beast cores. Li Jiuyue's relentless hunt left not a single beast alive in this half of the desert. This half is completely devoid of beasts now. Time to check over there. After flying for a short while, he spotted 2 figures walking through the desert. Heh, looks like more beast cores for the taking. Chapter 149, Robbery. Hand over those beast cores. The beasts may not have cores left inside them, but there's no rule saying I can't snatch the cores right out of someone else's hands. This is way faster than hunting beasts. Li Jiuyue's lips curled into a mischievous grin. He retracted the black angel wings and began walking toward the pair on foot. The two had no idea what awaited them. Both were students of Tianxian Academy. Though not originally in the same team, fate had coincidentally assigned them to this barren desert. With no other choice, they formed a temporary team. After all, the Academy rankings for this world instance would be determined by the final tally of beast cores collected. Which meant it wasn't time for infighting yet. As they trudged along, their complaints grew louder. Damn it, teleporting us to this godforsaken place with not a soul in sight. Hell, forget people, we haven't even spotted many beasts. And look at the measly handful of beast cores we've got. The man weighed the beast cores in his hand exactly 20. Well, I've got a few more than you. The other counted his own beast cores and found he had 25. Man, if only we could run into someone. Just as the two were wishing for this, a man walked straight toward them. Holy, look! Someone's practically walking right into our hands. Damn it, after all this time, we finally run into a living soul. This guy must have come from that half of the desert. He's gotta have a bunch of beast cores on him. We'll split them right down the middle. Fine, split it. Just don't let him get away. Ha 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 ha. This is the desert, how far could he possibly run in this open space? The two men laughed as they discussed their plans, already deciding Li Jiuyue's fate and the beast cores in his possession. Little did they know, the mantis and the sparrow had quietly switched positions. Soon, Li Jiuyue stumbled right into the path of these two. Before he could utter a word, the two men arrogantly thrust out their hands, demanding the beast core. You're out of luck running into us, kid. Hand over every last beast core you've got. Hey, Lu Qi, this kid looks familiar. Zhang Si narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Jiuyue closely. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind, matching Li Jiuyue perfectly. Holy, this kid is the cursed child. Damn it, I knew he looked familiar, turns out he's just a cursed piece of trash. Damn it, what rotten luck. Why did we run into this piece of trash on the road? Exactly. We were hoping to make a killing, but who knew? The two grew angrier the more they thought about it, their eyes practically seething with hatred, as if they wanted to tear Li Jiuyue apart right then and there. What should we do? Just kill the kid. Lu Qi snapped, already drawing his weapon. Agreed. Let's see if he's got anything valuable on him, maybe a beast core. Zhang Si nodded vigorously in full agreement. Damn it, what chance does a loser like him have of carrying a beast core? Forget it. Let's just teach him a lesson to vent our anger. Exchanging a knowing glance, the two men strode purposefully toward Li Jiuyue. Kid, you're done for. You're unlucky to run into us. Seeing their arrogant, overconfident expressions, Li Jiuyue couldn't help but chuckle bitterly inside. Sigh. Who knows who's really going to be the unlucky one? Alright then, hand over every beast core you two have, and I'll spare your lives. Hearing this, the two burst into uncontrollable laughter as if they'd heard the biggest joke in the world. Ha ha ha. Did I hear that right? You, a worthless piece of trash, want the beast cores in our hands? Ha 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 ha. Cursed child, you must be so cursed you've lost your mind. Exactly. We haven't even asked for your beast cores, yet you're flipping the script. Guess we're not talking then? Li Jiuyue took a step forward, shrugging helplessly. We're giving you face here, aren't we? You're just. But before Lu Qi could finish his sentence, Li Jiuyue vanished from his spot in an instant. Before Lu Qi could react, Li Jiuyue's fist shattered his heart. To prevent any last-minute tricks, Li Jiuyue followed up with a slashing blow, cleanly severing his head. Lu Qi was dead. As the beast cores rolled one by one from his hands onto the ground, Zhang Si finally began to comprehend what had happened. You're not. What? Surprised. Li Jiuyue said indifferently. Watching Li Jiuyue approach step by step, Zhang Si instinctively took a step back. He wanted to fight back instinctively, but for some reason, seeing that headless corpse on the ground, all the strength seemed to drain from his body. No, impossible. This absolutely can't be. You're just accursed, how could you possibly possess such power? I refuse to believe it. Zhang Si gritted his teeth and fought back with every ounce of strength. Yet, in Li Jiuyue's eyes, his desperate struggle was nothing but laughable. Swish! Zhang Si's attack was effortlessly dodged by Li Jiuyue, who then moved behind him with lightning speed. Buzz! In that instant, Zhang Si felt a chill run down his spine, his entire body covered in goosebumps. Just as Li Jiuyue prepared to strike, Zhang Si played his final trump card. His body vanished from his original position, reappearing hundreds of meters away on the barren wasteland. Damn it, how can this kid be so bizarre? No way. If I stay here, I'll end up like Lu Qi. I gotta get out of here fast. With that thought, he dared not hesitate for a second. He turned and fled into the distance. Escape? Like you can get away? Li Jiuyue was about to strike, transforming the little glutton into its beast form and suddenly surging forward. Damn it, kid, wait. Before he could finish, the laser beam from the little glutton's mouth had already fired, targeting the fleeing Zhang Si. Seeing this, Li Jiuyue pushed his speed to the absolute limit. Just as the laser was about to strike Zhang Si, he slashed off the arm holding the beast core with his blade. Aya! My hand! Zhang Si screamed in agony, but before he could react, the little Taoya's laser had already incinerated him into ashes. Whoosh! Staring at the pile of black ash where Zhang Si had been, Li Jiuyue's lips twitched. Damn it, why are you so impatient, you little brat? Thank goodness I snatched the beast core from his hand in time. Opening Zhang Si's mangled arm revealed exactly 20 beast cores inside. He then collected all 25 beast cores from the dead Lu Qi's hand. That brings the total to 221 beast cores. Gazing at the beast cores in Li Jiuyue's hands, the little Taoya's mouth watered. Roar! Yummy, I wanna eat. Whoa, little guy, you absolutely can't eat these things. I'll get you something tasty later to fill your belly. But I need to keep these. Li Jiuyue quickly stowed away the beast cores, afraid the little creature might gobble them up in one bite. Roar! The little glutton nodded dejectedly, rubbing its hollow belly. Seeing the little glutton's hungry expression, Li Jiuyue suddenly remembered someone else who was starving right now. Hey, weren't you planning to devour the death energy? These two are yours. Chapter 150, Sarcastic Taunts. The show is about to begin. Old dragon, come out and absorb your death energy. Li Jiuyue immediately summoned the netherworld from his spiritual realm. Yoming's soul power was now vastly weaker than before, feeling as if he might vanish entirely at any moment. Glancing at the corpses of the two men on the ground, Yoming's mind went blank. He usually absorbed tens of thousands of death energy at a time. The death energy from these two wasn't even enough for an appetizer. This is all the death energy? Well, every little bit helps. Just absorb it first. There'll be more later. Li Jiuyue shrugged. With no other choice, Yomi drained every last bit of death energy from the two corpses. Lu Qi and Zhang Si, stripped of their death energy, vanished completely from this world. Not even a speck of ash remained. The Yomi power, having absorbed the death energy, did recover a tiny bit, but only a tiny bit. Hey, kid, what about that big feast you promised? Let's go. Do you think I'd lie to you? Li Jiuyue shot him a dismissive glance. Then, using the Black Angel's wings, he soared into the air, heading toward the piles of slain beast corpses. Fortunately, he'd been thoughtful enough to gather all the slain beasts' corpses together beforehand. Here. This death energy should be enough for you to feast on. Li Jiuyue pointed at the heaps of beast corpses on the ground. That's more like it. Yomi gave a rare smile, licked his lips, then plunged into the pile of death energy, beginning to absorb it voraciously. Within minutes, every trace of death energy from the beasts' corpses was completely drained by Yomi. Excellent. My power has recovered to 1/10. Wait, you absorbed all that death energy and only recovered 1/10 of your strength? Li Jiuyue was speechless. After all, there were hundreds of these beasts. Yoming snorted proudly. Human. That is the height of your ignorance. I am the dragon god. Each time I absorb death energy, it's hundreds of thousands. These few little things are merely an appetizer. Alright, fine. Head back. If I find more death energy, I'll call you. Li Jiuyue rubbed his throbbing temples. Damn it, it's like worshipping an ancestor. What human could possibly match my level of attentive service? Yomi nodded in satisfaction, then with a whoosh, vanished back into Li Jiuyue's spiritual realm. Let's go, little one. There's nothing left to eat here. We should get the hell out of this place. The little glutton nodded excitedly and hopped onto Li Jiuyue's shoulder. Li Jiuyue didn't fly blindly but first sensed the water energy hidden within Ji Hongyue and the others. They're so far away from here. But thankfully, this water energy is still intact and hasn't triggered an automatic counterattack. That means the three of them are still perfectly safe.
After pinpointing the water energy's closest location, Li Jiuyue flew westward.
Half an hour after the group entered the world instance, the kingdom arena was now packed to capacity. Not a single seat remained vacant. Li Jiuyue's parents were also present in the arena. Having arrived early, they had secured an excellent vantage point. Ji Yong and the other 4 deans, along with mentors from other nations, were assigned seats on the elevated platform on the second floor. The high-ranking officials controlling the broadcast immediately focused the feed on the S-Class practitioners as soon as the world instance began. The Heavens Will Academy had 3 S-Class players, the Heavens Mystery Academy and the Heavens Pride Academy each had 2, while the Heavens Star Academy had only 1 Yihang. For this 4 academies competition, Bai Hong had even invited back several graduates from the academy. Their prowess was undeniable, and 2 of them were S-rank. Judging by this setup, he was confidently aiming for first place in this 4 academies competition. Witnessing Xia Bingyao's performance in the world instance, Bai Hong lifted his head proudly, glancing sideways at the expressions of the sovereign and the others. This time, the top spot in the 4 academies competition is ours for the taking. No sooner had he uttered these arrogant words than Tian Xian beside him gave a dismissive snort. Jumping to conclusions now is a bit premature, don't you think? If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Bai Hong's lips curled into a confident smile. He had absolute confidence in the strength of Xia Bingyao and the others. Xia Bingyao was the prodigy whom Tianling Academy had poured its entire resources into cultivating. Her future achievements would surely surpass even Sword God Zhong Wutian and others. How could she stumble here? At that moment, Nie Chuan, the headmaster of the Celestial Pride Academy, chuckled and unexpectedly directed his criticism toward Ji Yong. While the top spot remains debatable, I believe no one will dispute who lands last. The moment these words left his lips, Ji Yong's expression darkened instantly. These bastards. The overall strength of Tianqing Academy wasn't as formidable as the other 3 major academies. Moreover, they possess S-rank practitioners, superior beings capable of propelling an entire academy forward. In contrast, Tianqing Academy doesn't even have a single S-rank. That's where the gap lies. Still, Ji Yong didn't panic too much. He took a deep breath to steady his nerves. What's the rush? It's only just begun. You've got some nerves of steel. But then again, someone who dares to take in the cursed child, how could their mindset be anything but strong? That's true. As if overhearing the murmurs from the 3 beside him, the sovereign turned to his entourage and inquired. By the way, I heard that even that cursed child is participating in this 4 academies tournament? A high-ranking official named Shin De flipped through the participant list and nodded. Indeed, Your Majesty. His name appears on the Tianqing Academy roster. The sovereign sighed, a hint of displeasure in his heart. This is sheer nonsense. Allowing a cursed individual to compete, what on earth were they thinking? What's more, if he were to die in the world instance, it could affect the nation's fortune. Zhong Wutian, standing nearby, chuckled softly and offered a different perspective. One can't quite say that. This April Grand Tournament might just be more spectacular than any previous one. At that moment, Lei Shuang, missing one arm, pulled Zhong Wutian aside. Hey, old Zhong, during that time I was unconscious last time, did that kid really take down that monster all by himself? At the mention of this, Zhong Wutian's expression turned solemn. That's right. I was badly injured at the time and could only watch from the sidelines. That kid hides his true strength too well, even I wouldn't want to cross him lightly. Old Zhong, the kid does have some talent, but aren't you overestimating him a bit? Zhong Wutian chuckled. Just wait and see. This 4 academies tournament is going to be spectacular. Chapter 151, The Strange Beast of the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Crimson Sky Thunder Roar. Now that's interesting. I've never seen anyone earn such high praise from you before. Lei Shuang chuckled, clearly surprised. He knew Zhong Wutian's pride all too well. Within the entire realm of Xia, there were no more than 5 humans stronger than him. That he held such high hopes for this cursed child, could it be that the boy truly possessed something special? At this thought, Lei Shuang found himself oddly eager to see Li Jiuyue's performance in the world battlefield. But he let out a bitter laugh, glancing at the massive projection in the arena. Anticipation was one thing, but the higher-ups kept the cameras focused solely on those S-rankers, not a single shot of Li Jiuyue in sight. I can only hope that kid doesn't die in this world instance. Meanwhile, after nearly 2.5 hours of flight, Li Jiuyue finally soared out of the desert and arrived at a desolate wasteland. Finally out of this godforsaken wasteland. But his relief was short-lived. The sight of the ruined buildings stretching before him gave Li Jiuyue a headache. Though it was a world instance, the damaged structures here felt disturbingly real, as if they'd been trampled during a beast tide. The moment he stepped into the pile of ruins, Li Jiuyue sensed numerous powerful auras lingering here. What astonished Li Jiuyue even more was that these auras weren't solely from beasts, there were also over a dozen distinctly human auras present. Maybe I'll even run into someone from the academy. With that thought, Li Jiuyue quickened his pace toward the ruins ahead. As he advanced, Li Jiuyue kept scanning his surroundings. What puzzled him was, it seemed a fierce battle had taken place here. The ground was littered with the corpses of beasts, and even some contestants lay dead. Judging by the warmth of these bodies, they hadn't been dead for long. Li Jiuyue had hoped to find some loot, but upon closer inspection, he discovered the heads of the fallen beasts had already been hollowed out, their cores gone. No luck here. Never mind, better keep moving forward. Let's go. Li Jiuyue continued walking forward, but before he could take 10 steps, the sound of intense combat ahead caught his attention. He jogged to a relatively safe building and peered out at the scene. Holy crap, this fight is intense. Wait, is that? His eyes narrowed slightly, but his gaze wasn't fixed on the people. Instead, he stared at the ferocious beast before them. The creature stood tall and muscular, radiating immense power. Its coat shimmered with an electric purple-blue hue, its eyes blazing with an intense, piercing light that radiated sharpness and intelligence. Its fangs were razor-sharp, its claws piercingly pointed, and it possessed formidable offensive capabilities. What astonished Li Jiuyue was the powerful purple lightning swirling around the beast. He had witnessed firsthand how, during its attack, that purple lightning had struck the surrounding buildings. In an instant, the structure was reduced to nothing but a pile of black ash. This immense thunderous power was something even his own Thunderfire physique couldn't match. It seems this beast's rank must surpass a grade. As Li Jiuyue observed, the dozen or so warriors battling the beast gasped for breath, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads onto the ground. What on earth is this beast? Its power is terrifying. Why have I never seen it before? Me too. The purple lightning swirling around it is even more troublesome. My defenses are useless against it. Shen Baiwei, think of something. Otherwise, we'll all be wiped out, one of them shouted at the top of his lungs. Shen Baiwei's face was deathly pale. The earlier battle had drained her of considerable energy, even forcing her to resort to some hidden techniques. Yet this beast before them showed no signs of injury. If anything, it grew more savage. If this continued, things would only get worse. Shen Baiwei even took a step back before shouting, "Everyone retreat first. There's no need to exhaust all our strength for this one beast." With that, she turned and retreated without a second thought for the others' safety. Damn it, she's just leaving? Damn it, what choice do we have? We can't handle it with all of us, and you want to go alone? Forget it. Let's retreat. I'm not going to put all my eggs in one basket. With that, Shen Baiwei and several other trainees began their retreat. But as they prepared to leave, the others grew displeased. Oomph. You can leave if you want, but I'm not going anywhere. That beast is so powerful its core must be S-rank. If we take it down, our academy is set. Right. Let's go. If we attack together, we can definitely take down this beast. These individuals weren't from the same academy, they'd been forced into an alliance. Originally, two teams from Tianxian and Tianzhou academies were clashing, but when this beast suddenly intervened, they unified their target. The Tianxian academy members withdrew, but the Tianzhou academy fighters refused to back down. They charged headlong toward the beast. Li Jiuyue, who witnessed this scene from a short distance away, felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Damn, this head was practically handed to me. Just as he had predicted, those who charged forward were all killed by the beasts within seconds. Meanwhile, Shen Baiwei had already led her people to safety. Seeing Shen Baiwei escape, the beast let out a furious roar of frustration. Instead of pursuing the survivors, it slowly began to feast on their corpses. Inside the ruined building, Li Jiuyue began rubbing his hands together, his fighting spirit surging. Oomph, whatever. Since you lot couldn't take down this beast, it's mine now. I'll see for myself what level this beast truly is. Swish. In the next instant, he burst out of the building like lightning, taking 3 steps in 2 strides, and arrived before the beast. At that moment, the system issued an alert. High-risk exotic beast detected. Anomaly name, Crimson Thunder Ho, one of the 4 great fiends. Beast level, S. Beast type, roar. Beast attributes, purple lightning, classic of mountains and seas, malevolent beast, catastrophe beast. Beast traits? Beast skill? Upon hearing the system's detailed description, Li Jiuyue was utterly shocked. He had anticipated this beast being S-rank, but never imagined its background would be this formidable. So it really is an S-rank beast and one straight out of the classic of mountains and seas. This is going to be a fight. If I'm not mistaken, this beast is the ruler of this entire region. The Crimson Thunder Qilin, still feasting, spotted another reckless human appearing before it. Its expression turned fiercely enraged. Roar! Its massive paw slammed down onto one of the corpses. Boom! The man was instantly pulverized into a bloody mess, his bones crushed into white powder, a stark testament to the Crimson Thunder Beast's terrifying strength. The next instant, the enraged Crimson Sky Thunder Beast charged toward Li Jiuyue. Chapter 152, the mantis stalking the cicada, unbeknownst to the sparrow behind. Come on then. Let's settle this head on. Rock Fist. Empowered by the Rock Fist skill, Li Jiuyue's attack power doubled. He charged forward at full speed and slammed his fist into the Crimson Thunder Roar. Far from retreating, the Crimson Thunder Roar raised its razor-sharp claws to meet Li Jiuyue's fist head-on. Boom! The thunderous collision instantly drew the attention of Shen Baiwei and the others, who were in the midst of fleeing. Baiwei, something's not right here? Logically speaking, with their half-baked skills, they should all have fallen victim to that beast's claws by now. Exactly. Their strength isn't even as great as ours. How could they possibly unleash such a powerful combat shockwave? Shin Baiwei glanced back at the place they had just been. Suddenly, an idea formed in her mind. Let's go back. At the mention of this, the others immediately protested. Wait, we just barely escaped that beast's clutches after such a struggle, and now you want us to go back? Are you crazy? Exactly. Even if those people drained some of the beast's strength, we're no match for it. Shin Baiwei shook her head and began explaining her reasoning. No, you're completely missing my point. Such powerful residual energy couldn't possibly be generated by them alone. Which means someone else must be fighting that beast. By the time she reached this point, the others began to vaguely grasp what she meant. So you're saying we should swoop in and take advantage of the situation. Play the role of the third party. Hey, I'm in on that. We wait until they're both battered and bruised, then we strike and take it all. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get moving. The thought of reaping the rewards after others had fought filled them with excitement. The earlier gloom had completely vanished. Alright, follow my lead. No one acts on their own. Shin Baiwei said earnestly. Understood. The group nodded in unison. Under Shin Baiwei's lead, they quietly returned to the location where they had previously fought the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar. But when they actually arrived, the scene before them left them utterly speechless. The Imperial Arena, just minutes earlier. Upon seeing the footage of Shin Baiwei and the others departing, Tian Xian immediately sneered. Ha ha ha, Niechuan, so these are the students of your Celestial Pride Academy? They sure know how to run away fast. Niechuan didn't get angry. Instead, he fired back with even sharper words. Knowing when to retreat is also a strategic move. It's your students who lack any sense of self-awareness. See? This proves my point. Niechuan chuckled as the footage indeed showed several figures struck dead by the Crimson Thunder Roar. Seeing this, Tian Xian's mouth twisted in frustration. Damn it, this brat. Why push on stubbornly? Isn't this courting death? Niechuan delivered the final blow, that's the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar an S-rank beast. Even you might not stand a chance against it, let alone your students. Bull. It's just a beast. I could slaughter it with a flick of my finger. Tian Xian's face turned purplish red as blood rushed to his head. Just as he prepared to retort, a familiar figure appeared on the screen. The cursed child, Li Jiuyue. This was the first time Li Jiuyue had appeared on the screen in all this time. September? How did that kid suddenly show up here? Ji Yong was utterly astonished. Whoosh! A wave of commotion swept through the crowd as whispers instantly filled the air. Hey, look! That guy looks just like the cursed child everyone's been talking about lately. Not seems like that's definitely him. Ha, that kid's completely insane. With his measly strength, he actually dared to provoke a beast of that caliber. Some parents who prided themselves on their self-awareness even covered their children's eyes, fearing the bloody and brutal scene that might unfold. The moment Jiang Yi spotted Li Jiuyue, she could no longer contain her excitement, her eyes brimming with pride. Hey, did you see that? That's my son. The moment those words left her mouth, the people on either side of Jiang Yi and Li Wenbin recoiled as if they'd spotted a disaster star, hastily backing away in disgust. What rotten luck! How did we end up with this seat? We must be blind. Get away from here fast. I don't want to be cursed for the rest of my life. Jiang Yi ignored the surrounding mockery, her gaze fixed on Li Jiuyue in the projection. She clung to one conviction, her son would shine brightly in this 4 academies competition and prove them all wrong. After exchanging over a dozen blows with the Crimson Thunder Roar, Li Jiuyue felt his hands go numb from the beast's powerful strikes. Throughout these clashes, neither man nor beast had resorted to any skills, it was a pure contest of physical strength. In the Crimson Thunder Roar's mind, crushing humans with raw physical might was the greatest pride of the beast realm. What it didn't know was that the human before it hadn't even unleashed his full power. Truly worthy of an S-rank beast, its attack power is terrifying indeed. Warm-up complete. Now it's time to. Just as Li Jiuyue prepared to unleash his true power, he suddenly sensed several new auras appearing behind him. Ha! These auras feel somewhat familiar. One of them seems to belong to that woman from earlier. Li Jiuyue's mind raced, instantly grasping what the group intended to do. Are they trying to play the part of the fisherman who profits from the struggle between the clam and the snipe? Well then, I'll be the bird that catches the mantis. He chuckled inwardly, his plan already formed. Li Jiuyue charged forward once more to exchange blows with the Crimson Thunder Roar. This time, however, he kept his guard up, focusing solely on defense without attacking. He deliberately maintained a certain distance from Qishao Leiho. In the shadowy corner, Shin Baiwei and the others, witnessing this scene, were itching to intervene. From their perspective, Li Jiuyue and Qishao Leiho were clearly fighting on borrowed time. Shin Baiwei, when are we moving? I can hardly wait. But the seasoned Shin Baiwei remained composed, her gaze fixed intently on Li Jiuyue. Don't rush. The time isn't right yet. She felt an eerie familiarity with the figure before her, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Hold your horses. Let's assess the situation first. That beast still has plenty of stamina. Charging in now would be suicide. Then when exactly is the best time to strike? An impatient trainee demanded.
Shen Baiwei furrowed her delicate brows. When the one fighting is on the verge of collapse.
Chapter 153, Scheming or Being Schemed Against. What? Wait until he's nearly defeated?
I don't get it, someone beside her asked in confusion. Shen Baiwei replied earnestly, that beast's strength far exceeds our expectations. It's nearly impossible for that person alone to fight it to a stalemate.
So we wait until he's on the brink of death or killed by the beast before we strike? I can stall that beast for a while. When the time comes, we'll loot the spoils from his body. And don't overlook the corpses on the ground, they're bound to have plenty of beast cores on them too. Hearing Shen Baiwei's plan, everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with admiration. Such meticulous planning, she truly intended to make this trip worthwhile. Even if they couldn't take down that troublesome beast, the beast cores from these few people would still be a huge haul. And what if they really fought each other to mutual destruction? Then they could finish off that beast too. Wouldn't that be a huge win?
At this thought, everyone nodded in agreement, endorsing Shen Baiwei's plan.
No problem, leave these minor details to us.
Rest assured, once we've collected this fellow's spoils, we'll head straight to help you deal with that beast.
All that's left now is to wait for the right moment. Shen Baiwei said earnestly.
Yet despite having devised such a meticulous plan, a lingering unease still gnawed at her heart. She couldn't shake the feeling that the person before her was somehow familiar, even from just seeing their back. At this moment, Li Jiuyue remained unaware of Shen Baiwei and the other's secret thoughts, though he had already guessed the truth with near certainty. Li Jiuyue fought while retreating, skillfully deflecting the Crimson Thunder Roar's attacks.
More crucially, while retreating, he had subtly lured the Crimson Thunder monkey toward Shen Baiwei's position.
Seeing the moment ripe, Li Jiuyue deliberately took a hit, using his own body to absorb the full force of the Crimson Thunder Roar's strike.
Wah!
The blow proved devastatingly powerful. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward, crashing through an entire building. Li Jiuyue staggered to his feet, terror filling his eyes as he turned to flee. At that moment, Shen Baiwei, who had been observing from the shadows, spoke.
Now's your chance. Leave that man to you. Dispose of the bodies underground while you're at it. I'll hold off that beast. Roger that. Upon receiving Shen Baiwei's orders, the group sprang into action. Shen Baiwei's slender form flickered, and she vanished from her spot in an instant. Behind her, the others charged toward Li Jiuyue without leaving a trace. Li Jiuyue, hampered by his injury, moved at a significantly reduced pace. He had barely taken 2 steps before they intercepted him. Who are you? He demanded, feigning panic.
The man started to give a cocky explanation, but the person beside him had already closed in on Li Jiuyue. No need to waste words on a dead man.
Move. Die. Already injured, Li Jiuyue offered no resistance.
A single palm strike pierced his chest. The man felt it wasn't quite enough, so he punched Li Jiuyue straight through the heart. The brutal blow to the heart killed Li Jiuyue instantly, collapsing him lifeless to the ground.
Nothing but a spent shell of a worthless fool. No need to waste words on him. I'll strip him of his belongings. You lot, go assist Shen Baiwei. Understood. Inside the capital arena.
The scene of Li Jiuyue being instantly killed was witnessed by everyone present. Seeing Li Jiuyue dead, Bai Hong couldn't contain his joy and burst into laughter.
Ha 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 ha. He's dead already? That's pathetic. Ji Yon, this is the man you held in such high regard? Now he's not even worth a scrap.
Tian Xian's lips curled slightly, revealing a look of utter contempt.
Ah, what a bore. He's dead already. Ji Yon, your Tianqing Academy disciples are useless too. They can't handle beasts, and they can't handle people either. Facing the crowd's mockery, Ji Yon wasted no breath arguing back. He knew full well that Li Jiuyue's true strength was far beyond this. That kid was a god who could single-handedly hold back millions of beasts. How could he possibly die here? In the spectator stands, Zhang Yi's animated expression instantly turned despondent upon witnessing Li Jiuyue's demise.
Her complexion shifted from a faint blush to deathly pale.
Jiuyue, he.
Li Wenbin immediately tried to reassure her. It's okay, Jiuyue has plenty of tricks up his sleeve.
This might just be one of them. But the onlookers, witnessing Li Jiuyue's demise, erupted into frenzied mockery.
Ha, what a useless piece of trash.
He's dead already? He's way too weak. Seriously, how did someone like this even qualify for the 4 Academies tournament? Got it, he's here for comic relief. That's exactly what I think too.
Yet, while they were still laughing heartily, something utterly bizarre had already unfolded on the world battlefield. Just as the group prepared to loot Li Jiuyue's remains, the moment they touched the corpse, a sudden gush erupted.
Splash!
The supposedly dead Li Jiuyue rapidly melted away, ultimately dissolving into a mere puddle of water.
Witnessing this utterly bizarre spectacle, the group froze in shock. What the hell is this? Didn't I tell you to keep the body intact? Why did you dissolve the person completely? The wrongly accused man was equally bewildered, for he hadn't done anything at all. Damn it, I didn't do it. If I had that kind of power, I'd be an S rank by now. Then what the hell is this? Just as the group stood there dumbfounded, Li Jiuyue, concealed in the shadows, used the controller's hand to suspend them all midair. Whoosh! What? How did I end up floating? Me too. My body suddenly won't obey me. Just as the others were startled, Li Jiuyue, concealed in the shadows, swung his right hand. Clatter! Like balloons caught in a fierce wind, the figures shot toward Shin Baiwei's battlefield at breakneck speed. No! Shin Baiwei, get out of the way, the man shouted in terror. But it was all too late. What? Shin Baiwei spun around in shock, only to see one of her teammates drifting past her. Damn it! She screamed inwardly at the dire situation, but before she could react, it was already too late. The enraged Crimson Thunder roar claw slammed down on the person's body. Rip! The claw sliced the man clean in half, spilling blood and guts across the ground. But it didn't end there. As the others flew uncontrollably toward the Crimson Sky Thunder roar, it completely enraged the beast. Roar! The Crimson Thunder roar let out a furious roar, and the purple lightning swirling around its body began to spread relentlessly. Crackle! The moment those men touched the purple lightning, they were instantly obliterated. Their bodies exploded into fragments, scattering limbs and debris across the ground. Shin Baiwei dared not confront the purple lightning head-on, her body retreating rapidly backward. How could this happen? What just happened? Chapter 154, Cruelty to the Blossoms. What on earth is going on? I already told you all. Suddenly, Shin Baiwei remembered something and whipped her head around. The bodies that had been lying on the ground moments ago had vanished without a trace. How could this happen? Damn it, we've fallen for it. This is a trap. Only now did Shin Baiwei realize she'd fallen into a trap. She had intended to play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, positioning herself as the opportunistic oriole. But unexpectedly, she had become the mantis, while others had become the oriole. No time to waste, I have to get out of here. Shin Baiwei had no time for hesitation now. She spun around, ready to flee the ruins. Just as she took a step forward, a fireball slammed straight into her body. Whoosh! Shin Baiwei sidestepped the fireball, but she couldn't evade the attack of the Crimson Sky Thunder roar. Roar! Without unleashing any special abilities, the Crimson Sky Thunder roar simply brought down a palm strike. The force sent Shin Baiwei flying dozens of meters through the air. Her internal organs trembled violently. A metallic taste filled her throat as she spat out a mouthful of blood. She quickly wiped the blood from her lips and shouted toward the southwest. The fireball had come from that direction earlier. Could there be someone else lurking there? Who's lurking in the shadows? Seconds after her words faded, Li Jiuyue emerged leisurely from behind a cluster of abandoned buildings. The moment she saw Li Jiuyue, Shin Baiwei froze, her mind going blank. It's you? No, you were dead just now. How could this be? After clearly recognizing his face, Shin Baiwei felt a chill run through her body, sending a sudden shiver down her spine. Because the person before her, she had seen him before at the night market. The cursed child. He was the cursed child. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A cursed good-for-nothing couldn't possibly have such scheming. Shin Baiwei's hands trembled slightly as her mind raced to deduce where exactly her plan had gone wrong. What puzzled Shin Baiwei even more was how the man before her could withstand the relentless onslaught of the Crimson Sky Thunder roar. This made no sense. As Shin Baiwei reeled in shock, Li Jiuyue leaned casually against the nearby rubble and remarked indifferently. Enjoy scheming against others? How does it feel to be the one schemed against? Shin Baiwei clenched her teeth fiercely. This grudge I, Shin Baiwei, will remember it. Even with all your scheming, you still missed one crucial step. Oh? Care to explain where I went wrong? Li Jiuyue smiled. Even if I die, you alone will never be able to handle this beast. You will die too. Li Jiuyue smiled faintly as the energy within her body began to surge rapidly. You needn't trouble yourself with that. You'd better get going first. You don't have what it takes to take my life. Shin Baiwei, cornered and desperate, resolved to fight to the death. Facing certain demise anyway, she might as well take someone down with her. Just as she prepared to unleash her ultimate attack to take Li Jiuyue down with her, the latter denied her the chance to strike. In that instant, Li Jiuyue unleashed ultimate terror. Even from dozens of meters away, Shin Baiwei's movements froze in that instant, filled with endless terror and panic. He was about to strike again to finish her off, but the Crimson Thunder roar proved faster than him. Roar! It charged swiftly before Shin Baiwei, its claw smashing her skull clean off. Thus, Shin Baiwei, the prodigy of the Celestial Pride Academy, met her end on the world battlefield. In her final moments, she likely never imagined that a mere second's delay in her actions would lead to her tragic demise. Capital Arena. Upon witnessing Shin Baiwei's death, Niechuan's face darkened faster than a pot's bottom. His right fist clenched so tightly his nails dug into his flesh, blood pooling across his entire palm. Shen Baiwei, though not an S rank, was the prodigy he had painstakingly nurtured. Such a prodigy, and yet she was outmaneuvered by a worthless nobody and killed by a beast. A frenzied energy surged within Niechuan, threatening to overwhelm his control. He directed all his fury at Ji Yong standing nearby. Ji Yong, this is the student you taught. Ji Yong replied calmly, though his heart was already bursting with joy, he just couldn't show it yet. Oomph. It was all your student's carelessness. What does that have to do with mine? Don't forget, that's the world battlefield. Losing a few people in a dungeon of that level is perfectly normal, isn't it? You bastard. Hearing this, Niechuan could no longer control himself and reached out to strike. But in that instant, Sword God Zhong Wutian appeared beside him, seemingly out of nowhere. Hold your horses. Dean Niechuan, don't forget this is the capital city. Is this really how a dean should behave? Besides, that beast killed the female student. That kid seems to have nothing to do with it. Hearing Sword God Zhong Wutian's voice ringing in his ears, the furious Niechuan gradually regained his composure, though he still felt a lingering sense of resentment. He glanced back and saw the sovereign glaring at him with a frown. Niechuan took a deep breath, finally letting go of all the resentment and anger in his heart. Forget it. He flung his sleeve in irritation before slumping back into his seat. Ji Yong, don't get too excited just yet. With that good-for-nothing's abilities, he'll be the next one to die. Ji Yong curled his lip, paying no heed to the warning. Fine, let's see what happens next. How could short-sighted people like you possibly understand September's true strength? After defusing the tension between the two, Zhong Wutian returned to his seat. Now the real show begins. The sovereign failed to grasp the meaning behind Zhong Wutian's words, merely sighing to himself. It's all just petty tricks and shortcuts. This time, that kid won't escape unscathed. Yet none present grasped the gravity of the situation. Their minds were consumed solely with how Li Jiuyue might escape the clutches of this monstrous beast. But what unfolded next became a scene none of them would ever forget for the rest of their lives. After Shen Baiwei's death, the Crimson Thunder Roar turned its gaze toward Li Jiuyue, who stood not far away. Enraged, it now deemed every human within its sight worthy of death. The Crimson Thunder Roar let out a furious roar as an enormous purple thunderball rapidly coalesced within its maw. Li Jiuyue showed no panic, walking toward the Crimson Thunder Roar at a steady pace. With each step he took, the surrounding chill intensified rapidly. Each step he took left a trail of lotus blossoms, only these lotuses were formed from crystallized ice. Chapter 155, Li Jiuyue vs Crimson Sky Thunder Roar. With each step, Li Jiuyue's powerful frigid aura altered the very landscape around him. Since these people are already dead, I'll start getting serious now. No matter what, he had to kill this Crimson Sky Thunder Roar. Never mind how precious the beast core within it might be. The corpses of Shen Baiwei and the others still lay here. Their bodies surely held significant loot, a massive haul. As this thought crossed her mind, the frigid aura surrounding Li Jiuyue intensified. Any area touched by the chill instantly froze into icicles, even the surrounding structures were no exception. The next second, the Crimson Thunder Roar completed gathering the purple lightning energy ball in its mouth. Then, with a mighty roar. The frenzied energy sphere, capable of obliterating everything in its path, hurtled toward Li Jiuyue. Spectators outside the arena couldn't help but laugh at the sight. In their eyes, although Shen Baiwei's death had been orchestrated, it wasn't ultimately Li Jiuyue who had struck the final blow. That meant he lacked the strength to kill her himself, hence his reliance on the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar. And now, facing the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar's assault, his true colors were about to be exposed. Look! That kid's about to have his soul and body obliterated. Why isn't he running? Standing there like an idiot, he's just waiting to die. I bet his legs are frozen stiff with fear, he can't even move. At that moment, save for a handful of individuals, everyone in the arena watched with bated breath, anticipating Li Jiuyue's demise. But, the outcome was completely different from what they expected. Mid-air, as the purple lightning orb hurtled toward him, Li Jiuyue slowly extended his right hand. Absolute. Zero. Crack. In the next instant, the frigid energy capable of freezing all matter instantly enveloped the purple lightning orb. In another instant, as Li Jiuyue clenched his right hand, the purple orb was forcibly frozen solid into a massive ice ball. Whoosh! The onlookers outside the arena were stunned by the scene. The situation was completely different from what they had anticipated. What is this? That kid seems to have unleashed some kind of frigid power. Bull, that's impossible. Even if he unleashed ice power, he couldn't freeze a beast's attack into an ice ball in an instant. Could it be he used his final life-saving technique? Just as bewildered as the crowd below, Tian Xian and the others on the second floor platform were equally stunned. What? That kid isn't dead? Niechuan sneered coldly. Well, he merely blocked a single attack. What's so surprising about that? That Crimson Thunder Roar hasn't even been injured yet. That kid must have used up all his life-saving techniques. Ji Yong, how many life-saving techniques did you actually give him? Do you really think so highly of him? Ji Yong shot him a blank stare, smiled, and said nothing. September, I told you this April grand competition stage is where you truly showcase your strength.
It's time for the world to witness what kind of prodigy this so-called cursed child truly is. After intercepting the Crimson Thunder Roar's energy sphere, Li Jiuyue unleashed several consecutive skills. Random attribute boost. Gained intelligence bonus 15.6, luck bonus 15.6, physical resistance bonus 15.6. Divine blessing. After using divine blessing, all attributes increase by 20%. Immune to all negative effects for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 4 hours. Rock barrier. Enhance your defensive capabilities by channeling all surrounding earth elemental energies to shield yourself. Earth Spirit's Wrath. Harnesses all surrounding earth energy to forcibly boost your attack, defense, speed, and perception. After consecutively channeling several skills, Li Jiuyue felt the immense power surging within him. He raised both hands high, then slammed them forcefully into the ground. Earthshaker. Skill description: a devastating attack capable of obliterating everything in its vicinity. Boom! The moment Li Jiuyue's fist struck the ground, the entire earth trembled. In the next instant, the earth ahead tore apart. It was as if the roar of heaven and earth had transformed into boundless power, completely overturning the surrounding structures. But it didn't stop there. The fissure in the earth continued to spread, rapidly closing in on the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar. Should it fall into the abyss, even as one of the 4 great fiendish beasts with terrifying defenses, crushed beneath the earth's overwhelming might, it wouldn't survive 3 seconds. Not even an S-rank beast could withstand the divine power of nature. The Crimson Thunder Roar sensed the danger, enveloping itself in powerful purple lightning energy before retreating at breakneck speed. Think you can escape? Not so fast. Li Jiuyue sneered coldly, slamming his right hand down onto the ground once more. Crash! In the next instant, countless sharp, skyward-piercing stone pillars burst from the ground, charging madly toward the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar. Roar! Enraged, the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar immediately counterattacked with its formidable purple divine lightning. Hiss! 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 A purple divine thunderbolt descended from the heavens, striking the very center of the stone pillars. Boom! In a single exchange, the stone pillars were shattered into pieces. Truly worthy of an S-rank beast, it's no easy foe. But as long as you stand on this ground, this is my domain. With that, Li Jiuyue harnessed the power of the Earth's core, then combined it with the hand of the Creator, performing an utterly terrifying act. Immediately, the powdered debris began rapidly coalescing, drawing even the surrounding shattered structures toward it as if gravity itself had vanished. Within seconds, countless fragments and pillars coalesced into a miniature meteorite. Though it appeared small, its sheer size was staggering. Even a beast of the Crimson Thunder Roar's stature appeared as insignificant as an ant before it. Fall! As Li Jiuyue uttered the command, the meteorite in the sky began its rapid descent, targeting the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar. Gazing up at the meteorite, this beast, one of the 4 great fiends, actually felt a flicker of fear. But it quickly shook off its fear, summoning countless purple orbs to unleash a barrage of attacks upon the meteorite. Boom! Boom! The immense energy exploded upon the meteorite, instantly blasting a gaping hole through its surface. But Li Jiuyue had anticipated all of this long ago. With a flick of his right hand, he used the hand of the Creator to gather all the nearby stones. Not only did the meteorite return to its original form, but it had grown significantly larger than before. Driven to desperation, Crimson Thunder Roar resorted to his ultimate technique. Chapter 156. Wait, is this the damned son of a curse? Faced with Li Jiuyue's assault, the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar had no choice but to unleash its ultimate technique. Roar! With a furious roar, Chi Xiaoleiho conjured a barrier before him, formed from converging purple lightning bolts. This lightning barrier possessed an extraordinary property: it could absorb incoming attacks and convert them entirely into its own offensive power. Boom! The very next second, the meteorite slammed heavily into the purple lightning barrier. The immense impact force sent him flying dozens of meters backward, despite deploying his ultimate defensive technique. However, he immediately stabilized himself with his powerful hind legs and began rapidly concentrating the lightning energy into a single point. Witnessing this, Li Jiuyue couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, her heart skipping a beat. Oh, so it possesses such defensive capabilities, and... His brow furrowed as his eyes locked onto the right claw of the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar. She could distinctly sense a thunderous force gathering rapidly on the right claw, a power seemingly capable of piercing through all things in the world. The very instant the defensive shield buckled under the meteorite's impact, on the brink of shattering, the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar struck. Its right claw shot upward, then jabbed violently toward the meteorite before it. Crack! A bolt of lightning erupted from its right claw. The lightning was so fast that even Li Jiuyue, with her keen eyesight, failed to see it. The bolt of lightning pierced through the entire meteorite at a speed exceeding that of light. This time, Crimson Sky Thunder Roar didn't attempt an external breach, it chose to destroy the meteorite's core from within. Not only was the lightning incredibly fast, but the penetrating power it displayed next sent a chill down Li Jiuyue's spine. After piercing through the meteorite, a sharp crack echoed as it began shattering into fragments at an alarming rate. The next second, the meteorite exploded violently. Seemingly having learned from past experience, the awakened, sentient Crimson Sky Thunder Roar was prepared this time. The instant the meteorite shattered, it instantly activated its unique thunder pattern domain. Within the thunder pattern domain, any moving object would be struck by heavenly lightning. But this did not include itself. Clatter! Clatter! Boom! Thunderbolts rained down from the heavens, relentlessly striking the shattered meteorite fragments until they were utterly reduced to dust, incapable of coalescing once more. 10 seconds later, the meteorite vanished completely, ultimately becoming endless dust particles in the air. What terrifying heavenly thunder! Li Jiuyue's expression flickered slightly as he recalled his previous battle with Xiao Leijun. However, this celestial thunder summoned by the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar was immeasurably more powerful than Xiao Leijun's thunder. The two were simply incomparable. Truly worthy of being one of the four great evils of antiquity. Obtaining your beast core will require even more effort. After dispatching the meteorite's assault, the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar stepped forward, closing in on Li Jiuyue with rapid strides. Li Jiuyue's right hand instinctively reached down to pick something up from the ground, but in that very instant, boom! A colossal bolt of celestial thunder crashed down from the heavens, striking him directly. Spectators outside the arena couldn't help but gasp at the sight. They had witnessed every detail of Li Jiuyue's battle with the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar. Now, their expressions were almost identical, mouths slightly agape, eyes wide with disbelief, faces frozen in shock, jaws practically hitting the floor. A worthless cursed by the gods was now trading blows evenly with the S-rank beast, the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar. How could this not be shocking? This can't be real? You're telling me this is someone cursed by the gods? This is ing cursed? Even the geniuses from other academies wouldn't dare go toe-to-toe with this beast. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that kid isn't the cursed one after all? Did we all get it wrong? The crowd's minds had turned to mush, utterly baffled by the situation. On the elevated platform of the second floor, the sovereign, who had witnessed these battles firsthand, was equally stunned. How is this possible? He's been cursed by the gods. He can't gain experience, can't equip gear, can't receive divine protection. Without these things, he's practically useless. So why? Old Zhong, this kid's strength is already on par with an ordinary A-rank professional, isn't it? Zhong Wutian chuckled softly, offering no direct reply. Heh, you'll see for yourself as you watch on. The real show is yet to come. The S-rank ice mage sneered dismissively, humph, it's just a few petty tricks. What's so surprising about that? That was the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar. That kid is probably spent. The fight should be over soon. The S-rank Angel of Death nodded in agreement. In my opinion, that kid forcibly devoured the Earth's heart, that rare artifact. But now that the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar has evolved, the Earth's core is practically useless against it. That kid is as good as dead. The others nodded in agreement, already discussing how many more minutes Li Jiuyue could possibly last. Zhong Wutian stepped forward with a grin. Since that's the case, how about we make a bet? What's the wager? Asked the Ice Master. I'll bet this kid can turn defeat into victory. Zhong Wutian declared with brimming confidence. Fine. I'll bet he's as good as dead. Name your stakes. Then let's wager this amount. With that, Zhong Wutian slowly raised one finger. 10 million? Bing Shi was puzzled. Zhong Wutian shook his head, his expression serious. 100 million. I'm betting 100 million that this kid will win. Hearing that figure, Bing Shi was stunned. Zhong Wutian, you're out of your mind. Do you really believe in that kid that much? Though they were S-rank professionals, 100 million was no small sum. Just say whether you dare to bet or not. Zhong Wutian crossed his arms, radiating confidence. Pfft, what's there to be afraid of? I'll take you on. Bing Shi sneered. Let's bet then. Count me in. The Angel of Slaughter stepped forward. Seeing others join in, the crowd of onlookers began to gather around. The moment they heard it was a wager and one involving the cursed child, they immediately placed all their money on Bing Shi. The final tally, only Zhong Wutian bet on Li Jiuyue's victory. The other 32 all bet on Li Jiuyue's death. If Li Jiuyue won, he'd rake in a staggering 3.2 billion. But if Li Jiuyue lost, he'd lose a staggering 3.2 billion. Zhong Wutian, I think you've placed your bet on the wrong horse this time. What if that kid can't even withstand this move? You'd lose 32 billion in just over 10 seconds. Zhong Wutian chuckled, the facts will speak for themselves. Why the rush? Just sit back and watch. Fine, just don't try to renege on the bet later. Chapter 157, One Punch Knockout? Relax, when have I ever reneged on a debt to you guys? But I have a feeling you won't be taking that money home. The heavenly thunderbolt struck, and Li Jiuyue had no time to dodge before it hit him. Just as everyone thought he'd been reduced to dust by that powerful bolt of lightning, an utterly unexpected scene unfolded. When the smoke finally cleared, Li Jiuyue emerged unscathed. He glanced down at the scorched hem of his robe, still feeling a lingering sense of dread. Phew, thank goodness, thank goodness. Old Xiao, come to think of it, I really do owe you one. I possess the Thunderfire physique. Thunderfire physique. A superhuman physique that grants immunity to both lightning and fire, while also absorbing the power of lightning and flames to enhance one's own strength. The Crimson Sky's thunderous roar unleashed terrifying purple lightning, yet it too was a form of thunderous energy. Since it's a form of thunder energy, it can be absorbed by this thunder fire physique and transformed into his own power. Thus, not only was Li Jiuyue unscathed, but his power had actually grown slightly stronger. Witnessing this, the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar's body trembled, its beastly eyes filled with terror. For the being before it was the sole human who had ever survived its celestial thunder assault. The Crimson Sky Thunder Roar was momentarily stunned, yet its heavenly thunder assault continued unabated. Terrifying bolts of lightning fell upon Li Jiuyue like a torrential downpour, relentless as a raging storm. The effect, however, was negligible at best. Thanks to his thunderfire physique, Li Jiuyue absorbed every ounce of that heavenly thunder's power into his own body. After enduring roughly 20 rounds of heavenly thunder attacks, Li Jiuyue sensed his strength had reached a certain limit. Even absorbing more thunder energy would not allow him to break through. Now is the time. This battle ends here. At this point, Li Jiuyue didn't even need to use any skills. His sheer physical strength alone was enough to rival an S-rank beast. With that thought, he took a single step forward with his right foot, and his figure vanished from where he stood. Swish! His speed was so blindingly fast that the human eye couldn't possibly track it. Even the speed of the descending thunderbolt couldn't match Li Jiuyue's movements, only barely grazing some afterimages. Witnessing this, Crimson Sky Thunder Roar finally grasped the terrifying power of the human before him, abandoning all pretense of concealment. Whoosh! His body trembled violently as a pair of crimson wings suddenly sprouted from his back. Swish! With a single flap of its wings, it soared directly into the sky. But that wasn't all. Once airborne, the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar could absorb the power of lightning far more effectively. Empowered by the purple lightning's energy, the wounds it had sustained in battle began to heal rapidly, and its power reached its peak. Everything around it underwent earth-shattering changes due to the power of the heavenly thunder. Every structure here was utterly destroyed. Wherever the heavenly thunder struck, not a blade of grass remained. The earth itself was cleaved open by one massive crack after another. The scene resembled the thunder god descending upon the mortal realm, like the apocalypse itself. Outside the arena, Bai Hong slapped his thigh in excitement, laughing loudly, his joy unmasked. Ha 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 ha! Serves him right. Now look at him, he provoked that beast, and now not even his bones will remain. Bingyao, this brat brought it upon himself, no need for you to lift a finger. Ah, what a bargain for him, dying by the beast's claws. Nie Chuan and the others wore equally smug expressions. If I'm not mistaken, that beast seems to possess some divine essence. With such terrifying thunderous power, it must be the thunder god who granted it strength to destroy this cursed child. A man whom even the gods seek to slay. Even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Just as Nie Chuan had said, the Crimson Thunder Roar did indeed carry a trace of divine power. This was because the immense thunderous power within its body had resonated with the thunder god. Though only a flicker of resonance, this power was sufficient to shatter the heavens and earth, effortlessly obliterating an entire city. The thunderous energy engulfed the entire area beneath the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar's feet, leaving no hiding place for the humans who had vanished moments before. Li Jiuyue's figure flickered rapidly, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. What terrifying thunder power! This is on an entirely different level from before. The thunderous energy absorbed by his body had now reached its limit. Absorbing any more risked his body exploding. The only solution now was to kill the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar. He drew a deep breath and unleashed ultimate terror upon the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar in the sky. The terrifying aspect of ultimate fear lay in its ability to bypass a target's defenses and ignore distance. Once unleashed, it never misses. Its sole flaw, however, is that ultimate terror relies on overwhelming killing intent or mental power to exert soul suppression, instilling profound spiritual dread in the target. If the target's soul power is sufficiently strong, the controlled duration of ultimate terror is no longer 5 seconds, but reduced to 3 seconds. After unleashing ultimate terror, Crimson Thunder Roar entered a 3-second state of terror. Opportunity. 1 second. Seizing the moment, Li Jiuyue activated the hand of the creator to reduce the gravitational pull on his body, then leapt high into the air. 2 seconds. He channeled all his strength and the amplified thunderous power into his right hand. Then, he struck fiercely toward the head of the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar. 1 second. As the ultimate fear control effect ended, Li Jiuyue's fist slammed into the head of the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar. This punch unexpectedly triggered the Infinite Instant Kill talent. Infinite Instant Kill. Skill description: increases the chance of a one-hit kill with each attack to 30%. During Nightfall, this chance rises to 50%. That 30% chance had finally manifested. It had only appeared once before after he'd slain so many beasts, and now it manifested again at this critical moment. Infinite Instant Kill 30-30. The Infinite Instant Kill talent activated, and the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar was punched straight through the head. The Crimson Sky Thunder Roar is dead. With its demise, the rolling thunderclouds in the sky began to dissipate, and the thunderous power capable of obliterating everything gradually faded away. Thud! The dead Crimson Sky Thunder roar crashed heavily to the ground. Only after the Crimson Sky Thunder roar's demise did Li Jiuyue finally exhale. When he came to his senses, his right hand had been electrocuted by that frenzied thunderous power, leaving it a bloody mess. Even the bones inside were clearly visible. However, such a minor injury was utterly insignificant to him, having absorbed the dragon's saliva life-sustaining dew. Who'd have thought triggering the slaying talent directly would yield such immense rewards from this battle? Finally time to reap the spoils of war. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Chapter 158, the entire arena is shot. Li Jiuyue chuckled softly, healing his wounds before surveying his surroundings. He certainly didn't want a repeat of being ambushed while collecting the beast core. Though he wasn't afraid, it was still better to be cautious. Besides, the beast cores were all right here. There was no need to rush. First things first, recover his strength. With that thought, Li Jiuyue crossed his legs and began meditating to heal. With the dragon's saliva life-sustaining dew at his disposal, his current injuries would fully heal in just 5 or 6 minutes. Little did Li Jiuyue, fresh from the battle, realize that the entire atmosphere of the capital arena had shifted because of him. Whoosh! The moment Li Jiuyue slew the Crimson Sky Thunder roar, the entire national capital arena fell into an instant, deafening silence. The crowd stared in stunned silence at the image in the center of the arena. Especially upon seeing the corpse of the Crimson Sky Thunder roar, their hearts remained unsettled for a long time. That was the Crimson Sky Thunder roar, an S-rank beast, one of the 4 great ancient fiends. A beast of this caliber could hold its own against several S-rank professionals. Yet this monstrous beast, this colossal threat, had fallen at the hands of a worthless cursed by the gods. This is something no one could possibly accept. Am I dreaming? Could something like this really happen? Did you guys see what that kid just pulled off? The others shook their heads, utterly bewildered. All they had seen was a flash of lightning darting toward Leho, and then the fight was over. Nope, I didn't see a damn thing. Wait, maybe we got the wrong guy? That kid's power is terrifying. How could he possibly be the cursed child? Well, I only heard it from others. Witnessing Li Jiuyue's terrifying prowess, everyone now began to doubt his true identity. Second floor of the arena. The instant he saw Leho fall, Zhong Wutian slapped his thigh in excitement. Ha 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 ha. Good lad. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You haven't let me down. This wager had netted him a whopping 3.2 billion yuan. Ha ha, everyone, our earlier wagers still stand, right? Hey, your majesty is listening, you know. Don't even think about backing out now. The ruler was completely dumbfounded at that moment. How could he possibly care about any wagers now? Seeing Zhong Wutian's smug expression, Master Bing's face twisted with bitterness. He couldn't even find a single word to refute it. Because the truth was staring them right in the face. They had misjudged him. This kid. Ah well, you win some, you lose some. I'll give it to you once this world battlefield concludes. As for why he hadn't paid up immediately, a sliver of hope still lingered in the Ice Master's heart. He planned to find another reason to wager with Zhong Wutian later and win that money back. That was ING 100 million. How many beasts would he have to slay? How many beast cores sell? How many quests take on to earn that back? What about you lot? Paying up now or what? Zhong Wutian demanded, eyeing the grim-faced crowd behind him. Ahem, after it's over, after it's over. Rest assured, we won't leave you hanging. Right, we need to see how things play out. What if another betting opportunity comes up later? Far from showing any distress, the Angel of Slaughter actually gave Li Jiuyue's performance a measure of approval. This kid, he's not what everyone says he is. I'll gladly admit defeat on that 100 million bet. I'm actually starting to look forward to seeing what this kid does next. Let's see what happens next. If you want a bet, I'm always game. Zhong Wutian chuckled, feeling utterly satisfied inside. These guys were always bickering with him. Now he'd made them eat their words. How could he not be thrilled? Li Jiuyue's near-perfect performance had utterly humiliated Tian Xian and the others. Their faces darkened one after another, as lifeless as frostbitten eggplants. Damn it, that brat actually survived. Seeing their gloomy expressions, Ji Yong felt a surge of secret delight. Uncontrollable joy spread across his face, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He stood up and strode over to Tian Xian and his companions with an air of smug satisfaction. What? You were all yapping away earlier, but now you've gone completely silent? Tian Xian, you. Nie Chuan's face flushed alternately pale and crimson as he fumed. Oomph. It's just one beast you killed. What's there to be so smug about? Bai Hong chimed in, at most, it's just a dozen or 2 beast cores. It won't make a dent in the overall situation. Do you seriously believe that just because this kid killed 1 beast, your Tianqing faction will take first place? Just wait and see, the real-world battlefield has only just begun. Several dozen minutes later, Li Jiuyue's injuries had mostly healed. Alright, time to collect the spoils. This is the kind of spectacle I'm talking about. The sight of the blood-soaked carnage before him gave Li Jiuyue a genuine headache. The air thickened with the pungent stench of blood, scattered limbs littered the ground. It resembled a living hell. Next, Li Jiuyue located the severed arms of the fallen men, then retrieved the beast cores they had obtained from the storage ring on his finger. Begin the inventory. 10 minutes later, every beast core the group had painstakingly acquired ended up in Li Jiuyue's possession. And the quantity? 113. Including 28 A-grade beast cores. Adding these to his existing haul brought his total to a staggering 334 beast cores. This is truly a huge haul. Li Jiuyue was ecstatic. Not only did he get the beast cores, but there were also some pieces of equipment in those people's storage rings. Though the gear was low grade, it should be more than enough to fill little Taotia's belly. Little guy, dinner's served. He pulled out all the gear and piled it on the ground. At the word dinner, the little glutton's eyes flashed gold as it dove in for a hearty feast. After settling the little glutton, Li Jiuyue walked over to the corpse of the Crimson Thunder Roar. Not only can I get its beast core, but its abilities too? This is a total steal. With that thought, he endured the foul stench and pried open the Crimson Thunder Roar's skull. Sure enough, inside lay a beast core radiating thunderous light. This beast core was larger than any he'd ever obtained before, and its energy reserves were exceptionally abundant. This single beast core alone was likely worth more than all the others he currently possessed. After securing the core, Li Jiuyue touched the corpse of the Crimson Thunder Roar. Plunder successful. Acquired. Chapter 159, Frenzy of Plunder breaking through to SS? Plunder successful. Gained attack plus 401, defense plus 411, speed plus 341, lightning attribute bonus plus 78, wealth points plus 11. Gained luck points plus 9, obtained title. Beast Slayer 1. Title effect, equipping this title increases attack against ferocious beasts by 50% and speed by 30%. Acquired, Roar's Wings. Equipping Roar's Wings increases flight speed by 75% and grants a 10% chance to ignore obstacles mid-flight. Not only did I get a title, but I also got a pair of wings. This is a pleasant surprise. His current Black Angel wings were working out just fine. If the two could fuse together, that would be absolutely perfect. As Li Jiuyue pondered this, the system alert sounded. Detected mutual attraction between Black Angel wings and Roar's wings. Fusion is possible. Proceed with fusion? Li Jiuyue. Holy crap? Seriously, this is like wishful thinking come true. He couldn't wait to discover what effect these two wings would have after merging. Equipping the Black Angel wings increases intimidation by 20%. This effect applies to all living creatures. As for the Roaring Wings, their abilities were still unknown. Wait, I almost forgot something important. Li Jiuyue was about to utter the word merge, but suddenly remembered that any action taken within this world battlefield could potentially be observed by outsiders. With that thought, he swept his right hand, summoning water energy to envelop both himself and the Crimson Thunder Roar. Within this watery barrier, no means could penetrate its concealment. Alright, now I can relax. Fusion, begin. Immediately, the Black Angel's wings fused with the Roar's wings. Obtained wings, Heavenly Thunder Sacred Wings. Wing tier, S+. Wing attributes, light, thunder, lightning, speed, intimidation. Wing trait, equipping the Heavenly Thunder Holy Wings increases flight speed by 100%. Wing description, the inner surface is golden, while the outer surface is dark purple. Forged from the power of thunder, the outer wings possess extreme hardness with a durability of 0-10,000. The golden feathers within absorb thunder energy and external attacks. With sufficient power, they automatically regenerate regardless of damage sustained. Attack absorption 0-10,000, energy 70-10,000. Wing skill unique. While flying with the celestial thunder wings, as long as thunder energy is sufficient, a protective shield can be formed around the user. Thunder energy can also be manipulated to strike any target with a celestial thunder strike. After learning all the details about these wings, Li Jiuyue was utterly stunned. The fused wings had reached an S+ tier, and their abilities were downright insane. This is amazing. I'll have to test the Heavenly Thunder Holy Wings effects when I get the chance. What thrilled Li Jiuyue even more was that this was merely the base ability plundered from the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar. Its innate talents and skills remained untapped. Now it's time to plunder the talents and skills. Li Jiuyue chuckled softly, running his hand over the corpse of the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar. Plunder successful. Acquired S-Rank talent, Absolute Thunder Control Body of the Thunder God. Talent name, Absolute Lightning Control Body of the Thunder God. Talent grade, S-Rank. Talent attributes, Lightning, Mastery, Control, Destruction. Talent description, Immunity to all lightning-based damage. Capable of manipulating lightning, it will simply envision its form, and it shall manifest accordingly. Upon reading the description of Absolute Lightning Control, Li Jiuyue froze. Why did this feel so familiar? This is the call of the Sea God. If there was any difference, it was that this Absolute Lightning Control was rated S-Class, while the Sea God's call was God-Class. Perhaps that was the fundamental distinction. If that's the case, doesn't this mean I possess the ability to freely transform between two natural energies? Being able to freely command water energy alone was already incredibly powerful. Now, add the ability to freely control lightning energy.
Even an SS rank would struggle to achieve that. But it didn't stop there. Li Jiuyue proceeded to plunder the Crimson Thunder Roar skill. Skill successfully plundered, Domain of Thunder. Skill name, Thunder Domain. Skill level, S rank. Skill attributes, Violet Lightning, Domain, Lock On. Skill effect, creates a 1 km radius Thunder Domain.
Description: within the Thunder Domain, all non-casters and moving objects will be struck by heavenly lightning. Note, unless the caster protects a target, which can avert the lightning strikes but only up to 5 targets.
I knew it. This guy definitely has a domain skill. This domain skill is decent, but the indiscriminate attack needs refinement.
The main issue is the domain's vast range.
If allies end up inside, they'll get hit by the lightning too, then it'll be friend or foe, everyone gets hurt.
We'll just have to see if there's a chance to refine it later.
After plundering this domain skill, Li Jiuyue acquired 3 more S-rank skills.
What puzzled him was that all 3 could be unleashed using absolute lightning control. There was no need to occupy 3 separate skill slots.
Looks like this thing has awakened some rudimentary intelligence, but not much. Li Jiuyue shook his head with a wry smile. Better keep them for now. Might come in handy later. Li Jiuyue didn't dismantle these 3 skills, he kept them. After all, these were 3 S-rank skills.
If auctioned off, they'd likely fetch hundreds of millions.
Decomposing them now would be a tremendous waste.
After extracting every last bit of value from the Crimson Thunder Roar, he finally rose to his feet. It's rare enough to encounter an S-rank beast. Don't waste any of this. The fur, teeth, claws, and even the flesh of this Crimson Sky Thunder Roar were all extremely valuable items out there.
Oh, right, I haven't even tasted the meat of this S-rank beast yet. The mere thought of meat made Li Jiuyue's mouth water greedily.
After slaying so many beasts, it was high time he rewarded himself. With that thought, he immediately built a fire. Then, using a small knife, he sliced a chunk of meat from the Crimson Thunder Roar's thigh. After skewering it, he placed it over the flames to roast. A drop of hot oil slowly trickled down the grain of the meat, releasing an intoxicating aroma that filled the air.
Sizzle. Delicious. Chapter 160, Scheming, Ominous Signs. Delicious.
Watching the thigh sizzle and release oil on the grill, Li Jiuyue's mouth watered greedily. Meanwhile, the little glutton beside him, having just finished a hearty meal, caught a whiff of something. Roar! It charged straight to Li Jiuyue's side, opening its mouth to devour the roasted drumstick in one gulp.
Hey, that's mine. That's mine.
Li Jiuyue quickly reached out and grabbed the little glutton.
You little glutton, you've eaten so much and still aren't full? This is mine.
Li Jiuyue glared fiercely at the little glutton before giving its little head a hard smack. The scolded little glutton lay on the ground looking utterly aggrieved, yet its eyes remained fixed on the drumstick on the grill.
Fine, fine. Who can resist spoiling you?
Li Jiuyue gave a wry smile, handing the roasted leg to the little glutton before roasting another one himself. Roar! The moment the roasted leg appeared before it, the little glutton's eyes lit up. It lunged forward and began tearing into it voraciously. Seeing this, Li Jiuyue shook his head helplessly.
It's already late tonight. Let's just stay here for the night.
They had to stay in this world battlefield for 3 days, and today was only the first. The real chaos would unfold over the next 2 days.
Li Jiuyue began to speculate in his mind.
On the first day, everyone would likely stick to the basics, hunting beasts and collecting beast cores. But over the next 2 days, they'd likely shift their focus to the members of the various academies. After all, even when hunting beasts, there's no guarantee of obtaining a beast core.
But snatching beast cores from others? That success rate skyrockets.
As long as you were strong enough, snatching a beast core was easier than drinking water.
I wonder how Hongyue and the others are faring.
Li Jiuyue sat cross-legged, eyes tightly closed, beginning to use her water energy to sense the status of Ji Hongyue and the others. Apart from Su Yingying's water energy fluctuating slightly, the others remained perfectly stable, untouched by danger. And they weren't too far from here. Using the Heavenly Thunder Holy Wings, he could probably reach them in half an hour. Leaning against a nearby tree, Li Jiuyue began analyzing the current state of the world battlefield. 2 points remained puzzling to him. First, 3 other nations were participating, each fielding 20 contestants, making 60 participants in total. While this appeared to be a conflict among the major academies, there was no explicit rule prohibiting alliances between factions. These 3 nations had yet to make a move. He hadn't even glimpsed a single one of them during his entire journey. The only plausible explanation was that, the moment the battlefield assignments were made, they had used some special ability to locate each other and gathered together. If that were the case, things would get complicated.
As for the second point, it concerns Yi Hong, the sole S-rank member of Tianqing Academy.
This individual is extremely mysterious and maintains an exceptionally low profile within the academy. Yet, the more low-key someone is, the more peculiar they tend to be. Plus, this guy seemed to harbor some kind of hostility toward him. Something just felt off. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Jiuyue, exhausted from the day's events, drifted into a deep sleep. The meat got burnt, so he didn't eat it. Little did he know that on this very night of his deep slumber, the global battlefield underwent earth-shattering changes. United States, Japan, and H Nation. All members of the three nations had gathered together.
Is everyone here?
Bring forth all the beast cores you've collected. At Paul's command, everyone produced their beast cores and piled them into a heap.
Ryan, Fred, it's your turn to perform.
The man nodded, stepped forward, casually picked up a beast core, and then clenched it tightly in his fist.
Strangely, the beast core didn't shatter. Instead, an identical one appeared.
Witnessing this extraordinary ability, everyone was stunned.
Beast core duplication.
This is... Paul gave a mysterious smile before instructing, your task is to bring the beast cores here.
Everything else is none of your concern. The representatives from Sakura Nation and H Nation nodded firmly in agreement.
That's right, go now.
Yes. Nodding, the group dispersed in different directions.
After they departed, Paul approached Ryan Fred and inquired.
Fred, how many can you replicate?
Fred glanced at the mountain of beast cores before him and slowly held up 5 fingers.
50%. That's all I can replicate right now. Alright, then it's all yours from here on out. Ryan Fred nodded, then immediately began replicating them again.
Muto approached with a broad smile. Paul, I never imagined the United States had such talent. Paul gave him a dismissive glance and said, Fred's ability has backlash effects.
We can't use it too much.
It's not time to reveal our trump cards yet. We just need to avoid finishing last.
You're right. Tianxian, Tianjiao, Tianming.
The leaders of these 3 great academies had now gathered together. However, due to the sheer vastness of the world battlefield, only half of their respective forces had gathered here. The other half remained scattered across various locations. Jiangming Tianxian cheerfully stepped forward to greet Xia Bingyao.
Bingyao, it's been ages.
You've grown even more beautiful.
Xia Bingyao's expression remained icy. Spit it out. What do you want with us?
Still the same as before, cold as ice.
Shinfeng Tianjiao cut straight to the chase, enough with the pleasantries. I summoned you both for one purpose only. That is to join forces and kick Tianqing out. If possible, let them all die on the world battlefield. Instead of hunting beasts for their cores, why not just snatch them from others? It's faster, isn't it?
At that moment, someone from Destiny Academy tentatively asked.
Senior Bingyao, wouldn't that violate the rules?
Before Xia Bingyao could respond, Long Zhe's lips curved into a playful smirk.
Which rule says we can't snatch beast cores from others?
Xia Bingyao hesitated not a moment before agreeing.
She and Tianqing Academy had irreconcilable grudges between them.
Even if the other 2 academies didn't seek her alliance, she would still cause trouble for Tianqing.
Agreed. What about the beast cores we seize?
Jiang Ming chuckled, split it evenly.
If someone contributes the most effort, then the extra portion goes to their academy.
The moment the words left his mouth, Xia Bingyao immediately objected.
No, I refuse. Do you have a better idea? Jiang Ming frowned.
Xia Bingyao replied earnestly, whoever secures the beast core through their own skill should keep it.
Chapter 161, Celestial Star Crisis, 3 against 1.
Well. Just as Jiang Ming and the others hesitated, Xia Bingyao spoke decisively.
I have only one condition.
If you refuse, there's no point in continuing this discussion.
With that, she turned to leave.
Seeing Xia Bingyao about to leave, Jiang Ming and the others hastily agreed to her demand. After all, they were all here to seize beast cores. How many they could grab depended on their own skills, but overall, it was still a win.
No problem, we'll do as you say.
How many beast cores we get depends entirely on our own skills. Hearing this, Xia Bingyao finally halted her steps.
Alright, deal. Of course, I'll provide the locations of most of the Tianqing Academy members.
What? How do you know where those guys are? Shinfeng and the others were stunned. They had been planning to use special methods to track down the Star Academy members, but now that effort was completely unnecessary.
Xia Bingyao gave him a cool glance. I can't disclose that to you. I know their approximate location. There's no time to waste, we're leaving now.
What Xia Bingyao had in mind was, use this night to seize every beast core from the Starry Sky Academy members, then spend the next 2 days hunting demon beasts or raiding others. She had no intention of wasting the remaining 2 days on a worthless academy. Besides, this alliance was only temporary. Once they kick the Starry Sky Academy members out, we'll seize every beast core from their hands. What Xia Jiqing didn't know was that her thoughts mirrored those of Shinfeng and Jiang Ming. This seemingly unbreakable alliance was, in truth, a gathering of individuals each harboring their own hidden agendas. After preparing for departure, Xia Bingyao used a special method to sense Ji Hanyue and the others' location. Then, under cover of night, she led everyone toward that direction. At this moment, Ji Hanyue remained utterly unaware that a crisis was about to descend upon her. However, mere minutes earlier, she had already gathered most of the Tianqing Academy members. After all, this first trial was fundamentally a battle between academies, with the final tally determined by the total number of beast cores collected. To guard against surprise attacks from other academies, staying united was the safest approach. A small group remained scattered across other areas of the world, instance Li Jiuyue among them. After taking attendance of each team, Mo Qianyu stood with her hands on her hips, furious that Li Jiuyue was nowhere to be found.
Where is Li Jiuyue?
Ji Hongyue explained, I've already sent him a message using a special method.
He should receive it soon. Let's gather everyone's beast cores first. Got it. Mo Qianyu and the others nodded, then proceeded to collect the beast cores from everyone.
But when it came to Yi Hong, he fumbled in his pocket and pulled out only one beast core from a B-rank demon beast.
How come you only have one? Su Yingying was stunned. Xiao Leijun and the others shot Yi Hong hostile glances.
Fine, you keep to yourself at the academy, but now we're here for the 4 academies tournament and you're still playing games.
Yi Hong casually tossed the beast core over, offering an explanation that left everyone speechless.
Yeah, those beasts all ran away when they saw me, so I only killed one.
Hearing this, everyone instantly boiled over with rage. You're an S rank, and you let beasts escape right under your nose? Are you kidding me?
Finally, Xiao Leijun, known for his fiery temper, stepped forward to confront him.
Yi Hong, what the hell do you think you're doing? This is an academy battle, not a personal duel. Why are you holding back? Yi Hong gave him a flat look, his body radiating a faint yet palpable aura of authority.
I don't need your meddling in my affairs. Take this beast core or leave it, it's up to you.
Xiao Leijun, you son of a...
Seeing the two about to come to blows, Ji Hongyue quickly stepped between them.
Enough. Stop arguing. Let's first tally everyone's beast cores. I have a feeling people from other academies will come looking for trouble. We need to prepare in advance.
Xiao Leijun listened to Ji Hongyue's words.
Fine.
As for Yi Hong, he merely curled his lip before leaning back against a tree.
Su Yingying stormed over and whispered angrily into Ji Hongyue's ear,
Hongyue, look at him. At such a critical moment, he's still off doing his own thing.
It's fine. He's just a bit eccentric. Ji Hongyue hadn't interacted much with Yi Hong during their time at the academy.
Even what profession he had chosen remained a mystery to her. All the beast cores had been accounted for. Just as Ji Hongyue prepared to issue the next order, shadowy figures approached at breakneck speed.
Enemy approaching. Everyone, be on guard.
Before the warning could fully register, Xia Bingyao and her group had already closed in. Swish, swish, swish. Beside them, Long Zhe held several Tianqing Academy trainees who had been on guard. Blood streamed down their bodies, their expressions horribly twisted, their fates unknown.
Is this all you've got? A few stray dogs and cats? Do you really think they can stop us? He casually flung the unconscious bodies toward Ji Hongyue. Take them down for treatment. Quickly.
Understood. After the injured were taken away, Ji Hongyue's expression abruptly hardened, as if a layer of frost had settled over her face.
Xia Bingyao, so you've come after all. Jiang Ming? Shen Feng? I never expected you two would get involved too.
She had anticipated action from the Heavenswell Academy, but never imagined that Xia Bingyao had actually allied with prodigies from 2 other major academies, and both of them were S rank. This could spell trouble.
Numerically, they were already at a disadvantage.
Jiang Ming spread his hands, feigning utter helplessness.
What can you do?
It's your fault for collecting so many beast cores.
Stop resisting. Hand over every single beast core your Tianqing Academy has, and I might consider letting you off easy. Otherwise, you'll all die.
Seeing Jiang Ming about to continue his nonsense, Xia Bingyao was already preparing to act.
Enough talk.
Once they're dead, the beast cores are still ours.
Jiang Ming, well, that's not entirely unreasonable.
He'd been thinking of sparing Ji Hongyue. After all, she was a real beauty, it would be a shame to let her die here.
Who knew Xia Bingyao was this ruthless? She's dead set on going against Tianqing Academy. Well, since things had already come to this, might as well go all out. Move out. Don't let a single one escape. Jiang Ming commanded. Everyone, attack. Shen Feng charged forward first.
Long Zhe remained unhurried. He scanned the Tianqing Academy crowd but found no sign of Li Jiuyue. What a pity that brat isn't here. Otherwise, I'd make him watch with his own eyes as I beat his woman to death. Chapter 162, Cutting off the fuel from beneath the pot, crossing the Chen Sung Pass in secret.
As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Su Yingying leaned close to Ji Hongyue and asked anxiously. Hongyue, what should we do?
Outnumbered, they were already at a disadvantage.
Even if they fought head-on, they'd be the ones to suffer.
If it were just a confrontation with the Heavenswell Academy, they might still manage a 50-50 chance. But this, with the 3 academies united, there was absolutely no chance for a counterattack. Ji Hongyue's brows furrowed deeply, her expression turning grave. The situation before them was particularly tricky. A direct confrontation was absolutely out of the question, it would be like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. The only option was to find a way to hand the beast core to one of them and then cover her escape. That way, at least Tianqing would retain a sliver of hope. As this thought formed, Ji Hongyue discreetly slipped her right hand behind her back and slipped the ring filled with beast cores into Su Yingying's grasp.
Hongyue, what are you?
Ji Hongyue whispered urgently, Yingying, listen to me.
These are everyone's beast cores. We'll cover your escape with everything we've got. Su Yingying protested urgently, no. I must fight alongside you. I'm also a member of Tianqing Academy. How could I desert my comrades at a time like this? No, Yingying, trust me. This situation is different. We must get one person out safely. I can't trust anyone else. You're the only one I can rely on. Seeing Ji Hongyue's earnest expression, Su Yingying bit her lip before finally agreeing. All right. I'll protect these beast cores with my life. Ji Hongyue nodded. They don't know we've gathered all the beast cores. When the battle begins, find your chance to leave. Got it. I understand. Oomph. The private talk is over. Now go die. Attack. With Xia Bingyao's command, the 4 academies officially launched their assault. The students of Tianxian, Tianzhou, and Tianming academies charged like ravenous wolves, swarming toward Tianqing Academy and the others. In their eyes, Ji Hongyue and the others were no different from walking beast cores. Facing the advancing crowd, Ji Hongyue gave a quick order before charging forward herself. Follow the plan. Everyone, attack. Seeing Su Yingying take a step back, the Tianqing Academy members instantly understood Ji Hongyue's strategy. Damn it, these bastards have gone too far. Let's fight them to the death. Even if we die, we'll take a few of them down with us. Stop talking nonsense, attack. In an instant, the chaotic battle erupted among the 4 academies deep within the dense forest. At that moment, Li Jiuyue, still fast asleep, suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and jolted awake. Buzz. A buzzing sensation filled his mind as he received a rally message from Ji Hongyue. Looks like something big is about to happen. Old dragon, stop eating, time to go. Li Jiuyue shouted toward the pile of corpses. At that moment, the netherworld spirit, having absorbed all the death energy, slowly emerged from the pile of corpses. Good. I've absorbed all the death energy here. He nodded with satisfaction, then shot straight into Li Jiuyue's soul world. In that instant, Li Jiuyue suddenly sensed unusual fluctuations in the water energy emanating from Ji Hongyue and the others. Looks like they're in trouble. Come on, little one, let's go help. The little Taotai licked its lips excitedly before leaping onto Li Jiuyue's shoulder. Li Jiuyue spread his heavenly thunder holy wings and sped toward Ji Hongyue at full throttle. National Capital Arena. Seeing his students surrounded and attacked by the 3 great academies, Ji Yong's face darkened. His fists clenched tightly as rage burned within him. Tianxian Academy. You're one of the 4 great academies. How could you resort to such despicable tactics? 3 academies joining forces to ambush someone, don't you find that utterly shameful? Tianxian, legs crossed with an air of superiority, was thoroughly pleased with the outcome, though he dared not show it openly. Ji Yong, that's going too far. This was entirely their idea, I had no idea. Nie Chuan chimed in cheerfully, that's how the world arena works. I don't recall any rule against academies teaming up. If your academy has the capability, you can find allies too. You too. Ji Yong's beard bristled with fury. If they weren't in the capital right now, he'd teach these 2 shameless old fools a lesson. Seeing Ji Yong's livid expression, Tianxian rubbed salt into the wound. Allowing you to participate is already generous enough. Don't push your luck any further. Just watch as all your trainees get wiped out on the world battlefield. Ha 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 ha. World battlefield. The world battlefield had descended into utter chaos, especially within a dense forest where flames raged everywhere and the clashes of skills echoed ceaselessly. Just 10 minutes after the battle commenced here, Li Jiuyue finally arrived. Instead of immediately joining the fray, he first surveyed the situation. The 3 great academies? Members of all 3 academies are here. Li Jiuyue was slightly taken aback. He'd assumed only one academy would attack, but never expected all 3 to strike simultaneously. Damn it, these bastards have some nerve. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful explosion echoed from about 100 meters away. Li Jiuyue was about to rush to the scene, but he realized the area was completely surrounded by members of the 3 major academies. Hey, listen up. We're just standing here doing nothing. What about that beast core? What do you know? Senior Jiang and the others have already surrounded the entire area. This is the encirclement. Once the battle reaches its peak, those from Tianqing Academy will definitely flee in our direction. Then the beast core will practically be handed to us on a silver platter. You're right about that. But this is so boring. I want to beat up those Sky Star Academy guys too. Hearing their conversation, Li Jiuyue felt a surge of murderous intent. Since you bastards enjoy playing this game, let's play it properly. Li Jiuyue sneered coldly before activating his skill. Night Twin. In darkness, all his attributes increased by 40%, granting him invisibility and the ability to form a dark shield that absorbed damage. More crucially, under a full moon, he could summon a doppelganger. In the world arena, today happened to be a full moon. The clone possessed 50% of the original strength and would not dissipate as long as the original remained alive. He sends the clone to support Red Moon and the others, while he himself strikes at the root of the problem. The show begins. Let you self-important fools see who the real prey truly is. Chapter 163, I opt for a direct base raid. But just to be safe, he still sent little Taoye to follow the clone and assist Red Moon. Little one, his orders are my orders. Spray whoever he tells you to spray. Got it? Little Taoye glanced at Li Jiuyue beside him, then stepped forward to sniff at his side. Roar. Understood. Good. This time I won't stop you. Spray laser flames freely, the more chaos, the better. Little Taoye, roar alright. I'm counting on you over there. Protect Hong Yu and the others at all costs. Li Jiuyue patted Li Jiuyue's shoulder. Li Jiuyue nodded, grinning widely, his eyes shining with confidence. Don't worry. You go handle what you need to do. I've got this covered. With that, Li Jiuyue led little Taotai toward the fiercest part of the battlefield. Even as a clone, he possessed 50% of Li Jiuyue's original power. His speed was astonishingly swift. By the time the others noticed, Li Jiuyue had already shrunk into a tiny black speck. Moreover, this clone possessed an utterly monstrous trait. As long as the original remained alive, the clone would never dissipate. Watching his clone depart, Li Jiuyue immediately slipped into stealth mode. Time to get down to business. In his cloaked state, only those with exceptionally keen senses could detect his presence. Even an A-rank professional would be unable to detect Li Jiuyue's trail without special means. And now, in the dead of night, it was even harder. Empowered by his invisibility, Li Jiuyue swiftly approached the backs of the Tianxian Academy trainees. In that instant, one of them sensed something and turned to look. Behind him lay nothing but dense forest. Wait, something's wrong. Why do I suddenly sense such intense killing intent nearby? Killing intent? You must be mistaken. I don't feel anything. Before he could finish, Li Jiuyue, who had circled behind him, punched straight through his heart. Xiao Wu! Xiao Wu! Seeing the trainee named Xiao Wu suddenly drop dead, the man froze in shock. He started to move closer to check, but then looked down. Put! An invisible hand had pierced through his chest without warning. What? Seeing the two usually talkative trainees now utterly silent, Lu Chang approached from the other side. What's going on? What happened? Why are you two so quiet? Xiao Wu, Xiao. Before he could utter the final syllable, he saw Xiao Wu's lifeless body lying on the ground. Xiao Wu, who the hell did this? Lu Chang rushed forward to check on Xiao Wu's condition, only to discover he had been dead for quite some time. Could it be those guys from Tianqing Academy? No, impossible. They're currently under attack by Senior John's group. They couldn't possibly be here. What the hell is going on? Just as he was drowning in confusion, a cold gleam flashed behind him. Lu Chang felt a chill run down his spine. With his heightened senses, he rolled sideways to dodge Li Jiuyue's sudden attack. He spun around, only to find no one behind him. How is this possible? I distinctly felt. Swish! Before he could react, Li Jiuyue's next wave of attacks came crashing down. Each strike was lethal, targeting Lu Chang's vital points. Lu Chang felt a searing pain in his scalp. When he snapped back to reality, he realized his right arm had vanished. What? My arm. Aya. He screamed in agony, trying to call for help, but how could Li Jiuyue give him such an opportunity? Rip! Another flash of lightning streaked through the air, severing Lu Chang's head clean off. After swiftly disposing of these men, Li Jiuyue proceeded to strip them of all their treasures and beast cores. As he examined the treasures, he unexpectedly discovered something. It was a jade pendant, constantly flickering with light. This thing seems to be able to detect the location of their own people. No wonder they gathered so quickly. It was because of this thing. This works out well. It's practically done me a huge favor. After taking the jade pendant, Li Jiuyue dashed toward the flashes of light emanating from the other pendants. At the center of the battlefield, even though the Tianqing Academy forces fought desperately, their numerical disadvantage proved insurmountable. Moreover, the three major academies have 4 S-rank powerhouses on their side, while they only have Yi Hong alone. Shinfeng alone had Ji Hong tied up, preventing him from freeing his hands to assist Ji Hongyue and the others. Ji Hongyue faced off against Xia Bingyao, and in their clash, Xia Bingyao couldn't gain the upper hand. In contrast, Ji Hongyue fought with a life-or-death intensity. Every strike was lethal, delivered without mercy. Her sole purpose was to buy Su Yingying time to break free from the encirclement. However, the one flaw in her plan was Xia Bingyao's intelligence and keen insight. She had seen Su Yingying earlier. Now, the latter was nowhere to be found on any battlefield. How could this not arouse suspicion? Ji Hongyue, where's your dearest friend? Ji Hongyue offered no reply, responding instead with even fiercer attacks. This only confirmed Xia Bingyao's suspicions. While defending herself, Xia Bingyao used her words to chip away at Ji Hongyue's psychological defenses. If I'm not mistaken, your dearest friend is carrying all the beast cores, right? At those words, Ji Hongyue's attack faltered. Oh no, had she been discovered after all? She could only hope Ying had already escaped the encirclement of the 3 academies. Seeing Ji Hongyue's stunned expression only solidified Xia Bingyao's suspicions. Just as she suspected, all the beast cores are indeed on that woman. Look at you, I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? You didn't realize, did you? Every 100 meters from here is filled with our people. Our perimeter is far larger than you imagine. She won't escape. To monopolize all the beast cores from Tianqing Academy, Xia Bingyao kept this matter from Jiang Ming and the others. She merely gave a subtle nod to the few people beside her. Understood. We'll go find her. Remember, whether she lives or dies is irrelevant. What matters is retrieving the beast cores from her. Understood. Don't even think about leaving. Seeing them about to pursue the fleeing Su Yingying, Ji Hongyue swiftly blocked their path. Xia Bingyao let out a cold laugh, appearing before Ji Hongyue like a ghostly apparition. I am your opponent. Trapped by Xia Bingyao's relentless pressure, Ji Hongyue couldn't break free. Oh no, Yingying, run. Chapter 164, Li Jiuyue vs Longzhe. On the other side of the battlefield, Li Jiuyue had begun a slaughter. In his stealth state, the defenders stationed at the outer perimeter of the encirclement couldn't detect his attack patterns. Even if they knew enemies were here, they couldn't devise any countermeasures. The most terrifying enemies were undoubtedly the ones you couldn't see. And this one was exceptionally brutal and incredibly powerful. This can't go on, the outer perimeter will be breached. We must hurry back and find Senior Jiang Ming. Right, we need to tell him everything that's happening here immediately, or else. RIP. Before the man could finish his sentence, Li Jiuyue slit his throat on the spot. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. I told you not a single one of you will escape today. Li Jiuyue's voice echoed like death's own reverberation in everyone's ears. They could hear voices around them, yet not a single figure was visible. Who the hell is it? Come out if you've got the guts. Damn it, what kind of skill is hiding like this? If you've got the guts, come out and fight one-on-one. Hearing this, Li Jiuyue burst into laughter, overcome with rage. Oomph. You have the nerve to talk about one-on-one? The 3 major academies joined forces to hunt down my Tianqing Academy, and now you want to talk about one-on-one? Do you even deserve it? What? You're from Tianqing Academy? Hearing Li Jiuyue admit she was from Tianqing Academy, everyone was stunned. How could this be possible? Tianqing Academy's forces were currently engaged in battle with Senior Jiang Ming and the others. How could they possibly have made it to the outer perimeter? And even if they did come to the outer perimeter, they would have emerged from the encirclement, not just appeared out here. And furthermore, how could Tianqing Academy possibly harbor someone with such terrifying strength? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who exactly are you? Stop guessing. Once we reach the lower levels, someone will explain everything to you. With that, Li Jiuyue immediately launched a lethal attack against the figures before him. Meanwhile, just as the battle on Ji Hongyue's side reached its most intense phase, Li Jiuyue finally arrived with the little Taotie in tow. Good thing I'm not too late. Little one, it's time for you to show off your amazing skills. Little Taotie excitedly patted its own mouth. Roar. No problem, leave it to me. The moment Li Jiuyue appeared on the battlefield, his familiar aura was instantly detected. Jiang Ming, Shinfeng, and the others turned just in time to catch sight of Li Jiuyue. They hadn't seen him before, but his sudden arrival was bound to stir up trouble. Shinfeng, look at that kid over there, how come I've never seen him before? No clue. Doesn't matter anyway, the outcome's already sealed. Tianqing's defeat is a done deal. Right. How many beast cores did you snag over there? Shinfeng asked urgently. At the mention of beast cores, Jiang Ming's expression nearly turned to tears. Not a single one. I looted every storage ring from that group, but they only had junk gear inside, not a single beast core. Shinfeng empathized. Damn it, same here. Nothing but junk gear, not a single beast core in sight. Could it be that these bastards hid all the beast cores? Jiang Ming's offhand remark suddenly struck a chord with Shinfeng. That reminds me, the beast cores must be on that woman named Ji Hongyue. Jiang Ming declared. Exactly. I saw her whispering with her teammates earlier, she must have hidden the beast cores. With that realization, Jiang Ming shouted instructions to the chaos of battle. Hold off the ones blocking Tianqing. I'm going to retrieve the beast cores. Understood. You lot, hold them off here, don't let them interfere. Shinfeng barked in command. Understood. Seeing Shinfeng and the others sprinting toward Ji Hongyue, the members of Tianqing were filled with panic. Oh no, those guys are going after Senior Hongyue. This can't be. I have to help her. Hey, where do you think you're going? We're your opponents. On the other side of the battlefield, the clash between Longzhe and Xiao Leijun had reached a fever pitch. But due to the level disparity, the battle remained a one-sided affair, with the odds stacked 73-1 against him. Longzhe's temper was already fiery, and facing Xiao Leijun, who was equally hot-headed. Without a word exchanged, they clashed with lethal force from the moment they met, relying solely on brute physical strength to clash.
Yet even in this brutal exchange, Xiao Leijun gradually found himself at a disadvantage.
Long Zai's physical strength was several times greater than his own.
After repeated collisions, Xiao Leijun was finally sent flying, crashing into the ruins.
Useless trash. Hand over the beast core on your body, and I might let you die quickly.
Xiao Leijun spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly rose to his feet.
Put. That bull. You won't believe it until you see it, huh? Fine, then go to hell. Just as Long Zai was about to strike, Li Jiuyue appeared before Xiao Leijun with the little glutton in tow. Li Jiuyue? You finally showed up.
Xiao Leijun exclaimed with delight.
You little bastard finally showed up. I've been waiting for you. Long Zai's bored expression instantly turned excited.
He'd been fretting over not being able to find Li Jiuyue, and now the kid had practically walked right into his hands.
Li Jiuyue didn't even glance at Long Zai.
He turned and tossed a bottle of recovery potion to Xiao Leijun.
Drink this. It'll speed up your recovery. Leave this place to me. Kid, it's showtime.
Li Jiuyue smiled faintly, patting the little Taotai on the head.
The little Taotai understood perfectly, leaping onto his palms. Witnessing this, Long Zai sneered even more wildly. Ah, kid, you're just grasping at straws in desperation. You're a useless piece of trash yourself,
and now you've dragged some worthless spirit beast into this to help you.
Do you really think this will save your pathetic life?
Hearing this, the little glutton beast flew into a rage. It opened its mouth wide and began gathering power.
Before anyone could react, the little Taotai unleashed an electromagnetic pulse cannon, blasting it straight at Long Zai. Long Zai? What the hell? As the EMP cannon approached, Long Zai was completely dumbfounded. What the hell was this thing? A laser cannon?
Feeling the destructive force radiating from it, Long Zai held nothing back and immediately activated his strongest defensive skill.
Dragon Scale Shield.
Even though Long Zai had deployed his ultimate defensive skill, confident it could withstand the laser assault, but
the electromagnetic pulse cannon's power far exceeded the limits of his defenses. Chapter 165, Laser is Truth.
Seeing Long Zai activate his ultimate defensive state, Xiao Leijun immediately warned him.
Be careful.
That guy's defenses are incredibly strong in this form, even thunder power can't touch him.
Li Jiuyue smiled, turned back, and gave him a thumbs up. Don't worry. You think this can block this little guy's laser? That's a bit naive, don't you think? Boom.
Yet the outcome unfolded exactly as Li Jiuyue had predicted. The little guy's laser proved terrifyingly potent. Despite unleashing his strongest defense, the moment he clashed with the electromagnetic laser cannon fired by the little Taotai, his entire body was sent flying backward. Long Zai gritted his teeth, mustering every ounce of strength to resist, yet his body recoiled backward uncontrollably. Even the ground beneath his feet began to spit flames from the intense friction, cracking open in a series of fissures.
Whoosh! Amidst their fierce battle, the combatants suddenly sensed a powerful energy wave rapidly approaching from behind.
When they turned to look, they witnessed a jaw-dropping sight. The students from Destiny Academy, in particular, stared wide-eyed, their expressions growing more stunned by the second. Senior Long Zai, the man who could single-handedly take on 100 opponents, who could directly confront dozens of A-rank professionals, had just been blasted away. After all, Long Zai was an S-rank professional. What on earth was that blue laser that could send him flying? Before anyone could process what had happened, Li Jiuyue increased his intensity.
Give it your all, kid.
Encouraged, the little Taotai unleashed an even larger laser beam from its mouth, its reach expanding ever wider.
Whoosh! The terrifying laser expanded by dozens of meters, its intensity and force nearly flattening the entire forest. Before arriving here, Li Jiuyue had already declared that today, this little fellow was permitted to cause quite a ruckus. Now, Long Zai's taunting words had completely ignited the little glutton's fury. It was a divine-grade spirit beast with growth potential. How could it not be enraged by being insulted by a mere human? At that moment, the laser pierced through half the forest like a pillar of heaven. Some Tianxian Academy students hadn't even had time to dodge before being instantly vaporized into dust by the laser.
Only then did everyone grasp the gravity of the situation. Some immediately halted their fighting and scrambled to evade the beam. Seeing a person instantly reduced to dust by the laser, Jiang Ming's skin crawled. He retreated at full speed, sprinting backward.
Bad news. Retreat. Shenfeng, equally overwhelmed by the pressure, utilized his formidable footwork to escape to a relatively safe position.
Xia Bingyao felt a twinge of defiance, almost ready to charge forward and confront it head-on. But the memory of what had happened to those around her.
No, better to avoid the danger for now. Everyone, get out of the way immediately.
Ji Hongyue moved with lightning speed, leading the Tianqing group in a frantic retreat.
Damn it! Everyone retreat! Don't get caught in that laser blast. Thanks to their timely evasion, the laser beam unleashed by the little Taotia didn't hit many targets.
Apart from a few unlucky souls, the one who suffered the worst was undoubtedly Long Zai alone.
The laser persisted for several dozen seconds before gradually dissipating.
Long Zai, who had taken the full brunt of the beam, now stood completely charred black. The skin on his hands was scorched beyond recognition. His clothes were torn to shreds, and a horrifying wound gouged deep into his chest. Raw, crimson flesh bulged outward, blood gushing violently from the wound.
Damn it, what the hell was that? Long Zhe was still trembling with fear.
He had never suffered such severe injuries before.
Had he not activated his life-saving technique in time, coupled with his half-dragon heritage, he would likely have been reduced to ashes by now. It's just a spirit beast, how could it unleash such terrifying power? As the thick smoke finally cleared, onlookers turned their gaze toward the source of the laser beam. Now, they desperately wanted to know, who could possibly fire such a terrifying laser? At that moment, Li Jiuyue, cradling the little Taotai in her arms, stepped forward toward the very center of the battlefield. Everyone's here now. We're all accounted for. Crowd, whoa. Xia Bingyao, it's you.
Long Zhe wiped the blood from his arm and began rapidly healing himself using the secret techniques of the Dragon Clan.
No, Bingyao, that laser wasn't fired by that guy, it came from the spirit beast in his arms.
What? Only then did Xia Bingyao notice that Li Jiuyue was still holding a small and adorable spirit beast in his arms.
The moment Li Jiuyue appeared, Ji Hongyue couldn't contain her excitement, her breathing instantly becoming rapid. September. Hongyue, hurry and bring everyone over. Li Jiuyue waved his hand.
Ji Hongyue quickly gathered the Tianqing Academy students and joined Li Jiuyue.
As she approached Li Jiuyue, she sensed something different about her. She couldn't quite put her finger on what it was, but something felt off. How are you all? Everything okay? Li Jiuyue asked anxiously.
Ji Hongyue shook her head, though her expression remained grim.
I'm fine, but several students were seriously injured, and a few others.
Hearing this, Li Jiuyue grasped the situation.
I understand. Rest assured, I'll make them pay for this. By the way, did you see Ying when you came? She?
Ji Hongyue's words trailed off as sudden movement erupted from the woods behind them.
Swish.
The next second, Su Ying, covered in wounds, burst out of the woods behind them. Several pursuers from the three great academies were hot on her heels.
Little one. Li Jiuyue patted the young Taotai on the head. The little glutton understood, then aimed its electromagnetic pulse cannon at the pursuers chasing Su Ying. Whoosh!
Everything in the laser's path was reduced to ashes. Their attention was entirely focused on the storage ring in Su Ying's hand, completely unaware that the little glutton's laser had already arrived before them.
Get out of the way!
Jiang Ming and Shin Feng shouted simultaneously.
But it was already too late. The moment they turned their heads, they were struck by the electromagnetic pulse cannon, instantly reduced to a pile of black ash. Clatter! They were instantly killed. Anyone else want to give it a shot? Chapter 166, bring it on, I'll take them all. Who else wants to try?
After witnessing the terrifying power unleashed by the little glutton's laser, not a single person from the three academies dared to respond. Even SS-rank professionals with formidable defenses, facing such lasers would leave them severely injured if not killed outright. Moreover, the laser possessed formidable penetrating power and an extremely wide range. If anyone were hit head-on, there'd be no escaping it. Ying, hand over that storage ring. Be careful. Drink this. It will help heal your injuries. Li Jiuyue took the storage ring and then handed the healing potion to Su Ying. After securing the storage ring, he deliberately tossed it in front of Xia Bingyao and the others.
The ring is in my possession now. If you've got the guts, come and take it. But there's only one ring for all of you. Jiang Ming snorted coldly, don't think you can sow discord among us here. Here's the deal, hand over the storage ring you're holding, and I'll let your Tianqing people leave. Hearing this, Li Jiuyue couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Save your lies for the ghosts. Even if we handed over the storage ring, you wouldn't let it go. Enough talk. If you've got the guts, come and take it. I'm right here. Long Zhe, whose injuries were gradually healing, roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha. You're nothing but a cursed good for nothing. You're only relying on that spirit beast on your hand, what's there to be so cocky about? Everyone, don't be afraid. He's just that god-cursed good for nothing, putting on airs here. Hearing the words cursed good for nothing, the crowd's hearts, which had been in their throats, finally dropped back to earth. So he's just a useless cripple after all. What a waste of our worry. I knew that face looked familiar, so he's the one cursed by the gods. He only has that beast on his hand to rely on. Everyone, don't be afraid. I don't believe it can handle all of us. Exactly. If we can just snatch that storage ring off his finger, we'll be rich. Seeing the greedy looks on their faces, Li Jiuyue smiled and said to the little Taotai. Alright then, pick someone to be your opponent. Just spit on him until he's dead. At those words, the crowd that had been boiling with excitement fell instantly silent. They swallowed hard, instinctively hiding behind the people beside them. At that moment, their thoughts were unanimous. Don't let its small size fool you, its power is terrifying. If its laser beam hit you, you'd be blown to smithereens. No way, better pick someone else. Just as everyone was on edge, the little Taotai finally fixed its gaze on Jiang Ming. Roar! You're the one. Li Jiuyue smiled, alright, hold nothing back, go all out. Roar! The little Taodai roared furiously and charged straight at Jiang Ming. Damn it, why's this beast coming after me?
Jiang Ming cursed inwardly, his body instinctively retreating several steps. The little glutton pursued relentlessly, and soon the two were locked in combat.
Red Moon, you all be careful. Remember, just stall for time. I've got this.
The others nodded, then plunged into the chaotic melee. Xia Bingyao had intended to confront Li Jiuyue directly, but Longzhe intercepted her.
Bingyao, leave this guy to me. You go after his woman.
Alright. Remember to snatch the storage ring off his finger. Don't worry, I'll break both his legs and make him kneel before you. With that, Longzhe braced his lower body and launched himself like a cannonball toward Li Jiuyue.
Come on then. Let's settle the score from the night market too.
Li Jiuyue took a deep breath and clashed with Longzhe. This time, he held nothing back. The moment they clashed, he unleashed ultimate terror, freezing Longzhe solid in place. Being a clone, the skill's standard 5-second hard control duration was halved to 2.5 seconds, only half the usual effect. Skills capable of forcibly restraining opponents were the most terrifying weapons in a decisive battle like this. Within those 2.5 seconds, Li Jiuyue chained multiple skill buffs before unleashing a rock punch that slammed into Longzhe.
Possessing a trace of dragon bloodline, Longzhe's defense far surpassed that of other S-rankers.
Though Li Jiuyue was currently operating at only 50% strength, the combined effect of all those skill buffs meant that the sheer force of that punch sent Longzhe flying through the air, crashing into and snapping several thick trees before finally coming to a halt. During the attack, he made a quick move to slip the storage ring off Longzhe's finger.
Well, I can't let my effort go to waste.
I'll graciously accept this beast core. The control effect of ultimate terror faded, and Longzhe regained his senses. That strike had inflicted significant damage. However, protected by his dragon scales, as long as it wasn't a fatal blow, he could recover through his formidable abilities.
After taking Li Jiuyue's punch head-on, Longzhe was utterly baffled. Damn it, he's clearly just a piece of trash. How could he possess such devastating attack power?
Just now, it felt like something had taken control of me. My body couldn't move at all. I refused to believe this loser could pull off something like that.
Repelled by Li Jiuyue, Longzhe's confidence shattered, causing his aura to surge several levels in an instant.
Not only that, his body was now completely covered in dragon scales. A pair of dragon wings had sprouted from his back, and his hands had transformed into crimson dragon claws. Even more terrifying, the overwhelming pressure radiating from him had completely shattered the surrounding terrain. Several trainees who had inadvertently wandered into the fray were instantly pinned to the ground by that terrifying pressure, unable to move an inch.
Witnessing this scene, Li Jiuyue couldn't help but mutter under his breath.
Sigh, typical brainless fool, even attacking himself. Sensing the dragon's aura emanating from Longzhe, the shadow black dragon resting within Li Jiuyue's mind was startled awake.
Shadow, someone's provoking you, aren't you going to step in?
Li Jiuyue said with gleeful schadenfreude.
The shadow black dragon used its special abilities to see Longzhe. Him? Just a little brat? You can't handle him yourself? You need this dragon to step in? Anyway, you're just sitting around doing nothing.
Disciplining this disobedient junior of yours is no trouble at all.
Li Jiuyue chuckled. The shadow black dragon waved its claw impatiently. Fine, fine. Who told this kid to be so blind as to provoke a killing god like you? Chapter 167, What is Intimidation? Kid, I'll be borrowing your body for a bit.
I'll use my psychic power and some special techniques to control your body. Only then can I unleash half my true strength.
Ha? You wouldn't be planning to take over my body outright, would you?
Li Jiuyue asked tentatively. The shadow black dragon curled his lips and let out a curse.
Bull. Our dragon bodies are hundreds of times stronger than your puny human frames.
I wouldn't even want a body like yours. Alright, if I go out there, the higher-ups in the human world will definitely recognize me.
That'll cause trouble. I'm just borrowing your body. Don't worry, there won't be any harm done.
Besides, you'll get to experience firsthand what it means to feel the oppression of the dragon clan. Seeing that the shadow black dragon had a point, Li Jiuyue agreed.
Alright. After exchanging thoughts in the spiritual realm, Li Jiuyue withdrew part of his power, including his psychic energy.
The shadow black dragon then used its formidable psychic power and physical strength to take control of Li Jiuyue's body. Of course, this control was only temporary. After all, the current Li Jiuyue was merely a duplicate, possessing only half the soul power. Had it been the main body, the shadow black dragon would have been completely repelled the moment it attempted control. Having briefly seized control of Li Jiuyue's body, the shadow black dragon clenched its fist. It was truly a peculiar sensation. So this is what it feels like to be human. It really is quite peculiar. Control time is limited. Better get down to business. At that moment, within the capital's arena, murmurs of discontent began to stir among the crowd. They all condemned the three academies for their shameless behavior. While the rules didn't explicitly state it was a foul, three academies ganging up on one was undeniably despicable. Yet, every situation has two sides. While some condemned the three academies' actions, others voiced approval. After all, the world battlefield was a brutal arena, and this was an inter-academy conflict.
As long as it doesn't violate the rules, then it's perfectly reasonable. Those 3 academies are way too much. So many of them ganging up on one academy. What kind of game is this? It's just bad luck for Tianqing Academy. They were already weak, and now they're being ambushed. Wait, hold up, doesn't Tianqing Academy have an S rank? Something like Yi Hong? I've been watching this for ages. He was there at the start, but then he vanished. Who knows? Maybe they have some strategy up their sleeves. Second floor viewing platform. Some high-ranking officials of Xia Kingdom were growing increasingly uneasy about the actions of the 3 major academies. Your Majesty, is it truly acceptable to let them continue like this? Tianqing Academy's strength is lacking, that's undeniable. But this 3 against 1, isn't it a bit too?
The speaker attempted to intercede on Tianqing Academy's behalf, but was promptly cut off by another high-ranking official.
Well, what's the big deal? It's because Starry Sky Academy lacks allies, that's why they can't find anyone to team up with. Besides, don't you know how much Tianqing Academy has contributed to Xia Kingdom over the years?
This retort left the man speechless. But, because it was the truth since its founding, Starry Sky Academy had produced only 1 S-rank student. The number of students within the academy was pitifully small. Rather than continuing to waste resources like this, it would be better to disband it outright and rebuild a new academy. This was the prevailing sentiment among most of Xia Nation's high-ranking officials. As for the sovereign, hearing the 2 men arguing, the sovereign waved his hand, signaling them to quiet down. Enough, both of you. I know what I'm doing. Whether they can weather this storm depends entirely on their own abilities. If Tianqing Academy performs well in the 4 academies competition, we can continue to observe them then. Understood. The others nodded and fell silent, focusing intently on the unfolding battle. Glancing at the battlefield, Zhong Wutian turned and said with a smile, I'll give you a chance to win back your losses. Care to bet? The Angel of Death shot him a disdainful look. Go ahead, what are you betting on this time? Zhong Wutian grinned. We'll wager whether Tianqing can overcome this crisis. Still 100 million. What do you say? Dare you take it? The ice master beside him, who had long seen through Zhong Wutian's scheme, couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Zhong Wutian, you're not betting on Tianqing, you're just betting on that kid. Zhong Wutian smiled without denying it. Just tell me if you're in or not. The others exchanged glances and accepted the wager without hesitation. Bet it is. What's there to be afraid of? Exactly. Tianqing is at a massive disadvantage right now. How could that kid possibly turn things around on his own? Exactly. I'd stretch to call him an S-tier at best. Even so, Tianqing only has 2. Enough talk. We'll see the results when the time comes. Zhong Wutian declared with brimming confidence. What secret did you uncover about that kid to trust him so completely? The Angel of Slaughter suddenly felt a pang of curiosity toward Li Jiuyue. At that moment, facing Longzhe Li Jiuyue, whose combat power had surged several-fold, Li Jiuyue's expression remained as calm as still water. He made a defiant gesture toward him. Since you've seen the ancestor, why not pay your respects? Kid, you're asking for death. Completely enraged, Longzhe took a single step forward and instantly teleported before Li Jiuyue. Die. Longzhe channeled his energy into his palms, unleashing a strike powerful enough to tear the earth apart. Yet Li Jiuyue made no defensive move, merely uttering a single word. Kneel. That was the overwhelming pressure of imperial bloodline. The Shadow Black Dragon was royalty among the dragon clans, second only to the 10 ancient dragon gods. Within the dragon clan, it stood above all but one. Yet Longzhe merely inherited a fragment of dragon blood, gaining power through it. There was no comparison whatsoever between the two. With just those words, all the power within Longzhe was drained in an instant. His body felt as though a 1,000-pound boulder had crushed him, his legs trembling uncontrollably until he finally collapsed to his knees with a thud. Those caught in the fierce battle sensed the overwhelming pressure and turned to look. But seeing it only made them freeze in shock. Especially Xia Bingyao. She had been hoping Longzhe would break Li Jiuyue's legs and bring him before her. But the reality was, he was kneeling before Li Jiuyue himself. Longzhe, what the hell are you doing? Faced with Xia Bingyao's furious roar, Longzhe trembled violently, his lips quivering uncontrollably. He tried to speak, but the overwhelming pressure emanating from Li Jiuyue made it impossible for him to utter a word. Chapter 168, The Tables Turned, Roles Reversed. Watching Longzhe kneel on both knees before him, Li Jiuyue slowly crouched down and tapped his head with a finger. I am your ancestor. How dare you, unfilial descendant, commit such an act of disrespect? Of all people you could have provoked, you had to pick on this kid. At this moment, Li Jiuyue's body was entirely controlled by the Shadow Black Dragon, so his tone mirrored the dragon's perfectly. Unaware of this, Longzhe interpreted Li Jiuyue's actions as a provocation. He struggled to lift his head. Though unable to speak, his eyes conveyed defiance and contempt toward Li Jiuyue. Well, the unfilial brat has the nerve to fight back. Li Jiuyue tilted his head, then sprang to his feet and delivered a vicious kick straight to Long Zhe's midsection. Boom! The force of the kick sent Long Zhe flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into and shattering several mountains before finally coming to a halt. He collapsed onto the ground like a dead dog, utterly incapacitated for battle. If the Shadow Black Dragon hadn't held back when launching its attack, Long Zhe would have been kicked to pieces just now. Li Jiuyue, witnessing this scene in the spiritual realm, was furious. Damn it, old dragon, that wasn't fair. That kick could have killed him outright. Why did you hold back? The Shadow Black Dragon sighed helplessly. Ah, kid, what can I say? He does carry some of our dragon bloodline. Kicking him to death would be a grave taboo among dragons. Besides, with your strength, disposing of him would be as easy as snapping your fingers. Alright, come back. Li Jiuyue sighed helplessly. That shameless old dragon. Seeing Li Jiuyue about to call him back, the Shadow Black Dragon refused to budge. At that moment, he felt like he'd discovered a whole new world. He never imagined being human could be this much fun. Hey, no way. Being human feels way too fun. Let me play a little longer. Wait, you're not seriously trying to possess me, are you? Li Jiuyue was speechless. Bull. This is just one of your avatars. I've signed a contract with you. If I took over your body, I'd suffer damage too. Relax, I can only maintain control for another 5 minutes max. Any longer, and my psychic energy will suffer damage. Fine. Just don't lay a finger on Tianqing and the others. Do whatever you want with the rest. Relax. I know my limits. The Shadow Black Dragon chuckled darkly, regaining control of his body. While the Shadow Black Dragon and Li Jiuyue conversed in the spiritual realm, the others turned to look at Long Zhe, who had been sent flying by a single kick. Instantly, their expressions turned numb. Again? That same move again. Long Zhe had just been blasted away by that laser, and now he'd been kicked flying by this cursed child. Wait, is this guy's S-rank even real? It seems so worthless. He's an S-rank professional. There are only a handful in the entire Xia nation. To kick an S-rank powerhouse flying like that, is this kid the cursed child or the divine child? In an instant, everyone began questioning the identities of both men. Xia Bingyao, who witnessed everything firsthand, looked utterly shocked. She knew Long Zhe's strength well. If he went all out, even 2 S-rankers couldn't scratch him. But this? How could he be instantly killed by that good for nothing? Wasn't he cursed by the divine entity? Why did he still possess such overwhelming power? In that moment, Xia Bingyao's mind raced with countless theories. She couldn't comprehend it. She couldn't fathom why a cursed, worthless possessed such terrifying power. I refuse to believe it. Clearly, I'm the one favored by the divine. He's nothing but a worthless piece of trash. After sensing the terrifying aura Li Jiuyue unleashed, Shenfeng and the others all felt their mouths twitch uncontrollably. Damn it! You tell me this is the cursed child? He just kicked that arrogant fool Long Zhe flying. How are we supposed to fight this? Jiang Ming, you bastard, are you still alive? If you're dead, just squeak. But right now, Jiang Ming was being chased through the entire forest by the little Tao Tai, completely unable to hear his words. After devouring several victims, the little Tao Tai had grown to nearly half a person's height. With its increased size came a massive surge in power. Every time Jiang Ming tried to counterattack, the little glutton dodged nimbly, then spun around to unleash an electromagnetic pulse cannon and a flamethrower. Faced with these 2 devastating attacks, Jiang Ming had no choice but to flee. He had previously attempted to meet the little Tao Tai's attacks head-on with brute force, only to discover after trying that it was utterly useless. Damn it, what the hell kind of spirit beast is this? As everyone stood stunned, Li Jiuyue slowly stepped forward. A single sentence from him sent a chill down their spines. Hand over that thing you call a beast core, and then you can get the hell out of here. The moment these words were spoken, discontent immediately flared. They had fought tooth and nail to obtain these beast cores. Why should they hand them over? Why? Why should I hand over my beast core to you, some? Whoosh! Before the man could finish his protest, Li Jiuyue merely glanced at him. That single look unleashed a terrifying aura that instantly engulfed him. Under that crushing pressure, the man instantly collapsed to the ground, his limbs cracking and groaning. Stop talking nonsense! Hand them over, or die. And you! Just then, a student from Destiny Academy rushed frantically into the forest from the outskirts. Senior Bingyao, something's wrong. What happened? The situation was already dire enough, but seeing the person rushing in, covered in blood, suddenly filled her with a terrible foreboding. Terror filled the messenger's eyes as his voice trembled. I don't know what happened, but the people guarding the perimeter died inexplicably. When I went back to check, the ground was littered with bodies, and there were no signs of a fight. What? They're all dead? Xia Bingyao gasped. And their storage rings are gone too. Hearing this, Xia Bingyao felt a buzzing in her head. She froze in place, momentarily at a loss. The situation had spiraled completely beyond her control. Not only had they failed to obtain the beast cores, but more critically, several people had perished.
If this continued, the academy wouldn't even be able to field a single 4-person team before the second round of the 4 academies competition. At that thought, Xia Bingyao made a decisive choice. Leave. Leave first. Get out of here. But what about the people from Tianqian and Tenjiao academies? Xia Bingyao bit her lip. Forget it. Let them fight over the beast cores themselves. We can't afford to lose any more people. Chapter 169, One person repels the 3 great academies. Alright. Xia Bingyao said earnestly. Fortunately, I had the foresight to leave a large teleportation array at the place we were staying earlier. Once activated, this teleportation array cannot be stopped. Understood. The group nodded, already prepared to be transported back. Xia Bingyao quietly placed her right hand behind her back and began forming seals. This is the shame of my entire life, Xia Bingyao. She gritted her teeth, vowing silently that the humiliation she endured today would be repaid tenfold to the people of Tianqing Academy. Just as Xia Bingyao was about to complete the hand seals, Li Jiuyue noticed something amiss. Ha? Trying to escape? He reached out to stop her, but the spatial teleportation array had already activated. In the next instant, every member of the Heavens Will Academy present on the battlefield vanished from the area. This is a large-scale teleportation array? Ji Honyue exclaimed in shock. Xia Bingyao still had something up her sleeve. Seeing Xia Bingyao escape with the Heavens Will Academy members, Shenfeng, Jiang Ming, and the others were utterly stunned. Damn it! That woman left us behind and took off herself. Shenfeng, what do we do? That kid's condition is unknown. Acting rashly could easily be a trap. Li Jiuyue, huh? I, Shenfeng, remember you. Retreat. Gritting his teeth, Shenfeng activated his secret technique. A violent gust of wind swept through, instantly evacuating the entire Tianjiao Academy contingent from the battlefield. Only the Tianqian Academy members remained, standing there bewildered. Their leader, Jiang Ming, was currently being chased through the forest by a spirit beast. Before they could utter another word, Li Jiuyue shot them a glance. Instantly, a terrifying aura descended upon them. No, we'll hand over the beast cores. The crowd tremblingly handed over the beast cores from their storage rings, piling them onto the ground before them. At that moment, Jiang Ming, who had been chased by the little Tao Tai, returned to witness the scene and froze in shock. What the hell are you doing throwing those beast cores on the ground? We didn't want to. The group looked utterly speechless. If they didn't hand over the beast cores, their very participation in the next round of the 4 academies competition would be in jeopardy. Forget it. Get out. Get out. Get out. Jiang Ming's face darkened to the color of a pot bottom. This was losing both the battle and the wife, a humiliation that would reach all the way to Grandma Li's house. Li Jiuyue, you'd better remember this. Swish. After all, as an S-rank practitioner, Jiang Ming possessed some means of self-preservation. Using a powerful teleportation technique, he instantly transported the entire Tianqian Academy group to another location. With that, all 3 academies' forces had fled. Witnessing their escape, the Tianqing Academy members drew deep breaths, immediately erupting into cheers of relief. They had overcome this adversity. No one could have imagined that under the joint assault of the 3 academies, Tianqing Academy would emerge victorious in this battle. Though they had suffered considerable casualties and injuries, these losses paled in comparison to the damage inflicted upon the 3 academies. Moreover, they had acquired such a vast haul of beast cores, the ones scattered on the ground alone numbered nearly 500. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Ji Honyue's expression remained solemn. Everyone, don't let your guard down just yet. Go check on the casualties first. Yes. Upon hearing Ji Honyue's command, the others hurried over to begin assessing the casualties and injuries across each team. Kid, I've taken care of your troubles. I should be going now. If you stay much longer, this avatar of yours will dissipate, said the shadow black dragon. I've gained quite a lot here too. Li Jiuyue smiled. The scene shifted to the forest's outskirts. Li Jiuyue, who had been slaughtering wildly at the forest's edge, had reaped a rich harvest. The storage rings in his possession alone numbered 20. However, over half the people had simply tossed their storage rings aside before fleeing in panic. After counting the beast cores inside these rings, Li Jiuyue couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Holy crap, there's so many! Did they just raid an entire beast clan? Whatever. The danger over there is gone now. Time to head back. Li Jiuyue happily stowed away the rings and sprinted toward where Ji Honyue and the others were waiting. At that moment, Ji Honyue approached with a puzzled look. September, I can't shake this feeling that you seem different somehow. Mo Qianyu nodded, sharing the same sensation. Yeah, I feel it too. Your aura seems so faint now, like you're about to vanish. What exactly is going on here? Li Jiuyue smiled, making no attempt to conceal the truth. It's perfectly normal. This is merely one of my avatars. My true body is elsewhere right now. At the word clone, everyone froze, their mouths slightly agape. They stared blankly for a long moment before gradually coming to their senses. A clone? This is just one of your clones. At that moment, a single question echoed in everyone's mind.
A mere clone had kicked S-Rank Longzhe flying, and not only that, it had single-handedly repelled the 3 major academies.
Wait, if your clone is already this powerful, just how strong is your true body?
It's only been a single day in the world battlefield, and you've transformed from the cursed child into a god. While everyone was still reeling in disbelief, Yi Hong quietly emerged from the dense forest behind them. Instead of joining the crowd, he headed to a secluded spot to rest and recover.
Oomph, what a bunch of fools.
In the end, it still falls to me to step in. He sat cross-legged, beginning to regulate his breath.
At that moment, Li Jiuyue's true form arrived. Mo Qianyu walked over to the clone with curiosity and gently poked his cheek. Hey, it feels just like the real thing.
Li Jiuyue rolled his eyes.
Seriously, I am the real one, okay? Just with slightly weakened power.
Alright, he's here. Let him speak with you yourselves.
Li Jiuyue turned to face the approaching figure.
When 2 Li Jiuyue appeared before the crowd simultaneously, they finally believed the doppelganger was real.
Holy crap, there really are 2 identical Li Jiuyue. No way, it's really a clone. What kind of skill lets a clone possess such overwhelming power?
You're back.
You've been through a lot.
Li Jiuyue gave a faint smile before fading away completely.
How about it? Everyone okay?
Ji Honyue shook her head.
We're fine. We really owe this to you. Those people were after the beast cores in our possession.
Thank goodness you arrived in time, otherwise, all our efforts would have been wasted. Don't worry, the beast cores have been with me the whole time. Li Jiuyue smiled and produced the storage ring Su Yingying had entrusted to him. But, when he took out the contents of the storage ring, everyone present was stunned.
Chapter 170, The Traitor, The Lost Beast Core.
What? This? How could this happen? When Li Jiuyue emptied the entire contents of the beast core, they discovered it was filled entirely with equipment, not a single beast core in sight.
Seeing this, everyone was stunned.
Where were the beast cores? Where had their beast cores gone? Not just the others, but even Li Jiuyue himself, holding the storage ring in his hand, was utterly bewildered. Ever since Su Yingying had handed him the storage ring, it had remained in his pocket the entire time.
No one had touched it. Could it be? This couldn't be possible, right? Though he couldn't believe it, Li Jiuyue still turned to ask Su Yingying. Yingying, did anything strange happen on your way back? Like someone deliberately approaching you?
That way, someone could have swapped out this storage ring. He simply couldn't believe and never would believe that the disappearance of all the beast cores from this storage ring was Su Yingying's mistake. She was injured, there was no way that could have happened. When Su Yingying saw not a single beast core left inside the storage ring, her face drained of color. Her body went limp and she collapsed directly onto the ground.
How could this happen?
There were definitely beast cores in here. After a long moment of panic, Su Yingying hurriedly recounted to everyone how she had escaped the encirclement.
After leaving Ji Honyue's side, she had sprinted toward the outer perimeter of the encirclement.
But barely had she begun running when pursuers closed in from behind. Just as she was contemplating how to respond, a masked figure blocked her path. The masked figure helped Su Yingying eliminate her pursuers, leading her to mistakenly believe he was a rescuer. However, after dealing with the pursuers, the figure immediately turned to attack Su Yingying. His speed was blindingly fast. Before Su Yingying could react, she was struck by a palm strike. She was knocked back dozens of meters, her body recoiling rapidly.
Realizing the stranger was not an ally but an enemy, she began racing toward Ji Honyue's location.
This was why Su Yingying had returned from the outskirts looking so disheveled. Hearing her explanation, the others fell into deep thought, each beginning to piece together their own version of the events. Li Jiuyue's brow furrowed as a terrible premonition suddenly gripped her heart. That is, there was a mole from another academy among them. 2 points are suspicious. First, how did the 3 major academies know the location of the Red Moon? This battlefield is vast, and no one is equipped with tracking devices.
They simply couldn't have known the Red Moon's location. Unless someone tipped them off.
Second, the person who attacked Su Yingying managed to knock her back with a single palm strike. That power could have easily kept her down for good. The only reason he didn't do so must be that he wanted something on Su Yingying. That item must be a storage ring. Could it be that the attacker wasn't from the 4 great academies, but an S-rank powerhouse from another nation? Or perhaps, the spy was among them. By the time this thought crossed Li Jiuyue's mind, he had already made up his mind. Fortunately, he had kept a backup plan. It's fine. The priority now is to keep this incident under wraps, otherwise, morale will collapse. With 2 days left until the world battlefield concludes, everyone should focus all efforts on gathering beast cores during this time. The 3 academies have suffered significant losses this time. They likely won't be able to spare any resources for a while. At this point, it's the only option. Everyone nodded in agreement with Li Jiuyue's approach. Spreading this news now would only sow chaos within our own ranks. Seeing Su Yingying's vacant expression, Ji Honyue stepped forward to offer comforting words.
Yingying, don't put any pressure on yourself. This isn't your fault. Besides, didn't we just see some beast cores from them earlier? We still have 2 days left. If we hunt down more beasts during that time, we might still have a chance. Su Ying gradually snapped out of her grief upon hearing Ji Hongyue's words. Over the next 2 days, Li Jiuyue led the group on a relentless hunt for beasts across the world battlefield. After a night of rest, the 3 major academies also joined the hunt. This attack on the Star Academy had been a complete loss. Not only had they gained nothing, but they'd also lost a vast number of beast cores. If they couldn't make up for it, first place was out of reach. Amidst the frenzied hunt for beast cores, one member of the Starry Sky Academy quietly vanished. Wearing a mask, this individual unexpectedly appeared before Xia Bingyao. You lot are utterly unreliable. How could you screw this up? Even masked, Xia Bingyao instantly recognized the voice. It's you? What are you doing here? I'm here to deliver something to you. The man sneered dismissively before tossing a storage ring to Xia Bingyao. What's this? Xia Bingyao caught the storage ring and opened it to find a mountain of beast cores piled inside. Where did you get all these beast cores? Xia Bingyao was stunned. The man shot her a withering look before speaking with a hint of indignation. You guys screwed up, so I had to find something to make up for it. Alright, everything's been delivered. I should be going now. Wait, remember your position. Don't expose yourself. Xia Bingyao cautioned. Don't worry, I don't need you to remind me of that. With that parting remark, the man departed. 2 days in the world battlefield passed in the blink of an eye, and suddenly it was the 3rd day. Today was the day to leave the world instance. Finally leaving the world instance. Though they'd hunted monstrous beasts day and night for these past 2 days, they still felt uncertain. After all, they had already fallen behind others at the very starting point of the beast cores. What worried Ji Hongyue even more than the 3 major academies were the participants from other nations. Since entering the world battlefield, they hadn't encountered a single competitor from another nation, as if they'd vanished into thin air. What puzzled her even more was that despite the massive commotion days ago, these foreign competitors hadn't intervened. This was something she simply couldn't fathom. Seeing Ji Hongyue's furrowed brow, Li Jiuyue smiled, stepped forward, took her hand, and offered reassurance. Don't worry, I've got this. I said I'd lead Tianqing against the odds. Let's start today. Chapter 171, The World Battlefield concludes. Meicham, I believe you. Ji Hongyue nodded with a smile. She had complete faith in Li Jiuyue's words. And so, the first trial concluded. The group departed the world battlefield in an orderly fashion. Look! Look! September's coming out. Zhang Yi exclaimed excitedly. Seeing the academy members emerge, Ji Yong took a deep breath, his heart finally settling. Seeing this, Tian Xian merely sneered disdainfully. So what if you manage to slip out by sheer luck? You probably don't even have 100 beast cores between you, do you? Nie Chuan and the others joined in the mockery. When the time comes, if you can't even match the beast cores held by those 3 nations, you'll have utterly disgraced Xia Nation. Let's see how you'll handle it then. Facing their taunts, Ji Hong merely sneered coldly and fired back. That's not your concern. Seeing Li Jiuyue emerge unscathed from the world battlefield, Zhong Wutian walked over to the group behind him with a cheerful smile. Everyone, I've won this bet again. Wry smiles spread across their faces. Ah, you bastard. Now they'd lost another 100 million. The group's perception of Li Jiuyue as the cursed child had shifted dramatically. How could someone cursed possess such terrifying dominance? This kid gives off the vibe of someone who's unlocked a hidden class. This kid does have something special about him. Let's see how this plays out. Maybe he'll surprise us. Even he alone can't save Tianqing. The sheer number of beast cores in his possession is a gap they simply can't bridge. Zhong Wutian smiled, his gaze lingering on Li Jiuyue. This kid might just surprise us after all. The only difference was that when they entered, every team was at full strength, but when they emerged, each team had lost numerous participants. But Sakura Nation, United States, H Nation. Not a single competitor from these 3 nations was missing. This discrepancy caught Li Jiuyue's attention. What kind of scheme are these people hatching? We'd better be on guard. Seeing everyone complete this first trial, the sovereign rose with satisfaction and declared. Welcome to all who passed the first trial of the 4 academies competition, the world battlefield. Enough with the formalities. Gather the beast cores you obtained from the world battlefield and prepare for the rankings. With that, the sovereign waved his hand, and a device for measuring beast cores materialized before the assembly. At that moment, a high-ranking official beside the sovereign spoke up. Each of you send 1 representative to place the collected beast cores onto this machine. Of course, if any trainees discover they have extra beast cores along the way, they may add those as well. The machine will display the total number of beast cores collected, and we will rank you all based on that count. You now have 5 minutes to complete this task. Within those 5 minutes, everyone gathered their collected beast cores together. Glancing at the storage ring brimming with beast cores, Zhang Ming immediately shot a defiant look toward Ji Hongyue and the others. Let's see how you win this time. Though the siege against Tianqing Academy had failed, they still held the numerical advantage. With numerical superiority, they could deploy more hunters to slay the beasts, thereby increasing their haul. 3 minutes later, all the beast cores from every participant had been fully gathered. Immediately after, Jiang Ming from Tianshan Academy approached the machine. He let out a cold laugh before emptying the beast cores from his storage ring onto the machine before him. Clatter! As the beast cores from the storage ring landed on the machine, the screen above it began displaying a steadily rising number. Finally, as the last beast core landed, the number settled at 1,785. Upon seeing this number, Tianxian, standing on the second floor platform, wore a look of deep satisfaction. Not bad. These beast cores should be more than enough to decide the outcome of this contest. Next to take the stage was Xin Feng from the Celestial Pride Academy. As the beast cores from his storage ring fell, the rising numbers kept everyone on edge. Especially the members of Tianshan Academy, their eyes fixed intently on the flickering number on the screen. They certainly didn't want this number to exceed their academy's total count of beast cores. Yet, the outcome was always surprising. The beast cores from the Celestial Pride Academy finally stopped at 2011. A full 2,000 beast cores. Seeing that number, Jiang Ming's mouth twitched involuntarily. Damn it, what the hell is this? How the hell did that guy's beast cores end up so much higher than ours? Nie Chuan's tense expression finally relaxed, and he burst into laughter. Not bad at all. This is the true strength of our Tianjiao Academy. Ji Yong, see this pile of beast cores? That's a number your academy could never hope to reach in a lifetime. Just as Nie Chuan was taunting them, Xia Bingyao slowly walked up to the machine. Clatter! Countless beast cores poured out frantically, their number quickly surpassing 1,000, then 1,500, and still rising. What? How can there be so many beast cores? Seeing the relentlessly climbing figure, everyone was stunned. And it hadn't stopped yet, the number kept climbing higher and higher. Wait, just how many beast cores did Destiny Academy obtain? This question echoed in everyone's mind. Finally, after a full 3 minutes of sheer astonishment, the count of beast cores settled at 3,765. This figure was far ahead of the rest. Whoosh! The crowd erupted in a thunderous roar of cheers. The Heavenswell Academy students are incredible. They managed to get 3,765 beast cores in just 3 days. Holy crap, that's over 3,000 beast cores. I doubt I could ever get that many in my entire life. Destiny Academy is definitely taking first place, no arguments. Hold your horses, there are still teams from other nations. Over 3,000 beast cores? How could anyone possibly surpass that? With what? Clatter! Before the others could finish speaking, the United States stepped forward first and handed over all their beast cores. Just as everyone assumed their count would hover between 1,000 and 2,000. Little did they expect that the revealed count would send shockwaves through the crowd. Chapter 172, Turning the Tide, a Battlefield of 3,899. Whoosh! Seeing the sheer number of beast cores from the United States, everyone present was stunned. Nearly 4,000 beast cores. Just how many beasts had been slain? Xia Bingyao's expression darkened as she stared at the number on the screen, biting her lip tightly. How could this happen? How did they acquire so many beast cores? The three nations had never made significant strides on the world battlefield, nor had they participated in the wars between the four great academies. Yet how could they possibly have amassed over 4,000 beast cores? Was there some kind of trickery involved? Just as Xia Bingyao suspected, Jiang Ming, Xin Feng, and the others were equally perplexed. The United States had amassed a staggering 4,000 beast cores. Those bastards were secretly pulling off something big, damn it. What's the rush? There are still those two nations left. I refuse to believe their beast cores could exceed 3,500. Just as Xin Feng spoke with disdain, the representatives from Sakura Nation stepped forward and poured their beast cores into the machine. The numbers on the machine kept climbing, finally stopping at 3,799. Nearly 3,800 beast cores again. The crowd erupted in another wave of astonished murmurs. Holy crap, what's going on? How can Sakura Nation have so many beast cores too? They're almost at 4,000. Ask me how I know? Who knows what underhanded tricks they pulled? No wonder the others were unaware. Their attention had been entirely focused on the four great academies. The broadcast hadn't even shown footage from the three nations' perspectives, so naturally, they remained unaware. Next came the final nation, H. Though its beast core count fell short of the previous two, it still stood at a staggering 3,600. This number was truly terrifying. Now, the United States had surged to first place, followed by Sakura Nation in second, and Destiny Academy in third. This was utterly unacceptable to everyone. September, this. Seeing the quantities of beast cores everyone had submitted, Ji Hongyue and the others felt increasingly uneasy. Though they hadn't meticulously counted the beast cores in their storage rings, they estimated they had over 3,000. But securing first place now seemed utterly impossible. It's okay, it's not over yet. Leave it to me. Li Jiuyue smiled and gently patted Ji Hongyue on the head. Reassured by his words, Ji Honyue took a deep breath and stepped forward to empty all her beast cores onto the table. As the numbers on the screen climbed higher, her heartbeat quickened. 500, 1000, 1500, 2000. Finally, the count settled at 3079 beast cores. Seeing the count surpass 3000 on the screen, Zhang Yi and Shinfeng couldn't sit still. What? Tianqing Academy's beast cores actually surpassed 3000. And you still have the nerve to say that? Going to attack Starry Sky Academy back then was nothing but a complete loss. We didn't get a single beast core back then, so of course their count would surpass 3000. Ah, what a pity we let people from other nations slip through the cracks. As the final beast core fell, the count settled at 3079. Ji Honyue exhaled deeply, her face breaking into a satisfied smile. Though their ranking wasn't top tier, at least they weren't dead last. The only unexpected twist was how many beast cores those three nations had managed to obtain. If word of this got out, it would cause a huge uproar. The sovereign watching from the second floor platform wore an especially grim expression. This was Xia Kingdom territory, yet 3 foreigners had stolen the spotlight. As sovereign, this was an outcome he could not tolerate. However, this was a competition, and as special guests, they naturally couldn't interrupt the proceedings at this critical juncture. The energy within figures like Zhong Wutian beside him began to grow increasingly volatile and unstable. Had the higher-ups not restrained them, they would likely have erupted into violence in the next instant. Damn it, how did these bastards get so many beast cores? I reckon there must be some kind of special class among them. Otherwise, how could they possibly get so many beast cores? What do we do now? We can't just let these guys take first place. Sai, what can we do? The sovereign gritted his teeth and stood up. Just as he was about to announce the results, Li Jiuyue, who had remained silent for a long time, spoke up. Hold on. This isn't all the beast cores from Tianqing Academy, I still have some more. Buzz. The moment those words left his mouth, a collective buzzing sensation echoed through the crowd as all eyes instantly turned toward him. Especially the contestants from the United States, each of them looked at Li Jiuyue, their expressions tinged with surprise. But it lasted only a moment before shifting to mockery and disdain. Not all of them? Even so, how many beast cores could an ordinary trainee possibly have? A few hundred at most. It won't change the current situation at all. Don't worry, this kid wants to be a hero, but he doesn't have what it takes. I'll see just how many beast cores he can produce. Seeing Li Jiuyue speak thus, the king refrained from announcing the match results immediately. Very well. In that case, place all the beast cores you have onto the machine. Understood. Li Jiuyue smiled, then slowly stepped forward. He produced an exquisitely crafted storage ring and emptied all the beast cores inside onto the machine. As each beast core landed, the numbers on the machine began to rise steadily. 3,000, 3,500, 3,700. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, it's still going up, still going up. The number on the screen kept climbing past 4,200 and showed no signs of stopping. Everyone watching was stunned. They had assumed Li Jiuyue could only produce a few hundred scattered beast cores. But now the count had surpassed 3,700 and was still climbing. Seriously, how many beast cores does this guy have in his storage ring? The number of beast cores at Tianqing Academy has now far surpassed that of the United States. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the count of beast cores continued to climb. It had now directly surpassed 5,000. What does 5,000 beast cores even mean? Is that like wiping out every single beast in a section of the world battlefield? Finally, the count surged past 6,210. But it wasn't over yet. Li Jiuyue then produced the beast core from the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar he held in his hand. This is the beast core of an S-rank beast, the Crimson Sky Thunder Roar. I wonder how many A-rank beast cores it could replace. Chapter 173, Second Round of the 4 Academies Competition Individual Battle. Whoosh! When Li Jiuyue produced the Crimson Thunder Roar's beast core, it exploded like a bomb in everyone's minds. Right. I almost forgot he still has one S-rank beast core on him. Just this one S-rank beast core is probably worth hundreds of A-rank beast cores. That's hard to say. Only the sovereign can judge that. We shouldn't speculate. All eyes turned expectantly toward the sovereign seated on the elevated platform on the second floor. Though Tianqing Academy's tally of beast cores now far surpassed everyone else's, they still yearned for a perfect conclusion. Seeing the beast core in Li Jiuyue's hand, the sovereign felt ecstatic inside, yet outwardly maintained an air of extraordinary composure. I must first consult with the higher-ups before making a decision. With that, he turned away to confer with the elders. 5 minutes later, the discussion concluded. Clearing his throat, the sovereign ascended the second floor platform and continued. Ahem. After our deliberation, this S-grade beast core is ultimately valued at 468 beast cores. I trust there is no disagreement on this point? The crowd shook their heads in unison, acknowledging the sovereign's assessment as entirely accurate. In truth, the sovereign had been conservative. On the black market or elsewhere, this S-grade beast core could fetch the equivalent of thousands of A-grade beast cores. Yet they had only secured 400 in exchange. It was indeed a meager sum. The faces of the representatives from Tianxian, Tianzhou, and Tianning academies darkened, yet they found no grounds to refute the offer. The sheer value of an S-rank beast core was undeniable. Moreover, even without this S-rank core, Tianqing Academy's total tally already far surpassed all of them combined. Where the hell did that kid get so many beast cores? It's bloody strange. Exactly. With his strength, he couldn't possibly have gotten that many. Even if you subtract the cores Ji Hongyue and the others got, this kid still has over 3,000. Just as Jiang Ming and the others were ranting wildly, someone besides Xia Bingyao spotted one particular beast core atop Li Jiuyue's pile. Whoa, that beast core looks familiar. After about 30 seconds of pondering, the person suddenly remembered something and exclaimed excitedly. Holy crap, this beast core is. Seeing the person's shocked expression, Xia Bingyao and the others hurriedly asked. What's wrong? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? The man's face twisted in terror. Senior Bingyao, that kid pulled out a beast core that looks like ours. What? Hearing this, everyone from Destiny Academy got goosebumps and turned to look ahead. What they saw sent a chill down their spines. It wasn't just one beast core, 1/5 of them belonged to Destiny Academy. They had participated in the hunt for these beasts, so they knew the appearance of these cores all too well. How could this creature possess our beast cores? The moment this topic surfaced, a man beside Xia Bingyao suddenly remembered something and exclaimed in horror. Senior Bingyao, do you remember that incident I mentioned to you earlier? You mean the incident where our academy members were killed by an unknown assailant on the outskirts? The man nodded urgently. Exactly. Could it be him? Now all the clues finally fit together. It absolutely has to be him. Otherwise, how else could our beast cores have ended up in his hands? This bastard played us all. Wait, that doesn't make sense. He was clearly on the front lines. How could he have ambushed us from behind? Xia Bingyao's expression grew grave as she uttered two words that sent a collective chill through the room. A clone. At the same time, Shenfeng, Jiang Ming, and the others also realized what had happened. Damn it, how did that kid get our beast cores? He immediately recalled the earlier incident where the outer circle trainees had been killed. I knew it. I knew how he got so many beast cores. They all belong to our people. Damn it, we've all been played by this kid. What a masterstroke cutting off the supply at its source. The others seemed to have figured something out. Li Jiuyue didn't hold back anymore. He turned around and flashed a defiant look at the group. As if to say, you guessed right, more than half of the beast cores here belong to you. I should thank you. With this S-rank beast added, the final tally of beast cores for Tianqing Academy reached 6,678. This number far surpasses the other 3 academies in foreign nations. Alright, all my beast cores are here. We can announce the results now. With that, Li Jiuyue smiled and returned to the team. The expressions of the representatives from the United States and the other 2 nations darkened to the extreme. They never imagined that the position they had confidently assumed as the undisputed leader would slip away into someone else's hands. And it was achieved by a single individual turning the tide. That meant this person possessed at least 3,000 beast cores. Who exactly is this person? Why have I never heard of them before? At that moment, a nearby trainee stepped forward to explain. The cursed child? So he's the infamous cursed child. Isn't he supposed to be a failure? How could he possibly have over 3,000 beast coins? Forget it. At this point, we can only pin our hopes on the next 2 rounds. No worries. This is just the beginning. The real surprises are yet to come. Seeing no further objections, the sovereign excitedly announced the results of the competition. The winner of the first round goes to Tianqing Academy. Cheers erupted from the Tianqing Academy crowd as they embraced each other in excitement. From underdogs to champions, it had taken a mere 6 minutes. This victory showed the sovereign that Tianqing Academy still held hope, greatly increasing the chances of the academy avoiding demolition. If they delivered dazzling performances in the next 2 rounds, Tianqing Academy could be spared. Alright. After 3 days of fierce competition, everyone has worked hard. Take a day to rest. Tomorrow, I will explain the rules for the second round of the 4 academies tournament. Yes, sir. The crowd nodded in unison and dispersed to rest with their respective teams. The night passed without incident, and time moved swiftly. The next day, everyone gathered as usual at the capital's arena. Due to the heavy losses suffered by participating teams in the previous world battlefield, and the rules did not allow for replacements, the remaining members would have to continue competing. The sovereign then announced the rules for the second round of the 4 academies tournament. The rules for this second battle were simple: individual combat. Opponents would be determined by drawing lots. Chapter 174, Individual Combat, the beginning of the path to deification. Each victory earned 1 point, with final rankings determined by accumulated scores. Each individual battle was limited to 10 minutes. Both contestants had to settle the outcome within that time frame. Unless one side is defeated and unable to continue, or one side is rendered unconscious, resulting in an automatic victory. If time expires with neither fighter incapacitated, the match is declared a draw.
Victory earns 1 point, defeat earns none, a draw earns none. Of course, this individual battle isn't entirely fair, as several support members are present among the 20 participants. If a support member were to face an aggressive fighter from another academy, the situation would be extremely dire. The second battle, while not a direct inter-academy war, still carries implications for the academies. If the top 3 spots are all claimed by members of the same academy, then the championship title undoubtedly belongs to that academy. The sovereign specifically emphasized that the second and third battles were closely linked, urging everyone to take them seriously. Accordingly, the sovereign announced that whoever secured first place in the individual competition would receive an exceptionally generous reward. The moment the ruler finished speaking, the crowd erupted with excitement, some already itching to compete. Of course, at the start of the individual battles, each participant would be given 15 minutes to strategize. To prevent cheating, the opponents would be drawn by the sovereign himself. Tianqing Academy. The individual battles are finally here? I'm genuinely excited. Li Jiuyue pumped his fist in exhilaration, goosebumps rising on his skin. Individual battles relied on raw strength shortcuts simply wouldn't work. The draws ranking is crucial. A match between evenly matched opponents guarantees a thrilling battle. But if there's a huge gap in skill levels, that fight will be nothing short of a rout. Xia Bingyao, don't you dare draw me. Otherwise, I won't let you leave the duel platform alive. Li Jiuyue vowed silently. Whether he would face Xia Bingyao in the arena truly depended on luck. It all hinged on whether the sovereign granted him that opportunity. The 15-minute discussion period vanished in an instant, swiftly ushering in the first individual battle. Once the participants from the 4 great academies and the 3 great nations had completed their registration, all their information was stored in a virtual space. The sovereign extended a hand and drew out the information for 2 contestants. Tianqian Academy, Doyu, versus Tianzhou Academy, EXIN. So it's those 2 fighting? Now we'll get a real show to watch. Xiao Leijun tucked his hands into his pockets and settled into his seat. Oh, you know them both? Li Jiuyue asked with a smile. Xiao Leijun nodded, speaking slowly. They're old rivals with unresolved grudges. Who'd have thought they'd clash in the very first match? They'll definitely go all out. It won't take long before a winner emerges. Li Jiuyue nodded. I see. Well then, let's enjoy the show. Just as Xiao Leijun predicted, the 2 named combatants swiftly converged on the duel platform. The moment they met, sparks flew. What a coincidence to run into you right off the bat. I've been itching for a chance to face you, kid. Wonder how much you've improved since last time. Then come and find out. Fine. Prepare to die. Diaoyu laughed coldly and charged straight at him. EXIN responded in kind, unleashing a powerful aura as the 2 collided in combat. Just as Xiao Leijun had predicted, their battle opened with relentless, deadly strikes from the very first exchange, each seemingly intent on finishing the other off. This intense battle raged on for about 5 minutes before a turning point emerged. Exhaustion began to show in EXIN's movements, slowing him considerably. Seizing this opening, Diaoyu's ghostly figure appeared behind him, delivering a punch straight to his back. The blow sent EXIN reeling, his stomach churning violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward, crashing hard against the wall. With one competitor knocked out, the referee blew the whistle. This match, Tianqian Academy, Diaoyu wins. Cheers erupted from the Tianqian Academy side, while the Tianzhou Academy section fell silent, faces grim. What's the rush? This is only the first match. After each duel concluded, there was a 3-minute break. The 3 minutes passed quickly, and the king proceeded to draw the names for the second match. As if by some divine arrangement, the ruler casually drew a name and it was Li Jiuyue's token. He paused in surprise, then reached out again with his right hand and drew Long Zhe's name. He gave a helpless chuckle before announcing the 2 names. Heaven's Will Academy, Long Zhe, versus Heaven's Star Academy, Li Jiuyue. The moment their names were announced, a collective gasp erupted from the crowd. Damn it, these 2 again. Remember how they clashed on the world battlefield? Yeah, this match is bound to be spectacular. Upon hearing that his opponent was Long Zhe, Li Jiuyue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hey, it's this guy? Talk about running into an old rival. The first battle to prove Tianqing's worth it starts with you. September, be careful. Don't worry. Li Jiuyue nodded and strode swiftly onto the duel platform. In stark contrast to his excitement, Long Zhe wore a face like he had a stomachache. Ever since Li Jiuyue had kicked him flying last time, he'd been haunted by psychological trauma. He couldn't shake the feeling that Li Jiuyue possessed something dragon-like, a soul-crushing pressure emanating from him. Under that pressure, he had no chance, let alone fighting back. Even standing before him felt impossible. Why him? Seeing Long Zhe's grim expression, Xia Bingyao asked with concern. Long Zhe, what's wrong? Why do you look so grim? Long Zhe shook his head, keeping his true feelings buried to spare Xia Bingyao's worry. It's nothing. Don't worry. I'll make that kid pay. With that, he strode onto the dueling grounds.
What a coincidence, it's you again, kid. Didn't get enough of that beating last time. Li Jiuyue chuckled. Li Jiuyue, last time I was careless. Don't get too cocky, kid. Fine. Li Jiuyue chuckled, then immediately asked. I'd like to ask, if someone were to die during this duel, what would happen then? Chapter 175, Crushing all opponents, remaining completely dark. I'd like to ask, if someone were to die during this duel, what would happen? Hearing Li Jiuyue's question, everyone froze for a moment before turning their gaze toward the sovereign on the second floor. The sovereign hesitated briefly before promptly responding. Once both parties step onto this arena, life and death are left to fate. Of course, you may also choose to forfeit outright. However, if anyone loses 5 consecutive matches, they will be immediately eliminated and barred from participating in the next round. Li Jiuyue nodded upon hearing the sovereign's words. So that meant even if Long Zhe died on this dueling field, no one would question his responsibility. With His Majesty speaking so plainly, I feel much more at ease. Li Jiuyue smiled, then beckoned to Long Zhe across the arena. Come on, I guarantee you won't leave this arena alive today. Boy, let me give you some advice, the more arrogant you are, the quicker you'll die. Long Zhe's mouth twitched with rage as his aura surged rapidly. His resolve was equally unwavering. No matter the cost, no matter the means, he would slay Li Jiuyue right here on this dueling ground. The potential he had displayed was simply terrifying. If allowed to develop further, he might very well become Xia Nation's first SS-rank martial artist. At that point, it wouldn't just be him, the entire Long family would be destroyed. It would be as easy as him uttering a single word. Therefore, no matter what, he must die today. Stop talking nonsense. Move. Let me see what you've got. Li Jiuyue made a taunting gesture toward him, then activated his rock barrier. This skill could instantly elevate his defenses to their peak, especially with the Earth's energy currently abundant. Even if Long Zhe unleashed his full power, Li Jiuyue could easily withstand the assault. Kid, you're asking for death. Long Zhe was thoroughly enraged by Li Jiuyue's words and charged at him in fury. Li Jiuyue chuckled, sharpening his focus to 120%, ready to counter Long Zhe's sudden assault at any moment. Long Zhe gathered all his strength, channeling it into his right fist, then slammed it viciously toward Li Jiuyue's face. Facing such a powerful strike, Li Jiuyue merely extended his right hand casually, freezing Long Zhe entirely in midair. The hand of the creator. What? Why can't I move? In that instant, he felt his body lose all control, as if gravity itself had been drained from him. Before he could process his confusion, Li Jiuyue swept his right hand, sending Long Zhe crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! Before Long Zhe could react, Li Jiuyue raised her hand again and hurled him against a distant wall. The terrifying impact blasted a gaping hole through the wall. But it didn't end there. As Li Jiuyue's hands kept swinging wildly, Long Zhe's body bounced through the air like a balloon, smashing frantically into the surrounding walls. The power of the creator's hand was truly terrifying. Even with his dragonkin physique, under the hand of the creator's control, Long Zhe's body felt as light as a feather. What the hell trick is this kid using? This can't go on, things are getting dangerous. Just as Li Jiuyue swung the hand of the creator once more, Long Zhe immediately activated his skill. This skill could remove any debuff, but its effect lasted only 3 minutes. Oh? A skill that can escape debuffs? How interesting. So how do you plan to counter this now? Li Jiuyue gave a wicked grin, then placed both hands on the ground and unleashed absolute zero. In an instant, an extreme cold spread from his hands, enveloping the entire arena. The terrifying speed of its spread even affected the spectator stands to some degree. Activate the protective shield immediately. Seeing this, the sovereign immediately ordered his subordinates to activate the protective shield. The high-ranking official beside him nodded, then with a sweeping gesture, instantly activated the protective shield of the capital arena, enveloping Li Jiuyue and his opponent within it. Fortunately, his speed was fast enough. Had it been even a few seconds slower, the spreading cold would have engulfed the spectator stands. This freezing effect is incredibly potent, it must be an S-rank skill. Even an S-rank skill wouldn't spread this fast. And despite the distance between us, I still feel the biting cold seeping through me, my very essence is trembling with fright at the thought of being frozen solid. A gleam flashed in the Angel of Death's eyes, this kid really is hiding his true strength. But what intrigues me more is how he, cursed by the divine, managed to become what he is now. Zhong Wutian chuckled, clearly foreseeing the outcome of this battle. Let's just watch on. This fight won't last much longer. Li Jiuyue used his skill to instantly transform the surroundings into a frozen wasteland. Long Zhe was momentarily stunned, unable to process the situation. This kid has been hiding his true strength this deeply. Why? Wasn't he cursed? How could he still possess such god-defying power? I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe that a genius like me, possessing the soul of a dragon, could be outmatched by a worthless. Long Zhe's rage grew with every thought, his aura surging until it ignited the dragon blood coursing through his veins. He knew deep down that without resorting to this method, he'd never stand a chance against Li Jiuyue. Even if he charged forward again, he would be crushed by that overwhelming pressure. Only by risking his very life did he stand a chance.
Seeing Long Zhe ignite his dragon blood, the shadow black dragon within the spiritual realm urgently warned him.
Hey, kid, that guy's burning his dragon blood. You better watch out. Burning dragon blood? So what?
I'll split him clean in two with a bolt of heavenly thunder.
Let's see how he burns then. You'll have to handle this yourself. I can't interfere. There are too many familiar auras here. If I manifest my true form, they'll recognize me. After uttering these words, the shadow black dragon fell completely silent.
Li Jiuyue hadn't counted on its help anyway, but after that warning, he did pay closer attention to Long Zhe's changes.
Boy, I admit you're strong.
My death is inevitable, but before I go, I'll drag you down with me.
With that, Long Zhe vanished from his spot and teleported behind Li Jiuyue in an instant.
Li Jiuyue merely smiled at this. The gap in power is right here.
It's something you can never bridge, no matter what method you use.
From the moment you crossed me, you should have known this would be your fate. Li Jiuyue's expression remained cold, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. With a light snap of his fingers. Crack! In the next instant, a purple bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, striking Long Zhe.
Chapter 176, The True Purpose of the Beast Tide. Crackle! Just as Long Zhe darted behind Li Jiuyue to launch a surprise attack, the latter flicked her fingers lightly. A purple thunderbolt instantly struck him. The thunderbolt was terrifyingly powerful. The instant it struck Long Zhe, it instantly rendered him incapable of fighting. Ah! Even his burning dragon blood couldn't withstand the terrifying destructive power of this purple divine thunderbolt. However, Long Zhe was still a dragon at heart. This purple divine thunderbolt could only immobilize him, it wasn't enough to kill him outright. Seeing Long Zhe still alive, Li Jiuyue was somewhat surprised. Oh, you're still alive? You've got some tough skin on you. But can you still endure this?
Li Jiuyue chuckled, snapping his fingers 5 or 6 times in rapid succession.
With each snap, another bolt of purple heavenly lightning struck Long Zhe's body.
Each bolt of heavenly lightning carried a restraining effect, completely paralyzing Long Zhe's body so he couldn't move an inch.
Ah! What the hell is this thing? He could feel the dragon blood within him rapidly evaporating.
Soon, he would lose every drop of blood in his body, ultimately becoming nothing more than a cold corpse. Or perhaps, before his blood could fully evaporate, he would be struck to dust by this heavenly thunderbolt.
Just as this thought crossed his mind, Li Jiuyue sprang into action. Whoosh!
This bolt of heavenly thunder surpassed all previous strikes in power, carrying a hint of the thunder god's might.
As the strike descended, Long Zhe instinctively tried to dodge.
But the previous divine thunder had already inflicted significant damage on his body, and its powerful paralysis effect left him utterly unable to move an inch. Ah! The thunderbolt struck, instantly reducing Long Zhe to dust. He died right there on the arena floor of the capital city.
Can you still stand here now? Hearing the aura behind him vanish completely, Li Jiuyue turned to look.
Sure enough, where Long Zhe had stood moments ago, only a pile of powder remained.
Whoosh! Witnessing Long Zhe's demise, Xia Bingyao, watching from the stands, let out a cry. Long Zhe! Her fists clenched tightly as an overwhelming fury surged through her, unleashing an uncontrollable tide of murderous intent.
Li Jiuyue. Her relationship with Long Zhe wasn't as straightforward as others imagined. There had been a hint of ambiguity between them. Now that Long Zhe had been killed, her heart ached unbearably. She silently vowed to make Li Jiuyue pay a terrible price. With Long Zhe's death, the referee swiftly announced the outcome of the match. Tianqing Academy, Li Jiuyue wins. Whoosh! Seeing Li Jiuyue's victory, the Tianqing Academy crowd erupted in excitement, leaping to their feet, each one more elated than the last. This battle held almost no suspense, as Li Jiuyue crushed her opponent to victory.
Remember, Long Zhe was an S-rank professional. To completely crush an S-rank opponent like that, just how terrifying must her strength be? Following Li Jiuyue's battle, the third match commenced swiftly.
This third match wasn't between the 4 academies, it was a battle between foreign nations. Everyone watched with intense curiosity, eager to see just how powerful these foreign professionals could be.
Unexpectedly, the battle never commenced. The professional from Sakura Nation chose to surrender.
The fourth match pitted a student from Tianqing Academy against a representative from Sakura Nation. Before the arena, the crowd cheered him on, and he did not disappoint. His prowess had always been formidable within Starry Sky Academy. Facing the Sakura Nation's representative, he showed no mercy, swiftly ending the battle. The subsequent matches proceeded as drawn by the sovereign, with many opponents choosing to surrender outright. Others, however, met their end on the dueling grounds due to miscalculations in their abilities. During this period, Li Jiuyue participated in no fewer than 3 duels. Though none of these opponents were Xia Bingyao, he still secured victory with ease. At this point, there was no need to hold back. They had already witnessed his strength, so why not surprise them?
Witnessing Li Jiuyue's 3 consecutive victories, the crowd was utterly astonished.
If defeating Long Zhe earlier had been a fluke, then crushing his subsequent opponents with such overwhelming force was a clear demonstration of his true strength. The earlier battles had gone smoothly, but the later ones proved far less favorable.
Tianqing Academy's overall strength couldn't match that of the other three major academies, and they found themselves at a disadvantage.
Still, this was an individual competition. The team battles were yet to come. As long as their numbers held steady, they would retain a significant advantage in the upcoming team matches. The first day's battles concluded swiftly. After a restful night, the second day dawned. The second day's battles were a completely different concept from the first. The fighting grew increasingly fierce, and everyone's actions became more decisive. What astonished Li Jiuyue most was how the three contestants from the other nation seemed to have suddenly risen to prominence. Though it was their first time in Xia Nation, they seemed to understand their opponents' moves and classes as if they had studied them beforehand, responding effortlessly to every attack. They even pinpointed countermeasures with precision, as if they'd foreknown their opponent's abilities. Could it be that one of them has awakened a foresight-type class? That seems unlikely. Even if someone did awaken a foresight class, they couldn't possibly predict every opponent's abilities with such precision in every single battle. Next match, Li Jiuyue of Tianqing Academy vs Yama Emi of Sakura Nation. Oh, finally my turn? Li Jiuyue stretched his limbs, then strolled leisurely onto the duel platform. Yama Emi stepped onto the stage, glanced at Li Jiuyue, and his expression abruptly changed. Why is there no information on this person? He turned back in utter bewilderment, only to see the representatives from the three kingdoms scrutinizing Li Jiuyue on the stage with the same critical gaze. Suddenly, several of them noticed something, their expressions turning utterly horrified. How could this be? This man is the cursed child. His records are completely blank. This beast core was triggered by the joint efforts of the three great nations. But Li Jiuyue's appearance had shattered their plans. The purpose of unleashing the beast tide was twofold. First, to use the beast tide to destroy key locations in Xia Nation, while simultaneously depleting their combat strength and forcing some professionals to pay with their lives. Second, it was preparation for the four academies' grand tournament. Any professional who slays a beast will have their entire profile collected. Chapter 177, Fated Showdown. During this beast core assault, they gathered data on nearly 90% of Xia Nation's professionals. Even an S-rank professional like Zhong Wutian was not spared. When they fought the dragon Sunjua, their information was already fully known to the three nations. This was preparation for the eventual annexation of Xia Kingdom. Once they understood their capabilities and devised specific countermeasures, even facing a powerhouse like Zhong Wutian would render him powerless. Yet what the three kingdoms never anticipated was the existence of Li Jiuyue. Li Jiuyue's existence completely shattered their plans. When Li Jiuyue had killed Lei Miao, they had investigated his identity and abilities, yet ultimately found nothing. All intelligence channels yielded nothing. This was only natural. How could someone cursed by their own body possibly reveal much information? Seeing Li Jiuyue's vaguely familiar appearance, one of them suddenly recalled something. Isn't this kid the one who killed Lei Miao? There's an inexplicably familiar aura about him. It must be him. No wonder his aura readings are all zero. He's the cursed child. What do we do? Without this kid's info, fighting him will be. What's the panic? Even without his class info, we can still handle him. Before the speaker could finish, the combatant on the arena floor who hadn't even exchanged a few rounds with Li Jiuyue was kicked straight off the platform. Li Jiuyue unleashed terrifying force, sending the opponent flying like a cannonball to crash into the wall. Dead. Li Jiuyue showed no mercy toward fighters from other nations. After the fight, he caught sight of the three leaders from the three nations out of the corner of his eye. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from them. That aura seemed to have existed on He Miao before. Why does the aura of these three resemble that of the black-clad man I killed earlier? Could it be? A bold suspicion took root in his mind. The very individuals before him were the masterminds behind the beast tide. Though their true purpose remained unknown, their intentions were certainly not benign. These individuals must be brewing a grand conspiracy. It seems I must discuss this matter in detail with the king and the others. After securing victory in the battle, Li Jiuyue made his way toward the elevated platform. For the next stretch, battles raged unceasingly on the field, while those around him took turns ascending the duel platform. Ji Hongyue followed suit, engaging in 7 consecutive battles, all ending in victory. Finally, after 3 days of relentless combat, Li Jiuyue emerged undefeated throughout the entire tournament. The winning streak has surpassed 20 points. 20 battles, 20 victories, not a single loss. When the crowd saw the name at the top of the leaderboard, they collectively gasped. What terrifying dominance, 20 consecutive victories. Is this really the record of someone cursed? Bull. You still believe that curse-ridden lie? He is cursed, no doubt. But who's to say this isn't a hidden class? What hidden class? Judging by the terrifying strength and potential he's displayed, even S-rank professionals couldn't match him. This is his final battle. If he wins this one, it'll be 21 straight victories. As the ruler drew the names for the final duel, he smiled faintly, as if fate itself had orchestrated this moment. Li Jiuyue of Tianqing Academy vs Xia Bingyao of Tianming Academy. Hearing the king announce these names, Li Jiuyue's heart trembled. So it finally comes, this clash of destinies.
Xia Bingyao, I've been waiting a long time for this clash of destinies. Upon seeing Li Jiuyue as her opponent, Xia Bingyao's murderous intent surged to its peak. She glanced up at Bai Hong on the second floor platform, who responded with a throat-slitting gesture. Xia Bingyao nodded and slowly made her way toward the platform. The enmity between them had been sealed since the day of the sacrifice. Now, the time had finally come to settle it. Li Jiuyue, I've finally waited for you. Li Jiuyue smiled, his expression serene. Me too. I've been waiting for this duel for a very long time. Today, we'll put an end to all our past grievances. Only one of us will walk off this stage alive. Xia Bingyao laughed coldly as the energy within her surged violently. And that person definitely won't be you. Li Jiuyue's aura surged rapidly. Why don't we find out? Then get ready to die. After uttering these words, Xia Bingyao vanished from her spot like a ghostly apparition. Her class change had granted her the God-tier Shadow Assassin title, endowing her with blinding speed that allowed her to strike without warning. After so many years of training, Xia Bingyao's strength had long surpassed that of ordinary S-rank professionals, approaching SS-rank levels. Seeing her vanish suddenly, Li Jiuyue remained unflustered, enveloping his entire body in water energy. No matter how fierce your attack, if it can't break through my defenses, then it's my turn to strike back. The moment he completed this preparation, Xia Bingyao's attack arrived. Her figure flashed like lightning, leaving only a cold gleam in its wake. Splash! But Li Jiuyue had anticipated this. Before Xia Bingyao even moved, he had reinforced his defenses and saturated the surrounding area with water energy. Xia Bingyao's strike failed to achieve its intended effect, yet it only ignited her fighting spirit. In the next instant, she unleashed the full might of her God-tier Shadow Assassin prowess. Li Jiuyue gave a cold smile and chose to unleash his full power as well. He too wanted a thrilling battle. As two super-powered combatants unleashed their full might, the sky itself seemed to darken. The shockwaves generated by their immense attacks relentlessly pounded the arena's defensive barriers. In response, the sovereign immediately ordered an expansion of the shield's range and reinforcement of its defenses. Both fighters unleashed lethal strikes, seizing every opening to deliver all-out assaults. Precisely because of this, the battle raged on for a full 9 minutes without a clear victory emerging. With 1 minute remaining until the duel's conclusion, if no victory emerged within that final minute, the battle would be declared a draw. After the intense battle, both combatants were visibly drained. Compared to Xia Bingyao's heavy panting, Li Jiuyue appeared much more composed. Only 1 minute left until the end? 1 minute is more than enough to finish you off. Chapter 178, the end is also the beginning end. All you can do is talk big here. Xia Bingyao unleashed her ultimate move. She had never shown this move to anyone before, because none of her previous opponents had been worthy enough to warrant its use. And the person standing before her now possessed the qualifications to warrant her full effort. Li Jiuyue, I don't care what you went through to become this way. I am Xia Kingdom's acknowledged heaven-sent prodigy. How could I possibly lose to a worthless piece of trash like you? She refused to accept this reality, could never accept it. The only way to silence the doubters was to slay the youth before her. Only then could she shatter the darkness within her heart. Li Jiuyue, prepare to die. Your obsession runs too deep. It's precisely this obsession that keeps you stuck in place, unable to move forward. Very well. Since you're about to die anyway, I'll stop pretending. With that, Li Jiuyue pulled a jet-black mask from her sleeve and slipped it over her face before the crowd. As the mask covered her face, the onlookers below wore blank expressions, but the faces of the king and others on the second-floor viewing platform paled dramatically. For this mask was all too familiar to them. Back then, a lone figure had single-handedly saved the capital, rescued the people of the nation, repelled the beast tide, and subdued the shadow black dragon. That person seemed to have worn a mask just like this one. Could it be? Li Jiuyue was that mysterious figure from that day? This can't be possible. The age difference is too great, and this is far too dramatic. Though reluctant to believe it, when they saw Li Jiuyue wearing that mask, a familiar aura instantly spread through them. Ultimately, they confirmed one thing: Li Jiuyue was indeed the mysterious man who had subdued the shadow black dragon that day. So it was this kid. I knew there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity the first time I saw him. This kid really kept his cards close to his chest all this time. Exactly. I doubt anyone will dare call him the cursed child anymore after today. Now that he's revealed his identity, the battle is finally nearing its end. Indeed. That girl named Xia Bingyao is certainly formidable, but this is as far as she'll go. The moment Li Jiuyue donned the mask, Bai Hong trembled violently on the second floor, his eyes filled with utter despair. How could this be? How is this possible? How could he be that mysterious figure? Bai Hong felt his mind shatter. He never imagined that the formidable fighter he'd schemed so hard to recruit into the academy was none other than the cursed child he'd personally expelled from the academy that day. The boomerang he had thrown years ago had finally come back to strike him. Li Jiuyue's power displayed during Jiangqing's crisis that day was witnessed by all the ability to annihilate tens of thousands of beasts in an instant. Such terrifying dominance surpassed even that of an S-rank professional.
Even if Xia Bingyao unleashed her full potential and summoned the Shadow God, defeat would be inevitable.
Damn it, Bingyao is in danger.
Just as he prepared to act, Ji Young stepped in beside him, pressing down on his shoulder.
Hey, the match isn't over yet. Why are you rushing to leave? Ji Young, you.
Amidst their heated exchange, Xia Bingyao froze in place on stage the moment she saw Li Jiuyue don the mask.
Her mind went blank, lost in unspoken thoughts. How could this be?
You're the mysterious person who saved Jiangcheng that day.
Li Jiuyue smiled.
At this point, there was nothing left to hide.
Congratulations, you guessed right. Too bad you figured it out too late, because this fight is about to end. It's time for you to depart.
After uttering these words, Li Jiuyue spread his wings and soared high into the sky, swiftly drawing the trident of Poseidon. Seeing this, Xia Bingyao likewise drew her weapon, preparing to settle the outcome with Li Jiuyue in a single decisive strike. Li Jiuyue struck first, using the sea god's virtual lock to target Xia Bingyao, then swung his weapon with all his might. Ji Hongyue followed suit, aiming for Li Jiuyue's vital points and swinging with all her might, forming a black crescent.
The two attacks collided, yet the clash lasted but a mere moment.
The crescent moon-shaped energy released by Xia Bingyao began to crack, shattering completely in the very next second.
No!
The instant she saw the crescent shatter, Xia Bingyao felt a chill in her heart. She tried to dodge, but it was too late. The illusory form of the sea god descended.
Xia Bingyao was dead. The terrifying force of the attack split the capital's arena in two. How could Xia Bingyao's fragile human body possibly withstand it?
Seeing Xia Bingyao dead, the referee hurried onto the stage to announce the victor of this duel.
Tianqing Academy, Li Jiuyue wins. Senior Bingyao.
Seeing Xia Bingyao lying dead on the duel field, the hearts of Tianning Academy's members shattered in that instant. They all wanted to storm the stage and seek revenge on Li Jiuyue, but the rules forbade it. Stepping onto the arena would immediately disqualify them. They could only wait for the third round of team battles to exact their vengeance.
But while the intention was noble, reality was brutal.
Without Xia Bingyao, Destiny Academy crumbled like scattered sand.
Without their pillar, they could achieve nothing.
In the 4-on-4 battles, their coordination was chaotic and disorganized, with nearly everyone fighting on their own. While some students could still coordinate, the sheer numbers were a major problem. They had already lost some members during the world battlefield. Some teams fought with only 2 members, while others, even more unlucky, had just 1. 1 person against 4. No matter how powerful they were, victory was impossible. As for the Three Kingdoms conspiracy, after the second round concluded, Li Jiuyue sought out the sovereign privately and presented his theory. Upon hearing Li Jiuyue's analysis, the sovereign chose to trust his words and ordered the immediate development of a pill capable of concealing one's abilities. Consuming it would conceal one's profession and abilities, effectively preventing the Three Kingdoms from using such underhanded tactics to secure victory. In the final team battle, Li Jiuyue once again single-handedly turned the tide, single-handedly reversing the situation on the field.
The three nations, realizing their plans had been exposed and attempting to flee Xia Kingdom, were intercepted by Zhong Wutian and his men. As for their fate,
they would remain in Xia forever as corpses. Based on their performance in the previous world arena, combined with their rankings in the second round and scores in the third round,
Tianqing Academy claimed the championship of this 4 academies competition with an overwhelming lead.
Following this, Tianqing Academy not only avoided demolition but gained the ruler's special attention. It was rebuilt, retaining its original name, and its scale expanded to more than double its previous size, all thanks to Li Jiuyue. From that day forward, no one dared call Li Jiuyue the cursed child. Instead, they bestowed upon him a far more fitting title: the Son of the Gods. To single-handedly turn the tide of a competition, if such a person isn't the son of the gods, then what is he? With the 4 academies' grand brush competition concluded, Tianqing Academy completed its mission successfully and returned to Jiangcheng. During the period that followed, Li Jiuyue and Ji Hongyue's relationship gradually grew warmer. However, Li Jiuyue suddenly realized something: despite spending so much time with Hongyue, he had yet to meet her mother. Thus, Li Jiuyue, laden with various treasures, paid a visit to the Ji family. But this felt more like a marriage proposal. Add me on WeChat, MNY66618. More book recommendations in my moments, Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various platforms.